Park Sejun returns home from the grocery store, glancing at one of the huge, indestructible dungeon towers that appeared all over the world. He always dreamed of visiting one because adventurers brave enough to challenge the towers can earn unique skills and items that make them rich. But all the entry tickets were monopolized by big guilds, and the price shot way beyond anything a regular person could afford. So it stayed just a Park Sejun's dream he'd saved all his money for. While he's still deep in his thoughts, a portal starts forming right behind him. The hole keeps getting bigger, and Sejun's daydream bubbles are busted when he looks back. Instead of being petrified, he is flaring with happiness as the black hole tries to suck him in. He's all fired up and decides to dedicate his life to climbing that dungeon, but his dreams begin to shatter when the hole begins to disappear. Without any thought, our guy runs toward the black hole with all he's got and invites himself into the dungeon. He couldn't miss that lifetime opportunity, and pitched himself in the hole. After that, he stumbles into the dungeon on his face, thinking of a beautiful place when he opens his eyes. Sejun looked around with extreme happiness, only to find a big empty pit he'd fallen into that looked nothing like he had imagined. He cries out in disbelief and doubts if he is in the right place, but nothing can be undone. Our poor guy is once again hit by reality. Realization hits him when he sits there after spending hours searching every corner for an exit, stores to buy items or training centers. But nothing exists. Our poor boy even shouts, crying for help, and thinks he is lost, but no one comes to his rescue. As he thinks about it, his morning alarms go off. Sejun had spent a day in a dungeon without cell service. Yet, his stomach starts growling, and he looks over the veggies he had bought earlier. The bag had 1 bottle of water, 27 cherry tomatoes, 7 sweet potatoes, 10 green onions, and an apple. After eating an apple which seemed a delight for breakfast, and a raw sweet potato that tasted extremely sweet and crunchy, our boy fills his stomach with what he calls a decent meal. After the meal, he lays down with literally nothing to do in the dungeon. He thinks to himself that he cannot stay here for longer. He has to find a way before he runs out of food and starves to death. Sejun even thinks of turning into a dry mummy if he doesn't get rescued on time. But the bad thoughts couldn't overpower his optimistic energy, and he starts to think of ways to survive in the dungeon by any means. As he thinks of the dungeon as a land of miracles, he glances at the apple seed he had eaten. He picks up the apple seed, picks out green onion roots, some tomatoes and sweet potatoes, plants them inside the soil, and pours water on them. This fella seems proud of himself and is extremely motivated that he can survive until these plants bear the fruit. He excitedly looks over the planted vegetables that will be his mode of survival in the future. Suddenly, he hears a loud noise coming from the dungeon, and Sejun gets startled, thinking it might be monsters. To his surprise, he witnesses a blue moon as the light shines over him. As the shrieking gets louder and scary, our guy seems to struggle as his body starts to feel weaker. Petrified by the situation, he suddenly catches a glimpse of a black dragon gliding in the sky as the solar eclipse occurs. He peeks at the black dragon and thinks how beautiful he is. But before he can believe his eyes, our boy suddenly collapses and falls to the ground. After a while, Sejun's phone alarm starts buzzing and he finally wakes up. He grabs his phone and is flabbergasted when he finds out that he was passed out for 2 whole days. Feeling shocked, he gets up and finds himself in pain with an intensely sore back, and his body feels a lot weaker and exhausted. As he sits by the big plant, he notices something. His body pains go away in a second after witnessing the green onions he planted grow into huge plants. The green onions had grown so fast in those 2 days that Sejun couldn't help but think how all this was possible. He thinks to himself that it might be possible that something in the dungeon must have impacted the plant's growth, because he had seen on TV that plants can change their behavior in different habitats or climates. Our boy moves on to watch the other crops and looks at the cute little sprouts from the tomato seeds that have grown out of the soil, while the green onions plants are blocking their sunlight. Our fella then starts harvesting those tough and big green onion plants, thinking how they taste. He happily crunches on the green onions, and suddenly the spice kicks in, burning his mouth on fire. As his head is about to explode from green onions that were spicy as hell, in that moment of pain, he dunks his face right into the water stream. Our guy is taken aback by the concentrated flavor of the green onions, as they are double spicier than the normal ones, and decides to eat the rest of them when he craves spicy food, eating his leftover cherry tomatoes. In the next scene, it is revealed to us that the sun never sets in the dungeon. Each floor of the dungeon experiences a solar eclipse, and this phenomenon is known as a blue moon. However, it only occurs on the 10th floor and above, which makes Sejun believe that he is not on the first floor as he did witness a blue moon. While chewing on his raw sweet potato, he also thinks of that black dragon that appeared in the sky during the blue moon, assuming that he was not imagining things. This takes us back to 10 years ago when the Black Tower came into existence. Through the years, many guilds have come into form. One of them is Phoenix, which is the largest guild that recently cleared and moved up to the 37th floor. In contrast, the other guilds are extremely cautious regarding the information on the 31st to 37th floor, considering it highly confidential. However, the information about the sub-13th floors is loaded on the internet for marketing, which reveals that floors 2 through 10 are swarming with skeletons, 11 through 20 have goblins, 21 through 30 are charged with ogres, and the 31st floor is rumored to have spiders. While different kinds of monsters occupy all the floors, no one has ever mentioned a dragon, which leads Sejun to speculate that he might have been mistaken and wonders what floor he is on. He looks up at the sky and thinks maybe he's stuck on the floor that even top warriors can't reach. His moment of contemplation is suddenly interrupted when something drips on his face. Thinking that it might be raining, a little creature emerges from the dungeon. It turns out that a cute little bunny is peeking at him, leaps towards him. The drooling bunny hovers over his head, rushing towards the green onion plants. Sejun assumes that he is not an average bunny, and trims off a green onion plant, giving it to the adorable bunny to eat. As the bunny eats the plant, our boy looks over his green onion plants that have grown bigger, feeling the need to trim them twice a day. While he eats his veggies, the cute bunny starts sounding like it is communicating with someone. It looks like another bunny had joined Sejun to eat his farm crops. The bunny jumps into the cave like a ninja, wearing a classy hat and a tiny apron, carrying a watering can. It seems like an adorable team of farmers has come to assist him. Our boy looks in utter astonishment and realizes that they are a couple. I mean, our poor boy who is all alone in a dungeon is joined by a bunny couple. Sounds like bunnies have a stroke of better luck at love than our poor boy. The sun is flashing brightly over the cave, and the plants keep thriving every day. The cute bunny couple begin working on the fields as they chop the outgrown green onions, water the plants, and seem to enjoy working together as they sing along. Meanwhile, our lonely guy sits back and watches the view of the bunny couple working together with love and harmony, thinking they look good together. Lost in the thought, he figures something out, and it turns out that the bunny couple wants to live with him in the cave. Baffled, he reconsiders his decision and hesitates to keep the bunnies along with him. However, the bunnies are hell-bent on staying as they try to convince him, and they come up with a super clever trick. With their eyes fixated on Sejun, they start staring at him with their big, sparkly eyes and adorable fur face that no one could resist. Our soft-hearted fella couldn't handle the quirky cuteness that struck his heart, and eventually, he agreed to their request. But he settles on to implore something in return and does not let them stay with him for free. He asks them to help with farming, as the bunnies are already watering the plants and cutting the green onions. Farming seems to be their profession, and so the bunnies gladly accept the offer. The sheer happiness gets a little frantic when the bunnies leap towards Sejun, conferring him with the most adorable hug, melting his heart. This unprepared attack of the cuddles with soft fur was the ultimate plan of the bunny couple to trick Sejun. He gets the feeling that he'd been used and fallen into the trap of sweet bunny cuddles, but inside he is bursting with joy. Later, the bunny duo returns to the grind, while Sejun catches sight of the equipment bunnies are using. He realizes that bunnies are using magical items in farming. The hubby bunny is using a sprinkler that never runs out of water, while the wifey bunny is wearing an apron with a magic pocket, noticing that it provides farming equipment like scissors and shovel when needed. Our boy gets jealous as he cannot even buy or utilize these magical items, but he wishes to have them. In the meantime, the bunny couple finishes up their farming work, and Sejun inspects the work done by them. Looking at the field, the sweet potatoes had not sprouted yet, while the cherry tomato leaves had been growing fast, making him wonder if it was all because of the bunnies and their magic items. As things seem to be done, the bunny couple looks desperately with those adorable puppy eyes towards Sejun, asking if they are allowed to stay with him. Our fella excitedly announces that they have passed the test, and the bunnies' excitement gets over the roof as they celebrate cheerfully. Soon after they end their celebration, the bunnies rush to the cave wall and start digging the soil. While the wifey bunny makes a beautiful flower wreath for their tiny door, the hubby bunny seems to build a small, beautiful home for themselves. Looking at the tiny home, Sejun compliments the hubby for his incredible speed as he built the house in the blink of an eye. The wifey then sneaks up on her husband and taps his shoulder, giving a tempting smirk. After all, the couple needs some alone time. The wifey bunny drags her husband into the tiny house, and our boy Sejun nervously wishes him luck. Deep down, the poor fella feels jealous of the bunny couple, sobbing inside. But he manages to make himself feel better by the thought that he's not alone anymore. He's exhilarated to let the bunnies join him in the cave to help him with farming, and there's something enjoyable, so at least he won't get bored to death. He calmly lays onto trimmed green onion plants that seem plushy. As he is about to get all comfy, smokes begin coming out from the plants. Sejun jumps abruptly and loses his nerves when he feels his back getting too hot and has caught fire. Our boy flings himself onto the ground, spinning like a rolling pin to put out the fire, going through that whirlwind, and a moment later something grabs his attention. Our boy notices that dried green onions have scorched on fire, reckoning how it might be possible. He then peeks at the plastic bottle in sight that reflects the sunlight directly into the dried plants. As an idea sparks inside his genius head, Sejun suddenly transforms as if he's shooting a survival tutorial video. He starts acting like he's stuck in the middle of a forest, trying to light the fire for survival. Being dramatic, he starts narrating that living Black Tower is tough, but he fails to give up. he confidently flaunts his water bottle and dried green onions, continuing the tutorial. Like a pro scientist, our boy utilizes the plastic bottle as a lens to focus sunlight onto dried leaves to ignite a fire. It looks like our very own Seijun survival tutorial on how to start a fire is going to break the internet, but before that could happen, he's again punched by reality. Our boy holds the bottle with extreme determination, concentrating the sunlight onto the dried green onion leaves, but it looks like his tutorial backfires miserably, as it doesn't seem to work, leaving him in agony. Seijun gives it all to produce the fire, but it only forms smoke all day, and after several tries, he feels extremely unambitious. Sighing relentlessly, our boy sits there like an old hat as if he had lost everything. Looking exhausted, he thinks of every possible mistake he might be making during the process. But as he is about to give up on his efforts, he witnesses something inside the plant, a little hope of kindling the fire, and in that moment he activates his dynamic once again. In that moment of enthusiasm, the bunny couple walks out of their tiny house. Well, it looks like the wifey bunny had sucked her husband dry, giving a cheeky smirk while the poor hubby bunny is barely able to walk. Glancing over Seijun, who is pondering on his dilemma, and while he sucks out all the air in him onto the dried leaves, trying to light the fire, he fails again wretchedly. In the meantime, the bunnies come to his rescue, and Seijun asks the hubby bunny to blow air on the green onion straw. The bunny puts all his efforts, and blows air with his small and delicate mouth, while Seijun, with a strong sense of hope and excitement, holds the plastic bottle with full concentration and chants with all his strength to start that damn fire. In the end, all that he strived for was worth a shot as the dried leaves catch a big blaze of fire, and our boy is over the moon. Now that the blazing fire is ready, Seijun with his steady hands cooks the green onions on the flames. He grills his green onions, feeling thrilled as ever. He peels off the burned outer layer and finally crunches on the beautifully cooked green onions. As soon as he takes a bite, he feels a shiver down his spine. The green onions that were once spicy as hell now tasted scrumptiously sweet. Munching on a hot, freshly cooked food, you can see the sparkle in his eyes and the joy on his face with the sweetness of the green onions bouncing in his head. The taste makes him feel on top of the world, and his imaginations run wild as he feels like a wild green horse is running across the Great Plains on his tongue. I mean, his imaginations are weird as hell, but let's bear with it because our boy had eaten a good meal after a long time. The bunnies stare at Seijun as he enjoys his food, and get curious, so they start roasting their green onions. After grabbing a bite, the bunnies are hooked by the overly sweet and palatable green onions, delighted by the utterly rich taste. As the survival diary of Seijun continues, it was the first time in a while in that dungeon he had eaten a fresh hot meal to his fullest before going to bed. The next day, our boy wakes up on his bed assembled with green onion straws. He stretches himself and washes his face with the fresh pond water. Approaching the field, he witnesses that his plants have grown quite big, the green onions are trimmed, and the cherry tomatoes that have sprouted into bigger plants are watered. All the work has been done and dusted. As the morning checklist seems to be done, our boy feels happy about it. Seijun then narrates the story of things that have occurred in the dungeon lately. He managed to craft torches with woven green onion straws to light the cave, as more light made it easier for them to utilize more space in the cave. Well, Seijun eventually found his creative ways to survive in the dungeon like a cave person. Walking towards the pond, he decides to place torches there as it gets much darker in that area. While Seijun and the bunnies agree to the idea, our boy spots something in the pond as the water forms bubbles. Suddenly, a piranha fish splashes out of the water, startling him. As he screams at the sudden strike, the fish lands on the ground, flapping hard to survive. Seijun thinks to himself that he has never seen a fish in the pond before and assumes that the light of the flames might have drawn their attention. Despite all the thoughts, our boy finally realizes that he has now found protein to eat in the cave and does not have to rely on vegetables for his food. Without any delay, he starts cooking the fish on the blazing fire right away, wrapped in green onion leaves, and enjoys the savory protein meal while the bunnies watch him eat. He shifts his attention from the fish to the bunnies who are drooling over the scrumptiously looking fish and asks them if they want to eat it too. Therefore, he ascertains that these are not ordinary bunnies but dungeon monsters, and shares the meal with them. Some days later, the blue moon appears again in the dungeon. As the boy continues to narrate the story, it is revealed to us that while spending many days in the tower, Seijun has to come to observe that the blue moon rises every 30 days, more like every month. All this time he has been counting his days in the dungeon on the phone and laptop, but ultimately he runs out of batteries. With no access to a phone or electricity in the cave, he starts carving on the cave wall with a rock, keeping the record and track of dates. It looks like 61 days had already passed in the dungeon, and not one day passed by without marking the wall. Living in the cave for a long time now, Seijun had been following a proper routine, and the good thing was that bunnies were super strict with their schedule, waking up at 5 in the morning and sleeping at 6 in the evening sharp. While Seijun is cooking fish, there's no one to disrupt his midnight routine, and he is only able to do so by following up on the bunny's routine to maintain his peace. We also get to know that recently the farmer gang was welcomed with a piece of good news. It turns out the bunny couple had kids. As the hubby opens the door, 5 adorable baby bunnies scamper out of the house and leap onto Seijun as he excitedly welcomes the little peeps to join his team. Well, the dungeon has been a roller coaster ride for Seijun. Funny how he has become an uncle to cute baby bunnies now. Later, the hubby bunny who hardly got to sleep walks out of his house looking exhausted with all the parenting. Our boy suggests the bunnies get some rest and tells them to have some breakfast, while he takes care of the baby bunnies. Our boy, who is super thrilled to watch over the baby bunnies, casts a brief look at the cherry tomato flowers that have thrived, and to his surprise, the entire garden has blossomed with flowers. So far, the flowers have been pollinating manually to bear fruit. As Seijun gets tired of squatting and inspecting the flowers every day, he wishes the bees could fly to his farm to pollinate his flowers, but his thoughts seem far-fetched. Meanwhile, one of the baby bunnies starts sniffing the flowers, stuffing his face inside it. Inhaling the pollen in his nose, he lets out the most adorable sneeze. As Seijun holds the baby bunny, he looks over at the cherry tomato flowers, witnessing that it has borne fruit. It seems like their hard work has finally started to pay off. Our boy, along with the baby bunnies, begins to dance out of sheer joy. Eventually, the day of the blue moon leaps forward, and our boy takes all the necessary precautions to get through the solar eclipse. He puts out the fire, makes a camouflage out of green onion leaves, and wears it to keep him warm. He takes a look at the sky, waiting for the eclipse to begin soon while the bunnies get inside their house and wave goodbye. Thinking it will be a piece of cake, our boy hopes to survive the blue moon and make it out alive. Shortly, the solar eclipse occurs, while the spine-chilling and creepy voices echo through the dungeon. This fella hides himself in the corner of the cave, feeling anxious. As the blue light beams over the cave, he proceeds to sit fearfully in the corner of the cave and wraps his hands around his ears to cancel out the noise. However, Seijun already feels drained. He hides himself in the corner, thinking that he had removed all the smelly stuff just in case to save himself from any kind of trouble. Waiting for the blue moon to halt, he feels like the time has stuck and is barely passing. As the howling and screeching continue, the boy starts shivering in fear as he can hear them from a distance. Hoping to survive the never-ending solar eclipse safely, he abruptly hears a thundering noise approaching towards the cave. Petrified, he speculates about where the loud sound is coming from. It is revealed to us that a colossal red monster with big claws, big enough to slice a person into pieces, is approaching the cave. It turns out to be an aggressive bear standing above the cave with Seijun in sight. As soon as our boy captures the monster's dangerous sight, his heart starts pounding swiftly. While the red monster spots him in the cave, giving him a deadly stare, our guy starts trembling with fear. With nowhere to run, he decides to act smartly and tries to hide deeper into the corner. Before the bear could notice him, Seijun valiantly scoots over with his furtive and steady steps. As everything seems to be going pretty smoothly, he grabs his bag, but all of a sudden everything in his bag comes crashing down on the ground. His laptop, cherry tomatoes, and water bottle come falling on the floor, and it looks like our boy is doomed. With nowhere to run, Seijun stares in terror. As he looks at the top of the cave, our boy witnesses the bear trying to leap into the cave. Our boy starts screaming as loud with his mouth wide open as the monster comes crashing into the cave, leaping towards him with its big fangs. Well, it looks like the red bear has found himself a fresh meal. Later, Seijun is found blacked out on the floor, and the bunnies gather around him, waking him up. Lying unconsciously, our boy gets slapped by the wifey bunny, who wakes him with a mighty whack on his face, startling him. As he wakes up screaming like a maniac, his mind immediately flips to the moment when he almost gets killed by the bear. It seems like Seijun passed out for quite a long time because every part of his body hurts badly. Recalling the moment when the monster shows up at the cave leaping towards him nearly getting killed, he starts to get the chills. As the thought sends chills down his spine as he shivers with fear, the bunnies light up the fire while Seijun warms himself up and covers himself with a blanket made out of green onion straws. He then gets accompanied by the bunny couple who cuddle with him, getting all comfy and warm. Sitting by the fire, the wifey bunny cooks him a fish. Munching on the freshly cooked meal, he assumes all the possibilities as to how the red monster came this way, like it must have sensed this place or left after feeling another monster's energy, or maybe it couldn't fit in the small cave opening. I mean, that monster had every chance to kill him, so maybe he was saved by someone. Nonetheless, he finds himself lucky to survive, but he also speculates that this tragedy can happen again, and he can lose his life. Holding his half-eaten fish, he gathers his optimistic energy and becomes proud of how far he has come in the dungeon, so he decides to not give up, raising his spirit to eat well to survive. In the meantime, the bunny signals him, trying to tell him something. As they all walk towards the farm, they witness a big blue tomato. Amused that it had grown overnight, Seijun peeks at the blue tomato with astonishment. Curious, he plucks out the blue fruit. Suddenly, a screen pops up in front of him. It looks like the blue tomato that Seijun had harvested is filled with blue moon energy. At one glance, he identifies that it's a notification window. The notifications are being sent by the black dragon from before, who is also the dungeon administrator. The administrator informs him that it's watching him closely, frowning at him, and is proud of his remarkable achievement. While Seijun processes all the mixed feelings, the dungeon admin reveals a dark truth unknown to him. The administrator says that our guy is an uninvited guest in the dungeon, which means he was never awakened, and it was a mistake that he got sucked into the tower. Listening to this, his world turns upside down, and he is crushed by the thought that his access to the dungeon is a mistake. Come to think of it, our boy dives right into the black hole as he is crazy about raiding dungeons, so it's not exactly the admin's fault. As he seems to get done with this bullshit, our boy gets furious as he had been working his ass off on the farm for the past 30 days. Blowing up with fury, Seijun demands to send him back home if his access to the dungeon is a mistake. After a moment, a notification comes up again, and the dragon blackmails to kill him to remove the evidence of the mistake the admin had committed. Yelling through the screen, our boy makes it clear that he cannot remove him after his thriving progress on the farm. Getting too worked up, our fellow reconsiders his tone of voice and calms his nerves down. In a bit, another notification comes up, and this time it's not about killing. The dungeon dragon finally sends something good his way as he determines to awaken him. Everything around him gets magical. Seijun is staggered by the news that he's officially being awakened, which itself is a great win for him. However, it doesn't stop here when the administrators assign him an occupation. He stares at the screen with his big shiny eyes, hoping that he will be assigned to be a wizard since he's so smart. The admin bursts his bubble. Unfortunately, he is assigned to become a farmer. This gets even worse when the obnoxious dungeon dragon lists down his occupational traits, which include that he will not fall ill, become friends with nature, and earn rewards by harvesting crops. Left in disbelief, he is now officially a farmer, and it seems like his fate is already decided. Moments later, he peeks at his status record on the screen, which complies with his talent as an average Joe. Being titled as an ordinary person, he imagines himself in a TV show, where the host introduces him as an average Joe who had cleared the dungeon, and he proudly admits that he's a farmer. Imagining himself in that cringy scenario, he teleports back to reality, screaming in disbelief. With emotions so strong, he exasperatingly attempts to smash that blue magic tomato on the ground, but halts when he peeks at the bunny gang shockingly staring at him throwing tantrums. Our fella then takes a gander at his farm that he worked so hard to grow, the blazing fire that cooks meals, and so he comes to realize that he has come so far surviving and exploring in this dungeon. Casting a blissful look at the farm, he accepts his fate, considering if he should live as a farmer all his life. In the meantime, another notification winds up on the screen, giving information about the magic blue tomato. It is known to us that blue magic tomatoes are full of taste and nutrients. They increase magic by 0.05 points permanently when consumed, grown by Seijun Park. Our fella then comes to affirm that these blue magic tomatoes are items, and they are going to boost his stats gradually. Seijun seems to be proud of himself and the farm he worked so hard to grow and shows his gratitude to the bunnies, as they've helped much in growing the plants. While he celebrates his joyous moments, the dungeon dragon sneakily peeks at our jolly fella through the screen, and it looks like it's planning to do something evil. As all of this happens, another notification befalls, and it seems to be a new quest for Seijun. His quest is to offer the magic tomato to the administrator. By doing so, he will be rewarded with one occupational skill, but the consequence for declining the quest is death. It looks like the administrator wants to get rid of Seijun for good and hide the mistake it has committed. Our boy reads the quest and freaks out after reading the consequences which strike terror into him, and he begins to wonder if it's really a life-death situation. As the new quest comes up, our fella gets low-key terrified thinking that the admin is trying to threaten him. The admin brings pressure to bear on Seijun, as he gets swayed by the shocking threat of declining the quest. Surrendering himself, he bows down in respect and serves the magic cherry tomatoes to the screen. The tomatoes teleport through the screen, and our boy finally completes his quest. Sighing with relief, he nearly forgets about the reward and taps to open it, eagerly waiting for the well-deserved reward. As Seijun wonders how generous the admin is, the reward turns out to be an occupational ability that increases the chance of his seeds sprouting. The disappointment begins to manifest as he realizes that he's adhering to the farmer's life now. Later that day, as the sun shines brightly as usual, our boy hunts down fish piranhas with his woven fire flame torch, earning points for smacking them for survival. Killing 5 piranhas in a row, Seijun earns 10 XP rewards. The boy narrates that awakening has helped him earn experience points as killing piranhas for survival made him jump to level 2. Wishing to kill more piranhas, he decides not to hunt more fish for the sake of points, thinking that his major source of protein might go extinct if he keeps killing them. While he prepares the beautifully cooked fish, he calls upon the bunnies to join the meal. As the baby bunnies rush towards him, he divides the fish among the bunnies as their appetite seems to grow with their size, and hands out 2 cooked fish to the bunny couple. Munching on the deliciously cooked meal, our boy learns about the hidden truth about the bunnies. It is revealed to us that the bunny couple are white farmer bunnies, which are dungeon monsters and specialize in farming as the name suggests. They are not well-known monsters in the dungeon, and for that reason, people don't know about them in the real world. Sejun speculates about how the farmer bunnies ended up in the cave, assuming they would have lost their farm, and thinks about how they can return home. The language barrier between him and the bunnies makes him ponder and wish to communicate with them. Wrapping things up, our boy announces that it's a big day at the farm today while the farmer bunnies get pumped up. Upon arriving at the farm, they notice beautiful cherry tomatoes have finally ripened and they are left in awe. The fully ripened cherry tomatoes have blossomed on the farm, the moment Sejun and the farmer bunnies were waiting for. While bunnies are springing with happiness, our boy gets overwhelmed as tears of joy stream down his face, believing that he finally achieved the fruits of his hard work and sweat because now they get to harvest the fruit they've grown. Recalling the blue magic tomato harvest, Sejun carefully approaches the red tomatoes as his hands start to shake while the bunny's eyes fixate on him. With his heart pounding fast, he plucks out the red cherry tomato, a perfectly ripened fruit that he had harvested. It turns out that these red cherry magic tomatoes are items that he had grown on his farm, and Sejun will earn rewards for every ripe tomato he harvests. It is known to us that the magic cherry tomatoes are full of nutrients and taste, and consuming this tomato dissolves 10 grams of body fat, increasing magic energy by 0.01 point for 10 minutes. These tomatoes can be consumed up to 10 at the same time as they each dissolve 10 grams of fat and give you energy. Grabbing that magic fruit, our boy is surprised when he finds out that the cherry tomatoes can increase magic energy. Sejun continues to harvest the ripened magic cherry tomatoes and keeps earning the rewards. Meanwhile, he harvests the red cherry tomatoes and stumbles on an unripened tomato. As he plucks out an unripened tomato, he doesn't get any rewards or any additional points, realizing that it's not an item but just an ordinary tomato. Hence, he carefully harvests the items to earn rewards. After a long day of harvesting cherry tomatoes as his everyday job, our guy finally gets to taste the fruit grown by him. Tossing the cherry tomato into his mouth, he catches a glimpse of angry bunnies frowning at him for not sharing the tomatoes with them. Asserting that they all have worked hard growing the farm, our guy apologizes to the bunnies and shares plenty of unripened cherry tomatoes with the bunny gang, and they should enjoy it together. Now as the bunnies have gotten their share, they celebrate the successful tomato harvest. Sejun tosses the cherry tomato into his mouth. His mouth burst with flavors, blowing his mind. It seemed like the mesmerized, sweet, tangy flavor of the cherry tomatoes had reminded him of the summer night. The nostalgic and breathtaking flavor of the tomatoes brought back his memories and left him teary-eyed. The bunny couple stares at him with bafflement, while the baby bunnies play around with the cherry tomatoes. In the meantime, the white bunny farmers reserve their cherry tomatoes in storage covered with green onion plants. As they work together, Sejun peeks at this adorable sight, watching the kids helping the parent bunnies store the cherry tomatoes, reckoning that they are babies of farmer bunnies after all, so it's in their bones. Feeling drained, he compliments their good work and finally gets some sleep in his comfy bed and blindfold made out of green onion straws to have a productive day and quickly dozes off. Meanwhile, he gets some quality sleep and a new quest befalls. Tossing and turning, our guy doesn't let anyone disturb his sleep. Suddenly, the screen buzzes and produces a loud noise, scaring the hell out of Sejun. Destroying his peaceful sleep, he furiously finishes off his quest, which is to offer 100 magic cherry tomatoes to the dungeon administrator. The admin gets happy as our guy flings the tomatoes through the screen and the quest gets completed. Thinking of the reward as a forced lottery draw, he wishes to gain a useful ability for once. As soon as he opens the reward, it turns out to be an ability as a harvest optimizer, which can optimize slightly unripe or overripe fruits. He turns up to be disappointed by this ability, but later realizes that it's super useful. Because of this ability, he is able to earn more points by turning unripe or overripe fruits into ripe fruits in optimal conditions. With this ability, his work got more efficient, as he didn't have to wait for the tomatoes to be ripened. Deciding to take another break, another quest shows up at the notification window as the admin requests 200 harvested magic cherry tomatoes with no rewards. Unwillingly, Sejun completes the quest to compensate for the great ability given by the dungeon dragon. But this was just the beginning. The tower manager kept getting greedy, abusing his power as he increased the amount of cherry tomatoes from 200 to 250, and eventually asked for 300 cherry tomatoes. Our guy tackles the situation with patience and continues to complete the quests for the sake of rewards. However, when this new quest comes up, our fella finally loses his cool when the dungeon dragon asks him to offer 500 harvested magic cherry tomatoes with no rewards for completing the quest. Making his blood boil, our guy bursts out in anger when he reads out the new quest, and this time he vehemently says no to completing this quest. Well, it clearly looks like the tower manager is a punk, abusing his power as a dungeon admin, and is trying to raise our main character as a slave. But Sejun has finally spoken for himself and put the obnoxious dragon in its place. As the admin is flustered by this bold move, our boy feels like he's being used, as he does all the hard work and gets barely anything in return. It seems like a dungeon dragon is addicted to cherry tomatoes. It was the first time that Sejun had declined the admin's order, and he added this in his survival diary. Making the admin's jaw drop, our guy lashes out at the admin, as he had taken hundreds of cherry tomatoes earlier, saying that he also needs those cherry tomatoes for himself and the bunnies to feed themselves. Upon hearing his reason, the admin says to deal with their own problems and does not back off with the quest of 500 cherry tomatoes. Smirking, our boy clenches his fist, and listening to his bullshit, he replies that he had been working his butt off on the farm to harvest these cherry tomatoes. Adding fuel to the fire, the admin disrespects all of his hard work, saying that all he has to do is sow seeds. The admin further demands he to stop making a big deal out of it and complete the quest. These rude remarks made by the dragon make our boy even more mad, and he again turns down to accept the quest. Fearlessly, he ignores all the notifications by the admin and proceeds to continue with his work. The administrator starts manipulating Sejun, asking him if he is certain about declining the quest, adding that the admin might end up killing him. In the meantime, Sejun and the bunnies cut off green onions, cooking their fish, and the bunnies brought up the cherry tomatoes for their meal. As the admin relentlessly keeps blackmailing our boy, Sejun fills with rage and makes himself clear that he won't share the fruit that he had grown with hard work with anyone who doesn't acknowledge his work, and titles it as just throwing seeds. Stating his work is easy, the over-the-top tower manager demands him to follow the order as it holds the power as a dungeon administrator. Sticking with his decision, our boy proudly refuses again and tries to reason with the admin. He discloses the reason for declining this quest to be the admin who doesn't acknowledge his hard work on the farm that he was dragged into with hardly any rewards for the exploitation. Feeling dreadful, our guy finally speaks the truth, asserting that it might be a dungeon admin with power, but in reality, it's an evil corporate boss with no feelings. The dragon doesn't seem to handle the harsh truth well, spoken by our guy. The admin gets stunned and lights up a spark of anger. Sejun then eats his harvested cherry tomatoes, teasing the dragon as it's peek at him through the screen. The admin hits the roof when she witnesses Sejun enjoying the cherry tomatoes all by himself, and threatens to kill him if he doesn't complete the quest. Meanwhile, our fella who is unbothered by all the threats, he enjoys his fruit as now he couldn't care more about that rude corporate boss. However, to satisfy the infuriated admin, Sejun offers her 5 cherry tomatoes, telling her that he will give the rest of the cherry tomatoes later, as he won't have enough to give the bunnies. The dungeon admin finally decides to forgive our boy and let it slide just once, accepting the cherry tomatoes as an apology. I mean, the dungeon dragon needs to be humbled, acting all high and mighty just because she's the tower manager. As the screen disappears, Sejun hides his sneaky grin as he realizes that the admin might be more accessible than he had thought, getting the hunch that the dragon was trying to apologize to him. The next scene takes us to the day when the blue moon is about to rise again. It is revealed to us that Sejun had spent 91 days in the dungeon, experiencing the 4th blue moon. He again prepares for the day and hides in the corner of the cave, covering himself with a blanket and earmuffs. He bites on a cherry tomato, hoping to endure the shrieking of monsters, assuming that added magic by the tomatoes would help him through the solar eclipse. Getting scared by the thought of what happened to him last time and wishing it to end soon, the blue moon becomes apparent. He witnesses the rays of the blue moon shine directly on his plants, making them sparkle like magic. Amazed by the sight, he peeks at his cherry tomatoes, which start to bloom by the blue moon energy and turn into fruit. As the light falls upon the sweet potato plants, they also begin to sparkle, and their leaves also turn bluish. Sejun rushes towards his plants, checking if the sweet potato plants have ripened, so he digs up the soil and relishes the sight of fully ripe blue sweet potatoes. We get to know that the mighty sweet potatoes with blue moon energy are nutritious and tasty. Grown in the dungeon, the blue moon energy enhances flavor and increases the strength by 0.05 points permanently when consumed. He spiritedly pulls out his sweet potatoes, earning rewards for harvesting them, and plucks out the blue magic cherry tomato. Grasping a blue sweet potato in one hand and a blue cherry tomato in another, Sejun lights up with joy, feeling as if he has conquered the world. But his happiness doesn't last long when he receives a new quest. Knowing how stubborn the admin is, the quest asks to offer a mighty sweet potato and a magic cherry tomato to the admin with no rewards, and threatens to kill him if he declines. I mean, the admin is crossing all the limits, misusing her authority to satisfy her cravings. Receiving 2 quests at the same time, our guy chooses not to risk his life and completes the quest, offering a basket full of cherry tomatoes. This makes the admin happy as he is now following the orders. However, the admin starts blabbing and complaining as the cherry tomatoes are not the required amount, warning him that he must offer them next time. Frustrated, he promises to give the rest of the cherry tomatoes some other time and requests for more time. After that, Sejun tosses the blue cherry tomato into his mouth and falls in love with the sweet, tangy flavor of the fruit, which again makes him reminisce about the summer night with fireworks. Our boy can't seem to wait and starts steaming the sweet potato, and with no foils available, he wraps it up with super helpful green onion leaves. Impatient to eat the sweet potato, Seijun eagerly waits for the delicious meal to be cooked. The blue moon also comes to an end, and the bunny gang comes out of their house, staring at him with confusion. He delightfully welcomes the bunnies to join him and eat the sweet potato loaded with blue moon energy. The bunnies are mesmerized by the sight of a perfectly cooked sweet potato that's steaming hot, but the daddy bunny refuses to eat it. The bunny, acting like a true man, tells Seijun to eat the sweet potato all by himself because they have only one. Crying out of happiness, our boy accepts his kindness, eating the sweet potato all by himself, and hides the fact that had eaten an entire sweet potato alone earlier. Munching on the freshly cooked sweet potato, Seijun bites on the steaming hot meal, scalding his tongue. As he drops the sweet potato out of the pang, the bunnies take the perfect chance and grab a bite of the scrumptious sweet potato. While baby bunnies spit out the super hot sweet potatoes, our poor boy feels bad about losing his meal. The long day comes to an end as Seijun finishes a fiercely hot dinner battle, making his survival diary. A new day begins, so do the new adventures. Our boy announces that they will start growing sweet potato stems, while the baby bunnies chew on the stems. He strictly restricts the bunnies to eat the sweet potato leaves for the time being, and the poor little bunnies start to panic as the fast-growing sweet potato stems have become their favorite snack. To make the bunnies follow his demand, he makes an enticing offer to the kiddos and tells them if they stop eating stems, they will have sweet potatoes for dinner, and a special snack if they help him plant the stems. It seems like Seijun is expanding the farm by planting the stems with rapid growth. Luring the baby bunnies into work by giving them special snacks, the bunnies fall into the trap of an irresistible offer. Putting the baby bunnies to work, they begin to plant the stems. Meanwhile, the wifey bunny with a cute apron cuts off the green onions. Seijun asks her to leave one green onion leaf to extract its seed out of the flower. While the hubby bunny waters the stem, the bunnies continue to work, showing full efficiency as they dig up the soil and plant stems like pros. After all, they are kids of white farmer bunnies. While planting stems, one of the baby bunnies fails to control himself, drooling at the sight of the stem and munching on it. As he takes a bite, the poor baby bunny gets whacked by the daddy bunny for breaking the rules. Seijun acknowledges the daddy bunny as a great father for keeping his kids in check. On the other hand, our boy harvests the magic cherry tomatoes on the woven basket and receives rewards, reaching level 8 with increasing occupational level. Then, he eventually stops harvesting after getting the rewards and begins to make snacks for himself and the bunnies as promised. In contrast, the admin stealthily peeks at our guy as he makes cherry tomato sticks, wondering what he will make this time. As Seijun turns back, he snags the admin sneaking up on him from behind his back. Preparing the special snack, he calls upon the bunnies to join him for the meal. The bunnies excitedly scamper towards him, and our talented fella presents the special barbecued cherry tomato bone skewers. The skewers are made of clean piranha bones, and the barbecue adds flavor, making the fruit taste sweeter and tender. The bunnies are overjoyed as they grab a bite of that scrumptious snack, and Seijun declares these special skewers as on-the-go snacks. Stuffing themselves with the flavorful snack, our boy proceeds to harvest the sweet potatoes. Harvesting 15 sweet potatoes, he realizes that it's growing by 5 times. The items are mighty sweet potatoes, full of nutrients and flavor. When consumed, they dissolve 10 grams of body fat and increase strength by 0.1 point for 10 minutes. However, when consumed by a non-awakened person, they dissolve 10 grams of body fat and help digestive activities. Gazing at the other stems that haven't grown yet, he sows them himself and learns something important as he gets a reward notification. Our boy finds out that in order to get rewards, he needs to plant everything on his own to boost familiarity. He frantically orders the bunnies to stop planting the stems, saying that he will do it by himself. We are taken to the next scene, where we see the dungeon dragon in her cozy home, roasting the cherry tomato skewers on the huge fire roaring in the hearth. As she chews the strangely delicious tomato skewers, and figures out that it's bitter on the outside, and sweet on the inside, while she peeks at Seijun through her magic crystal ball. The dungeon admin gets furious as she catches a glimpse of happy Seijun, who is enjoying the sweet potato with fellow bunnies without her. It is revealed to us that the name of the dungeon administrator is Aileen Pratani, the Great Black Dragon. While the farmer gang chews on the sweet potato, our boy receives an extra quest which is sent by Aileen out of spite. The quest asks for a roasted sweet potato from the admin right away, who threatens to kill him, as she will not tolerate any more delays. With only one roasted sweet potato left, Seijun acts smart and asks for a reward in return. Aileen reconsiders the quest and sends in the reviewed offer, asking for 1 sweet potato and rewarding 2 occupational abilities in return. Our boy seems satisfied and clears up the quest, for which he gets access to the seed store. After receiving the reward, Seijun activates the seed store's ability to purchase products at the store once every 30 days. Our guy is surprised as he figures that now he can buy stuff in the dungeon from the seed store. Complaining why the admin didn't give such a great ability soon, he activates the seed store ability. Unfortunately, there's no transaction history with the seed store. With no dungeon money, he panics about how he can make transactions. To solve this problem, Aileen comes to his rescue and gets generous, giving him a newbie offer that his seed store will provide with 1 dungeon coin that has been deposited into his seed bank account. Seijun is pleased by the great reward of getting to witness the dungeon currency for the first time, and recalls that a dungeon coin used to cost 1 million in the real world. With his newbie level, he can only buy 1 type of seed, making it difficult for him to choose from the seed store. Glancing at all the seeds which seem out of range, he is left with the only choice, which is carrots. Listening to this, the bunnies stare at him with big sparkly eyes, as if they're craving for carrots. The bunnies get all exhilarated, and Seijun starts chanting along with them. Suddenly, the daddy bunny strikes a powerful kick on Seijun's face. Getting startled by the bunny's kick, he quickly purchases 1,000 carrot seeds, earning 1 seed store point. The carrot seeds emerge in a fancy red pouch, and the bunnies get happy with the carrot seeds. After that, they plant the carrot seeds. Getting to buy carrot seeds for the first time from a dungeon coin, he adds this in his survival diary. Later, we witness a bee spying on them from under the leaves. The farmer bunnies fervently wait for the carrots to grow out soon, happily sitting by the farm while the baby bunnies run around on the field. Watching the bunnies being eager already, and the bunny couple being all affectionate glancing at the carrot field, Seijun thinks to himself that it's been a few days since they planted carrot seeds, and they haven't sprouted yet. Before taking a quick nap, he reminds himself of the work list that entails manually pollinating the flowers and cutting the green onions in the afternoon, and dozes off along with a little bunny who sleeps over him. Flaking out, a bug flies around him buzzing in his ear, making him irritated. He jerks his hand to avoid the buzzing, but our boy wakes up annoyed by the sound, wondering where this damn bug came from. In a flash, an adorable little bee comes up front, staring at Seijun with pretty purple eyes, assuming the bee super adorable bee to be an insect monster. While our boy is puzzled about the sudden bee arrival, he moves up, making the baby bunny trip on the ground, as he diverts all his attention towards the bee. Glancing at the bee with eyes full of love, a notification comes up that stipulates that it's a poisonous honeybee. Upon reading, this frightens the life out of him as the poisonous honeybee gets close to him. To save himself from the bee, he asks the bunnies if this bee is really deadly. But darting at the situation, the bunnies make a hasty retreat, escaping from the scene, leaving poor Seijun who gets stuck with the deadly bee. Our fella is left terrified and all alone by the deceiving bunnies who had left him behind. It is revealed to us by the dungeon administrator that this poisonous honeybee is carnivorous, as they hunt animals with their venomous stingers and eat the flesh. The admin further warns them to stay away from the deadly bee stinger. Scared stiff, our guy feels threatened by the honeybee, knowing that it eats flesh. He instantly gets away from that poisonous insect monster, jerking it away. I mean, it's a deadly honeybee with a venomous stinger that can frighten anybody to death. Abruptly, the poisonous honeybee becomes mad with her eyes turning red. Our boy cries for help, pleading with the bee not to kill him, and trips on the ground. Stumbling onto the flower field with nowhere to escape, he grasps a flower and scaredly approaches his hand towards the bee. The bee calms down, inspects the flower, and starts sniffing it. Finally, the honeybee sucks the flower nectar, and now the deadly monster seems to be delighted while our boy speculates if the bee is really carnivorous because it had consumed the nectar. In a minute, he figures out that the honeybee has carried pollination. This distracts the terror of the poisonous honeybee, who now seems harmless. Our fella summons the bee and directs it towards the fields of flowers to pollinate them. This way, the bee carries out pollination, filling its stomach while some of the Seijun's workload is lifted from his shoulder. The tantalizing rush starts to flow as the honeybee heads towards the flowers, and our guy is more than satisfied now, as does not have to pollinate the tomato flowers manually, which hurts his back. In the meantime, the bunny gang comes back, peeking at Seijun as they hide behind the rock. Greeting the bunnies, he taunts them for leaving him alone, calling them selfish. Still angry with the bunny gang, the honeybee returns after pollinating the flowers. Thinking that the bee has now filled its stomach, the monster bee comes closer to Seijun, making its bed on his shirt and sleeps on him. Finding it cute, he hopes not to get stung by the poison, not making any movements while the bee rests on him, and the bunnies surround him, glancing at her with fascination. He welcomes the honeybee as a new family member in his survival diary. The next day, we see the farm has blossomed with ripened red cherry tomatoes. It seems like Seijun has spent 120 days in the dungeon, marking the wall without forgetting a day. A peaceful day shines over the farm. The bunny takes care of the plants as they water the seeds, while our boy harvests the freshly ripened cherry tomatoes. Annoyed by the baby bunnies disturbing his work momentum, Uncle Seijun sends them off to play somewhere else. As he catches a glimpse of baby bunnies playing together, the proud uncle smiles at them as it reminds him of his good time as a kid. Later, the honeybee joins them, settling on Seijun's shoulder. The boy then narrates that the poisonous honeybee has been traveling back and forth to the dungeon for a few weeks. She arrives in the morning to do all the hard-working honey-sucking work and returns to the forest by evening, guessing that it goes back to her beehive. We also get to know that the honeybee started producing its own honey a few days ago, which is intriguing. Later, lunchtime begins, and our boy gathers the bunnies to join him for the meal. The bunnies eat their cooked fish, while Seijun grabs his roasted green onion as the bee drips honey on it. These are known as honey green onions, freshly green onions topped off with a layer of honey from the honeybee, which enhances the sweet and savory flavors. While Hen gets dazzled by the hypnotizing taste, the bunnies are left in awe by the taste of the honey green onions. Our boy feels relieved as the bee now seems harmless, and with honeybees being super useful for pollinating and providing honey, they have expanded the farm rapidly. Seijun can't seem to get over the delicious honey green onions, thinking that he can immerse himself in honey like a bear in a few months. The administrator sneakingly peeks at him and cheers him on. In the meantime, Seijun marks the wall and notices that the blue moon is approaching. He feels nervous thinking about the previous incidents that occurred during the solar eclipse, wishing that it passes safely. As the blue moon day rises, Seijun takes some red cherry tomatoes out of the storage into a woven basket. While thinking that the honeybee hasn't shown up yet, he assumes that she might be getting ready for the blue moon, and gives the bunnies a heads up to return to their home. However, as our guy picks up the tomato basket, he notices something strange. Noticing the farmer bunnies and the baby bunnies frantically clamped together in a tight hug, acting strange. Staring at them with confusion, the bunny couple ran towards their home in the blink of an eye, leaving the baby bunnies behind. As the blue moon is about to begin, Seijun is muddled by the sudden situation watching the baby bunnies be left outside by their parents. Promptly, the blue moon rises as the light falls on him. Our boy turns back to look at the baby bunnies and observes something horrible. He watches the baby bunnies turning into monsters as the blue moonlight falls upon them, making them wild. Witnessing the horrible situation that has taken place, suddenly a bright light flashes onto his face. It seems like something is happening to the bunnies. Assuming that it's over, it turns out that the babies have grown up and have transformed into white farmer bunnies with the help of blue moon energy. Our guy sums it up that now the bunnies have grown up as their coats have changed similar to their parents, and this fifth blue moon of the bunnies was their adulting ritual. It appears that there are 4 white grown-up bunnies and 1 black-coated grown-up bunny. Perplexed by the sudden incident, faint-hearted Uncle Seijun starts sobbing, reckoning that something happened to them. While the grown-up farmer bunnies appease him, our boy moves in for a big cuddle, smooching off the bunnies who can hardly escape. He takes sweet revenge for scaring him, and the grown-ups start running away from his cuddles filled with love. Eventually, the blue moon comes to an end, and the farmer bunnies come out of their home, watching Uncle Seijun and the grown-up bunnies sitting back by the fire. Our boy contemplates the wholesome moment as the grown-up bunnies reunite with their parents, clinging together in a hug, and thinks of throwing a party for newly young farmer bunnies. However, one of the young white farmer bunnies moves his hand, and an item appears in his hand. It seems like all of the 4 white farmer bunnies summoned their items, including a white sickle farmer, a white wagon farmer, a white sprinkling can farmer, and a white shovel farmer. Getting their items, the parents cheer them on as now all of them have transformed into farmers like them. Summoning their items, Seijun concedes that when the bunnies grow up to be white farmer bunnies, they each get to own an item, thinking that he will never be able to borrow an item. While a white farmer bunny tosses the black bunny out of the wagon, the guy is still lost in thought. As soon as he asks the black bunny why he didn't get any items, a big wooden hammer appears in his hand, and our boy realizes that he's not a farmer, but a black warrior bunny as his name appears. Later, all the white farmer bunnies begin working on the farm, with 2 of them trimming off the green onions, 2 of them watering the field, 1 of them carrying the freshly harvested tomatoes into the wagon, and 1 of them digging up soil with the shovel. The wagon farmer bunnies bring the cherry tomatoes in the wheelbarrow to Seijun, where he places the tomatoes in the storage made out of rocks and covered with green onion leaves. Tears of joy start streaming off Uncle Seijun's eyes as he beholds the sight of his grown-up bunnies helping their parents, getting proud of them. Meanwhile, our boy swings around his attention to the black warrior bunny. He finds him chilling and eating cherry tomatoes, and asks if he ever works at all. He wonders what a warrior bunny does, and assumes their job is to fight for the living. But in the dungeon, there are no monsters that could put their farm in danger, asserting that the big wooden hammer isn't useful in farming. The black warrior bunny makes his way to the pond and points at it. Our guy concludes that the warrior bunny can hunt the fish in the pond, and that would be helpful for them, putting one more thing off his plate. To test the bunny's power, Seijun stands near the pond holding the fire flame torch to lure in the fishes, and the warrior bunny stands guard with his hammer. As the fish splashes out of the pond, the warrior bunny strikes a blow with his hammer with full strength, turning the poor fish into grits, like a fish juice. Our guy is left stunned by the powerful blow made by the warrior bunny. Disappointed, they all eat soggy gritfish for dinner while the white farmer Blues gives him an annoyed glare, making him feel guilty. But Uncle Seijun tries to lighten up the mood, giving hope to the black bunny that practice will make him good at hunting fish. After some time, the bunnies familiarize themselves with their appointed roles as Seijun helps them through it all. 125th day in the dungeon comes along, and the seed store reopens after 30 days. Delighted, our boy wonders what seeds he should buy this time, But this excitement is short-lived when he witnesses that the prices of the seeds have increased more than before. The 3 seed choices appear in front of him, and with only 0.09 dungeon coins he could only afford the waxy corn seeds. He is concerned about future purchasing, as it seems like a problem because he won't be able to buy anything if the prices keep getting higher, and also there's no way for him to earn dungeon coins. It is revealed to us that the hunters or people who are taken into the dungeon have 3 ways to earn dungeon coins. The first one is the way to earn rewards by clearing up dungeon floors, which gets them large amounts of rewards, but only once per floor. Clearing floor rewards do not take up a larger proportion of hunter revenue, which takes us to the second way, that is to earn rewards by killing monsters and selling their bodies to peddlers or at the first floor store of the dungeon. The second way takes up the largest part of hunters' revenue because it enables repetitive sales. The last way, which is the third way, is to earn rewards by completing quests, and the rewards vary according to the quests. Unluckily, Seijin cannot earn dungeon coin with any of the ways because he is not allowed to clear up the floors or leave the dungeon, and the only option he is left with is exploitative quests given by the dungeon dragon. He frantically calls upon the admin and asks him for dungeon coins in return for completing quests. The notifications come up and it turns out the admin is unaware of the dungeon currency, but promises Seijin to give the coins when she grows up. He gives it a thought and speculates that the dragon doesn't know about the dungeon coins, asking about her age and how many years she needs to grow up, to which Aileen the Black Dragon answers that it's a secret. But the dragon estimates the age, which is around 300 years, making our poor protagonist freak out. He strongly objects because to earn his coins he will have to pass the dungeon coins to generations of his great-great-grandchildren, which will probably take a century to reap the benefit. He tries to reason with the admin, explaining that he's not in a position to reproduce while he's trapped in a cave. Challenging his last nerve, the screen disappears, making his blood boil even more. Our boy calms down, thinking that anger won't help either way, and decides to buy a batch of corn seeds, as they are delicious when roasted or grilled, and they can make tortillas out of corn flour, which seems kinda far-fetched. Counting all the benefits, he taps onto the corn seeds and purchases 200 waxy corn seeds. Earning points for purchasing, a red pouch appears and the shiny corn seeds burst out of it, making Seijin and the bunnies excited to plant the corn seeds. But first they decide to have dinner as the stomach rumbles and the hunger pangs hit him. They cook the fishes and stuff themselves to their fullest. As more fishes are being steamed, they dry the rest and save them for later. Later the bee joins him, rubbing against his cheeks. He assumes the honeybee is hanging out in the cave more than usual and not going to her home more often, but he doesn't mind the presence of the adorable honeybee. Suddenly, a bee scents something strange above the cave. The alert poisonous honeybee and the black warrior bunny get all fired up to fight and leap upwards into the cave, guessing that it's a dungeon monster. But it turns out to be Little Paws, stretching out from above the cave, pleading to stop attacking him, as he is not here to steal their food. It turns out to be a cat who has found its way into the cave, and the bunnies start to shake in fear. Seijin asks the cat what brings him here, and the cat, wearing a cute green cape with its paws aimed toward the ground, jumps into the cave, entering like a classic superhero. The cat introduces himself as Teo, who is a peddler, and greets his customer Seijin Park. Meeting the peddler cat, Seijin adds this moment into his survival diary, remembering that he has heard about running into peddlers while climbing the towers, but never heard about a peddler cat before. Analyzing Teo's soft, chubby cheeks, sparkly wide eyes, and squishy paws that nobody can avoid playing with, our guy gets smitten by the cute cat. It turns out that Seijin is a cat person. Trying to act cool in front of the cat and hiding his affection, he asks Teo about what he wants. To this, Teo answers that he has gotten to know that Seijun has become a new member of the seed store. The cat bows down and proposes a deal with him. The cat takes some stuff out of his bag, but shortly after that his stomach starts growling. Teo apologizes for his unprofessional act in front of his customer, asserting that hasn't eaten anything in days. Listening to this, a sneaky grin shrouds Seijun's face, and he offers the cat some grilled fish. Glancing at the freshly grilled fish, Teo's eyes get bigger than ever. It looks like he has never seen a fish before and can't wait to grab a bite of the scrumptious meal. Drooling over the grilled fish, Teo refuses to eat the fish, saying that he can't take his customer's food. But it looks like Seijun has something in mind as he doesn't back off, and urges the cat to take the fish, tempting him by carrying the grilled fish close to his face. He lures the food near Teo, telling him to smell the wonderfully succulent fish cooked to perfection, imploring him how he can resist the strong fishy aroma of being a cat. Teo stares at the fish with desperate eyes, testing his patience. He fails to hold back and grabs the grilled fish, drooling at the mouth. The irresistible act of Seijun makes the cat eat the fish, and he keeps grilling it for him, being compassionate about Teo's appetite. As Teo eats 5 grilled fish cooked by our guy, the cat lays on the ground, stuffing his stomach to the fullest. The cat is more than grateful for the delicious meal and appreciates his hospitality, unsure of how else to repay him. Exchanging the kind words, Sejun proposes a deal to Teo, asking for 0.5 dungeon coins. The cat gets confused, but our guy clears the air as he asks him to pay for what he has eaten. Thinking that the meal was for free, the sly cave person tells Teo that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and reminds the cute cat that he's here for a deal. Sejun traps the poor cat in his plan and asks Teo if he was just going to leave after eating his customer's food, while the warrior bunny stands behind him holding a hammer. Poor cat pays him the amount he asked for, and our guy gets excited as he has just earned dungeon coins. It looks like Teo the peddler cat has gotten scammed by our main character. Teo regrets his decision and ponders that he came to make money from his customer, but ended up giving his money away. Looks like his business took a fall before it even started. Determined, he refuses to be a pushover again and decides to sell something to Sejun, taking his items out of the bag. Teo presents the brand new items he had bought from another dungeon floor, which include a container, mini fan, and a pocket hand warmer selling for 5 dungeon coins each. Sejun thinks and speculates that these items are similar to those of the outside world. The cat goes on and explains their magic features, saying that the container is a magic preservation that also maintains the temperature of hot, or asserting that these items are trash. Hearing the disrespectful remarks about his items, Teo gets furious as his valuable items are titled as trash when they should be appreciated. On this, Sejun discloses that he had come from the outside world, confessing that none of these are magic items but are ordinary real-world gadgets, explaining the real science behind the items and how they actually work. The cat fights back, denying the stark reality about his items exposed by Sejun. He also reveals that a goblin named Skaram told him that these are magic items. While the cat continues to tell his sob story, the mini fan goes out of battery. As Teo tries to make the fan move, he fails miserably, and our boy speaks out that this person named Skaram tricked him into buying these useless items by telling mendacious features about them. Listening to this, Teo is on the verge of a breakdown as he remembers how friendly the goblin was, and he easily got fooled by him. Distraught, the cat is left in disbelief after getting deceived by the goblin, punching on the ground with his little paws, and breaks down in tears, calling himself a useless cat who easily gets persuaded and conned. Thinking that Teo sounds like a real cat, our boy asks the cat to share his tragic story. Teo then unfolds his tale of woe, revealing that he's from the 75th floor, which is one of the neutral zones in the dungeon. He falls in love with Maril, who is the most beautiful catwoman in his village, Granier. Mustering up the courage, he finally decides to express his love for her, proposing to Maril with a bouquet full of fish. He asks her to be his girlfriend, as Meryl, a pretty gray cat, appears in a beautiful blue dress. As she breathes the unpleasant smell of the fishes, she flings the bouquet with her sharp claws, and the small fishes scatter all over the ground, ruining Teo's gift. She jerks her hand, saying these fishes smell like cheap minnows. Teo gets offended by this rude act, and lets out that it took hours to find these minnow fishes, while Meryl stands there with no guilt on her face. In the meantime, another black cat arrives at the scene. The black cat makes a fancy entry, objecting that Meryl does not deserve these cheap fishes. To Teo's surprise, it turns out to be Oren the black cat, the son of the richest family in the village, holding a big salmon. Oren holds his expensive gift. Disapproving of Teo's gift, he asserts that what kind of cat gives cheap fish to a lady like Meryl, adding that a real man like him offers a premium salmon. Meryl, the greedy cat, gets flattered by the expensive salmon and totally seems to fall in love with it. Crushing his self-respect, Teo yells that Meryl doesn't like fatty fish, but no one listens to him. Getting rejected in the most humiliating way, Teo feels crestfallen. While Oren and Meryl get on their way to enjoy the salmon steak at his house, Meryl happily wags her tail, walking with the richest cat and rejecting kind-hearted Teo in the most mortifying way. I mean, Teo has dodged a bullet with the money grubber like Meryl because he deserves so much better. But this does end here when Teo follows them and grabs Meryl's hand, refusing to let her go. Teo starts acting dramatically, as he reminds Meryl of the memories they've shared together, and asks her if these memories meant nothing to her. The cat pulls off a dramatic scene, coming straight out of a melodrama. However, snapping back to reality, Meryl strongly jerks his hands and reveals that she just smiled at him a few times because he kept following her everywhere, and further humiliates Teo by telling him that she hates a poor cat like him, who reeks of cheap minnows. Hearing these excruciating words, poor Teo burst into tears. I mean, the cat is super delusional, making romantic scenarios just because a beautiful woman smiles at him. The next scene takes us to the present day, where Teo wraps up his hardship tale, revealing that after losing Meryl to Oren, the richest cat in town, he left his village to get his revenge by becoming rich, and to achieve all of this, he decides to become a peddler. It turns out that Teo becomes a peddler to fulfill his revenge after facing a gruesome rejection by the woman he loved the most, who had left him for some rich guy. After listening to his painful story, Sejun and the bunnies are left speechless. The poor cat had invested his lifetime savings of 50 dungeon coins to acquire the credentials needed to become a merchant, and get conned by the evil-looking goblin who cajoles him into purchasing those useless items which he buys for the remaining 5 dungeon coins. Teo explains his scam story and about that evil goblin. It all begins in a bar where a black female bunny in appealing clothes is serving drinks. The goblin sets a trap by tricking him into sharing a secret, unraveling that the items the goblin has the cat can resell them at a higher price on the upper floors of the dungeon as people on the top floor collect these things for fun. Hysterical, Teo interrogates him about why he is selling these items for a low price, on which he lets out that he likes Teo and he is helping him out as a junior merchant. As Teo gives it thought, the goblin manipulates him, saying that he will sell these items to the other merchants. Therefore, Teo falls into his trap and gets a bonus from Skaram the Goblin, which is the map that shows the new seed store member, and after that, the goblin leaves the bar. Just like that, Teo gets strapped for cash, and because of that, he has to skip meals to come all the way here, in hopes of selling these items only to hear these items are trash, losing a customer. The poor cat is devastated by the things that happen to him. Upon hearing this, Sejun thinks to himself that Teo is the most gullible cat he's ever met who has gotten scammed by everyone, and promptly an idea sparks in his mind. It looks like our boy has gotten smart after spending a rough life in the dungeon. Our guy finally figures out the way to earn dungeon coins and encourages Teo by offering him a grilled fish. Panicked, Teo asks if he would make him pay for the meal, but this time Sejun makes sure that they're for free, and so are the earlier ones. The cat looks at him with eyes filled with love, feeling relieved. However, he asks for a favor in return that is to work with him, and Teo listens to him carefully. It looks like Sejun has found himself a servant as well as a partner, saving this moment in his survival diary. Confused, Teo asks him if he wants to work with a useless rookie peddler like him, but Sejun, who cannot let this deal slip out of his hands, persuades Teo to sign the deal and help him sell his items, flattering him by calling Teo a business savvy. But the cat is not uplifted by his words and thinks of himself as a useless cat. But Sejun comforts him, making him believe that committing mistakes is okay, and they also lead him to meet his business partner. Encouraging the cat by calling him a business ingenious, our guy almost convinces Teo to be his partner. As the peddler's thought lingers in uncertainty, Sejun calls the bunnies as they set up deck chairs and an umbrella canopy made out of green onion leaves, making it look like a beach without water, while the white farmer bunnies adorn themselves with flowers. Sejun slurps the drink served by the bunnies, relaxing on the deck chair while the bunnies act as his servants, blowing air by the green onion leaves, and the Teo sits there in utter confusion. After that, he proceeds to talk to Teo, letting it out they cannot trick people into buying the items he'd bought from Skaram, assuming that he has no money to find a new client. On this, Teo nods his head as now he is penniless. Our main character then proposes a deal that would benefit both of them and explains his simple business idea. Thinking like a true entrepreneur, or you can say a con man, he reveals that Teo has to sell his item to people, and he will share the part of the profit that would be made by the sale as a commission. Before Teo could further inquire him about commission, he interrupts him and proceeds that the cat must sell the product at or above the prices that Sejun sets for his item, and he can also sell the items at higher prices if he's capable of doing so, adding that Teo would get 3 to 5% of the sale price, which seems quite less for Teo, and he gets disheartened. While our guy cajoles Teo into agreeing with him, the grown-up bunnies move towards Teo, bringing him grilled fish. The cat gets disappointed after knowing his commission amount, thinking that it's so little. He slurps his drink in anger, reckoning that he's not stupid and will not get fooled by him again. But the deal doesn't end here when Sejun orders the bunnies to bring up the deliciously grilled fish, and energetically adds that Teo will get 10 grilled fish or coins of equivalent value every week. This makes Teo's jaw drop as he hears such an appealing offer that no cat can resist. He catches a glimpse of the tempting grilled fish carried by the bunnies. Finalizing his generous offer, Teo drools over the grilled fish, completely falling into Sejun's bait. Asking Teo to give his answer about the deal, the cat gets reminded of the horrible past incidents as the thought of greedy Meryl, evil Orin, and the scammer goblin Skaram who had made him penniless takes over his mind. He shakes off all the bad thoughts, determined not to become a pushover again. But glancing at the tantalizing offer in front of him that seems to be the cat's favorite and a generous deal, Teo gives it some time and demands to agree to Sejun's deal on a condition, which is to offer 20 grilled fish. It looks like cunning Sejun has finally succeeded in his plan, as he puts on a devilish smile like a freak. To make Teo not jump out of the deal again, our boy adds 5 more fish, making it 25 fishes in total as his compensation. The cat is filled with admiration as he peeks at the irresistible grilled fish. To add a cherry on top, Sejun offers Teo to have as much grilled fish as he wants while he stays in the cave, making him burst with happiness. As Teo with an adorable cat face stands in awe with his eyes filled with love looking at the cooked fish, our guy asks for a piece of paper. Getting his hands on a paper and a feather pen, Sejun decides to make a contract. While both parties sign the contract, Teo instantly regrets his decision, presuming that he signed the contract on a whim, as all attention is captivated by the sight of grilled fishes. The paper contract glides in the air, transforming into an official permanent agreement by the dungeon admin, with proper purpose and terms written by Seijun, demonstrated on the notification window. Our ingenious guy reveals that contracts are important in the dungeon that can't be revoked, and that's why it is hard to delete or edit them. He then celebrates his first ever contract with Teo, while the cat is still in disbelief, reconsidering the decision. Reading the contract, Teo raises a question about Clause 4, asking what the term Miowish means, and takes a guess that our fella could be referring to his Grainier dialect. While the self-conscious Teo wags his tail, our boy informs him that he will find out when the time comes. Hoping for a good partnership, and uncertain of how long this contract will last, the cat reminds Seijun of the first clause, stating that the contract will be terminated if Teo fails to make any sales or sell his items. Patting the fluffy cat, our boy puts his trust in Teo and praises him by telling him that he is counting on the savvy cat, on which Teo gets flattered as he likes his title as a smart CEO and starts purring. After that, the cat asks for the items he's looking to sell, to which Seijun smirks and reveals that the items he is going to sell are cherry tomatoes. Teo gets baffled after hearing he is going to sell a fruit as an item, and our boy takes him to the farm showing him the magic cherry tomatoes. As the cat sniffs the fruit, Seijun reveals that it's an item called the magic cherry tomato, and explains that it increases magic by 0.01 point for 10 minutes. Seeking the sale price of the tomatoes, Teo takes a guess and assumes that if he sells them to new awakens that have been admitted to the dungeon, so maybe he can sell them 0.01 dungeon coin. However, our guy who is not coming slow asks Teo to sell them at a price of 0.05 dungeon coins. Shocked, Teo frantically makes it clear no one would buy these items from him at such a price. To top it all off, Teo reckons on selling the items and making less than 5 dungeon coins to terminate his contract with Seijun, and takes his 25 grilled fish, presuming that it will be a good idea. Lost in his sneaky thought, Teo agrees to sell the items and asks Seijun how many items he should take. The bunnies carry 1,000 magic cherry tomatoes for sale, and his 25 grilled fish as a part of his weekly compensation. Wondering how Teo will carry tons of items, the peddler cat pulls out his magic rucksack that comes with preservation, expansion, and lightweight magic. This way it can store tons of stuff in their original condition for a long period of time. Impressed by the magic item, Teo tosses the rucksack on the items, and the magic cloth takes all the cherry tomatoes and grilled fish, turning it into a backpack in the blink of an eye. As Teo conveniently puts on his backpack, filled with items and food for the way, and is ready to leave, Seijun and the bunnies wish him luck and wave him goodbye as Teo jumps out of the cave. The next scene then flashes, taking us a few days later to the 39th floor of the dungeon, where the hunters are fighting with a big spider dungeon monster. As one of the awakened seems to struggle, the others throw a fireball at the spider, but it seems like a tough fight as the spider is powerful. In a flash, a powerful hunter with a magical blue sword decapitates the spider, making it look like no big deal. The impressive hunter turns out to be Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, who seems to take the lead again with his unmatched sword-fighting skills. Snapping out of the flattery, Dongshik orders the other members to help their colleagues to wrap it up, pointing out Jessica, who is one of the team members because she free rides most of the time. Abruptly, the leader hears a noise coming from behind his back. As he gets prepared to attack, it appears to be Teo, the peddler cat. Greeting humans, Teo cuts to the chase and asks the hunters to check out his items. The members figure out that it's a peddler cat, and a girl goes crazy over the adorable-looking merchant cat. Teo's mind drifts to Seijun, who had told him to use his Grainier dialect in front of the humans to help him draw attention, and it turns out to be a good idea as the peddler manages to gather all the people around him. He brings out the magic cherry tomatoes. As the members of the guild are looking closely at the item, Dongshik asks the peddler cat why he is here to sell fruit, and it would have been better if he had bought bread or meat. Teo then calls upon the foolish humans. He confesses that these are not any average tomatoes. He captivates attention by revealing the main thing about these magic cherry tomatoes, which is the features. The people realize that they are magic items as their features and benefits are shown on the status window. Looking at the tomatoes' magic energy, the guild members object to the tiny magic amount and freak out when they find out that the peddler is selling them for 0.05 dungeon coins, which seems quite expensive. Hearing the price of the magic cherry tomatoes, the hunters speak out. They would rather spend their money on equipment than on these ordinary tomatoes. As the people start losing interest in Teo's magic item, one of the girl members reads out the full description of the item, getting surprised when she finds out that these magic tomatoes can dissolve 10 grams of body fat, piquing the interest of fitness enthusiasts. Knowing that these tomatoes can lose weight just by consuming them, they divert their attention towards the peddler. However, the hunters get even crazier when they get to know that applying up to 10 of these cherry tomatoes affects at once. The demand for Teo's item drastically increases. A feud begins between the guild members as they compete for the red cherry tomatoes. One of the hunters asks for hundreds of tomatoes at once, and the demands keep rising as more people join to buy this magic item. Eventually, Teo sells out all of the magic items he had bought with him, looking in astonishment. The scene then takes us to the cave where we see Seijun is harvesting the cherry tomatoes, and wonders if things are going well with Teo, assuming that he should have met the hunters by now. As our boy picks out a freshly grown cherry tomato, he lets out that people might think these cherry tomatoes can only boost magic, but they are a one-of-a-kind weight loss product that instantly reduces 10 grams of body fat and gives energy with no side effects at all. He eats his delicious cherry tomatoes and takes a guess that they will be a hit among the people, having full faith in human obsession with weight loss and body fat. Later, we get to know that Teo has sold out all the items and has earned 50 dungeon coins on his first mission. At the cave, Seijun witnesses that the carrot seeds have finally sprouted up to 70%. It is revealed to us that 700 out of 1,000 carrot seeds had sprouted, growing into small plants. 732 out of 1,200 odd magic cherry tomatoes had sprouted, and the germination rate of the corn seeds and sweet potato also fluttered around 60 to 70%. It looks like Seijun Farm is thriving with newly sprouted plants. Wishing that the seeds could germinate more, he speculates the reason for the slow germination of the seeds could either be low farming level or less fertile cave soil, and gets determined to boost the productivity of the flowers. Our boy now feels the need to harvest as much as possible, because now they ultimately have found a way to earn dungeon coins through Teo. Suddenly, they hear a noise coming from the pond, and it turns out that the Black Warrior Bunny has honed his skills as he flaunts his breathtaking hunting skills by striking his hammer and smashing multiple fishes at once. It looks like our Warrior Bunny has become the best fisherman in the cave. Uncle Seijun is impressed by his amazing hunting skills, calling him a veteran hunter, and after a while the Black Bunny starts to glow as he levels up. Seijun congratulates him by patting him, and asserts that he had seen the white farmer bunnies glow during farming before, but not him, reckoning that now the Black Bunny has become a real grown hunter. Flattered, the Warrior Bunny shows off his muscles, and the white farmer bunnies clap for him, cheering him on. Soon after, Seijun pulls out something from his bag, and it seems to be one of the items that Teo had brought with him, and takes a coffee break. As he opens up the flask, he seems to be on cloud 9 after seeing coffee packets inside the container. Thinking that nobody even bothered to open the container, neither did Teo or the guy who sold him those items. Seijun delightedly holds the container and reckons if Teo had sold him this coffee container, he would have spent all of his money on the coffee sticks. Nonetheless, he thanks Teo for leaving the container behind and makes instant coffee with no other choice in the dungeon, thinking that he can't even make hot coffee without a kettle, let alone a glass of iced Americano. But he feels grateful for the instant coffee that seemed like a luxury to him at that moment. While preparing the coffee, the honey bee drips honey into the coffee bottle to add a touch of sweetness, and Seijun appreciates her for that. The coffee drink is called honey americano, made with ground coffee melted in cold cave water, and a thick drop of honey from the poisonous honey bee to strike the perfect balance between bitter and sweet. As he takes a sip of that honey americano, he rejoices at the perfect coffee taste that is enough to cope with the fatigue and food coma. While our boy is lost in the amazing flavor of that cold coffee, he asks the bunnies to taste it. The Black Bunny comes forward to take a sip of the coffee. As soon as he gulps it, he spits out right away as the coffee tastes gross to him. In the meantime, the honeybee arrives along with her beehive, and Seijun notices her. It looks like the poisonous honeybee has moved her beehive into the cave, and our boy is overjoyed by this news, and lets out that he used to be sad when the bee returned home in the evening. He welcomes the beehive to the family, deciding to celebrate this moment, but his plans are ruined as a new quest comes up. The quest is to offer 10 harvested cherry tomatoes to the admin, with the consequence of declining to hurt the admin's feelings. Smirking, our boy had been putting off quests because of the dead threats, and reckoned that the dungeon dragon must have realized something while watching his deal with Teo. He thinks it over, and realizes the tower manager has stopped demanding big offers, not threatening to kill him anymore, and feels sympathetic for the admin as now he seems to control her. Seijun clears up the quest, and the admin appreciates his kindness for 10 cherry tomatoes. I mean, the tower manager has gotten compassionate after Seijun has found his way to earn dungeon coins. Looking at the manager being kind, our boy finds it cute and says that he likes it. As soon as he utters the words out of his mouth, he instantly regrets assuming that sounds like a sucker and bumps his hand against the wall in embarrassment. The next then takes us to the Peddler Guild, where Skaram the Goblin in the bar is sitting with his fellow goblins drinking beer. Strange enough, it occurs that Skaram is searching for the peddler cat Teo as he asks his friend about him. The goblins figure out that Skaram is talking about Teo, who bought trash items, and they praise him for how clever he is, as he managed to sell his useless items to a stupid peddler. They ask Skaram why he is looking for Teo, to which he answers that the peddler cat ran out of money after buying those useless items from him, and should have returned to the Peddler's Guild by now after failing to make any sales. else. The goblins presume that evil Skaram is worried about Teo and questions him about the cat getting against him. The ugly-looking goblin, who is not compassionate at all, schemes to scam the cat once again by offering him more opportunities and loans over a glass of milk. With a devilish grin, Skaram plots the whole thing and how that peddler cat will find it hard to pay off his high-interest debts and will struggle to repay the booming interests. He plans on making Teo his slave for the rest of his life. Listening to the evil plot Skaram had planned, the other goblins take him as a genius. And to execute his plan, Skaram orders them to find Teo because it's hard to find a fool and a sucker like him. Finishing up the drinks, Skaram opens up his peddler sales ranking and witnesses himself ranking in the top thousands, making it to 999th position. The gush of pride flows through him as he makes it to the list while his friends do not even rank. It seems like Skaram manages to get on the list by scamming a bunch of innocent and gullible peddlers to make money. He then proceeds to find his victim, and to his surprise, he peeks at Teo's name ranking in the 982 position with sales of 50 dungeon coins. Boiling with anger and confusion, he reckons how it is even possible and gets flummoxed by the great achievement made by Teo. His goblin friends start whispering as they find out that it's the cat that Skaram was planning to destroy that has ranked higher than him. Furious, Skaram strikes the table out of anger and is utterly jealous of the cat as he managed to make more sales than him. In the meantime, Sejun and the bunnies are working on the farm, and Teo comes back after his successful mission. Our fella yells at Teo, asking where he had been. The cat apologizes, saying that he will come back as soon as he sells out next time, without wandering on other floors. Our guy hysterically questions Teo if he is on vacation, to which he confesses that it's only been 4 days since he sold the magic items. Sejun inspects him as it takes about 10 days to reach the 30th level, and asks him why he took 4 days off after making the sales. However, in the back of his mind, Sejun is surprised that it took Teo 14 days, realizing that it would have taken a lot of days, adding that he must have sold out as soon as he reached downstairs. Sejun taps on the cat's shoulder and asks Teo to explain everything in detail with a weird grin on his face. As Teo explains his journey and how he sold out the magic cherry tomatoes, our boy gets amused that it only took a few words to have the hunters buy everything, and Teo hands the bag full of dungeon coins to his partner. Glancing at the dungeon coins, Sejun thanks his intern Teo and gives his commission, which is 2 dungeon coins. Presuming that he was the savvy CEO, it seems like Sejun had demoted his position as he mumbles that Teo, being a reckless CEO, took a 4-day consecutive vacation and plans to make him the CEO again and raise his commission by 5% if he works hard. Teo gets happy and promises to work hard to reach the position he has lost. While conversing, Sejun notices that the cat is talking in his Grenier dialect, to which Teo asserts that he had decided to keep his accent, figuring out that humans like it, and it helps to grab their attention. After that, our fella gets enthusiastic knowing that now his name will be known to people in the dungeon. Listening to this, Teo gets jumbled and asks him what he's talking about. Sejun confides in him by saying that the feature window reveals the name of the person who grew the tomatoes, which means he will become well known among the people of the dungeon. Getting to know this new information, a wave of tension hits Teo, and he gets panicked after hearing about his thoughts of making his name in the dungeon. As it seems like Teo is in some kind of trouble, it is revealed to us that rookie peddlers have a special feature that enables them to hide the suppliers' names from the customers to prevent losing business and being a rookie merchant. It was mandatory was Teo to not disclose where the produce has come from. Similarly, while selling Sejun's magic cherry tomatoes, his name was blurred in the feature window, depicting that his name was hidden. The people who had bought his items couldn't get to know his name because of that feature. Choosing whether he should hide this piece of information from Sejun, he makes up his mind and decides to keep it a secret, manifesting that his partner would get angry after knowing the stark reality, and he can be demoted to become an intern again, or in the worst case, get fired. Struggling to hide the truth, anxious Teo implores for more cherry tomatoes and leaves for his next mission. But our boy insists on taking a few days off, as he also has to get paid for the week too. But Teo hastily grabs the cherry tomatoes from the wheelbarrow and tosses them into the rucksack. Teo thinks of ways to undo the option that hides the grower name, and ascertains that there's only one way to do it, which is to reach 1,000 dungeon coins and upgrade to the intermediate peddler level. Sejun appreciates his hard work. While the Black Bunny suspiciously watches Teo, he leaves the cave to sell the items. Later, Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, is conversing with his members. As they are talking, Dongshik receives a notification on his smartphone, which is sent by his daughter, who expresses love for her father, telling him that her friends are jealous about the weight loss cherry tomatoes and requests him to bring more of them. Tears of joy streams down the father's face. As the members ask him if he feels all right, he slurps his coffee and confesses that his cranky daughter, who is always stressed about weight loss, had told him that she loves him. Dongshik proceeds that he only bought 20 of those magic tomatoes to let other members take the rest, regretting that he would have bought more of them if he knew that his daughter likes them too much. One of the members inquires him about the tomatoes, asking if he bought these from a peddler, and lets out that it's tragic how girls and women are obsessed with weight loss. Upon hearing, another member shows a living proof as he reveals that his crush became his girlfriend after he gifted those magic tomatoes to her, showing off the picture with his girlfriend in everyone's faces. Then one of the members notifies that he still has a few of those magic tomatoes. The other members freaks out, asking him to sell them the rest of the cherry tomatoes he'd left, but one of them demands to buy those magic items, saying that he would pay more, 1,001 each. I mean, people are going crazy over those tomatoes, and it looks like men have found their way to get a girlfriend in the easiest way. After that, Dongshik announces to summon all the members of the guild as they have to head towards the 38th floor of the dungeon, but the members object, recalling him that the leader called upon them a few days ago. In the meantime, Jessica, who is also one of the guild's members, along with 2 girls, arrives at the scene in their slim-fit clothes. Trying to hide the fact that she is here to prepare for the tomato purchase, she agrees to go with Dongshik for the so-called dungeon exploration. As Dongshik and the girls move along their way, he reckons that he will make sure to buy those magic tomatoes and be his daughter's hero. It seems like their hidden purpose is to buy those cherry tomatoes. The next scene takes us to the dungeon, where Teo is concerned by the thought of earning 1,000 dungeon coins, which seems far-fetched. Thinking that he can fit 1,500 tomatoes at once, he calculates that if he travels back and forth 10 times to sell these items, he can earn that desired amount. But Teo stops stressing about making money and looks around for the place he had sold his items last time, reckoning that the hunters gathered at the same place. Abruptly, the hunters spot the peddler cat, becoming more than happy to see Teo. As the cat questions them if these hunters were looking for him, the guild members speak up that they have been waiting for him for the past 3 days, unaware when he will come back. They ask him about the magic cherry tomatoes, and proud Teo ponders if they have been waiting for so long for the items. One of the members reminds Teo about the price that he had sold tomatoes earlier for 0.05 dungeon coins, but this time the cat comes to fetch the bigger amount and refuses to sell them at the same price as before, excitedly announcing that the prices have increased. Upon hearing, the members are thrown into a state of panic, protesting about the drastic increase in the prices of the magic cherry tomatoes. But Teo doesn't back down, and sets a new price for items, which is 0.07 dungeon coins. As soon as he erupts the words from his mouth, he speculates if the prices are too high. To his surprise, the hunters are convinced with the new price, asking for the magic tomatoes. An outrage between the members initiates as there's a sudden incline in demand for the magic tomatoes. Meanwhile, 2 of the members start whispering about the suspiciously low price of these magic items, and there's a high chance that they will never get to buy them again. The rising demand for the cherry tomatoes gets frantic, as people ask for 200 tomatoes at once, while another customer claims to buy 500 magic tomatoes in one go. Eventually, Teo again sells out all the 1,500 items he had brought with him, despite raising the price. After Teo gets sold out, Dongshik approaches him and asks the peddler cat about his next visit to this dungeon floor, informing that they will be waiting here again, to which the cat answers the hunter that he will be back in around 10 days. Thinking that the 10 days are accurate to give them enough time to wrap up a hunting tour and fix things up, Dongshik informs the cat they will come to buy tomatoes. The leader of the guild returns to the members and announces that they have to subjugate spiders as fast as possible and leave the towers by the end of the day. After that, Teo wonders that at this rate he can easily make 1,000 dungeon coins, and gets thrilled to become an intermediate peddler that will help him disclose the grower's name and become a CEO again. However, his moment of contemplation is interrupted by a group of girl hunters who approach Teo. They greet Teo by calling him a kitty, and notice that he looks similar to a cat they know. Rudely, the peddler makes it clear that his name is Teo, and the girl introducing herself as Suha apologies to him. Teo then asks her if his appearance reminds her of someone, and Suha agrees on that. But Teo informs her that she must have been mistaken because there's no other cat in the world as adorable as him, leaving the girl speechless. As the good-looking peddler gets back on his way, Suha stops him, taking something out of her handbag. It occurs to be cat treats that Suha offers to him, but he refuses to take them, uttering that he only likes grilled fish. But his decision changes in a second when Suha squeezes some of the liquid into Teo's mouth, and he's mesmerized. He gets hooked by the flavor, expressing that he has never tasted such a thing with rich flavors, the fishy, savory taste, and a texture that just melts in the mouth. Getting addicted to this new cat treat, he asks Suha to give more of them, but this time she requests something in return. She asks the cat to take a selfie with her, and he can get all the treats with different flavors. He agrees to take a selfie with Suha to get his hands on those delicious sticks as soon as possible. She takes a selfie with the adorable peddler cat, and gets his treats as promised. Teo then gets back on the way, munching on the treat. One of the guild members is shocked at Suha as she didn't expect her to bring treats to the tower. While Suha looks at her picture with Teo, she wishes to see him again and is certain to come back to meet him again. The next scene flashes us to the cave where the sun is always bright, and we see Black Bunny's bottom in the view as he swims in the pond water. The Black Bunny is on a swimming boot camp as he tries to swim hard in the water, while the grown-up white bunnies watch this exciting swimming show as Uncle Seijin gives Warrior Bunny some lessons, instructing him to straighten his arms, keep the green onion board in front of him, and growing his confidence by complimenting him. While teaching him how to swim, Seijin makes sure that he blocks the fish hole temporarily as he gets reminded of the incident that had happened with the Black Warrior Bunny that still frightens him. As our boy compliments the Black Bunny for his great improvements from last time, we get to know that earlier the Black Bunny carelessly dives into the pond not knowing how to swim, and Seijin catches the sight of the bunny floating on the water. He becomes panic-stricken while the whole bunny family gets traumatized witnessing the Black Bunny lying unconscious on the surface of the water as the piranhas make their way to chew him up as a fresh treat. Reminding this incident how the Black Bunny almost scared the hell out of him, the Warrior Bunny gets more confident in swimming, and so do the grown-up white farmer bunnies. As one of them settles on a waterboard holding a shovel as a pedal, and one of them calmly basks in the sun, enjoying the coolness of the pond water. After playing in the water, Seijun craves something sweet and pulls out a honey bottle from his bag. Peeking at the bottle, which now seems empty, he assumes that he must have finished the honey he collected last time. He stares up at the beehive and reckons that poisonous honeybees have been confined in that hive since she moved here, worrying if she is okay. Glancing at the beehive, Seijun and the Black Bunny notices something around it, and to their surprise it's a bunch of little honeybees swarming around the hive. It is revealed to us that they are baby poisonous honeybees. Alarmed by the sudden situation, our guy thinks of his little honeybee, clueless at what is happening in the cave. Nonetheless, he decides to greet the bees and takes a housewarming gift from his cherry tomato farm, picking up a flower to welcome them. Approaching the hive, our guy nervously welcomes the baby honeybees, calling upon his honeybee. However, the baby poisonous honeybee gets furious and starts buzzing loudly, chasing Seijun and the bunnies. Freaked out, our guy is flustered and thinks what is happening. He implores the baby bees to stop attacking them, shouting that they are not enemies. As the angry bees fly towards the bunnies to attack them, the Black Warrior Bunny with his hammer gets ready to strike at them, but gets halted by Seijun, who instructs him not to engage with them. The angry bees get out of control, nearly attacking Seijun and the bunnies when suddenly, a big beautiful honeybee appears out of the beehive, leaving everyone bewildered. Flustered, our boy encounters the honeybee, who is now a queen poisonous honeybee. As she comes closer along with the baby bees that surround her, Seijun and the Black Bunny are left in awe as they can't seem to believe their eyes. It is revealed to us that the poisonous honeybee is a carnivorous insect monster, hunting its prey with the venomous stinger. Meanwhile, Aileen the tower manager is reading out the dungeon administration book. She realizes that this manual book in the library does not mention such a thing about the bees. Believing that no one's in danger, she still keeps an eye on Seijun and the others who've encountered the queen bee from her the crystal magic ball and plans on discussing this matter with her dad later. In the cave, the queen poisonous honeybee and Seijun along with the bunnies confront each other, and our guy is baffled, staring at the big and beautiful queen bee, asking her if she's the same cute little honeybee from before. With their mouth wide open, our boy flatters the queen honeybee, saying that she looks different. It is narrated that the poisonous honeybee had been eating honey in Seijun's cave, which caused changes in her body. As the bee continues to suck the honey from the flowers, she begins to release intense pheromones, putting on fat each day. When the bee had begun to be cautious of her, she figured out the reason. It comes about that she was capable of reproduction, and so she decides to leave the beehive in the forest and builds her beehive in Seijun's cave where she felt the safest. After days of suffering from intense pain and with her changes in body state, the bee transforms into a queen poisonous honeybee. Believing that it's the poisonous queen honeybee, our guy congratulates her on becoming a queen bee. Despite thinking that it's an awkward time, he proceeds to give her the housewarming gift. Feeling overwhelmed, the queen bee hugs Seijun out of sheer joy. Clamping into a tight hug, the baby bees join her and cling onto our boy, pouring himself into the cuddles of cute honeybees. The friendly baby honeybees become playful with the bunnies as they now seem to be together. After a few days, our fella who seems deep asleep, but his moment of solace is short-lived when the bunny gang shakes him to the core, waking him up in a hurry. Blabbering, our boy hopes to get some sound sleep before the blue moon rises again. The bunnies walk him to the farm, and our dude who is half asleep gets dragged by them as they try to show him something. To his surprise, he notices a carrot with a blue moon energy had grown before time. Thinking that it's premature, he decides to pull it out. Realizing why the bunnies were making a fuss about it and rushing to him, he plucks out the blue carrot while the bunnies stare at it with admiration. As he harvests the carrot that looks as big as a vacuum flask, Seijun holds the long-awaited carrot that bunnies had been waiting for. It unfolds that it's the agility carrot with blue moon energy grown in the dungeon. The carrot is full of nutrients and flavor. With the blue moon energy enhancing the flavor, the agility carrot increases magic by 0.005 points when consumed. Harvesting the carrot, Seijun gets plenty of rewards. While getting rewarded, he speculates that he had earned 70 XP points instead of 50, and wonders if it is because of the high-quality produce. Our fella then hands in the carrot to their rightful and long-awaited owners, which are the bunnies, and appreciate them for their hard work and amazing partnership that he hopes to continue. With sparkle and love in the eyes, the bunnies stare at the carrot like it's some kind of a gem. Eager to eat the carrot, the sickle bunny enters the scene and is all revved up to flaunt his skills. The sickle bunny then slices the carrot, breathtakingly chopping it into accurate small pieces like a pro chef. As the bunnies grab their precise and perfectly chopped carrot pieces, Seijun applauds the sickle bunny and praises him for his chopping skills that made the carrot cut into evenly pieces in a blink of an eye. After that, our boy moves forward with the cherry tomatoes. Plucking the cherry tomatoes, he gets to harvest 5 cherry tomatoes with blue moon energy, offering them to the admin as she had asked for them last time. Receiving the blue cherry tomatoes, the admin appreciates Seijun. But the appreciation doesn't sit well with him, and he asks the tower manager to give him an ability next time. It seems like the admin is not giving any ability to him anytime soon, not feeling very generous. Convincing the admin to give him an ability, he hears a noise. It turns out to be Teo, who has returned from his sales mission. However, the baby honeybees don't welcome him at all. Furious, the baby honeybees attack Teo while he screams in fear, asking Seijun to help him. Thinking that Teo wasn't around when the bees were born, he realizes that the baby honeybees take him as an enemy. To stop the bees from attacking Teo, he grasps the cat in his arms and cuddles with him to make the bees understand that he is a family member. Making the bees go away, our boy holds the cat close to him, covering his face with Teo's fur that makes him cough. But Teo does not get offended, and instead shows gratitude to Seijun, calling him bro. Noticing that the cat is talking casually to his boss, he stretches Teo's cheek. Tolerating the pain, the cat lets out that Seijun called him a family, and feels grateful about it, so he calls him bro. Grabbing Seijun's cheek, the cat hands in the coin he earned from selling the items, making 75 dungeon coins in total. To further shock his partner, Teo spills everything about his sales mission, asserting how the humans waited for him to buy the magic cherry tomatoes, and for that reason he charged an extra 0.02 dungeon coins each. Upon hearing about his booming sales, Seijun does not even flinch, while the cat hops in excitement, asking if he had done a great job, and implores to get his CEO position back. Not looking surprised at all, Seijun refuses to make him a CEO and tells him to keep working as an intern, and gives him his commission, which is 2 dungeon coins. Disappointed, the peddler cat who had earned these coins with hard work does not get promoted, and gets sad after receiving a little commission which he so not deserves. Poor Teo becomes low-spirited, and the black bunny pats his head, trying to make him feel better. Later, we get to know that Seijun already knew that Teo had charged more for his items just because the dungeon administrator had revealed this information to him. With a sneaky smile, he plans on sharing more blue moon energy tomatoes to the tower manager next time, as she can come in handy at times. In the meantime, our dude catches a glimpse of Teo, who is enjoying his liquid cat treat and not a grilled fish. Curious, he asks Teo about the treat, on which the cat confesses that a human gave it to him for taking a selfie with her, and he got these cat treats with different yummy flavors. The boy narrates there are 2 ways to get stuff from outside the dungeon, with the first being the vanishing method. A person can bring whatever is in his hands to the dungeon, just like he did when got sucked into the wormhole with a bag of veggies. Normally getting summoned to the first floor after getting into the dungeon, the people can trade their belongings with items to climb the tower. The second way to get stuff from outside the dungeon is to have awakened hunters bring items upon their return to the tower. They can only bring a couple of pounds worth stuff, but they can take an unlimited quantity of items outside the dungeon. Most hunters bring hunter smartphones, which are solar powered, as the sun never sets in the dungeon, making it accessible to communicate on short distances. Hunter food like fried kimchi, snacks, and Hunter Square, which is a dungeon-only cigarette designed for smokers. Seijun stumbles on the thought that there's a hunter who brings in something trivial, such as a cat treat. While he's lost in that thought, an idea flickers in his mind, and it looks like our ingenious main character has come up with another business plan with Teo. Thinking that he's a genius, Seijun comes up with another idea that includes his so-called partner Teo, who works more like a slave for him. Freaked out by his sneaky grin, Teo offers him a cat treat. However, our guy makes a bold move and confiscates all his cat treats that Teo got from the human. Snatching the cat's treats, Teo shows his true cat power and clings on his shirt to get his treats back. Teo tries to reason with him and yells that he earned these treats by taking a selfie with a human. Meanwhile, Seijun discloses the reason for confiscating his treats, uttering that Teo had earned these treats from a transaction, and according to him it's a clear violation of their contract as Clause 4 states that Party B, who is Teo, shall not attain additional clients without Seijun's permission, who seems to be Party A. Teo realizes that his partner is speaking the truth, which puts him into trouble as the innocent peddler had no idea about this. However, our guy overlooks Teo's mistake, comforting him not to be sad, and cheers him on by calling him the CEO. Realizing that Teo has become a CEO again, our guy lets out that this promotion is only for an hour, but he will think about extending it if he does a great job. He then grabs Teo and settles him on his lap, while the bunnies serve the two partners, bringing fishes to cook in the campfire. Our guy coddles the CEO, giving him the boss treatment, and our boy offers him a treat, making him all comfy in his lap as they sit by the campfire. Getting the exceedingly nice treatment he deserves, Teo seems to be over the moon, assuming that is what the power of a CEO feels like as Seijun squeezes the treat into his mouth. Feeling on top of the world, Teo ponders that it's the best thing ever that happened to him. While the cat gets coddled up, he wishes to have some grilled fish, to which Seijun starts grilling the fish right away. As it all happens, Seijun questions him about how he made it to the 38th floor without fighting the monsters, to which the cat answers that he owns a peddler certificate. Wondering about a peddler certificate, Teo flaunts his badge to him. He then explains that in order to get a peddler certificate, one must pay a high membership fee to keep his status. The higher the level, the higher the fee gets, and they get to enjoy more benefits. Moreover, the peddler certificate holders are permitted protection and many services from the association, adding that one of them is that the peddlers are free from monster attacks, to which our guy asks him about bringing hunters here, but Teo refuses and tells him that it's not possible. Covertly, the cat then unfolds that peddlers use a pathway which only they are allowed to use, and in order to use that pathway, a peddler certificate is mandatory, further revealing that this pathway is the only way to get here from the 38th floor in 5 days. Curious, Seijun inquires about which floor is he on, and Teo, knowing the mystery secret, exposes that they are on the 99th floor of the tower. It seems like Teo knew it all along about which floor the cave occurred to be. After knowing the hidden truth, he hysterically loses his cool, sitting like he's going through a guilt trip. While Teo asks what's the matter with him, our boy speaks out that he had assumed he was not that far from the 38th floor, because Teo, who couldn't use his waypoint like hunters, had come back in 10 days. He seems to be shattered, but pulls himself together by encouraging nothing has changed after learning which floor he's on. Zoned out by the thoughts, Teo snaps him back to reality by grabbing his cheeks, shakes his head, and tells him not to get distracted as his fishes are getting burned, which are his weekly compensation treasure. Still surprised, Seijun grills the fish, contemplating that the hunters have only discovered the 40th floor of the dungeon, yet he's stuck on the 99th floor of the dungeon and thinks of giving up on leaving the tower at this point. Interrupting his depressing thought, Teo instructs him to grill the fishes better, telling him not to burn them this time. But Seijun stops taking his order, mumbling that he stopped being CEO an hour ago. While Teo lets out a deep sigh, another idea flickers in Seijun's head. Keenly eyeing on Teo's peddler badge, Seijun ponders upon using that badge to become a peddler himself. The scene then takes a sudden switch, taking us to another floor of the dungeon, where the hunters barely have any food, and all they are left with is hope to escape alive, as there are way too many monsters on the way for them to return safely with the injured. Meanwhile, the hunters are despaired about the situation. Two peddlers in a nice getup arrive at the scene with a bag full of items, asking the hunters if they need help. The two of them turn out to be famous peddlers in the dungeon, named Seijun Park and his friend Teo, the yellow cat, as the hunters recognize them right away, believing that these two really find lost hunters in the tower. With a bag of food items such as sweet potatoes, cherry tomatoes, and green onions, they sell the items to the hunters as they earn plenty of dungeon coins. However, this whole scenario turns out to be Seijun's pretentious thought, and it seems like the poor guy doesn't even know that his name as a grower cannot be revealed to the hunters or any other person who buys his items. Seijun clenches his fist, getting all fired up by his far-fetched thoughts, and calls upon Teo to ask him if he can become a peddler too. But the fire of hope in Seijun's belly gets subdues when Teo bombards him with another secret that people who belong from outside the dungeon can never become peddlers, but those born in the dungeon like Teo himself can become peddlers, giving scornful laugh at him for not knowing this information. Poor guy lets his guard down again, melting into a breakdown. To tease him, Teo tells him not to be jealous of him because he can never become a peddler. Suddenly, Seijun starts shaking as the anger inside him boils up. He grabs his hair in frustration and begins shouting like a madman, cursing the dungeon for doing that to him. While bunnies are working on the farm, they hear him screaming frantically as he goes through an emotional breakdown. His scream echoes in the dungeon, as the admin, who seems to enjoy her tomato skewers, stops for a second, speculating if she had heard a noise. Finally, he stops being an anxious wreck and calms his nerves down while all the bunnies and bees unearthly stare at him, and poor Teo, who creeps out from his frantic voice, jumps over Black Bunny's head. Our fella, who has been through a lot, gives it a deep thought and reckons nothing will change as he chose this path for himself for raiding into the tower. Uninvited and lashing out won't help him correct his mistakes. He accepts his fate and decides to spend his rest of life in the dungeon. The next scene flashes to the office where a man sitting in his chair inquires about the magic cherry tomatoes in his plate that are getting popular among the hunters, to which a woman sitting on the sofa agrees to him. She asserts that her brother is a member of a Phoenix Guild member and bought these tomatoes from a peddler he ran into in the dungeon. It is revealed that the man in the office is Michael McLaren, who is a vice president of Gagel, which is a food company. On the other hand, the woman named Jenny is the CEO of Ister Pharmaceutical Company. Jenny cuts to the chase and reminds him that he can see the item's status window while she cannot, on which he opens the status window in front of him, concluding that these are magic cherry tomatoes. President McLaren asks her where is getting all this and what she wants to do with these random tomatoes. Telling that his foresight has gotten better, she confirms that Gagel may no longer claim 39% of the world food market at this rate. Testing his patience, Michael threatens her as she seems to get on his rough side, but everything becomes apparent when the CEO flicks her fingers and a screen appears in front of them, demonstrating all the features and the benefits of those magic cherry tomatoes. The vice president peeks at the screen with astonishment as Jenny further proceeds and lets out that the president failed to extract the nutrients from the dungeon soil, and with a quick research she yielded a great data output. Furious, Michael McLaren utters what is the point of showing this to him, when she could easily control the market. Upon hearing, Jenny demands him for the Dungeon Farm project, which is one of his failed attempts in the past. Shocked, the vice president interrogates how she knows about all this, while she plays along saying that it's time to win back the president's trust, who is Michael's father. Coming back stronger, she threatens him by putting out a rumor that the board division will soon elect a new president to replace his ill father. She asks Michael if these cherry tomatoes look delicious, to which the vice president puts on a sneaky grin saying the tomatoes are delicious as he eats them. Laughing hysterically, the president is persuaded by Jenny's threat. Meanwhile, McLaren falls in love with the magic tomatoes and asks Jenny to bring him more, but she shuts him up by telling him to get some more from the dungeon, as he had eaten her cherry tomatoes as well. The next scene takes us to the cave, where Seijun finally decides to settle down in the cave and explore surrounding area necessities. He thinks of addressing an issue one at a time and gathering daily necessities. Reckoning that they should scope out the surrounding environment of the dungeon for their safety, our guy asks Teo if he had encountered any monsters near the cave, to which Teo answers that there are no monsters near the territory, but there's a monster who resides farther away from the cave, revealing that it's a crimson grizzly bear. As soon as Seijun hears this, he recalls the red bear he had encountered that night during the blue moon, sending the chills down his spine out of fear. Scared of the thought, Teo explains that the crimson bear is a terrifying monster, as he lands him a deadly stare whenever he passes by, making the bunnies frightened too. After that, Seijun gives it a thought and believes that it's not safe to leave the cave yet, pondering that thousands of cherry tomatoes will bloom soon enough, and with more flowers the quantity of the poisonous honeybees will multiply quickly. He thinks of sending the bees for inspection to explore the area around the cave and to keep monsters away from their territory. He thinks of escaping the cave with the help of a green onion rope tied down by a tree as the bees pull him up. Snapping out of the thoughts, he assigns Teo some important missions, uttering that only a CEO can handle these missions, to which Teo the CEO is pumped up with confidence and agrees to do the missions. The next scene takes us to a few days later at the 38th floor of the dungeon, where we see a bunch of hunters wander as their camps are settled, and some of them sit by the campfire. As Teo watches them from above, he realizes that there are more people than before, thinking that it's good for him to have more buyers. In a flash, he bounces on the ground, surprising the hunters with his entry and greets them. All the hunters recognize the peddler cat and come rushing towards him. As there appears to be hunters from other guilds as well, a fight for cherry tomatoes begins between two hunters, as one of them announces to have them all carrying a bag full of dungeon coins with him. Things get frantic at the dungeon as another hunter shouts at him for skipping the line and not waiting for his turn. The boy with a bag full of coins seems to have his own rules and says, "Who comes first, gets served first," shutting up the hunter who seems to be from Phoenix Guild, backing him off by telling that his guild doesn't own the 38th floor. While the feud continues, Teo diverts their attention towards him and calls upon all the hunters. The peddler reveals that he has changed things around here, to which the hunters seem to be puzzled, wondering what the peddler is talking about. Shortly, Teo makes a jaw-dropping offer. He announces that he will sell 500 magic cherry tomatoes to the humans who offer the highest price for the items, creating a wave of panic among the hunters. He further speaks out that hunters who don't have the money can therefore leave, while he pulls out the basket full of cherry tomatoes from his rucksack. Teo begins bidding, offering 500 cherry tomatoes for 35 dungeon coins. Our boy then narrates that the cherry tomatoes had proved far more popular outside the dungeon than he had expected, and a human even tried to win Teo's favor with kitty treats. As the bunnies harvest the cherry tomatoes, our guy reckons that there must be tough competition over the fruit, because when the supply is limited, the demands keep growing, and an auction is a great way to earn profit from such situations. Sejun and the Black Bunny enjoy their drink after sending Teo to a mission to conduct an auction, and see his potential as a true salesperson. After getting done with the drink, he gets back to work, and the Black Bunny prepares for dinner. An extra quest befalls. The admin asks for 1 glass of magic cherry tomato with honey, the same drink that Sejun had, offering him 1 occupational ability as a reward. However, Sejun objects, saying that making a tomato juice takes an adequate time, and he needs to get back to work. The Dungeon Dragon seems to be determined, and forces him to complete the quest by offering him a spectacular ability as a reward, and tries to lure him by telling about the unique reward. Sejun finds it suspicious as the admin keeps stressing about the reward, but in reality, she is craving for the tomato juice. As our guy asks for his reward, the tower manager makes it clear that according to a dungeon policy, he must complete the quest to win a reward, and the admin apologizes, uttering that rules are rules and she can't change them, telling him that he can trust her. Our fella then heads back to the cherry tomato farm, thinking back to how he made juice of 50 magic cherry tomatoes with honey and shared it with his fellow bunnies. He presumes that the admin might be drooling over the delicious drink, which is why she persisted for a glass of tomato juice. Carrying the cherry tomatoes out of the storage, activating the killer juice as he squeezes the tomatoes hard, and the honeybee drips honey in the drink. He prepares a fresh, delicious magic tomato juice, offering it to the admin. The cherry tomato juice with honey is a thick juice of freshly crushed cherry tomatoes, and the queen honeybee's honey adds sweetness to the juice with the chunks of cherry tomato to add texture. The administrator expresses her excitement for the irresistible tomato juice. Waiting impatiently, the admin takes the juice. As Sejun ponders about what kind of animal the tower manager is, Aileen sips on the delicious tomato juice, swooning over the sweet and tangy flavor and gushes at how delicious the taste is. Our guy is relieved as she loves the taste. Then he opens the reward and earns a special occupational ability, which is beekeeping. Surprised, Sejun gasps and reads the status window to know more about the ability. As all the points fall in his favor, it takes away his worry as he thought the bees might not stay with him when he leaves the cave. The admin indirectly helps him, and Sejun shows gratitude to the admin for her generous gift. The black dragon peeks at him through the magic ball, leaving her flattered. Aileen seems to ask to get her another cherry tomato juice with honey, but gets interrupted by Sejun's questions as he asks the admin if she's a pig with wings. Pissing her off by such mean remarks, Aileen gives him a dead glare through the magic ball, getting mad at him by calling him stupid and idiot, and she tells her to get lost. Poor Sejun, who has no idea why she's angry at him. He's left puzzled while the admin furiously signs off. The next scene takes us back to the 38th floor of the dungeon, where the peddler cat announces an auction of 1,500 cherry tomatoes, flustering the hunters. Meanwhile, Dongshik, standing at the back, gets panicked, reckoning that if he doesn't win those cherry tomatoes, his daughter will be disappointed in him, and quickly raises his hand, offering 41 dungeon coins for the 500 cherry tomatoes. Determined, Dongshik implores one of his team members to secure the tomatoes at any cost, and they will figure out the money between them later. However, this cutthroat competition doesn't end here when a hunter who seems to be from another guild offers 45 dungeon coins, and the people keep bidding higher and higher, raising the prices to 60 dungeon coins. Worried, Dongshik asks his team member to collect more money, but she also doesn't have much money with her, as she decided to buy some of the tomatoes as a gift. Meanwhile, the auction continues when a man in a suit shows up at the scene, leaving everyone speechless as he offers 100 dungeon coins for 500 magic tomatoes without flinching. It appears to be the Vice President Michael McLaren, who had come all the way to buy those cherry tomatoes. It seems like Teo had got his highest bid price as he asks everyone else to come forward and bid higher, but eventually no one could offer more than they had, so Teo closes the deal at 100 dungeon coins. Abruptly, the attention diverts from tomatoes to the man in the suit as the hunters start gossiping about him, conceding that it's Michael McLaren, also known as the Prince of Hunters, while Dongshik peeks at him, wondering what he's doing here. While all this happens, Dongshik catches a glimpse of Chris, and asks why he is here when he was not assigned on duty for this subjugation. Greeting Dongshik, Chris reveals that her sister had asked to take her to the peddler cat. Knowing that Chris's sister is a CEO of a big company, Dongshik wonders how the word about the cherry tomatoes had spread so quickly, and makes up his mind to win this time as there are 2 auctions left. The second round auction begins, and Teo delightfully holds the cherry tomatoes basket. The auction again starts from 35 dungeon coins, and this time, Dongshik offers to give 60 dungeon coins, determined to get those tomatoes this time. But it all goes in vain when Michael comes forward and bids the price higher than any hunter could reach, offering 100 dungeon coins for the second auction. Dongshik desperately requests his members, asking if anyone has money, but no seems to have that much dungeon coins. The third auction ends without even starting, when the Prince of Hunters demands to take all 1,500 of those magic cherry tomatoes for 300 dungeon coins, and closes the deal. Dongshik gets saddened by the situation as he wants to impress her daughter, on which one of his team members tells him that he can try next time. The workers that had come along with McLaren packs all the cherry tomatoes, while Michael, putting on an evil smirk, holds a cherry tomato, and reckons that these fruits are great produce, and he is glad that he came to take them, ordering his team to head to the first floor of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Teo, who had sold out in a blink of an eye, encounters the girl from before on his way back. She greets him, and the peddler cat recognizes her at once, and recalls her name as Buha. Correcting her name to Suha, she appreciates Teo for remembering her, asking him to take more selfies with her as she shows kitty treats that she'd bought for him. Happy to see the treats again, Teo thinks it over and refuses this delicious offer, telling her that he doesn't need treats. Confused, Suha asks Teo if he really doesn't want the kitty treats, to which he lets out that instead of treats he wants something called coffee that comes in sticks like the kitty treat. She wonders why a cat would ask for coffee and pulls out coffee sticks from her bag, showing it to Teo and asks him if he is talking about these instant coffee sticks. As it turns out to be coffee sticks he had been looking for, Teo further questions her if she has things like salt and pepper with her. Listening to this, Suha and her team members are baffled by the strange things that the cat is asking for. But without questioning Teo, she provides with all the things he needs, and the peddler cat thanks her. Teo recalls that Seijun had assigned him a few missions, and one of them is that when people ask for selfies, the cat should ask them for things like coffee, salt, and pepper in return, and promises him to be the CEO if he performs well. Collecting all the things his partner had asked him, Teo anticipates that now he will have a good time on Seijun's lap. Then Suha and the adorable peddler cat take selfies together, and she thanks too for letting her take pictures with him. As Teo stretches his paws out, thanking her for the transaction, Suha peeks at his squishy paws, and failing to hold herself back, she squeezes his little paw out of love. Feeling good after pressing his soft paws, Teo asks her what she's trying to do. Suha apologizes to him, explaining that she got excited. Suha then gives kitty treats to him because he let her play with his paws, asserting that it was satisfying. Upon hearing, Teo questions her if humans feels better by touching their paws. She answers him back, telling that humans feel prerogative of the fact they can touch soft and cute paws like his, while in the back of her mind she speculates that cats normally don't like when people touch their paws. Listening to Suha stating some facts about his paws, the cute peddler cat watches his paw, thinking to himself that he has lucky paws. After that, the other girls who came with Suha asks Teo for a selfie, uttering that they also gave him what he asked for, on which Teo happily agrees, and takes pictures with them. Getting done with the selfies, the adorable-looking cat stretches out his paw so that the girls can touch them as well, and asks for compensation in return. The ingenious Teo takes all the stuff given by girls for taking selfies with them, and letting them touch his soft paws, while the girl wonders how adorable he is, and decides to bring kitty treats next time. Having a lucky day, Teo ponders that he will certainly become CEO for a whole day, and gets back on his way to carry out other missions assigned by his boss Seijun. Meanwhile, Suha is posting her selfie with the peddler cat. Teo sneaks up on her from behind, leaving her startled. Thinking that he had left, Teo interrogates her if she belongs from a place known as the Republic of Korea. Agreeing with this statement, she asks him how he knows about it. Revealing that she smells familiar, Teo requests Suha to help her with something. The next scene flips to the cave, where we see the bees are swarming in the cherry tomato garden, sucking honey from the flowers. The bees drip the honey to store it in a bottle, while Seijun keeps earning rewards for his beekeeping ability, appreciating the bees for doing a great job. While looking at the beehive, he ponders that he leveled up in beekeeping because of the stable increase of honeybee population, and points out that he hasn't seen queen bee in a while, wondering if she's reproducing. Peeking at the ability status, it is known to us that Seijun can now own 2 beehives, and this way he can split the hive and own both of them. As the honey bottle seems full, Seijun wishes to have containers to store honey and proceeds to harvest the grown carrots. Calling upon the bunnies, our guy pulls out the carrot, which seems big and tasty, gaining plenty of rewards for harvesting the agility carrot. It is revealed to us that a few days after plucking out the blue moon carrot, they got to harvest the regular carrots too. Holding the carrot in his hand, all the bunnies get mesmerized at the sight of shiny harvested carrots. Our guy distributes the carrots among all the bunnies, who are overjoyed by their favorite food, and our boy also seems happy as he thinks that growing carrots has given them more variety of food to enjoy in the cave. Bowing down with carrots in their hands, the bunnies show their gratitude towards Seijun. Harvesting an agility carrot, a feature window comes up which reveals that the agility carrots grown in the dungeon are full of nutrients and flavor. Upon consuming, they each dissolve 10 grams of body fat, boosting agility by 0.1 point for 10 minutes. They can be applied up to 10 effects in an hour, with each dissolving 10 grams of fat and improves vision when consumed. While Sejun and the Black Bunny chew on the carrots, our guy realizes these carrots not only break down fat, but also improves vision, assuming that these will be popular among the people if they start selling them. In the meantime, the hard-working farmer bunnies harvest plenty of carrots, carry them into the wheelbarrow, and place them into the storage. Harvesting the carrots with a great speed, the Black Bunny falls flat on the ground, drained from the work, and Sejun catches the Black Bunny secretly munching on the carrot to gain some energy, telling him to stop stealing. The Daddy Bunny strikes Black Bunny's head for secretly eating carrots. While the bunnies place the carrots, the storage seems to be full, and Sejun calls it a day watching that the work has been completed early. Sejun's farm seems to thrive, and with all his hard work, he gets upgraded to level 10 already, receiving rewards. However, he receives an additional quest, learning that it's not from the dungeon administrator. The notification window warns him that he must complete level 10 occupational quest. Only then he can earn an occupational trait and can move on to the next level. Being familiar with the occupational trait, he reckons that normally the hunters are assigned to combat against monsters for occupational quests, such as monster subjugation, figuring out that it's a different quest for him because he's a farmer. Sitting on the ground with the Black Bunny relaxing on his lap, he receives an occupational quest which is to expand the farm by 1,800 square feet, and assumes that it will be an effortless work. Completing the occupational quest, Sejun and the bunnies are sucked to the bones after the intense hard work for expanding their farm. Our boy, who appears to be fragile, receives plenty of rewards and eventually gets the occupational trait for every 30 square feet of new farmland which he had waited for. Having out the work on the farm, Sejun and the bunnies lay on the ground with no energy left in them as they planted the leftover carrot roots along the way, and the only issue is that now they have been exposed to farmland, which means more land, more work. Terrified by the thought, our fella gets up and instructs the bunnies to sleep and finish the work tomorrow. The bunnies return to their home, and Sejun, carrying his blanket, goes to sleep after a hell long of a tiring day. While the grown-up bunnies approach their house, the parents shut the door on their faces, leaving them outside. Watching this, Sejun assumes that now the young bunnies have grown up, so they need their own places now. But in the meantime, he offers them to crash at his place for tonight, as it's too late to dig the soil and build their places. While the grown-up bunnies scatter all over Sejun's bed, he feels nice and warm as the bunnies sleep with him. The next scene takes us to Dongshik, who couldn't buy any tomatoes for her daughter, and reckons what she would think of him. Meanwhile, he is lost in thought. Suha, along with Teo the peddler cat, approaches him. Asking what the peddler cat is doing here, Teo stretches out his paw and offers Dongshik to make a deal with him. This is not any ordinary deal but a greatly beneficial offer that the peddler offers Dongshik. He hands out a contract to Dongshik and explains that he have to give 50 million won to Sejun's Park family, who lives in Suseo District, Bucheon. Also let them know that he is doing well, informing him that his will be 50 dungeon coins and 200 magic cherry tomatoes. Witnessing the cherry tomatoes, tears of joy start falling from his eyes as Dongshik feels on top of the world, thinking that now he can be the best dad ever. However, he interrogates Teo about Sejun Park, asking if he's a hunter who can't leave the dungeon. Upon hearing, Teo gets reminded that Sejun had strictly told him not to expose that he lives on the 99th floor of the dungeon. Teo then answers him back, revealing that Sejun saved his life on the 40th floor of the dungeon, and to repay his kindness, he is doing a favor for him. Shocked, Dongshik speculates, saying that he didn't know that there's a hunter on the 40th floor, asking if he found the tomatoes as an item, but Teo refuses to tell them, uttering that Sejun Park is a good man with many secrets. Meanwhile, Dongshik is lost in the thought that hardly anyone could reach that floor even with the best members of his guild. He wonders that he had never heard about such a good hunter officially, assuming that he's a solo hunter without any guild association. He thinks of him as an exceptionally talented hunter, and peeks at it as a rare opportunity to establish a network with him and recruit him as a member of his guild. Then he can also get the tomatoes, which are getting harder to come by. Contemplating about all these things, he agrees on the deal, and as soon as he puts his signature on it, it becomes an official contract between them. Dongshik informs the peddler cat that he will get the updates as this deal is valid outside the dungeon as well, and tells him that he will see Teo again in 10 days. Enthusiastic, he proceeds to tell Teo to inform Sejun that Dongshik the Phoenix Guild leader can do it, and his family is now in safe hands. The next scene takes us to the cave where the bunnies are busy building their new home, as their parents have kicked them out. After building an incredible home for themselves, Uncle Sejun compliments the sickle and shovel bunnies for their amazing work, and adores the green onion roof above their house and durable mud walls. Thinking that it's been days since the bunnies left their parents, our guy also notices that the bunnies have also built a lounge. Wishing that he could have a lounge for himself, he pats the bunnies for their hard work, and decides to have a housewarming party to celebrate this occasion. Now the young bunnies have moved into their new homes, while the parent bunnies are enjoying their simple life. Later, Sejun and the bunny gang throw a housewarming party and enjoy their tomato drinks. He appreciates the black bunny for providing them with quality fish, filling in his carrot cup with with the juice. Holding the carrot cup, our fella praises the bunny's creativity for making carrot cups, which is a little small for his size, but they can also eat the cup, which is the fun part. Munching on his carrot, Seijin catches the sight of the couple bunny who are getting all lovey-dovey, giving them a shady look. He reckons that it's strange how they kicked their kids out. Alerting the bunnies that they might welcome their new siblings soon, the notification window comes up in front of them, informing him about the seed store opening. Thrilled, Seijin gets excited about it as he almost forgets while being swamped with all the farming work. He opens the seed store, and 3 types of seeds appear in front of him, including strawberry seeds, potato seeds, and lettuce seeds. Getting exhilarated to see the lettuce seeds that would be great with pork barbecue, he skips the lettuce because of the lack of meat, and moves on to his 2 other options. To get more carbs, he decides to buy the potato seeds, getting plenty of rewards for purchasing from the seed store. Waiting for the potato seeds to arrive soon, a sack of potato seeds falls over him from above. He nearly escapes the deadly attack from the potato sack, scaring the hell out of the bunnies as they come crashing on the ground. After that, he looks over the potatoes and gets excited about planting and harvesting them sooner. Our boy thinks of all the possible dishes he can make with the potatoes, thinking of steamed potatoes and potato pancakes that already makes him drool over them. Energetic, our guy excitedly announces to take a break, and they will start planting potatoes from the next day. During all this, Seijin thinks of Teo, presuming that he's correctly carrying out all the missions assigned to him, hoping for the best. The scene then flashes to the middleman zone, which seems to be a bustling market for peddlers. In the stampede, we find Teo buying all the basic stuff like blankets, pillows, spoons, and a frying pan for the cave, asking the vendor Fox for the prices. The Fox tells him the total for all these items to be 1.6 dungeon coins, which does not sit well with Teo, so he bargains with the shopkeeper to lower the prices, and the Fox agrees on lowering it to 1.5 dungeon coins as a welcome offer. But the peddler cat refuses and asks him to lower the price even more, to which the Fox lets out that he also needs to make his margin for living. Confidently, Teo walks away without buying any of the stuff, leaving the Fox stunned. The shopkeeper gets shocked at this bold move and asks Teo if he was going to leave just like that. The peddler cat expresses that the Fox didn't give him a competitive offer, to which the shopkeeper agrees to settle on 1.3 dungeon coins. Finalizing the price as 1.2 coins, Teo scampers after buying all the stuff, leaving the Fox to reckon who thought he was a rookie peddler, but turned out to be a clever haggler. However, the Fox notices something on the box, and it seems like Teo had left something behind that belongs to him. Running out of breath, Teo stops at a place and appreciates himself for haggling without getting sacked, with happiness gushing through his body. He then recalls how Seijun taught him all the classic tips and tricks for haggling without getting ripped off that worked perfectly for him, assuming that he exactly needs to do what was taught to him. While walking with confidence as now he had become an expert haggler cat, he witnesses Skaram the evil goblin scamming another peddler. The goblin seems to offer a special gift to the Fox peddler, repeating the exact same words he had said to Teo about being a mentor merchant supporting his junior merchant, and sells her the exact same trash items he had sold to Teo that were from outside the tower. Catching the sight of the evil goblin, Teo freaks out after seeing his long-lost enemy who had scammed him and made him run out of money. He calls out Skaram, catching him off guard, and the goblin seems to recognize Teo in a second. Calling him his friend, Skaram puts his hands around Teo's shoulder and asks him if he sold out the items he had given him at a low price, because he felt bad for the cat. Upon hearing this bullshit, Teo furiously jerks his hand away, making it clear that he's not his friend. To help the Fox peddler from falling into Skaram's trap, Teo reveals everything about him, about how he scammed him, exposing the truth about the container that the Fox peddler is holding, revealing that it is not a magic preservation flask, but all it does is insulate the liquid to prevent heat transfer until it delays the cooldown. Skaram is left flummoxed by all this and reckons how to get to know all this information about the items, and tries to reassure him that Teo has been mistaken. But Teo, who couldn't take his shit anymore, calls over the security and screams that this evil goblin is scamming people. In the meantime, Skaram gets panicked and hastily escapes from there, warning Teo that he will not get away with all this. The peddler cat then requests the rookie merchant to be cautious of such scumbags like Skaram who scam rookie merchants. The Fox peddler appreciates his kindness and asks for his name, to which he introduces himself. As Teo gets back on his way, the rookie Fox peddler gives him a spooky stare as she is hiding herself in a blue cape. Suspending the mission, the Fox calls out her team members as they make an action-packed entry, gathering around her. The dogs in a cape and police hats appear before her, and she interrogates them about the recent incident that had happened, asserting that she had asked them to take care of anybody who intervenes. The dog agents reveal that they were inspecting the 100-meter radius, and this peddler cat appeared out of nowhere, apologizing for their mistake. It is revealed to us that the Fox who had been disguised as a peddler is Agent Jarrus from the Secret Investigation Bureau of the Peddlers Association. Agent Jarrus scolds her agent for this invalid excuse, unfolding that their team has been planning to arrest Skaram for months now, and all their work might go down in vain. As they return to the Bureau headquarters, she orders the agents to write a 100-page after-action review report to reflect on the mistake they have made today. It is known to us that the Peddlers Association Department had received numerous reports about the unethical behavior of the merchants. Agent Jarrus reckons that they have been tracking Scarum for months and had been waiting for the right timing because they cannot arrest without proof of how he sourced the illegal items into the tower and then ripped off peddlers into buying them, disguising themselves as peddlers to cross paths with Scarum one day, and they finally confront him when a peddler cat gets in the way, turning their plan into a failure. Then Secret Agent Jarrus thinks of changing the plan and ponders about Teo, who didn't seem to be on good terms with the goblin Scarum, and so she orders the agents to find out more about this peddler cat. Meanwhile, Teo, who is getting back to the cave happily munching on his grilled fish, thinking of himself as a Superman who had saved a peddler from getting scammed. The next scene flashes to the cave, where Seijun and the bunnies begin to plant the potatoes. Holding the potato in his hand, Uncle Seijun teaches the sickle bunny to slice up the potatoes into wedges, while the sickle bunny perfectly slices the potatoes in accurate shape. He proceeds to give instructions to the bunny before planting potatoes. They need to soak the soil with water and place the wedges face down. It seems like Seijun had found a way to produce double the potatoes by cutting each into 4 pieces and planting them, believing that he will not get much money, but it's a nice gig for 1 XP point per square feet of potato field, while he gets rewarded for planting the potatoes. Later, our guy decides to harvest sweet potatoes as he recalls the last time they ate sweet potatoes was when young bunnies were babies, so it will be nice to have sweet potatoes after quite a while, and the bunnies hop in excitement. Before harvesting the sweet potatoes, our guy commands the bunnies to do some work on the sweet potato field. He instructs them to strip all the sweet potato vines before harvesting them, concluding that they can't waste the vines which could give them free sweet potatoes. Exhausted, the young farmer bunnies do not feel like working as Seijun assigns them with this burdensome task. They are joined by the Black Warrior Bunny, who confides in the farmer bunnies and reminds them of the incident that occurred as they planted the sweet potato stems when they were babies, and Seijun did not get rewarded for imposing his part of the work on the bunnies. While the sneaky bunnies secretly make fun of their boss, Seijun grasps the secretive talks of the bunnies, as they know that planting the stems would be his work anyway. However, he gets cocky and decides not to spoil the fun of planting the sweet potato stems for bunnies, adding that farming is all about timing. The poor bunnies are then assigned to plant the stems, and they start working on the sweet potato field, keeping their shoulders to the wheel. While the sickle bunny and the mommy bunny cut off vines, the wagon bunny carries all the stems in his wagon, the Black Warrior Bunny helps them collect the stems, and the other farmer bunnies work on planting the sweet potato. Working tirelessly on the field, they create 45 square feet of a sweet potato field, and the farmer gang views the sight of their hard work proudly. After that, Seijun receives all the rewards and has leveled up, thinking that he will get full XP for making the farmland. Promptly, the bunnies begin to dance in joy, shaking their booties, and twirling around Seijun's while they sing along, bouncing in happiness. Confused, Seijun gets startled by the sudden dancing play, and the admin tells him that the bunnies are cheering him with a dance, wishing for a plentiful sweet potato harvest, and the dungeon admin herself joins the bunnies, chanting for roasting sweet potatoes. As the bunnies continue to cheer him on, our boy harvests the sweet potatoes. Digging up the soil, something shiny flashes through the hole, and a blinding ray of light beams through the soil. Harvesting that shiny sweet potato, it turns out to be a solar sweet potato as the status window pops up front. The solar sweet potatoes are sun-drenched at the highest point of the tower, and these sweet potatoes are full of solar energy. They each reduce hundreds of grams of body fat and make the body immune to colds for 20 hours when consumed. It is revealed that Seijun had made an accomplishment by breeding a new crop variety in the dungeon, and is jolted by this amazing news. The next scene takes us to the real world, where Dongshik comes out of his car with a box in his hand, assuming that it must be where Seijun's family resides. Later in the cave, Seijun and the bunnies stare at the solar sweet potato with astonishment. Freaking out, our guy receives plentiful rewards for harvesting the solar sweet potato, and for breeding a new crop in the dungeon. The admin acknowledges his ownership over the sales of the new crop variety, and concludes that no one will be allowed to grow these solar sweet potatoes without Seijun's permission. Exhilarated by the incredible deal, his work on the farm gets acknowledged by the admin, and he contemplates that he's the only person in the dungeon to breed the solar sweet potato variety, and concludes that others can only harvest and sell these, but they can't grow this solar sweet potato. After that, Seijun plants the solar sweet potato again under the soil. Wondering how the new variety tastes, he decides to grow it first and comes back to harvesting the sweet potato. Harvesting the regular sweet potatoes, the wagon bunny carries the sweet potato in the wheelbarrow, as the black bunny assists him in gathering all the harvested sweet potatoes. Completing all the work on the farm, they start preparing for lunch with grilling fish and steaming the sweet potatoes at the campfire. As the sweet potato gets fully steamed, Seijun cuts through the tantalizing steamed sweet potato and distributes it among the bunnies. The bunnies delightfully munch on the sweet potatoes cooked to perfection, fascinated by the scrumptious sweet potato. While the wifey bunny pats the hubby bunny as he burns his tongue with steaming hot sweet potato, the admin notifies Seijun that she's drooling over the delicious snack and is waiting for her turn. In appreciation for letting the bunnies eat first, Seijun offers a basket of 10 sweet potatoes to the admin, making the admin jump out of happiness. Our guy peeks at the leftover sweet potatoes and calls upon the sickle bunny to help with something. Meanwhile, Aileen the tower manager fills her stomach to the fullest by eating the scrumptiously steamed sweet potatoes and thinks of asking Seijun for more if there are some leftovers as she watches him through the magic ball. It seems like our boy is trying to make sweet potato snacks as he puts them on the green onions to dry for tomorrow. Needing one more sweet potato to complete the batch, the sickle bunny impressively slices up the last sweet potato into the shape of fries, and Seijun compliments him for cutting the pieces so evenly. Wanting to ask for more sweet potatoes that are now cut into pieces, the admin gets frustrated at him for wasting the delicious sweet potato, but our fella makes it clear that he's not throwing them away, but drying the tiny pieces to make something mouth-watering later. Curious, the admin asks Seijun about what he will make out of these sweet potato sticks, and it looks like he is making dried sweet potato snacks, asking if the manager has tried it before. The scene then switches back to the real world, where Dongshik rings the bell of Seijun's apartment. As his family opens the gate, they are astounded to see a gentleman standing in front of their house as he asks if the house belongs to Seijun Park's family. Reaching the right address, his family escorts him inside the house. Asserting that they haven't hosted guests in a while, Seijun's mother offers him some fruits and juice, and Dongshik appreciates their hospitality. Assuming that he's here to ask about Seijun, his family reveals that their son has gone missing for quite a while. Upon hearing this, he officially introduces himself as Dongshik Kim, the team leader of the Phoenix's Guild Team 5, handing out his business card. Abruptly, Seijun's brother freaks out witnessing that he's truly from the Phoenix Guild when he reads out his card. The parents are shocked by his frantic reaction, asking him what's the matter, on which the boy discovers that Phoenix is one of the top guilds in Korea, and he leads the Team 5, concluding that he's a top hunter. Listening to this jaw-dropping news, his parents are overwhelmed by such a well-known guest, serving him the premium melon. Flattered, Dongshik implores them to take a seat. After all this happens, his parents figure out that Dongshik is a hunter and start interrogating him about Seijun's whereabouts. To clear the air, Dongshik hands out an envelope towards them, telling them that Seijun had asked to give it to his parents. Assuming that their son had written a letter before his death, the parents start crying, uttering that children are not supposed to go before their parents. However, Dongshik confirms to them that he's alive. Realizing that it's not a letter, his parents open the envelope and it turns out to be 50 million won. Dongshik informs them that their son is doing well and apologizes for not contacting his parents before entering the tower, and he asks him to hand the check to his parents. It looks like Seijun is such a considerate son, getting trapped on the highest floor of the dungeon, but he managed to care for his family, making his family relieved that he's still alive. Overjoyed, his dad, thinking how smart Seijun is, gets proud of his son after he does such a great thing. Concerned, his mother speculates if Seijun is doing well in the tower, asking Dongshik why he couldn't visit himself. The leader explains that hunters cannot leave the tower because of quests, and it happens frequently to hunters. He further assures her not to worry about her son. Dongshik then greets his brother Sedol and interrogates him about his parents mentioning that Seijun had gone missing, and asks if any of his family knew about him entering the tower. But Sedol refuses and lets out that they could not get in touch with him for the past 5 months. After that, they even contacted the Korea Awakened Association, and they informed Seijun's family that he was not on their list. Sedol asks him if people use nicknames to enter the dungeon, to which Dongshik agrees that some people do, and assures him that it could be a minor error, adding that he will ask the association about it after returning to the guild. While his family ecstatically peeks at the cashier's check, Dongshik reckons that Seijun entered the tower without registering his name in the association. Assuming that he jumped straight to the 40th floor as a solo player, he surmises that the tower came into existence 10 years ago, and no hunter has made it to the 40th floor in such a short period, presuming that he's a once-in-a-lifetime genius hunter. I mean, our main character is becoming famous gradually without him knowing. Soon he might be on TV as a mysterious once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Later, Sedol asks him if the guilds offer training, but his dad strikes a blow on his head, telling him that he should help his brother who is working hard in the tower. Assuming that he might have the talent for being a hunter, Dongshik warns him that it's a dangerous job that requires risking his own life, and concludes that he wouldn't suggest having more than one hunter from the same family, because there will be chances of the tragic incident occurring more than once. In the meantime, as Dongshik leaves their house, while Seijun's parents insist he eat something, he informs them that he came straight to their home from the tower and has to see his family. Departing, he sits in his car, takes a sigh of relief after completing the contract quest, and drives to his next destination as he talks to his daughter on the phone, excited to meet her and surprise her with the cherry tomatoes. We are then revealed that Teo is coming back to the cave munching on fish skewers, thinking the 99th floor is too far. The next day, as the sun shines on the cave, the carrot tops are dipped in the water, and our guy later plants them, earning plenty of rewards. It is revealed that Seijun had found a new way of planting carrot tops by taking the leftover carrot. After the leaves grow, they have covered the roots with soil. As the roots don't grow back once eaten, he collects the seeds from the flowers. Our boy looks at the flowers with admiration, reckoning that it's rewarding to see his hard work lead to incredible results. Meanwhile, the administrator sends him a message, waiting for the dried sweet potato snacks to be ready. Standing up, he heads over to see his snacks with the bunnies clinging onto his shoulder. Checking the dried sweet potatoes that look nice and dry, our boy takes a dried sweet potato snack and grabs a bite. Chewing on the snack, Seijun and the bunnies are left mesmerized, and their eyes sparkle with fascination at the savory flavor of the dried snack that strikes an impeccable balance between moisture and sugar with the dry surface. Seijun couldn't stop himself from eating more of those snacks as the addictive soft and chewy sweet potato sticks are irresistible. It is revealed that these dried sweet potatoes are grilled under intense sunlight for 24 hours, which leads to the dry surface locking in the sweetness and moisture, and the chewy texture with sweet, savory flavor is hard to resist. He then decides to dry more of the sweet potatoes, preparing their go-to snack as the bunnies munch on a delicious snack. In the meantime, a notification is sent by the tower manager, indicating that Seijun has forgotten something. Loading the dried sweet potato snack in a bucket, the admin keeps annoying him, getting impatient to try the snacks. Feeling bad for sharing all his items in a green onion bowl, he gets a creative idea to pack the snacks and offer them to the admin. Recalling that he used to pack boxes as a part-timer, Seijun packs the sweet potato in a plastic bag with a strip, making it into a cute gift wrap, and offers it to the admin. To make the admin feel more special and make this new snack a memorable moment for the dungeon dragon, he offers them in a plastic bag that will keep them moist longer. However, it seems like the admin only wanted the sweet potatoes and nothing extra with them. She barely notices the gift wrap and disappears after taking her snacks. Poor Seijun, who had spent his time making a gift wrap, didn't expect an expressionless reaction from the admin, and felt disappointed. The scene shifts to the tower manager, who is extremely hooked by the adorable sweet potato gift, thinking how she can eat such a sweet gift. It seems like her reaction was more than expected, as she was filled with admiration after receiving the heartfelt gift sent by Seijun to make her feel special. In the cave, Uncle Seijun along with all the young bunnies are having the time of their lives as they chew on the delicious dried sweet potato snack, speculating that they might end up finishing all the 40 sweet potatoes as the day comes to an end. Enjoying their snack, the queen bee joins them and gives Seijun a cornflower pollen ball in his hand. Getting unmindful of the corn seeds, he then heads towards the field where he had planted all the corn seeds, witnessing that they have grown into big corn stalks. He takes a guess about the queen honeybee collecting the corn pollen because the corn doesn't produce honey, while the baby bees inspect the cornflower field. Our boy then decides to try that pollen ball the honeybee had handed him, mentioning that people eat them as health supplements, and tosses the ball into his mouth. Seijun is delighted by the mixed flavor of the corn ball that nearly tastes like cotton candy, giving a slightly bitter and rich sweet flavor, and seems to love the corn ball while thanking the queen bee. Watching his cheerful reaction, the queen honeybee calls upon the baby bees who are working on the cornfield. The baby bees start dropping plenty of the collected cornball pollens into Seijun's hand. In the meantime, Teo seems to get back from his long journey, leaping into the cave. Unpleasantly surprised by the sight of the queen bee, Teo gets scared by the bee and starts growling at her. Seijun makes him sure that she's on their side, and Teo sniffs the queen bee to make himself convinced. However, the poor cat starts sneezing and cleans his nose with Seijun's shirt, muttering that he hates pollen. Feeling disgusted by Teo as cleans his nose with his shirt, he gets worried about getting his shirt dirty, the only one he owns. Interrogating him about the mission, Teo delightfully mentions that he has completed every single mission he had assigned to him, and also sold out on the items. Confirming if his family knows how he is doing, Teo peeks up at the contract quest window, which is completed, asserting that the task has been completed. As he reckons if his parents must have received news of his well-being and the cashier's check of 50 million won, Teo convinces him that the dungeon contracts are reliable, affirming that he will go down to the dungeon floors to confirm everything is in order, and Seijun appreciates his efforts. Feeling guilty for not talking to his parents and his brother Seidal before coming to the dungeon, Seijun reckons that his family must have been worried about him. Mentioning how his family would react after learning about him working as a dungeon farmer alongside fellow bunnies, he wonders how his family would react if he told them about his farming life in the dungeon. Guessing that his brother Seidal would make fun of him because he loves teasing, while his dad, with an innate talent for growing plants, he assumes that his dad would lecture him about fertilizing and stuff related to plants. Thinking about his family's reactions, he realizes that his talent for farming must have come from his dad. As he starts getting emotional, he gets reminded of his mother's favorite kimchi stew, concluding that he misses his family as he stares up at the cloudy sky from the cave. Imagining all the heart-rending moments with his family, our fella gets a little sentimental. However, his sad hour is interrupted by the black bunny who taps on his feet. It seems like the bunnies and bees have figured out that Sejun is going through a sad moment, as they all gather around him to make him feel better. Assuming that now they are his family, he gets coddled up by the bunnies and the queen bee who sits on his head, while Teo asks him if he's a family too. Ensuring that he's the one and only intern of their family, Teo's mind drifts towards the dungeon coins he had earned and the stuff he has brought for the family. The cat comes clean and honest, revealing that he had spent 14.2 dungeon coins on shopping and 50 dungeon coins on the contract, which leaves the remaining balance that is 208.8 dungeon coins. Lifting the heavy bag of dungeon coins, Sejun is amazed to see the high amount of dungeon coins. Teo mentions that our boy was right about the auction as people were more than willing to pay, and shows him all the stuff he had bought from the middleman zone market, such as ladles, pans, spoons, bowls, and blankets. As they happily go through all the stuff, Sejun, who is holding a saucepan, notices that the stuff Teo had bought are also items, as they are also made in the dungeon. Confused about why he couldn't see the name of the producer who had made the saucepan, another item caught his eye, and it seemed to be a dagger. Our boy gets hooked and falls in love with the dagger, as it is the first proper weapon he had seen in the dungeon. As Teo gives a colorful paper toy to the young bunny, our guy asks him about the dagger and where he bought it, on which the cat reveals that he bought the dagger from the blacksmith's workshop, who had a clearance sale, so he picked it up because he liked it. Presuming that he matches the user requirements for using a dagger, Sejun thinks about giving it a try. However, he gets halted by the dungeon admin who warns him that he can have serious consequences for using unverified items. The admin proceeds to warn Sejun to inspect the items and asks him to send the unverified dagger to the dungeon admin. But it looks like the tower manager is just trying to fulfill her cravings as she sends a new quest to him, asking him to send her dried sweet potatoes to the dungeon dragon as a gift, with the reward being an inspected dagger and a serious declining outcome, which is failing to retrieve the dagger. Hiding her true intentions, the admin denies the fact that she is doing all this for the dried sweet potatoes, and Sejun eventually learns about her true intentions as she drools over the sweet potatoes. Mentioning that the admin took some sweet potatoes earlier as well, he agrees upon the quest for the only reason to not use an unverified item that could get him in trouble. Analyzing, the admin strongly inspects the dagger, and it turns out that the dagger is not a harmful item to use. After that, the admin gets her sweet potatoes while Sejun retrieves the training dagger as a reward. It is revealed to us that the unverified item appears to be Kane's training dagger used by Kanes, who is the ranger of the Red Mountains for training purposes, asserting that it's a heavy dagger due to black steel in its manufacturing to add weight. Reading all the info about the dagger on the status window, Sejun is shocked after knowing that it's a name equipment. Reckoning that the name equipment costs at least 100 million won per piece outside the tower, he realizes why it's a rare and valuable equipment item. Smirking, our guy recalls how he thought that Teo was a naive pushover, but it appears that he possesses an incredible talent. The next scene takes us outside the cave, where the crimson grizzly bear, the monster Teo talked about earlier who lives far from their cave, is sniffing something, and it appears to be a cute red-crimson cub. Later, Teo enjoys his kitty treats to the fullest, while Sejun, acting like a pro hunter, holds the dagger, slashing awe-striking blows at the green onion plants, cutting them in a blink of an eye. As he slices the plants flawlessly with the dagger, the bunnies start applauding him and cheers him on. While Teo asks him if he likes the dagger, Sejun says that he is impressed with Teo for bringing him such a great item. Infuriated, the cat reminds Sejun that he had promised him to make the CEO for an hour. While Sejun pats his head and compliments him, he starts calling him Teo the CEO. Teo decides to forgive him, but tells him to be careful next time and clasps his paw on Sejun's hand. Touching his squishy paw, our guy thought about taking Teo as a pushover, but as he holds his paws he realizes that Teo's paws are a golden charm and adores him for how cute he is. Teo annoyingly asks him to stop playing with his hands, but Sejun, who seems to be obsessed, keeps pressing his cute little squishy paws, calling them cute. Can't resist his love for cats, our guy makes the cat sit in his lap, coddling him up as he offers a treat to the grumpy CEO. Glancing at his paw, sneaky Teo puts on a cunning grin and presumes that Sejun is also a human after all. Finding that his paws can make humans obsessed, the peddler cat plans to rule over all the humans by tricking them with his squishy paws, concluding that his paws are truly a lucky charm. As Teo gets cocky, he implores for more treats, ordering Sejun around and tells him that they don't have all day. This sudden change in his attitude leaves our boy to reckon that he doesn't like his arrogant tone at all, and puts him off his lap. Asserting that the time is up, he makes Teo a regular intern again, dismissing him from his position as a CEO. Angry Teo gets frantic and reminds him that it's too early. Wanting to be CEO again, he protests to give him an extension, but our fella boldly refuses. Furious, Teo immediately comes up with another killer tactic to become a CEO again, while he searches for something in his bag. He calls upon Seijun, aiming to hit his weak point, which turns out to be the stuff he had gathered from the girl hunters for taking selfies with them. Pulling out all the stuff from his bag, wide-eyed Seijun gets utterly smitten when he witnesses all the spices and condiments in sight. While he peeks at them with pleasure, Teo tells him about how he fetched all the spices after taking plenty of selfies with people. Yearning for these spices, Seijun, who seems desperate, pours out salts in his hand and licks it only to be mesmerized by its flavor. Smelling all the spices, he lets out that he missed all these flavors that vanished from his life after he entered the dungeon. As he feels happier than ever, and it seems like Teo smoothly activates his killer tactic, taking advantage of the moment, he requests Seijun to make him the CEO for the next 2 hours. Overjoyed, Seijun picks up the cat in his hands, making him twirl. Out of sheer happiness, he decides to make Teo the CEO for the next 24 hours, while the bunnies inspect all the spices lying on the ground. Later, with all the spices in his reach, a flavorful smoke diffuses across the cave, and it occurs that Seijun is sprinkling spices on his freshly cooked fish. With a flavorful skewer of fish and green onion in hand, the mouth-watering aroma of the food mixed with spices disperses across the cave, waking up the young bunnies from their sleep. All the bunnies appear to be out of their houses. Seijun welcomes them to join him for breakfast, to treat them with his special treat, as the skewers get grilled by the campfire. Thrilled, the bunnies catch sight of the tantalizing food, and Seijun mentions to them how he seasoned some with fish with salt and some with pepper to choose which flavor he wants to eat, distributing the snacks among the bunnies. It seems like the white bunnies find the flavor of the pepper too strong as they make disgusted faces, but the black bunny enjoys his snack. Meanwhile, Seijun peeks over at the CEO, who seems to be asleep, and wakes him up for breakfast with a grilled fish in his hand. Waking up to the sight of delicious breakfast, Seijun asks him to choose between salt and pepper seasoning. Offended, Teo makes it clear not to add something weird to the fish. Getting cranky, Seijun then gives him the simple grilled fish which he likes the best, while the cat mumbles that he doesn't appreciate the flavorful seasonings with grilled fish. In the meantime, Seijun and the bunnies get back to work on the cherry tomato field, where he harvests the cherry tomatoes with the dagger and earns plenty of rewards, increasing his familiarity level with harvesting. Presuming that the canine's dagger features not only apply to combats but all skills involved in using this dagger, it turns out that it increases the skill 5% faster, as his skills also increase faster. Impatient to boost his familiarity with the help of the dagger, he becomes super motivated to work hard on the farm, ordering Teo, the CEO, to take these cherry tomatoes. The CEO argues why he should be doing all his and puts the cherry tomatoes in his bag. Seijun, calling himself a president, tells him that he cannot get his hands dirty, making Teo flinch as he qualifies himself as a president. Teo asks him if a president is more senior than a CEO, to which Seijun orders him to get back to work. In that moment, he thinks of an idea after hearing this, saying that he will work hard. With an evil grin, Teo dreams of becoming a president and taking control of Seijun's lap and petting. The peddler cat then hops on his way after filling his rucksack with the cherry tomatoes. As the peddler is about to leave, Seijun reminds him to buy stuff from the shopping district and make sure to stop by the blacksmith's workshop to pick up items on clearance, adding that he can't put Teo's exceptional talent to waste. After listening to his last-minute errands, Teo jumps out of the cave, waving him goodbye. Seijun decides to take a break soon after harvesting the cherry tomatoes, and continues to harvest them with the dagger that helps him increase his skills faster, and he gets rewarded. Cutting off a bunch of 6 cherry tomatoes, our guy receives 90 XP points. It is revealed that the magic cherry tomatoes harvested by the dagger dissolve 20 grams of body fat and increase magic by 0.2 magic points for 10 minutes, also boosting energy levels when consumed. He realizes that it's a level D crop, and the benefits of fat dissolving, magic boosting effects, and the expiration have all doubled, which seems to be a great privilege for him. While the bunnies work in the cherry tomatoes field, our boy believes that all of the cherry tomatoes seem to be level D produce, which leaves him to wonder if they bear level D fruit after he upgraded to be a level D farmer. Harvesting the level D produce of cherry tomatoes, he contemplates that they could have sold out these new cherry tomatoes produce if Teo wouldn't have left early, and realizes that they will now get to eat better tomatoes as he decides to eat the tomatoes as a snack and takes a nap along with the bunnies. As Teo walks through his way, he gets a hunch about forgetting something, leaving him worried. The next scene then takes us to Aileen the Black Dragon with her big shadow, as she approaches a sculpture, which appears to be her model. It is known to us that it's an ice sculpture of the black dragon Aileen designed by Kaiser Pratani, with ice shards from the blue penguin kingdom, which seems to shine like it is made from diamonds. However, Aileen smashes a breathtaking sculpture apart, shattering it into pieces, and replaces the sculpture with those dried sweet potato snacks gifted to her by Sejun. It looks like her storage room possesses magic preservation permanently, so she decides to save the sweet potato snacks in that place, mentioning that it's a gift from her human, Sejun. After that, Aileen gets curious and peeks at Sejun to view his recent activities through her crystal ball, and witnesses him taking a nap with the bunnies. Reckoning that there might be danger around him, she calls herself a great black dragon, planning to monitor the cave surroundings to keep her farmers safe. Meanwhile, our boy who is sleeping peacefully with the bunnies gets disturbed by the admin who tells him to get up immediately, warning him not to take a nap, which indicates danger. At that moment, Sejun and the bunnies catch a glimpse of someone standing above the cave, who is spying on them from above. Panicked, Sejun frantically utters that it's a monster, while the admin orders the baby crimson grizzly bear to get away as it looks at the fruits on Sejun's farm. Suddenly, the baby bear steps on an unsettled rock, stumbling right into the cave. Our guy quickly makes a move and rushes towards the baby bear to save him, and the baby bear lands safely crashing right into Sejun's arms. Thinking that it's a dog, our fellow realizes that a crimson grizzly cub has just fallen into their cave. While holding the baby bear in his hands, our guy reckons that it's the cub of the blue moon monster, but the baby bear seems so cute and tiny compared to the scary parent. The admin scolds him for catching the crimson grizzly cub, but our fella couldn't help but save the poor thing who fell into the cave. Assuming that his mother must be looking for him, the dungeon administrator pressures Sejun to make the baby bear leave and make the crimson cub leave immediately. Our guy tries to reason with her, saying that the baby bear is too small to leave the cave by himself and plans to wait until his mother comes. While the baby bear makes his way into the farm towards the bunnies, the admin warns Sejun that crimson grizzly bears are huge eaters and that the cub might eat all the food on his farm. Peeking at how tiny the baby bear is, Sejun denies the admin, believing that she's being dramatic. The crimson grizzly cub approaches the young bunny, and the black bunny pats him on the head, and they become friends. Meanwhile, the queen honey comes out of her beehive along with the baby bees and catches a glimpse of the red baby bear. The angry baby bees detect a stranger in the cave who is the baby bear and scares off the cub with their buzzing attack, making him run towards Sejun. Our guy stops the baby bees from attacking the bear, making them certain that it's not an enemy, and the cub falls into Sejun's lap out of fear. Muttering that it must have shocked them by the sudden bee attack, he reckons that the baby bear approached the queen bee because she smelled sweet. Sejun then calls upon the queen honeybee, who doesn't seem too happy with the bear, knowing what he wants. The queen bee starts pouring out honey, dropping it into the cub's hand. Believing that the bear must have been drawn by the sweet smell of honey, the crimson grizzly cub is delighted by the delicious honey and craves more as it clings to Sejun, asking for more. But it seems like the dungeon admin is not enjoying any of this as she sends quests to our guy, ordering him to kick the bear out of the cave and offering him one reward. Intimidated, the admin gets furious at the crimson grizzly cub, scaring it away, but Sejun fights her back and tells her to stop being angry at the little kiddo. Arguing how possibly the small bear could eat, the admin makes it clear that she is only trying to remove the cause, which is the baby bear that could lead to his farming destruction. He supposes that now the admin is being mean to that poor little thing. He blames the dungeon dragon for this incident, as she is the one who startled the cub, which made him slip and fall into the cave. The manager admits her mistake, but she demands Sejun to listen to her and make this cub leave right this instant. However, our guy hugs the scared baby bear and mentions that the manager also admitted him into the tower by mistake. Our soft-hearted main character appeases the baby bear, clasping him into a hug. Meanwhile, the bunnies and bees watch this heart-wrenching sight. The admin also looks at him through the magic ball and gives up, telling Sejun to do whatever he wants. Thinking why the admin would be jealous of the cub when it barely eats anything, the administrator finally leaves. Deciding to let the baby bear go when the time comes, our guy informs the kiddo about the scary admin being gone, and the cub finally falls asleep. Watching the adorable baby bear sleep, Sejun lets it sleep in the cave for the night, not wanting to let him go. The other day, as Sejun is taking a nap, the crimson grizzly cub is not in its place, which smells like trouble. As the sleepy black bunny comes out of his house, his eyes are wide open and let out a loud scream, waking Sejun up as lets out what's the matter. Wondering where the cub went, he walks over to the bunnies who are boiling with anger. They witness all their storage food has been scattered all over the place, and the cub has attacked their storage, eating everything they've saved for themselves. Panic-stricken, while the bunnies try to stop the baby bear, Sejun peeks at the storage, finding out that they've lost a third of the sweet potatoes and the carrots, but the cherry tomatoes are safe and sound. The angry bunnies start chasing the baby bear who has eaten all their food and is saved by Seijun. Grabbing the crimson grizzly cub into his hands, Seijun realizes that it got heavier and grew a lot overnight as it was as tall as the bunnies the other day. But he speculates since he is in the dungeon, it's not unusual to eat and grow quickly. Recalling the warning by the dungeon admin, our guy regrets not listening to the admin's order. While he ponders, the administrator shows up again and reveals that the crimson grizzly cubs eat like pigs, and they can consume hundreds of pounds of anything they find edible. Flabbergasted, our fella then apologizes to the admin for not listening to her warning about the cub as he thought that the admin was jealous because he fed the baby bear, but it seems like the admin had other reasons. Nonetheless, the admin accepts his apology and convinces Seijun that his only priority is to let the crimson grizzly bear out of the cave. Our guy agrees to let go of the baby bear, but he gets confused about how he is going to make it happen, and in that moment his brain does something creative. It looks like his far-fetched thoughts have come to life, as he ties the grass onion rope onto the cub, making sure of its safety, and commands the bunnies who are positioned outside the cave to pull the rope as he counts to 3. The grass onion rope is tightly grabbed around the tree, and the bunny gang along with the bees pull the rope with all their strength as they lift the baby bear. However, the baby bear doesn't seem happy about leaving, refusing to go. Asserting that it must get back to the mother, our guy offers some honey to the baby bear, and it finally leaves in peace. While the cub waves goodbye as it enjoys the honey, Seijun and the bunnies take a deep sigh of relief. As he knows that the cub made it safely to its home, he appreciates the bunnies for their hard work. In the meantime, their stomachs start to rumble as they get hungry after such strenuous work, and with all their storage food finished by the sneak attack of the baby bear, Seijun suggests filling their hunger with the only thing that's left, the cherry tomatoes. A few days later, all the cherry tomatoes seem to blossom on the farm. The number of troubling events wreak havoc in their lives. Another trouble comes knocking on their door as Seijun and the bunnies get frightened by the overwhelming guest, which seems to be the crimson grizzly cub along with its mother peeking into their cave. Watching the cub is back with its mom, he thinks that it's the end of life as he assumes that the parent bear is here to eat him alive for kidnapping her cub for a day. Begging for his life, he cries out and tells the bear that all he has eaten are cherry tomatoes, but that is not convincing enough for a bear. The unpremeditated entry of the monster frightens the life out of them, and Seijun anticipates that this is the end, getting reminded of his family for the last time. But these thoughts blow away in a second when the administrator makes them certain that the parent bear is not here to harm them. It turns out that the admin understands what the crimson grizzly bear is trying to say. The admin further mentions that the mommy bear wishes to feed her cub with some honey. Realizing that the bear wants the honey, the red monster roars while the admin interprets that in return for the honey, she offers to keep the cave's surrounding area safe. The red monster lands in her huge paws inside the cave, and Seijun agrees to hand her the honey. However, it seems like it wants Seijun to hop on her hand, as stated by the dungeon admin. Feeling on top of the world, our guy gets on her paw and looks at his baby crops which he had so much fun growing, and waves them goodbye as he finally leaves the cave. Fulfilling his far-fetched dream, our fella finally gets to see the beautiful view outside the cave and peeks at what the real dungeon looks like. Mesmerized, he is astonished to see such a huge land with an aerial view as the bear lifts its hand above the ground. Confused about where that bright light is coming from, the admin unfolds that it's the waypoint. Our fella seems to be filled with wonder as he finds a way to escape the tower by traveling through the waypoint to reach the first floor of the dungeon and leave the tower. Contemplating that he can't travel across the vast barren land all by himself, he wonders how he is going to get there. Our guy holding the crimson cub asks the mother bear to take him to the light. However, it seems like the bear cannot help Seijun as the admin reveals that it's not part of her territory. And on top of that, to reach that waypoint, he must kill 3,000 monsters to pave his way. Flustered by this new information, the admin proceeds that the crimson grizzly bear says that her territory only covers the forest all the way to Seijun's cave, and most monsters don't enter here because it borders a barren land, claiming that she can't guarantee his safety if he gets out of her territory. In the meantime, the bunnies leap out of the cave and the black warrior bunny brings Seijun his backpack for which he thanks him. Meeting again, the cub grabs the black bunny, hugging him tightly while the bunny pats its head out of love. After that, a gruffed voice snarls from the back and Seijun gets reminded of the promise he made with Mommy Bear, handing the honey bottle to the cub. As the crimson grizzly cub showers the poor black bunny as it drools all over him, our boy pours the honey into the cub's paws, and it starts licking it right away. The mama bear seems to be happy after seeing her cub eating honey and sniffs the sweet smell of the honey. Watching the mama bear sniff the honey, Seijun offers her to eat some, but she refuses. The admin translates that the mama crimson bear wants her cub to eat honey to the fullest, and let him have more because there's not enough food around the forest, leaving her cub with stunted growth. Mama Bear further reveals that he grew much bigger overnight in the cave, leaving her to think the sweet honey helped him grow. As she speaks, Seijin and the queen bee are reminded of how the baby bear ate their entire storage food. Complimenting the queen bee as her honey was helpful, Seijin speculates with no food around the forest the mama bear must have been hungry, and asks her if she had eaten anything today, as it was revealed by the administrator that crimson bears are big eaters. The admin tells Seijin that mama bear hasn't eaten anything for the last 3 days in search of the cave. Listening to this, our guy gets shocked. While instructing the mama bear to take care of herself, he commands the black warrior bunny to get back to work as they have to prepare a whole feast. Chef Sejun prepares his pans and dagger, the black warrior bunny hunts down the fishes with his hammer, and while Sickle Bunny chops off the vegetables. Preparing a mouth-watering feast, he tosses in the vegetable and the chunks of the fish, cooking and stirring at a high flame. As the feast seems to get ready, we get to see plenty of food along with the grilled fish, green onion skewers, and the fish stew with tomatoes and carrots. Glancing at the steaming and scrumptious food, the red bears stare at the food with full admiration. Mentioning that it's a flavorful, nutritious fish stew that tastes good, he tells Mama Bear to stay well-fed so she can raise a healthy child. As the cub digs in the stew, the mama bear, feeling overwhelmed with all the delicious food, grasps Sejun and the bunnies in a tight hug, showing her gratitude towards them. Meanwhile, the mama bear is thankful to him. The black dragon witnesses the wholesome moment through her crystal magic ball. It seems like this was all planned by Aileen, as she reveals that she has been watching the bear since the cub left his home, worried that the bear might attack Sejun, but she later learned that the crimson grizzly bear wanted to have a friendly relationship with a human. For that reason, Aileen offered to translate for the bear, and it all worked out well. The dragon further schemes, assuming that if Sejun leaves the cave and expands his farm, she will get more food, and with the bears serving as security guards, she will have nothing to stress about the human's safety. Reckoning that she had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, Aileen thinks of her as a genius black dragon. The next then flashes to the Peddlers Association Investigation Bureau headquarters, where the fox named Agent Jaras is interrogating the peddler cat Teo, reflecting that she doesn't have enough information about him, and assumes that he seemed to be on bad terms with the goblin Skaram, depict that he's not the most skilled peddler. Thinking about how Teo managed to make those sales, a dog agent comes in informing Jaras of the recent incident about the stolen products on the 55th floor from the landowner's storage, and hands in the stolen item list to her. Frustrated, Agent Jaras seems to get done with handling petty cases. However, another agent arrives at the scene informing her about a peddler cat who arrived on the 75th floor through the peddler pathway, suspecting that it's Teo. Agent Jaras instantly gets up, takes her blue cape, and heads out to find Teo, expecting that she will certainly hunt him down this time. The next morning, Mama Bear and the cub again show up at the cave. Greeted by Sejun and the bunnies, he asks the bear to help lift him. Our boy narrates that it's been 3 days into the deal with the Mama Bear. She drops off her cub with them and goes about her way to guard the area. Moreover, they've been preparing to move out of the cave as they settle in a new place. And they've also been cultivating the land, but the soil is not as fertile as in the cave. While Mama Bear sets out to patrol the area, Sejun provides her with food wrapped in green onion leaves to eat while she monitors the area. Analyzing the soil that is too dry and there are way too many little rocks, it seems like the dungeon soil is not suitable for farming. Ruminating about the soil, Sejun witnesses the baby bear playing in the soil as he brushes against the soil, removing the rocks from the way, as the bunnies keep collecting it in the wheelbarrow. Making the job easier for them, our boy rewards the red baby bear with a sweet potato. As the bunnies gather all the rocks, Sejun notices that the cub will be tall as him in a few days, and ponders if they would have lived in the cave, it would have been horrible. After that, our guy begins planting the root vegetables. Given the land is very arid, he plants the sweet potato first, receiving multiple rewards for planting the sweet potato root. But it looks like all the roots they had planted are eaten by the baby bear as he digs up the soil and steals all of them. Sejun scolds him for eating everything they've planted, making him clear that it's not a treasure hunt game, planning to redo the cultivation. While the baby bears whimpers, the bunnies continue to scold him, and Sejun decides to teach the meaning of planting something. The next scene takes us to the 38th floor of the dungeon, where the famous Teo the peddler announces an auction of 1,800 cherry tomatoes in batches of 300. As the hunters begin bidding for prices, he sells the cherry tomatoes for lower than the last time, hoping that there will be more naive people who take his tomatoes for high prices. Soon after that, Dongshik approaches the cat, and Teo asks him about the completion of the contract that they had signed earlier. Dongshik proceeds to tell the cat to inform Sejun that he has nothing to worry about, as the leader of the Phoenix Guild has reassured his family. Teo asks him about not entering the bid this time, to which Dongshik answers that he needs something other than tomatoes this time. As Teo ruminates what it could be, The leader asks him to take a selfie with him, mentioning that her daughter loves cats. Requesting compensation, Dongshik hands him a bag of chili pepper flakes, adding that the Koreans can't live without this spice, and Teo decides to give it a try. As Dongshik tries to stop him from licking the chili, poor Teo leaps in the air after the spice hits his tongue. Later, Teo gets his rucksack upgraded, which can now carry a few more hundred tomatoes, while his tongue still feels numb. Feeling satisfied after investing his commissions into upgrading the rucksack, he believes that he can save 1,000 dungeon coins at this rate, which will make him an intermediate peddler, and soon he will dominate Sejun's lap as a president. Deciding to stop by the shopping district in the middleman zone to finish up on Sejun's errands, Teo smells something on his way and treats himself to some delicious snacks at a discount. With his another successful haggling round, he encounters the same fox from before who nearly got scammed by Skaram and calls her a pushover. Agreeing that she's the same peddler from before, Jairus feels annoyed after being called a pushover and reckons that he's the one who ruined her mission. She then introduces herself as Jairus. As Teo asks what he can do for her, she offers him to take him out for lunch to appreciate his kindness. But Teo, without a second thought, turns down her lunch offer, but Jairus insists on drinking tea with her, but the cat again refuses, mumbling that he doesn't like hot drinks. She forces him to go to a nearby dessert cafe where her friend works, adding that they also have a special pudding that is best in the town. Annoyed, Teo turns her down again, saying that he doesn't like sweets either, and concludes that she's being very clingy. Thinking that Teo is a difficult peddler to deal with, she pulls off a dramatic act and begs Teo as she kneels to the ground, revealing that she became a peddler to make a living and got inspired by his attempt to detect Skaram's scamming, adding that he helped a total stranger expecting nothing in return. Putting on an emotional act, Jairus lets out that she truly admires him, extolling his skills as a great peddler. She wishes him to gain some knowledge about business from Teo. Flattered by her words, he gets convinced by her determination and decides to go with her to the cafe, agreeing to share some business secrets with her. The clever agent succeeds in her plan of putting an act and supposes that no one can resist flattery and begging as she finally persuades the peddler cat. When the agent asks Teo where he is headed, he mentions that he is on his way to the blacksmith to get something. Thinking that he's trying to buy weapons, the cat makes her certain that she will find out when they get there. Heading to the blacksmith's shop, they wander across the market, glancing at all the stuff. Jairus informs Teo about the blacksmith's workshop with quality items, but Teo heads to the shop he wants to, and tells her that he doesn't care about those. Finally, they enter a shop with a 50% off clearance sale. Assuming that it's a clearance warehouse, Agent Jairus speculates that it's the place where people sell random unverified scrap items, confused about Teo's secret that he's trying to teach her. Approaching the shop owner, who's reading a newspaper, Teo confirms the sale that reads everything is 20 dungeon coins. The shopkeeper agrees and tells him most of the stuff is unverified with unknown value, and offers Teo to pick whatever he likes. But the peddler cat objects. Banging his hands on the table, he asks for a discount. Watching this, Jairus is left confused after knowing what secret he wants to share. She presumes that Teo is asking for a discount when the items are already on discount, thinking that's shameless. However, she witnesses him haggling for the prices. As he keeps bargaining with the shopkeeper, they finally settle on 13 dungeon coins as Teo promises to be a regular customer at his shop. Flaunting his haggling skills to Jairus, who compliments him on his face, but in the back of her mind she thinks that it is dreadful. Wondering what kind of weapon he would buy, Teo picks on a hat. Shocked, Jairus lets out that it's just a straw hat and looks like a useless item. The shopkeeper gives her a deadly stare, asking if she has a problem with his store, while Teo calls out for her rude behavior, to which she instantly apologizes. Taking the straw hat as he seems to like it, Teo gets reminded of Sejun, who told him to choose whatever he wants. Departing from the clearance warehouse, Teo, after sharing his secret with her, pats on her shoulder, wishing her luck with the peddling career, and waves her goodbye. Assuming that she would look suspicious if she followed Teo, Jairus decides to call it a day. However, something interesting catches her eye. She catches a glimpse of Teo's straw hat that looks similar to the item she saw in her office among the items that had gotten stolen from the landowner's storage on the 55th store of the dungeon, and sets out for her job. The next scene takes us to the cave, where we see Sejun shaking off the carrot seeds and collecting them sooner than expected. Recalling that the cub had eaten half of the carrots that they had stored, which made the bunnies anxious, he plans to plant half of the seeds in the cave and half of them outside in the dungeon. Meanwhile, the young bunnies collect the fish in the wheelbarrow. Our guy wonders if it's already time to eat, and he asks the bunnies about making fish soup for lunch. Asking Sickle Bunny to cut the fish into pieces, he concludes that Mama Bunny has lost her appetite lately, and goes on to get some fresh tomatoes. Harvesting 10 cherry tomatoes at once, Sejun gets leveled up, earning plenty of rewards with the new effects added to his harvesting level, presuming that he can now even harvest higher level products with a small chance. Excited to try the tomatoes, he thinks about his skills, but gets called upon by the bunny couple to join for lunch. Leaving all the distractions, he sets out to make lunch. Preparing the healthy fish soup for the pregnant wifey bunny, our guy makes a delicious healthy fish soup. It is revealed that the healthy fish soup is a bowl full of Sejun's love of the mama bunny. This bowl contains boiled fish, gently boiled in a carrot and green onion broth, and the clear, warm broth leaves a pleasant flavor. Taking care of the expectant mother, our guy advises her to eat well and take care of herself as a mother, assuring the bunny couple that they will handle all the farming. Assuming that the due date is coming soon, Sejun asks the black bunny if he's excited to meet his future siblings, to which he happily nods. As the baby bear sneaks up from the cave at the perfect timing, our guy takes all the prepared food outside to eat along with the bunnies, and thanks the sickle and wagon bunny for their work on the cave farm. Revealing that Mama Bear helped them build a manual elevator using a big rock as a pulley, our guy ties the food box through the green onion rope. He wraps himself with the rope while the baby bear pulls the rope using the rock as a pulley. Narrating that their day starts with breakfast, as the cub pulls them out of the cave with the pulley, he is still astonished by the massive rock that Mama Bear delivered, and it made their escape route from the cave easier. Our guy then appreciates the baby bear for his hard work, and it seems like the cub had grown taller and stronger as he ruminates that he pulled him out faster than the other day, supposing it because of the amazing breakfast he had brought with himself. After that, Sejun offers roasted sweet potatoes to the cub, and his eyes are filled with admiration. Our guy speaks out that he had saved some sweet potatoes for him after dinner, which pissed off the admin. The baby bear tosses the whole roasted sweet potato into his mouth. He stares at the last sweet potato, grabs it into his mouth, and rushes towards the ground. Confused about this weird behavior of the cub, Sejun wonders what he's trying to do, but the crimson grizzly cub digs up the soil, placing the sweet potato to plant it. While Sejun and the bunnies watch the baby bear planting roasted sweet potatoes, which the cub seems proud of, they all burst into laughter, tripping to the ground. Sejun clarifies that not everything can be planted, and cooked stuff doesn't grow anyway. Asking the cub if he wants more sweet potato, Sejun reflects that he hasn't had a good laugh in a while. Having a joyful moment, he suddenly steps his hand on something, and it seems like someone has planted dead fish into the soil. Terrified at the sight, Sejun and the bunnies are scared stiff when they see the dead fishes lying on the field. Our guy commands that they have to catch up to work, while the gloomy cub sits in the corner. In the cave, as the beehive seems to be populated with the bees, the queen poisonous honeybee holds something in her hand and seems worried about something. The next scene takes us to the dungeon, where the baby bear, who seems to be in a fighting mood, prepares to strike the black bunny who's standing with the hammer in his hand. It turns out that they're playing around. As Sejun stares at them, he wonders if they're training or playing, while the chunky wagon bunny carries the tomato juice in its wheelbarrow. Drinking the tomato juice, our guy thanks the wagon bunny for the juice as he was feeling thirsty, and while drinking he watches the baby bees flying out of the cave, and it appears that the poisonous honeybees are heading out for patrol. In the meantime, the poisonous queen honeybee emerges from the cave, and it seems like she is holding something in her wings. Watching the queen bee coming out for patrol, he thought she was reproducing. At that moment, the queen bee keeps something in Sejun's hands. As he takes a guess at what it could be, the queen bee along with the other honeybees set out to patrol the area. As our boy opens up the thing the bee had trusted him with, it happens to be the queen's poisonous honeybee's cocoon. It is revealed that the larva that only ate royal jelly by mistake will soon turn into an adult queen bee, and it appears that 10 days are left until the larva completely transforms into a queen bee. As Sejun stares at the larva, he realizes that it's a queen bee, which leads him to the conclusion that the hive isn't fully established yet. The boy then narrates that the premature birth of a larva that will soon transform into another queen bee could lead to the risk of her unstable base. Knowing the reason that the bee has to save her hive, our guy determines why the queen bee had given up on her baby cocoon. Holding the cocoon, our guy then decides to keep it safe and eagerly waits for it to turn into a queen, as he feels delighted to meet her soon. Later, Teo, who seems thrilled to be back at the cave, dances his way through the cave. Upon reaching, he witnesses something terrible. He catches sight of the red baby bear who is positioned right above the cave holding Sejun's backpack in its mouth. Frightened, Teo freaks out and assumes that the bear has killed Sejun. He sadly clasps onto the ground and recalls that he felt something strange as he left the 38th floor. Breaking down into tears, the poor cat had rushed to the cave as fast as possible, only to get the news of Sejun getting killed by the bear, and got furious as he couldn't even use up his remaining CEO hours. Leaping towards the baby bear with his sharp claws as Teo decides to take revenge from the red monster for his lost lap, our fella appears from behind and welcomes Teo back as he returns to the cave. Startled, Teo calms his nerves down. Bouncing back to the ground, the cat rushes towards Sejun in anger, surprising him with an unpremeditated cat attack. Worried, Teo asks him if he's alive and analyzes his lap, wondering how he made it out of the cave. As our poor guy holds onto a green onion rope on the verge of falling, the cat clings to his leg. Curious about all the things that had occurred while he was gone, Teo grabs his cheeks and asks him to spill everything about that crimson grizzly bear. Sejun then proceeds to explain the strange turns of unexpected events that had happened over time. Starting with the crimson grizzly bear, he asserts that this cub accidentally fell into the cave, concluding that now his mom is helping them to keep the cave, and in return, he agrees to give honey to the baby bear. Teo takes a sigh of relief, mumbling that he thought that Sejun was eaten alive by the baby bear, to which our guy understands the situation, given his huge size. Supposing that it's hard to speak the whole name of the baby bear every time, our guy decides to call him by his name. He requests Teo for a favor to ask the baby bear what his name is, to which he reveals that the cub doesn't know his name because he is just a little kid. Given that, Sejun plans to give a temporary name to the baby bear, and a good idea sparks in his mind. He decides to come up with the weirdest name and names the cub Be because he keeps crying. Listening to this creepy name, Teo and the bunnies stare at him with utter confusion, and Teo breaks the silence, letting out that he's not creative at all. But it seems like Sejun likes the idea, as he scratches and tickles the baby bear calling him Be, and he seems to love it as well. Jealous at the sight of Sejun playing with Be, Teo yells out and forces him to peek at the stuff, adding that he has completed all the missions and sold out on the magic cherry tomatoes. Asking Sejun about the amount of time he would give to Teo to be CEO, our boy utters that he would give him 38 CEO hours, adding unused hours from the last time. Delighted, Teo feels like the happiest cat and is determined to use all his CEO hours this time. Relaxing on the president's Sejun lap as he pours the treat into his mouth, the baby bear takes a mouthful of Teo's treat. Enraged, the cat gets out of control as he vehemently shouts at the poor baby bear for licking on his treat and snatching his CEO hours on Sejun's lap. He calms Teo down, but the baby bear bursts into tears, roaring out of sadness. Suddenly the forest starts rumbling and something comes running towards them with great speed. It turns out the mama bear had arrived at the scene after hearing her baby cry, coming crashing on the ground, producing a thundering sound. The loud roar scares the hell out of them, as the mama bear lands on the ground to save her baby, assuming that it's in danger. The furious mama bear gives them a deadly stare, as she seems to go stark raving mad after hearing her baby cry, roaring in her thundering voice. Poor Teo trembles with fear as he watches the angry bear standing in front of him, which frightens the life out of him. He introduces himself as a peddler, and tries to make the mama bear clarify there was a minor misunderstanding between him and her son. Hopping mad, the mama crimson grizzly bear opens her mouth wide open with sharp teeth and lets out a piercing shriek. The sudden terrible shriek shakes everyone up, leading to cover their ears because of the deafening roar. Teo, sobbing his heart out of fear, promises the mama bear to be nice to her son, while Sejun clears up the situation by making her sure that nothing happened to her son. Convinced, mama bear stomps back to the forest to continue patrolling, and our guy takes a sigh of relief as he thought that mama bear would have killed Teo for sure. Petrified by the situation, tears keep streaming down Teo's face. The cat thanks Sejun for speaking on his behalf and clearing up the situation with mama bear. Sejun enfolds the weeping cat into his lap and apologizes to Teo for not telling him sooner about the bear thingy, while all the young bunnies gather around to make Teo feel better. The young bunnies comfort Teo by grooming him, and it lightens up his mood after feeling ticklish by their licking. The bunnies then start grooming Sejun too, and they all succeed to cheer up his mood. Watching Sejun, Teo, and the bunnies snuggling up to each other, Bae moves forward feeling guilty, and starts licking Teo as well. Teo apologizes to the baby bear and decides to be good friends, gently warning the bear not to steal much of his kitty treats. After a long day, all of them start yawning. Sejun along with the bunnies doze off with the giant baby bear as their pillow. Meanwhile, the bunny couple sneak up on them as they drown in sleep. The hubby bunny pulls the straw hat out of Teo's bag and puts it on Sejun's face to block the light. The next flashes to a different place than a dungeon, but it seems to be located inside the tower. This place seems to be surrounded by black dragons as they encircle a man who's trying to open the portal with all his powers. Striving to open the portal, the man named Kaiser Pratani fails to open it. As another young man named Anton Pratani enters the scene, telling him to calm down, Kaiser shouts at him and asserts how he can stay calm when he can't reach Aileen. It seems like they are family members of the Black Dragon Aileen Pratani. Kaiser reveals that it's been more than a decade since Aileen had her last seizure, and they did everything in their power to find the medicine only to witness that the portal is broken. He further proceeds with a broken portal and no response from the tower's emergency that has no other way to go to the other side and meet Aileen, adding that they are stuck inside the portal unaware of the things happening on the other side. Upon hearing this, Anton speaks up to him, letting out that if his Black Tower emergency system hasn't been activated, this leads them to believe that Aileen had not experienced any episodes, concluding that they still have time to go back. While the Black Dragons are also concerned about Aileen as she is also a member of the Pratani family, Anton, who also worries about her, utters that they're here because they care about her. It is revealed to us that there's a place in the tower, an administrator's space in the middle of the mana, which is connected with the tower, where the Black Dragons alternatively watch the tower and improve their strengths. However, Anton unravels that they had renounced the privilege of staying in the administrator's space for Aileen's sake, adding that they have gone through every harmful way to find treatments for healing her body to emancipate her from the dragon heart, and that is why they are here in the portal. Asserting that all the dragons feel the same about her, Kaiser tells him not to act cold, as no dragon would judge him for showing emotions. It appears to be that Kaiser is Anton's father, and Aileen is Anton's daughter. Listening to his father, he speaks out how he can stay calm as Aileen is her daughter, but he trusts her and assumes that she is responding well to the seizures. Kaiser then commands the Black Dragons to stand by until the towers open as they stand near the portal. Aileen's father presumes that they've already missed her expected episode date, leading them to think that her dragon heart must have seen positive changes. Wishing that it's true, Kaiser worries about her granddaughter, hoping she is doing well. The next scene takes to Aileen, who seems to enjoy her cherry tomatoes, tossing them into her mouth. Being all comfy in her room, she reads a book with a bucket full of cherry tomatoes settled near her. Wondering if the tomatoes have upgraded to level D, because now they have more flavor. She mumbles that before she used to eat several tomatoes to taste the flavor, but now she just needs to eat a few of them. Suddenly, Aileen's heart skips a beat for a second, which shakes her up. Holding her heart, she is left stunned after witnessing that her dragon heart, which never beats on its own for 100 years, has pounded. Assuming that her heart had pulsed and absorbed mana for a brief second, Aileen surmises that she should have had a seizure already, which makes her think that the red cherry tomatoes must have prevented the seizure as they acquire a unique ability. The unique feature of the tomatoes turns out to be that they increase mana a little bit. Presuming that these cherry tomatoes were just little snacks, they occurred to be a way to heal her dragon heart. Smiling, Aileen, the 200-year-old Black Dragon, compliments herself for finding something worth caring for, and that she has found a way to heal her heart. She becomes determined to take care of Sejun, asserting that it's a great honor to be liked by her. She peeks through the crystal magic ball and watches another unverified item on Sejun's head, which is the hat. Flaking out, Sejun gets interrupted by the admin who keeps annoying him. As he opens his eyes, our guy is startled by the notification window stuck so close to his face, unable to read the message. The admin reminds him of the risk of using an unverified item. Our guy asks her about the unverified item she is talking about, which turns out to be the straw hat he is wearing. The daddy bunny points to Sejun that he picked it out from Teo's rucksack, ruminating that Teo has bought an item. Our guy wakes Teo up, but it seems like the cat doesn't want to leave the comfort of Sejun's lap. Laying Teo down on the baby bear, the admin mentions that it's a farmer straw hat, while Sejun reads all the descriptions he gets to know the great features of the hat helpful for farming, and implores the admin to tell him about the item's requirement. Advising to inspect the item first, our guy asks the admin to send him the quest to inspect the item. The farmer hat disappears through the screen, while Aileen uses her incredible inspection skills and gets happy with the inspection results as she congratulates him for the item. After inspecting the hat successfully, another quest comes up requesting Sejun to promise to offer her a blue moon harvest, with the reward being the verified straw hat. Thinking that the next blue moon is approaching, and now that his farm has expanded, he can surely offer a blue moon harvest. The admin reveals her name to be Aileen Pratani for the first time, and demands he make a pinky promise to complete the quest. Getting to know the admin's name, Sejun doesn't seem surprised and mumbles that it's not a top secret. Upon hearing this, Aileen gets mad at him for taking this privilege for granted, and boils with rage as she threatens not to give the straw hat back. Blandishing, Sejun asserts that he is honored to know her name and makes a pinky promise to share the blue moon harvest. The admin feels happy and informs Sejun it was their first promise. As he shows his pinky finger, Aileen virtually makes a pinky promise through the magic crystal ball. Later, our guy completes the quest and earns a relic, which is the straw hat of Patrick the Saint of the Land. It is revealed that the relic, the straw hat of Patrick the Saint of the Land, belonged to Patrick the Farmer, who is also known as the Saint of the Land for saving many people from starvation. Moreover, there are only 10 of these relics found in the tower, and the user requirement is someone related to farming occupation. Sejun is intrigued by this straw hat, as there are only 10 in the entire tower, reckoning that he has never heard of such an item, which is also an ancient object. Thinking that his hat requires farming occupation instead of regular stats and levels requirements, our guy puts on the hat and finds out his farming levels, earning plenty of rewards. Assuming that he got lucky with the hat, He is filled with fascination after knowing that the skills he had earned from the hat are essential to developing harsh soil conditions in the dungeon. Praising Teo for having a great eye for such valuable items, he affectionately hugs the sleepy cat, smooching off his squishy paws. Confused, Teo awakes only to find out that he's appointed as a CEO for the next full week by his loving president Sejun, who then grabs Teo in his hands and does a cheerful dance out of happiness, while the cat is springing with joy after becoming a CEO, throwing off his paw in the air. Later, in the cave, Sejun with Teo settled on his lap, and all the young babies are anxiously waiting for something. Nervous, Sejun shakes his leg as he feels anxious. The cat who's resting on his leg asks him to stop the vibration he's producing from shaking. It seems like they're waiting for the mommy bunny to give birth to the babies, and they are all worried about not getting any news yet. As Teo asks to feed him a treat, the young bunnies take small strides across the cave, feeling anxious. After that, as the door finally opens, the sickle bunny carries the 3 adorable baby bunnies, while Sejun asks him if they're healthy. Considering that there are 3 babies, the daddy bunny walks out of the house bringing 3 more baby bunnies. While Sejun and the bunnies are filled with admiration as they peek at the 6 adorable baby bunnies, our guy decides to cook soup for the mommy bunny who must have been exhausted after giving birth. Congratulating the bunnies, Teo walks forward and is delighted to see the babies as he stares at them with eyes full of love. Glancing at the adorable babies, Sejun informs Teo that he's now an uncle to the baby bunnies and tells him that he will do a great job. Overwhelmed, Uncle Teo takes out his treat from under his cape and shares it with the babies. But Sejun stops him, asserting that they're too small to digest the treats. However, the clever president finds out that Teo has been hiding some treats. Guilty of his behavior, Teo tries to reason with him, saying that these treats are for emergencies. But our boy decides to forgive him on the special day. It is known to us that outside the cave, someone has entered into the 99th floor of the dungeon through the waypoint portal. It appears that they are dangerous dungeon monsters who have come to fulfill their hunger and claim everything on the barren land that can be eaten as the blue moon is approaching soon. This command is given by the Ox King, who is the monster of the 99th floor of the dungeon, who is ordering his warriors to seek everything they find in their way. The next scene flashes back to the cave, where Sejun along with all the bunnies and bees work on the farm, as Teo looks after the baby bunnies. The next day in the cave, the farm seemed to expand and thrive when Sejun peeks at the cherry tomato field, witnessing plenty of more flowers grown in the field. With the field blossoming with flowers, our guy figures out how he gets a 50% yield boost. Presuming that it's his 7th blue moon in the cave, he notices that Mama Bear and her cub haven't visited the cave, thinking they must be preparing for the blue moon too. Finishing things up at the farm, as he also gets things ready, he catches a glimpse of Teo taking care of the baby bunnies as they run near the campfire. Uncle Teo instructs the babies to stay with him as everything is dangerous. Having no idea that Teo is a good babysitter, Sejun asks Uncle Teo about his babysitting life, but the cat seems to be exhausted already, adding that it's fun and proudly calls himself the best uncle. But it seems like Sejun and the bunny couple had tricked the poor cat into babysitting. As Teo walks over carrying all the baby bunnies on his back heading for an adventure, Sejun tells him to come back before dinner. Meanwhile, the blue moon is about to begin. The bunnies shut the doors of their houses. The bees get into their beehive. Sejun packs all the stuff in his backpack wearing a blanket, and Teo decides to save himself from the blue moon energy in his rucksack. Questioning if he will fit in there, Teo answers that his rucksack is big enough to make it a sleeping bag, mentioning that other rucksacks are as big as mansions. Getting to know about his super handy rucksack, Sejun hands in something important to the cat to hide it in his rucksack until the blue moon ends. It turns out that our guy had trusted Teo with the queen bee's cocoon, and the cat makes sure to keep it safe in his soft fur. At that moment, the blue moon begins, and Sejun hides in the corner of the cave. Suddenly he hears a very loud shrieking. Supposing that the noise sounds like cows passing by the cave, he gets scared and puts his earmuffs on. While the blue moon rises, he looks over at his farm and realizes that there are plenty of tomatoes with blue moon energy this time, and gets even more delighted when he watches over the cornfield that also seems to get the blue moon energy, and prepares himself for a plentiful blue moon harvest. Soon, the blue moon ends and Teo inspects outside the cave and informs Sejun about the clear situation of the dungeon. As Sejun lifts himself by the pulley, the cat speaks out that it would be better to come out of the cave when the bears are around, mentioning that it's still dangerous out there. Realizing that monsters passed by the cave during the blue moon, Sejun mutters that he needs to check the field and will come back after taking a glance, as he also has to harvest the blue moon crop. However, Teo couldn't stop himself from joining the president. As they made their way to the fields, they witnessed big monster footprints on the land, which had destroyed their sweet potato field. Reckoning that the monster must be powerful for how deep the soil they dig, our guy figures something out and rapidly climbs on the big rock. Reaching up, he hastily kneels to check something with the soil, grabbing the soil in his hands. Our guy finds out that the dungeon soil is not as dry and barren as it used to be. The soil has become more moist and sticky, making it perfect fertile soil. Never thought of finding such a fertile layer underneath the dungeon's soil. Our guy manifests to bring the barren land back to life with the fertile soil. Planning to overhaul the land completely, Sejun gives it a thought and utters that they have no machinery like forklifts or tractors to make their work easier, and they cannot burden the shovel bunny to handle all the work by himself. In the meantime, the notification befalls from the admin, asking Sejun what he is doing up there, who seems to be going back to the cave. The admin warns them to be careful of the monsters, as with the blue moon gone, the territorial boundaries are blurred, instructing them to move back to the cave. Our guy then greets Aileen and asks about her well-being. She responds that she seems to be doing well and tells Sejun to take care of himself first as the farmer. As the admin seems to care much about him, our guy gets the hint that she's waiting for her promise to be fulfilled. He informs Aileen that there are plenty of blue moon tomatoes today. Landing in the cave, Teo seems to be tired and goes to sleep, while Sejun heads to the cornfield and catches a beautiful sight of fully grown corn filled with blue moon energy. It seems like Sejun has harvested a health corn with blue moon energy, and it increases health by 0.1 point when consumed. Admired by the sight of that health corn, Sejun realizes that it's a level D crop which boosts stats twice as much as level E do, and is about to take a mouthful of that delicious corn, but gets interrupted by the admin who's waiting on her cherry tomatoes. Fulfilling his promise, Sejun plucks out the blue moon cherry tomatoes, offering 5 of them to the admin. Aileen receives her blue tomatoes, mumbling that if the regular tomatoes made her dragon heart beat, the blue moon tomatoes might be more effective, and eats all the blue cherry tomatoes at once. Amazed by the delicious flavor, Aileen focuses on her mana flow, and eventually, her dragon heart pounds again, skipping a beat. But before she could process anything, it seemed like the dragon experienced a seizure as she collapsed on the floor. Later at the cave, Sejun harvests the blue moon corn and boils it in the pot that Teo had bought from the market. As the pot rattles with the corn boiling in it, our guy walks through the steaming corn. He puts the leaves to dry on wooden sticks to make silk tea leaves out of it, finding another drink option to enjoy. While the bunnies are greeted by him, Sejun asks the daddy bunny about the little kiddos who seem to be napping with their mommy. Planning to share the blue moon corn with the bunnies as it cooks, our guy shows the plentiful blue moon harvest to them. However, the kind daddy bunny tells Sejun to eat the corn by himself and they will eat the cherry tomatoes. But the young bunnies are disappointed after hearing this, frowning at them from the back. Appreciating the daddy bunny's kindness, our guy feels bad for not sharing the corn with the bunnies and decides to harvest the corn to enjoy them together for dinner. Finally, the delicious steaming corn seems to be done. Sejun holding the steaming hot corn and mentions that it must taste good since its level D produces and contains blue moon energy as well. Meanwhile, the bunnies eat the blue cherry tomatoes, enjoying them to the fullest. Daddy bunny takes 2 of the cherry tomatoes for himself and the wifey bunny to eat them inside. As Sejun takes a bite of his corn, he falls in love with its sweetness, letting out that each kernel is bursting with flavor, and the more he chews on it, the more sweeter it gets. While he's munching on his corn, the young bunny stares at him desperately. Eating the entire cob, his health increases by 0 points. One permanently tosses the cob into the blazing fire. After eating, Sejun and the bunnies are all stirred up to harvest the corn and head to the cornfield. Our fella begins harvesting the corn as they seem nice and ripened. He plucks out the corn and reads the status window of the health corn, asserting that each corn dissolves 20 grams of body fat and increases health by 0.2 points when consumed. However, when eaten by a non-awakened, each dissolves 20 grams of fat and improves skin elasticity. Reading the benefits, he ruminates that his mom would like this health corn as it improves skin elasticity. Thinking that he should send some for his harvest to his family with his regards, Mama Bear with her baby arrives at the cave, and Sejun greets them. Coming out from the cave, our guy asks them about their well-being and offers the cub some honey, as he must have been hungry for not eating anything all day. As the cub seems to enjoy the honey, the crimson grizzly bear looks at her baby with satisfaction, and Sejun fetches some grilled fish for the mama bear. In the meantime, Teo comes out of the cave and seems to be heading out for work. Sejun asks him to get more sleep, but the cat refuses to waste time and speaks out that he's a professional peddler now. Appreciating Teo's strong work ethic, the cat hops onto Sejun's leg and requests to get a ride to the peddler pathway. The baby bear clenches Teo's cape by his teeth while the cat hangs from his mouth like a clock string. The mama bear and the cub drop off Teo to the pathway, and Sejun plans to repair the field. The next scene takes us to the Ox King, the monster of the 99th floors, who seems frustrated and furious with the warriors as they collect nothing but clay which is not edible. Not finding a single thing in the dungeon, one of the warriors lets out that the land is barren and there's nothing left to eat. adding that they haven't seen green leaves in their territory for ages. The Ox King speculates that they used to have so much to eat, but now all they are left is clay, and gets disappointed. The Ox King ponders about this situation, unraveling that this land used to be a fertile green plain. It is revealed to us that the monsters of the Black Towers are the most powerful warriors defending the 99th floor waypoint. Adding the oxen must make up for the energy loss caused by intense exercise during the blue moon, or else they have to suffer from muscle loss. For that reason, the Ox King commanded the warriors to disperse across the territory and feed on the grass closer to the blue moon. However, his warriors known as the Minotaurs were colossal monsters and needed an immense food supply, and their massive grass consumption resulted in an outrun of the available supply, which eventually turned the greenery into barren land. Coming back to the present day, the Ox King manifests that the young Minotaurs don't seem to have good muscle development, for which the need to eat quality grass is mandatory, as they need to stay powerful and maintain their pride as warriors. As the king calls for warrior 1103, he supposes that he must have got lost in the territory, but at that moment the Minotaur arrives and bows before the captain, explaining that after the blue moon he had traveled so far and lost his energy. Happy to see him back, the king is left wide-eyed when he smells something coming from that Minotaur. As the captain furiously grabs him, he watches a root hanging on his horn, which smells sweet. The next scene is about the dragon who collapsed on the floor earlier and finally opens her eyes as her head hurts. She gives it a thought and mentions that she would have gotten better after eating those tomatoes, but instead, she passed out. Suddenly, Aileen gets to the level with the chandelier and asserts why it is hung so low and notices that her magic crystal ball seems too far from her. She realizes that she has grown taller. Wondering how she grew big, her mind drifts to the blue cherry tomatoes, guessing that blue magic cherry tomatoes must contain more magic than regular tomatoes, and she ate 5 of them altogether, which stirred up quite a reaction. Thinking that blue tomatoes must have caused chain reactions in her dragon heart and resumed her stunted growth, she comes to ponder that it was a temporary effect because her dragon heart had stopped beating again. Distraught, Aileen figures out that she cannot be treated instantly, but she still has a ray of hope to treat and heal her dragon heart. Cherishing her sweet little farmer Seijin, something catches her eye as she watches something through her crystal magic ball. It seems like her farmer and bunnies are enjoying delicious food together without her. Unable to see through the ball because of her giant size, she looks for her dad's big crystal, rushing to find it, and she gets stuck in the door. Squeezed by the tight door, poor Aileen gets herself jammed in the door and begins screaming as she craves food and snacks. Later in the cave, Bae greets everyone from above the cave, while it seems like the cave is bustling as the bunnies harvest the corn. While the couple bunny rips off corn leaves as they pile up behind them, the sickle and the black bunnies put the corn into the stick, and the wagon bunny carries all the corn, while the baby bunnies play around them. As the corn is being cooked at the campfire, Seijin thanks the wagon bunny for bringing the corn to him. Wrapping up as our guy completes steaming the last batch of corn, he finally removes the lid of the pan, revealing perfectly steamed corn. The admin, who seems to have found the bigger crystal ball, shows her interest in trying out the freshly steamed corn. Pouring out the corn on the green onion platter, Aileen sends a new quest asking him to share 1 cob of corn with the hungry admin. It seems like our sweet guy already thought of sharing the corn with her, and lets her know that he's grilling corn and will offer her one of that too. While the admin feels happy and waits for corn, the young bunnies carry the grilled corn to put them in the corn platter. Thrilled by the sight of scrumptious steamed and grilled corn, Seijin puts the seasonings on the grilled corn Teo had bought last time, thinking that it would have tasted better with butter. Chef Seijun grills the corn like a pro, coated in sugar, then sprinkles grated Parmesan cheese on top as he reckons who would have thought of bringing cheese to the dungeon, and not forgetting the most essential red chili pepper which he finds out sneaking into Teo's bag after finding the straw hat. Contemplating how Teo could not tell him about the red chili, which is such a treasure, he thinks of taking his job as a CEO, but manages to forgive him. Sprinkling the final ingredient, the grilled corn on the cob is ready to serve, seasoned with sugar, Parmesan cheese, and red chili pepper obtained from Teo's business, adding the flavors that are addictive. Grabbing that heavenly bite of the seasoned grilled corn, our guy thinks that watching those cooking videos all day has paid off. After that, he offers a bowl of corn to Aileen, for which she greatly appreciates her human farmer. Asking the bunnies if they like the corn, he witnesses the parent bunny struggle to eat as they are feeding the baby bunnies. To help the parent bunnies, our guy takes off the corns of the cob from the spoon into a bowl so that the babies can eat on their own, and tells the parent bunnies to enjoy their meal now while he can watch over the little ones. About to take his first bite of the corn, he burst into laughter after watching the baby bunnies play with their corn. Diving into the corn bowl to eat, they drench themselves into corn. After a good laugh, our fella helps the babies to take off the corns, feeling exhausted after realizing that it's not easy to watch kids and misses the CEO as he used to handle the babysitting. The boy then narrates in his survival diary how they enjoyed the corn harvest. The next scene takes us to Phoenix Guild's temporary base on the 38th floor of the dungeon, where the hunters seem to be eagerly waiting for the peddler to come, muttering that he's taking too long. Wondering if something happened to the cat, a hunter questions his member about why he's buying tomatoes as he already got them for his girlfriend. To which the boy spills the reason for buying tomatoes, which seems to be that rich people outside the dungeon are trading those magic cherry tomatoes at hefty prices. They're offering 500,000 won for each, adding that they should capitalize on this before the other hunters get to hear about it. In the meantime, Jessica lets out that they soon have to leave the mission downstairs, or they will run out of supplies and also have to report to the guild. To not further delay the mission for Teo, the leader of the guild instructs the team members that he will stay for the auction because he knows the peddler well while the others leave for the mission. As the guild member leaves, it appears that Dongshik and Suha have stayed behind, waiting for the peddler. Dongshik is surprised to see Suha, as he thought that Jessica wanted to stay, but it looks like she has met her weight loss goals. Asking Suha if she's here for the auction, she reveals the real reason for staying, and it turns out to be Teo's squishy paws. After that, the scene flips to Teo, who reaches the peddler pathway on the 60th floor of the dungeon. Watching a huge tree, the peddler presumes that this pathway always feels the widest, as it leads up to the sky. Getting in line for the identification check for the peddlers, Teo checks himself in as a rookie peddler, and asserts that he would like to use the regular peddler pathway that leads to the 30 floors of the dungeon. As Teo makes his way into the peddler pathway, it seems like some wolves are furtively following him. It appears that the Silver Wolf clan is sneakily stalking Teo. Peeking at the montage made by the blacksmith, they recognize Teo, who had bought the straw hat. But the wolves speculate that the montage looks nothing like the cat peddler, despondent by the zero artistic talent of the blacksmith. The Silver Wolf, Elko, notices the cat doesn't have the straw with him, but Elki, the fellow wolf member, speaks out that he would never carry the hat in his hand, so it must be in his rucksack. As Elki asks them about Greed, the landlord, why is he looking for his straw hat, which is nothing special? Elka, who is the head of the Silver Wolf clan, commands him to do what is told, because they're the best free dungeon company, and only act on what their clients want them to do. However, Agent Jarrus, who is also furtively following Teo, witnesses the Silver Wolves and figures out that it is the straw hat that Teo had bought the other day, speculating that it must be important enough to hire mercenaries to do the job. Agent Jarrus lets the wolves follow Teo and move along behind them through the peddler's pathway. The next day, as sunshine beams over the dungeon, Seijin narrates that they've been repairing the dungeon field above the ground that was ruined during the blue moon. The bunnies and the crimson grizzly bears work on the field to remove the pile of dirt promptly. After the field is repaired, our guy decides to plant the new seeds he had bought, and it appears to be the peanut seeds, recounting that they had harvested the rest of the corn this morning and upgraded to level 16. Moreover, there is a slight change in the seed store as well. When Seijin taps to buy 1,000 peanut seeds for 5 dungeon coins, he surmises that these can recover the fertility of the soil, and the peanuts can also grow well on the barren land. The purchase of the new seeds upgrades him to the next level in the seed store, going from rookie to the ordinary level, where he will be shown 4 different types of seeds. Delighted, he receives the pouch of the peanut seeds, and asserts that now he has jumped on the ordinary level, he will be able to select between 4 different types of seeds, exceeding his expectations. He gets curious about the next visit of the seed store, as he wants newer seeds to grow on his farm. The boy continues to narrate about the corn stalks that only bear ears once. They chop down the corn stalks and move them to the dungeon field to cover the land where they've planted the peanut seeds, to slow down the evaporation under the sun that never sets. After setting the corn stalks to save the peanut seeds from drying up, and now they could wait longer between watering, our fella plans to work on other tasks. In the cave, he harvests corn, collecting seeds for a new batch of corn stalks by scraping the corn by the spoon into the bowl. Deciding on planting the seeds tomorrow, as he soaks the corn into the water overnight, the baby bunnies sneak attack on his soaked corn, wanting to play with them. Refusing that the baby bunnies cannot play with them, our guy finds out that the babies have a low tolerance for boredom, as all the grown-up bunnies are swamped with expanding the field above ground. To fix their problem, Seijin thinks of a fun idea that works suitable for the baby bunnies, as he grabs his backpack and hands out small bags to the baby bunnies. Getting them ready for school, the adorable baby bunnies excitedly hang their tiny bags, looking extraordinarily cute, while our fella instructs them to walk around with those bags, and offers the working grown-up bunnies some carrots kept in their small bags. Telling to come back for a carrot refill, he makes the babies rush to deliver the supplies, and the small bunnies head out to distribute the carrots to the grown-ups. While the little ones hand out the carrots to the grown-up bunnies, Seijin thinks of asking Teo to bring some cute clothes for the kiddos, and imagines them in the cutest clothes ever. muttering that they would look adorable, but he can't even take pictures. The next scene takes us to the barren land where one of the minotaurs is looking for something. Stomping on the land, the minotaur doesn't remember where he saw those root vegetables before, realizing that he lost his memory during the blue moon. It comes about that Minotaur 1103 had been ordered to be sent back to the field, unwilling to carry the order he recalls upon the clear command by the Ox King, unfolding that the leader of the Minotaurs interrogates him about the root vegetables he had retrieved. As he utters that he must have found it somewhere near the territorial border, the king asks him if he had left the territory. But it seemed like the Minotaur had lost his memories. The king inspected the root vegetable, which smells rather sweet, and tossed it into his mouth. Astonished, the sweet potato in his mouth burst with sweet and savory flavors. He felt his energy rising immediately, fueling his muscles with energy. After tasting that utterly delicious root vegetable, the Ox King strongly commands the Minotaur to find out more root vegetables, as their future depends on it. Asserting that his honor depends on him, he sends him back. The Minotaur is left with no choice but to go back and find it to be saved from the punishment of his captain's enormous muscles. Back to the present scene, the Minotaur stumbles upon the border between the woods and their territory. Wishing not to encounter the red monster as he has no energy to fight, a pleasant smell starts diffusing across the place. Following the smell, he witnesses a field blossoming with hundreds of fresh leaves lying on the ground. Delighted by these fresh, scrumptious leaves, the hungry warrior couldn't resist and started munching on the leaves right away, collecting all the leaves from the ground to take back to his territory, mumbling that the captain would love this. Suddenly, the crimson grizzly bear gets the hunch of an outsider roaming around the fields, rising to patrol the area, while the dungeon dragon is relaxing in the grown-up spa that she is finally big enough to use, recalling that it used to be deep for her. Enjoying her self-care routine, Aileen's precious self-care moment is interrupted by the red bear as she asks the admin to help her. Grasping the matter of the situation, Aileen wakes the farmer up, immediately alarming him about the traces of other monsters found near the cave by the crimson grizzly bear. As they move out of the cave, they witness all of their corn leaves and green onion leaves have disappeared from the field, and our boy is shocked by this raid from the monsters. Later, Teo seems to arrive on the 38th floor of the dungeon, greeting the guild members. The next scene takes us to the field, where Seijin is left bewildered after knowing that some kind of monster has broken into their farm field and taken everything. Recalling that he didn't hear a thing at night, the admin interprets for the crimson grizzly bear, who confesses that she suspects a monster with horns. Ruminating that they were the same monsters who dug the holes on the field during the blue moon, he noticed that they only took the leaves while the seeds were still in their place. Thinking that it might be a problem, Seijin decides to bring more tomato and green onion leaves to cover the peanut seeds. Assuming that now they should stay more careful and prepared, the admin elucidates that Mama Bear will be expanding her surveillance area, which our guy thinks is a great idea, and advises the bear to be cautious and take care of her health and safety. Realizing that they need to protect themselves, the crimson grizzly bear stomps back to the forest to patrol the area. Later, the bunnies fetch the queen bee cocoon resting in a comfy green onion basket with a soft pillow in it. They draw out the basket with the help of the pulley. Seijin reckons that the queen bee cocoon will be coming out of her pupa soon, so he asks the bunnies to cover for him and the cocoon as they create a deck chair and a patio kind of umbrella for a sunshade so that he can watch the queen bee come out. It is revealed to us that the first thing the bee sees, she considers it her master. In addition, the population of the poisonous honeybees has grown to about 200 swiftly. Thinking that if the new queen bee grows another colony, the bee population will increase in no time, leading Seijin to believe that they will be strong enough to keep their territory safe. Looking forward to meeting the queen bee, he begins to feel sleepy as his mouth opens into a big yawn, and he dozes off while thinking if he should give a sweet potato flower or a tomato flower to the queen bee when he meets her. Nodding off, the cocoon kept beside him starts to make movements, as the big bright light beams from inside the cocoon as it hatches, and the newborn queen honeybee comes into existence. It appears that she is Queen's poisonous honeybee junior. She peeks around, begins flapping her wings, and sits on Seijin as he flakes out. The first thing she peeks at is our fella Seijun, and the queen honeybee registers him as her master. Delighted by the flowers our guy grasps in his hand, she seems to be fond of the yellow tomato flower. While she holds the flower, the queen poisonous honeybee, who is the mother of the junior queen bee, encounters her. Meeting each other, they fly around together out of happiness. As it seems like they're up to something, the queen poisonous honeybee junior flies towards our guy and rubs against his cheek. Seems like she's saying him goodbye and glides away. As soon as our guy wakes up, he is bombarded with notifications. As the admin briefs him about the hatching of the cocoon, the newborn queen bee junior has registered him as her master, and he has increased his familiarity level with beekeeping ability. Surprised, he starts looking around for the newborn queen bee, but it occurs that she's gone. The next scene takes us to the monsters of the 99th floor. The Minotaur who had come back after breaking into Seijun's farm stealing all the leaves. He hands the captain the leaves. The Minotaur reveals that he found the leaves abandoned on the ground near the border, assuming that it's a different kind of leaves from the last time and has never seen before. Captain Ox asserts that these leaves are not enough to share with everyone. It seems like the Minotaur had consumed all the leaves on his way, but the Ox King doesn't get furious with him, knowing the fact that they are tempted to eat a lot. Sniffing the leaves, the king decides to eat the leaves and is wonderstruck by the delicious flavor of the leaves, and he's full of energy now after consuming it. Overjoyed, he pats the Minotaur for finding those leaves, presuming that now they make their tribal land prosper again with an ample supply of the leaves. Processing the situation, Captain Ox thinks about the strange thing happening in the forest territory. He ponders how anyone could leave those leaves behind, adding if the 90th floor is undergoing some changes. Wishing that he could visit the area himself and gather as many leaves as he can. But the captain cannot leave the waypoint without knowing how much yield to expect. But he seems to have an idea and commands the same Minotaur who brought the leaves to find the exact source of the leaves, instructing him to inspect every single possibility. The caption proceeds that if someone left the leaves behind, it leads them to believe that someone grew them somewhere, and if someone abandoned the leaves on purpose, he orders the Minotaur to find out who it was. But before he can start the big mission, the Minotaur makes a request to take a quick nap as he seems to get into a food coma because of the big meal he had after a long time. Dreaming of taking a nap, the captain tells him to go right this instant, taking out his huge axe to scare him off, and the poor Minotaur quickly heads out to the forest. The next flip to the cat peddler as he arrives at the 38th floor, and meets the hunters who have been waiting for him for so long. After revealing that he had stuff to take care of, the cat announces about the special cherry tomatoes he has brought this time. As the hunter mumbles that his tomatoes are always special, Teo unfolds that this time they are level D produced cherry tomatoes. Believing that the peddler is spitting the truth, the hunters are amazed by the level D tomatoes because they dissolve 20 grams of body fat and increase magic by 0.02 points, adding that they do not even expire until 60 days. Knowing all these benefits, one of the hunters reckons the incredible profit margin on these level D tomatoes if he sells them outside the dungeon. In the meantime, Teo lets out that he will be auctioning 2,000 cherry tomatoes in 4 batches. As the auction begins, the hunters begin bidding for higher prices, and eventually, the cat sells out, and the cherry tomatoes are sold at great prices. After this auction, Teo's profit finally rises to 1,000 dungeon coins, feeling on top of the world as he thoughts of becoming an intermediate peddler, which was his dream all along, and he will finally be able to disclose the producer's name, laughing hysterically as he imagines that he no longer has to serve Seijun. Celebrating his moment of joy, Suha approaches him, asking him to take selfies with her. Assuming that it's time to proceed with his next project as an intermediate peddler, and commands everyone to make a line to touch his paws and gives him rewards. Keeping his hopes too high, he takes a glance at the ground which seems to be empty, with only Suha standing to take a picture with him. Asking her why the ground is empty, Suha tells him that everyone went downstairs because it took him so long to come back, and Teo figures out why the auction felt quieter than before. Poor Teo hurts his pride as he decides to capitalize on being a CEO, and shatters down thinking his paws aren't a lucky charm anymore. Even the kitty treats don't lighten up his mood when Suha offers them to him. Later, some of the girls approach and point towards him, and recognize that he's the peddler cat. The girls ask Teo if he's the peddler cat who takes selfies with people, revealing that she saw him on Hunstagram, which seems to be the picture that Suha took with him, requesting Teo to take selfies with them. This uprising in the peddler's demand makes Teo's eyes sparkle with sheer happiness. As he smells money, the mastermind peddler stretches out his paws and tells them to pay to take pictures. Later, Suha shows Teo her Instagram account titled Phoenix Guild Hunter, booming with thousands of followers, and is filled with pictures of the wandering cat merchant Teo. Astounded, the cat figures out that the girls who were waiting here to take pictures with him had seen Suha's uploaded pictures on her social media. As Teo witnesses the account brimmed with his pictures, Suha thinks that Teo might be mad at her for posting her pictures without his permission. But it turns out that he loves the idea of posting pictures on social media, mumbling why she didn't tell him sooner. Instructing Suha to stop wasting and take more of him to post, the cat starts posing for the pictures, looking exceptionally adorable. She keeps taking his pictures with cuter angles while cherishing Teo for how adorable he is. It seems like the greatest cat influencer in history has ruled the internet with his super cute pictures with tempting poses. Flattered by Suha's compliment, the self-obsessed cat tells her to inform the people if they want to meet this cool and adorable cat, they can meet him on the 38th floor, and a generous compensation will make him dance as well. It looks like the clever peddler got a full package for cat lovers, tricking them with his squishy paws and adorable face. Exhausted from all the posing and pictures, Teo makes his way back to the cave and starts grooming himself to look neater in the pictures for the next time. Imagining his paycheck growing and dreaming of aiming for the president's position, someone messes up his perfectly neat hair. Wondering who it is, Teo confronts the terrifying silver wolves hindering his way. Horrified by the sneak attack of the wolves, chills are sent down his spine as the helpless cat is surrounded by big scary silver wolves with no escape route. Trembling with fear, one of the wolves frightens the hell out of him with his big claws encircling Teo and interrogates the cat, asking if he's the same peddler cat who bought a straw hat from the blacksmith workshop in the middleman zone. Scared to the core, the poor cat seems to be too terrified to even speak. The wolf roars at him with a thundering voice, wanting the answer to his questions, and asks him about the straw hat and what he did with it. As the wolf threatens the cat to answer his question before he chews him up, poor Teo starts crying out of fear. As the wolf is about to attack the cat with its claw, something comes crashing to the ground. Suddenly the smoke starts appearing from that thing. It appears to be a stink bomb that distracts the wolves from the cat. Diverting their attention, Agent Jarrus comes to Teo's rescue as she also had been following him, grabs his hand, and scampers off into the forest. Dashing away, the leader of the wolves commands his members to chase after them, but it seems like their mission gets flopped as the wolves struggle with the stink bomb, blowing away their noses with its pungent smell. Meanwhile, Agent Jarrus and Teo escape from the wolves, panting heavily. Finally losing the wolves, the peddler cat shows gratitude to her for saving his life as he nearly got killed, to which Jarrus mumbles that he also saved her life, so she just returned the favor. Appreciating her kindness, he pats her shoulders and insists on paying back her favor, asking if she likes grilled fish. Upon hearing that, Agent Jarrus infers that it's the perfect opportunity. She implores Teo to accompany him to learn more lessons from him like last time, and the cat happily agrees to her. As they head to the middleman zone, Jarrus takes him through a shortcut she knows, but the cat informs her that he needs to stop by the Peddlers Guild and request a promotion to the intermediate level. Shocked, Jarrus suspects him about promoting to the intermediate level, spilling that he's just been a peddler for a few months. Interrogating her for how she knows about him being a peddler for a few months, Agent Jarrus gets this close to exposing her identity as a secret agent. She ponders about not letting Teo find out about her being a secret agent for the Peddler Association Investigation Bureau. Grasping the situation, Teo seems to know everything about it. As the agent starts sweating out of anxiety, he lets out that Skaram must have told her about him. Triggered by the suspense, Jarrus immediately agrees with him and tells him that Skaram voluntarily passed her all the information regarding him, without her even asking. As Teo goes on cursing Skaram for being a bad gossiper, Jarrus takes a sigh of relief, as she nearly dodges a bullet with him. Curious, the secret agent inquires about how he managed to make 1,000 dungeon coins in such a short period. Tricking him into answering the question, she puts on an act, speaking out that a humble peddler like her cannot even imagine accomplishing this much, asking Teo what kind of special product he sells. Thinking the answer is apparent, the agent determines that the peddler is racking up such revenue in such a short period with the assistance of evil peddlers like Skaram who scam people. She suspects Teo and reckons about being unaware of who's behind him or what kind of dangerous goods he's selling, and thinks of arresting him. However, her plans blow away in a second when Teo reveals that he sells cherry tomatoes to earn those dungeon coins. Left in disbelief, Jarrus makes sure that the cat is talking about the fruit cherry tomato, while Teo promises to show her next time as he is sold out on the cherry tomatoes. Getting there, the agent gets suspicious of the peddler and is baffled by the thought that he earned thousands of dungeon coins just by selling cherry tomatoes. The next scene takes us to the real world, in the United States, where the Vice President Michael McLaren chews on the new Level D tomatoes in the market, which dissolve 20 grams of body fat and taste better than Level E tomatoes. Asking Jenny about the cherry tomatoes they planted on Earth, she reveals that they have grown into ordinary tomatoes. Michael figures out the items come to effect only in the dungeon, and interrogates Jenny about the batch they planted in the tower, on which she asserts that they planted 100 Level E cherry tomatoes on the first floor of the dungeon, from which 10 of them germinated and are almost ready to harvest. The president appreciates Jenny for her hard work, and she gives credit to the Gagel's technology and experience, adding that they will soon be able to boost the germination rate by 50%. As she asks him about the budget draft for the project, McLaren informs her that it has been approved by the board, disclosing they have hired Awakened to wipe out the monsters around the farmland. Revealing all about the project, the president seems to be quite happy about it. Reckoning that those cherry tomatoes were a godsend, he utters that this wildest dream about the dungeon project will eventually come true. Later, Teo stops by the Peddlers Guild and receives his badge for becoming an intermediate peddler. He seems to be over the moon, and Jarrus congratulates him. Assuming that they should keep going, the cat lets out that he has to visit the peddler's market to buy some stuff. Speculating about the peddler's market, She narrates that its marketplace is located in the middleman zone, where peddlers can flaunt their full abilities to the fullest. Each workshop and farm presents its best products and pieces, and the peddlers buy the stuff through auctions and resell the product for maximum profit, concluding that in this kind of auctions, peddlers' business skills are put to the test, adding that the market is like a battlefield where there is no space for mistakes. She assumes what kind of business skills he will show. Teo stops by the general store, which looks nothing like the blacksmith workshop. Muttering that he needs to buy some stuff, they enter the general store as Teo buys 2 pots, a saw, and a few threads and needles, while Jairus lets out that she thought that he was here to buy wholesale products. Reminding her that he sells cherry tomatoes, the secret agent hoped to see him flaunt his skills in the marketplace, but it seems like he is just here to buy some ordinary stuff for the farm. As Teo selects all the stuff he wants to buy, the shop owner, who appears to be a hyena, calculates all the stuff, and it totals to 2.4 dungeon coins. The secret agent guesses that these cheap pots and the other little stuff should cost no more than 2 dungeons, believing that the shopkeeper is overcharging him. She imagines Teo as a soldier and the shopkeeper as an evil swindler who's tricking the naive customer. However, the cat immediately asks for a discount, and Jairus gets reminded of the dreadful haggling from the last time, thinking that he will use the same trick this time as well. The shopkeeper gently refuses to lower the price, asserting that he's already selling them at wholesale prices. While Jairus supposes that Theo's haggling trick could only work at a clearance shop, the hyena lowers the price to 2.2 dungeon coins, letting out that it's a special offer for a nice customer like him. The secret agent learns about the hyena's advanced tactics by starting at a higher price, and then giving a discount, making it look like a generous concession. Assuming that the owner is a veteran, she imagines the evil swindler expecting the soldier to say yes this time. However, the clever haggler Teo asks for a steeper discount, but the shopkeeper refuses to make the prices lower. Not getting a discount, the peddler cat makes his way out of the shop, leaving all the stuff behind, and Jairus asks him if he's not going to negotiate further, to which he answers that the shopkeeper is not lowering the price, so they have to leave. Thinking that he was a foolish and innocent customer, Hyena finalizes and lowers the price to 2 dungeon coins, but Teo, who is now a best haggler, closes the deal at 1.8 dungeon coins. Agreeing on the price, the shopkeeper loses hope and packs all the stuff, while Jairus is lost in the thought that the peddler took advantage of the owner's desperation for sales and completely hampered the swindling attempt of the shopkeeper. She finally realizes that Teo is not some ordinary peddler, as he already predicted the outcome and played like a professional in the field. Agent Jairus ponders about the negotiation and figures out that she belongs to a well-educated family. She would have agreed to pay 2 dungeon coins without stressing about the negotiation. She concludes that Teo did make 1,000 dungeon coins selling tomatoes, and realizes that she just witnessed the rise of a genius peddler. Optimistic, Theo finds out that he haggled 3 times as Seijun told him, as all he did was request a discount 3 times. After leaving the general store, Agent Jairus appreciates Teo for his modesty and the humbling experience she learned from him. The cat offers her to grab a bite with him, but she refuses and tells him she shouldn't be bothering him any longer and to check out wolves, for they might attack again. As they part ways, Teo reckons how strange Fox she is, and he also makes his way to the cave, impatiently waiting to take a nap in Seijun's lap. It's the Peddler Association Investigation Bureau, as Jairus seems to be writing something. Her agent informs about the director wanting to schedule a meeting to discuss Greed's stolen items, asking her if he should dismiss the meeting by telling him that she's busy. But Agent Jairus tells the dog agent that she will stop by the director's office soon and hands him a report about the peddler cat they've been watching. She asks him to send it to the peddler pathway manager and inform them that they don't have to worry about him. As the dog agent witnesses that it is the peddler cat they were searching for, he reads the report, which describes Teo as a master negotiator, to which Jairus mumbles that she's come across a real merchant after quite a while. Later at the cave, Seijun expands his farm by planting cherry tomatoes and corn on the field, as he again places all the leaves on the ground, hoping they should be safe from the thieves, as the crimson grizzly bear is guarding the area. While he's doing the work on the farm, he notices that the white young bunny has run out of water in the sprinkler can. Thinking that the sprinkler can never run out of water, the black bunny rushes towards our guy, trying to tell him something. The black bunny indicates that something is wrong with the pond. They go inside the cave and witness plenty of crayfish in the pond water. Shocked by the sight, Seijun utters if they made it through the piranha hole. Wondering what kind of ecosystem is in there, he commands the black bunny to hunt the crayfish. Drooling over the delicious crayfish, Seijun gets reminded that people on the internet love the taste of the crayfish. The black bunny pulls out his hammer as our fella makes it clear they cannot miss out on the main source of protein. Revealing that they taste better than they look, Seijun takes his dagger out and the black bunny gets ready with his hammer to begin the crayfish hunting. As the crayfish hunting begins, our guy stands inside the ponds killing the crayfish with his dagger, while the black bunny smashes them all at once with his iconic hammer. Killing as many crayfish as they can, they are then collected by the bunnies who carry them in the wheelbarrow. While the sickle bunny tries hard to cut through the shell of the crayfish, Sejun lets out that their shell is very hard, so it needs to be boiled first. They wrap the crayfish into green onions and leave them to cook in the campfire. As the delicious smell of the crayfish shell starts to take over the cave, our guy checks the crayfish. As he opens up the wrap, steaming hot grilled crayfish are cooked to perfection, with corn and tomatoes, while the ocean water adds flavor to the tender meat. Giving bunnies a tutorial on how to eat a crayfish, he busts the head and breaks it into pieces to share with the bunnies. As soon as they grab a bite, they are mesmerized by the delicious meat of the crayfish, and Sejun concludes that they don't even need seasonings because it has their saltiness that gives a subtle flavor that makes them irresistible. Meanwhile, the bunnies munch on the meat. He tells the bunnies not to throw the liquid inside the crayfish, which seems to be intestines, telling them that it's the best part. He dips the meat into the green sauce, which rejoices his taste buds with savory flavor, making him crave for soju. Curious, the black bunny sniffs the intestines liquid inside the crayfish, dipping his hands to taste it. The moment Black Bunny licks it, he falls in love with it, making his eyes sparkle with the savory flavor. While the Black Bunny drinks the whole thing inside it, our guy cracks open more crayfish for the bunnies to eat. After a while, Bae gets yanked by the delicious smell of the crayfish as he peeks inside the cave, and Sejun fetches some crayfish for him, hoping that he doesn't fall again. Instructing the baby bear how to eat the crayfish, Bae puts the whole thing in his mouth and is delighted by the scrumptious food. Watching him eat the whole crayfish, Sejun reckons that it works too because the shells are packed with nutrients. The next scene takes us to the outskirts of the second floor of the dungeon, where we witness a group of hunters killing the skeleton monsters. It seems like there are plenty of skeleton monsters as the hunters keep killing them. In the meantime, Vice President Michael McLaren arrives at the scene, and one of the hunters who is charged for clearing out monsters near the area of the farmland reports to the president that the hunters have wiped out half of the monsters from the skeleton village and the new mercenaries have joined as well. As Michael inquires about the number of days it would take to clear up the area, the hunter discloses that it will take a few months as they have to consider the size of the territory and the level of new mercenaries. Reckoning that only half of the area has been cleared out, McLaren gives a list of new awakens on a permanent record, adding that those people were awakened in return for paying their high-interest loans, so they won't be leaving the dungeon. The president gives the hunter an ultimatum of a week to wipe out the area near the farmland and walks toward the farmland where his people had grown the cherry tomatoes. The chemist who has been inspecting the cherry tomatoes farm in the dungeon informs McLaren about the cherry tomatoes that have ripened and asks him to try some. Assuming that his dream finally came true, he plucks out cherry tomatoes and finds out that they're not items as he expected. As he tosses the cherry tomato in his mouth to taste it, he is disgusted by the tasteless flavor of the fruit, spitting it out instantly. Interrogating what went wrong with the tomatoes, McLaren reveals that these fruits taste like nothing. The chemist tastes the cherry tomatoes, and she is also shocked after tasting how bland the tomato is, and speculates that it's impossible because they used every high-quality fertilizer they could get. As the other chemist checks her tablet, she finds out these cherry tomatoes are below standard in every nutrient, low quality, and not commercially viable. Upon hearing this, the president frantically starts smashing his feet on the cherry tomato field out of anger. As he smashes one of the cherry tomatoes, he finds out there's no seed inside them. The next scene takes us to the 90th floor of the dungeon, where Sejun is sleeping peacefully in the cave. While the Minotaur, who is sent back to find the source of the leaves, catches a glimpse of the leaves lying on the ground and starts eating them. It seems like the Minotaur had raided Sejun's field again, breaking in to steal the leaves as he sleeps unaware. The next scene switches to President McLaren, who is baffled by the cherry tomatoes with no seeds in them, asserting that they cannot grow crops without seeds and not even modify them. Figuring out how it may happen, he narrates the story of himself 10 years before the towers appeared, and he luckily entered the tower by vanishing. Witnessing the vast and fertile land of the tower, he had a great vision as a young and ambitious boy. As the land of the dungeon acquired rich soil and endless sunlight, he thought of growing crops there, manifesting to dominate the global food market. To make it happen, he left the tower after clearing up a few levels and convinced his father. As everything seemed to be going his way, the dungeon farming project began as they had all the things needed, including seed and fertilizers. However, a problem arose when he saw that no one of the seeds germinated. Knowing that his father's company had invested a massive amount of money in hundreds of different seeds and optimized the tower's environment, it turns out that scientists had discovered that Awakened lost their reproductive abilities after entering the tower, revealing that it's a temporary side effect to make their body adjust to the magic. Adding that most Awakens recovered their reproductive abilities once they reached level 10. But the news gets even more shocking when he gets to know that infertility affects the plants as well, and there's no possible way to boost seed levels from the outside. Knowing that the tower sells crops and food like in the real world, he discovers a way to find plants native to the tower. Unfortunately, he finds no luck with the peddlers who refuse to sell him the seeds, letting out that a greedy landlord greed on the 55th floor controls the sales. Clearing the 10th level at that time, he had lost everything he dreamed of. He lost all the money and made fools out of himself in front of his father and the board of directors. This obstacle in his dungeon farm project led to a massive failure. After narrating his sobbing story, McLaren does not give up on his project and commands his people to bring the hunters to the 38th floor. Holding a bag full of dungeon coins, he makes it clear that he wants them to find the peddler cat and bring all the cat's level D magic cherry tomatoes, no matter how much he has to spend. Grasping a cherry tomato, McLaren gives it a thought and reckons if they could not grow level E tomatoes, level D tomatoes might grow well, and a higher level might yield different results. Squeezing the tomato as it drips on his hands, he seems determined to take control of the cherry tomatoes with an evil grin on his face. Later, Teo returns to the cave and witnesses some of the leaves lying on the ground. As he picks it up, he realizes that they are Seijun's green onion leaves. Picking up the leaves that are lying along the way, the cat bumps into a minotaur who is chewing on the green onion leaves. The minotaur asks him if he's a peddler, but Teo, who is concerned about Seijun's leaves, interrogates him about where he found those leaves. The minotaur asserts that he picked up the leaves that were left on the ground, on which the cat freaks out and quarrels with him that Seijun never abandons his leaves, he is rather particular about them, explaining to the cow that he makes bowls and ropes out of the leaves, and even wipes his butt with them. While Teo accuses the minotaur of stealing Seijun's precious leaves, the minotaur gets furious as he hurts his pride as a warrior and gets mad at Teo for accusing him of stealing someone else's leaves when he's a warrior. The minotaur rages with anger when he's insulted by the peddler, but terrified Teo stands his ground and tells the warrior that he's lying. To clear up the confusion, the cat decides to ask Seijun to settle this once and for all, and the minotaur agrees. As Teo leads the way, the minotaur presumes that the guy Seijun certainly got rid of the leaves, asking why anyone would lay such delicious leaves on the ground. The cat hysterically wakes up Seijun and informs him that he has caught the thief who ate his leaves. Surprised, Seijun leaps out of the cave through the rope and witnesses a huge cow which scares the hell out of him. Telling him to teach the minotaur a lesson, as Teo exposes the minotaur for stealing Seijun's leaves, our guy notices the leaves he had laid on the fields are gone. The minotaur tries to explain to himself that he just picked up fallen leaves on the ground, and asks Seijun why he would abandon them if he was using them. Our fellow recognizes that the black minotaur is the same monster that the crimson grizzly bear told him about, and he was the one who destroyed the field during the blue moon and stole the corn leaves he covered his field with. It seems like Teo had caught the minotaur stealing his green onion leaves again. The minotaur justifies himself by telling them that he's a warrior of honor who would never take what he didn't earn. But Teo seems quite pissed off and makes it clear that the leaves are not trash and that the ox is a thief. While all this happens, Seijun presumes that the monster is an ox that can dig or plow, and clarifies to the minotaur that those leaves lying on the ground were not trash, but serving an important purpose, which was to prevent moisture in the soil from evaporating. The ox feels ashamed for stealing the leaves, explaining that he didn't know, but our fella does let it slide easily when he requests the minotaur for 100 dungeon coins for destroying his farmland and stealing his leaves. It seems like Seijun has yet to trick the ox into working with him, ready to make him a slave or maybe a partner. As our fellow requests a hefty payment, the minotaur is shocked to hear such a big price just for eating leaves, as he never thought that leaves would be so expensive. Realizing that stealing is no fun, Seijun asks for payment. However, as Teo climbs up the huge minotaur and inspects him, finding out that he has no money. Perfectly played, our guy makes a deal with the minotaur, offering him to pay back his labor. While both Teo and the cox are confused, our boy makes him understand that he has to travel here every day and work for him at the farm, adding that each day he works will be worth 1 dungeon coin, which means that the minotaur will soon be able to pay back his debt in the next 100 days. Asking if he has to pay back by working, our fella mutters that he will provide lunch as well, and the minotaur can have as many green onions as he likes. Thrilled by the offer, the ox agrees to the deal immediately, telling him that he will do anything if he feeds him. As Teo watches Seijun settling down on a great deal with the minotaur, he is amazed by President Seijun's new lesson, which also seems to be some kind of haggling, and how he asks the minotaur to pay back with labor if he doesn't have money. It seems like Theo is inspired by President Seijun's cunning idea. After they wave the cox goodbye, the clever guy praises the peddler cat for his great work in finding the thief and helping him get a worker for the field. As the cat asks for his reward, Mr. President makes him CEO for another month. Dissatisfied, Teo clings to his legs and asks for a generous reward while he ruins Seijun's pants. The next day, the crayfish hunt begins once again, as the pro hunter Seijun and the black warrior bunny flaunt their incredible fishing skills. The black bunny makes a fierce attack, striking the crayfish with his hammer and great strength. Assuming that the hunting should be enough for Bei and his mom, the young bunnies carry the killed crayfish and pile them up. While our guy compliments the warrior bunny for honing skills every day, the black bunny starts shining, and it seems like his item has changed into a different and exceptional kind of hammer. As everyone applauds him for his terrific reward, Seijun mutters that it's not a usual promotion, but a second awakening, and the black bunny stands with pride, feeling proud of his achievements. Watching the incredible strength of the warrior bunny, our boy gives him full charge of crayfish hunting. In the meantime, the mama bear appears above the cave, and as Seijun comes out of the cave, he witnesses something over the big pulley rock. The baby bear points towards the beehive that is hung by the big rock. As our guy peeks at the beehive, wondering how long it has been up there, a bee flies out from the beehive. Recognizing that it's the junior queen poisonous honeybee who hatched last time, they clasp into a cute little greeting hug. Speculating where she had been this whole time, as he was worried about her, Seijun didn't even get to see her hatched, and she even registered him as her owner. Eventually, the baby poisonous honeybees emerge from the hive, and our guy realizes that the queen bee must have left to start a colony, and feels happy for her safe return. After that, he introduces the queen bee to the cub and assigns him to take care of the beehive so that the bee can make a lot of delicious honey for him. Joined by the mama bear, the bees get along with the baby bear, and in that moment, the minotaur arrives at the field, ready to begin his first day at work. However, the mama bear frantically starts roaring at the minotaur, as she assumes that it's the monster who barged into their territory and thinks it's an enemy. The minotaur, who wasn't expecting to run into the crimson grizzly bear, clenches his fists and prepares for the fight. Baffled by the sudden uproar, our guy tries his best to stop the mama bear, but she seems to be in her fight mode and stomps forward. Disturbed by the noises, Teo and the bunnies peek from the cave to see what's all the ruckus about. Seijun carries Teo on his shoulder and asks him for his help to stop the fight, or the minotaur and the bear will get hurt if they start the fight. Yelling to make the fight stop, our guy tries to make the bear understand that the minotaur is here to work, and he's not the enemy. Teo interprets the mama bear, who warns them to go inside the cave, and she is not backing out without a fight as she can't tolerate the minotaur trespassing on her territory. As Seijun tries to halt the minotaur from attacking, the ox refuses to leave the battlefield, as it is a disgrace for a warrior. Meanwhile, this uproar gets more chaotic when Teo keeps yelling at Bei, who keeps asking for his kitty treats, and our guy feels helpless by the situation. At that moment, long-lost admin Aileen appears and asks for a snack to fulfill her cravings, but she gets strongly refused by her farmer, who informs her about the fight that is about to begin between the minotaur and the bear. Upon listening, the admin immediately asks for an explanation for what the minotaur is doing here, and instructs Seijun to make them go back because she is hungry. Seijun yells at the selfish admin, telling her that he has tried to stop the fight but no one is listening. The situation in the field causes mayhem when Seijun, who seems to have enough of his fuss, screams his heart out as he speaks that if they don't stop fighting right now, none of them will get to eat today. Uttering these words in his mouth, all the animals are shocked by the jaw-dropping announcement made by Seijun. The bunnies are left astonished, and Teo is traumatized. Furious, our guy commands the minotaur and the crimson grizzly bear to settle down, and it seems like Aileen has been taking Seijun's commands seriously, as well as she also sits down. He proceeds to scold them that if the two of them start a fight here, it will destroy the crops, and it could hurt others around them. Planning to clear up the misunderstanding over a shared meal, our guy calls upon the bunnies to get ready for lunch. The young chef bunnies get to back work, while the warrior bunny hunts down for the meat, the sickle bunny chops all the vegetables, one of the farmer bunnies grills the corn, and the wagon bunny gathers all the cooked corn into his wheelbarrow. On the other hand, Chef Seijun cooks a meal as he tosses the pan on high flames. It seems like our guy has once again prepared a dinner feast for his fellow workers. Glancing at the parade of dishes such as grilled corn, cooked fish, and roasted green onions, the minotaur is left in awe and the crimson grizzly bear is delighted by the delicious meal. As they all settle down to eat, our fella gives some of the grilled corn to Aileen. While they eat, the minotaur approaches his hand to grab a corn, but the bear jerks his hand away. As the fight seems to start again, Seijun diverts their attention towards him and tells him to listen while they eat. He introduces the minotaur to the crimson grizzly bear and her son, who keeps the territory safe. As he introduces the minotaur, asking for his name, the ox reveals his name to be 1103rd Minotaur Warrior. Seijun clarifies that 1103rd warriors are here to help them with farming work, adding that if they fight, they don't get the food. Hitting their weak points, as Seijun announces no fighting or no food policy, the bear and the minotaur decide to get along as they hold hands and make a deal to be friends to make sure they get the food. As Seijun appreciates their friendship, Teo tells him to focus on the petting as he sits on his lap. Later, the Minotaur asks him about his job in the field, and our guy explains that his job is straightforward as he continues to pat Teo. They all move towards the field. Seijin instructs him to dig up the soil as he did during the blue moon and turn over the soil by plowing the ground until lunchtime. Assuming that his job seems quite easy, and on top of that he's getting free lunch, the Minotaur gets all fired up and flaunts his real warrior power as he effortlessly plows the field, working hard for the free lunch. Delighted, watching the Minotaur do his work perfectly, our guy seems to have found an easy way to make the seed bed. While the bunnies carry the green onion plants in the wheelbarrow, Seijin instructs them to start planting the green onions, letting out that it's a hassle to run back and forth to the cave and bring the leaves. Feeling the need for a larger yield, our guy presumes that multiplying green onions is easy. All needs to be done is cut off the stems of the grown green onions and leave the roots in the soil. By the time 2 stems grow out of the base, grow the roots and plant them back. As he peeks at the roots that have grown strong, the notification pops up as they've created a 700 square feet green onion field. It seems like their green onion field is all prepared and ready. Chewing on the green onion, our guy reckons that the green onion grows fast in the dungeon. Each time a new stem grows, it needs to propagate them, and the field will multiply in no time. While all the things are going smoothly, Seijun figures out there is one concern, and that is the bunnies assigned to watering the plants are facing a problem. Their sprinkler cans have limited capacity, which limits the water supply to the crops, which will eventually lead to a problem of lack of water for the crops. Shortly, the daddy farmer bunny begins to shine, and it seems like it has transformed into a golden sprinkler can. Surprised, our guy asserts that it's the second awakening similar to the black bunny's awakening. He congratulates the farmer bunny and is delighted by the perfect timing of the sprinkler can. He asks the farmer bunny about his capacity, and gets to know that the capacity of the sprinkler has doubled. The next scene takes us to the Ox King, who's waiting for his warrior number 1103, reckoning what's taking him so long. Later at the cave, Seijun finally takes the baby bunnies out of the cave for the first time. Opening the bag pack to let the babies out, he introduces them to Bei. Sniffing the kiddos, Bei seems to love the baby bunnies as he starts licking them, and the babies love the soft fur as they climb on him. Seijun asks the big brother Bei if he can take care of the little ones. Jealous Teo watches them with a frowning face and lets out that he's the best uncle. As he tries to trick the baby bunnies into taking them on an adventure outside the cave, poor Uncle Teo gets ignored by the kiddos, as they seem to have more fun with the cub. Teo starts sobbing as the babies have forgotten about him already. He is left distraught as Seijun tells him that children grow up quickly. Banging his paws on the ground, the cat seems to be going through an emotional breakdown as he reveals that he raised them with so much love and dedication. Watching him being an emotional wreck, our guy comforts him as he tells him not to take it personally and lifts him to make him sit on his lap, offering him a treat to make him feel better. Feeling better, Seijun asks him if it's time for another auction, on which Teo lets him know that he can't go down to sell cherry tomatoes. Our guy questions him about what he's talking about, and the cat explains his traumatizing encounter with the wolves. Stunned, Seijun gets to know that a group of wolves is looking for the straw hat, and this is the reason why Teo can't go downstairs to sell the tomatoes. Our guy is lost in the thought of the straw hat, knowing that it's an effective artifact, and realizes that only farmers would utilize this hat, which leads him to think if there's another farmer on another floor of the dungeon. He assures Teo not to worry and comes up with an idea. Curious, he asks Seijun about his idea on which he plans on hiring a mercenary, who is the Minotaur, and Teo is delighted by the great idea. It is revealed to us that mercenaries are similar to peddlers who can take up the job only if they are born in the tower. The Peddlers Association and the Mercenaries Association had an agreement, and they allowed the mercenaries to use the peddler pathway by charging a fee, adding that if a non-mercenary is hired as a temporary mercenary by a peddler's request, they are given access to the pathway. Wishing that Seijun himself could go down there as a mercenary, he is unable to do so because he was not born in the tower. Complimenting his good memory, Teo doesn't seem so sure that the Minotaur would agree to work because he's a monster from the 99th floor. But it seems like our guy has it all sorted out, as he tells the cat he has an idea to make the Minotaur hire as a mercenary. He plans to cut off 3 dungeon coins of debt per day if the Minotaur agrees to guard Teo as a mercenary. Listening to his brilliant idea, the cat praises his genius brain and thinks that he will use these lessons and tricks learned from his president when the time comes. Later, the Black Minotaur sneaks away to work on Seijun's field. However, he is caught by another Minotaur who says that she hasn't seen him for 3 days. It turns out to be a Minotaur number 1104 who sneaks up on him. Peeking at his glowing complexion, the Minotaur assumes that he has been eating something without them knowing. Denying that he hasn't been eating anything, she threatens him to take her with him, or else she's going to spill everything to the captain who's already looking for him. It seems like the Minotaur had no choice but to take her with him. Leading the way, the Minotaur tells her to keep it a secret. Later in the cave, Sejun pulls out of his cave through the rope and witnesses two Minotaurs standing in front of him. Asking if he had bought a friend, the female Minotaur introduces herself as 1104, asking Sejun if he's the one who gives him food for plowing the field, while the black Minotaur explains to our guy that he's in a tough spot and have to let her work here, or else he will in trouble. Our guy asserts that he doesn't plan on expanding the farm so he won't need extra help. He gives it a thought and gets reminded of a thing that he can use her help for. Our fellow reveals that he has to hire her as a mercenary, adding that he wants safety for his peddler cat who is at risk because some wolves are looking for him, and offers her 3 dungeon coins per day for the work. However, the Minotaur refuses his offer immediately, letting out that she cannot eat dungeon coins. Reconsidering the offer, our guy then decides to provide her 3 meals per day along with snacks, and she immediately gets convinced to work. Listening to this enticing offer, the black male Minotaur also seems to be interested in being a mercenary, and our quick-witted boy figures out that these oxen run on food. Thinking that it's great to have 2 of them for Teo's safety, he packs their lunch so that they can eat it along the way. Overjoyed, the female Minotaur hugs the black Minotaur out of joy, thanking him for bringing her to such a fantastic place. Feeling delighted, the male Minotaur is happy to work with her, as they seem to be affectionate. Sejun and Teo stare at them as they feel the love in the air. After that, as the green onions that seem to have grown outside of the dungeon, Sejun trims off plenty of green onions, collecting them into a pile of green onion leaves. It looks like the green onion leaves are the Minotaur's lunch for the road. Teo asks him if he can pack the green onions in the rucksack, but our guy seems unsure if his rucksack will have enough space for the tomatoes after fitting in the green onions. To his surprise, Teo flings the rucksack onto the pile of green onion leaves, sucking all of the plants inside it. He tells Sejun that his rucksack can now fit more than it used to. Teo holds his backpack and reveals that he's a CEO and an intermediate peddler now, and his rucksack capacity increased when he got promoted to another level. Shocked, Sejun does not see the difference, and asks him if his badge color has changed following his level, to which a frustrated peddler tells him how unmindful he is for not noticing his badge. Listening to Teo's ranting, our guy pulls his cheeks tightly and reminds him of the gift he has given to him for his family. With his rucksack filled with items and errands assigned by Sejun, Teo and the Minotaurs get on their way, and Sejun waves them goodbye, hoping the oxen would look after him. As Sejun and the bunnies watch them leave, he gets worried about the cat, hoping that Minotaurs won't eat him after finishing the leaves. The next scene takes us to the peddler's village, which seems to be a residential area for peddlers. As the place seems to be filled with peddlers, the silver wolves seem to be there too. Bringing food for themselves, Elka, the clan leader of the wolves, asks his member Elki about the money they've left with, and they seem to run out of money. Elko, who seems exhausted, asks the leader how long they have to stay here, muttering that it's tiring to be in the village, glancing at everyone passing by, and asking him to go back to the 85th floor. Upon hearing, the leader frantically grabs Elko, bursting with fury. He reminds him of their fellow wolves who have been waiting for them, and if they fail to complete their mission, they will not get any food from Greed the landowner, adding that their tribe's survival is on the line. Crying, Elko apologizes to him for being careless, and Elki tells him to eat and cheer up, comforting him by giving him food they bought with the money they raised for the tribe. Suddenly, something catches Elka's eye, and it seems like he has seen Teo the peddler cat entering the village. Determined, the wolf decides to find out more about the straw hat this time, and he must do it for his tribe. Later, in the peddler's village, all the peddlers are astounded to see the black minotaurs, as they never see the monsters from the 99th floor around this area. As the peddlers wish to meet whoever managed to hire the minotaurs as mercenaries, asserting they must be great peddlers, Teo arrives at the scene and reveals that he's the one who hired them mercenaries. Looking at the tiny peddler cat, the other peddlers don't seem to believe, mumbling they've never heard of his name before and Teo to stop lying. Teo calls upon the minotaurs to prove everyone wrong. He looks behind him, and both of the minotaurs seem to have left him and gone somewhere. It turns out that cabbages have grabbed their attention as they look delicious. The little shopkeeper, who's a tiny hamster, trembles with fear as he peeks at the huge minotaurs, pleading to spare his life. In the meantime, Teo comes looking for them, reminding them that they're here to protect him. The minotaurs apologize to him and let out that they got distracted by all the cool things. Grasping the situation, he finds out that it's their first time in the Pathway Village, and they never left the 99th floor before. Speculating about why it's called the Peddler Pathway, the Minotaur thought that this pathway was for everyone born in the towers, and not just limited to peddlers. Upon hearing, the cat realizes these oxen have been secluded on the 99th floor of the dungeon, and decides to walk them through the basic info as the intermediate peddler has quite the knowledge about the pathway. Teo unfolds and narrates that a long time ago the paths between floor 1 and the 90 floor extended like twisted branches, and these numerous pathways made it difficult to identify which pathways were the safe ones. And so one of the first great peddlers formed the Peddlers Association and organized the pathways systemically, shutting down all the dangerous paths and maintaining the safe ones. Later, the Mercenaries Association, who were leading forces of the Tower and the Magic Tower, joined this agreement and agreed to support pathway maintenance by providing resources. Additionally, the pathway managers from the Peddlers Association control and manage the pathway, hence calling it the Peddler Pathway. Getting to know the fascinating story behind the pathway, the Minotaurs are amazed and praised Teo for his great knowledge. Feeling honored, he recalls reading all of this in one of the guidebooks for the rookie peddlers, and feels glad that he read it as he puts on a sneaky grin. Revealing that all the tower residents can use the pathway, the cat discloses about the shortcuts which are known as the paid pathways that only peddlers can use. He hops onto the Minotaur's hand and asserts that they made it down the dungeon floor through the paid pathway, because he's a peddler. Confused about the pathway thingy, Teo clarifies to them that the pathway village is located in the middle where the paid pathways are intensive, adding that to go to the 38th floor, which is their destination, they will use a shortcut that leads to the 40th floor and then transfer to the regular pathway. The Minotaur thinks that it's way too intense, but Teo assures the Minotaurs they will get used to it and take a break to have lunch. Thrilled for the food, Teo and the Minotaurs head to his favorite fish spot. As they walk, the wolves pull up an unpremeditated attack on the peddler cat, trapping Teo by his big claws. As the leader wolf seems to find the peddler cat, Teo recognizes that it's the same wolf from before. As the scary wolf asks the cat about the straw hat, the black Minotaur appears from behind and strikes a powerful blow on the wolf, which he manages to dodge. Surprised by the Minotaur, Teo informs the male Minotaur that he's the wolf who attacked him last time and has been looking for him. Assuring Teo that he will take care of the wolf, Elke and Elko, the other two wolves, leap towards the Minotaur from above, preparing to make a sneak attack. However, the female Minotaur comes forward and thrashes a forceful punch, making the wolves slam on the ground. The female Minotaur instructs her fellow warrior to look after Teo, while she will take care of the wolves. Worried, Teo asks the Minotaur if she's going to be okay on her own. He reminds him that they're the most powerful monsters on the 99th floor. These wolves are easy to handle, asserting that she's more powerful than him. Yelling, Teo commands the female Minotaur not to kill the wolves as she stomps toward them to strike another punch. The silver wolf, who seems to have been hurt, plans to escape from here, but the leader Elka seems eager as he can't give up, uttering that he might not get another chance to find the peddler cat. The wolves stand steady and prepared to attack, as the huge Minotaur appears in front of them, ready to fight. Later at the cave, Seijun, along with the young bunnies and the baby bear, seems to have fun outside the cave. All the bunnies seem to get their hair done by the sickle bunny, who has become a great hairdresser. Seijun settles down to get a trim, asserting that his long hair has been blocking his vision. As the sickle bunny holds his sickle, looking like a pro hairdresser, he slashes the hair. Trimming the hair, the sickle bunny and the baby bear witness a bald spot on his hair. Panicked, it seems like the sickle bunny has done damage to Seijun's hair. Unaware of the incident that has happened with his hair, he gets excited to see how his hair turns out. The next scene takes us to the pathway village, where the wolves leap forward, attacking the Minotaur. As she is prepared to fight them, the three of the wolves somehow manage to attack her, as they cling their teeth to the Minotaur's hand and feet. Grabbing the skin with their sharp fangs as hard they could, their teeth didn't tear through the thick skin of the Minotaur. Unaffected, the Minotaur makes it clear that they cannot tear her skin, whacking the wolves with her full strength and yanks them as they come crashing on the ground. Witnessing his members getting hurt, Elka decides to fight alone on their behalf, and as he clenches her horn and clings his teeth stronger, however, the Minotaur smashes him on the ground and is about to give him a deadly punch. Witnessing his death in front of him, Elka the leader gets reminded of his father, who reveals to him that they are pure-blood silver wolves, and when they die, their spirits become guardian angels of the tribe, adding that they are stronger than any tribe, keeping themselves alive through hunting prey, thanks to their ancestors. His father taught him that their ancestors are their honor and told him to live a good life with dignity and never disappoint their ancestors. Later, their tribe suffers through famine, and the Western tribes turn back to looting for survival, creating mayhem, and their tribe falls in danger, resulting in Elka's father getting killed while he's saved by someone. Elka, who has grown into an adult wolf, begins to serve greed, but the wolf tribe disapproves of this and criticizes him for making such a shameful decision for serving the subordinate, the lowly boar. It seems like Elka had no choice but to serve greed, because he had to think about their children's future, and decided to lose his dignity to protect them. Elka becomes evil and starts killing for the sake of survival, serving Greed the boar, who orders him to do evil things. Thinking about his father and his tribe at the last moment, Elka faints on the ground as the Minotaur peeks at him. Teo pokes on his face, checking if he's alive. He asks the Minotaur if she's certain that the wolf has passed out. She plans on breaking the wolf's leg so that he can't follow them anymore. Assuming that he called this upon himself by following him, Teo lets out that it is too cruel to break his leg and instructs the Minotaur to take the wolves with them, and Seijun will decide what to do with them. Meanwhile, at the cave, a clean spot shines through Seijun's hair and it seems like a bald spot. As the sickle bunny is done with the haircut, Seijun touches through his hair and freaks out when finds out the bunny has left a bald spot on his head. While the queen bee peeks at the bald spot, our guy thinks of asking Teo to get him a mirror, and the sickle bunny, who seems to be extremely guilty of his act, apologizes to him. He tells the bunny to calm down and everyone makes mistakes. Our fella, who seems fine from the outside, is relieved that there are a bunch of monsters, so one cares about his bald spot, and wears the straw hat so that no one notices. The poor guy doesn't seem fine with his bald patch as he sits by the tree wearing a straw hat. In the meantime, the mama bunny appears, dragging him as he feels ashamed of himself. As he settles down, Mama Bunny pulls out her gardening scissors to give him the perfect trim. The next scene takes us to the dungeon dragon, who seems to enjoy reading and realizes that she has run out of cherry tomatoes. Asserting the food proportions are too low for her now she has grown bigger. She thinks of asking for more cherry tomatoes and gets reminded of Seijun as he thinks of her as a pig with wings. Feeling pressured about being misunderstood as a pig by him, she craves more tomatoes and calls upon her farmer. As she peeks through her magic crystal ball, Aileen witnesses something weird and sends him a notification asking if something is wrong. Getting her notification, our guy doesn't understand what she's talking about, and she elaborates that he looks different. As he removes the straw hat, he tells her about the mama bunny who gave her a haircut and asks her if he looks very different. Looking at Seijun's new look, the dragon is surprised by his haircut. He keeps looking through the notification window, asking her opinion on the haircut. It looks like Aileen loves his haircut as she starts blushing and gets smitten by his handsome new look, secretly adoring him. But to deny her true feelings, she informs Seijun that she got distracted by something, warns him to not come closer to the screen, and changes the topic to crayfish. Thinking it was about food, to begin with, our guy lets out that they need to cut crayfish, and their population has been declining, adding that there's a decline in the piranha population as well. With fewer protein sources, he reckons that his strict vegetable diet has started to make him more hungry lately, so he decides to give tomato or corn to the admin. Asking Aileen if she finished her dried sweet potatoes, she thanks them for the snack, sending him the last notification that reveals that she likes Seijun's new hair, and disappears quickly. Flattered by Aileen's compliment, which she barely gives, our guy gets back to work. Meanwhile, Aileen holding her basket of corn that Seijun offered her, her heart keeps pounding swiftly, which leads her to wonder if there is something wrong with her dragon heart. Shaking herself, it turns out that she was surprised by his sudden makeover, or maybe she was flustered by his extremely good looks. Looking at the corn, she gets reminded of Seijun, who was craving protein. She searches for a book on her shelf and pulls out a cookbook, asserting that she will make him something special this time with all her energy, and starts blushing again. Reaching the 38th floor of the dungeon, the hunters seem to be eagerly waiting for the peddler cat as they gathered around him. Surprised by the rush, he announces auctioning 3,600 cherry tomatoes in batches of 400. People are freaked out by the massive amount of the level D cherry tomatoes and begin the auctions, which seem to be going pretty smoothly. Rapidly selling out on his cherry tomatoes, as Teo is about to toss out another 2,000 cherry tomatoes, a hunter appears and offers to buy all the remaining cherry tomatoes for 1,600 dungeon coins. Asserting that no one will try to compete against Gagel, the hunter buys all the cherry tomatoes as Teo happily sells him for such a great amount of dungeon coins. Meanwhile, the other hunters start gossiping about how the real world is already falling short on the cherry tomatoes, and the huge multinational company has acquired all of them. As the hunters seem to be alarmed by the situation, Dongshik presumes that the tomatoes are now out of reach of ordinary hunters like them. However, he feels satisfied after thinking that he knows the peddler cat, and thinks of making a deal with Seijun through him again. However, his thoughts are interrupted when one of Gagel's workers reveals that tomatoes' features show the producer's name, which seems to be Seijun Park. Baffled, Dongshik rushes to see the name on the status window and figures out that Seijun is a farmer. The hunter, who was hired by Michael McLaren, immediately sends out his team member to the guild headquarters on the first floor to find out who Seijun Park is. Saying that they should bring him on their side, he instructs them to send the American hunters to Korea. Thrilled by the news, the hunter finds a way to make the vice president happy and dreams of getting a promotion. Flustered, Dongshik ponders about Seijun and losing a great talent like him, contemplating that his family will be in danger because the cherry tomatoes are more precious than jewelry among the rich in the outside world, adding that if the producer is inside the tower, they will do everything in their power to dominate the market. Zoned out in his thoughts, as Teo approaches Dongshik, he immediately grabs him and takes him to a corner, asking him about the sudden appearance of the producer's label. Teo reveals that it's because he upgraded to the intermediate peddler level, adding that they removed the manufacturer's name to protect rookie peddlers. As the cat speculates why he is asking such questions, Dongshik informs that Sejun's family is in danger, disclosing how his cherry tomatoes are cherished by the outside world, who have become obsessed with them. He proceeds to inform that Teo was safe until he kept the producer's name a secret. But now that people know who grew these cherry tomatoes, people would sniff him like dogs and would do anything to take them. Thinking that it's his fault for getting promoted to the intermediate level, he freaks out knowing that Sejun will never forgive him. But Dongshik assures Sejun's family's safety and asserts that he will try his best to keep his family as safe as his, revealing that his guild's reputation is at stake. Appreciating Dongshik for his sheer kindness, Teo asks him for a favor and pulls out something from his rucksack. He hands in a gift for Sejun's family, which seems to be a bucket full of corn, cherry tomatoes, and carrots, telling him the reward will be 200 magic tomatoes. Dongshik is astounded by the sight of agility carrots and health corns. Assuming that it will be dangerous if the world gets to know about it, Dongshik tells Teo not to worry about it, and he makes sure to send these gifts to his family. Later, on the 38th floor of the peddler's pathway, the minotaurs chew on their green onion leaves while Elka keeps insulting them as he ties them down, asserting that he thought of minotaurs as legends, adding that their pride has been crushed under the weight of their knuckle as they keep doing what that tiny peddler tells them to do and calls them stupid cows. Thinking of punching the wolf once again, the minotaurs are interrupted by the rushing Teo, who seems to be in haste as he asks them to go back to the cave immediately, uttering that he will explain all the things along the way. While the minotaurs carry the wolves, the peddler cat stops by a joint and picks up a shiny necklace that's for 2 dungeon coins. As the shopkeeper, who seems to be frightened by the minotaurs, Teo asks him for a discount. The next scene takes us to the outside world, where Dongshik arrives at the Awakened Association and meets with Taijin Han, the former head of the Phoenix Guild, and the current advisor at the Korea Awakened Association. As the room seems to be freezing, Dongshik enters the room wearing an oversized parachute jacket and hands in the report to the advisor. While he reads the report that Dongshik had written, the advisor freaks out when he finds out Sejun Park has cleared up the 40th floor of the dungeon, and his current location is still unknown. Knowing that Sejun is a farmer and on the top floor of the dungeon, the former head, Taejin, blows up with anger as the fire flames come out of him. He asks Dongshik why he has hidden such a rare talent from him and suspects that he's hiding something. Dongshik gets confused about Taejin bursting into flames with anger and tells his master to stop overreacting, assuring him that he has reported everything. He further says that Taejin had unofficially reached the 52nd floor of the dungeon, so there's nothing to be surprised about. But the former head mumbles that it's different because they have discovered a new occupation, which is farming in the dungeon. Sejun has a unique talent, adding that he would have already rushed inside the dungeon if it wasn't for his fire curse. It is revealed to us that Taejin has some kind of curse on him, which makes his body burst into flames, and he can't control it. As the fire disappears, a red mark appears on Taejin's hand, and he reveals that his curse of flames has spread further. Mumbling that Dongshik had not come here to make fun of his master, he asks Dongshik why he came to the association. Dongshik states that Sejun Park's family is in danger, and he needs the association's help to protect his family. He explains to him that people will soon find out the cherry tomato producer is a Korean, which will put his family in a dangerous spot because they will be targeted by many people around the world. Hearing this, the advisor assures Dongshik that he doesn't need to worry. After all, he deployed a security team when he heard from Dongshik about the farmer guy. Taejin then orders the guild leader to take charge of the security because he already knows Sejun's family. He commands Dongshik to keep Sejun's family safe, as they cannot lose such an impressive talent to another country, adding that he has already heard that a few countries are sniffing around and are trying to approach his family. As Dongshik tells him that he will look into this matter, he offers his master a basket of magic cherry tomatoes. Surprisingly, when looking at the cherry tomatoes, Dongshik informs him that these are the famous cherry tomatoes grown by Sejun and sold by the peddler cat, adding that these tomatoes might help with his curse, but not significantly. Glancing at the cherry tomatoes, Taejin decides to try one of those and finds it delicious. The next scene takes us to Sejun Park's family, where we see them staring shockingly at Sejun's gift, which seems to be buckets full of corn, carrots, and cherry tomatoes. Seedal recognizes the dungeon cherry tomatoes that are all the rage and help with weight loss. Assuming that the corn and carrots have the same features, he asks Dongshik if Sejun has grown all these in the dungeon. Dongshik enlightens the family about Sejun, who had grown these items on his farm. For that reason, many people are going after him, which also puts his family at risk. Affirming that the Korean Awakened Association wants to protect them, he instructs them to prepare for relocation. Sejun's family is baffled by this news and asks Dongshik where they will be relocating as they still need to pay off the mortgage of their house. He informs the family that he has found housing in Hanam, Seoul. Upon hearing this, Sedol jumps out in happiness and asks if Dongshik is talking about Hanam, which has a fancy riverside neighborhood where many celebrities live. As Sedol gets curious about who his neighbors will be, Dongshik bursts his bubble and reveals that he will be neighbors with his family. Sedol's excitement washes away as he gets to know that he will be neighbors with Dongshik. The poor guy signs out of disappointment, daydreaming that he would be neighbors with the K-pop girl group or something. As soon as he says this, Dongshik asks Sedol if he likes K-pop bands and if he has heard about the girl group Moonlights. While Sedol tells him that he's a fan of the Moonlights and everyone in Korea knows about that top girl group, Dongshik takes his phone out and shows a picture of her daughter, who turns out to be Sarah of the Moonlights, telling Sedol that he'd be happy to invite him if he's a fan. Getting to know this jaw-dropping news, Sedol is astounded and asks Dongshik if he's really talking about Sarah, the Moonlights' leader and main vocalist. Booming with excitement, he can't get enough of her incredible talents. He lets out that Sarah is the genius of the century and the most beautiful K-pop idol in history who writes and produces songs for the group. Bowing down with respect, Sedol ruminates that Sarah mentioned in one of her albums that her father is a hunter, and thanks Dongshik for raising her. Holding Dongshik's hand, Sedol shows gratitude to him for being the father of a famous K-pop idol and tells him he loves him. At the same time, poor Dongshik is a bit overwhelmed and mumbles that's a bit too much. Meanwhile, Sedol is obsessed with Dongshik. Sejun's mother gets worried about him because she was unaware of the fact that he was making money for the family in the tower through farming, which is arduous work, and hopes that someone is helping him with all the backbreaking farming work. The scene flips to the Black Dragon cooking something special for Sejun from a cookbook recipe. She adds the last seasonings to the soup, and a light flashes from inside the pot as it seems to be done. At the dungeon field, Sejun inspects the green onion seeds, which seem to be growing well and almost ready for harvest. The boy narrates that they collected seeds from the green onions 2 weeks ago and planted them outside the cave to earn items. He then harvests the green onion plant with the dagger and finds no status window, assuming it's because they're not fruit. As the Black Warrior Bunny gets frustrated to see that the green onion they've grown outside the cave is not an item, Sejun plucks out the whole green onion from the root, and that's when the status window pops up, showing that he has harvested detoxifying leek. He earns plenty of rewards for harvesting, and his occupational XP increases. Our guy reads the description of the detoxifying green onion, which reveals that these items are full of nutrients and flavors. They neutralize the toxins level C+ and lower for 1 hour when consumed, and they also activate the liver's detoxifying features for 20 hours. Sejun happily holds on to the detoxifying leek and says that he already knew they were an item. As he gets curious about how the new green onion tastes, Sejun and the Black Bunny grab a bite of the leek and conclude that it doesn't taste any different from the older green onions, not feeling that it's detoxing either. But Sejun ponders that if these green onions strengthen the liver, they will be great detoxifying products for people who drink, and thinks of growing them fast so that he can sell them. In the meantime, the wagon bunny calls upon Sejun, trying to tell him something. As he thinks if it's time to eat, the bunny takes him to the pond, which happens to be empty. Our boy looks inside the pond and witnesses that the piranha or crayfish population has dramatically declined. Asserting that he also tried to lure them with blood, which didn't work either, Sejun disconcertingly informs the bunnies that they have to make dinner without fish for a while. Suddenly, the notification window pops up in front of Sejun. It comes about that Aileen, the dungeon admin, has prepared a gift for her farmer, who's been in the tower for more than 200 days. While the bunnies grieve the disappearance of fish from the pond, our guy wonders if it's been that long since he came into the tower and appreciates the admin for celebrating an anniversary. As he questions the admin about the special gift she has prepared, Aileen sends a quest and asks for 1 magic cherry tomato. Offering her the magic tomato, our guy earns a reward, a healthy soup Aileen prepared. In a flash, a huge pot appears from inside the screen. Our guy gets traumatized when he sees Aileen's healthy soup pot and witnesses a dead fish and eyeballs floating inside the soup. Aileen's healthy soup appears to be an item, and her first dish is made with various wondrous items. She makes it clear that the soup might not taste good, but the health effects are guaranteed. Freaked out by the scary sight of the soup pot, our boy asks Aileen if it's edible, but she ignores what Sejun had just said, telling him that she's tired of cooking and signs off to take a nap. Aileen looks at him through the magic crystal ball, mumbling that she put a lot of effort into the soup and will return for a review once she wakes up, dozing off her pillow. While Sejun calls for the admin, hoping to ask her questions about the soup, he invites the bunnies to share the soup with him. But the bunnies, who are also disgusted by the soup, run for their life, leaving our guy to enjoy it alone. Disgusted at the sight of the soup pot, Sejun speculates about the features of the healthy soup items, and comes to know that all his stats will increase by 3 points if he drinks the soup and survives. Thinking that it's a great item, he further reads the description. He finds out that he will be poisoned by level C paralyzed toxins and by level C acid, scaring the hell out of him. As our guy says that it's too risky if he drinks the poisoned soup, Black Warrior Bunny tries to tell him something. The bunny brings the level C detoxifying green onion that could help Sejun survive the soup, and he won't get poisoned to death. Preparing himself to drink that deadly soup, the bunnies fetch him plenty of detoxifying green onions. After eating several green onions to help him detoxify, he braces himself to drink the soup, thinking it might taste better than it looks. But he is hit by reality when he takes a sip and immediately spits it out just because of how sickening it is. He pukes out the intolerable soup, sprinkling some of it on the bunnies and the queen bee. While poor Sejun cries out of disgust, he says that the medicine isn't supposed to taste good, but this soup is terrible. He imagines Aileen as an evil pig with wings, trying to kill him from the very beginning by making this deadly soup. Snapping out of his imagination, he decides to drink the whole pot at once and gulps the whole thing down. While his mouth is stuck to the pot, his eyes lock in with the dead blob's fish eyes staring at him. The dead blobfish makes eye contact with him, which scares his pants off. Panicked, he instantly throws the pot on the ground, and it accidentally tumbles into the pond. As he gets startled by the dead fish, the pot dashes right into the pond, and the poisonous soup blends in with the pond water. Fortunately, he finishes the soup and is rewarded as all his stats increase by 3. He feels satisfied after finishing Aileen's soup. However, the rewards keep popping up for killing a giant electric eel and other fish in the pond. That's when he discovers the water has been poisoned, killing all the fish in the pond. Our boy apologizes to the bunnies and responds that they cannot drink the pond water for a while because it has gotten poisonous. He thinks of drinking water from the daddy bunny's sprinkler until the ponds get clean again. While all this happens, Sejun gets worried about the hole in the pond as the toxins enter through it, killing the crayfish and the piranhas. Assuming that he has never seen a giant eel before, our guy reckons that there must be a more extensive ecosystem on the other side of the hole, and they can find a way to diversify their protein source. The black bunny prepares to swim through the hole and find that extensive ecosystem, but Sejun refuses to let him go because of the poisonous water and lets out that the hole is too small for him. He can get stuck and die on the other side of the pond. Appreciating his high spirit, our boy pats the warrior bunny. He tells him that he can't jeopardize his life and decides to revive the plan when the pond water gets clean again. After that, he assures the bunnies that they've enough food stored to survive without the protein source. The next scene takes us to the waypoint of the Ox King's base, where we see Captain Ox waiting for Minotaur 3 and stressing that he has yet to return from his mission. As the captain questions about Minotaur number 4, one of the warrior Minotaurs informs him that she hasn't returned yet either, disclosing that the missing Minotaurs might have entered the Crimson Grizzly Bear or the poisonous honeybee's territory while searching for the leaves, and assumes that they must have mistakenly ended up where the monsters are, who devour every part of the prey and leave no traces. This worries the captain as he grasps the situation and commands Minotaur 1 to gather everyone from Oxen 2 through 102 at the waypoint, instructing them to cover for him. The Ox King rises from his throne and decides to look out for the Minotaurs himself as he anticipates that something's not right on the other side of the territory. The scene then shifts to the dungeon field, where we see a massive pile of trimmed green onions. As Sejun peeks at the large stack of green onions, he supposes it will be enough to feed 10 Minotaurs. Meanwhile, the baby bear hops on the pile of green onions, which feels like a soft, plushy bed. Sejun, who watches Bae relax on the soft green onions, tells him to take some for bedtime with his mother. Soon after that, our guy receives a notification that shows that he has activated a new ability known as the Plentiful Harvest. With 2,500 square feet of the green onion field, the yield will increase by 50% for 1 week. Looking at the new field of green onions, our guy reckons that the green onions are already growing at a fast pace, and now with this ability, they will be able to grow remarkably. He presumes that they now have to trim the green onions thrice a day because of the incredibly fast growth. With his stat levels soaring because of Aileen's soup, he can easily trim the green onions along with Sickle Bunny, who seems to be flaunting his chopping skills. In the meantime, Aileen appears and sends a notification to ask Sejun if he has finished his soup. Our guy then thanks the admin for the soup and assures her that he feels stronger after drinking it. But this doesn't end here when the admin asks about the taste, which puts Sejun in a tough spot as he is reminded of the terrible taste. Still, he manages to dodge the question, saying he doesn't remember. Aileen suspects that he doesn't like the soup's taste and gets sad, but our boy assures her that he liked it, and that is how he was able to drink the whole thing. He adds some colorful remarks about soup, expressing that it was so unreal that it almost killed him. Upon hearing this, The admin decides to make another soup pot for him since he liked it so much. Panicked, Seijun immediately stops her and tries to convince her not to cook it again. Not wanting to drink that soup again, he persuades her that she doesn't have to go through all the trouble for him, and reminds her how exhausted she got after cooking. Halfway there to convince her, our guy assures Aileen that she doesn't have to go out to cook for him as he prefers talking to her like this, adding that he will handle cooking because he likes it when she enjoys it. With a pleasant smile, our guy tries his best to persuade her not to cook. In the back of his mind, he wishes that she would agree to his, sounding desperate. Aileen is smitten by Seijun's smooth talk, saying that he's such a great dungeon farmer. She starts to blush, breaking a pillar of her house as she expresses her admiration. Eventually, as she agrees, our guy succeeds in cajoling the admin not to cook. Seijun finally lets out a sigh of relief while Aileen asks him what he's cooking for dinner. Suddenly the ground starts shaking as the bunnies and the crimson grizzly cubs stumble on the floor. It seems like something dangerous is coming their way. As our guy tries to process the situation, he witnesses a colossal black minotaur trampling his fields, holding an axe, leaping towards them. It occurs that Captain Ox has found his way to Seijun's field. While our guy screams as the minotaur approaches, Captain Ox prepares to attack them. The mama crimson bear, who is also in the field alongside Seijun, begins to roar as she detects the enemy coming towards them. As the crimson bear's thundering roar reverberates through the field, Seijun and the bunnies shut their ears to cancel the deafening noise. Terrified, our guy notices that this minotaur looks different from the ones he's encountered. To clarify the situation, the tower manager reveals that this minotaur is the boss of the 99th floor, known as the Ox King, adding that he defends the waypoint in his territory and cannot leave it. Our guy reckons that the boss is the waypoint defender who can move down the tower and recalls that King Ox was the monster enemy that the crimson grizzly bear was talking about. Unaware of why the boss came here to the field, the admin also seems to know nothing about him and tells Seijun that she will try to approach him. Aileen takes out her grandpa's guidebook and reads that, according to the principal, the boss of the 99th floor must stay in the waypoint territory. She fails to use the dungeon admin rights as she tries to summon the Ox King through her magic crystal ball. Unable to perform administrator rights, she fails to approach the boss. It seems like her magic crystal ball is not responding to her status window request. Assuming that the administrator's rights are unlimited, Aileen gasps shockingly and informs Seijun that she can't communicate with Ox King. A strike of terror rushes through our boy when he gets to know that there's no way to stop the monster who is just about to attack them, and the white farmer bunnies cling to Seijun out of fear. As the Ox King keeps speeding towards them, the mama crimson grizzly bear steps forward and prepares herself for the fight. But Seijun screams at the mama bear and attempts to stop her, saying she cannot stop the boss of the 99th floor on her own. In the meantime, the minotaur stomps toward them as he grasps his axe to strike at Seijun and the animals, and death flashes before their eyes. At that moment, when the minotaur leaps towards them, our guy holds onto the baby bear and shouts that they will die while the bunnies shut their eyes, scared witless. Aileen screamed through her magic crystal ball as she had no choice but to witness the horrifying events happening in front of her. However, the colossal minotaur comes crashing to the ground, but strange enough, he does not hurt anybody. It comes about that the hungry Captain Ox was frenzied when he saw the green onion leaves on the field. The boss, who scares the hell out of the farmer gang, starts chewing on the green onion leaves, and Seijun concludes that it's just a humongous cow that loves green onions. As they all watch the ox with utter confusion, the captain of the 99th floor gathers all the leaves and returns to his territory, trampling over the green onion field. While the admin guesses that the boss is returning to the waypoint, Seijun is baffled and ponders why he came here. Nonetheless, our boy lets out a sigh of relief and trips to the ground as his legs tremble with fear after seeing the minotaur, while the bunnies are traumatized as they nearly escape their death. Despite all this, our guy thanks the mama bear for defending them and looks at the green onion field the minotaur destroyed. Seijun and the bunnies are disgruntled when they collect the remains of their green onion field and are startled by King Ox's massive destruction. Meanwhile, Aileen feels happy after knowing that her farmer is safe, and she joins their moment of grief as the green onion field has been destroyed. But Seijun assures that it will be all right, uttering that he's happy about the captain's sudden arrival and visiting the field himself. He adds that he should have visited Ox King with the green onion leaves sooner. While Aileen is clueless about what he's talking about, he continues to contemplate that minotaurs are warriors who value honor, and the king will respect his principles more than anyone. It looks like something is cooking in Seijun's mind, and he is about to find another partner or maybe a slave. As the admin already seems to know about his evil plans, Seijun puts a cunning smirk on his face and thinks of how he should make the king pay back with interest who destroyed his fields and stole his harvest. After that, he brings the food for the bunnies and tells them to eat first so that they clean the mess made by the minotaur. Looking at the grilled vegetables, the baby bunnies start making a fuss about it. Sejun grasps the situation and lets out that they are craving meat, which is scarce at the moment. He makes the baby bunnies understand they need to eat to grow up, pointing at the baby bear who is chewing on his food quietly. Convincing the baby bunnies to eat the vegetables, he tells them that the blue moon is approaching, and they need to eat as they will soon be growing into adult farmers to help their parents at the farm. As he makes the baby bunnies eat the vegetables, he pats the baby bear for being a good kid and notices that he hasn't grown much lately. Getting playful, he tickles Bae and asks if he's been eating enough. In the meantime, someone calls upon Sejun, and it turns out Teo has returned from his mission. As he welcomes Teo, our guy witnesses the two minotaurs carrying wolves on their backs. That's when the cat explains to him that these silver wolves were chasing him, so the female minotaur disciplined them with a good beating. Climbing on Sejun's shoulder, Teo tells him that they didn't know what to do with the wolves, so they decided to bring them here so the president can make the call. Planning to interrogate the silver wolves to find out why they were targeting Teo, Sejun finds the wolves asleep. That's when the female minotaur reveals that she smacked their heads because they kept blabbering. While Sejun asks her when they will wake up, Teo peeks at the destructive field and asks what happened there. Our guy informs the two minotaurs that their captain stopped by the field. Upon hearing this, the minotaurs freak out and think that they are doomed. But before they decide to discuss the details, Sejun tells them to eat first, as they must have been hungry after a long trip. While both of the minotaurs excitedly leave for the food, Teo, who is about to spill something confidential to Sejun, gets interrupted by the silver wolf. The silver wolf attacks them from behind, but the baby bear arrives at the scene and attacks the wolf. As the wolf dodges the hit, our boy realizes his straw hat is gone. The other two wolves, who seem to have passed out, join the wolf leader, Elka, who thanks Sejun for the hat. It seems like the wolf has finally gotten his hands on the straw hat. He informs our guy that he will take care of it, while our guy is shocked by the sneak attack and panics about his straw hat. Sejun, who is unhappy with his straw hat gone and can no longer hide his bald spot, lets out that the wolves were faking the feint to steal the straw hat. With their mission being accomplished, the wolves are about to escape from the field when they are halted by a colossal and terrifying crimson grizzly bear. The furious crimson bear frightens the hell out of the wolves as she approaches them with her big claws and a thundering roar. The petrified wolves immediately surrender themselves to the bear, tossing the straw hat on the ground. After retrieving the straw, our guy feels elated after putting the straw hat back on, while the minotaurs regret not breaking the wolf's legs earlier. Watching the minotaurs and the bears seething with anger, Sejun decides to tackle the situation, but the baby bear suggests eating all the wolves and gives them a deadly stare. Our boy rejects Bae's idea, offering him some honey instead, and thanks the junior queen bee for giving some honey to the baby bear, as he seems to crave some. He strides towards the angry monsters and tells them to calm down. Observing the colossal monsters following the boy's commands, Elka, the silver wolf, wonders why these powerful beasts would listen to this man. One of the wolves informs Elka that they're addressing the man as Sejun, thinking that it's a form of address unique to the 99th floor. As soon as he listens to this, a wave of shock hits Elka when he realizes that the man might be the Great Black Dragon, which is why all the monsters are following his orders. Contemplating that the Great Black Dragon is real, Elka speculates that they address the dragon as Sejun on the 99th floor. The wolf gets utterly confused about how that Great Black Dragon who rules the whole tower looks so fragile. Looking at Sejun, the silver wolf, who thinks of him as a black dragon, ruminates that the dragon must be testing him to let their guards down. In the meantime, our guy walks toward the wolves and interrogates them about why they're chasing Teo and the straw hat. Thinking that he's the black dragon, Elka and the other wolves bow down respectfully and apologize to him. The wolves justify themselves, uttering that they didn't know they were facing the Great Black Dragon and plead to forgive them as they couldn't recognize the peddler cat as his servant. Baffled by the wolves' claim, Sejun is left speechless, but Aileen, the real Black Dragon, watches the whole thing through her crystal ball and springs with excitement. She immediately notifies him and grants Sejun special permission to pretend to be the Black Dragon. Aileen gives him a quest to reveal the Great Black Dragon's greatness to the Silver Wolves and convinces the farmer that it will serve him well. Our guy flinches and is left bewildered. As he wonders why Aileen is asking him to act like a black dragon and thinks about it, our boy instantly discovers that she is the Great Black Dragon, not a pig with wings. That's when he connects the lost pieces of the puzzle, and it all starts to make sense as he recalls that Aileen is a dungeon administrator after all. Sejun decides to do the quest and reveals himself as the Black Dragon in front of the wolves, claiming that he thought he could hide himself in human disguise. However, the wolves found out about his reality, so nothing can be undone. Making a horrifying face to scare the wolves, he frantically claims himself as the Great Black Dragon. As he scolds the wolves for eyeing his possessions and intimidating his servant Teo, Aileen and the Minotaurs don't seem to sit well with his overplaying. Teo, who gets startled by Seijun's dreadful face, asks him to stop, but our guy offers him the cat treats and orders his cat servant to take the black dragon's blessing. Acting along with Seijun, Teo jumps down his shoulder and commands the wolves to kneel before the great black dragon. Poor Elka apologizes to him and says that the black dragon has all the right to take his life as he is the leader of the wolves, but requests him to spare the lives of his fellow humble wolves. Our boy decides to forgive the wolves, extending his mercy toward them. However, this doesn't end here when he demands 10,000 dungeon coins, adding that this is the price for going after his servant Teo's life, and he will forgive them if they pay back the debt. While the wolves are flummoxed by the many dungeon coins they have to pay, Teo is left in awe and puffed up as he didn't know his life was worth so much. Our boy affirms to Teo that he's the CEO responsible for their product distribution, asking him to take out the contract. Meanwhile, Elka reveals that they don't have that much to pay back. The peddler cat tosses the contract paper out of his rucksack and says that if they don't have the money, they have to pay back with labor. As the wolf doesn't understand what the peddler cat is trying to say, Teo clarifies that they have to pay back the debt by working with them. Upon hearing this, Elko and Elki, the other wolf members, remind their leader of their with greed. After giving it a thought, Elka respectfully refuses to sign the contract with the Black Dragon. While the admin gets offended by the wolf's decline of the great Black Dragon's proposal, our boy walks toward the chief leader of the wolves and asks him why he is refusing his proposal. That's when Elka discloses his contract with greed and tells Seijun that his tribe lives on the 85th floor of the dungeon, where they have been suffering from a prolonged drought. He adds that stronger wolves like him became mercenaries, and they barely got food to feed themselves while working for Greed, the landlord. He reveals that Greed's request for this time was to bring back the stolen straw hat, but their mission failed when he discovered that his straw hat belonged to the great Black Dragon. Elka asserts they no longer have a food supply, and if they agree to work with him downstairs, their children will starve. The wolf then willingly pleads with Seijun to let them pay the price for their lives. After asking the wolf's leader's name, Seijun asks him if he knows what they do on the field. As the wolf answers that he cultivates the farm, Elka gets the hint of what he is trying to tell him. Upon hearing this, our boy decides to add another clause in the contract, which says everyone in Elka's tribe will contribute to pay off the debt, and in return, he will provide him with enough food for his entire tribe. As soon as the wolves hear this great news, Elko and Elki jump out of sheer happiness, saying that they don't have to serve that greedy pig anymore, and thank Seijun for his kindness. Watching all this through the screen melts the admin's heart. She smiles and sends the notification about the quest being completed, adding that she's delighted that the Black Dragon has been praised. Later, Elka signs the contract, and Seijun informs him that Teo will be their supervisor and that they will report to him. The cat happily flaunts that he's a boss now. Teo then takes the wolves to meet their fellow cow workers, the Minotaurs, uttering that they will learn a lot from them. The wolves apologize for their earlier behavior and look forward to working with the Minotaurs. Our guy then ponders about Greed, the landlord, who seems to be another high-profile figure in the tower, presuming that he can be a threat down the road, and plans on sending the wolves with Teo the next time he travels downstairs, so that this way, the Minotaurs could focus more on the farm work. But his moment of contemplation is interrupted by hungry Teo, who asks him for fish to share some with the wolves. Seijun, who hadn't told the cat about the lack of their protein source, reveals everything to him. Upon hearing this, Teo starts making a fuss about it and accuses Seijun that he's a fraud. As our guy and the Black Warrior Bunny sit by the pond, he asks Teo to stop throwing tantrums and gives him hope that they're trying to figure things out. While Teo makes it clear that he won't work until he eats, our boy puts his hand in the pond water to check if the poison has diluted and apprises the Black Bunny to prepare himself to explore the other side of the pond. The Black Warrior Bunny strikes a blow with his hammer, making the rocks fall to pieces as the sediments splash in the water. Seijun compliments the bunny for his great work and lets out that the hole has gotten much more extensive, giving enough space for the bunny to pass through. As the Black Bunny swims through the hole, he immediately snaps back as it's too dark for him to see anything. Seijun warns that the bunny won't be safe to swim in the dark, even with a broader passage, and asks Teo if he happens to have anything that could help the Black Bunny light up his path. Teo, who seems to be playing with the baby bunnies, mumbles that his rucksack has a lot of random stuff and can try to find a light for the bunny. As he tosses out all the stuff inside his rucksack, it all appears to be knickknacks and useless stuff. However, something grabs Seijun's eye as he picks up a scratched gemstone necklace that has fallen from Teo's rucksack. Soon after that, our boy immediately asks the admin to inspect the necklace, just as she did with the straw hat. The admin answers back, saying that he is in good hands and revealing that this item is exactly what he wants. While Seijun offers her a basket full of cherry tomatoes and completes the quest, he earns a reward, the necklace. As the necklace appears in his hands, Our guy notices that its appearance has changed completely after the inspection. The item inspected by the admin turns out to be an amber necklace with light magic engraving. Our guy gets ecstatic after learning that the necklace lights up their surroundings, which could help the bunny light up the dark pond so that he can see better. After that, the cat asks Sejun if the product is of any help and pleads for extra CEO hours. To his surprise, our boy flatters Teo for his great work and squeezes his squishy paws, calling him Golden Paws. He then permanently appoints Teo as his farm's CEO and head of distribution. Unable to believe his words, the cat feels as happy as ever as Sejun grabs him in his arms. To add the cherry on top, our boy decides to make Teo the president for one day to celebrate his permanent position. Bursting with happiness, our cat does a little cheerful dance. Now that Teo's president for a day, he instructs the Black Warrior Bunny to use the necklace and bring the pile of fish, while the Black Bunny energetically agrees to him and gets determined to secure their protein. Later, as Sejun wears the glimmery necklace, the status window appears that says the higher the user's magic level, the brighter the light will be. He then gives the necklace to the Black Warrior Bunny to check his magic powers. As soon as the Warrior Bunny wears the necklace, a blinding ray of light emerges from it, making our poor guy jealous for having less magical powers than a bunny. While the Black Bunny proudly flaunts his magical powers as the necklace shines brighter, our guy clarifies that he will have no problem seeing in the water and instructs him to take a detoxifying leak just in case. For further safety, our guy ties a rope to the Black Bunny and informs him to pull on the rope twice if he is unable to breathe or gets in danger so that he can pull him out immediately. Prepared to make a dive, Sejun reminds him that he could also use the dagger as it will be hard to use his hammer inside the water. Finally, the Warrior Bunny hops into the pond with everything he needs and swims through the hole. As he swims across the hole, the bunny spots another big hole on the other side. He enters through that spot and witnesses a whole ecosystem on the frontier. Fascinated by the sight, he swims further and peeks at all the kinds of fishes that pass by him. However, the Black Bunny notices that all the fish are dead and is reminded that it's because of the poisonous soup mixed with the pond water. He pulls out his dagger and slashes through a giant eelfish. As he cuts through the fish, a light shines through, and it occurs that the Black Bunny has retrieved the inner core of an electric eel. Holding the inner core in his hands, he imagines himself being Sejun's favorite while Teo, who was once cherished, sits gloomily in the corner. With a cunning grin, the bunny grabs that shiny inner core and ties the rope around the giant eel to carry it back to the cave. Suddenly, the Warrior Bunny senses something behind him. It appears to be a big shark rushing towards him with its big jaw wide open. While the shark grabs the giant eel tied down by the bunny's rope and swims further, the warrior rabbit gets dragged by the shark and is flabbergasted by a sudden sneak attack. Eventually, the giant eel slashes in half and the Black Bunny manages to pull the rope twice before blacking out shortly after. Fortunately, Sejun receives the signal and commands everyone to pull the rope tightly. They pull the rope with all their strength, and finally, the Black Bunny comes out of the hole. Panic-stricken, Sejun holds the Black Bunny, who seems to be passed out and tries to wake him up. Watching the Black Bunny lay unconscious, our boy freaks out as he tries to wake him up and grabs him in his hands. Worried, Sejun takes quick action and asks the Queen Honeybee to hold on to his hat for a minute. Well, it turns out that our guy is preparing himself to perform mouth-to-mouth CPR on the Black Bunny. He makes a pout and approaches the Black Bunny for CPR. Suddenly, the Warrior Bunny splashes a mouthful of water on Sejun's face. When the Warrior Bunny comes back to life, our poor guy accidentally tastes the water that goes right into his mouth. Disgusted, he spits out the water and checks on the Black Bunny, who seems mad at him about the mouth CPR. Yelling at our guy, Sejun defends himself, saying that he should be complaining instead for nearly losing his first kiss to save the bunny's life. The parent farmer bunnies gather around the Black Bunny to see if he's okay. While Aileen blushes at Sejun, who seems to be without his straw hat, our guy takes his hat back from the honeybee and puts it back on, responding infuriatingly that he's happy about the bunny not getting hurt. As he complains about the salty water splashing into his mouth, the admin asserts that the Black Bunny went to the Sea of Dimensions. The dungeon administrator further reveals the Sea of Dimensions, which lies between each floor of the tower. Every floor is provided with safe passages that separate the way from the dangerous marine monsters. However, some areas have channels that lead to the Sea of Dimensions. She adds that the sea is home to many marine monsters, and some of these monsters are a delight to eat. After learning about the Sea of Dimensions, our guy understands why crayfish, a marine species, found their way into a freshwater pond. He asks the Black Bunny if he found something worth catching in the sea, and that's when the Black Warrior Bunny tosses something out of his bag, and it seems to be the inner core of the giant eel. As Sejun inspects the inner core with astonishment, the Warrior Bunny pulls the rope he was tied to, and a giant electric eel splashes out of the pond and lands on the ground. While Sejun gets exhilarated to see that the bunny has managed to retrieve a giant eel's head, At that very moment, loads of piranhas and crayfish come flooding into their pond. Happiness gushes through them as they witness the heavenly sight of fish and accomplish their goal of bringing back their protein source. When our guy figures out that the giant eel's fatty head must have lured all the fish behind it, he twirls along with the black bunny out of joy, appreciating him for his great work. To celebrate this moment, our guy announces a grand barbecue party. At the field, the bunnies, minotaurs, and wolves enjoy their food outside the cave. Later, Teo explains everything to Sejun that he had heard on the 38th floor about his family being in danger, and proceeds to inform him that Dongshik has offered to protect his family. Concerned about his family, Sejun couldn't help but wonder if his tomatoes were that popular out there, as our boy seemed to be unaware of this. He gets worried about his family, as he never thought they would be in danger. To ensure his family's safety, our guy assigns Teo to ask Dongshik how his family is being protected the next time he travels down the tower. He then thinks of repaying Dongshik for his kindness, and Teo tells him that he also likes the cherry tomatoes. Sejun becomes happy to hear that, saying he would send Dongshik some other crops too. While Teo climbs on his lap and asks for a treat, the cat notices something and responds that the crystal ball the black bunny gave him earlier is moving. It turns out to be the giant eel's inner core. Our guy grabs the inner core and tells Teo he can acquire a skill if he eats it. Meanwhile, Teo sniffs the inner core, which smells delicious to him. Sejun guesses that it must be an electric skill. Thinking it might be static energy, the cat moves away from the orange core, stating that it would make his hair stiff and messy. However, Sejun seems to like the skills of the inner core for the reason that he has only acquired farming skills since he entered the tower and wants to try a different kind of skill. Our guy feels like he's on some kind of adventure, but Teo bursts his bubble and lets out that he has just left the cave. Curious, Teo asks him why he isn't acquiring the skill by eating the inner core as soon as possible. Well, unfortunately, our boy cannot eat the inner core just yet, as he confesses that he doesn't have enough magic powers. We are shown that Sejun's magic level is 8.05, while the user requirements ask for level 10 or higher. Upon hearing his sob story, Teo bursts into laughter and makes fun of the president, who seems to be short on magic. Watching the cat making fun of him, Sejun gets pissed off and makes a mocking remark about Teo's magical power. Our guy gets cocky and taunts Teo because he's speaking as if he has more magical powers than him. He then asks the cat about his level of magic power. To piss him off more, Teo swanks his butts at him and refuses to reveal his level of magic, making our guy grits his teeth out of frustration. However, our curious main character pulls the amber light necklace out of his pocket and sneaks up on Teo to make him wear the necklace to his magical powers. To his surprise, a bright beam of light flashes out of the necklace after a second, and poor Sejun melts in a breakdown, uttering that he has the lowest magic power here. While Teo proudly flaunts his magic power and utters that he's the perfect owner of the necklace, Bae appears from behind and asks Sejun, who is already jealous of Teo's magic level, to check his magical powers too. On the other hand, the minotaurs chew on their leaves, and the wolves thank the wagon bunny for bringing them tons of grilled fish, while the farmer bunnies enjoy their fish feast. In the meantime, Sejun approaches the wolves and asks them if they like the food. The wolves bow down with respect and thank him, feeling very grateful for sharing such a delicious meal with them. Our guy calls out Elka, who doesn't seem so happy. He acknowledges why Elka is worried, and asks him if he was reminded of his tribe, who lives on the 85th floor of the dungeon. The leader can't hide the secret from the Black Dragon and apologizes to him, but Sejun assures him that he'll see his tribe again soon. Our guy also lets out that the wolves will soon need to go down to the 85th floor for the blue moon, and assures Elka that he will provide plenty of fish for his tribe if they help out on the farm. As the wolves are delighted by the generous offer, our guy reminds Teo, the CEO, that they need to catch up on the work at the field and commands the cat to take the lead. While Teo instructs the wolves to follow him to the field, Sejun approaches the minotaurs and informs them that he needs to go somewhere, asking them to guide him there. Confused, Minotaur 3 inquires where they will be going, and the farmer, with a sneaky grin, reveals that he will get his money back from Captain Ox. Upon hearing the shocking announcement, the minotaurs, with their mouths wide open, are left flabbergasted by Sejun's impulsive plan against their captain. The next scene takes us to the 90th-floor waypoint, where we see the Minotaur warriors feeding themselves with the green onion leaves that the Ox King had stolen from Sejun's farm. They seem to be amazed by the delicious flavor of the green onion leaves. Meanwhile, the captain reflects upon his actions and ruminates that he went to find the missing Minotaurs and followed their traces to the territorial border. As he vaguely remembers the monsters he saw on the field, the king contemplates his sneak attack at the farm. He is baffled yet intrigued by the strange situation and reckons how the Crimson Grizzly Bear and the family of the White Farmer Bunnies ended up in the place, adding that the farm might belong to them. The captain regrets stealing from the farm as he is a warrior of honor and cannot steal even if he belongs to a tiny monster. He reminds himself that the blue moon will be rising soon, and he will be able to leave the area as the clock will reset. The captain adds that he's the defender of the 99th floor, so he can leave just for an hour. Snapping out of his thoughts, the king decides to pay what he stole from the farm at that hour and negotiate conditions for a quality lead supply for his warriors. He thinks hard and speculates about how he will pay what he owes them, when suddenly light beams from the waypoint. Well, it seems like Farmer Park is on his way to finding more slaves for the farm. The next scene takes us to the cave where the parent and baby bunnies are busy harvesting the green onions, along with our boy Seijun, who instructs them to do as much as possible. Sweltering, our guy asks the queen bee to hold his straw hat. As soon as he is about to get back to work, the admin sends a notification informing him that his occupational XP has increased. While he gets back to work, Seijun harvests 9 ripe magic cherry tomatoes at the same time, and he gets promoted. It also stated that he has now upgraded to level C farmer and that his occupational XP is full. Surprised, he further checks his enhanced occupational traits, which state that he will grow closer to nature, activating his hidden talents. His hidden talent is being a friend of nature, which means that he can now communicate with nonverbal animals and is very close to nature. Unable to believe his hidden talent, our guy calls out to his hubby, the bunny, who answers him back saying, "Yes, Seijun." Flustered, he stumbles on the ground as he understands what the bunny has just said. To make himself believe, he asks the hubby bunny to call out his name once again. In the meantime, the sickle bunny arrives at the spot and asks Uncle Seijun if everything's all right. Upon hearing this, our guy grabs the sickle bunny, smooching off his face. When he asks the sickle bunny to repeat what he said, the bunny gets mad and threatens to scratch his uncle's face with the sickle. Abruptly, Seijun responds to the sickle bunny and tells him that he can't scratch him as he won't tolerate another bald spot. Looking at each other in utter confusion, the daddy bunny and sickle bunny speculate if Seijun understands them, to which our boy nods his head and informs the bunnies that he has obtained a new talent. This confession causes an uproar among the farmer bunnies as they gather around to hear Seijun, who has just announced that he has some big news to tell them. While the wifey bunny asks the hubby if Seijun has eaten something dangerous, our guy assures her that it's nothing like that. The wifey bunny flinched and was left speechless. After that, all the bunnies leap excitedly onto our boy, exclaiming that they have a lot to tell him. He then apologizes to them, saying he couldn't communicate well with them until now. As he seems to be done chatting with the bunnies, his eyes land on the queen bee, who looks excited and asks him if he can understand her too. He pats her on the head and lets out that he understands her very well. Hearing this, the queen bee happily hugs him, and all the other bees join her. After that, Seijun shares the big news with everyone outside the cave. While he puts on the straw hat that Daddy Bunny gives him, a notification comes up. It notifies him that the straw hat of Patrick, which he is wearing, has also leveled up. Realizing that the hat's abilities were upgraded because he got promoted to another level, our guy acquired another skill known as the Growth Promotion skill, which will boost the growth of 10 products for 1 week without side effects for 10 days. Acquiring this incredible skill, Seijun becomes as happy as ever, and an idea flickers in his mind to put this new skill to the best use. Afterward, our guy plants the solar sweet potato stems into the soil at the field. He pats the soil, activates his growth promotion skills, and is notified that solar sweet potato growth will be accelerated for 1 week. Pondering that he was finding the perfect time to plant the solar sweet potatoes outside the cave, he gets concerned about growing the sweet potatoes in the middle of the green onions due to space limitations. All of a sudden, the newly planted solar sweet potatoes begin to stretch and flinch, which worries Seijun and leads him to assume that they are growing faster than the growth promotion allows. However, it occurs that the green onion field harvest energy is brimming over to the sweet potato stems, and the yield will increase by 50% until the harvest ends. Our guy gets lucky, as he attains double benefits from the skill, which leads him to think that he will be able to harvest sweet solar potatoes sooner than expected. Soon after that, he hears a noise from behind him. Turning back, he finds the baby bear leaping towards him, making him stumble on the ground with his plump body. Overjoyed, Bei clings to Seijun, calling him daddy. He excitedly asks him if it's really true that he can understand him, adding that the black bunny told him all about it. Stunned, our poor guy wonders how he has become a father already when he has never dated. After being called a dad, Seijun asks the mama bear if she's okay with Bei calling him daddy. The mama grizzly bear seems more than happy with it and reassures him by telling him that he's reliable and that it's great that Bei likes him. She shows her sincerity by bowing to him. Listening to this, Seijun is delighted to have adopted a giant, adorable son. Now that he understands the baby bear, Bei tells him he's hungry and wants to eat honey, green onions, sweet potatoes, and fish. Bei finally gets to tell his dad everything he wants to eat and lets out that he waited for this moment for so long. Our guy compliments the baby bear for having such a great appetite and announces they will have something special today. He gets all excited and tells Bei about his new crop harvests as he pulls out a bunch of fresh-looking potatoes. The new item appears to be strength potatoes, which are delicious and full of nutrients when consumed. Each potato dissolves 30 grams of body fat and boosts strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. Sejun prepares a pot full of freshly harvested potatoes to celebrate his new talent and gathers everyone for dinner. Sejun joins the bunnies, minotaurs, grizzly bears, and silver wolves for the feast. Lastly, he adds in his survival diary about more fun things that are about to come. The next scene flashes to the 90th floor of the dungeon, where we see the farmer gang leaving for the waypoint. Bae cries his heart out as he watches his daddy leave without him and insists on staying with him. While our guy asks Teo if he has packed enough green onion leaves, the cat assures him that he has packed tons of them in his rucksack and with the wolves as well. After that, Sejun scolds the baby bear for making a fuss about it and reminds him that he needs to take care of the queen bee and her babies, so he should stop throwing tantrums. The gloomy baby bear mumbles that he will stop throwing tantrums if he promises to come back sooner, and Sejun promises to return as quickly as possible. Elka comes forward and asks the great black dragon for the honor to accompany him through the way. As the minotaurs get ready to assist and guide the way, Sejun, along with Teo and the black warrior bunny, leaps over the wolf. It is revealed that their destination is the 90th floor waypoint, where they will meet the Ox King. Later, they halt at a place that looks like an eerie forest. While the black warrior bunny and Teo shut their eyes because of the dust, the black minotaurs warn Sejun not to associate with the monsters in that territory. The female minotaur tells him that the 99th floor has many territories. Just like he came from the territory of the crimson grizzly bear, they are currently headed to the territory of the minotaur, and this eerie forest belongs to some corrupt monsters. She advises Sejun not to go near there because it's dangerous. Our guy ponders the corrupt monsters and considers asking Aileen about them later. At that moment, a giant orb of mud strikes straight onto Sejun's face, making him fall. While our poor boy tumbles on the ground with his face covered in mud, the wolf and the minotaurs ask him if he's okay. Speculating where the giant orb came from, they witness the oxen feeding on the mud. Watching them, Sejun realizes the oxen are feeding on mud because they have nothing to eat, and that's why they lost it when they saw the green onion leaves. The female minotaur furiously asks the oxen who had thrown mud on him, and that's when one of the oxen moves toward them. He recognizes the two minotaurs escorting Sejun and blabbers about where they have been spending their sweet time together. The obnoxious minotaur asks them where they found these minions, pointing towards Sejun and the wolves. The female minotaur shuts him up by whacking him in the face and smashing him in the mud. While minotaur number 3 admires her for giving a good smacking, the female minotaur urges Sejun to meet with the captain as they don't have much time. In the meantime, one of the Minotaur warriors informs the captain that Minotaur 3 and Minotaur 4 have returned along with some strange creatures. At that moment, the two Minotaurs and Sejun arrive at the scene and inform the Ox King that they have returned with some guests from the Crimson Grizzly Bear territory. While the other Minotaur warriors give them deadly stares, Captain Ox feels glad he doesn't have to make the trip himself and welcomes the white farmer bunnies. However, when he looks at Sejun, who is walking towards him, the captain notices that he's not a farmer bunny. The farmer introduces himself as Park Sejun, and the cat on his shoulder introduces himself as Teo, the peddler. After getting to know their names, the king asserts that he has never heard of such a tribe, and thanks him for making the long trip to the waypoint. He thanks Sejun for the green onion leaves and assumes that, with his weak strength, he must be struggling on the 99th floor. Believing that he works for the Crimson Grizzly Bear, the Ox King apprises that he will be happy to rescue him from injustice, adding that he feels delighted to help out the weak monsters. Upon hearing this, our boy confidently clarifies to Captain Ox that he must have been mistaken. Sejun clarifies that he doesn't work for the Crimson Grizzly Bear. Instead, the bear and her cub help him on the farm. Our guy proceeds with his second reason for visiting the captain, revealing that he's here to demand payment for the crops that the king stole from his farm 3 days ago. Knowing that the Minotaur gets frantic when someone accuses them of stealing, King Ox bursts with anger as he gets up from his throne and begins to rumble. Boiling with anger, the ox frantically utters that Sejun is calling the most powerful monster of the 99th a thief and accuses him of stealing. However, our guy is not intimidated by the angry captain and makes a classy comeback when he reminds him that Minotaurs are warriors of honor. Instead of getting mortified for what he has done, he is being angry to get it over with. After being humbled by Farmer Park, the king gently informs Sejun that he must have misunderstood. As this happens, the whispers initiate among the Minotaurs who think they've eaten stolen leaves. To clear up the air, King Ox explains himself. He concedes that as a captain, he had a limited range of travel as a defender of the waypoint, so the ox had to rush back to his territory as he was running out of time. The king agrees to pay Sejun and asks him what he wishes for. Thinking that it could be a rare item he could wish for, our guy makes an unusual request. He demands that he pay by letting him use the waypoint. Uncertain if the king would agree to such a request, Sejun asks the captain to allow him to use the waypoint to pay back his debt. But to his surprise, The Minotaur King approves of his demand and decides to do whatever the farmer wishes. To save his honor, the captain calls upon Seijun to fulfill his wish. Delighted, he climbs the rock to stride toward the waypoint and contemplates about finally getting to leave the tower. Astonished to see the glowing waypoint, our guy approaches his hand to touch it. Finally touching the crystal rock, he retrieves the waypoints from other floors. However, his world gets upside down when he reads the notification, revealing that he's unable to move floors because he has not saved any waypoints outside of the 99th floor. The Ox King grasps the problem immediately, and lets out that the waypoint is not working because Seijun was not born in the tower. He continues to explain that those who come from outside the tower must register the waypoints from each floor. Only then are they qualified to travel between the floors. The captain asserts that this rule is more like a conditional invitation to the tower for non-natives. He adds that his only registered waypoint is from this floor, which makes our guy unqualified to travel between the other floors. As soon as he hears the harsh truth, on the verge of a breakdown, our boy clenches his fist and loses all hope of getting out of the tower. Feeling devastated, Seijun sits and stares at the waypoint with desperate eyes while Teo tries to comfort him. Eventually, Seijun responds that he knew he couldn't move downstairs when he found out it was the 99th floor. But when he confirmed that he could not get out of the tower, his courage and hope, which he once coveted, were shattered. The Ox King feels bad for Seijun and claims that he had permitted him to use the waypoint, which he accepted, so he is no longer indebted to him. As the captain continues his talk, Seijun says he will propose a deal. Surprised, the captain flinches and gets infuriated about him proposing a deal to a warrior. Our guy commands Teo to open his rucksack. As he stretches out his rucksack, a mound of leaves begins to fall like a cascade. The downpour of the green onion leaves creates mayhem amongst the Minotaur as they witness the delicious leaves in front of their eyes. Baffled, the king asks Farmer Park about this pile of leaves, on which our guy announces that it's a kind gesture from their neighbors, more like a handshake of friendship. Seijun further elucidates his deal with the captain and reveals that he's expanding his farmland and needs a lot of help. He entices the deal by adding that the Minotaurs could eat greens like these for every single meal if they have a larger field. That said, he flaps a wink to the captain and asks him if he's ready for the deal. The scene then flips to the crimson grizzly cub eagerly waiting for his daddy. He sits there in sadness while the queen bee hovers over his head. After a while, he notices someone emerging through the smoke. Seijun, riding on the silver wolf, appears to have returned from the waypoint. The baby bear rushes towards him out of happiness, and Seijun hugs him, asking how he has been. The baby bear tells him that he has been a good boy and didn't cry while he was gone, adding that he didn't take long and returned early as promised. Meanwhile, Daddy Bunny asks Seijun about his visit to the waypoint, and our guy informs him that it went well. He grabs everyone's attention and introduces the farmer gang to the new workers, the Minotaurs, who are impatiently waiting to work in the field. Seijun explains that the Minotaurs will help them mend the field, and the Ox King has agreed to let them use the barren field however they want. While the Minotaurs seem to be excited to use their muscles, Bay looks at the masculine Minotaurs with admiration. The new Minotaur lets out that they have heard about the baby bear from number 3, saying that Bay is a bigger guy than he imagined. Elated, the baby bear tells the new workers that he's best friends with Minotaur 3, adding that he showed him around the field. Bay instructs the new Minotaurs to follow him so he can show them around too. Looking at the baby bear, our guy thinks he is such a good boy. Seijun informs the farmer bunnies to prepare the food for the working oxen, while Teo, who's dozing off on Elka's back, asks for his treats. The next scene takes us to the 99th floor waypoint, where the Minotaurs are playing rock, paper, scissors to choose their turns to work for the other day on the field. They seem exhilarated to work on the farm, as one of the Minotaurs asks if they have decided on the 10 workers, and urges them to be prepared to set out for work tomorrow. While the Ox King peeks at the Minotaurs, who are as optimistic as ever, he asserts that he has never seen them so energetic in a while. One of the Minotaurs standing beside the captain asks him if their territory will be covered in green grass instead of mud, if they keep cultivating the field. The king affirms the Minotaur by saying yes, and lets out that the 99th floor will soon get into action. Later, at the Crimson Grizzly's bear territory, the poisonous honeybees pour the honey into the bottles, which already seem full. Seijun says that the bottles Teo had bought are already filled, and offers the honey bottles to the baby bear. He instructs him not to finish it too quickly, and Bay feels delighted after getting his honey. Pleased with the amount of honey produced by the honeybees, Seijun thought that the bees might produce less honey because of the blue moon preparation. Concluding the reason, he asks the queen bee if she has grown her colony larger, and she joyfully nods her head. When the crimson grizzly bear asks the mama bear if she's headed deep into the forest, the mama bear responds that the blue moon will be rising soon, so she needs to go. Seijun decides to give her plenty of food for their way, and a few more bottles of honey for the baby bear too. Later, the wolf leader informs Seijun, addressing him as the Black Dragon, that they will head downstairs on the 85th floor for the blue moon preparation. Our guy assures Elka not to stress out, as he has prepared food for them as well. He explains that the Black Bunny has been working hard to fetch tons of fish from the Sea of Dimensions. As he shows them the pile of fish riled up on the ground, the sight leaves the silver wolves astonished and admired. The wolves respectfully kneel, thanking Seijin and the Black Bunny for the food. While our boy gets concerned about how they are going to carry a large amount of food, the wolves pull out their rucksacks, uttering that their rucksack doesn't have as much capacity as Teo's, but they can still fit plenty. Tossing all the food inside their rucksacks, the wolves and the crimson grizzly bears go on their way to prepare for the blue moon, saying goodbye to Seijin. As he waves them goodbye, our guy also plans to prepare for the blue moon. In the meantime, the admin appears and asks him about his long face, assuming he's worried about the field. While the Black Bunny leaves to help his mom and dad, Seijin lets out that he's getting anxious about the blue moon rising soon. But Aileen assures him not to worry about it. She compliments herself by saying she took charge of defeating the monsters in the last blue moon, telling him to believe in her. It is revealed to us that the monsters become violent when exposed to the blue moon's light. The boy further narrates that he thought about it a lot when Minotaur 3 destroyed the field during the blue moon. Fields being exposed increases the chances of the crops being destroyed by monsters. He shares his problem with Aileen, who assures him that she will keep the field safe. Yanking out his flashback, Seijin thought about it and wasn't sure how exactly she would secure the field. But then he remembers who Aileen truly is, admitting that she's the great black dragon he saw in the first blue moon. Delighted, Seijin says that he counts on her, and Aileen, the great black dragon, assures her farmer that he can plant as many crops as he wishes. Just after that, Aileen considers returning to work and prepares for the blue moon. She opens the door and climbs the stairs, reaching a magical place. It appears to be the tower's manager section on the 99th floor of the dungeon. Aileen comes out and takes some fresh air. Soon after that, she steps up to the place that somewhat looks like a magic operating machine. The next day, as the blue moon is just about to begin at the cave, Seijin lights up the fire. He sees Teo kissing off the baby bunnies as he can't believe they will soon grow up, and he lets out tears of joy because he feels proud of them. Seijun thanks the cat for being a caring uncle and instructs him to return inside his rucksack before the blue moon rises. While the cat tells him to take good care of the kiddos, our guy hands out a queen bee's cocoon, asking Teo to hide it in his rucksack. As Teo is surprised by another queen bee's larva, our guy trusts the cocoon with him and tells him that the queen bee handed it to him this morning, adding that they keep having cocoons because of the growing size of her hive. Feeling overwhelmed by welcoming more beehives, Teo assures him that he will keep the cocoon safe in his soft fur, just like last time. Eventually, the blue moon rises, and the baby bunnies transform into wild monsters because of the blue moon's energy. Shortly, the shrieking gets louder, and our protagonist, hiding in the corner of the cave, watches the baby bunnies getting wild, saying that he is still not used to their transition. In the meantime, Seijun hears a piercing roar from above the cave and wonders if there's a monster near the fields. Thinking that he hadn't heard from Aileen yet, our guy catches a glimpse of the baby bunnies who haven't switched from their monster phase for some reason. While he reckons that the babies turned into white bunnies pretty quickly the last time, he gets terrified as the wild bunnies begin to get out of control. Suddenly, the frantic bunnies try to leap toward him. As they are about to attack him, the great black dragon appears, gliding around the blue moon. On the other hand, we see that the branch monster, inhabitant of the 99th floor, has come to destroy Seijun's field. As the branch monster is about to trample the field, Aileen, the great black dragon, scares him away as she soars above the field to protect it, spreading her giant wings. Aileen seems proud of her heroic action and reveals that her grandpa made the magic tool for her during the blue moon because she can't leave the administrator's section. The black dragon created an adult vision of herself through the system. This allows remote control, and she can go as far as the 99th floor. However, this illusion tool can only reach under the clouds and disappears when it swoops to the ground. While controlling her magic tool, she ponders about Seijun and what he will think of her looks. As her vision soars through the sky, she decides to make a few more laps until the blue moon ends. Meanwhile, Seijun speculates that the monsters grew hushed after Aileen appeared, and a bright light flashed behind him. It turns out that the baby bunnies have finally transitioned into grown-up farmer bunnies. He immediately grabs the grown-up bunnies and squeezes them tightly. Tears of joy start pouring out of his eyes as he thinks something might have gone wrong with them during the blue moon. As Seijun hugs the bunnies, our guy peeks at the plentiful blue moon crops in the field and decides to harvest them. After an extended harvest, he prepares a pot of steamed blue moon sweet potatoes. While Seijun pours out the beautifully cooked sweet potatoes, he reveals that they've harvested 13 cherry tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes with blue moon energy. Some are solar energy sweet potatoes, and some are mighty sweet potatoes. He then offers Aileen the bowl of blue moon crops and advises her to cool down the cooked sweet potatoes as they are steaming hot. The admin thanks Sejun for the food and says he can also count on her for the future blue moon. Accepting the crops through the screen, Aileen seems to be having a comfy time after the tiring work. She feels good when she sees the blue moon crops and tosses a sweet potato into her mouth, which she thinks can cure her dragon heart. She eats the sweet potatoes and focuses on her mana flow. That's when her dragon heart starts beating, and unlike last time, she feels the stable magic current. Happy to see her dragon heart getting better gradually, she gets to know about the honey-dipped sweet potatoes, a forgotten dish of the tower that has been restored. Aileen witnesses her human farmer enjoying the honey-dipped sweet potatoes without her. She gets jealous as she eats the boring regular ones, while Sejun seems to enjoy the better version of the sweet potatoes. But then she stumbles upon the notification, which shows that the admin can reward whoever has restored the forgotten dish with special occupational skills. She taps to see the unique occupational ability, and is delighted to see the skill that looks like the perfect occupational reward for a farmer. On the other hand, our boy prepares the sweet potatoes by dipping them into the honey. It appears that the honey-dipped sweet potatoes with blue moon energy are marinated in honey and increase magic by 0.3 permanently when consumed. As Sejun offers the honey-dipped sweet potato to the grown-up bunnies to eat first, one of the young bunnies hops forward and stops everyone from eating as he reminds them that their father said to let Uncle Sejun eat the blue moon crops first because he's weaker. Upon hearing this, our poor guy apologizes for being a weak uncle and sadly chews on his sweet potato because even the young bunnies know that he's short on magic power. While the grown-up bunnies prefer regular sweet potatoes, our boy is mesmerized by the delicious honey-dipped sweet potato and its almost addictive sweet flavor. At that moment, he receives a notification that Sejun has restored a forgotten dish in the tower. He gets confused about retrieving a forgotten dish, thinking that all he did was dip the sweet potato in honey. When the administrator gets proud of his accomplishment, she sends him a quest. The quest is to offer honey-dipped sweet potatoes to the admin with a reward of 1 occupational ability. Our guy gets confused, saying he literally just dipped a potato into the honey, but he accepts the quests because he is curious to see the occupational reward. After pouring the honey on the sweet potatoes, he marinates the regular sweet potatoes and serves them to Aileen. Sejun receives the occupational reward as a cooking ability that allows him to register recipes. He isn't surprised after looking at his honey-dipped sweet potato recipe and thinks that he should take cooking as his second job due to his incredible cooking skills. But before that, he tells the grown-up bunnies to help him make the honey-dipped sweet potatoes so everyone can eat them. In his dungeon survival diary, our boy adds about the 8th blue moon, which passed peacefully. The next scene takes us to the branch monster who appeared near Sejun's field during the blue moon. As the branch monster makes its way to the western woods on the 99th floor, suddenly a tree branch comes in his way, causing the beast to trip. Suddenly, another monster who appears to be a tree with his eyes flashing red traps the beast into its branches and swallows up the branch monster. It is revealed to us that the branch monster gets engulfed by the terrifying corrupt monsters that reside in the western woods, and there appear to be many of them. After that, we are taken back to the cave where Sejun is eating the sweet potatoes along with the farmer bunny. The next scene switches to the 85th floor of the dungeon, where we see the wolves' tribe. It occurs to be a delightful day, as Elka distributes the food he'd bought from the 99th floor among the children of his tribe. After providing the food to his tribe, Elka, the chief leader, heads back to the 99th floor, but his wife tells him to say goodbye to the kids when they wake up. But Elka refuses and asserts that he now serves the Great Black Dragon, so he can't wait much longer, adding that he will return soon. Soon after, the Silver Wolf trio departs and makes their way to the 99th floor. Later, we witness little gray rabbits running for their lives at the Pathway Village, as someone seems to chase them. While they run as fast as they can, one of the rabbits gets snagged by a wolf. It turns out that a bunch of wolves are chasing after the rabbits. Meanwhile, Elka also happens to be at the Pathway Village and hears a noise nearby. The brown wolf clenches one of the gray rabbits into his claws and tramples on one with his feet. Addressing the bunnies as slaves, the wolf captures them and asks if they are trying to escape, adding that he had to climb many floors just to find them. While the other brown wolves capture the gray rabbits, they threaten the bunnies by saying they will have a rabbit barbecue as punishment for the rabbits acting smart and thinking they could outrun the wolves. As one of the wolves opens his jaw to kill the gray bunny, someone strikes him on the head. It turns out to be Elka, who had just saved the gray bunny from getting eaten and whacked the wolf on the head. After a good smacking, one of the brown wolves recognizes Elka and questions why he is attacking them when they are just to find some runaway slaves. The brown wolf threatens him by saying that Greed won't be happy if he gets to know about all this, to which Elka makes it clear that he doesn't care about the pig and warns him to get away from the bunnies, or else he will slit open his throat with his fangs. As Elka furiously stares at him and grits his teeth, he manages to scare the wolves away. In the meantime, other members join Elka and ask him what to do about the bunnies. While poor gray rabbits tremble with fear, the wolf leader decides to take the bunnies with them because the brown wolves might chase them again, adding that the bunnies might be helpful to the black dragon. Later, Sejun proudly makes a big announcement at the cave and reveals that he finally made it to magic level 10 after eating the blue moon crops. Teo stiffly stares at him and tells him that it's nothing to be impressed about. Pissed off, our guy responds that there's more to that and announces that now he can eat the inner core of the giant electric eel. Listening to this, Teo lets out a big fat yawn and doesn't seem interested in Sejun's blabbering as the cat asks him if he can go to bed. But our guy, eager to obtain new skills, instructs the cat to check his skills first. He finally eats the inner core and finds it tastes delicious, similar to orange soda. After consuming the inner core, he gets rewarded with the lighting skill level 1. However, the admin informs Sejun that he cannot use the skill because he severely lacks the required magic level, adding that the rain and thunderstorm features will remain locked. With the lighting skill level 1, he can only create clouds for rain and thunder. As soon as he learns about this, our guy loses his cool and questions the admin why she didn't tell him about this sooner. Poor Sejun gets low-spirited as he thinks that there's no point in making clouds when he can't even make thunder or rain. However, our guy tries his new skill and pulls out his hand to create clouds. As a whirl of clouds forms, our boy successfully produces a little black cloud that hovers above his head. While Sejun peeks at his little cloud with disappointment, the fellow farmer monsters applaud him for creating a cloud. Our poor protagonist sinks into the deep, feeling shattered after using his magic to create a little cloud. Watching him get discouraged, the grown-up bunnies get back to work, but Teo takes advantage of the moment and comforts Sejun with words, asserting that he's still the president no matter how weak he is. Teo pats his hand and tries to appease him with fake compassion and a cunning grin. Our boy, who already seems depressed, asks Teo if he's trying to make him feel better or worse. That's when Bae comes and tells him he's the best dad as he tries to make shade for them, uttering that he will make an enormous cloud soon enough. As Sejun thanks the baby bear for making him feel better and cuddles him, Teo, relaxing on Sejun's lap, mumbles that he doesn't like the sun getting into his eyes and asks him to move the cloud towards him. Annoyed by the peddler cat, who seems to be enjoying his downfall, the silver wolves arrive at the scene and greet Sejun, addressing him as the Great Black Dragon. As he greets them back, Elka takes out the gray bunnies that he had bought with him. Shocked by the situation, our guy asks him about the gray bunnies, who seem frightened as they shake with fear, pleading not to kill them. Sejun notices the gray bunnies have scars everywhere and asks Elka where he found them. At that moment, the wifey and the hubby stared at the gray bunnies with astonishment, uttering if they were alive. The gray bunnies seem to recognize the farmer bunny couple, and they all clamp together in a hug while Sejun and Teo look at them in confusion, assuming they might know each other. After the bunny reunion, the farmer gang shockingly stares at the gray bunnies while they stuff their faces with food in haste, as if they have been starving for days. The wifey bunny tells them to eat slowly and offers them water, and the gray bunny appreciates the Great Black Dragon's kindness. As he tells the bunny to call him Sejun, Elka addresses him as, "My dear Great Black Dragon," which seems like such a mouthful. For this reason, he commands Elka to call by his name as they are a family now, and the wolves are left in awe. While the cat clings to Sejun and asks for a treat, our guy ponders about the gray bunnies and notices they all have vocational skills. The three are the gray artist bunny, the gray architect bunny, and the gray woodworker bunny. Our guy hears the gray bunny's story about how they escaped the farm where greed exploited them, moved up the tower where they encountered the brown wolves, and started chasing them to make them runaway slaves. But then Elka comes to their rescue and saves the bunnies. The sickle bunny provides a blanket to the gray bunny, while Sejun interrogates the crying rabbit about which floor they came from. The gray bunny reveals that they came from the 55th floor. Upon hearing this, Daddy Bunny abruptly leaps towards the gray bunny and asks him if they were on the 55th floor the entire time. Shaking the gray bunny like a ketchup bottle, the farmer bunny begins to bombard him with questions about the farm and what happened to the kingdom, their majesties, the princess, and the monsters. Sejun tells the hubby bunny to slow down and asks him what he's talking about. That's when the farmer bunny opens up the story about their red ribbon kingdom on the 55th floor they used to live in. The bunny narrates that their kingdom was once a land of peace and harmony decades ago, where the bunnies grew nutritious food on fertile land. They acquired beautiful architecture and culture, and sufficient self-defense helped them live in serenity. However, one day, their kingdom is attacked by shadows, or an apocalypse in an unpremeditated attack that even the warrior bunnies cannot fight back. Eventually, the kingdom falls apart and doesn't survive. Returning to the present scene, the farmer bunny continues to share his tragic story, asserting that the kingdom fell apart instantly when the unknown enemy attacked, and that's how their king, queen, and princess went missing amid all the chaos. This left the bunnies with no choice but to escape and scatter to survive the monster's attack. as they also had lost their leaders who would have protected them. The daddy bunny tells them they had to settle in the cave while searching for a new place. Upon hearing this, Seijun figures out why the bunnies moved to the 99th floor. It was strange that they settled in an environment that wasn't suitable for them, but their misfortune doesn't end here. When the farmer bunny thinks that the monsters have devoured the entire 55th floor, fortunately, some survivors are left. However, when the bunnies, including the farmer bunny family, were waiting to be killed after failing to reach the pathway, strangely, all the monsters disappeared. After that, they found themselves standing before Greed on that destroyed land, who ruled over many boars and called himself the Great Landlord, dominating the 55th floor. Greed transformed the Red Ribbon Kingdom into an industrial farm dedicated to food production and enslaved the bunnies. As the bunnies continue with their sob story, Seijun stops them for a break and feels terrible for them, as they had to endure all this. He then asks the black bunny to share his room with the gray bunnies for the time being. While the black bunny takes them to the cave, our guy speculates that Greed is the same guy who was looking for the straw hat, on which Elka agrees, and exposes that he's an influential figure because of the wealth that he accumulates from food production. The silver wolf realizes that Greed is a pathetic creature as he took advantage of the bunny's unfortunate situation, feeling ashamed of himself for working under him. While they are talking, Teo reveals that most of the food allocated throughout the tower through the Peddlers Association comes from Greed's farm. Frightened after knowing how obnoxious Greed, the landlord, is, our guy asks Elka about the chances of the pig landlord making it to the 99th floor. That's when Elka unfolds that there are fewer chances for the landlord to make it to this floor, uttering that most mercenaries are cowards and would not want to come to the 99th floor no matter how much they are paid. Finally, Seijun breathes a sigh of relief and lets out that Greed won't be able to come after the bunnies. The next scene takes us to the Greed's castle on the 55th floor, the former Red Ribbon Kingdom, where we see the boar freaking out when the brown wolves inform him of Elka's betrayal and how he took the bunny slaves they were chasing. The brown wolf reveals that Elka attacked them and shows him the injury. The high and mighty Greed asserts that Elka was never a trustworthy slave to begin with, and believes that he will be back begging for food once the tower runs out of food. The evil pig Greed then asks one of his slaves about the preparations. His subordinate then reports to him that they are sending away food peddlers to cut down on the distribution as much as possible, adding that the demonic tower and the Peddler Association are making a fuss about it, but things are under control. Happy to hear the report. The evil landlord sees it as another opportunity to take control of the tower, just like he monopolized the 55th floor. Laughing hysterically, the greedy boar reveals his corrupt plans to take the reins of the whole tower, and will not just settle on one kingdom. The scene then flips back to the cave, where Seijun stretches himself after a nice sleep and wakes Teo up, who wants to nap more. Walking towards the pond to wash his face, our guy witnesses a sink with a cup. He instantly falls in love with it, as now it will be easier for him to wash his hair and take showers. Our guy who's soaking his hair gets called by Teo, who shows him something spectacular made by the gray bunnies. It appears to be a real stove where the farmer bunnies are cooking. Looking at the actual stove, our guy gets mesmerized when he sees the low-lying table and the real wooden utensils. Teo excitedly shows his bowl, which was made by Squeeby, Squeamy, and Squeary, and has his paw print on it. When Teo asks about these weird names, the cat reveals that they are the names of the gray bunnies, and they keep building stuff for them to show their gratitude. As the gray bunny makes a sickle bunny a new blue headband, Seijun approaches them. The bunnies appreciate him for letting them stay, and add that they want to help in any way they can. Amazed by the things built by the gray bunnies, Seijun holds Squeeby's hand and asks him if he needs a job. Later, Seijun announces at the cave that Squeeby, Squeamy, and Squeary will be staying with them from now on. While all the bunnies welcome them, our guy gets excited as their farm will take another adaptation because of the new skilled members. The gray bunnies assure him that they will build everything they can. That's when our guy instructed them to build new houses for the bunnies because their space is getting limited with the little bunnies growing up, who will need their own space in the future. Our guy contemplates that the kiddos will be kicked out of the house soon, and doesn't expect them to pull off a construction project. While the houses are being built for the bunnies, Teo also demands his home, but Seijun reminds him that he has a rucksack. Hearing Teo's demand, the gray bunny tells him he can build a cat tower for him, and asks Seijun if he owns a house. After that, Seijun points towards his bed of green onions, saying he sleeps here. Peeking at his green onion bed, the gray bunny insists on making a house for him. Wondering if there would be enough space to build a house for him in the cave, the gray bunny plans to make his house outside the cave because there is more construction material, like wood, and Seijun happily agrees. Our boy considers it and asserts that he spends most of the time on the field outside the cave. He adds that he has minotaurs, a crimson grizzly bear, and silver wolves around him, which makes him feel safe on the field. Seijun, who couldn't refuse the intriguing offer, asks the gray bunnies what they need to build the house. The gray bunny tells him that it would be great to have ingredients for the bricks and asks him if the 99th floor holds any fine sand or clay. Knowing where to find the clay, Sejun and the gray bunnies head to the waypoint, accompanied by Elka. As they reach the waypoint, our guy asks the bunnies if this soil is suitable for making the bricks. The gray bunnies inspect the soil of the Minotaur territory and respond that the soil is perfect because it holds a good moisture level. Curious, the Ox King questions Sejun about the clay and what he needs it for, adding that Minotaurs eat them. Farmer Park then proposes a new deal to the king, muttering that Squeamy will teach them how to make bricks. He will pay them with green onion leaves if they agree to create and distribute the bricks. Before Sejun closes the deal, the king immediately agrees and commands the Minotaurs to stop eating mud because they don't want a brick shortage. Soon after, things get pretty occupied on the field as the crimson grizzly bears help pull out the trees for wood. The Minotaurs plow the field with tremendous strength, and the white farmer bunnies plant and water the field. Later, Elka and the baby bear start playing around. As our guy offers the honey to the baby bear, the silver wolf also seems to crave some honey, so our guy offers him a bottle. Sejun then returns to the grind and harvests 15 solar sweet potatoes, getting plenty of rewards for the plentiful harvests. As it gets too hot on the field, he uses his lighting skills to create rainy clouds over the area so that he won't get sunburned. While Sejun ruminates about getting a durable storage space in addition to a house, Teo approaches him. Asking Teo if he's headed downstairs, the cat tells him he is about to go down, adding that he brought tons of cherry tomatoes from the cave. Sejun asks him if he has enough space in his rucksack and suggests Teo take some detoxifying green onions, as some hunters might need them. He reveals that they've got a massive yield after breeding them. Teo decides to take 100 green onions and ponders if they will sell well. Assuming that Sejun has never been wrong, he sniffs the detoxifying green onion. Finding the unpleasant smell, Teo quickly tosses the green onions in his rucksack as Sejun calls him over for dinner. Without noticing, Teo mistakenly plucks out a batch of sweet potatoes in haste and keeps it in the rucksack, rushing back so that no one can eat his lunch. The next scene switches to the 67th floor of the dungeon, where a lizard man is hunting its prey, a frog. The lizard man shoots the frog with an arrow and kills it. As he is about to chew on its prey, a red locust settles on the dead frog and sucks its blood. Watching another target on the frog, the lizard man grabs the red locust and flings it into its mouth. While the lizard man chews on its delicious prey, he catches a glimpse of something in the dark woods. It turns out that thousands of red locusts bolt towards the lizard man, leaving no trace of him. Later, Aileen, having a peaceful nap, is interrupted by the notifications that keep popping up. Intimidated, she wakes up from her well-deserved nap and believes she could find something worth reading. To her surprise, Aileen stumbles upon thousands of unread notifications on her screen window as soon as she taps her crystal magic ball. She learns about the horrendous things going on the 67th floor of the dungeon. It turns out that more than 5 million red locusts have entered the 67th floor. Freaked out by the sudden incursion, Aileen asserts that the red locusts have come from outside the tower. She concedes that they infiltrated the tower about a century ago, recalling that her dad took action and helped the 55th floor from destruction. Unexpectedly, the admin fails to connect to the external communication, which means she cannot witness anything happening in the tower. Unable to open the communication channel, she gets notified that the red locusts are rapidly destroying the 67th, eradicating 0.02% of the area. The next scene takes us to the cave where our chef Sejun cooks a yummy protein feast. While the sickle bunny brings him the chopped potatoes and sweet potatoes, the sizzling smell of the eel makes him and Teo drool over it. After thanking the bunny, our guy tells Teo and the sickle bunny to eat the eel in the corner so that he doesn't get hurt by the oil splash. As Teo struggles to eat and can't resist the delicious fried eel, the black warrior bunny asks Sejun what he's working on now. Sounding confident, our guy lets out that it's something better than honey potatoes. Asking if he's ever heard of honey-glazed sweet potatoes, the black warrior gets shocked and wonders if such a thing exists. With that, he starts frying the potatoes in the versatile eel oil he has saved. He deep fries the sweet potato chunks until the outsides are crispy and brown. After flipping each chunk, he adds honey, stirs it, and simmers it. Soon the honey-glazed potatoes seem to be ready and look heavenly. It appears that Sejun has once again recreated a forgotten dish, and his recipe for the honey-glazed sweet potatoes has been registered. The black warrior bunny stares at the mouth-watering glazed potatoes with admiration. After that, our guy tries frying the fish in the eel oil, but it seems like the fried piranha doesn't count as a recipe after he thoroughly cooks it. That's when he begins recipe hunting to find out what registers as a recipe, and Teo suggests he add honey to the fish. As the dinner seems ready, everyone, including the minotaurs, silver wolves, Bae, Teo, and the bunnies, catches sight of the tempting-looking dinner, which includes the grilled eel, fried fish, honey-glazed potatoes, and sweet potatoes. While Teo stuffs himself to the fullest with delicious food and relaxes on Sejun's lap, our guy asks him if he will be heading downstairs now. The cat jumps out of his lap and says he must go now, commanding the wolves to head down. At that moment, the cat peeks at the leftovers and asks Sejun what they are for. Our guy tells him the leftovers are for Aileen, but for some reason she's not responding and feels concerned about her. While the cat assumes she might be sleeping, our guy gets worried and wishes it's the case. On the other hand, Aileen gets panicked and seems to be struggling as she cannot connect with Sejun due to an error. It seems that Aileen has lost control over all the dungeon activities, and now the Red Locusts have destroyed 10% of the 67th floor. Due to the destruction caused by the Red Locusts, a meeting is being held at Peddler Pathway Central Control Tower, where tower heads like Mason the Fox from the Peddlers Association, Hannibal the Tiger from the Mercenary Associations, and Iona the Hamster from the Wizards Association join the meeting. It appears that Agent Jarrus, along with her team members, are gossiping about Iona because they've seen her for the first time. After all, she rarely leaves the 7 demonic towers. Surprised to see all the tower heads gather, they wonder what's happening in the dungeon as they rarely get together. Mason, the Fox, starts by explaining the current condition of the 67th floor, which was infiltrated by Red Locusts a few days ago. He continues by saying that according to his contacts at the Peddlers Association, the Red Locusts occupied 2/3 of the 67th floor. His lizard men are trying to do everything in their power and are focusing on protecting the waypoint, but they are striving to control the outburst. In the meantime, Mason is interrupted by Hannibal, who asks him if the Peddler Pathway is under control and the chances of Red Locusts proceeding to other floors. As his concerns about the situation rise, Mason reassures him that Red Locusts are intruders and that the pathway only allows those from the tower. However, if the Locusts take over the waypoint, they will use it to infiltrate other floors. Upon hearing this, Hannibal anticipates their next targets will be the 68th and 69th floors. One of the tower heads reveals that the Lizard Kingdom's dark farm is located there, and it is one of the most fertile areas in the tower. However, the fox warns them and sadly announces that they might face another famine. Upon hearing this horrible news, the crowd erupted, and gossip spread throughout the hall. That's when a tower head, Iona, reminds everyone of the fall of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. It is revealed to us that they had spread out their fertile areas across multiple floors. But back then, Red Ribbon Kingdom was the single largest food supplier in the tower. However, a massive invasion of red locusts led to the collapse of that kingdom. Iona, the Wizard of Destruction, accuses the pig of taking advantage of the situation and occupying the land, but the fox intervenes and reveals that Greed is a good landlord as he rebuilds the devastated kingdom's farmland. But Iona, who seems to know the truth of the evil boar's intentions, blames everything on Greed, saying that he is the one who enslaved the bunnies and took control of the food distribution channels. But Hannibal doesn't feel good after hearing the truth. He shouts at Iona as he stands up and bangs his hand on the table. While Mason tries to cool down the heated atmosphere, the other associates ask them about their protector, the Great Black Dragon, and if she has taken any action about the Red Locusts situation. While they all feel relieved that the Black Dragon will come to the rescue, Iona hops on the table and reveals that the Red Locusts have been infiltrating the tower for over 200 years. It was all thanks to the Black Dragon protection that they managed to drive out the Locusts. However, the last time the Red Locusts invaded the tower, the Black Dragon was slow to respond, and things only got under control when half of the Red Ribbon Kingdom was killed. All the farmlands on the 55th floor were devastated, resulting in food storage in the entire tower, and some areas were still recovering from the aftermath. She reminds everyone that it's been a few days since the Red Locusts appeared, and they cannot guarantee that the Great Black Dragon will step in immediately. Therefore, they must do everything in their power until the dragon arrives, or the tower will fall into chaos. To protect the tower, Iona, the president of 7 Association Towers, announces that she will send 200 war mages to fight the Red Locusts. The next scene takes us back to the 85th floor, where we see Teo, the peddler, asking Elka how long they will stay here because they are short on time. Just then, some kids approach the cat and ask him if he's the Black Dragon. Teo, who cannot let this moment slip out of his hands, introduces himself as an intermediate peddler and outshines himself as the extraordinary right hand of the Black Dragon. Gushing with pride, the kids look at him with admiration as they learn that Teo is the right hand of the Black Dragon. As the cat pulls something out of his rucksack, Teo feels something hard. When he grabs it out of the bag, it turns out to be a bunch of solar sweet potatoes. Shocked to see the sweet potatoes, Teo realizes that he's doomed and must have tossed them inside the rucksack without notice. At that moment, Elka appears and asks him if everything is okay, but the cat, who tries to act cool, assures him everything's fine. After that, They both make their way to the 38th floor, and the wolf informs Teo that he's going to run at full speed, so he should hold him tight while Teo ponders the sweet potatoes he mistakenly brought with him and decides to get rid of the evidence. On the other hand, Sejun desperately looks for the sweet solar potatoes he planted with detoxifying green onions. He realizes that Teo has made a blunder and taken the solar sweet potatoes, adding that he will teach him a lesson when he gets back. At the same time, the seed store opens, and Sejun, who has upgraded to the ordinary level, will have 4 different seed choices. He almost forgot about the seed store and peeks at the 4 available seed choices, which include flame seeds, strawberry seeds, carrot seeds, and chili pepper seeds. Amused by the flame seeds, which are pretty expensive, our guy decides to play it safe and purchases the 3 other seeds, which he already knows taste good. He also picks the carrot seeds because bunnies need more food since their population has increased recently. As he is rewarded for purchasing from the seed store, the red seed pouches appear in his hands. Our boy seems elated, as now he has more new crops to grow on the farm and can't wait to try the strawberries and the chili peppers that will soon grow. He then calls upon Hubby Bunny, who is working in the field, and excitedly announces that he has bought more carrot seeds for the bunnies. Sejun decides to plant them immediately with the farmer bunnies and feels high-spirited about expanding the farm above the ground. After that, the scene shifts to the outside world, to Gangnam Seoul, where we see Taejun, the advisor of the Awakened Association, standing on the rooftop of a building. Feeling great about having to experience the fresh air outside the freezer after ages, his apprentice, Sehyok, advises him to head back inside, adding that his curse flame might hit up any time. Not letting him enjoy the world outside, Taejun inquires his apprentice about the deal with the peddler and asks if Dongshik is on the 38th floor of the dungeon. Agreeing that he's still on the 38th floor, Sehyok reveals that the fatal tarantulas came off as boss monsters and settled on the waypoint on the 38th floor. He continues to narrate that Dongshik's team is struggling to fight back because of the toxic gas released by the spiders, which is unable to be neutralized even by the healing magic. He adds that it's impossible to get near the spiders without the antidote made with the blood of poison spiders, the associates that protect the nest. He further elucidates that they can't even find the alchemist to make the antidotes, concluding that they are facing many challenges and making no progress. Upon hearing this, Taejun asks him if he has been protecting Sejun's family on behalf of Dongshik. Sehyok briefs him about Sejun's family, which has been relocated to Hanam. Their daily routine seems too predictable and similar to how they used to live. He assures Taejun that they're eyeing on them as discreetly as possible and lets out that Sedol, Sejun's brother, was contacted by the association representative from abroad who tried to lure him, but confirms that nothing came out of it. As they laugh at Sedol's friend's refusal of the deal on his behalf, Taejun suddenly starts coughing, and it seems like his curse of flames has kicked in. However, he immediately chews on a cherry tomato to make himself feel better. Surprised, Sehyok asks him if it's a magic cherry tomato. That's when Taejun lets out that he has made it through the curse of flames since he started eating the magic tomatoes and anticipates that they will help many people in the coming days. Clenching his fist with determination, he believes that Sejun Park is a rare talent, so they can't afford to lose him to other associations. He orders Sehyok to remind Dongshik to stop by his office as soon as he leaves the tower. While the advisor departs, Sehyok presumes that there has to be a way to undo the curse of flames and hopes that Dongshik finds a solution. The next scene takes us to the 38th floor of the dungeon, where the Phoenix Guild is fighting the monsters. Dongshik slashes the spider monster with his sword. However, he seems to struggle as the spiders keep coming out. He commands his team members to retreat when, unexpectedly, a spider monster attacks Dongshik from above, as one of the guild members calls him out and makes him aware of the attack. As Dongshik appears alarmed by the situation and has no time to dodge, someone leaps in front of him. It turns out that Suha is the one who attempts to halt the attack with her sword and strikes the monster with all her strength. However, as the spider is eliminated, Suha is poisoned by the monster and blacks out. While holding her, Dongshik instructs his team members to cast healing magic on her. Casting the healing magic on Suha to heal her, the members inform the leader that they have only managed to stop the poison from spreading, concluding that it will spread again if the magic flow stops. Concerned, Dongshik asserts that they are out of antidotes and that it's too late to go to the alchemist. In the meantime, Teo arrives at the scene. He calls upon Dongshik and reminds him that he has to be at a trading place. While Dongshik forgets about the trading day, the cat witnesses Suha lying unconscious on the ground. Freaked out, Teo rushes towards her, asking her to get up and take pictures of him. While Suha mumbles something as she is half awake, Dongshik explains to the peddler cat that the poison spider venom has poisoned her. They need to do something, or else she won't make it. The cat clings to Suha and pokes her face, pleading with her to stay with him. That's when Teo is reminded of the detoxifying green onions he had brought with him, and instantly pulls them out of his rucksack. Dongshik grabs the green onion and reads the feature window that reveals that the detoxifying green onions can neutralize the level E poison spider venom. Without a thought, Dongshik gives Suha the detoxifying green onion. As soon as she grabs a bite, her eyes open wide and she appears to be fine. She thanks Teo for saving her life and tells him he's the best cat ever, enfolding him in a tight hug. But it seems like the haggler cat didn't save her life for free and demands 5 dungeon coins for the detoxifying green onion, adding that he's giving her a friend discount. I mean, is Teo for real? The poor girl just came back to life. But come to think of it, he did bring the green onions to sell after all. After that, the guild leader asks Teo where he got the green onions, to which the cat reveals that they have been planning to introduce them to the market soon. Holding onto that green onion, Dongshik gets fired up as he ruminates that the fatal tarantula venom is level E, and the detoxifying green onions neutralize level D poison. This means that they can use the new crop item to target and clear up the 38th floor. Thinking that Teo is his golden cat, he stares at him in admiration, and Teo catches him staring at him with a weird expression. Asking Teo how many green onions he has brought with him, the cat reveals that he has 100 detoxifying green onion leaves. Upon hearing this, Dongshik demands to take all of them. While he dreams of buying all the green onions, Dongshik and Teo are interrupted by the royal knights and the wizards who claim that the Phoenix Guild has been trying to propose a dirty deal with the peddler cat. Looking at the wizards who had sneaked up on them, Dongshik is left in utter bafflement. He ponders how they found them and assumes that the guilds have been watching them to hinder their mission. One of the knights states that if Teo, the peddler cat, gives an unfair advantage to one guild, he might lose customers and make them unhappy. Upon hearing this, Dongshik ruminates that the knight is uttering nonsense as the cherry tomatoes and green onions are sold entirely by Sejun and Teo. In addition, people will do anything to find Teo, and with many eyes observing their guild, Teo will have to listen to them, as fairness and trust mean everything to a peddler. Later, Teo announces an auction, and everyone agrees. He begins with 6,000 level C magic cherry tomatoes in batches of 500. Knowing that cherry tomatoes have reached level C, chaos sparks among the hunters and the knights. They were already shocked to hear about the green onions, but now the peddler is selling level C cherry tomatoes. As the auction begins, people start bidding prices and keep going higher, as the level C cherry tomatoes seem like a treasure they don't want to lose. While Dongshik is taken aback by the sudden demand for cherry tomatoes, he focuses on the green onions, which are crucial for the guild. Eventually, Teo sells out on the magic cherry tomatoes and proceeds his auction with the detoxifying green onions. He announces the auction of 100 green onions in 10 batches, and Dongshik screams the first bid price, which is 155 dungeon coins. Luckily, Dongshik wins the first auction, but as the auction continues, it seems like a tough fight between him and the night hunter, who keeps bidding higher. As Teo is about to close the deal on 150 dungeon coins in the second auction, Dongshik gets happy and plans to bid higher. However, the clever knight offers 160 coins, leaving Dongshik in shock. It appears that the night hunter is winning all the auctions, and there's no chance for Dongshik to win any of them as the knight keeps bidding more than him every time. While Teo sells the green onions with the most adorable poses, Suha, his photographer, keeps taking pictures of him as he acts cute during the auction. Poor Dongshik melts in disbelief as the Phoenix Guild takes only 10 green onions. The royal knights hysterically laugh at him, telling Dongshik their guild needs to work on teamwork. The Phoenix Guild members apologize to Dongshik as they got distracted by the magic cherry tomatoes. But he doesn't stress about it and tells members that it's not the end of the world, even if they are a bit behind. In the meantime, Suha approaches the leader, informing him that Teo wants to speak with him. Encountering Dongshik, the peddler cat asks him all about Sejun's family. While Teo writes everything on the paper, Dongshik informs him that Sejun's family is living in Hanam and is under tight protection by the Korean Association, so he has nothing to worry about. He adds that Sejun is one of the country's valuable assets. After that, the cat is reminded of the appreciation gifts Sejun sent for keeping his family safe and tosses out a bucket full of gifts, which happen to be 200 magic cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions. It seems like Dongshik had just hit the jackpot. He needed exactly 50 green onions and received them as a gift. The peddler further informs him that Sejun wants to sell him any crop at a discount and asks him to keep it a secret. Dongshik assures him that it was a fair transaction, ruminating that Sejun's family matters are also top secret. However, his moment of contemplation is interrupted by Teo, who offers to sell a secret item and asks him if he's interested. The next scene takes us to the field, where the minotaurs carry and stick the bricks for Sejun's house. Our guy is astounded as he looks at his half-built house and can't believe they made so much progress in a few days. The gray architect bunny reports to him that they're working fast because of the strong minotaurs doing all the heavy lifting. Squeeby continues to tell him that the interior of the house will take longer and that 3 gray bunnies will handle it. While our boy is busy discussing the house structure with the gray bunny inside the house, the baby bear tries to barge in through the door. Alarmed, our guy clarifies to the baby bear that he cannot enter his house. As Bae asks him for a reason, Sejun says he's too big for this house. If he tries to force himself in, the house might collapse. He convinces the baby bear that he's a good boy who doesn't want to destroy his dad's house, and instructs the baby bear to enjoy some honey as he needs to take care of the construction. After that, Bae sadly sits by the corner, saying that he also wants to go inside Dad's house. As tears stream down his face, the baby bear dreams of becoming smaller while the queen bee comforts him. Suddenly, his tears begin to sparkle, and a beam of magical light appears from his claws. Meanwhile, Sejun is busy deciding his bed material as the gray bunny makes it clear that a green onion bed would be a bad idea, and that they would make a stiff bed. At that moment, he hears someone calling him from behind, and in a flash, Sejun gets whacked in the stomach, and he crashes right into the pile of green onion leaves. While our guy tries to process what happened, the baby bear strikes a blow at him out of love. Bae reveals to his dad that he has gotten smaller as he stands over him. The crimson grizzly bear seems to have transformed into a tiny cub again. Sejun looks at him with astonishment, as Bae had gotten so little when they first met, and asks him how he managed to pull this off. It occurs that the baby bear has transformed into a crimson grizzly honey bear, as the notification says. Our boy realizes that Bae has evolved into a honey bear, just like the black warrior and hubby bunny did. As the black bunny and the baby bear are the same size now, Sejun asks the bear if he will not get bigger again. Trying hard, Bae squeezes himself and suddenly changes into a giant bear. Our guy freaks out after watching that Bae has grown a bit bigger, confused about whether he can control his size however he wants. Witnessing the baby bear change sizes, the black minotaur lets out that Bae's desire to become smaller is repressing his growth, adding that it happens in young monsters who are afraid to grow. Upon hearing this, Sejun thinks hard about what has been suppressing the baby bear's growth. As Bae becomes small again and clings to Sejun, he asks Daddy if he can go inside the house now and hold him like he holds the black bunny and Teo. Watching the baby bear yearning for love breaks Sejun's heart as he stares at him with pitiful eyes. He affectionately hugs the baby bear and realizes that he wants to be loved by Daddy. He holds Bae in his arms and takes him to show him around the house. Delighted, Sejun heads towards the house and tells Bae to find a spot for his bed. As Bae asks his daddy to take him to the cave, Sejun gets a flashback of the baby bear eating all their stored food. As the black bunny hears it, he secretly shakes his head, pointing to Sejun not to take him into the cave. The next scene takes us back to the 38th floor, where Teo offers Dongshik a special item, solar sweet potatoes. While he reads the feature window for the solar sweet potatoes, Dongshik stumbles upon something valuable. It turns out that sweet potatoes boost flame resistance. The story then turns to Taejun Han, the living legend of Korea. It is revealed that he was the first human to reach the 52nd floor of the dungeon. There, he encountered the wild boar guarding the waypoint and fought fiercely with the boar. The battle was so intense that it lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, the fight ended in a tie, and both of them had to retreat due to brutal injuries. However, Taejun was entrapped in a curse of flames after a battle that caused him to burn everything around him. The only solution for this curse was to slow it down by injecting magic or lowering his body temperature. Everyone believed that it was about time Taejun retired. However, his dreams for the tower didn't vanish. Moving back to the present, Dongshik delightedly grasps that sweet potato and contemplates that Taejun can free himself from the curse of flames with the help of solar sweet potatoes, even if it's temporary. He anticipates that Taejun can defeat the wild boar and undo the curse, asserting that the legend will return. To add the cherry on top, he also has the detoxifying green onions that can help the guild target the 38th floor. Snapping out of his thoughts, Dongshik agrees to take the sweet potatoes and thanks Teo, saying that he really needs them. But it seems like Teo had some hidden reasons to offer the sweet potatoes as he ponders that no one will find out about his mistake once Dongshik takes them, adding that he committed a perfect crime. Later, Dongshik walks outside the forest and thanks his team members for waiting for him. As they head downstairs, the guild leader puts down a basket full of green onions. The team members are utterly surprised to see the detoxifying green onions and ask Dongshik if he got them from the peddler. Saying they wouldn't want to miss the opportunity, Dongshik instructs the members to stop by the waypoint before heading down. The team members all get pumped up and make their way to the waypoint. The Phoenix Guild raid of the 38th floor begins as they fight their way through the poison venom spiders by chewing on the green onions to neutralize the poison released by the monsters. The next scene takes us to the 75th floor of the dungeon at the Middle Zone Market, where everyone seems to be staring at the silver wolves. Sejun assigned the silver wolves for Teo's safety. As they seem to be wandering around the market, Elka peeks at Teo, who appears to be in a good mood, and asks him what he's so happy about. Teo announces that it was a great business day and that he will take the wolves for lunch to celebrate. While the wolves decide on a restaurant, something grabs Teo's attention. Thinking about what's wrong with the cat, Teo mumbles that he senses something. It turns out that a glimmering ring had caught his eye. As Teo approaches his hand to grab the ring, a little hand touches against his hand. The cat immediately takes the ring away and yells at the little hamster to get out of the way. While the hamster, covered in a black cloak, wonders if the cat is an intermediate peddler, she clarifies to Teo that he doesn't need the ring. It's better if he hands it to her. But Teo grasps tightly on the ring, lets out that he picked it first, and infuriatingly tells the hamster to get out of his way, calling her a tiny little hamster. The hamster flinches to process what Teo has just said to her and gets offended. As the silver wolves reach the spot, Elka becomes panic-stricken as he witnesses the hamster, presuming that it's hamster Iona, the wizard of great destruction. The wolf seems sure that it's Iona as he has seen the staff, which is her weapon. It seems like Elka recognizes the wizard hamster by the item she's holding in her hand. It is revealed that the legendary divine item, also known as the Staff of Disasters, is owned by Iona. If it is wielded once, the mountains flatten, and if it is wielded twice, the rivers turn into the ocean. This is the power that this item holds. While Elka speculates what she's doing here, Iona tells the peddler that she could have given him a chance to turn his wrong into right, and demands his life as a form of apology. As Iona strikes her weapon, Elka leaps in front of Teo and speaks to her, uttering that the cat serves the great black dragon. Upon hearing this, Iona taps her magic stick on the ground and surprisingly asks Elka who he is, to which he introduces himself as the chief of the Silver Wolves. Feeling suspicious, Iona warns the wolf about what he has just said, adding that they could be killed for lying and pretending to work for the great black dragon. While Elka swears on his tribe and assures Iona that he's speaking the truth, Teo frantically agrees with the wolf and reveals that he works for the great black dragon. But this scene takes an unexpected turn when Iona claims that she needs proof that they work the black dragon. As Teo questions how they will prove it to her, the hamster wizard claims to take her to the great black dragon. But Teo, who came to the market to flaunt his haggling skills, questions Iona, the wizard of destruction, about whether he will take her for free. As soon as Teo utters these words out of his mouth, a terror strike runs through Elka because it seems like he will ruin her mood again. The haggler cat makes it clear that he serves the black dragon, but is also a peddler, so she needs to pay him to meet the black dragon. Seeing Teo's confidence without a hint of doubt on his face, Iona asks the peddler cat what he wants. Teo mumbles that he is picking up a few things for the black dragon. Iona agrees to pay for everything the cat wants, along with the ring that Teo picked for the dragon. While Iona thinks it's a rare opportunity to meet the dragon, the cunning peddler cat has successfully found himself a naive target to pay for his items. Later, they walk into the market, and Teo grabs 100 bottles and some other random stuff. While glancing at all the stuff, whimsy straw hats catch his eye, and as he buys them, he asks Elka if he needs anything, adding that the straw hat would look good on his son. As Elka respectfully refuses, Iona interrogates Teo about the random items he's buying and asks if the black dragon needs them. Teo, who is optimistically enjoying his shopping haul, informs her that he likes this kind of stuff and proceeds to buy a straw hat for himself. Losing her nerve, Iona clenches her fist and lets out that the cat better not be lying about the black dragon. In the meantime, Iona, who is already annoyed by the feline creature, Teo approaches her and places a hat on her head, adding that it looks great on her. Flustered by Teo's sudden move, Iona speaks out that not every wizard wears a pointed hat, ordering the cat to hasten it up and go to the checkout counter. While Iona returns the hat, she asks the shopkeeper for the total of all the items, to which he concludes that it will be 20 dungeon coins. Upon hearing this, Teo, wearing his classic straw hat, steps in and asks the shopkeeper for a discount. It seems like Teo the haggler has stepped into the game of discount until the shopkeeper loses his cool and agrees with him to pay how much he wants. The cat asks Iona if she was going to take the first offer and yells at the shopkeeper to make a better deal. Just like that, the shopkeeper keeps lowering the prices, and they get to buy everything at a discount. While the silver wolves carry the things Teo had bought, the cat thanks Iona for paying for all the stuff. But Teo's humbleness doesn't seem to sit well with her, as Iona contemplates that she thought the cat would ask for expensive things. But all he bought were some random little knickknacks, and he even helped her to pay less. After that, the wizard asks Teo about the black dragon's whereabouts, and he reveals that the dragon is on the 99th floor of the dungeon. Confused, Iona raises a question out of curiosity about whether the black dragon is not in the administrator's zone connected to all the tower parts, and presumes that he is dubious. But Teo assures her and says she will understand when they reach the 99th floor. The next scene takes us to the 38th floor, where the Phoenix Guild fights the spider monsters. It is revealed to us that the Phoenix Guild had successfully raided the 38th floor, and they have now reached the waypoint. As they celebrate their win, Dongshik commands his team members to head to the 39th floor as he touches the waypoint. After that, we are taken to Gagel's Tower Farm Project headquarters. Vice President Michael learns that the Phoenix Guild has cleared the 38th floor. Shocked, Michael asks the hunter he'd hired for his work. He reports that the guild cleared up the 38th floor rapidly because of the new crops known as the detoxifying green onions. It helped them in advance, and they could get through the monsters. Upon hearing this, the vice president slams his hand on the table and rages with anger, mumbling that the guild found a new crop while he's spending all the money struggling to germinate the cherry tomatoes. While he stresses that executives can't wait any longer and that he needs to show results for his project, a girl bursts open his door and takes him to the farmland. He looks at the tomato flowers, which appear to have spikes on them, which is very peculiar. Startled by the spike flowers, the girl who had been experimenting with the cherry tomatoes reveals that their team has suspected growth hormones have caused a mutation in them. Michael instructs her to discard the mutation plants correctly, saying that these are monsters, not plants. However, when he harvests the modified flower, it turns out to be an item known as a contaminated cherry tomato, and he earns a reward for harvesting it. He is stunned after earning XP points and figures out that he will earn rewards by killing plants just like monsters. That's when the girl reveals that the mutated tomatoes interacted with the tower and turned into monsters. She adds that these monster plants survive by preying on insects and tiny monsters, not by fertilizers and water like typical plants. Believing that it will be easy to level up in the tower because of these mutated tomatoes, the girl assures him that it's a good thing, as she can analyze the results with her own eyes. But this does not end here when she tells Michael that these mutated plants reproduce independently. The contaminated cherry tomatoes appear to reproduce by the fluid that pours out of them on the soil. She concludes that it is a discovery, and if they are lucky, they can redefine the tower's order. Amused by the remarkable results, Michael considers it a great possibility and orders the workers to remove all the existing crops and replace them with contaminated cherry tomatoes. Michael has stumbled upon another plan after losing hope of growing magic cherry tomatoes. He plans to develop an XP farm, which seems like a great business idea as he clenches the flower and puts on a cunning smirk. Later, at the cave, the cocoon seems to make movements as it begins to twitch. It is revealed to us that it's the cocoon of the poisonous honeybee, the third, which they accumulated in the last blue moon. While our boy waits for the cocoon to hatch, a light flashes through the cocoon, and a newborn poisonous queen bee breathes to life and recognizes Seijun as her owner as he appears in front of her. He greets the queen's poisonous honeybee and welcomes her with a yellow tomato flower. As the queen honeybee stares at the flower with admiration, she is accompanied by the two other queen bees who help her to fly, and they all soar away. After that, Seijun relaxes on his deck chair. However, his moment of peace is destroyed when a black liquid splatters his face. Startled, his face appears covered in black, and that's when Bae walks towards his dad. It turns out that the baby bear had made a new friend at the pond, a squid, who just squirted on poor Seijun's face. It appears that the squid also squirted on the farmer bunnies, who are covered in black. Our guy makes fun of them, saying they are turning into black bunnies. While Daddy Bunny cleans up the white farmer bunnies, Wifey Bunny cleans up the black warrior bunny, who makes it clear that he's the only black rabbit. Meanwhile, Queng, the baby bear, spills while he is hunting with the black bunny. They witnessed the squid inside the pond. He adds that when he caught it, it kept shooting out black liquid. The bear continues to tell him that the bunnies didn't know what it was, but it felt slimy and weird. Peeking at the new protein source, our guy gets an idea, thinking that they haven't seen a squid before, and tells the bunnies that it's delicious, so they should try it. After chopping the squid and frying it with green onions in hot oil, our boy serves the new calamari dish. Making stir-fried, grilled, and blanched calamari increases his cooking familiarity slightly, and his recipes are registered to cook level 2. It seems like our boy missed eating the spicy calamari, which made him want a bowl of rice along with it. Meanwhile, the bunnies munch on the grilled calamari, and Queng is mesmerized by the savory blanched squid. While eating, the black bunny lets out that he had no idea such a delicious species existed, and thinks of making a longer trip to sea dimensions. Upon hearing this, Queng interrupts him and says he'll also go. Seijun asks the baby bear if he knows how to swim and decides to teach him swimming after work tonight. The next scene takes us to the pathway, where Elka and Teo, along with several others, are walking through the peddler's path. The road manager stops them and asks them to take a detour since the highway they must pass through is closed. The cat asks Elka what's happening here, and someone interrupts, saying that the red locusts attacked the 67th floor. While Teo doesn't seem to know what red locusts are, Iona, who happens to be there, tells him that they are pests that were created to devour and destroy everything. The red locusts try to infiltrate and take over the tower, their home, adding that the allied forces of the tower are closing down roads to fight against them. Ion adds that she would have joined the allied forces to fight the red locusts, but has to prioritize meeting with the dragon by using the lightning pathway. Upon hearing this, the peddler cat declares that the lightning pathway is only for advanced peddlers, and since he is an intermediate peddler, he isn't allowed there. But Iona assures him it's okay since he is with her, and pulls out a golden badge underneath her coat. Peeking at the golden peddler badge, Teo is highly impressed, and doesn't believe that Iona has one. Admired by the badge, he offers to become friends with Iona, but she refuses. The next scene takes us to the field where Sejun is trimming the large, outgrown green onion leaves. Being swamped with farm work, he finally realizes that the field has expanded to 70,000 square feet. Thinking that his field almost feels like a big forest, our guy wonders where the white farmer bunnies are, as he can hear them cutting the green onions. Just then, he finds the sickle bunny, who seems to be struggling to cut the tough green onions with his sickle, which are impossible to cut through. Sejun grabs that strange green onion and freaks out as it makes his hand bleed. While the sickle bunny asks him if he's okay, our guy notices that the green onions are hard as steel as he plucks them out. The tough leaves turn out to be strong blade green onions harvested by Sejun. He also learns that he has invented a new crop in the tower that will grant him exclusive rights to the latest crop, stating that no one can grow this crop without his permission. They all learn that these strong blade green onions have metallized their leaves from routine cutting. Witnessing his new crop that almost looks like a weapon, Sejun gets excited and thinks that these would be useful, announcing to keep propagating them. In the meantime, the admin panel appears, stating that she's crying and has something to tell him. Our guy gets worried when he witnesses tears dripping from the panel and asks her about the matter. That's when Aileen reveals everything going on the 67th floor that has been infiltrated by the red locusts. While he asks her about the red locusts, if they were the reason for Red Ribbon Kingdom's downfall, and what they are like, the Black Dragon confesses that individually red locusts are not harmful, but when they're in groups, they can consume and devour everything, evolving into something else. She adds that if they fail to resolve this issue, then every living being on the 67th floor might perish, and the red locusts will spread out on other floors through the waypoints, which means that they scatter throughout the whole tower and destroy everything, concluding that no one is safe. Aileen rants out that there's nothing she can do about the 67th floor for complicated reasons. She asks for Sejun's help while feeling guilty. Upon hearing this, our boy assures her that he will do everything he can to help and that she doesn't have to feel guilty about anything. He enthusiastically calls out everyone, knowing that all of these residents are willing to help to save their home, and Aileen thanks everyone for helping her out in this matter. While Sejun considers it and realizes that he can't even travel through floors, Teo comes along with a visitor, who is a hamster. Iona expresses her pleasure upon meeting Sejun, addressing him as the Great Black Dragon. Sejun is confused and wonders what's the deal with this hamster. While Sejun is confused to see the hamster, he asks Teo what this is all about. That's when the cat lets out that he had to bring her with him, because she wouldn't believe that he worked for the Great Black Dragon. She kneels before Sejun to honor him, addressing him as the Great Black Dragon, and introduces herself as Iona, the president of the Wizards Association. At that moment, the admin sends him a notification, suspecting that Iona is looking for her because she hasn't stepped in to help fight the red locusts on the 67th floor. Aileen instructs Sejun to hear her out as Iona seems like a high-level monster. Following the admin's order, our guy greets the hamster and asks her for a drink as she has been traveling a long way, offering her a honey tomato energizing drink. While Teo is stunned by the tiny baby bear at the back, our guy asks Iona why she is there. As Iona is about to ask him for a favor, Sejun anticipates it's about the red locusts on the 67th floor. Upon hearing this, Iona is left in disbelief as the Black Dragon seems aware of the situation and questions him why he didn't get involved to help them. As our guy tries to make excuses, Teo and the baby bear interrupt him and ask for food. Watching this weird informal conversation between the Black Dragon and the animals, Iona ruminates that they are very casual with him as the baby bear calls him dad, suspecting if he really is the Black Dragon. She analyzes Sejun and assumes that besides his black hair, he doesn't seem to have any connections with the Black Dragon and looks like every other human who's been coming into the tower recently. Iona further inspects that she feels a very weak force from him. She feels faint hints of the Black Dragon, and the energy is flowing from a few parts but at extremely low levels. Feeling confused and lost in her thoughts, Iona takes a sip of the tomato drink and is freaked out to see her energy levels rising and the delicious flavor of the tomato juice. As Iona seems to like the juice, Sejun tells her that it's the magic cherry tomato juice with honey, adding that he and the bunnies grew the tomatoes themselves and mixed the poisonous honeybee's honey. Surprised, Iona requests to see the red cherry tomatoes, and the hubby bunny brings them to her. Watching the white farmer bunny, Iona asks the daddy farmer bunny if he belongs to the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. The bunny agrees and tells her that the black dragon took them in. While she peeks at the cherry tomatoes, she asks Sejun if he has other items on the farm. Our guy tells her about all the crop items they have grown in their field. At the moment, our guy looks at Teo, who is being kind as he shares his kitty treat with the baby bear. Meanwhile, Iona observes the things happening around her. She looks at the bunnies, the baby bear, minotaurs, silver wolves, and the cat, realizing that the dragon has been taking care of the monsters without a home while taking care of the food storage and developing new items. She figures out that the black dragon's magic felt weak because he was trying to be considerate of the monsters. She feels guilty for suspecting the black dragon, not knowing how much he has sacrificed himself for the tower. As her moment of contemplation is interrupted by Sejun, who is about to say something about the red locusts, Iona bows down and asks for forgiveness from the black dragon for not understanding his compassion for serving the tower. She adds that she will do anything for his forgiveness, even if it takes her life. Confused about what's happening, our boy shows her a crop item that appears to be a strong blade green onions. That's when our boy narrates a story he'd heard somewhere about the natives in the Arctic region who used to hunt large numbers of wolves effortlessly with just one blade. The tactic was simple. The hunters coated the blade with blood, frozen it, and buried it in the snow. The hungry wolves were lured in by the smell of blood and would start to lick the blade, and that blade was used to cut up the wolf's tongue. However, the wolf wouldn't notice it because its tongue had grown numb in the cold. That is how the wolves would bleed out and die. After telling the story, Sejun concludes that they might catch something from it, while Teo gets the chill from the terrifying tale and warns Elka not to lick blades, adding that he will share his fish with him. Upon hearing the tactic, Iona sums it up that the red locusts will attack any green onions as they wouldn't see the difference between the blade green onions and the regular ones. After tasting those green onions, they will look for more. And when they try to gobble up the blade green onions, the red locusts will be killed. She adds that red locusts have the habit of devouring wounded individuals, which slows down the group. In other words, if the red locusts get slashed by the blade green onions, they will be eaten by other red locusts. High-spirited, Iona lets out that they will be able to defend the waypoint with the help of these blade green onions, and appreciates the great black dragon, as she was unaware of him contributing to help with the food storage while making new tactics to kill the red locusts. Hearing the compliments, poor Sejun is stuck in the huge misunderstanding of being the great black dragon that he has to bear with as there's no going back. Before he hands in the green onions, Sejun decides to experiment to test his hypothesis, asserting that they just harvested their first batch of the blade green onions. Hence, they need to grow them to multiply. But Iona tells him not to worry, and reveals that she has a few red locusts with her. As our boy gets baffled, Iona creates a big circle out of sticks, and suddenly, red locusts appear within that circle. Iona tosses them out of the circle as they are trapped inside a black mass. While all of them are startled by the sight of the red locusts, Iona is happy to see them in good shape, as she had caught a few of them for experiments. She asks Sejun to use these red locusts how he wants. Our guy plants the blade of green onion and the regular green onion in the soil, instructing Iona to release them. That's when she releases the red locusts out of her magical binding, and the monsters instantly fly toward the planted green onions. The red locusts that gobble up the regular green onions appear to be alive. However, when a few of them fly towards the blade of green onions, they are slashed into pieces. It seems like all the red locusts Iona had released were killed by the blade of green onions. Feeling happy about his successful experiment, our guy receives a notification from the admin, which asserts that Sejun has made a great accomplishment in killing pests with crops. He earns an occupational trait as a reward that will help earn XP points when his crops kill pests. Reading the occupational trait, he realizes he can earn XP points if he kills the red locusts with his green onions. The next scene takes us to the Korea Awakened Association, where Taejin is happy for Dongshik as he clears up the 38th floor sooner than expected. The former head of the Phoenix Guild tells Dongshik that he had rushed to him as soon as he left the tower, assuming that he had some good news for him. Saying that his instincts never disappoint, Dongshik pulls out the solar sweet potato. He says that the team had been waiting for the return of their hero, Taejun, and asks him to come with them to the tower, offering him the solar sweet potato. Smirking, Taejin eats the sweet potato and neutralizes his curse of flames for 5 hours. The next scene takes us to the 67th floor, where the red locusts wreak havoc on the area. While lizard warriors try to kill the red locusts with their swords, they struggle to keep up with the flooding monsters that seem infinite. They encourage each other to keep killing the monsters to reach the waypoint. That's when Iona, the Wizard of Destruction, arrives at the scene and commands the lizards to get away. She produces a big fireball and strikes the red locusts to buy them some time. As the rumbling of her fireball makes the monsters disappear for a while, Iona takes out the blade green onions and commands the lizards to plant them evenly in front of the base. Meanwhile, the lizards plant the green onions as fast as they can, and a massive swarm of red locusts flies towards them. As they soar towards the blade green onions, in a flash, all the red locusts are slashed into pieces as they pierce through the green onions. The warriors were amazed to see the red locusts being killed by the green onions. As one of the lizard warriors asks Iona about the green onions, she declares that it is a favor from the great black dragon. She commands her warriors and the war mages not to fear these evil monsters and to attack only the red locusts that have dodged the blades. Upon hearing this, all the warriors and the war mages are uplifted, and they begin to kill the red locusts for the sake of the tower and the great black dragon. After that, we are taken back to the 99th floor, where the bees inspect the new fields, while Seijun keeps earning rewards as the red locust keeps getting killed with his crops. Feeling happy that the blade seems to be working perfectly, our boy approaches Queng, who splits the green onions in half. He appreciates the baby bear's excellent work, saying he wasn't sure how to propagate the green onions, but he has a friend like him. After that, we travel into Seijun's flashback, and it is revealed to us that a few days ago, he made a trade deal with Iona to form a line of defense against the red locusts. He offers Iona his green onions for free to protect the tower. However, Iona refuses his generosity, as it may lead to future crop abuse, and decides to pay for the green onions through a formal deal, which would also help Teo as a peddler. Iona asserts that the line of defense around the waypoint would be enough to keep the red locusts' numbers down. She informs Seijun that she will make a delivery request to the Peddlers Association under Teo's name, as she cannot come back up once she goes downstairs to fight the red locusts with the war mages. At that moment, the baby bears chew on the dead red locust. Seijun immediately checks his mouth, but Queng seems to have eaten the blade of green onions already. Right after that, Elka requests to try the red locust too. It appears that the monsters find the taste of the red locusts delicious. Later, Elka decides to take the green onions on the 67th floor, and Seijun waves goodbye to him, telling him to be careful of the red locusts. It is further revealed to us that lizardmen currently fighting the red locusts on the 67th floor have been utilizing the dead insects as their food supply. They appeared overwhelmed by the large number of dead bugs, as the supply massively exceeded the demand. Furthermore, if the corpses are cleaned up, the surviving red locusts will feed on them and multiply. Consequently, the silver wolves agreed to move the red locusts' dead bodies to the 99th floor to use them as food. While they will be sold on the market, the profit will be used to reconstruct the 85th floor, which was destroyed due to the drought. The silver wolves will take their fair share for doing the hard work. Our boy then narrates that they acquired another source of income besides the blade green onion, which is pretty lucrative. In the present scene, Seijun is yanked out of his thoughts as Teo, who has again been demoted from his position as an intern, struggles to do his work. It seems like Teo is fanning our boy with a green onion fan, and Seijun scolds him to fan correctly properly as he can barely feel the breeze. Our poor intern tells Seijun that he's getting tired and requests to be a CEO again. But our guy refuses to make him CEO due to stealing the solar sweet potato. It looks like Teo is paying for the perfect crime he committed, which he thought was done and dusted. He continues to scold the cat as they nearly lose a new crop, but fortunately, Seijun has already propagated it. While Teo apologizes for the mistake and assures him that it won't happen again, he reveals that he sold the solar sweet potatoes to Dongshik, who is a good hunter and keeps secrets. The haggler confidently tells him that he did a pretty good job, uttering that it seemed like Dongshik needed that sweet potato. So this deal strengthened their mutual trust even more. However, Seijun doesn't seem to care what Teo has said. He orders him 30 minutes more of fanning and tells Teo how hard he's working, so his shoulders start to feel sore. Teo stops making a fuss about the fanning and gives Seijun a message, saying he must stay healthy as he cannot afford to be sick. As our guy plans on teasing Teo a bit more, a notification comes up, and he earns rewards for killing pests with his crop. Meanwhile, he assumes that there was a red locust attack. Our guy gets leveled up and earns an occupational quest to harvest 1,000 units of crops, with the reward being 50 dungeon coins, and upgrades to level 21. Springing with happiness, our guy has finally reached level 20, and it seems like the crop harvest XP and the pest control XP helped him boost his level. Eager, our guy decides to complete the quest right away, because it's simple, and gets thrilled to earn a bonus and boost his magic stats. However, Teo stops him and tells him to sit down as he is giving him a massage. Furious, Teo notices that something is wrong with Seijun's face and starts poking his face hard with his paws, relieving his anger. After that, we see the tree-like monsters emerging from the forest. However, those monsters are crushed by the mama bear, who wonders why the trees from the west keep eating in her territory and plans to raise the alert. The mama bear seems to be going back to the cave, and she thinks about what they're having for dinner, dragging the tree into the forest. As she wishes her son could enjoy whatever it may be, she presumes that Sejun will make something delicious. The next scene takes us to the administrator, who seems to be drooling over the food Sejun has offered her. It appears that Aileen had quite an appetite as she finished up plenty of food, uttering that she hadn't felt hungry because of the stress lately. Feeling happy after unwinding her stress with spicy food, the admin thanks her human farmer, and Sejun lets out that he will be giving her dried sweet potato snacks in a bit. After that, he receives notifications for killing pests from his crops and earns XP points. He presumes that there must have been another red locust attack, concluding that there seems to be no end. However, after watching that the locust population has been stiffened and stopped bombarding, Aileen says that's good news, and the red locust situation is under control on the 67th floor. While our protagonist gets happy to hear this, he asserts that since the red locusts have helped with his promotion, he hopes that the 67th floor gets cleared up soon. Aileen, who doesn't have enough magic to check the 67th floor status, makes a guess using the contribution data, and taps her magic crystal ball to look at the contributions to the red locusts' extermination. It appears that Sejun Park has taken the lead in contributing to the locusts' extermination, and the admin concludes that the blade green onions did make a significant difference. Not disclosing that Sejun is the top contributor, Aileen informs him that when red locusts perish entirely, he will get rewards according to his contributions, and tells him to keep up the good work. Surprised, he curiously asks the admin if there are rewards to kill the intruders and bombard her with questions. But Aileen notifies him that it's a secret and gives advice, saying if he contributes, the reward will be higher. Thinking that he should contribute more, our boy pulls out an agility carrot and gazes at it with admiration. It appears that Sejun had harvested level C carrots that he offered the farmer bunnies, who were thrilled to eat the carrots, to take one each so that they could boost their agility and finish the work quickly. In the meantime, Teo arrives at the field. Our guy, chewing on his carrot, greets the sleepy CEO and asks if he will head downstairs to meet Elka on the 88th floor. The cat agrees to him and informs Sejun that they are going to take the wolves to the 67th floor, where they will collect the red locusts, and in the meantime, he will stop by the 38th floor along with Elka. While our guy teases Teo by asking if he has packed the right crops, the cat infuriatingly defends himself that he doesn't make the same mistake twice. At that moment, the gray bunny approaches them and informs them that Sejun's house is ready. As they walk towards the big, beautiful house created by the gray bunnies, our boy is amazed to see that everything in the house, from the floor plan to the kitchen layout, is built exactly how we wanted. As Kwang lets out that the floor is warm, Sejun tells him that it's a traditional floor called ondol, and that it's very relaxing when they lie down and warm themselves up. It looks like Sejun is having the time of his life, laid back on the floor along with Kyung, Bunnies, and Teo, who also seems to fall in love with it. Curious, our guy questions the gray bunnies about how they know about ondol, as he doesn't recall explaining how the floor works in detail. Upon hearing this, Squeeby reveals that she had worked on some of the peddlers' tribe houses before, who used to live in homes with similar structures, adding that it was nothing new to her. While Sejun is shocked to hear that some monsters also use the heater floors and cast iron pots, Kyung points at a tiny door and asks what's in there. As they all peek inside that tiny door, they witness the sickle bunny making out with the gray bunny. The sickle bunny gets embarrassed and shuts them off by teaching them that they should knock first. Startled by the sight of the romantic bunnies, our guy covers Kwang's eyes while Teo clings to him, and he immediately gets away from the door. Shocked, the poor guy sighs and wonders what they're doing in his house. Meanwhile, the mama crimson grizzly bear arrives at the scene. As Kyung is delighted to see his mom, Sejun lets out that it took her quite a long time and that she has been working hard lately. That's when the mama bear exposes the incidents happening around their territory and throws out a big tree branch in front of them, adding that it might be useful to them. While Sejun is confused about the giant ancient tree, Teo asks the mama bear if she is headed back to the woods because he wants to go with her. The bear happily agrees, saying that she could use a travel companion. After Teo and the bear make their way into the forest, our guy thinks of what they should do with the old piece of wood that Mama Bear had brought, and Squeeby knocks on the wood, asserting that it's a very high-quality wood. As soon as Squeeby tosses its axe to chop up the tree, a red light flashes through it, and the rope-like strands begin to come out of it, entangling the gray bunny. The corrupt ant monster had awakened and trapped the gray bunny with its branches. Sejun and Kwang are baffled by the sudden attack as the tree monster clenches the bunny. He pulls out his dagger, and the crimson bear leaps towards the tree monster, striking the ant with his claws. Squeeby tumbles on the ground as Kwang smashes the tree monster, but it begins to entangle him through the branches. When Kwang shows his whole strength and transforms his size into a big bear, he rips off the tree monster with his claws. As the bear tries to cut off the branches with his fangs, it does not affect the monster, and Sejun starts to panic, wondering if there's anything he can do. At that moment, the admin asks him about the corrupt Ent's sudden invasion, but Sejun seems unaware of the situation and asks Aileen how he should get rid of the monster. Aileen searches the book to find out how to kill the corrupt Ents, but as soon as the admin finds out, she notifies Sejun to kill the carnivorous fruit inside the tree. While Kyung struggles to fight the tree monster, Sejun instructs the bear to get smaller. As he turns small, our boy comes rushing towards the corrupt Ent with a dagger in his hand, and he forcefully stabs inside the tree. Stabbing the monster, the corrupt Ent abruptly starts to speak, saying they're all here. Finally, our guy manages to cut through the carnivore fruit inside the tree and kills the corrupt Ent, earning 50 XP points. But this doesn't end here when Sejun and the bear witness an army of corrupt Ents approaching them. It seems like the corrupt Ents mini-branch scout has infiltrated the 99th floor, where we see corrupted Ents and small branch scouts who are tree-like monsters scattered all over the place. Kwang, the honey bear, and Sejun, who were there, freak out after witnessing the corrupt Ents moving towards them and calling everyone who can fight. Honey Bear transforms into a giant monster and jumps on the invaders with all his power, throwing them away with his claws. Sejun grabs his dagger and starts slashing the corrupt Ents. As he contemplates where these things are coming from, the Black Warrior Bunny and Farmer Bunnies arrive at the scene. Our guy instructs them to stop these invaders from reaching the field, or else the tree monsters will destroy everything. Following the commands, our super cool Black Warrior Bunny activates his lightning speed and flaunts his skills by killing plenty of tree bastards just by his speed. While Sejun appreciates the Black Bunny for his impressive hit, the bunny lets his guard down when a tree monster appears from behind him. But the Sickle Bunny comes to the rescue and kills the corrupt Ent, warning the Warrior Bunny to stay focused and not get sidetracked. After a while, the army of the poisonous honeybees and the farmer bunnies show up in the field and vigorously attack the enemy. Fighting hard, our boy encourages everyone to hang on for a while since they've removed almost all the tree monsters. Before they all could take a sigh of relief, another large corrupt Ent army came flooding towards them. It appears to be corrupted Ent's large branch scouts who've attacked them again. Our guy gets terrified by the sight of the giant corrupted Ents and commands everyone to run out of there. At the same time, Kwang arrives at the field and starts fighting the gigantic Ents, warning the corrupted Ents not to mess with his dad. Our guy is worried about Kwang fighting the monsters alone head-on, knowing that there's no one to help since Kung's mom went to the passageway with Teo, and it's too far of a distance for the Minotaur King to cross the wasteland in time. Lost in contemplation, our guy doesn't realize the corrupted Ent behind him and is about to attack him. That's when Captain Ox comes to his rescue and saves him. Asking Sejun if he's alright, Minotaur King informs him that everyone is here to help fight these corrupt entities. A wave of relief hits him, and he is delighted to see Minotaur 4 and Minotaur 3 as they smash the hell out of the tree monsters. But the Mama Bear, who seems more than furious, slams the corrupted Ents, erupting in how dare they invade her territory and mess with Sejun's field. The Minotaur King looks at the Crimson Grizzly Bear and lets out that she seems to be bursting with anger. Curious, our guy asks King Ox how they learned that the corrupt Ents attacked them. That's when Aileen notifies him that she called the Minotaurs and the Red Bear after confirming that the Ents were coming this way. While Sejun sincerely thanks the tower manager, who tells him that he can always count on her, the Minotaur King commands everyone to protect the fields. As the fight continues, our boy announces that he's going to make delicious food for everyone after this is over. And just as everyone hears about delicious food, they all charge toward the enemy with extra energy. It appears it was not a combat with the tree monsters, but a food fight. The next scene takes us to the 67th floor of the dungeon, where we see the lifeless bodies of red locusts lying on the ground. While Teo utters that it was supposed to be a dense forest, he asks Elka about it. That's when the Silver Wolf reveals that all the places where red locusts pass through become desolate, like this dense forest without a single blade of grass. Terrified after knowing how dangerous the red locusts are, the cat questions Elka about what they're doing here, as their work was to get rid of the bodies of the red locusts, which already seems to be done. Upon hearing this, the Silver Wolf tells him that the lizardmen have requested the wolves to clean up the ruined land, since they're on the battlefield fighting the other red locusts, so they're short of hands. The peddler cat gets furious over this and asks Elka if he will be paid for it. While the wolf tries to calm him down, Teo instructs him to follow him and demands the lizard warriors step aside and let him in the tent where their leader is. The lizard warriors standing outside the tent refuse to let them come in, but Teo continues arguing, telling them he's not just anyone and wants to meet Iona. Once again, the lizard man refuses and says she can't meet anyone, while the peddler cat tries to convince him that he has an important relationship with Iona. Poor Elka wonders what this damn cat is going on about now. Elka freaks out when the cat keeps blabbering about his close relationship with Iona. Teo explains the complex relationship between him, Sejun, and Iona, and concludes that they have an important relationship because they both are Sejun's underlings. While Teo keeps exposing his close relationship with Iona, the lizard warriors start gossiping and taking the wrong idea. In the meantime, Iona jerks the curtain away and warns the peddler cat to stop saying things that can be misunderstood. She then leads him inside the tent, where all the lizard men seem to be discussing something. Iona lets him know that they are in the middle of an important meeting to prepare for the next locust attack. While the lizard warriors stare at Teo, Iona asks him why he's here, assuming it's about collecting the money for the blade green onions. However, the cat refuses and reveals he's here because of the wolves. He lets out that the wolves are cleaning the shattered mess caused by the break of the red locusts, and reminds her about the original contract that was only about cleaning up the dead bodies, adding that it's a strenuous duty and an unfair contract. Upon hearing this, the Lizardmen Tribe Chief Representative Toro asserts that he had no idea because the lizard warriors were on a battlefield, leaving only young and old lizardmen to clean up the reclaimed territory, so they asked for help from the wolves. Teo, being the smartass, makes the chief clear that this won't work and demands proper compensation for the additional heavy workload for the wolves. The merchant cat decides not to go easy on Toro, as he asks the chief how dare he order his assistants around without his acknowledgement, asking for 1 dungeon coin for every wolf's compensation and concluding that the chief will pay 100 dungeon coins. But Toro doesn't seem to take it well and calls out Teo for being a corrupt wandering cat merchant. At that moment, Iona interrupts the furious lizard man and tells him Teo works for the Great Black Dragon. She reminds Toro not to forget that they were able to reclaim this land on the 67th floor because of the Black Dragon's assistance, adding that they also acquired the blade of green onions from the dragon. Being an over-the-top assistant of the Black Dragon he is, Teo elucidates that without his help, this place would have been in big trouble, and the chief would have to pay the price. While Toro grits his teeth out of anger that gushes through him, the lizard warrior tells him to calm down. The chief Toro seems to have no choice but to pay them the price. Later, our peddler cat happily carries the bag of dungeon coins and offers them to the silver wolf. But Elka refuses to accept them, saying that the wolves are his subordinates, and they already earn enough money from selling the part of red locusts, insisting on him to take the dungeon coins. Teo gives him some lessons, advises the wolf not to get treated like a pushover, and takes the money confidently. As the wolf finally accepts the money, Teo thanks Iona because things went smoothly as she took his side. The wizard lets out that she had no idea something like that was happening behind her back as she commanded the front lines. Later, Teo informs Elka that he will be going to the 38th floor all by himself so that he can go to the 99th floor. Looking at the peddler cat, Iona reckons that the Lizardmen tribe is known for never giving out what they're, and due to this, rumors about Teo, the merchant cat, using the Black Dragon's privilege as an excuse to demand compensation, will break out. In addition, this won't turn out well for Teo, but it doesn't matter as he works under the Great Black Dragon, and that name rules all the authorities. She further contemplates that the tower is corrupted and food is an authority that can control this tower, so they can't let evil bastards like greed take control of the food market. Many authorities in the tower will closely monitor the merchant cat. Iona yanks out of her thoughts as Teo leaves and waves her goodbye, wishing to revisit her. As Iona tells him to take care of him, she worries about him, thinking about the rumors that will spread like fire and the story will be exaggerated. The next scene takes us to the 99th floor, where Seijin keeps leveling up because of the corrupt Ents. He wakes up after a short nap and is surprised that he has reached level 22. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs are cleaning up the scattered trees, and our guy asserts that they still have a long way to go. We are then taken to Seijun's flashback, in which he narrates about the surprise attack by the corrupt Ents. The fight was an easy success with the help of Kyung the baby bear, the Minotaurs, and Mama Crimson Grizzly Bear. Seijun was also able to level up due to Queng's consideration, who helped capture the tree bastards for his dad so that he could kill them and earn rewards to get stronger quickly. In addition, they are also planning on building fences out of the corpses of the corrupt Ents to fortify the area just in case. Returning to the present scene, our guy asks the mama bear if Ox 3 was talking about these monsters living in the forbidden western forest. The mama bear agrees and reveals that these monsters have never stepped into their territory before, but recently they have kept invading the area, adding that she didn't expect them to come in such a large number. As the bear chews on the dead tree monster, Seijun presumes that she finds it delicious. While eating, the Crimson Grizzly Bear apologizes to him for not doing a better job at patrolling. Our guy assures her that it was not her fault as she has been burdened to take care of everything herself. To reduce some burden off the mama bear, our protagonist lets out the poisonous honeybees that are increasing in number, so he will ask the second and third queen bees to help her guard the territory. After that, Seijun ponders why the corrupt Ents keep infiltrating their area and why the tree monsters said something strange before they died, leaving him concerned about this matter. In the meantime, the admin who's been reading the book about the corrupt Ents explains to Sejun that these tree monsters are like a virus. No matter how much they try to kill them, they will somehow grow in numbers and reappear. They are annoying pieces of shit and will try to corrupt any powerful tree around them at all costs. She further tells him why all the strong trees on the 99th floor have been infected by corrupted Ents, adding that they would sleep and not move if there's no target to contaminate. At that moment, Aileen asks him if he has any guesses as to why the corrupt Ents have been awake and active recently. Thinking hard, he concludes that maybe it's because there are so many crops around here, like cherry tomatoes and corn plants. Talking about food, his stomach starts to rumble, and he remembers that they had yet to eat after the fight with those tree bastards. Chef Sejun then heads to his new kitchen and starts cooking delicious meals for all of them. The bunnies help him cook, and the Minotaur carries the food outside the house. It seems like a grand feast as our farmer chef prepares the grilled squids, piranhas, sweet potatoes, fried fish, and grilled corn. As everything seems ready, the Minotaurs chew on their green onion leaves while the sickle and the gray bunny enjoy their carrot together, sitting on the Minotaur's lap. King Ox also enjoys the food party and loves the tomato juice. While Aileen enjoys her fried fish with chopsticks and peeks at Sejun through the screen, the mama bear appears to have nothing to eat. But after a while, our guy points at the silver wolves carrying wagons full of red locusts, and the mama bear is delighted as she starts munching on the delicious locusts. Suddenly, Sejun hears a voice as he looks back. The wifey farmer bunny appears in pain. The wifey bunny utters that she thinks that the babies are coming out. Panicked, our guy instructs the bunnies to take her in the house as it's too late to go into the cave and asks them to bring something fluffy, telling everybody to calm down. After a while, Elka, the Minotaurs, and the Crimson Bear peek through the door, curious to see the newborn bunnies. Just like that, with many aunts and uncles around, the third group of baby rabbits was born. While our guy holds the adorable 3 newborns, all the animals around the house admire the babies. The next scene takes us to the 52 floor of the dungeon, where we see Taijin confronting the big fat wild boar he fought years ago. Bursting with flames, the wild boar recognizes Taijun, who had come from outside the tower, asserting that he thought the human had died from his flame curse. Taijin, who seems to be in good shape, affirms to the wild boar that he had a lovely vacation because of the curse, and presumes that the boar is also enjoying its life in the tower with just one eye open. Making fun of the wild boar, the mage asks him how much he's eaten, saying that he can even smell the barbecue all this way. The wild boar bursts out with fury, warns Taijin that he will regret ever showing himself before him again, and smashes the ground. However, Taijin, who has come back stronger this time, makes it clear that these threats won't work for him anymore, because now he has the sweet sun pumpkin sweet potatoes with him. As he grabs a bite of the sweet potatoes, the flames don't seem to affect him anymore. The wild boar is left appalled to see Taijin's great power. At that moment, Taijin scampers towards him while the wild boar leaps toward him, flaring up with flames. The wild boar strikes the fireballs on Taijin, planning to make a whole roasted food with his blazing fire ability. But the mighty hunter dodges all the attacks and leaps toward the wild boar, saying that he told him these old tactics no longer work. As Taijin escapes all the fire attacks by the wild boar, the fat boar utters that he will crush him so that he can't do anything. Standing face to face with each other, Taijin reminds the wild boar of the long fight that he seems to have forgotten, revealing that he's a magician. Taijin casts something on him in a flash and strikes a powerful blow at the wild boar. Finally, the powerful mage manages to kill the wild boar, which means he has just defeated the boss of the 52 floor of the dungeon, the burning wild boar. After the wild boar is killed, the flame curse is lifted, and the land burned by the boar's curse is restored. The curse of flames that entrapped Taijin for years finally disappears as the boar dies, believing that this dungeon floor was cursed like he was. Delighted, Taijin lets out that his successful combat was only possible because of the sweet sun pumpkin potato, and thinks of how he should repay the debt. In the meantime, someone stumbles upon the 52 floor. It appears to be our cat Teo, who is wondering where the grass came from all of a sudden. Uncomfortable walking in the giant grass, Teo encounters the mage standing over the dead wild boar. Peeking at the cat, Taijin bursts out with happiness when he recognizes it's the peddler cat. But Teo, who isn't happy to see him, calls upon the old man and asks him where he got that thing in his hand, which happens to be the sweet potato. Later, Taijin explains everything to the peddler cat, and he gets to know that he's Dongshik's master. The peddler cat asserts that Dongshik is an exemplary disciple, as he brought the sweet potato for his master. Getting proud of his disciple, Taijin shows his gratitude towards the peddler cat as he got rid of his flame curse because of him. He thanks Teo for saving him and promises to never forget his kindness, saying that he's indebted to him. Without wasting a second, Teo asks him to repay his debt. As Taijin is baffled about how he would repay him, the merchant cat tells him to sign a contract with him. Surprised to hear about the contract, the mage reveals that contracts are meaningfully constraining magic in the tower and lets out that he doesn't want to be tied down to the peddler. But Teo doesn't stop insisting, saying that if wants to pay his debt, he has to become his subordinate. Determined, Taejin refuses to be his underling and offers the cat to become friends first. Taejin assures the cat that he will grant his request if they become friends, calling himself a grandpa. Convinced by the deal, Teo asks his competent old friend to follow him to the 38th floor since they are friends. The next scene takes us to where Sejun is cooking something delicious in the kitchen and asks the bunny if the dish is ready to eat as it's been boiling for almost 12 hours. As the bunny agrees to him, he seasons it with salt. It appears that the ingredient that Sejun is cooking is red locust. Our guy then narrates that he saw the monsters enjoying the red locust not long ago, so he tried cooking it out of curiosity for the taste. He adds that they are not visually appealing, but obtaining various proteins is essential. After that, the boiled red locust meal seems ready, and Kwang drools over it. Also, the admin notifies him that Sejun has attained the first boiled red locusts in the tower, and his cooking skill ability upgrades to level 3. Our guy assumes that no one in the tower has ever cooked the red locusts before, mumbling that he just peeled off the hard skin, cut off the meat, and boiled it. He wonders how the simply cooked red locusts would taste and proceed to take the first bite. However, our boy tries to chew on the locust and struggles to eat it as he stretches the tough meat to the fullest, but fails miserably to take a bite. As the black bunny peeks through the door and asks Sejun what's going on, our guy breaks down on the floor, letting out that the locust is so dry and tough. Suddenly, a notification pops up about Sejun obtaining the red locust meat. While he reads the notification, our guy freaks out when he gets to know that there is poison inside the locust meat. Thinking that he nearly dodged a bullet with the poisonous locust meat, Sejun was lucky enough to eat the detoxifying green onion, or else the poor guy would have died by now. While Kwang grabs a bite of the delicious locust meat, he feels bad for his dad for being unable to eat such tasty things. The bear wonders how weak his teeth are. Our boy mumbles that Kwang should not be the one to make such remarks about his teeth as he chewed on the blade of green onions. Later, a long-awaited red locust soup dish came out after repeated failures. As the parents' bunnies look after the newborns, Sejun offers the red locust soup to the mama bunny and tells her that eating something tender will help recover her body. It appears that the dish Sejun accomplished after many failed attempts was the red locust soup. He achieved the red locust soup in his cooking ability, and the recipe for his soup was registered as combat food. Assuming the title of his dish is unusual, he takes the first sip of the soup. Amazed by the flavor, our guy speaks up that the locust meat tastes like chicken meat, feeling mesmerized by the dish instantly. While Kwang, who doesn't seem to know what a chicken is, asks his dad about chicken meat, he tells the bear that it's something dad likes. Without ever tasting the chicken meat, the bear already likes it because his dad likes it too. It's revealed to us that it's been 235th days since Sejun stumbled upon the dungeon and has come a long way since then. As he discovers that the locust meat resembles the chicken meat inside the tower, our guy adds this moment to his survival diary. Later, Sejun gulps down the refreshing red locust soup, increasing his strength by 5 points for 30 minutes. He ecstatically lies down on the floor after eating to the fullest, as he has eaten something like chicken for the first time in 8 months since he came into the tower. While Kwang also stuffs himself with the soup, our guy speculates if he is forgetting about something. In the meantime, the admin emerges and reminds Sejun that he forgot about her and enjoyed the red locust soup all by himself. Staring at him through the crystal ball, our boy asks her how long she has been watching him. Hopping mad, Aileen reveals that she's been watching him from the beginning, making him recall how she informed him about the corrupt Ents attack and even rewarded him for his contributions in exterminating the red locusts. She lets out that Sejun is so full of himself and breaks down in tears. Flustered, our guy hysterically mumbles that he's been thinking about her and will make the soup for her in no time. Panicked, he tries to convince her that it was a misunderstanding, asserting that he was going to make a special soup for the admin. Aileen is delighted to hear this, so Sejun informs her that he made the soup as a test. Trying to reason with her, he adds that the red locusts contain a hint of poison, so he tries detoxifying the poison while improving the taste. While the tower manager blushes at what Sejun has just said, Aileen tells him she will watch him over with her eyes wide open. Knowing that Aileen will be watching him cook the soup, stress gushes through our boy, who thinks he will be in trouble if he doesn't make it properly. Later, our guy prepares the red locust soup for Aileen in addition to the cherry tomatoes. He tastes the soup and thinks that it's ready to serve. It appears that Sejun did make a special soup for the admin. His recipe for red locust cherry tomato soup is registered, and his cooking proficiency has increased. Sejun tells the admin that he added cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes since she likes them too much, and offers her a bowl of fresh locust soup. However, Aileen refuses to take the bowl and says she needs the whole pot of soup for herself. Our boy packs the whole thing for the greedy admin and gives it to her. The admin grabs the whole soup bucket and decides to try it. As soon as she takes a sip, Aileen finds it delicious and finishes the entire bucket in one go. The admin is mesmerized by the taste, saying that it's the most delicious thing she's ever eaten. The tower manager seems to get a bit ahead of herself as she can't control her contemplation. Her dragon heart begins to pound quickly as she thinks about how Sejun added cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes just because of her, boiled the meat to make it softer, adding that he cooked it while thinking of her so how it couldn't turn out delicious. As her thoughts get even wilder, Aileen's heart beats like crazy as she tries to convince herself that it's the mana increase while she peeks at Sejun through the crystal ball. Our guy calls upon the admin, who is lost in her freaky thoughts, and asks if she likes the soup. Aileen notified him that she enjoyed the soup, and it tasted pretty good. As our guy took a sigh of relief, he cleared up the misunderstanding and said that he hadn't forgotten about her. He explains that he tasted something similar for the first time in a long time since he entered the tower, so he couldn't help but enjoy it to the fullest. He asks Aileen not to get mad at him and offers her a dried sweet potato snack to make her feel better. Listening to this, the tower manager apologizes to him for losing her temper, because she felt like Sejun was ignoring her. But our guy clears up the air and affirms to the admin that he can never neglect her, adding that he is grateful to Aileen for having a good time in the dungeon just because of her. Deeply moved by Sejun's words, she starts blushing again and holds her heart, which seems to be going out of control. The tower manager becomes generous and gives her farmer boy a new quest to reward him. The reward turns out to be enlightenment for one of his talents. Exhilarated, Sejun asks her if she's allowed to do that because an ordinary hunter would need to put an immense effort into trying to enlighten one talent. Mentioning that he rightfully deserves the reward, Aileen reveals that she is using some of his contribution from exterminating the red locusts, which she told him about earlier, along with some of her power, ensuring that he will certainly like it. After that, he completes the quest by offering her dried sweet potato snacks and earns the reward, which is one of the talents he possesses and will be enlightened. It seems like Sejun's talent for becoming a landowner has been awakened. As he reads the features, our boy gets to know that only a farmer can possess the talent, and he can select up to 30 tenant farmers. He calls out Quang and selects him as one of his tenants through his ability. While Quang notices something appears above his head, his dad orders him to bring hundreds of cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, the bear runs as fast as a bullet to harvest the magic cherry tomatoes. Our guy figures out that he can get 1% XP points for his skills through the tenant farmers, even if the landowner doesn't use his skills directly. It appears that Sejun was having a hard time because the farm expanded so much, but now he can get XP points through the tenants, even if it's a small amount. Learning that his talent will grow as the farm grows, our guy gets enthusiastic and instructs the bunnies to return to work as they have to expand the field. While the bunnies seem to be relaxing on the house floor, the black warrior bunny lets out that he's too sleepy to get to work and tells his Uncle Sejun to take a short break. But Uncle Sejun doesn't let the black bunny slack off and designates him as the tenant farmer number 2. Uncle Sejun yanks the poor black bunny to work and eagerly encourages the bunnies to move if they feel sleepy, adding that if they lay down after eating, they can turn into cows. As they all move towards the field to enjoy some farming, we witness that the corrupt Ents have once again infiltrated their territory, encroaching on the cherry tomato field, where we see Quang and Sejun preparing themselves to throw a burning wooden log towards the corrupted Ents. While Quang throws the burning log with full force, our strong boy manages to kill many of the tree bastards. The fire seems to work well on the small corrupted Ents as they burn up quickly. However, the problem occurs when large tree monsters appear, which are challenging to deal with. While our guy gets concerned about the giant corrupted Ents as they are causing massive destruction, we see the black warrior bunny and the crimson grizzly bear fighting as hard as they can. Just as Sejun gets distracted by watching these two fight, a tree monster appears before him, and he cuts it off with his dagger. It is revealed to us that the corrupted Ents have started to appear again, but thanks to Mama Bear's quick response, they prevented the fields from getting more destroyed. After the last invasion of the corrupted Ents, he asked Mama Bear to move to an underground cave, which turns out was a good choice. Our boy informs the Mama Bear that the area that needs patrolling has decreased dramatically due to their excellent relationship with the Minotaur King, as now his warriors seem to be patrolling that territory. He further suggests that they should set up some space near the fields to focus on guarding the western forest. He also tells her they can eat red locusts every day and asks her what she thinks. The crimson grizzly bear happily agrees with Sejun and asks Quang to pack up. After that, the Mama Bear effortlessly gets rid of the rest of the corrupted Ents, uttering they were nothing special. Later, our protagonist looks at the field, which is a mess, and wonders how they will clean it up. In the meantime, the Minotaur workers arrive at the scene, and they assume that the tree bastards attacked the field again. Our guy then asks the Minotaurs to help him clean the field. Feeling sad, Sejun rants about his newly expanded fields being ruined by corrupted entities, and they cannot even work on the fields, adding that he has no time to use his new landlord's ability. While cleaning the scattered dead tree monsters, his eyes land on a corrupt tent that begins to move, and whispers something strange. Furious, Seijin kicks the tree monsters and rips them apart, wondering what these damn monsters are trying to corrupt. The next scene takes us to the 52nd floor of the dungeon, where we see Teo settled on Taijun's head and asks him where they are headed since there is no path. As the peddler cat seems to be curious about many things, he questions the capable old man if he came from outside the tower and proceeds to inform him that Dongshik has cleared up the 38th floor, so how he ended up coming to the 52nd floor of the dungeon. That's when Taijun reveals that he climbed up here through a lingeon. Upon hearing this, Teo freaks out and confirms if he's talking about the dimensional fragment fruit, lingeon. The peddler cat warns the old man not to use it recklessly because it contains bad energy and is illegal because it's from outside the tower. Thinking that he must report Taijun to the Passage Management Bureau for bringing a prohibited item into the tower, Taijun realizes that the lingeon's fruit he had often disappeared because it was tracked down by the residents after. Feeling glad that he hid the lingeon so no one could see, Taijun jerks the cloth away as he shows his hidden lingeon, which appears to be a big green plant-like snake monster. Catching the sight of the green lingeon, Teo gets shocked after witnessing a dimensional fragment fruit for the first time, which looks like a snake to him. While Teo stares at it, the hunter reveals that this lingeon has a short lifespan, so he has to use it now, or else it will wither away. But the peddler cat refuses to use the lingeon and asks Taijun if he expects him to use something illegal in the tower. To convince Teo, he tempts him by offering him 2 kitty treats. It seems like Taijun has hit the target as the cat grabs the kitty treat after some arguments, and they both jump into the dimensional fruit portal. The next scene takes us to the 38th floor of the dungeon where we can see Phoenix Guild campsite. Witnessing Taijun along with the peddler cat, Dongshik bombards his master with questions as he asks him where he met the Teo and if his curse of flame healed, adding that he managed to defeat the wild boar. Overjoyed, Taijun elucidates everything to him and reveals that he defeated the monster of the 52nd floor thanks to the sweet sun pumpkin potato, adding that he met Teo on the same floor where he killed the wild boar and became friends with him, so they came here together. Meanwhile, Dongshik inspects his face and witnesses cat marks across his face. Teo looks annoyed after traveling through the lingeon. When Dongshik realizes that Taijun has been using lingeons, he freaks out and immediately asks his master how many of them he has used because it's rare even in their country. But the master tells him to calm down and lets out that he has something else to see besides defeating the wild boar. Then Taijun turns towards the merchant cat and discloses that he roughly checked the 40th to the 52nd floor using several lingeons and asked the local residents if other hunters had come before him. But it occurs that not even a single human being from outside the tower came to their floor except him. With that being said, it brings him to his point as he interrogates Teo about Seijun Park's current whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Teo gets panic-stiffened, and chills run down his spine. He realizes that he's in big trouble because he has been caught lying. The next scene takes us to the cave where we see Seijun harvesting the magic cherry tomatoes, and the admin notifies him that his job proficiency has significantly increased, adding that he has harvested a crop 1 grade higher and earned 290 XP points. Because of his harvest skills, it appears to be level B magic cherry tomatoes, which are 1 crop higher. Getting high-spirited, our guy thinks of working hard so that he can harvest all the magic cherry tomatoes that are all above grade C one day. While the bunnies inform him that the food is ready, they inform him that the last food is coming and he tells them he is coming too. Suddenly, the cherry tomato field catches his eye, and he gets a flashback of the corrupted ent that says, "It's here," and he wonders if the tree monster was talking about is in the cave. Seijun starts searching inside the cave and witnesses that his bonfire is out. Skeptical, he gives it a thought since the fire has never been out since he first succeeded in lighting it for the first time. As he looks at the ashes on the ground and puts them aside, our guy notices a sprout under them. Suddenly, he hears a voice coming from the sprout calling him master. Panicked, our guy wonders if he's hearing voices in his head. As the sprout lets out that the master finally looked this way, he freaks out when he finds out that the sprout is really talking to him. The voice continues to say that it's nice to meet the master, and that it has been waiting for this day from under the ground. It appears to be the apple seed that had grown into a sprout. Finally, she introduces herself as Flame, the apple seed that Master Seijun planted here long ago. As she emerges from behind the leaves, our guy feels so happy after hearing this, and realizes that this is the tree that the corrupted ents were looking for. Encountering her master, Flame tells Seijun that this is the happiest she's ever been since she gained consciousness. However, our guy looks a bit concerned about her name since it has nothing to do with an apple tree. He gets confused about her appearance as he wonders how a plant can talk. He curiously asks Flame how she can talk, and that's when she responds that she's a flaming red apple tree, adding that she's directly transmitting her consciousness into his head through the power of magic. While Flame the apple tree appears to be in red hair, she looks like a fairy and wears a dress made out of flower petals. She admits that she shaped herself to look good in front her master. Wondering that the apple he had back then was such a great apple, Seijun lets out that she must be an incredible tree, as she also mentioned magic. But Flame says that she's not that great and reveals her story when she was a seed. Flame explains to him when she was a seed she felt an intense heat under the ground and had to sprout in order to survive. She went down endlessly to the point that she did not know where it ended. Then, she discovered cold underground water and drank it to withstand the heat. In the darkness, she waited for the sunlight to reach her and bloom her into a new sprout. After telling her story, Flame confesses that now she has met her master Seijun, she has no regrets. Our guy mumbles that he forgot that he ever planted an apple seed and apologizes to her for setting a bonfire on top of her. But Flame assures him that it's okay because the fire made her firm, and now she can wield this type of magic. Uttering that she can now control the fire, our guy is shocked and finds it incredible that she can control fire because plants are usually vulnerable to fire. Proud of herself, Flame says that she's the flaming red apple, while our guy adores her for how tiny and cute she is. Flame lets out that she can only control fire for now, but she will grow up as fast as possible to help her master. Patting her head, Seijun loves her quirky charm and calls her cute. He caresses her head and tells her that she must have gone through a lot under the ground so she doesn't have to overwork herself, adding that he just wants her to grow up without any worries. Insisting to pat her more, Flame thinks that is the best day of her apple tree life, and she's glad that she can act spoiled and receive her master's affection. She decides to hide a bit of root that goes way down in the deep from Seijun for a bit longer. Flame's root goes endlessly under the sea of dimensions, and there seems to be no end. She plans to hide that secret from her master for as long as possible. The next scene takes us to the 39th floor of the dungeon, where we see Taijin questioning the peddler cat about the whereabouts of Seijun Park. As Dongshik recalls that the cat told him how he met Seijun on the 40th floor and saved his life, helpless Teo finally confesses the truth and utters that he cannot reveal where Seijun is. Upon hearing this, Taijin asks him why and lets out that Park Seijun is gathering the entire world's attention. He proceeds to tell Teo that he doesn't know how important Seijun is to the people inside the tower, but he's an extremely important figure to them outside the tower. Taijun, the leader of the Hunter Association of the Republic of Korea, interrogates the peddler about which floor he is on and asks every possible detail about Seijun, asking why he isn't coming out of the tower. Wanting to know all this, Taijin pleads with the peddler cat to show some generosity. Finally, Teo agrees with him, but he offers to sign a contract first. The contract is to secure Seijun's current whereabouts and ensure that Taijun keeps everything they exchange a secret, concluding that he has to offer his life if he violates it. Without another thought, Taijin agrees to his demands. As Dongshik interrupts to say something to his master, Taijin also instructs him to sign the contract. Both the hunters then take the oath that they will only speak the truth to Teo and keep everything a secret. Returning to the main point, Taijin asks about Seijun's current location, to which the cat reveals that he's not on the 40th floor. Teo goes on to say that Seijun asked him to lie about his whereabouts if someone asked him. While Dongshik appears to be shocked, the peddler cat makes it clear that Seijun is in some place so far above that no humans can imagine, let alone go there, concluding that this is the reason why he cannot get down the tower. After spilling the half-truth, Teo gets on his way and waves them goodbye, but Dongshik looks baffled and asserts to his master that no matter how strong a hunter is, it is nearly impossible to go beyond a particular floor using Lingen. While Taijin agrees with him, it doesn't make sense to him that Seijun is on such a high floor of the tower and even growing crops there. Dongshik assumes that he is around the 60th floor and wonders if he's probably being held captive and isolated by the monsters. But Taijun, who seems to have grasped the truth, lets out that judging by the description of the sweet sun pumpkin potato, it says that the sweet potatoes have soaked up the sun's rays from the highest point of the tower, which leads him to believe that Seijun is on the 99th floor of the dungeon. The next scene takes us to the hometown of Teo, Granier Village, where we see Israel's residents, the wealthiest family in the town. Sitting at his desk, the father of Oren, Israel, starts by saying that he's heard the war with red locusts on the 67th floor is taking longer than expected, and a food shortage is expected, similar to the famine decades ago. But Oren, who seems busy with his girl, ignores what his father is saying. His father informs him that the tower's food shortage has nearly doubled or tripled the prices of the food imported into their village, and it's becoming a headache. As the father utters that with so little information, there's no way they will ever find out what's happening within the tower, he stops in the middle and yells at Oren to heed what he's saying. Just like spoiled rich kids, Oren recklessly tells his father that the war doesn't even matter as they are super rich. While Oren pays attention to his girlfriend, His father loses his cool and warns him that he will disown him if he does not run to the merchant district to buy food right now. Upon hearing such a scary warning, Oren gets mad at his father and curses him as he goes to the merchant district, thinking about what's so difficult about buying food. He orders the local people to follow him as he needs a potter. That's when we see Skaram, the evil goblin, hiding in the alley as he throws a wicked grin while looking at Oren. The next scene takes us to the 75th floor of the dungeon, where we see Granier's village food market. While Oren visits the merchant district to buy food, he finds out that the piece of meat that used to cost 1 dungeon coin now costs 3 dungeon coins, and the fish costs 4 dungeon coins. After witnessing this drastic rise in prices, the black cat throws a tantrum, wondering why everything is so expensive all of a sudden. The people around him inform him about the ongoing war. Some merchants on several floors have begun to buy large quantities of food, and instead of releasing the food in the market, they're holding it. It appears that Greed's plan to rule the entire kingdom has begun as he is behind the food shortage and restricting the food supply, which has caused an uprising in the food prices. Oren curses the wandering merchants and decides to take this matter in his own hands, directly heading to the farm to buy food at lower prices instead of relying on the vendors. With his plan, he tries to convince other people to go to the merchant association with him and become a wandering merchant, after which he will sponsor everyone. The black cat tricks the gullible people as he persuades them into far-fetched dreams of multiplying the money by 2 or 3 times and piling up food like a mountain to make his dad speechless. Getting ahead of himself, he seems pretty confident in his idea. He thinks that he can sweep it all away with his merchant skills, adding that they can become the legends and lifesavers of the Granier village when the Great Famine arrives. At that moment, the evil goblin Scarum appears in front of them. The goblin introduces himself as a wandering merchant and asks them if they want to become merchants like him. While Oren seems to be interested in his deal, Scarum lets out that he has something good and asks them if they would like to multiply their money with it. Curiosity takes the best of everyone, and that's when the evil goblin asks them if they have heard of the things outside the tower that are rare items that they can't find anywhere else. The next scene takes us to Teo, who is also in the Granier village, to buy some stuff and the things Sejun had requested. He also buys a few more boxes of nails and continues on his way. As he walks around and looks at the list, his eyes land on the weapons in the stall that captivates him. As he is about to ask for the weapon's price, Teo is interrupted by the black cat who appears to Oren and is reminded that Teo is the guy who fled from the Granier village at night. Shocked, the peddler cat peeks at Oren and asks him what brings him here. Teo catches a glimpse of the badge on Oren's coat and assumes that he has also become a wandering merchant. While the black cat proudly tells him about the lovely goblin that helped him, he insults Teo by calling him a stupid cat and asks him how much money he made with the items outside the tower. Hearing about the items from outside the tower, Teo looks at him in disbelief and asks him if he bought the items from Skaram the goblin. Our Teo, who has become a confident peddler, lets out that Oren is a jerk, but Skaram is a bastard and asks the black cat to give all the stuff he'd bought from the goblin and he will take care of it. Baffled, Oren wonders what's his deal and lets him know that he's heard everything from the goblin about him. The black cat mumbles that the goblin showed his generosity to Teo, but he lied to the Passage Management Bureau and called him a scammer to claim all his items from outside the tower. But Teo defends himself and makes it clear that it's a lie, asserting that Oren is being deceived by the goblin. The black cat keeps degrading Teo and tells him to know his place and keep it in his league. Then he highlights the moment when Teo confessed to Meryl even though he was a lowly beggar. While Teo's eyes soften upon hearing Meryl's name, and he asks Oren if she's doing well, the black cat mumbles that he doesn't know who she is. But one of the merchants from behind reveals that Oren was dumped by Meryl the day Teo left the village because she didn't like him. But the black cat tries to keep his pride by saying he's the one who dumped her, and Teo pats on his shoulder, saying that Meryl has always been a fickle and not to take it personal. Saying that he doesn't need to be comforted by him, Oren shrugs his hands off his shoulder and discloses that they will sell these items to the Minotaur King on the 99th floor since he likes items from outside the tower. Thinking that he can sell items to the most dangerous monster on the 99th floor, Oren thinks of selling these items to become the strongest individual in the tower, adding that he could become a great wandering merchant but lacks supporters to build his rapport. He then leaves as he brags some more while Teo wishes him luck and laughs at his utterly foolish ideas. We are then taken to the 99th floor, where we see the corrupted Ents have flooded once again. The Crimson Grizzly Bears stand alert, ready to combat with the corrupted Ents. In the meantime, Sejun, Kyung, and Mama Bear consume the red locust soup. It appears that they all consumed combat food that will increase their strength by 7.1 for the next 30 minutes. Knowing that the tree bastards were targeting Flame, Sejun and the others take their positions and get ready to attack. While Mama Bear and Kyung slash the tree bastards with their claws, our guy attacks him with his dagger, and the black bunny shows his incredible strength as he strikes at the corrupted ents with his hammer. Suddenly, our boy gets attacked by a giant corrupted ent, and as soon as it is about to hit him, Teo makes a heroic entrance and strikes at the monster with his claws, tearing it into pieces. Watching the corrupted ents infiltrating their field, Teo asks the president what's the deal with these guys. Seijun mumbles that as soon the cat climbed downstairs, these bastards barged into their territory, concluding that they are corrupted ents. As he continues to tell Teo about the apple tree in their cave known as Flame, the cat seems to be confused by such new things. However, their conversation is interrupted by the corrupted ent, who leaps towards them and plans to continue talking after getting rid of these pieces of shit. Teo instantly takes something out of his rucksack that he brought from his village, thinking that it might help Seijun fight. To his surprise, the cat hands him a hatchet. Peeking at the new weapon, Teo tells him how this weapon dragged his front paws onto it firmly. While Seijun seems happy about his new item, he calls out to Aileen to inspect the new item. She immediately uses her inspection skills on the unverified item and sends him a quest to retrieve the item. It turns out that the item that Seijun has acquired is the Great Warrior Wukka's throwing hatchet. The notification about the hatchet feature appears, stating that it was made by the Great Dwarf Warrior Wukka. The hatchet has high destructive powers and flies farther when thrown, as the balance of the throwing hatchet is well established. In addition, it is a Grade A item, and its skill consists of more accessible and more efficient splitting with less force when splitting wood, with its range being 300 meters in less than 10 seconds. While he admires the hatchet, Seijun witnesses the black warrior bunny trapped in the corrupted tent's branches. Giving the hatchet a try, he throws it with full strength, and the hatchet travels through the air at high speed, spinning around, and impressively cuts off the tree branch, saving the black bunny. Watching the incredible power of the hatchet, our guy strikes it toward the tree monsters and splits them apart in one strike. Everyone there is stunned to see Seijun's breathtaking skills, and Kyung seems proud of his dad, who lets out that he's no longer a weakling who runs away. Feeling over the moon, Kwang smashes the corrupted ents with full enthusiasm and kills many at once. While Seijun is impressed by the power of the hatchet that splits the giant tree monsters like nothing, he manages to defeat the corrupted ent's large branch scout and acquires 500 XP points. Feeling thrilled, our guy grabs Teo and starts kissing him on his head as he tells him he's so pretty. Meanwhile, Teo struggles with the smooching attack. A giant tree monster sneaks up from above them, and we see both of them freeze for a moment as the chills send down their spines. At that moment, our guy quickly retrieves his hatchet, and with one strike, he instantly slashes the tree monster. Our boy feels pretty confident and threatens the ents by telling them that they're all dead and that he will show them the real power of the tower farmer. Seijun and Teo both move forward to attack, striking a classic farmer attack. After a while, we see the Minotaurs almost done cleaning up the field. While Minotaur 3 informs Seijun that he's now going to plow the fields, our guy tells him to take it easy. After a long fight with the corrupted ents, he washes his face and finally gets some rest. As he sits down on the rock, he feels his body sore as he has fought the whole night. Our boy looks at the status window and sees that he's reached level 25 and acquired 2 new talents. It appears that our guy now has 7 skills as a farmer. He praises himself as he never thought an easygoing criminal like him would have this amazing status window. While he thinks he's doing great and that he even wants to kiss himself, Aileen appears behind and lets out that she wants to kiss him too. Our guy turns around and asks Aileen what she has just said, to which the admin affirms that he must have been mistaken. The screen glitches and he hears Aileen scream, asking her if something's wrong. Then, the admin notifies him that it's nothing, and there seems to be an error in the status window. It looks like the tower manager is finally confessing her true intentions towards our protagonist. In the next scene, we see Teo encountering Flame for the first time and trying to hold her. As the cat keeps trying to hold her, Flame emits fire that scares Teo off, and he jumps back. While she furiously tells Teo not to touch her, the cat is stunned by the fire that came out of Flame's leaves and apologizes for joking around. He then asks Flame for a favor, pulling out a fish from his rucksack, and asks her if she can grill it since Seijun is too busy to cook. Flame points her finger at the fish and casts a fire, making the fish grilled instantly as the fire illuminates. While the cat seems to be enjoying his grilled fish, Seijun appears from behind and tells Teo to not bully her too much. But Teo assures him he did not bully her, and she even grilled fish for him. As our guy feels proud of Flame, he gets a notification that the cooldown time for his Straw Hat growth promotional skills is over. In the meantime, he decides to use his growth promoter skills on Flame, and she asks him if he's really going to use such a precious skill on her. He makes sure that he's putting his skill to good use and utters that Flame must grow quickly to become a healthy tree. Hearing this, Flame gladly accepts it. Thinking of using half of the power on the apple tree, he activates his power. However, the apple tree growth potential appears enormous as it uses the growth promoter power of 10 crops. While he is shocked at the high amount of power Flame needs to grow, the tree abruptly absorbs all his growth promoter power. As soon as the energy flows into the apple tree, our guy feels like his mana is being sucked in. As it seems to be done, Seijun wonders that she seems to grow just a little bit for that much power. Meanwhile, Flame is excited as she feels her body overflowing with power. Our guy feels dizzy and trips to the ground after using all his skills on the tree. Concerned, Flame asks him if it's because he used the powers on her, but he lets out that it's because of the exhaustion from fighting all those tree monsters from earlier. He assures her that everything is fine except that he feels a little dizzy. Saying that she would relieve some of his master's exhaustion, Seijun gets curious and asks her how she is going to do that. She activates her white-colored purification flame, which covers his whole body, and he instantly feels his body getting lighter. While Teo freaks out, thinking that Seijun is on fire, it appears that the flame of purification will burn off any impurity and improve his body condition for the next 3 hours. Our guy appreciates Flames, telling her she's fantastic and she is glad to help. Curious, he then asks Flame if she has any other abilities. That's when she reveals that possesses the flame of purification she just used on him and the ability known as the Flame of Friendship. Flame further explains that the Flame of Friendship is an ability that allows her to control fire for a while and enhances the power of fire. Getting to know the incredible powers Flame possesses, our guy confirms that he can use her abilities as well and contemplates that Flame's friendship will be effective when he fights against the corrupted Ents later. But then the peddler cat, who seems jealous of Flame getting all of Seijun's attention, says to stop looking at her as he has many more exciting stories to tell. Teo then reveals that a human named Han Taijun is now aware of the truth that Seijun is not on the 40th floor. At first, Seijun appears to be fine as if nothing happened, but as soon as he realizes what has just happened, he freaks out and asks Teo what he just said. In the next scene, we see our guy getting shocked to hear Taijun's name since he's the strongest hunter in Korea. What's even more shocking is that he is friends with Teo. The cat then repeats that Taijun knows he is not on the 40th floor, but tells Seijun not to worry because he has signed a confidentiality contract with him so that his secret stays safe. Our guy is surprised when he discovers that Dongshik is Taejun's disciple. Seijun then thinks about his family in Korea and believes that it would be nice to be indebted to them both, and he can also continue to help them by sponsoring them with crops. Our boy then wonders how Teo could make this kind of connection by selling a bunch of sweet sun pumpkin potatoes and reckons if this is what he should expect from a wandering merchant. After that, the peddler cat asks Seijun if he remembers why he became a wandering merchant in the first place, to which he responds that a guy named Oren stole his girlfriend, so he left his village to become rich and take revenge on them. Poor Teo gets reminded of his humiliated past and gets worked up, telling Seijun everything that happened in the village about Oren becoming a wandering merchant and how he fell for Skaram's trick. He further reveals that Oren is carrying useless items from outside the tower on his way here to see the Minotaur King. While our guy finds this situation quite amusing, Teo requests him to give Oren a scolding once he arrives here. In the next scene, we see Oren and his underlings struggle as they reach the 99th floor. Upon reaching, they witness the floor, which appears to be a barren land with no restaurants and no trace of humanity. At that moment, the merchant cats look behind and see the white farmer bunnies carrying bottled water for sale. The trio was glad to survive till now and rush towards the bunnies to buy water. As they ask for the prices, they find out that each water bottle costs 0.5 dungeon coins. Startled by the expensive prices, Oren asks the bunnies about the high cost, and the bunnies explain that it's extremely difficult to get water on this floor. After that, the bunnies speculate that they are the Minotaur King's wandering merchant guests, and Oren proudly reveals that he's here to sell rare items to the Ox King. The bunnies apologized and let them know that they were allowed to put it on credit since they were esteemed guests. At that moment, they offer Oren a contract of guarantee for outstanding payments and notifies him that he has to pay 10 times back unless he pays the outstanding payments within 3 days. Thinking that he's being scammed, Oren presumes that making them pay back 10 times is ridiculous. Upon hearing Oren's objection, the bunnies again explain that the 99th floor is a crude place, and it's hard to survive until they sign the contract, adding that they've been deceived many times. That's when the bunnies offer Oren to pay back with his body, but the black merchant cat informs them that they will sell their stuff within 3 days and pay them back. The merchant cats get on their way by placing the water bottles in their bags. The next day, those 3 merchant cats were parched by the lack of water as they had drunk all the water they bought from the bunnies. With the lack of water and food, the wandering merchants feel helpless. Feeling more thirsty, Oren asks one of his underlings to give him the last bottle of water. Since it was the last bottle, everyone wanted to drink the water, but they had no choice but to offer it to Boss Oren. At that moment, one of his underlings points at something far away that seems like a restaurant, as the smell of grilled fish diffuses into their nostrils. They all rush towards the restaurant, the Rabbit House, the only thing they see on the 99th floor. Getting to the rabbit house, they all order the food, however their jaw drops when they find out that it costs 1 dungeon coin. The farmer bunnies then reveal that it's hard to catch since there's no lake or sea nearby and offer him the payment contract, which had the same conditions. Leaving him with no choice, Oren agrees to sign without considering it. After the contract, the black cat orders 10 fish, and the starved merchants stuff themselves with the grilled fish. Finally, after replenishing their stomachs, they all lay on the floor loaded with grilled fish, thinking they might throw up. Later, Oren reminds them to sell the stuff to the Minotaur King. One of the cats asks if they could take a short break since they're all so sleepy, and they decide to doze off for an hour. After an hour, they all wake up to a bright light hitting their faces, and that's when one of his underlings indicates to Oren that they're in big trouble. They find themselves squished between 3 gigantic minotaurs. As one of the minotaurs asks the black merchant cat if they are the ones looking for the Minotaur King, poor Oren cries out of fear, uttering that they're wandering merchants as he shows his badge and begs not to harm them. Scaring the pants off the cats, the Minotaur orders them to follow him, saying that he will take to the Minotaur King. Just when Oren thinks they're about to hit the jackpot, the Minotaur King makes a classic arrival and asks the black cat if he's looking for him. Oren stutters as he speaks and informs the Minotaur King that they came all the way here to sell some extremely rare items from outside the tower. Upon hearing about the rare items, the Minotaur King claims to call the experts to confirm whether the items he is selling are truly rare. The scene takes an unexpected turn when Seijun arrives at the scene and Oren addresses him as the Great Black Dragon. While Oren wonders what brings the Great Black Dragon here, our guy introduces himself as the Great Black Dragon and tells them he possesses the power to inspect rare magic items, and lies don't work before him. He orders Oren to come forward and show him the items, and the black cat brings him the items. He ponders that he got lucky because the Black Dragon, the strongest being who controls the tower, is here. Daydreaming, Oren reckons if the dragon likes these rare items, then monsters like the Minotaur King will be nothing, and he might even become the strongest being of the tower. Without further ado, he tosses out the items from his rucksack, and Seijun closely inspects them, asserting that nothing looks exactly useful to him. While trying the items, our guy picks up a roll cleaner and lets out that it's close to trash. Oren cleverly praises the Great Black Dragon and tells him this is a roll cleaner with adhesive magic that removes dust or fur. Meanwhile, Seijun asks him the price of the roll cleaner, to which the black merchant cat mumbles that it costs 50 dungeon coins. His underlings seem to be impressed by their boss and gossip about how he bought these for 5 tower coins, adding that he didn't even flinch in front of the black dragon and confidently raised the price. Poor Oren wonders if he did a great job as a merchant for making a fool out of the Great Black Dragon, assuming that he may have a knack for being a merchant. It appears that Oren has been making a fool out of him as Seijun, who already knows these items are trash, is teaching him a lesson. The black merchant cat then asks Seijun, addressing him as the Great Black Dragon, if he would like to purchase this magic item from outside the tower, adding that it's challenging to obtain in the dungeon. Things start to take an unexpected twist when our guy takes a deep breath and makes a serious face, saying that he warned Oren that lies don't work for him. He reveals the truth about the items from the outside tower, uttering that they are not any magic items. Seijun elucidates the real science behind these items, just like this consumable product that uses adhesive paper rolled up and can be peeled off, adding that there are plenty of these items on Earth. Summing things up, he concludes that these items are trash, and there's not even a hint of magic in them. Upon hearing this, Oren is left in utter disbelief and tries to justify himself by saying that he has definitely heard that these are magic items. Trying to reason with the Black Dragon, the cat merchant mumbles that he must have been mistaken, but immediately covers his mouth after realizing what he just said. The Minotaur King furiously shouts at him, saying how dare he call the Great Black Dragon a liar, and smashes his hand on the floor, which causes the ground to shake a bit. While Seijun, standing right beside his hand, almost passes out, Oren, along with his underlings, gets on their knees and bows to the ground. Scared for their dear lives, the merchant cat takes his words back, muttering that everything the Black Dragon said is the truth. Oren pleads for forgiveness for deceiving the Great Black Dragon, and realizes that Teo was right about Scarum being a scammer. Frightened, the black cat stutters while begging for their lives to be spared, and our guy calmly states that he shall spare their lives. However, they've incurred a lot of debts on their way here. Wondering how he knows about it, Seijun lets out that he runs some businesses in the tower as a hobby, and everything they ate was from his stores. Shocked to the core, Oren melts in a breakdown. At that very moment, the white farmer bunnies appear and calculate Oren's debt, stating that if they multiply the water and all the food they ordered by 10, the merchant cats have to pay around 500 dungeon coins. Additionally, they also have to charge them for lodging and even cleaning fees for illegal dumping of rubbish on the land, which, in terms of bricks, approximately makes 100,000 pieces. As Oren gets confused, thinking about where the bricks came from in the middle of the conversation, the Minotaur King reminds him of the contract's conditions that state that if they can't pay with money, they have to pay by doing labor work. Now that they can't pay the money, the Minotaur orders Oren and his underlings to assemble the bricks in place. In the next scene, the Minotaurs make bricks from concrete and molds in their territory. The Minotaur King, along with Seijun and Oren's gang, arrive at the Minotaur territory. After that, our guy clarifies that according to the contract, they must pay back by making 100,000 bricks. Listening to what the Black Dragon has just said, Oren freaks out after witnessing the size of the bricks, letting out that there's no way they could make such giant bricks. Our guy agrees with him and instructs them that they have to make 10 bricks per day. If converted in time, it will take about 10,000 days, but in that time they will incur even more debts for lodgings and food, which will result in having to make even more bricks. The poor gang looks traumatized, and they once again get on their knees, pleading with Seijun to overlook their mistake just once and letting out that they will do anything but make bricks. Seijun decides to give them a chance and says that among the businesses he runs, the head of the distribution unit needs some help. The work involves following him, carrying goods within their bundles, and selling them, concluding that they would be paying off their debt by working as an intern in the distribution unit of their farm for 10,000 days, adding that he would offer them grilled fish every day. Upon hearing that they will get food, Oren cries out of joy and immediately agrees to his generous offer, thanking the Black Dragon. Our guy then instructs them to write up a new contract. Feeling lucky to be stuck in such a situation, the Black Merchant Cat reckons that working for 10,000 days is better than making bricks, since the work is not that different from that of a wandering merchant, and he can even solve the food problem. He further ponders that he will get to work with the Black Dragon, not caring if Seijun is a demon, so he decides to sign the contract. After a while, Seijun informs them that the contract has officially been documented and congratulates them on becoming interns. Asking what they should do now, our guy notifies the merchant cats that the head of the distribution will guide them through work. He then introduces the head of the distribution unit, who is none other than our very own Teo. As his jaw drops, Oren is left speechless as he gets to know that Teo is the head of the distribution, mumbling what a midnight runaway beggar like Teo is doing here. Upon hearing this, Teo hits the black cat in the face and says that even as a mere intern, he has no respect for the head. Our peddler cat then nicely greets the other two interns and gives them a proper introduction of himself as the head of the distribution unit and first subordinate of the Black Dragon. He then states that they should listen to him, ordering them to answer him. Oren, who's been smacked by Teo, still seems to be shocked and curses him in his mind, wondering who would have thought someone worse than a demon could appear. Meanwhile, the head shows the interns around where they will work, informing them that they will be harvesting cherry tomatoes for sale and ordering them to follow him. While the interns follow him with their heads hung low, Seijun sees Teo's shoulders rising with pride. Our guy thinks it'll be convenient for him too, as Teo will have more subordinates to carry their items, and it will be easier. He then thanks the Minotaur King for granting this troublesome request of his, which was to trap the wandering merchant cats and make them their underlings. Uttering that they are neighbors, the Minotaur King tells him there's no need to thank him, and that he received orders from the Black Dragon through the status window, which she instructed him to do as Seijun says. Coming to the point, Captain Ox then lets him know that it would be nice to receive the sincerity of gratitude, and we can see his mouth watering. Our guy instantly gets what the captain is trying to say and tells him to take the green onion leaves and cherry tomatoes while he's here. The Minotaur King rushes towards the pile of delicious-looking green onions and cherry tomatoes, as if he has been waiting for this moment for a long time now. After that, he thanks Seijun and asks him to call back any time. Later, a noise pounds in his ears as he looks back. Seijun witnesses Teo scolding the rookies for harvesting the unripe green-colored cherry tomatoes. Teo makes the intern understand that if they remove the top part of a cherry tomato, its value decreases, adding that they are doing everything wrong and asking if they had no idea about harvesting the cherry tomatoes. He continues scolding the poor interns and says he will teach them how to do it since they're fools. They all sit down, looking overwhelmed with emotions, and by looking at this sight, Seijun says a quote that the frog can't remember his days as a tadpole. He refers to Teo, who was also once an intern, and laughs at him for acting like a tough guy, thinking of watching out for Teo. At that moment, the head of the unit, Teo, seems to be overflowing with pride and laughs hysterically, calling himself invincible. Oren harvests the magic cherry tomatoes with a miffed expression as he contemplates Teo being the Black Dragon's subordinate, which makes him his subordinate. In other words, he will be a forever slave. Suddenly, Oren the cat is yanked out of his thoughts when Teo sneaks up and smacks his head. He scolds the black cat for zoning out and tells him to come quickly when called upon. However, Oren loses his cool and grabs Teo by his collar, calling him a bastard. But he is humbled when Elka, the silver wolf, comes to Teo's rescue, giving the black cat a deadly stare. Teo, the boss, asks the black cat if he is disobeying the head of the distribution unit and subordinate of the great black dragon. But Oren immediately comes to his senses and tries to reason with boss Teo, saying that he was startled because of a bug on his shoulder, so he just wanted to brush it off. While he warns Oren to behave himself, or else he will get a good scolding, Teo asks the other intern cats if they are ready to go downstairs. The intern cats assure him they have filled their rucksacks full of cherry tomatoes as per his order. Upon hearing this, Teo asserts that intern Mark filled his rucksack the fastest, and intern Jeff answered him first so that he would be reducing their contract by 1 day. As the interns are happy to hear about this, Oren asks about his contract, but instead of reducing it, Teo adds 1 more day to his contract, mumbling that Oren took the longest to respond to him. Meanwhile, poor Oren starts sobbing because of the mistreatment. Seijun approaches the field, asking Teo and the intern if they are headed downstairs. The peddler cat informs Seijun that the interns have old types of rucksacks, so they keep fewer things inside. Listening to this, our guy tells Teo to upgrade their rucksacks when they do well in their work later. Peeking at Seijun, who looks prepared, Teo asks him if he is going somewhere, and our boy informs him that he is headed to the western forest. Seijun and the Crimson Grizzly Bears prepare while Teo, Silver Wolves, and the cat interns prepare to go to the 38th floor. However, Teo, who seems highly concerned about his president, clenches Seijun's cheeks and asks him if he will be fine without him. As Teo clings to his face, our guy lets him know that Kyung and his mother will be going with him, adding that his extreme concern is an offense to the bears as Kyung furiously stares at the cat. He tells Teo not to worry about him because he also has a secret weapon with him. The cat jumps back on the ground and utters that he's not worried about him because he's going to the western forest to face the Ents head-on. Listening to this, Elka presumes that Teo is saying all this because it sounds fun, but the cat hides his true intentions and claims that he's worried about Seijun. Our guy insists Teo get back his work and show the new interns the proper image of a peddler cat. After that, the peddler cat asks Seijun to be careful, to which Quang assures him that he will protect his dad. Then, Teo, accompanied by Silver Wolves and the cat intern, waves them goodbye. As Teo and the others leave, Seijun and the bears head to the western forest. Our guy then gets on his way to the western forest. As they walk into the forest, the dark and eerie area scares the shit out of Seijun as he utters that the forest is more spine-chilling than he imagined. He notices the trees that look like they died screaming, and Kyung struggles from the strange smell coming out of the tree. Suddenly, Mama Bear halts and warns Seijun about the enemies ahead. But our guy, who peeks at a bunch of dead trees in front of him, lets out that there's nothing and moves forward. However, the Mama Bear stops him and asserts that they must not go further than this. At that moment, our guy freaks out when he witnesses the tree monsters begin to move out of their place. The monsters that have awakened appear to be the corrupted rotten guards. While the corrupted Ents leap towards them, Kung doesn't feel good, and Seijun is startled at the sight of overwhelming monsters, calling them tree zombies. As the corrupted Ents attack them, Mama Bear strikes a powerful blow at them, but it seems to not affect them when many of the tree monsters attack their branches towards the bear and entangle her. After witnessing the endless corrupted rotten Ents trapping the Mama Bear, and they are trapped by the tree monsters, our guy decides to pull off his hidden weapon. In a flash, he throws his straw hat, tossing out his dagger, and a flame appears above his head. His secret weapon turns out to be a flame of friendship, which seems like a power to control fire for a while. But before Seijun can strike his secret weapon, Quang puts his hand above his head and tries to blow out the fire, saying that his head is on fire. Our guy freaks out and tells Quang that it's a buff that Flame put on him. Revealing that the flame of friendship strengthens and controls even the smallest of sparks, Seijun leaps forward steadily holding his dagger and strikes the fire as the dagger collides with the fire, creating a blazing fire lightning that stumbles on the corrupted ends. In a flash, the fire spreads rapidly, burning the corrupted monsters, and eventually, the whole forest begins to catch fire. Catching the sight of the fire spreading like crazy, Seijun retreats with the bears, uttering that they could also be swept in the fire if something goes wrong. The three of them scamper to escape the forest, and our guy instructs Mama Bear to move faster as the fire spreads faster than he imagined. However, their way is blocked by the corrupted Ents that emerge before them. As the corrupted Ents approach, Mama Bear asks Seijun if he can still use the fire technique he used earlier, and tells Quang to be prepared to kick the monster's ass. Our guy pulls out his daggers, creating a blaze from the flame of friendship power, and the Mama Bear rushes toward the monsters. That's when Quang enters the scene and smashes the fireball with his foot, striking a classic 360-degree attack of the fire flame on the corrupted ends. As soon as Quang strikes like the Hulk smash, an enormous explosion occurs in the western forest. While the sound of the explosions rumbles across the 99th floor and flames emerge from the western forest, the Minotaurs are astounded. On the other hand, the bunny gang also catches sight of the bursting flames appearing from that area, and the bunnies figure out that the smoke is coming out of the western forest. Alarmed by the situation, the daddy bunny recognizes that it's the power of the flame of friendship that Sejun received from Flame, and he made it certain that he will use it. After a while, Sejun and the Crimson Grizzly Bears return to their home. It seems like they made it out alive. In the cave, our guy thanks Flame's power for helping them escape the aggressive corrupted Ents, thinking he would die. While Flames feels glad to be of any help to Master Sejun, the daddy bunny lets out that he was too reckless to burn down the forest. Our guy explains to the daddy bunny that the corrupted Ents keep invading every night, and he had to try Flame's power, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Hoping the corrupted tree bastards won't be invading them for the time being, the admin sends him a notification about his beekeeping ability being leveled up. In the meantime, the 3 poisonous queen bees fly towards Sejun, asking him what kind of flowers they should collect to make the honey jelly. Confused, he asks the queen bees about honey jelly, assuming he got it after leveling up. The queen bees agree with him and reveal that it's a soft jelly that can enhance his talents. As soon as he hears this, Sejun is left stunned. The next scene takes us to Aileen, the dungeon administrator, who seems to be enjoying her bath time while she slurps the red locust tomato soup. As she seems to have time for her life, Aileen assumes that she has gotten bigger, saying that her body feels light. The admin figures out that her wings have gotten bigger, but she sighs deeply, thinking that proliferating is not enough. Aileen yearns for Dragonheart to get stronger and grow to be an adult, so that she can emancipate from the administrator area and glide magnificently during the blue moon. While contemplating her future, she starts to blush again. She lets the freaky thoughts take control of her as she imagines showing Sejun her polymorphed appearance, thinking that he will undoubtedly fall flat out of shock. Thinking about Sejun, she peeks at her crystal ball and gets reminded that he told her a few days ago that he would be testing the apple tree's ability, the flame of friendship, and decides to take a look. Suddenly, Aileen seems to experience a seizure and collapses on the floor. Her body starts hurting badly as she stumbles on the ground. Az tries to reach her magic crystal ball to call Sejun for help, but the dragon passes out. After Aileen faints, notifications begin to show up about the tower manager's life being in danger as the Black Tower emergency system activates. The Black Tower emergency system requests help from the last person being contacted by the tower manager. The next scene then shifts back to the cave where the honeybees are making honey jelly out of the cherry tomato flowers. While the daddy bunny looks at the queen bee as she produces a honey jelly, Sejun reads through the beekeeping skill feature status. He ponders on the honey jelly that can enhance talents. He reckons that normally it's difficult for ordinary hunters to awaken their talents, but honing that skill and growing to a higher level is a whole different matter. In addition, an average man like him with simple talents must go through excruciating pain and persevere for a long time. Adding that to become a true craftsman, they can't resolve it through intense efforts. Snapping out his thoughts, our guy is astounded by the fact that he can enhance his talent just by eating honey jelly and concludes that the tower is a world full of surprises. In the meantime, the queen bee comes to Sejun, informing him that the honey jelly is ready to eat. She carries plenty of honey jellies and tosses them into the straw hat. Smelling something sweet, Quang starts drooling over the honey jellies, wanting to eat them. But Sejun stops him as he takes away the straw hat and instructs Kyung to call all the rabbit brothers so that they can eat it together. The baby bear tells Sejun to wait for them and rushes to call the rabbit. While the queen bee informs him that they will make more jellies in the meantime, our guy checks on the honey jelly's status window. It appears that the poisonous honeybee's cherry tomato honey jelly is made from pollen and the nectar of the magic cherry tomatoes that are perfectly processed by the honeybees using their unique methods. Holding the honey jelly, Sejun is delighted by the sight and gets to know that it enhances mana-related talents. Thinking that it's because of the jellies that are made with magic cherry tomatoes, our guy gets disappointed as he doesn't have any mana-related talent. At that moment, Kyung along with the bunnies walks towards Sejun and he distributes the honey jelly among them. Enjoying the honey jelly, Kyung asks his dad for more honey jellies. However, Sejun refuses and lets him know that they have shared it with Aileen too. He thinks of Aileen as she likes the cherry tomatoes, letting out that she will certainly like these cherry tomatoes honey jellies. To offer her the jellies, Sejun calls upon the admin, but she doesn't respond. That's when a notification comes up that reveals that Aileen the tower manager is dying from the Dragonheart rampage. Upon reading this, our guy freaks out as he doesn't understand what's going on with Aileen. At that moment, the Black Tower quest alerts him about calming Aileen's Dragonheart, and if they fail to do so, the admin will die of her Dragonheart seizure. While the bunnies panic about the situation, Sejun is left baffled as he thinks what's a Dragonheart and why it's going berserk. The notification window reveals the reason behind Aileen's Dragonheart rampage is caused by her absorbing an ample amount of mana that her hardened Dragonheart couldn't handle. Our guy gets tensed as he thinks about Aileen absorbing mana that her talent can't handle. That's when he realizes it might be because of the food he has been giving to her all the time, and breaks down emotionally as he blames himself for Aileen's condition. As Sejun's world seems to fall apart, Kyung and the bunnies tell him to get a hold of himself. Our guy shouts to the notification window and asks what he should do to save Aileen. The notification window urges him to select an item that could help the tower manager, and informs him that he has the item that could save her. When he discovers that the item is the honey jelly, Kuang and the bunnies offer their honey jellies to save Aileen. Collecting all the honey jellies, Sejun immediately offers the honey jellies to the notification window. The quest is completed, and Aileen consumes the honey jellies. Eventually, the notification window affirms that the dungeon dragon has successfully consumed the jellies, which have enhanced her hardened dragon heart, adding that her talent has been slightly enhanced, which will prevent her dragon heart from going frantic. Worried, Sejun asks the admin if she is feeling any better, and the notification window informs him that Aileen's Dragonheart will not go berserk for the time being. It further adds that the tower manager is stable at the moment, but if her talent, which is hardened Dragonheart, does not develop, Aileen might experience a seizure again that will make her Dragonheart go out of control. Finally, our guy feels relieved and tells Kuang and the bunnies that Aileen is doing fine for the time being. He thinks about her hardened Dragonheart and presumes that there should be a solution to treat her. The next flashes to the administrator's space, where Kaiser and Anton receive the notification about the Black Tower's emergency system activity records. The grandfather is startled to see the emergency system as he assumes that Aileen had an episode and collapsed. Anton asks his dad if there was a call for help from the tower because the portal hasn't been activated yet. Asserting that there wasn't any for calling him, the Gramps let out that the system was designed so that if Aileen ever got in a critical situation and called him or Anton for help, an emergency portal would open. He wonders that Aileen has always called for him, and they used to control her outburst by heading to the Black Tower's manager area. Kaiser adds if Aileen called someone else for help, the portal wouldn't have opened due to security issues with the Black Tower. Anxious, the grandfather immediately opens the system, stating if the records are transferred, that means Aileen's outburst is over. After looking at her records, Anton is relieved to see that his daughter is alive, uttering that Aileen's Dragonheart had a rampage, but her body is in much better condition now, and her Dragonheart mana supply demonstrates a stable graph. As Anton calls his father, who seems to be hopping mad, the grandfather bursts with anger when he finds out the last person Aileen called was Sejun Park. While Anton freaks out as he smells trouble, he calms his father down and tries to convince him that Sejun Park could be the one who helped Aileen, adding that it is more important to know that Aileen is safe and healthy, regardless of who helped her, and says that they quickly need to find a way open the portal. However, the Gramps don't seem to take this well as he bursts with anger and starts transforming into a dragon, mumbling that Aileen requested Sejun Park for help, but not her grandfather. Transitioning into a black dragon, Kaiser hits the roof and says that he won't forgive Sejun Park for stealing her granddaughter's heart. While Anton tries to stop his father, who seems to be losing his temper, and tells him that it is humiliating for the neighborhood, the other dragons witness Kaiser become frantic again, saying that the old man loses his shit when it comes to his granddaughter. As the other dragons make fun of Gramps for being such a fool he is for his granddaughter, a dragon discreetly looks at them, mumbling that it will be a good opportunity to enter the Black Tower. The next scene takes us to the tower manager, who finally awakes after her Dragonheart rampage comes to a halt. Coming back to life, Aileen freaks out and thinks if she's still alive, she checks on her Dragonheart, which seems to be in a stable condition. She ponders about what happened here as her Dragonheart lights up and taps her magic crystal ball. The admin gets to know that she has consumed the honey jellies and dungeon farmer Sejun has completed the quest. Aileen realizes that she called Sejun at the last moment before she collapses. She finds it a bit embarrassing and thinks about how he managed to stabilize her Dragonheart. Thinking that it was the honey jelly, she ruminates that Sejun must have unlocked a new item while leveling up his beekeeping ability. Feeling bad for not getting to taste the jelly as she passed out, Aileen lets out that the honey jelly that enhances the mana-related talents was the perfect item for her situation. Clearing her throat, Aileen Pratani, the Great Black Dragon, plans to show her proper gratitude to the person who helped her, because it's what truly means to be a dragon who belongs to the prestigious Pratani family. She decides to reward Sejun and looks for something valuable inside the room full of gold and treasures. As she struggles to find something good enough for Sejun, her eyes settle on the big black dragon statue that appears to her. Catching the sight of the colossal and magnificent statue of the black dragon, Aileen thinks of rewarding it to her human farmer, as he will certainly like it. Later at the field, our guy seems to be dozing off along with Kuang and the bunnies. That's when the admin sends the notification and thanks Sejun for saving her life. Freaked out, He asks Aileen if she is doing well, to which the admin assures him that her body has gotten better thanks to him. Feeling relieved, Seijun lets out that he figured out why she especially liked the cherry tomatoes too much because of the quest in the status window. He adds that his crops must have put a strain on her dragon heart. However, Aileen makes it clear that it wasn't because of him, and unveils the real reason behind her dragon heart rampage. Aileen explains that seizures regularly occur once every 10 years. By that time her seizure would have already occurred, but it was long past the expected time. She further proceeds that it's thanks to Seijun that her dragon heart has somewhat recovered now, as it is delaying the episodes. Upon hearing this, our guy's heart finally comes at ease now that Aileen elucidates the reason behind her seizure, as he was blaming himself for her condition. After that, he offers Aileen more of the honey jellies that the poisoned honeybees made earlier, affirming that the honey jellies helped her dragon heart. While Seijun gets considerate of her, the admin notifies him that she feels shameless to be one receiving from most of him, and would like to repay the debt of saving her life. At that moment, Aileen sends him a quest, telling him to shout her name loudly in the sky to receive the reward, which is something really big and good. As he wonders what that big thing would be, our guy asks Aileen if it's dangerous. The admin does not give a damn about if it's dangerous or not, and instructs Seijun to shout in any space outside your house. Thinking that it's a bit scary, Kwang tells his dad to believe in Aileen. Our guy then stands at a big place in front of his house and shouts his heart out, screaming Aileen's name. He keeps on shouting and wonders if it worked. That's when the quest gets completed, and Seijun gets his reward. It seems our guy has obtained a fountain commemorating Aileen's 100th birthday reward. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon statue descends from the sky, and Seijun, along with Kyung and the bunnies who are about to get crushed under that colossal thing, run for their lives with light speed. It appears to be a grandiose black dragon fountain that had just plummeted to the ground. Flabbergasted by the great fountain, Seijun lets out that it's truly a big and nice reward, and the admin clarifies that the fountain will help cut down the time spent watering the crops. Exhilarated, our guy agrees with her and lets out that now that their fields have expanded so much recently, and also there's a limited supply of water in the bunnies' sprinkler cans. Adding that now, they don't have to run back and forth to the cave anymore, and appreciate Aileen for such a considerate gift. As he asks why the other skills are hidden, the admin tells him that she has no idea, as her grandfather never told her. While Seijun wonders how the fountain generates water, the tower manager reveals that the fountain has no limitation usage, as it is an uninstallable item, and instructs him to summon the fountain status window to retrieve the control system, which is also part of the reward. He then summons the control system to set the control setting. At that moment, a fountain magic controller appears, which controls the power, direction, and distance of the water, and even the movement of the statue can be controlled freely using the controller. Holding the controller, our guy presumes that it looks like a game control and moves the statue with the controller. Controlling the statue, our guy feels like playing with a game character while Kuang and the bunnies are fascinated by the moving fountain. Kuang and the bunnies imitate the statue's moves and seem to enjoy it when suddenly the statue dragon leans towards them with its giant neck, scaring the hell out of them. But the baby bear loses his cool and smacks the statue hard, breaking one of its ears. While Seijun freaks out, Aileen's magic crystal ball indicates her danger, and she immediately asks Seijun if something's wrong. Panic-stricken, our guy tries to act cool as he stands in front of the statue, hiding the broken part of it, trying to convince Aileen that he loves the statue and is just taking a closer look. Diverting her attention from the statue, Seijun asks her if she wants to eat something tasty, and the admin agrees. Getting the basket full of tasty food, Aileen feels relieved as he loves the statues. On the other hand, our guy lets out a sigh of relief as Aileen doesn't catch on to the situation and gets carried away by the food. The next scene takes us to the 67th floor of the dungeon, where we see the lizard warriors planting the blade green onions, while the silver wolves collect the dead red locusts. Meanwhile, the silver wolf Elka's son rushes off to bring more red locust corpses. Elka tells him to be careful and not to go so far. Elka's wife gets worried about her son and asks him if it's okay to let the kid be brought to such a dangerous place. But he assures his wife and informs her that it's safe now as the red locusts are gradually diminishing through the tough blade green onions. He adds that due to red locusts' simple behavior of moving groups, they have figured out their attacking patterns and timing. Also, the accumulation of the red locusts only takes place when the lizardmen are replacing the wilted blades with the fresh blade green onions, so if anything happens, the lizard warriors will be here to protect them. After that, Elka's son grabs a red locust that seems to be alive. The kid instantly calls out his parents as he gets excited to see many perfectly fine red locusts flying in above him. It appears that the swarm of red locusts have infiltrated the floor once again. Witnessing the flooding red locusts approaching his son, Elka calls out to his son who is about to get killed by them. That's when a lizard warrior leaps in front of the kid, slashes the red locusts with his sword, and alerts the wolves to run away. As the overwhelming red locusts change their direction, the lizard man realizes that they have changed their attacking pattern. The next scene takes us to the 99th floor, where the great black dragon glides in the sky as the blue moon rises, protecting the area. Sitting outside his house, Seijun watches the black dragon flying around the blue moon and thinks about how beautiful Aileen is. He catches the mesmerizing sight of the dragon while the baby bunnies sleep on him. Assuming that it's the 9th blue moon already, Seijun asks the mama bear if she feels okay. The mama bear appears to be fine and utters that with Aileen's power, the influence of the blue moon has vanished, making it easier to keep herself in control and stay sane. The Crimson Bear appreciates the tower manager and says that she's truly impressive. While Seijun thinks of waiting for the blue moon energy to seep through the crops, the white parent farmer bunnies run towards him and tell him that some of the crops have turned blue. Our guy then heads to the field to harvest the blue moon crops and witnesses plenty of blue moon cherry tomatoes. He harvests the blue tomatoes while the chunky wagon bunny collects them all. In the meantime, one of the white farmer bunnies approaches his uncle Seijun and informs him about the blue moon energy that has also impacted the cornfields that are yet to be harvested. As he seems kind of surprised, our guy speaks out that it is already time to harvest the corn. Reaching the cornfield, Seijun finds out only 2 blue moon corn and harvests them. Finding out that they are blue stamina corn, he thinks of giving them to Aileen since she can't eat the cherry tomatoes because of her dragon heart stabilization. Meanwhile, the tower manager notifies him that she's done with the Blue Moon Patrol and feels drained. Our guy appreciates Aileen for her hard work, urging her to get some rest as she must not be feeling well. Remembering that she can't eat the cherry tomatoes right now because her dragon heart is stabilizing, he offers the admin 2 Blue Moon stamina corn instead. Aileen thanks him for the stamina corns and signs off as she feels sleepy after all the hard work during the blue moon. As our guy decides to harvest the remaining corn, something catches his eye. It occurs to be a corn with a red glow. Curious, Seijun harvests the corn with the red glow and finds out that it's exploding stamina corn. As he earns plenty of XP points and proficiency of the harvest ability increases, it turns out that he has earned the achievement of creating a new variety in the dungeon. The new crop variety, which is the exploding stamina corn, breaks down 30 grams of body fat, increases strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and consuming this red glow corn makes the hair fuller. In addition, no one is allowed to grow exploding stamina corn without Seijun's park permission. Our guy also earns the accomplishment of creating 3 new crop varieties in the tower. Regardless of the remarkable achievements earned by Seijun, our guy gets carried away when he stumbles upon the status window and finds out that this corn makes the hair fuller upon consumption. Feeling over the top, he kneels on the ground as the happiness gushes through him and holds the corn up high like it's something of a gem. At that moment, Queng looks at his dramatic dad and asks him what he's doing. Removing the straw, Seijun asks the baby bear about his hair, and Kyung makes a boring remark, saying that it's not cool. Suddenly, a spark of energy strikes in Seijun, and he eagerly instructs the farmer bunny to expand the field right away and focus on growing the new variety of corn. Kyung tells his dad to calm down as he looks even less cool. But it seems like our guy is hyped up to grow the new variety of corn because he wants to grow his hair like crazy. After that, Seijun plucks out a few seeds from the red glow corn and walks towards the cave to ask Flame about how he should eat the exploding corn. Upon arriving at the cave, our guy is shocked to see Flame, who has grown so much because of the blue moon energy. Flame lets out that she feels a boost of power within her, adding that she acquired 3 more abilities. Happy to hear. Seijun asks her about the 3 powers, and Flame reveals one of them to be the Flame of Protection. The blue-colored flame emerges from the apple tree, leaving him astounded. At that moment, Flame casts the blue spark on him. As the blue flame shines through him, the notification mentions that the Flame of Protection will seep into him for the next 3 hours, adding that it protects its target. After the ability penetrates him, he holds the Flame of Protection and realizes that it's not hot. Flame informs him that this ability will protect him, and Seijun thanks her for how reliable she is, affirming that he will take good care of it. He then tells Flames about his new variety crop, which is the exploding stamina corn, and asks her if she could heat the corn. He lets out that the corn will explode when heated up, so he is not sure how to eat. Looking at the red corn, Flames reveals that if he wants the exploding corn, he must heat it without tearing up the leaves. She instructs Seijun to tie the corn from the top and hold it upright. That's when Flames cast the fire to heat the corn and inform him that he won't feel the heat because of the Flame of Protection. As soon as the corn is heated up, it begins to explode within the corn leaves and swells up like a ball. Fully exploded, Seijun opens the tip and is amazed to see that the kernels exploded into popcorn. After that, he asks Queng for some salt and sprinkles on the popcorn. Seijun, Queng, and the bunnies eat the popcorn and are left enthralled by the crispy and savory taste of the popcorn as their eyes sparkle with admiration. While Seijun touches Queng's fur and asserts that fur somehow looks better, The baby bear returns the favor and tells him that his hair looks fuller too. While he asks Quang who taught him to lie like that, a loud rumble from outside the cave. Scared stiff, the popcorn drops out of his hands. Sejun wonders where the noise is coming from when Aileen scares all the monsters away during the blue moon. While the bunnies are startled by the rumble, the mama bear immediately informs Sejun to quickly come out of the cave. As our guy leaps out of the cave, he witnesses corrupted Ent's poison mist flower attack soldiers who have infiltrated their territory once again. It seems like the corrupted Ents have made a stronger comeback with more deadly tree monsters. While the area gets flooded with the endless corrupted Ents, our guy is left baffled and reckons why these tree bastards showed up during the blue moon. Sejun, who seems ready to kick the monster's ass, lets out that they have to get rid of the Ents themselves and commands all of them to get their weapons. He and the farmer bunnies hold their fire torches, the black bunny tosses out his hammer, and they all stand prepared to fight the monsters. All of a sudden, the corrupted Ent's sticky flower soldiers shoot something sticky out of their mouths, blowing away their fire torches. As the fire torch gets whipped away, Sejun peeks at the sticky substance on his hands and freaks out. At that moment, purple smoke starts appearing everywhere as our guy tries to approach the mist. A black warrior bunny leaps in front of him, stopping Sejun from touching the purple mist. While our boy crashes on the ground, the warrior bunny that the purple mist is poison. It appears that the corrupted Ents position mist flower attack soldiers are emitting the poison mist that is now diffusing across the area. Meanwhile, Quang gets sick of the endless tree monsters that keep coming their way. A colossal tree monster stomps out of the forest. The big tree monsters turn out to be a corrupted Ent that has consumed blue moon energy. Scared witless, our guy wonders if the Ents can absorb the blue moon energy too, and the mama bear warns him that this blue moon tree monster will be a difficult opponent. As the gigantic corrupted Ent strides towards them, Sejun looks in front of him and thinks that it's a dead end. He ponders that he went through so much to come all the way here to build his farm. Hopeless, he anticipates that it's the end because it's impossible for them to win. While the bunnies are scared for their life, a voice comes from behind saying, "Oi," and claims that it will help them. As our boy looks behind him, it turns out to be the black dragon statue. They all stare at the statue with bafflement, and that's when it reveals that he's the great black dragon Anton Pratani, Aileen's father. In the next scene, it is revealed that the fountain that Aileen had gifted to Sejun turns out to be her father, the great black dragon Anton Pratani. Confused, Sejun wonders how Aileen's father is talking through the statue. That's when Anton Pratani explains that the statue is infused with ancient golden magic and was originally intended to be activated if Aileen was ever in trouble. But for some unknown reason, they cannot open a gate that enters into the tower. Anton further reveals that right now they are in a position where they can't enter the Black Tower or use any authority, adding that they have the right to use this statue, and when it was awakened, it slanted to the 99th floor, and they were able to detect the signal from outside the tower, allowing him to control its movement. He then thanks Sejun for helping his daughter Ilum from the Dragonheart rampage. Our boy gets nervous and says he just did what he should have done. After that, Anton lets out that he roughly guessed that the Black Tower isn't being managed properly, asking Sejun to help going forward. As our guy seems baffled and wonders what kind of help he can offer to the dragon, Anton announces that he would like Sejun to take over tower management on behalf of Aileen. Couldn't believe his ears. Our guy is left astonished and thinks that he must have been mistaken. He then realizes and says that he's just a tower farmer with no special abilities. Moreover, he can't get out of the 99th floor, and he can't get rid of the approaching Ents either, pointing towards the army of tree monsters that are approaching them. However, Anton believes in him and lets out that he has more than enough power to handle this situation, and they will help him with the impossible stuff so he doesn't have to worry. While our guy wonders who else will help him, just then a loud noise thunders through the fountain and introduces himself as Aileen's grandfather, Kaiser Fertani. Screaming, he blames Sejun for not being able to see his granddaughter, and says that if it were up to him, he'd love to crush him with his claws, but he can't do it since our boy is too important to be gone. Our poor protagonist looks terrified and says that it's a pleasure to meet him. He then apologizes for the inconvenience he caused and says he does not know about it. Upon hearing this, Kaiser laughs and asserts that Sejun is more polite than he thinks. Thinking about getting into the details later, the Gramps decide to get rid of the tree bastards first. With full strength, the Black Dragon statue glides into the sky. Kaiser, the great Black Dragon, decides to kill the rotten-looking weeds first and inhales a huge amount of air. He strikes a massive blue flame on the corrupted Ents, creating a big explosion. It appears that the mighty great Black Dragon has killed the overwhelming tree bastards in the blink of an eye with this exceptional blue flame. While everyone's eyes fixate on the explosion that had just occurred, Sejun is amazed as the dragon destroys a whole mountain, thinking if that's the true power of a black dragon. Just then, we see a glimpse of Aileen, who's sleeping and seems to be dreaming about her human farmer, Seijun. After that, the Black Dragon calls out Seijun and instructs him to go to where the corrupted Ents died, revealing that he will find a helpful item. Hearing the command, our guy, along with the farmer bunnies, Quang and Mama Bear, goes to that place and carefully walks into the trench. As they walk into it, they realize that the heat hasn't subsided yet. Afterwards, Kyung points towards a shiny thing, and as they draw near, they wonder if this is what Kaiser is talking about. Nonetheless, Seijun picks up the shiny blue thing, which appears to be a corrupted Ents enhanced seed. Then, the status window states that this enhanced seed has absorbed the blue moon, and upon consumption, all stats can permanently increase by 10. It adds that if this enhanced seed is left on the ground, it will germinate and become a powerful corrupted Ent. Grandpa Kaiser then orders Seiyun to eat the seed so that his weak body becomes slightly stronger and warns him to get rid of the seed, which can grow into a powerful corrupted Ent before that happens. However, our guy doesn't feel right to eat the corrupted Ent seed and asks Grandpa if he can eat it after cooking. Listening to this, Kaiser seems surprised and asks if he can cook. Telling him that he can cook? Curious about the cooking stuff, Seijun offers some of the cherry tomatoes he had earlier. Wondering how the statue would eat the tomatoes, Kaiser Gramps states that the statue's mouth contains a device that can easily transport items. If the stone statue swallows it, it will be transported to where he is. It turns out that the cherry tomatoes have been transported to the administrator's space in Kaiser's hands. Seated in his chair as he controls the dragon statue, Kaiser looks at the cherry tomatoes and inspects that this made Aileen's Dragonheart race. On the other hand, we see Anton looking at the data collected on the 99th floor over time. He looks at the picture of Quang eating the red locusts and ponders when the red locusts infiltrate the tower, assuming that it must have been a recent attack. He concludes that if their corpses can be transported up to the 99th floor like that, a lot of time must have passed. He's surprised that our boy is cooking and eating these troublesome creatures that feed on corpses and multiply. Anton further speculates that with this method, the monsters living in the tower will have less to worry about famine. As he peeks at the picture of the various edible crop items with different effects, he lets out that it is all thanks to these crops that Aileen's Dragonheart got much better. Aileen's father is utterly shocked to see a tower farmer in the dungeon, a job that even he, who has been managing the tower for a long time, doesn't know about it in detail. In addition, the farmer also becomes a hope that could help Aileen, adding that he will look into this further. But Anton's moment of contemplation gets interrupted by Kaiser, who runs towards him, telling his father to maintain the dignity of the head of the family because he feels embarrassed for his father running like that. Kaiser ignores his son's remark and tells him to pay attention to the cherry tomatoes. Anton looks at the tomatoes and questions if it is the item known as crops that the tower farmer offered Aileen. Asking his father if he got them transported through the golem, Anton assumes there's a problem with these cherry tomatoes, but is shocked when his father lets out that they're delicious. Later, Seijun waits for the Black Dragon's response at the field after getting the cherry tomatoes and decides to return for now. As he calls out everyone, the Black Warrior Bunny tells Seijun that Quang is a stubborn brat. Kyung turns around and asks his dad if he could take a corrupted Ents branch with him. The baby bear insists on taking the huge corrupted Ent branch that nearly touches the sky, saying that he wants to have a weapon just like a black rabbit, bro. Seijun looks at the wooden branch and finds it too sturdy to move. He makes Quang clear they can't take this home since it's too big. Sadly, Quang keeps insisting on taking the branch since it even has a name for it, and that's when an idea comes to his mind. As our guy asks him to go home so they can find him an excellent weapon, he is left bewildered when he witnesses the baby bear holding the colossal corrupted Ents branch. While Quang holds onto the branch, Seijun and the Black Warrior Bunny are too stunned to speak. Asserting that they cannot take this big branch, in a flash, the corrupted Ents branch shrinks to a tiny size as if it is made for the baby bear. Quang informs his dad that this branch is an item as the status window appears, stating that it has been strengthened by the energy of the blue moon, and by infusing it with mana, its size can be adjusted as well. Making their jaws drop, it appears that Quang has a new friend, who is the weapon, and our guy adds this moment to his survival diary. Quang, who seems happy after getting his new weapon, challenges the Black Rabbit Bunny holding his hammer. As they fight, Seijun, along with the white farmer bunnies, watches them as they enjoy their fight. While they are sitting, the silver wolves call out to Seijun and inform him that they've bought red locusts. Our boy is amazed to see the carts full of red locusts and appreciates them for their work. Asking why Elka did not come with them, one of the silver wolves reveals that he rushed to the magic tower to visit Iona as she had been absent from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Seijun speculates if there's a problem on the 67th floor, and that's when the wolf lets out that while they were collecting red locusts on the 67th floor, their pattern changed, and they were struck by the sudden strong attack. Worried, our boy assures us everyone is okay, and the wolf ensures him that the lizardmen and the mercenaries were there to help them. While our guy holds the wolf's face to see if he's okay, the wolf mumbles that the red locusts are launching such heavy attacks that the tough blade green onions are barely visible. The silver wolf adds that red locusts are piling bodies like a mountain, but due to the vast number of the red locusts dying to try to cover up the tough blade green onions, there's a high chance that the monsters cannot invade through the waypoint yet. The silver wolf further assures Seijun that there's no major issue as of now, and they have informed the magic tower about the whole situation and requested their support to prepare beforehand. Upon hearing this, our boy feels relieved, however he gets worried and wonders if everyone is doing okay. The next scene switches to the Passage Village where Elka the Silver Wolf arrives at the Magic Tower of Gravity and gets informed that Wizard Iona is out of the office. He asks another wizard about when she will return, but the wizard seems to have no idea about it and tells him that Iona is very busy. Elka further asks the wizard if Iona informed her where she going, on which the wizard recalls and responds that she was headed to the Granier village. As soon as they hear this, the wolves get surprised and Chief Elka recognizes that Granier village is Boss Theo's hometown. The scene then flips to Theo, who seems to be walking joyfully and calls upon his interns, ordering them to follow him, while Oren, who seems to be left behind, stomps quickly and asks Theo to wait for him. As Oren rapidly moves along his way, he bumps into a little hamster and trips to the ground. Annoyed, the black cat lashes out at the little hamster, who appears to be Iona, shouting, "Why is she lingering in front of someone else?" making them fall. Iona clarifies that Oren tripped over her while he was running himself, so he should not be getting angry at her. Listening to this, the black cat gets even more furious and asks the hamster if she has a death wish, calling her a little rat. Meanwhile, Iona, the Wizard of Destruction, loses her nerves as she gets called a little rat. Theo appears from behind to find his intern and spots the hamster. It seems like Oren was lucky enough to be saved by the peddler cat. After Iona encounters the peddler cat, Oren asks his boss if he knows this hamster, and Theo addresses it as a special relationship. While Iona freaks out and warns Theo to stop saying such things as they will get misunderstood, the peddler cat asks her if something happened, and the hamster lets out that this black cat bumped into her. Suddenly, Oren kneels to the ground and apologizes to the Iona. He defends himself by saying that he didn't see ahead as he was in a rush, so he ended up acting rude to her and asks the hamster to forgive him, addressing her as Lord Magician. Seeing the black cat begging for forgiveness, the peddler cat requests Iona to let it slide this once, as his underling is a fool, and the hamster forgives him for Theo's sake. After that, Theo asks the wizard where is she headed to, which she responds that she's going to the Granier village to meet someone. Listening to this, the peddler cat lets out that this village is his hometown. Getting to know that Theo is from Granier village, Iona requests him to come with her if he's not busy, but the peddler cat refuses. At that moment, Oren desperately grabs his boss from behind and pleads with Theo to stop by the Granier village, as there's news that he urgently must tell his father. But Theo refuses, and makes it clear that they quickly need to go to the 38th floor and sell their items. The black cat earnestly begs the peddler cat to go to the village and offers him 1,000 dungeon coins, saying that he's well aware that his family is rich. Trying to persuade his boss, Oren gets him with his flattery as he says to Theo that they should go to their hometown and show everyone how successful he's become, adding that if prideful Meryl sees him right now, she will regret leaving Theo to the bone. It appears that the peddler cat is moved by Oren's words and finally agrees with him, informing Iona that he will accompany her. While the black cat gets happy about going back to the village, Iona asks the peddler cat about Meryl, and Theo assures her that she's no one, and she doesn't need to stress about it. But freaky Theo, who seems to be on cloud 9, gets cocky and thinks about flaunting his success to Meryl, making him feel good just by thinking about it. Oren, who traps his boss with his words, plans something against Theo as he contemplates his carefree attitude will end today, and once they get back to the Granier village, Theo will be crawling back under his feet again. While Oren plots this evil plan to destroy Theo's pride and lets out a sneaky grin, Iona seems to wonder about Meryl as the thought seems to bother her. As they make their way to the village, the peddler cat asks Iona if it's her first time visiting the village and tells her that Granier village is a beautiful and peaceful place, so she will like the place as well. Moments later, they arrive at the Granier village and witness a horrendous situation in their hometown. Everyone is taken aback as they see their village in crisis, and Theo lets out that everyone looks gaunt as if they're starving. Worried, the peddler cat turns to Jeff, who is one of his interns, and asks him what's wrong with the village. As Jeff tells him that the situation wasn't so bad when he left, somebody drops food bowls from behind. It turns out to be Jeff's mom, and he freaks out when he looks at his mother, who appears to be thin, and asks her about his other brothers. The mother holds Jeff and asks him where he has been, as they've been looking for him for so long. As they all appear to be in terrible condition, Jeff asks his mom about the situation, and that's when his mother reveals that monsters resembling frogs have appeared in Lake Zenka. As a consequence, it has disrupted the fishing and cut off the village's self-sufficient food supply. She further adds that the village youth gathered to hunt the monsters, but they barely returned with their lives, and the price of food from outside the village has skyrocketed, which makes it impossible for them to buy anything, and all the cats in the village are starving. Upon hearing this, Theo makes sure that she's talking about the frog monsters, because there are occasionally one or two of them around the lake, so they should be easy to deal with. But Jeff's mom lets out that there are thousands of frog monsters at the lake, and a few weeks ago people from the Mercenary Association came, but for some reason, their quantity has increased since then. While Iona asks her about the mercenaries, the mother tells her that they are at Israel, Oren's father's residence right now. At that moment, Theo tosses out hundreds of fish from his rucksack and all the starving cats leap toward the food. The peddler cat instructs his interns to distribute the fish evenly among the villagers and have them take care of their families. Theo assures them that they are intern benefits, but if they run away, their contract period will be extended. The interns thank their boss for his generosity, and the peddler cat calls out Oren to go to his house. But when he looks behind, the black cat seems to be gone already. While our poor Theo looks in utter confusion and mumbles that the bastard has run away, Iona tells him to take their time to go after Oren. After that, we see the black cat rushing back to his home as he finally emancipates from being Theo's underling. Suddenly, a silver wolf approaches him and stops his way, scaring the life out of Oren. The silver wolf turns out to be Elka, who gets furious at the black cat and interrogates him about the whereabouts of boss Theo and asks him if he ran away. Trembling with fear, Oren tries to explain himself and tells him that something came up at home. Upon hearing this, Elka angrily questions him about Theo and threatens him that he is going to bite him if he doesn't answer. At that moment, someone attacks the silver wolf and he crashes on the ground. It turns out to be a big black wolf who pulled a sneak attack on Elka. While Oren hides under that black wolf, Elko and Elki call out Chief Elka and inform him that they have found Wizard Iona. But the silver wolves are startled when they see the black wolf and question what he's doing here. Meanwhile, the black wolf asks them, what's the silver wolf tribe doing in the Granier village? Oren begs him to save him as the silver wolves are trying to kill him. The black wolf instructs Oren to leave as he has received a request to go out and meet him. The black cat then happily walks away, but Elka warns the black wolf to step aside as they have some unfinished business with Oren. However, the black wolf refuses and tells them that the black cat is the mansion owner's son, whom their boss owes a favor, and so they've been asked to pick him up. Furious, the chief of silver wolves warns him if he doesn't step aside they will attack him, and the black wolf confidently assures him to give it a try. He reminds Elka of the black wolves that have both strength and build, and introduces himself as Harp, the right-hand man of Mr. Hagel, the Black Wolf tribe's chief. While Harp threatens the silver wolves by saying that he can easily take them down, all of a sudden a blaze of fire strikes the black wolf and burns him to death. As the silver wolves watch in astonishment, it appears that Iona has attacked the black wolf with her wand because she sensed something suspicious. Theo, who seems to come along with the hamster, appreciates her as the three silver wolves almost got into big trouble. Meanwhile, the wolves are surprised to see the peddler cat and Iona. Theo asks the silver wolves what they are doing in the village and not headed to the 99th floor. Elka then confesses that he came to meet Iona because something happened on the 6th, 7th floor, and one of the wizards told them that the hamster came to the Granier village, but they had no idea that Iona and Theo were together. Alarmed, the peddler cat hysterically asks the wolf if something bad happened on the 67th floor. But Iona gets in the middle of the conversation and declares that there's something more important than that right now. The peddler cat then asks Chief Elka if he saw Oren on the way, and that's when the chief lets out that they saw the black cat running away and even tried to catch him, but the black wolf Harp got in their way. After that, Iona instructs them to follow along the path to the mansion of the Granier village. The next scene then takes us to Israel's mansion, where we see the black wolf chief free mercenary. Hagel seems to be waiting for Harp, the black wolf from earlier. While Israel utters that Harp is late, Hagel lets out that he asked the black wolf to pick Oren up after hearing he came to the village with suspicious guys, and asks Israel to wait a bit longer as Harp is his right hand so he's good at his job. At that moment, Oren barges into the room and calls out his father. Oren's father approaches him and asks him where he has been all this time. While Hagel asks him about Harp if he met him on the way here, Israel questions him about the food as Oren looks empty-handed, and concludes that he did not get any food. That's when Oren bursts into tears and reveals that he went to the merchant village where he was scammed by a goblin who had conspired with Theo, and he ended up losing all his money. Upon hearing this, the father asks him if he's talking about Theo, the naive yellow cat who was his childhood friend, and speculates why such a kind guy would scam him. Listening to this, Oren furiously mutters that Theo is a wicked guy, and goes on to lie to his father by saying that even though he explained that he needed to buy food for the villagers, Theo threatened him to sign a contract and made him work. He further reveals that someone was controlling the peddler cat and calls himself the Black Dragon despite lacking horns or wings, adding that the so-called Black Dragon even managed to deceive the rabbit tribe into working under him with his threats and lies. Abruptly, the chief of a black wolf, Hegel, rages with anger and breaks the table, asking Oren if he's lying because impersonating the Great Black Dragon is a big crime that deserves more than just death. While Oren assures him that the guy called himself the Great Black Dragon, the Black Cat contemplates Hegel, the Black Wolf Chief, who is also well known as a part of a race that holds the Great Black Dragon in high regard. Having no idea what he's doing at his house, Oren further ruminates that this is the perfect chance to make use of him if he exploits this part of him. The dramatic Black Cat then begs in front of Hegel and asks him to defeat vile Theo and the mastermind who impersonates the Great Black Dragon and is engaging in these contemptible acts as they deserve to be punished. It seems like Hegel has been convinced by the mastermind Oren's words as the Black Wolf asks him to lead the way, uttering that he will see them himself and make the judgment. After a while, one of the servants informs them about some guests outside, and the Black Cat assumes that Theo and the others have arrived just in time, and he will face them first. He asks his father about the thing in the warehouse and makes an evil grin, uttering that it's the thing he needs the most right now. Outside the mansion, Theo, along with the Silver Wolves and Iona, calls out Oren. As Elka lets out that there's no answer, and not even a single cat has come out to greet them, he plans on forcing their way in, but gets stopped by Theo, who tells him that they can't do that because it's rude. While the Silver Wolf thinks that it's a bit weird to talk about manners to a bastard who ran away, Oren emerges out of the gate and mumbles that he compliments them for following him all the way here, addressing them as lowly bastards. He welcomes them to his mansion, and Theo immediately corrects him that it's his father's mansion to be exact. The Black Cat lashes out and reminds the peddler cat how he treated him horribly like a slave, and he won't be able to do it here anymore. But Theo reminds him that he's still an intern because of the contract, and Iona affirms that contracts made in the tower are absolute, so if he doesn't fulfill it, he will be punished severely. The peddler cat then threatens the Black Cat to extend his contract by 30 days if he doesn't come immediately as the status window pops up. Oren then comes down the stairs and asks the peddler cat if he can take a look at the contract again. But Theo refuses and tells him to call for the status window and see it himself. But the clever Black Cat forces him to see his status window, making excuses to compare the contract to see if there's a mistake. Oren assures him that it will be just for a brief moment and approaches Theo to see the contract. That's when the Black Cat pulls something out from his back, which seems like a potion. While Elka shouts to alert the peddler cat, Oren splashes a green liquid toward him, but fortunately, Theo gets saved by a protection spell. Theo inside the shield shouts at Oren about what he was trying to pour on him, while Elka leaps forward and strikes the Black Cat, smashing him on the ground. As the Black Cat cries at his failure, Iona carries the bottle towards him and reveals that it's a contract nullification potion. She explains that when it is sprayed on the opponent's status window, the contract materializes itself immediately, and the agreement can be revoked. The hamster lets out that the Black Cat had such a precious item with him, which is such a waste, and Elka bursts into fury, muttering that he will give him a good scolding. Meanwhile, Theo loses his cool and scolds Oren for being such a jerk. He clarifies that it won't end with a 30-day extension. At that moment, the Black Cat grabs Iona and threatens Theo that if he doesn't cancel the contract right now, he will kill the little magician rat. The peddler cat, who struggles to come out of his protection shield, warns Oren to release Iona, and Elka utters he thought Oren knew well that he would immediately die in their hands if he harmed Iona. But Oren doesn't release the hamster, and declares that there's no way he would have done this without some backup. He calls upon Hegel and asks him to beat these bastards. While the Silver Wolves stand guard waiting for the attack, Oren is left confused as the Black Wolf doesn't come out of the mansion. At that moment, Iona speaks up and asks the Black Cat if he wants Hegel to beat them up. Oren tells her to shut up, but suddenly, the Black Cat is unable to move his body. It turns out that Iona has cast a paralyzing spell on him, and tells him that he won't be able to move for the time being. Iona grabs her magic stick and asks the Black Cat if he thinks that she is weak. She makes it clear to the Black Cat that he is gravely mistaken because she is Archmage Iona, the leader of the Magician Association. She strikes her wand on Oren's shoulder and lets out that he has to pay the price for threatening her and betraying Theo. Upon hearing that Iona is an Archmage, Oren is left baffled and wonders what kind of connections has Theo made, calling him a bastard. On the other hand, Theo trapped inside the protection shield feels cozier than he thought. The Black Cat keeps calling out for Hegel, but the Black Wolf doesn't come out of the mansion. It is revealed that Hegel is watching Oren from the window and calls him a bastard. The Black Wolf reckons that Oren only asked him to give a good scolding to the bastard impersonating the Black Dragon, and gets shocked after seeing Iona, the leader of the Magician Association. Meanwhile, Israel is standing beside Hegel and asks him if he is not going outside as his son is calling him out. The Black Wolf grasps the situation as he is fooled by Oren. Iona gets furious and orders Hegel to come out since she can sense him, and as soon as he comes out, Elka is surprised to see the chief of the Black Wolves while Theo questions him if they know each other. The Silver Wolf then explains that Hegel is a high-ranking free mercenary, so he's famous in their world, and wonders what he's doing here, pondering his relationship with Lord Iona. The Great Black Wolf greets Iona, and she immediately demands an explanation of the situation. She questions him if he's trying to kill her, but Hegel immediately denies and lets out that he was unaware that she would be here, and he was deceived by Oren's words. Upon hearing the conversation, Theo is surprised by the fact that Lord Iona is the employer of the Black Wolf and wonders if he was the one she wanted to meet in the Granier village. The conversation is interrupted by Israel, who expresses his shock by praising the hamster, addressing her as the Great Archmage, while she asks him about who he is. The Black Cat introduces himself as Oren's father and starts scolding his son about causing trouble everywhere, but is cut off when the furious hamster uses her magic powers to shut him up while she finishes her business here. Iona then turns towards Hegel and lets him know that she's aware of the fact that he has failed his commission, while the Black Wolf shamefully lowers his head and accepts his defeat in subduing the frogs. The Peddler Cat yet once again ponders if they're referring to the frogs spreading across Lake Zenka. The conversation continues as the angry hamster informs about an anomaly that was detected in the tower a while ago. It is revealed to us that they discovered that an otherworldly force was leaking in from somewhere and gathering at the center of Lake Zenka, and the cause was abnormal spawning of frog queen eggs. Iona adds that if this situation was left unchecked, it could lead to the extinction of all aquatic life on the 55th floor. So they needed to take action since the magic tower is busy dealing with the 67th floor's problem right now. That's why this case was left for Hegel to take care of. But the result didn't come out good, and the Chief Wolf admits that he has no excuses. But when they arrived there, several thousands of frogs had already hatched. They tried to take care of it the best they could, but there were too many of them, and there was a limit to their ability to fight in water. This just makes the hamster more furious as she lashes out at his employee and thinks that this task was supposed to be relatively simple from the beginning. They just had to go to the underwater cave early and deal with the eggs. However, they couldn't even manage to do that, and now the whole village is affected because of it right now. Upon some more scolding and excuses, Iona rises into the air and is ready to punish Hegel along with those ungrateful black cats, as she believes that excuses are crimes. Elka senses such enormous energy even though they wouldn't be able to leave this place unscathed. Meanwhile, Theo tries to stop Iona as he calls out her name, but she doesn't listen. He is finally released from his protective shield, and with the support of Elka's head, he jumps towards Iona. She immediately recognizes him as he holds her magic stick so that he won't fall. He freaks out, but is reminded by Iona that he's a cat, so he should be fine if he falls from this height. Theo makes her realize that it's not safe, and everyone will be swept up in her attack and fall into danger, asking if she's going to leave him in danger too. The head of the Magic Association calms down as she realizes, and all the energy that was released into the air vanishes. Hegel, whose life just flashed before his eyes, wonders how the peddler cat managed to stop furious Iona, because no one even dares to do that and make her halt her attack. This makes him ponder if Theo is really the Great Black Dragon's subordinate. The Silver Wolf expresses his shock as the peddler cat steps and jumps from his head, and Theo thanks the wolf. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to reach Iona. After stopping the furious Iona, the peddler cat feels happy to get his 1,000 tower coins back from Oren, which makes Iona wonder if this is the reason he stopped her. But he reassures her by letting her know that he must get more money from Oren as he committed insubordination and violated the contract. He speculates, since that bastard is rich, he'll likely be carrying plenty of valuable treasures, like that potion from before that can nullify contracts. With that, Theo decides to rob away those bastards' treasury, since it is the perfect prize for their crimes, while the hamster agrees with him. They all go to the place where all the treasury is, and everyone is left stunned at the collection of Israel's treasure. Theo starts to collect the gold and asks Elka to sell them at the merchant village. Meanwhile, Iona's eyes are stuck on the collection of rare magic books as she wonders how they are here. Israel lets out that he has a hobby of collecting ancient books, and she may take all she wants. After that, Iona starts looking at the collection and is stunned by the amazing books. On the other hand, the peddler cat gets his hands on a pendant that looks expensive to him. As he is busy admiring the pendant, he is interrupted by Hegel, who asks him if he has a moment and requests Theo to take the Black Wolf tribe under him. Upon hearing this, the peddler cat gets startled by this sudden request. On the 99th floor of the dungeon in the manager's space, we see Aileen, who has just woken up and feels refreshed as she had a good sleep. She wonders what Seijin must be doing right now, and as soon as she activates her magic crystal ball, a bunch of notifications appear. Looking at her status window, she ponders that the situation has gotten that bad just because she hasn't checked them for a day, as there are so many red alerts. But she doesn't let herself be bothered by the notifications and deletes them, opening the vision of the farm. It is revealed to us that ever since Aileen's dragon heart recovered, the crystal ball screen has become much wider, but the farm is so vast that she can't tell where Seijun is. Just then, she sees Quang flailing a tree branch and finds it cute, but notices something strange about that branch. A screen appears in front of the baby bear, and the tower manager interrogates Quang about this suspicious-looking tree branch that he's holding. That's when the baby bear informs her that it's a tree branch from a corrupted ent that absorbs the energy of a blue moon. Upon hearing this, the black dragon freaks out and ponders if something like that appears, thinking that it must have been hard for them. The baby bear further reveals that her grandfather and father helped them fight the corrupted ents through the stone statue she gifted Seijun. He tells her how they shot out a very cool beam of light and got rid of the ents. Aileen gets baffled, but after grasping the situation, she feels happy about it. Later at the mansion, Hegel kneels to the ground and pleads with Theo to take the Black Wolf tribe under him. The wolf insists with the peddler cat, and lets out that their people have been a race that thinks highly of the great black dragon, so working under Theo would take them a bit closer to the black dragon, adding that there will be no greater honor for them than that. But over the top, Theo crosses his arms and refuses the Black Wolf's request. He reminds Hegel that he failed his mission and even made Iona angry. Meanwhile, the peddler cat makes it clear that he doesn't need an underling who can't do his job properly. Hegel defends himself and lets out that he has no excuses for that, uttering that he also took Oren as his underling. As boss, Theo clarifies that he only took Oren as an underling because he was rich, so he was of help. He asks Elka if he took everything and instructs him to share everything in the village with the cats. While Hegel calls him out, Theo informs the Black Wolf that he will stay in this place for a few more days, so he assigns him to find something he likes, and if he likes it, he will take Hegel and his tribe under him. Listening to this, Hegel becomes more than happy and assures Theo that he will not disappoint him. The next scene takes us to the cave where we see Seijun holding a corrupted ent seed and assuming that he will get an upset stomach if he eats something like this. After that, our boy asks Flame about the seed and she analyzes the corrupted ent seed, asserting that she can feel a dark energy. That's when Seijun gives her an idea to purify the seed with the flame of purification, and then they can sow it. Flame loves the idea and presumes that an uncorrupted ent will be born, so she can give it a try. Our guy then places the seed on the basket, and Flame uses her power to purify the corrupted ent-enhanced seed. While Seijun witnesses that the magic seems to be working, and if they keep working like this, there's a possibility that they can purify the seed, Flame feels proud as her power is of help. Our guy then asks Flame if she can use her flame of purification for longer, to which she explains that her power will be recharged in a few days. She will then infuse her power again. As Seijun pats the apple tree for her how dependable she is, the seed store opens. Our boy is shown 4 different types of seed and notices that the prices have increased compared to the previous seed store visit. Our guy is left shocked after seeing that the 100 radish seeds price has increased 10 times from before. That's when the Grey Bunny anticipates that it might be because of the situation on the 67th floor, while Seijun confirms that the 67th floor is the one fighting red locusts. The Grey Bunny narrates that when their Red Ribbon Kingdom fell in the past, due to red locusts, the entire tower went through a massive food supply issue, and since their floor was the largest food depot, this led to a devastating famine. The bunny further reveals that when others hear about the situation of the war on the 67th floor, the residents of various floors who experienced the famine are now collecting food in large quantities. In addition, Greed, the great landlord of the 55th floor, benefited from the previous famine, so he surely won't have this opportunity, and he's likely plotting a scheme to stimulate the skyrocketing food prices further. Meanwhile, the Grey Bunny concludes that the 99th floor is also being affected by this. Seijun agrees with the bunnies and recalls that the wolves also mentioned that this war won't end this easily. Worried about the situation, our boy thinks to come up with a better way to solve this situation, because the tough blade green onions won't solve it alone. After that, he turns back to the seed store and decides to buy one type of seed. Our boy finally chooses 500 onion seeds for 5 dungeon coins, and a red pouch appears in his hands. He selects the onion seeds as it removes fishy odor and adds sweetness so they will go well with most of the dishes. In the meantime, Aileen appears on the status window and immediately tells Seijun that she roughly heard the story about corrupted ents from Quang, asking him if he really met her father and grandfather. While our boy informs Aileen that he met Anton and Kaiser through the stone statue, the tower manager asks about the whereabouts of the statue. As soon as Seijun tells her that the statue is outside, someone calls out his name. It turns out to be the stone statue standing above the cave and calls for Seijun. Hearing her grandfather's voice, Aileen gets frantic and instructs our boy to head up. She rushes him through the status window while Seijun annoyingly assures her that he's climbing up. Reaching above, Seyun greets Kaiser but gets interrupted when Aileen pops in the middle and tells her grandfather how she missed him all this time. As Aileen gets overexcited to meet her grandfather, she makes our boy fall back into the cave, but luckily he's saved by the statue who grabs him by the leg, holding him upside down. While the tower manager asks Sejun if he's okay, Kaiser questions him if the status window is Aileen. Agreeing that it's his granddaughter, our boy, who is held upside down like a ketchup bottle, spots too many messages at once and asks Aileen why she is sending messages to him, telling her to send the messages directly to Kaiser. Confirming that it's Aileen, the grandfather gets overjoyed and asks her if she is sick anywhere, mumbling that it's been a long time since they met, so it's a relief to hear about her this way at least. While Grandpa can't control himself after seeing Aileen, he grasps Sejun tightly against the statue's cheek, and our poor boy, who appears to be in pain, reminds Kaiser that he's a stone, so it hurts a lot. The white farmer bunnies inside the cave wonder where Sejun went as his straw hat lies on the ground. Outside the cave, Anton takes over the statue and elucidates that since their physical bodies are not in this place, Aileen cannot send them direct messages using the status window. For that reason, Sejun or the other monsters have to relay their messages indirectly to Aileen because she can see them or hear them, but she can't directly communicate with them. Upon hearing this, our boy thinks that it's too complicated, while Aileen, who watches the statue from her status window, comes to realize that the tower's gate isn't opening because there's a problem with the tower's internal system, as she thought that it was because she was powerless. At that moment, Anton asserts that if she has strong magical power, there might be something she can unlock with her administrator privileges, but it would be arduous with her current strength. While all of them think of another way to deal with it, Anton lets out that they have to check the tower's condition, as they have no choice but to find and fix the tower's problem one by one. Mentioning the tower problems, Aileen's father calls her out and asks her if she saw something unusual happening in the tower. But the tower manager seems to have no idea about that and responds, how is she supposed to know all this stuff? That's when her father reminds her that she should be able to see it through her magic crystal ball and asks her if she saw any alarms or notifications with different colors. At that moment, Aileen proudly informs her father that she moved all those alarm notifications to the trash. As soon as they hear, Anton and Sejun are left speechless, and it seems like they have given up on her already after knowing what she has done. After that, Anton explains to the tower manager about going into administrator mode and informs her to address the green alerts as they are really important. While the daddy rabbit offers tomato juice to Sejun, Anton clarifies that there are a lot of things to keep in mind. Gulping the juice, our guy asks Anton about the green alert, and he elucidates that green alerts appear when a critically endangered monster enters the tower. Anton affirms that the tower's balance is more important than anything else, and it's the administrator's job to ensure that numerous monsters live harmoniously within the tower. Sejun then questions about the outsiders like him inside the tower, as he has heard that red locusts also came from outside the tower, so maybe it makes them the subject to be managed. But Anton assures him that it's different, because red locusts intruded inside the tower not following the proper procedures, and they're viruses, but humans receive permission to enter the tower. He adds that fighting the dungeon monsters and taking treasures out of the tower are actions authorized by the tower itself, but if anyone disrupts the tower order, that's a different matter, and so far human power is too weak to truly affect the tower. While our boy agrees about the human power being weak, Aileen notifies him about a big problem. She informs him that the green alert has appeared, and it says that the blue carps in Lake Zenka are critically endangered. Anton alerts Aileen and tells her to remember everything he has told her. Meanwhile, Aileen enthusiastically activates the administrator's mode and appoints Farmer Sejun Park as the middle manager. Our boy receives the notification as he gets appointed a middle manager, and a black dragon mark appears on his hand. Watching the mark on his hand, Anton assures him that the mark indicates his position as the tower's middle manager, and he won't get into trouble as long as he shows that mark anywhere in the tower. Soon after that, Sejun gets to know that he will teleport to Lake Zenka on the 75th floor in 1 minute. Realizing that he is going immediately, and with no time to process the situation, our boy freaks out and thinks of the worst scenarios as he has never left the 99th floor before. Watching him panic, Anton informs him that he can bring his underlings, and Aileen quickly searches for subordinates in her administrator's mode. She quickly finds the option to appoint the subordinates and appoint minotaurs, bears, and rabbits. However, a strike of terror runs through the admin when she realizes that she cannot appoint subordinates as her mana is lacking. While our boy freaks out and thinks that he has to go alone, Aileen appoints the Mama Bear and the Minotaur King as the subordinates. However, she fails to do so due to lack of energy. Panicking, Sejun grabs his hair in frustration and calls out Aileen as he witnesses that there are 3 seconds left in teleportation. Eventually, the tower manager manages to appoint the Black Warrior Rabbit and Queng as his subordinates, making the three of them teleport to the 75th floor. Moments later, they arrive at Lake Zenka on the 75th floor. Quang and the Black Rabbit grab onto the green onions, and our boy comes crashing on the ground. Asking if he's okay, the Black Warrior Rabbit questions the uncle about their whereabouts, and that's when Sejun informs them that they are on the 75th floor. He further adds that Aileen made him the middle manager, and they teleported here to save the blue carp from going extinct. Meanwhile, the Black Rabbit freaks out after knowing that his uncle has left the 99th floor, and Quang wonders about the drawing on his hand. Aileen notifies them to investigate the cause that is threatening the extinction of the blue carp. After that, Sejun instructs his subordinates to look around the area, and warns them to follow right behind him as they don't know what kind of monsters they might encounter. As they make their way, our boy witnesses a beautiful lake, and the Black Warrior Bunny and Quang are left in awe as they watch this pretty lake for the first time. Our boy concludes that they both were born on the 99th floor, so it was the first time that Quang and the bunny left that floor. Watching the pretty lake, our boy thinks of having a bit of fun and jumps into the water along with Quang and the warrior bunny. After relaxing on Quang, Sejun dries his clothes and they all start to feel hungry. They decide to look around for food, and if they find a village, they will ask for help. As they proceed to walk inside the forest, our guy thinks of registering the 75th floor waypoint, but suddenly he bumps into the wall-like barrier and smashes his face right onto the wall. Our poor boy holds his face out of pain and informs Quang and the Black Rabbit about the wall. That's when a notification comes up and Sejun gets to know that their range of activity cannot exceed Lake Zenka. Knowing this, our guy begins to panic and taps the barrier, thinking that he just came out of the 99th floor for the first time and now he's being locked up again. While Quang and Sejun hit the wall so that they can somehow pass through it, the Black Warrior Bunny suggests they to try catch some fish in the lake. But Sejun, who seems to be hopping mad, kicks the barrier with all strength, but the poor boy ends up hurting his foot. As Quang prepares himself to give a good scolding for hurting his dad, our boy stops him as he spots something. He witnesses a pineapple in Quang's hand, and it seems like they have found themselves something to eat. Sejun then slices the pineapple, and they all enjoy the delicious food. After that, he anticipates that there should be more pineapples nearby, so they should get some more later, and decides to bring the stalk end of the pineapple to the 99th floor. Upon hearing this, the Black Warrior Bunny looks at him with confusion, and Sejun explains to him that first, they have to remove the flesh portion, as it may spoil, and pick off the lower leaves to trim them. After getting the stalk, if they plant it in this state, the roots will grow, and they can grow it into a pineapple again. Meanwhile, the Warrior Bunny seems proud of the farmer Sejun. Quang asks for more pineapple, and they all dig in for the second round. At that moment, something comes out of the lake and it appears to be a giant frog. While they all stare at the frog with bafflement, the notification pops up and reveals that these frogs are the cause of the blue carp extinction in Lake Zenka. That's when the quest appears and instructs the middle manager Sejun to exterminate all the 2,291 frogs in Lake Zenka. Witnessing the large amount of frogs, our guy freaks out when he realizes that there are more 1,000 frogs, and in the meantime, the frog monsters start to emerge out of the lake. Right at that moment, several frogs materialized from Lake Zenka. While they may look harmless, those frogs appear deadly with sharp fangs as they leap out of the water to attack Sejun. Our guy witnesses the very cause for carp extinction, the frantic frogs, while Quang thrashes a tree branch to stop them. Black Bunny, Quang, and Sejun get into fighting mode. Our guy incredibly slashes the frogs with his daggers and takes pride in coming from the 99th floor. While the frogs keep emerging tenfold, the three of them leap towards the monster to deal with them. The scene then switches to Theo, who's dozing on the comfy bed and, after waking up, comes to realize that Sejun's lap is still better. In the meantime, Oren, the black cat, knocks on the door and informs boss Theo that he's brought him breakfast. Theo compliments Oren for his soft bed, and Oren presents a scrumptiously cooked fish to his boss. Theo is left in awe after seeing a high-quality grilled salmon. This shift in Oren's behavior makes Theo suppose that he might have become too shocked about what happened with Iona, not to mention he became very obedient. After Theo finishes the salmon, he thinks about how long it has been since he's eaten this much. Just then, he's interrupted by Iona, the hamster's voice, who's scolding Hegel, the wolf, for not confirming the number of frogs on the 75th floor. The Black Wolf responds that they have yet to confirm which underwater cave the Frog Queen is in. Iona gets furious since they're doing nothing at all when shortly Theo barges in and tells her not to get angry since trusting talentless underlings is useless anyway. He asks Iona if she's gotten some sleep as she looks exhausted. But the hamster lets out that there's no time to sleep, and suddenly the ginger cat grabs Iona, forcibly shoving her in his hoodie. Theo forces her to get some sleep while tiny Iona fights back and says that she has insomnia. But when she touches Theo's soft fur, she feels laid back and sleepy. As Hegel insists that he'll put Iona to bed, Theo tells him to do his job, and in a suspicious way, he warns the wolf that he's watching him. Hegel then runs off to Lake Zenka right away. On the way, the boss cat encounters Elka, the silver wolf, and asks him how it went in the village. The chief wolf states that they distributed some food and essentials in the village, but the people there wish to meet Theo. Outside Oren's mansion, there's a huge crowd of cats, and with such desperate eyes, they beg Theo to take them under him and teach them how to be wandering merchants. But Theo lashes out and bluntly refuses. Angry Theo doesn't understand why everyone wants to work under him, and it's too troublesome since there are a lot of them working for him anyway. Elka stops the merchant cat and tries to make him understand that these cats see Theo as their hero. The wolf opens up to Theo that the rumor has spread that with just one tower coin, the rising yellow star of the wandering merchant world climbed to the 99th floor and earned the trust of the Black Dragon. He's now known as the Golden Cat. Elka accentuates that currently, with frogs ruining the scene. Theo saved the village from famine, and also quelled Lord Iona's wrath, and to them, that's an incredible feat. Elka advises the merchant cat that expanding the business will require a lot of manpower, so he must lead everyone outside the 99th floor. The wolf requests the cat to take these cats in for the sake of Seijun, the great black dragon. Theo thanks Elka for making him realize and praises him for being a loyal subordinate. Suddenly, they're interrupted by a ruckus at a distance where a cat tries to barge into the mansion, but the guards stop her. Theo recognizes that cat to be Meryl, who rejected him. Meryl, being a gold digger, hugs Theo and states how much she missed him. The merchant cat intimidatingly tells her to go away while Meryl acts friendly and feels disappointed that Theo didn't inform her that he's in Grainar village. Meryl, an ex with no dignity, speaks absolute bullshit and assumes that Theo is here after achieving all this success just to impress her. She even agrees to accept Theo's feelings and tries her best to seduce him. But this romantic moment is interrupted by Iona, who was sleeping in Theo's hoodie and recognizes Meryl. Suddenly, Meryl freaks out after seeing the hamster and thrashes Iona away, thinking it's a rat. Lord Iona crashes to the ground and Theo rushes to save her. He picks up the hamster, who falls on her face and lashes out at Meryl for her reckless actions. Meryl is surprised that Theo is angry at her, asking if he's worried about that little rat. While Theo asks her to apologize to Iona, Meryl tells him to stop shouting at her. As the merchant cat lets out how Iona is more hurt, Meryl shows her true colors and expresses that she can't stand Theo's Grainar dialect. Being a narcissist bitch, Meryl is furious at the fact that Theo is coming at her, calling herself the beauty of the Grainar village. Meryl goes feral as she frantically leaps at Theo, calling him a stupid yellow cat, and that's when Iona comes forward with her magic and makes it clear to Meryl that she won't win Theo's favor like that. Plus, Iona reveals that she and Theo are already significant for each other. The hamster casts the magic and half of the mansion blows away along with Meryl. While everyone's jaw drops, Iona feels exhausted and bumps into Theo's soft fur, asking him to let her sleep a little longer. The merchant cat smiles warmly and lets the hamster sleep on him. The scene then flips to the 75th floor on the outskirts of the merchant district, where we see Skaram the goblin counting his coins. He blabs about the inspection bureau guys who have been so vigilant these days that it's making it difficult for him to snag. The goblin demands some decent items and goes around to find any big fish when suddenly he's startled by a sudden crashing sound. It turns out to be feral Meryl, who was tossed away by Iona. While Skaram is shocked, Meryl is simmering with anger as she curses Iona and Theo, calling them insolent bastards for harshly treating the beauty of Grainar village. As soon as that goblin hears Theo's name, Skaram asks the angry white cat to repeat whatever she said. Meanwhile, he states that he has an interesting plan, and Meryl asks him who he is. The scene then switches to Iona's servants, the Black Wolves, and Hegel asks them if they've confirmed the number of frogs. The wolves strangely report that the number of frogs has decreased significantly, and shortly, a wolf rushes to Chief Hegel in a frenzy and tells him to see something. It turns out to be countless dead bodies of frogs in Lake Zenka, leaving the wolves in utter bafflement. At that moment, they notice smoke erupting at a distance, and Hegel decides to check that place out. On the contrary, our boy, Black Bunny, and Kueng, after killing frogs at crazy speed, rest up a bit and enjoy the leftover pineapple. Seijun opens the status window and finds out that they've killed 1,000 out of 2,000 frogs already. It's only because they were relentlessly after the frogs without any rest and food. The three of them are drained, and while Kueng expresses that he can't do this anymore since he feels hungry, the black rabbit lets out that the frogs are running away to avoid them now, and it's difficult to chase after them now. Our guy asks Kueng if he'd like more pineapple, but the bear breaks into tears as he craves meat. Seijun consoles the bear and decides to catch some fish in the lake, but the administrator warns him that the blue carp will be in even more danger of extinction if he eats the fish in the lake. While Seijun asks the admin what the hell they're supposed to eat, Kueng seems to have an idea as he peeks at the dead frogs lying everywhere. Our guy finds Kueng a genius, and soon after, the magic begins. They light up the fire, Seijun intricately slices up the frogs, and grills them after wrapping them up in green onions. The meat gets ready and a new dish, frog and green onion roll, is added to the recipes. The detoxifying green onions nullify the poison present in the frogs, and this dish even has special effects like smooth movements in water. Sejun thinks this effect will help him swim faster and catch the frogs that run into the water. Kwang looks done and asks him to focus on the food. With that, they all dig into the delicious meal and are more than delighted after tasting it. Our guy can't get enough of how it's light and moist and soft to chew, which makes him feel overwhelmed. Now that they've tasted the meat, our farmer chef decides to get into the real feast while Kwang asks Daddy to grill more meat. Suddenly, Hegel and the other black wolves attack them inadvertently, but it turns out that Chief Hegel throws the frog meat, warning them that it has poison in it. Kwang gets furious as the wolves nearly hurt his dad and he furiously shoves Hegel away. Kwang gets hella mad and makes up his mind to beat the black wolf's ass for interrupting Sejun while eating. But our guy calms him down and clarifies to the bear that the black wolf isn't their enemy. In fact, the black wolf is worried that they might get poisoned by the frog meat. Shortly, Hegel's eyes land on Seyun's dragon tattoo on his hand. He immediately bows down, apologizing to our guy for failing to recognize someone as great as him and acting rashly. The Black Wolf captain greets the great black dragon, Sejun, or so he thinks. Surprisingly, the wolf even knows Park Sejun's name. The scene takes us to the mansion where Iona is resting on Theo when suddenly, the merchant cat hears something. The hamster wonders if he's interested in something, but Theo lets out that he can sense something far away. The tingling sensation is making him crave some jelly. But Lord Iona doesn't buy this, and so she decides to head up to the place Theo is drawn to. Later, near Lake Zenka, our farmer and Kwang are waiting for another frog hunt when shortly, the bubbles begin to surface. It turns out to be the black wolves who bring dead frogs out of the lake water. Our guy asks them how it feels to move inside the water. The black rabbit is amused about how he was able to swim inside the water and captured those frogs that were hiding between the rocks. But the rabbit informs Sejun that he couldn't see any more frogs inside the lake. Our farmer deduces that there are 500 frogs left, but they've looked around the lake too, but can't find any traces of the frogs. That's when Hegel reveals that the frogs might be hiding inside a cave under the lake, narrating that when they first came here to exterminate frogs, they tried to look for a cave that was predicted to be the Frog Queen's hiding place. But they failed since the cave was deep under the water, so they didn't have such strength to get closer. Our guy assumes that it won't work even with the frog and green onion roll, and Hegel nods because even if they do find the entrance of the cave, they're uncertain if there's enough oxygen inside the cave. Suddenly, someone emerges from the bushes and it appears to be Theo who's rushing to the lake as he's strongly allured to the place. Our guy is shocked to see Theo, while Theo jumps in his lap for a hug since he missed him. Theo comes along with Iona and Elka. Theo asks Park how he got here, but our guy answers that it's a long story. Meanwhile, Iona finally gets to know what Theo was drawn to, and she looks kinda done. Theo enjoys the reunion with Sejun and the others. Later, at the lake, Iona learns that after thorough research they found nothing in the water, and Sejun speculates that there's an underwater cave deep within the lake. But Lord Iona finds it impossible since a few hundred years ago, this area wasn't even a lake. Plus, the problem is that it's vast and deep, so there's a limit to what her search magic can do. The hamster exhilaratingly declares that they should increase the temperature and boil the whole lake. Our guy freaks out at such a malicious idea and tells Iona that the blue carps are also at risk. Also, every other aquatic creature will end up dead. Theo casually licks his treat and asks Iona if she's only specialized in destruction, and while they both bicker, our guy is notified by the admin that the numbers of frogs are increasing. Everybody freaks out after hearing this, and the black rabbit guesses that the eggs are continuing to hatch. Urgency presses upon our guy as he urges to find the lake while Theo remembers that he wanted to tell him something but didn't because he was too glad to see him. That's when the merchant cat discloses that he has felt a sense of attraction towards the lake. As Iona is shocked that the sense of attraction wasn't directed at Sejun, Theo lets out that he thought it was the case until he realized that it was from inside the lake. Very strong at that. Theo confidently confesses that he can find the location of the cave because he can feel it in his gut that it's real. After that, they all prepare to move inside the water, and Iona states that her shield can trap the surrounding oxygen inside it, so they can move underwater only for 15 minutes. Since they can't predict the size of the entrance, Lord Iona takes up the precautionary measures and limits the team to her, Sejun, and Theo as her guide, as well as Kwang, Elka, and Black Rabbit, only leaving the Black Wolves out. Chief Hegel asks Iona to take care and make sure to watch and surround the lake so that frogs can't get out just in case. The anxiety kicks in, and Theo asks Sejun if they're really going into the water. Our guy nods since the merchant cat needs to show them the way, but Theo gets a panic attack as he remembers that cats hate water, thinking it'll be the death of him. Poor Theo gets scared while Iona consoles him, and assures the merchant cat that she won't let the water touch even the tip of his finger. She tells Theo to be rest assured and be their guide. The merchant cat agrees to take the leap, and they all proceed to complete the quest. The hamster forms a holy veil with her stick that embraces everything and activates the shield magic. The shield enfolds them into a protective bubble, and they're all set to go inside the lake. But Theo begins sobbing as he clings onto Sejun out of fear. The cat makes a real fuss inside the shield, and shortly, they make a dive into the lake. Just as they dive into the water, they're mesmerized by the view inside and admit that the scenery in the tower is truly wonderful. Theo forgets being a scaredy cat as he's distracted by the fishes and drools over them. The hamster asks Sejun to guide the way, and he tells Theo to point to where he feels attracted. The merchant cat is pulled closer and reveals that he can feel it from ahead. Theo guides the way, and shortly, they witness an ancient underwater city inside the lake. Theo looks surprised since he lived here his whole life and had no idea about this. Abruptly, the black rabbit points at an entrance where a frog swims in there. They all follow the frog, and surprisingly, the way leads up to an entrance, and to their luck, there's air inside the cave. Meanwhile, Theo could sense an even stronger sense of attraction from the other side of the cave, and as they are walking, the sound of the frogs gets louder. It turns out to be a big frog queen, as expected, surrounded by countless frogs who had brought her fishes to eat. Our farmer is left shocked to see the frog queen since it's so much bigger than they thought. The frog queen grabs all the fishes and gulps them down. Lord Iona, on the other hand, notices that the frog queen had become trapped in this place due to her enlarged body and was being supplied food by her underlings. However, after Sejun's arrival, the amount of food brought by her underlings decreased, and she became very angry. Theo senses a very close attraction with the frog queen when suddenly his paw slips, and as he's about to fall in the pit full of frogs, our guy grabs him. However, as Sejun grabs Theo, he also trips, and just like that, Theo, Farmer Park, and Iona plummet inside the pit. Iona immediately casts her magic for a safe landing, and the three of them survive. While Iona gets relieved since they almost got in trouble, it occurs that they are encountered by even bigger trouble as they grasp the frog queen and her underlings' attention. They get caught, and suddenly, the frog queen along with her underlings frantically leaps towards them. Elka, Quang, and the black rabbit make a jump inside the pit since they've nothing to lose now. While they beat the frogs to death, Sejun gets a new quest that is to defeat the giant mutant frog queen who's the cause of blue carp annihilation. Our guy gets excited for the last part of the quest, and they all dash towards the frogs. As Iona shoves all the frogs away with her magic, Farmer Park excitedly goes for the frog queen. However, he throws a dagger at her, and it doesn't even scratch the queen, and this, in turn, makes the frog queen more furious as she beats Sejun's ass. The frog queen smashes Sejun with her giant claws, but Quang saves him and furiously makes it clear that anyone who dares mess with his dad has to pay the price. Quang forcefully strikes the frog queen who tumbles, and Sejun takes the chance. Theo warns Farmer Park not to get distracted as Iona enfolds his dagger with her magic. The merchant cat screams at Sejun to aim for the queen's stomach, and our guy swirls the dagger that's bursting with power. With that, our guy manages to pierce the dagger into the stomach, and momentarily, a blinding flash cascades that burns the frogs to death. Sejun and the others are protected by Iona's shield while all the frogs are wiped out completely. After this, Elka brings back Sejun's hat, and our guy is confused by the sudden occurrence. He notices that there's a stone where the frog queen was. Theo frantically points at the stone and claims this is what they've been drawing to. Our boy wonders if this stone is an item, but Iona warns them not to go any closer, as the stone is exuding a strong energy which is dangerous. Lord Iona uses her appraisal magic to find the truth of the identity of the stone. She activates Eyes of Truth and learns that it's a 9th fragment, but the name of the item is censored, and the hamster admits that it's her first time seeing an item flowing with divine power. It seems that the queen frog was eating this stone, which caused an abnormal mutation. Hence, when the queen's belly burst, the immense concentrated energy was released. Iona manifests that if the barrier had been slightly delayed, they would have been obliterated by the holy energy themselves. Shortly, our guy gets a notification about accomplishing the quest of defeating the queen frog, who was one of the causes of the extinction of the blue carps. His new quest appears, and it's to plant a new crop that has never been cultivated before until now. Our guy is more than happy as he levels up, but he finds it strange that the frog queen was just one of the causes of blue carp extinction, which means there are more causes. Sejun looks bummed out because he was hoping to go back to the 99th floor. Just then, a flashy energy at a distance grabs their attention, and Theo warns Farmer Park to stay behind since it might be dangerous. They all walk forth and witness one of the queen frog's eggs shining. That's when Iona opens up that once the queen frog dies, one of the frog eggs becomes the queen. Given the consequences, Elka states that they must get rid of the eggs immediately, and if the frogs were to be born, they'll multiply in the same way as now and overrun the lake. But Iona elucidates that the abnormal proliferation of the frogs is probably caused by that fragment emitting divine energy. Without the fragment, the frogs will return to their original population. Elka expresses that it's not just because of the fragment. Even with fewer numbers, they will still prey on the blue carps again. Seijin concludes that it will take time for the blue carp to breed again and grow their population. Our guy then asks Iona if the frogs are carnivorous, but the hamster isn't certain since the frogs only catch fish that are easy to get, and they also may consume aquatic plants or find food outside the water. If that's the case, our farmer decides to plant the pineapple crowns in the cave. He manifests that if these plants grow here, the frogs will naturally eat them, and if it suits their palate, they'll find pineapples even outside the water too. With that, our guy completes the quest to plant something unique, while Theo calls him a genius for killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other side, Iona places a temporary protective measure in place to stop the divine energy from leaking. Quang flaunts his strength as he lifts the stone and Seijin gets proud of him. After that, they all plan to find other causes of the blue carp extinction, and the moment they swim out of the water, they're surprised by numerous cats begging Theo to take them under him. While Seijin wonders what's happening, Theo annoyingly asks them if they followed him here. In the meantime, Hegel appears and reveals that these cats were being stubborn and even refused to move unless they met Theo. The cats plead to follow Theo until the end of the tower to receive his teachings. Our guy is surprised to see how famous the merchant cat is, while Theo looks done, as it's apparent these cats are going to follow him till the end. Surprisingly, they find another cause of blue carp extinction, and the middle manager Seijin gets another quest that is to stop the cats of Grenar village from hunting the blue carp for a year. Our guy learns that the other reason for the blue carp extinction was the cats. Theo steps up and speaks on behalf of the cats of his village. He reasons that these cats depend on fishing in the lake to make a living, so if they can't do that, they'll starve to death. Hence, the merchant cat plans to take all these cats under him, and if they all become wandering merchants, Seijin's quest will be completed as well. Theo gets determined to help them sell the crops. Seijin doesn't object. In fact, it's good for him that his bundle carrier is to expand. But he's not sure that Theo would be able to do it, given that he's becoming leader to 33 wandering cat merchants. But the leader merchant cat asks Seijun to believe in him, and promptly, our guy prepares the contracts for them. The cats sign the contracts while Theo goes up to Chief Hegel and thanks him for helping Park Seijun. Hegel thinks of it as his duty to serve the black dragon while the merchant cat tries to get at something. Theo lets out that they'll need some hands to bring the cats to the 99th floor and asks Hegel if he would like to come with them. Theo decides to take Hegel and all the Black Wolf tribe under him, which leaves the Black Wolf in awe. While Hegel couldn't be more grateful, Seijun proudly looks at the merchant cat, seeing how he's grown so much. And just like that, our guy completed his first middle manager quest. Seijun gets tower coins as a reward, and they are about to return to the 99th floor in 30 seconds. Finally, it's time that they go straight home just like how they came, and our guy asks Quang to bring the stone. Seijun tells Theo to register all the 30 wandering cat merchants to proceed to the 99th floor. Theo guides the cats to take everyone to sell stuff on the lower floors too, and they all are excited to work under him. Meanwhile, Elka informs them that he'll stop by the 67th floor with Iona to take the red locusts before they go up. As they are all leaving, Seijun calls out Black Rabbit, who's busy carrying a pineapple and wishes to bring more. Suddenly, a white rabbit pops out of the bushes and wishes to meet Iona. Black Rabbit is left in awe to see her, while Iona seems to know the white rabbit and calls her Pew Pew. The 30 seconds get completed, and Seijun and the crew return to the 99th floor. The white rabbit is shocked to see the teleportation magic, while Theo asks Iona about the rabbit. The hamster opens up that the white rabbit is her disciple and has some important things to discuss with her. She wanted to introduce her to Seijun and Black Rabbit, but the timing was off. The merchant cat learns about Iona's disciple, and the white rabbit introduces herself as Pew Pew, the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. On the contrary, they all arrive at the 99th floor that feels like home, and just as Farmer Park breathes in the air of returning home, he's kicked by the Black Rabbit, who's driven crazy after meeting Pew Pew back there. He frantically asks Seijun who that white rabbit was, and our guy himself met her the first time. As the pineapples spill everywhere, Farmer Park remembers that the rabbit knew Iona, so he tells the Black Rabbit to ask her when she comes to the 99th floor. As Black Rabbit vividly remembers her name, our guy blushes as he smells love in the air. In the meantime, Seijun is overwhelmed by the minotaurs, bees, and the grizzly bear, who welcomes him with a nice feast and expresses how much they missed him. Our guy wonders how they all knew he was coming back, and all the animals reveal that Aileen informed them. Aileen appears through the panel and justifies that she roughly guessed it by looking at the quest progress. She congratulates him for completing his first middle manager quest and notices that our guy looks a bit thinner, asking if the quest was this hard. Our farmer affirms that the quest wasn't hard, but 3 days were a longer time than he had thought. Plus, he had pineapples for food, so he thought he's gonna die. The tower manager wonders what a pineapple is and looks forward to it. Seijun explains what a pineapple is while the daddy rabbit keeps bringing in food, our guy expressing that he missed talking to Aileen like this. He felt so bored when he couldn't see her status window. Our guy makes Aileen flustered and even makes her blush when he questions if she didn't miss him, saying that he'd be disappointed if she didn't. Feeling shy, Aileen expresses that she missed him as well. Just as Aileen desperately tells him how insanely she missed him, the dragon statue emerges and checks if Seijun is back. The tower manager gets a bit too excited that she breaks the magic crystal while our guy is startled by the sudden appearance of Kaiser. Kaiser calls him an ungrateful brat who didn't even greet the adults as soon as he came back. Kaiser acts a bit too nice and asks him to raise a toast as he personally made some tomato juice for him. The disappointment is apparent when Seijun looks at the ugly tomato juice that's just raw flowers and tomatoes. Our guy asks the statue how much crops he stole while he was gone, and Kaiser lashes out at him for accusing the great black dragon. Our guy annoyingly tells him to wipe the tomato juice off his mouth, and Kaiser unapologetically admits that he ate a bit while helping the rabbits harvest the tomatoes. The rabbits, on the other hand, are hopping mad and reveal that Lord Kaiser tore up the entire field and uprooted the tomato plants completely. Kaiser freaks out and finally admits that he caused destruction on the field, but he boastfully expresses that it's not a problem for a great black dragon, Kaiser Furtani. He humbles Park Seijun and reminds him of his position as a mere farmer. That's when Aileen enters the chat and asks her grandfather if he stole and ate Seijun's crops. She asks Kaiser why the hell he's scolding Seijun, and the grandfather tries to justify that he only ate them. The tower manager scolds Kaiser and reasons that even she did not eat those precious crops as she pleased. She harshly tells her grandpa that she hates him and stops talking to him. Poor Kaiser is left heartbroken as his granddaughter won't talk to him and pleads with Seijun to say something. Our guy takes this opportunity and says that he'll try to persuade Aileen only if Grandpa Kaiser grants him a favor. Kaiser unwillingly agrees, and our guy takes him to eat the feast the crew has prepared. Seijun cuts up some pineapples and gives them to Kaiser while they all enjoy it as well. Our hero then narrates that during the 3 days when he was gone, the 99th floor changed a lot. The gray rabbits renovated the mountain that looked spectacular and dug up a waterway that runs across the field. The dry parts of the land seem to be gradually regaining their moisture. Kaiser was able to synchronize Aileen's crystal ball with the statue's frequency, allowing him to communicate with her directly through the status window. Aileen is not mad at her grandpa anymore and asks him to take Seijun's permission before eating the crops. Farmer Park comes to Kaiser and learns that he has reconciled with Aileen. Grandpa then asks Seijun what the favor is, and our guy requests him to appraise some items he discovered on the 75th floor. Seijun shows him the stone that he found inside the Frog Queen's belly at Lake Zenka on the 75th floor. Kaiser curiously asks who cast the shield on the stone, and our guy reveals that it was Magic Tower Master Iona. He further states that Iona said the stone's dangerous because divine power is flowing out of it. Kaiser is impressed to see the high-level magic that might be difficult for monsters of the tower to handle. He tells Seijun to stand back, and shortly, a blinding light bursts forth. The item is appraised, and it turns out to be the S-grade 9th fragment of the sacred monument. Divine power that benefits the environment flows out of it. Our guy is confused to see an S-grade that has no abilities while Kaiser warns the farmer not to compare this item found in the tower. After all, it's a sacred item. It occurs to be an artifact of the great creator god. Kaiser discerns that he's diligently been searching for traces of the creator god outside the dimension so far, but the answer was right under his nose all along. He never thought it was inside the tower all this time. Our guy gets befuddled and requests Kaiser to explain in a way he can understand. The grandpa gets reminded that beings like Seijun have shorter lifespans, so it'll be hard for him to understand. He also asks Aileen to listen carefully since it's important. Kaiser Furtani then narrates that in the beginning, dragons were beings born to serve the creator god. According to his will, the dragons maintained the peace of the world and the balance of the dimension, creating a perfect, orderly world filled with abundance and harmony. That was the era of the creator god. That's what the dragons called this period. One day, the creator god called upon the dragons and apprised them that if it disappeared, the dragons should use its powers to maintain the world. The dragons get concerned and ask the creator god if she's indulging in such unnecessary thoughts again. That's when the young black dragon Kaiser comes forward and can't manifest this possibility, stating that this world is entirely of the creator. He feels like just as an ownerless object cannot shine, a world without their god is something the dragons won't even dare to imagine. The god finds Kaiser rigid as ever and believes that the dragons will be able to handle things even without her. They thought the creator god was just joking with them. After all, he would occasionally create things with a playful nature too, like fairies. A compassionate yet strict and at times fickle being. But soon after, the truth came crashing on them when they realized the creator god didn't lie after all. The day the god disappeared, their land trembled and crumbled. They witnessed the god's monument, the stones, and encountered a dark energy that was making their dimension fall apart. The dragons are left to wonder if the god abandoned them and left, but Kaiser Furtani came forward as a ray of hope in the times of darkness. He reminds his fellow dragons that the creator god left those monuments for them to prepare for times like this, so they must secure them and recover the crumbling dimension. However, a devastating energy bursts forth, and their dimension falls to ruins. It turned out that the dragons failed to live up to the creator god's expectations. Hence, the beings of destruction broke the monuments into pieces, and they couldn't understand where they came from or what their purpose was. But those beings sought to destroy everything, and eventually, the dragons had no choice but to fight endlessly to protect what was once theirs. And as they say, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. The dragons, with the help of the power the god left them, discovered the tower and were able to send the lives of the dying worlds into the tower and save them, even if there were few of them. In the present scene, Kaiser feels overwhelmed after finding the scattered traces of the creator god, after 3,000 years of wandering through the dimension. But the heart-touching story is interrupted by our guy, who breaks the momentum of the story, and it's just something he's curious about. Seijin asks him to elaborate what he meant by sending the lives of the dying world into the tower, and Kaiser states that it's just as he said. The tower was designed to appear in a world destined for destruction, and further reveals that those beings of destruction will invade the whole dimension and bring calamity. Before that happens, the tower selects survivors and allows them to enter. Our guy panics and wonders what happens with those who can't get inside the tower. He worriedly lets out that he came from Earth where a tower appeared too. That's when the dragon reveals that if Seijin Park fails to overcome the trials of calamity, his world will be destroyed. This leaves our guy in absolute shambles. The scene then switches to the 75th floor, in the Wandering Merchant Village. All the cats are registered as wandering merchants. The work begins, and Theo orders Jeff, his underling, to lead the cats and go with Elke and Elka to collect the red locust's corpses. Jeff is flustered to hear this and wonders if he can do this. The leader comes forward and affirms Jeff that he believes in him. Theo reminds Jeff that he never ran away from the village and took care of the cats responsibly. Plus, these village cats were able to become merchants all thanks to Jeff. Jeff bursts with happiness at such kind words and promises Theo to serve him forever. With that, the merchant cats leave, and Theo asks Oren to carry his bundle. Meanwhile, Iona is quite impressed to see our merchant cat handling his subordinates so nicely. Theo gets cocky and says that he's awesome, to which the hamster responds that it would have been better if he hadn't said that. While they both bicker like a married couple, Pew Pew asks Oren what their relationship is, to which the black cat reveals that they have a significant relationship. Lord Iona planned to go to the 99th floor with Pew Pew or the 67th floor where the red locusts were acting strange. But Iona clarifies that there's good news as the red locusts are changing their pattern. Theo wonders why that is good news, and Iona reveals that the locusts evolve depending on their population size: yellow, green, blue, red, and purple. Therefore, when their numbers decrease, their color fades, and their size and strength shrink, leading to their degeneration. In short, the locust's trait is their definite gluttony. They can't stay in one place and must move constantly in search of food. It's incredibly scary, but that means the solution against them is just as clear. Without new food, the locusts cannot withstand hunger and will devour each other, ultimately leading to their extinction. Elka supposes that the locusts must be devouring each other since it's a sign of degeneration. At the 67th floor, the lizardmen are removing the green onion strands when the general furiously crushes the locust with its feet. The lizardman calls out General Tamuro and shows him the blue shade appearing on the locust's head. They assume that the locust's numbers have dropped to around 5 billion, as they turn green when their number reaches 3 billion. The lizardmen finally get relieved after months of struggle and believe that their goal is not far off. If they hold on a little longer, they'll certainly be able to reclaim this land. Their moment of happiness is disrupted by Tarek, who's the leader of the large wandering merchant troop under Greed's command. He arrives along with his wolves underling, already exuding malicious intent. General Tamaro greets Mr. Tarek and asks him what brings him here to such a dangerous place. Tarek mentions the sacrifice of the lizardmen for the sake of the tower and thought he should drop by to express his gratitude. Tarek tosses out a tower coin guarantee medal and gives it to the lizardmen as the token of appreciation from his lord, Master Greed. While the general is astonished to see something so valuable, Tarek tells him that if he goes to the Merchant Association's bank, he can exchange it for 10,000 tower coins at any time. Tumaro doesn't even dare to touch the precious item, but wicked Tarek flatters the lizardmen and says they're heroes who protect the tower from the red locusts, stating that Greed would like to actively support them as a sponsor. And once this is over, he'd also like to help with the reconstruction costs of the 67th floor generously. General Tamaro can't bring himself to believe that someone like Lord Greed is being so generous, and tells Tarek that he would like to return the favor somehow. Tarek lets out that Greed is a humble fella, and asks Tamaro to spare a moment for a cup of tea in the tent so they can talk. Greed's underling also calls the other lizardmen as they have prepared a lavish feast for them to enjoy. As soon as the lizardmen leave, the wolves pull a dirty move and swiftly begin to toss hundreds of food items into the pit to attract the red locusts. The scene then switches to the passageway village where the con artist Skaram is fooling the buyers into buying useless items. The item does not pique the buyer's interest. However, Meryl appears and forces them to buy, saying that Dad Skaram will hit her. The foxes are left shocked to know that the goblin is Meryl's father. While the cunning cat gains sympathy, the goblin freaks out and reasons that she's adopted, clarifying that he doesn't hit her. Meryl acts cute and forces the foxes to buy this item for her sake. Well, this trick works as they buy the item from the goblin, and after they leave, Scarum lashes out at stupid Meryl for lying that he's her freaking dad. Meryl appears nonchalant and gives Scarum 2 tower coins, saying that she sold the item anyway. The goblin freaks out as the item costs 5 tower coins, demanding Meryl give him more coins. But that sly white cat answers that she was the one who sold the item, and tells Scarum he should be thankful to her for selling his items. Meryl reminds the goblin that he'd let her take revenge, but she doesn't understand how that's going to happen if he keeps selling these trivial items. Just as Scarum assures Meryl that everything has its time, he spots Theo along with the silver wolves and hides his ugly ass from them. Theo's ears get on alert, and it feels like he heard a familiar voice. Nonetheless, they go on their way while Scarum and Meryl take a sigh of relief. The goblin badmouths Theo and believes that he's no fit to become a noble, while Meryl gets jealous after seeing Theo with that annoying rat, referring to Lord Iona. Scarum grasps that she's talking about the leader of the Magician Association, Iona, and Meryl gets curious if that hamster is really a big shot. The goblin reveals that Iona is leader of one of the 3 associations that sustain the tower, which makes Meryl madder as she wonders how she's going to take her revenge on them. The white cat then spots Orin and Piu-Piu, questioning Scarum who these small fries are. The goblin takes out a paper as he remembers he's seen that white rabbit before. Well, it appears that the opportunity has jumped into the evil goblin's lap as he peeks at the Greed bounty list, which is a top secret, and Piu-Piu, the Red Ribbon Kingdom's princess, is reported as missing. The reward for finding her is 10,000 tower coins. Later, Theo gets to know that Piu-Piu is the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. He also gets reminded that the entire royal family was eaten by the locusts during their invasion. The merchant cat asks Iona why she didn't tell him that Piu-Piu was alive. The hamster corrects him and lets out that the royal family wasn't eaten. They were murdered. This catches Theo by surprise since he wasn't expecting this plot twist, and that's when Iona unravels that decades ago during the locust invasion on the 55th floor, she also happened to be with the big shots from the Mercenary Association. They stayed in the Red Ribbon Kingdom to help the rabbits. The commander of the Mercenary Association, Lucius, planned to secure the fields. The other commander objects and states that food is also a problem, so once the locusts start to multiply, they'll become trouble. He worries that the kingdom will be left vacant once the locusts attack the place. But Iona, who was the vice leader at that time, informs them that the queen is in the kingdom, so there won't be a problem. She also reveals that the barrier is protecting the kingdom at the moment, therefore the red locusts won't be able to do anything to the divine power of the moon. Commander Raccoon appreciates Iona and the others for working hard ever since the locusts appeared, and they are able to rest comfortably here. After that, the meeting is dismissed, and the pigs look shady as they exude evil intent. Later, as Iona is taking a nap in her room, she's awakened by a sudden commotion and runs outside only to find everyone in a chaotic mess. The vice commander asks what's going on, when shortly she learns that the barrier has crumbled down and the locusts have infiltrated the kingdom. Iona frantically asks about the queen's whereabouts, and everyone runs off to the kingdom to save her. However, as they barge into the kingdom, they witness Grandmaster Greed, who carries the dead bodies of the royal rabbits. Greed reveals that the king and queen died by the locusts' ambush, and by the time he arrived, they were already taking their last breaths. The bastard Greed shows them a paper, claiming that they left him with this. It turns out to be a land deed, and while Lucius tries to process this, Iona runs away. Bastard Greed confesses that the king and queen left the young princess and kingdom as his responsibility. He puts on a freaking act and states that the burden is heavy, but he is ready to take full responsibility for the kingdom. The Black Rabbit lashes out at Grandmaster Greed and tells him to shut his mouth since there's no way in hell the king and the queen left the kingdom in his hands to a greedy boar merchant. As soon as the Black Rabbit says that, he's smashed by Greed's underling, and that shuts everyone's mouth. Grandmaster Greed devilishly questions the rabbit princess's whereabouts. The scene then flips to Iona, who is running for her life. It turned out that she took the baby Piu-Piu and ran away. Technically, she saved the princess's life. It didn't make sense to Iona that the barrier crumbled and the locusts barged in. It all sounded like bullshit. She got the hunch that it was Greed's doing. Iona perceives that since the land deed is sealed with the power of the rabbit royal family, Greed must have thought that he could play the role of Piu-Piu's guardian, and once she becomes an adult, he must have planned to use her as his puppet until she took the throne officially. Iona couldn't sit by and just watch that happen. She further discloses that soon after, the locusts destroyed the kingdom, which was already empty without the king and queen. And right after the locusts disappeared thanks to the tower manager, Greed took control of the 55th floor with the pretext of the land deed that he couldn't even open and acted as a damn landlord. As Iona recalls that event, she gets enraged and calls Greed a truly disgusting and revolting bastard. Theo realizes that Greed is a bad guy and wonders how he's even able to act as landlord when he can't open the land deed. This clearly means he hasn't officially inherited the land. Upon hearing this, Elka divulges that Greed must have used his influence on the Wandering Merchant Association and Mercenary Association. He has a unique ability to make people side with him using his money, meaning he simply just lives up to his name. Iona also adds that recently they got informed that Greed put a bounty on Pew Pew since now she's officially at the age where she can succeed the position. Theo then understands the reason why Iona wanted to introduce Pew Pew to Sejun. She lets out that after they request personal protection from the Great Black Dragon, they're going to rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The scene then switches to the second floor of the dungeon, where two hunters are talking about how easy it is to level up, and one of them is pretty certain since it was intel that his mom got from the association. Just as they are conversing, they see someone standing, and it turns out to be Harrison, a level coordinator, who greets the newbie hunters. While the boastful hunter is thinking his mom sent this A-level coordinator, Harrison takes these new hunters to the Gagel's XP farm that's blooming with flowers. The hunter curiously questions if they really gain XP after killing these flowers, since it's the first time they're seeing these flower monsters. The coordinator reveals that it's a plant-type monster they found, and their research team has successfully mass-bred them. Therefore, they're currently offering special-level consulting exclusively for VIPs in order to train skilled hunters. Every time they slash a monster, they gain 33 XP points. Harrison successfully makes a fool out of them and asks them how much they would like to invest. It appears that those newbies accept the offer and set the whole field on fire. They excitedly burn and destroy the whole place, believing they've hit a total jackpot and they can easily get 100 million by burning the place. They're blinded by greed, unaware of the consequences. The scene then takes us to the 38th floor of the tower, where Theo and the others eye on the bunch of humans who are hunters. As Theo decides to go down, Oren looks scared. The merchant cat, without any reluctance, gets down and greets the hunters, and in return, they are all delighted to see Theo. Suddenly, Elka emerges and gets protective as he growls and protects Theo. The merchant cat scolds Elka to stop scaring the customers, and Elka apologizes, justifying that he was startled and couldn't help it. Theo affirms to the hunters that it's his subordinate, Elka, assuring them he's a really cute doggy. Theo immediately asks Elka to show them his cute side, and the poor wolf has no choice as he starts acting cute, squirming on the ground. The hunters go insane after they watch adorable Elka acting cute and desire to touch him. Theo starts his business and makes it clear that one touch will be one tower coin. While the humans enjoy patting Elka, the poor silver wolf sobs as his pride is crushed badly, not to mention he's the chief of his tribe doing such stupid stuff. Theo then diverts everyone's attention to a new face and introduces the black cat Oren, the wandering merchant subordinate. Scared, Oren greets the clingy-ass humans, but Theo tells him to do the trick. Oren understands the task and cutely greets them while our merchant cat collects the tower coins from the humans. The hunters really like Oren as they even film him. Shortly after looting hunters in the cutest way, Theo begins the auction of the crops, disclosing that they upgraded their bundles and they have more crops to sell. The merchant cat states that they'll be selling 5,000 C-grade magic cherry tomatoes, 5,000 C-grade strength sun-sweet pumpkin potatoes, and 10,000 detoxifying green onions. The hunters are excited by the new crops and decide to secure the cherry tomatoes first. While Theo's auction is thriving smoothly, Iona witnesses him from afar and can't help but confess that Theo shines like his fur color when he works. Pew Pew smiles and tells Master Iona that she had no idea she could make a blushing face. The hamster is flustered by that remark and warns Pew Pew that she shouldn't be teasing her master like that. The princess appears a bit gloomy and asks her master if she's allowed to feel such emotions too. Ever since Iona saved her, she's only been training, waiting, and restlessly running on this path for the kingdom's reconstruction and the suffering people. Pew Pew expresses that she has just a little hope and knows there's so much to do, so her resolve may falter. Iona consoles the princess and affirms that she doesn't need to shoulder all the burden. She assures Pew Pew that being honest with her feelings isn't something embarrassing. Iona then abruptly asks the princess if the black rabbit is on her mind, and the princess is totally freaked out, trying to deny that statement. Iona tells her that she's not being honest with her feelings and to stop talking about the black rabbit. Pew Pew gets shy and asks her about the black rabbit, but Iona refuses to tell her anything about him. While the princess gets annoyed and tells Master Iona she's too much, the hamster spots gold digger Meryl and furiously flies to her. Iona asks the white cat what she's doing here, and Meryl feels honored that the leader of the Magic Association remembers her name. The hamster asks Meryl if she's here to hurt Theo again, but Meryl makes it clear that she is not interested in that stupid yellow cat anymore since she found Iona. The sly bitch Meryl tosses out an item and traps Iona inside a magic circle. Iona tries to use her magic but she fails, and the white cat realizes that Iona is just an ordinary hamster, given that she's not able to use magic. Witnessing this, the rabbit princess rushes to Master Iona to save her, and just as Pew Pew comes closer to her, evil goblin Scarum emerges and traps the princess as well through the item. Scarum peeks at trapped Pew Pew and, grinning evilly, he declares that the 10,000 tower coins are his now. Scarum and Meryl take Iona and Pew Pew, while Agent Jarrus discreetly witnesses this. She wonders what Iona is doing here, and shortly, Theo returns after making booming sales and compliments Oren for having a knack for being a merchant, while poor Elka is crying after embarrassing himself to death. Agent Jarrus then meets Theo, who asks her if she's seen his party he came with. The fox appears worried and tells Theo that his party has been kidnapped. The scene then flips to the 99th floor, where Aileen is lashing out on her grandfather and calls him a dummy for revealing such important info now. Kaiser opens up that it's written in Chapter 1 of the tower's basic history, believing that Aileen again dozed off while studying. Grandpa also mentions that originally, it was a fact that all the creatures inside the tower knew. But Aileen throws a tantrum and asks her grandpa if there's a way out since Sejun's home is going to be wiped out. Everyone is saddened as Quang asks Daddy Sejun if he has any other home than this place. But the Black Rabbit clarifies that the dragon is talking about Uncle's hometown. After that, our guy asks Lord Kaiser what the Trials of Calamity mean. The dragon reveals that it's things like the invasion of red locusts on the 67th floor, the minions of destruction. Considering how they haven't appeared on Earth yet, Kaiser assumes that they were trying to infiltrate Earth, but discovered a rift in dimensions and forced their way into the tower. In this situation, they can consider it a relief as they have somehow bought some time. Our farmer contemplates that humans have only reached the 38th floor of the tower. Even the powerful monsters on the 67th floor are struggling against the locusts. Sejun dwells on the possibility of the red locusts appearing on Earth. They'd be annihilated in less than a few days. Aileen then questions the dragon if there's a dimension that has fought against the trials, but sadly, the grandfather responds that none have won against the calamity till now. Kaiser confesses that he too looked for a lot of ways, but even the dragons don't know exactly how to overcome the trials, and they just barely found a fragment of the creator. However, our guy gets up and, against all odds, he believes that there has to be a way. Sejun optimistically discerns that there is one important difference between the destroyed worlds and this one. While the dragons appear confused, our guy reveals that he, the tower farmer, is in this world. He supposes that if the green onions he cultivated defeated the locusts on the 67th floor, there might be a new variable that is different from the existing dimension this time. Without wasting a second, Jarrus, Oren, and Theo ride on Elka to rescue Iona and the princess. The merchant cat asks Agent Jarrus if she knows where they're headed, and she responds that they were headed towards the Rotten Root Inn in the Passageway Village. She explains that the Passageway is one of the businesses of Tarek, the wandering merchant, under Greed's control. She's certain that the goblin and Tarek made contact there yesterday, believing that they're clearly up to some sort of scheme. The merchant cat is surprised as to how the agent knows everything in such detail, plus it's also suspicious how Jarrus happened to be following after Scarum. The fox nearly gets caught and ponders that while she was suspicious and surveilling the Chow merchant troupe, who are currently at war with the locusts on the 67th floor, she discovered that they were in contact with Scarum, and so she followed them. While Jarrus tries to laugh it off, Theo assumes that the fox is planning to work under Greed and warns her that he's an evil bastard, telling her not to hang out with those nasty bastards. Jarrus lets out that she got to know how bad Greed is and praises Theo for being her savior. She handles the situation, and shortly, Elka informs them that they've reached the passage entrance. They enter the merchant passage, and Theo waits for his companion waiting there, who happens to be at a high position in a mercenary group, so he should be helpful. At that moment, Theo meets with Hegel, who asks the cat if he sold a lot of crops. Chief Hegel's eyes land on Jarrus, and he recognizes her somehow, while the fox finds the black wolf familiar, remembering that they met during the association meeting. Just as Hegel is about to expose the true designation of Agent Jarrus, she shakes her head to signal him, and Hegel immediately changes to something else. Jarrus then discreetly informs the wolf that she's on an undercover mission. Theo is shocked to see that the fox and wolf know each other, and Jarrus explains that they briefly crossed paths in the past. Hegel then asks the matter and notices where Lord Iona and Princess Pew Pew are. That's when Theo discloses that they were kidnapped, and the Black Wolf takes this as a joke. But Jarrus confirms that she witnessed it herself, and Theo reveals that it was Meryl and Scarum's doing, who are heading towards the Rotten Root Inn to meet someone named Tarek. The merchant cat asks Hegel if they can get support from strong individuals at the Free Mercenary Association, but the chief wolf recalls that Tarek works under the wandering merchant under Greed, hence, it'll be difficult to get help. Elka adds that there are several factions within the Free Mercenary Association, and most of them follow those with money, not to mention that Greed is one of the wealthiest in the tower. Just like in the past, most of the mercenaries in the association are likely to have connections with Greed. Theo hopes that the Magician Association would work, but Hegel asserts that won't work either because Greed planted his subordinates in more places than expected. Even the Magic Association is the same. The poor merchant cat cries dramatically since there's no other way to save Iona. Watching him sad, Agent Jarrus lets out that she has an idea and asks Theo to believe her this once. The scene then flips to the Passageway Village, slum area, the Rotten Root Inn, where Skaram along with Meryl arrives at a place. The goblin knocks the door of a tavern and informs that he has retrieved the items and is here to meet Tarek. After telling the secret code, the door is opened by an orc, and soon after, they meet Tarek the boar. The boar hopes that Skaram didn't bring him any disappointing results, and the goblin satisfactorily assures Tarek that he did everything as per instructions, showing the captured princess and Iona. As per Tarek's command, they use the seal to capture them. The boar acknowledges their hard work and greets Pew Pew, asking if she's been well. He agrees that she has grown into a pretty rabbit. As Tarek calls out the magician leader Iona, the hamster is boiling with anger and calls Tarek a disgusting bastard. The boar gets pissed off and tramples over Iona, muttering that he has taken it easy on her all this time, and now she can't read the room. He insults Iona and calls her a useless hamster. The evil bastard Tarek releases his stress after hitting Iona. The boar thought that Skaram was lying when he said he had found the princess, but it's a surprise that he completed the task flawlessly, adding that Lord Greed will be pleased. The goblin implores Tarek to introduce him to Grandmaster Greed, and shortly, the goblin and Meryl are rewarded 10,000 tower coins. After giving them the coins, the brown wolf shows them the way out, but Skaram is one persistent bastard as he tries to market his skills, but fails. Tarek gets back to Iona and recalls how many deals she has ruined. He wishes to crush her even more, but stops since it's not the time for that. The boar introduces himself to Princess Pew Pew and opens up that her patron Lord Greed has been searching for her for decades, asking her to stop wandering and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. But Pew Pew musters up courage and straight up refuses to go back, making it clear that Greed is not her freaking patron. She declares that she doesn't want to have her parents' mortal enemy as her patron. Hearing this, Tarek assumes that this magician Iona must have brainwashed her deeply, and calls that incident an unfortunate incident. Tarek states that Lord Greed is a virtuous individual who is managing the kingdom and its people to fulfill his responsibilities. Plus, he's giving his full support to prevent the tragedy of the 55th floor from happening on the 67th floor. That's when Iona exposes Greed and tells Tarek that everyone knows that Greed is using his support as an excuse to take control of the 67th floor. She furiously declares that things won't go according to that bastard's plan, not to mention the Locust's number is decreasing. Just then, Tarek bursts into laughter and calls the hamster stupid. He rhetorically asks Iona if she thinks they are sitting idly and waiting to fall into ruin without doing anything. Just then, the brown wolf reports to Tarek that the Locust's color has changed back to red, leaving Iona in absolute disbelief as the Locust's color was definitely changing to blue. The boar does not hide his evil doings, and reveals that the locusts will multiply now because they're feeding them. He manifests that the red locusts they have been feeding will evolve into purple soon. Tarek exposes Greed's ultimate notorious scheme, unraveling that everything will turn into a wasteland, and once the food runs out, this place will fall under Lord Greed's rule as well. The boar bastard suggests Princess Pew Pew that she should marry Master Greed and hand over the ruling of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. He manipulates Pew Pew and calls her a fragile and innocent rabbit. He warns the princess to do as planned if she truly wants to save people. Before that, the boar decides to get rid of Iona since they have no choice, and with this, he plans to take over the Magician Association as well. Tarek tells Iona that she's extremely dangerous for their master's plan, and with that, the brown wolf comes forth to devour her. Before the wolf could touch Iona, a huge blast occurs, and Theo arrives just in time, kicking the wolf's face with his little feet. He furiously warns them to stay away from his precious magician. Iona is more than happy to see Theo, knowing that he would come. Meanwhile, the whole tavern is destroyed and Tarek freaks out. Tarek tries to threaten Theo and tells him that he's the leader of the Chow Wandering Merchant Troupe under Greed, but our merchant cat doesn't give a fuck about that fatty as he's busy unsealing the traps. The boar keeps shouting for daring to touch what belongs to him and calls Theo a lowly yellow cat. That's when our merchant cat gives him a death stare and warns that boar to shut up as he's holding back from wanting to kill him. Theo then reveals who he is and asks Tarek to remember it well. The little guy introduces himself as the middle-class wandering merchant who will become a great merchant, Theo, the golden cat. Listening to this, Tarek bursts into a frantic laugh, mocking the merchant cat and making him realize that he's just a yellow cat. The boar then orders the wolf to teach Theo a lesson. The brown wolf is ready to tear him apart into pieces, painfully, and make him tremble in fear. But Theo nonchalantly claims that he isn't scared a bit, and that his subordinates are even scarier. Well, it turns out that the yellow cat wasn't lying when Elka and Hagel make an iconic entry, scaring the shit out of the brown wolf. Chief Hagel strikes Tarek's subordinate while the boar himself is befuddled by the ambush. Tarek recognizes Elka as of the Silver Wolf tribe, and thinks he's a betrayer, since his tribe has been receiving Lord Greed's kindness all this time. He takes Elka's attack as a sign of betraying Greed and threatens Elka, asking him if he doesn't care if his tribe starves to death. The silver wolf protects Theo and declares that the Elka who used to receive nasty food from the disgusting wild boar is dead. Now he's the chief of the silver wolf tribe who protects the golden cat Theo, the one who'll become a great wandering merchant. Both the wolves give the boar a death glare and warn Tarek that if he even touches Theo's fur, they won't let it slide. The boar is thrown in bafflement and wonders why the hell these wolves would protect a cat. Greed's underling makes it clear that they won't leave this place unscathed after making an enemy of him, threatening that he can make it so they won't even step foot into this tower. Elka shows who's got power and thinks of tearing apart that oily mouth of Tarek for spouting nonsense. Tarek tries to process this humiliation, and shortly, he thanks Elka for blowing up the roof, revealing that this slum is his territory. The boar boastfully calls out the marksman for help, but the realization hits when no one shows up. While Tarek wonders why isn't anyone appearing, Hegel lets out that his shouting is pointless. That's when Agent Jarrus walks in and reveals that this slum is also their territory, asserting that Tarek's subordinates were located and subdued in advance by their association's Inspection Bureau agents. The boar gets another surprise when he meets the agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau, and Agent Jarrus arrests Tarek for kidnapping, unlawful confinement, and more than 8 other criminal charges. The boar asks for the proof against him and calls himself a kind merchant. The lowly boar blames Theo and his subordinates instead for barging into his business and causing a ruckus. As Tarek makes a fuss about capturing him and keeps asking for proof, the tables flip when Iona tosses out a ring that plays Tarek's voice when he confessed about multiplying locusts and even feeding them. Greed's whole plan is exposed in front of everyone, and when the bastard Tarek tries denying the truth, Iona states that magic doesn't lie. The boar furiously asks Iona how the hell she was able to use magic inside that bubble, and the hamster reveals that she couldn't use magic externally. But the item she recorded his voice with is engraved with record-keeping magic, so rather than emitting information outward, it draws the magic inward. It wasn't influenced by the crystal, and that's what made it interesting. Lord Iona advises Tarek to surrender quietly since there's no point in running, and reminds him that he will be referred to the association's court of law together with his master Greed he likes so much. The boar is left empty-handed and gets arrested. He refuses to let this happen, given the amount of money they've poured into it. While Tarek is dragged away by the police, he warns them that Lord Greed won't let this slide. After this, Agent Jarrus expresses her gratitude towards Theo for helping them buy some time, and that they were able to locate all the marksmen. The merchant cat is still amazed to find out the fox was an agent of the Secret Inspection Bureau. While Jarrus clarifies that she had no plans to deceive him, Theo wishes to get along and invites her to the 99th floor to meet Chairman Park. Agent Fox wonders what kind of person Chairman Park would be. In the meantime, our merchant cat asks Iona if she's alright, but she assures him that she'll recover in no time. About the ring, Theo realizes that he had that ring in his bundle, but he didn't know it had such an effect, and this is the reason why Iona asked for it. Chief Hegel is shocked since he can't believe there's a spell that even Lord Iona can't handle. The hamster unravels that the item Scarum used to trap her wasn't an ordinary one. She could sense the energy of a dragon from the item. As everyone freaks out thinking it's Black Dragon's energy, Iona clarifies that it's completely different energy and plans to take it to the 99th floor. Now that they have learned that Greed is targeting Pew Pew, Iona believes that they need absolute protection from the Great Black Dragon. Elka expresses that the necessity of the Red Ribbon Kingdom's revival has become even clearer, and Hegel thinks that it's time for the wolf tribes to join forces and help. Just then, a police officer barges in and reports to Iona that they caught 2 suspicious fellas who turn out to be Goblin Scarum and Meryl. The Goblin claims that he doesn't know Tarek at all, while Meryl says that she was just loitering around. Theo smirks since the culprit walked in without effort, and he decides to take them to the 99th floor. The scene then switches to the 99th floor where the rabbits and bees are working on the farm, while Aileen rejoices herself with honey jelly made from peanut flowers. Sejun is delighted that the tower manager likes it. He then remembers that it's almost time to harvest the nuts, and they can do all sorts of things after boiling them. Aileen then asks Farmer Park if he's not worried about his cat Theo being in danger, wondering if he's allowed to be relaxed. But our guy lets out that worrying won't solve things anyways and focuses on what he has to do right now. Sejun then opens up that he has a plan and waits for Theo until he comes back. He assures Aileen to enjoy her jellies and not to get too worked up. At that moment, our fella is interrupted by a notification and gets to know that his workers have planted 3,500 square feet of cherry tomatoes, gaining 200 XP. Farmer Park now grows to 20 acres and gets promoted to Tycoon. Our guy is taken aback since that is quite the land he has grown and taps on Tycoon to know what it is. He then discovers that he can now assign guardians to protect the farm and even get a bonus 50% exp from the enemies they slay. This is hitting a jackpot since guardians would make his growth and even give him a bonus without him killing anything. Just then, our boy excitedly calls over Black Rabbit and Kuang to assign them as his first guardians. While Kuang is happy to be an official guardian who will protect the farm, the Black Rabbit isn't quite thrilled because he has to both guard and plant crops. The rabbit wisely recognizes what the promotion actually is: slavery in disguise. Later, Sejun gets called by Flame, making him wonder what it could be. Flame informs him that the final cleansing of the seed has been done, and now it has gained a resistance to all that is negative. Our guy notices that the NT's enhanced seed does look a bit different from before, and Flame asks him if he's going to eat the seed. But Sejun is confused, although the boost stat looks tempting to him. Flame assures him that the Ent seed wasn't a bad child. It was a good child that was merely contaminated with awful things. Smiling, Farmer Park tells Flame not to worry, and as a farmer, his job is to plant any new seed that they get. With that, he plants the cleansed Ent seed, and as it sparkles, our guy can't wait to see how it sprouts. Suddenly, Aileen shows up and predicts that the seed might grow big, wondering what if they can't handle the size. Our guy freaks out because the tower manager's assumption is correct. The size of the Ent seed might grow to the size of other corrupt Ents with blue moon energy. Panicking, Sejun tries to pluck out the seed, but the damage has been done as a new little plant rustles out of the seed. The Ent seed shows its anomaly as it starts growing already, and as the size increases, our fella gets scared. Shortly, a big fat mighty pure Ent sprouts, and it looks like a cute little tree lad. They all hysterically glance at it, but the relief settles in when they witness that it's just an adorable little bush. The bush monster opens its eyes and starts moving out of its place. While our guy freaks out as to where it's trying to go, the bush monster dashes towards Flame. Sejun thinks it's going to harm the fairy, but Flame assures him that it's not a bad child. The bush embraces Flame, and it turns out that it was just trying to protect her. The bush monster adorably lets out that Ent protects World Tree, which leaves everyone baffled. That's when Aileen reveals through the panel that the World Tree is a mystic tree that possesses great power of abundance. And apparently, only those who have been chosen by the World Tree can bask in its infinite abundance. Our guy wonders what it has to do with the mighty pure Ent. In response, Aileen elaborates that the pure Ents are guardians of the World Tree, but long ago, the Ents were poisoned by evil energies that made their way in from outside the tower. Even the tower manager had no idea that pure Ents exist, since she had only seen corrupt Ents. Sejun then apprises that given the pure Ent wants to protect Flame, only means that she is the World Tree. But Flame freaks out and justifies that she's just a little apple tree, not some powerful entity. The tower manager states that there doesn't seem to be a World Tree in their tower yet, as the conditions have not been met. But she guesses that the pure Ent sees potential in Flame. It might be thinking that Flame could become the next World Tree. Farmer Park thinks hard about the apple tree having the potential and immediately asks Black Rabbit and Kueng to round up the bunnies with the watering cans. He instructs them to prepare clean water. While they both leave, Sejun asks Flame if she needs more sunlight. He tells her to ask if there's anything she needs and requests the pure Ent to protect Flame. While the little Ent swirls around happily, Sejun hopes that Flame grows into a big and strong tree. The scene then takes us to the 67th floor, where calamity befalls as the locusts evolve to purple color and come back stronger. The lizard men are thrown into panic and they retreat as there's a swarm of locusts that's chasing them. As they are running away, the locusts bite one of the lizard men when in the meantime, Elka arrives and slashes the purple locusts. However, the silver wolf witnesses that the green onion blades have been damaged, which means they're no longer effective against the purple locusts. The locusts frantically fly towards them, and shortly, they are temporarily halted by explosions cast by magicians that kill some of the bugs. Elko shouts at Elki to hurry, who saves the lizard man and jumps out of the pit. That's when the wizards strike the magic and kill the purple locusts with explosions. The lizard man who's been bit by the locust needs immediate medic, while it's still left unclear to the silver wolf why the hell locusts are turning purple. The lizardmen sworn that the locusts were regressing back into blue. Elki suggests that they should plant more green onions, but Elko shows the damaged blade, elucidating that it's not going to work since it withered away after hitting them. The medic concludes that the lizard man has been poisoned, so he can't be treated. While the rumbling continues, the lizardmen lose hope and predict that they're done for. The purple locust's poison is just too strong, and they're spraying it everywhere, which means all of the land and air is going to be contaminated soon. The lizardmen have no way to counteract because even if they kill the locusts, the poison is going to spread everywhere. Hence, the only way to attack them is through magic, as the wizards are attacking with full power. Meanwhile, close combat warriors are useless at the moment. A strike of terror runs through the silver wolf as he reckons that they're losing the fight, and if this continues, the entire 67th floor is going to be overrun by the locusts soon. Right at that moment, Theo's subordinates arrive and bring some detoxifying leeks from the 99th floor to treat the poison. As soon as the lizard man eats the detoxifying leek, it works like magic as it neutralizes the poison in less than seconds. The silver wolf then commands the wandering merchant cats to head back to the 99th floor and report the situation. Elki believes that the detoxifying leeks are their only hope in turning the tides of battle. Later, Hegel and Elka are returning from the Rotten Inn passageway, and while Skaram and Meryl are held captive, Oren pokes a stick at Skaram's back and warns him not to try to do anything funny. Oren asks him what he's got hiding under his coat while the goblin dramatically questions why he's harassing an innocent civilian like this. Hegel warns the sneaky goblin that he could feel everything on his back, while Oren rummages through Skaram's coat and finds a key. The goblin reasons that it's his house keys, but Oren keeps that key in his bag since he doesn't trust that cunning bastard. While Theo praises the black cat for his work, Iona wakes up and asks if they have arrived at the destination. The merchant cat states that they're on the 99th floor because of the lightning pathway that they were able to get here faster, and thanks Iona for letting them through. Theo affirms the hamster and asks if she's alright, and Iona assures him that she feels refreshed after sleeping in his hood. She's excited to meet Seijun, so she doesn't want to look tired and disheveled in his presence. Just then, they spot Seijun outside, who brings out the pure Ent to let him breathe the fresh air while the rabbits worry that it might turn into a corrupt Ent. Just then, Elka along with everyone else greets our boy, and shortly, Princess Pew Pew peeks at the black rabbit and bows to him, making him blush hard. The sickle rabbit asks Black Rabbit if he knows that cutie white rabbit, and he reasons that they just met for a brief moment. After that, Theo looks at the little tree lad and mutters that he's never seen it around. So Quang tells him that it's an Ent, and they're tree guardians that's going to protect Flame. On the other side, Iona introduces her apprentice Piu Piu to the great black dragon, Seijun. Our guy believes that the princess isn't here to greet him, and Piu Piu is impressed by how wise the great black dragon is. Piu Piu then reveals that she's come to make a request, and Iona discloses that Piu Piu is not only her apprentice, but also the last princess of the 55th floor's Red Ribbon Kingdom, and so they request protection for her from the Great Black Dragon, referring to Farmer Park. Everyone is left astounded to hear about the last princess, and all the white rabbits kneel to pay respect to the Red Ribbon Princess. The rabbits apologize for not recognizing their own princess, as they had no idea she was still alive. They are filled with joy to see their princess has grown into a fine lady. The white rabbits start crying while Piu Piu tells them that there's no need for this. Our guy then asks Iona what kind of protection she's referring to. The hamster then explains the whole story, and our guy learns what Princess Piu Piu had to go through. As Piu Piu believes that it's the fault of her own weakness and incompetence, the white rabbits stand with the princess and acknowledge that everything was that nasty greed's fault. They high-spiritedly chant that they need to save their fellow bunnies and must avenge their king and queen's death. Iona then gives Seijun the item and apprises that after the kidnapping incident, they've secured enough proof against greed. Our guy then glares at Meryl and Scarum for using the item to kidnap the princess and Iona, saving the interrogation for later. Farmer Park notices that there's a dragon insignia on the item when suddenly Aileen starts freaking out and warns Seijun that this item shouldn't be here. The black dragon panics after seeing the white dragon's seal and reveals that it belongs to grandfather Kellyan Marmeave, that leaves her hysterical. Our guy inspects that the culprits used this white dragon insignia to trap Iona, and Piu Piu and Theo nods, asking what they should do with these bastards. Scarum begs for mercy from the great black dragon while Meryl confesses that she just did what the goblin told her. Seijun then confirms with Aileen if this white dragon seal belongs to the dragon that manages the White Tower. The tower manager admits that it's true, and explains that they have clans of dragons that represent different colors, such as black dragons, blue dragons, and silver dragons. Plus, there's an unspoken rule that the belongings of a dragon cannot be brought into another's tower without permission. Aileen mentions that the dragon's belongings are so powerful that if they recklessly abused it, they could destroy the world built within the tower. As the tower manager expresses the fear, Seijun is shocked to know that there's more to it. She stresses that things could go south if this seal really belongs to her grandfather Kellyan. And to make things worse, Kaiser arrives and asks Seijun if there's something to eat. Iona is taken by surprise to witness the black dragon and bows. Kaiser judges the aura of her energy and believes that she's the child responsible for casting the protective shield on the fragment of the monument, complimenting Iona for being able to cast such a difficult high-level magic. While Iona is overwhelmed, the great black dragon witnesses so many guests and asks Seijun if he had hosted a party. Just as our guy is about to say something, he makes a blunder and exposes that white dragon seal that is noticed by Kaiser. The dragon immediately grabs his hand and frantically asks Seijun where he got that. Kaiser demands an immediate answer. Freaked out, Seijun comes up with an excuse and confesses that he was also investigating that goblin and the cat for using this seal on their entourage. Kaiser gets hopping mad and screams at the goblin and Meryl for daring to use an item of the White Tower despite being the residents of the Black Tower. While poor Scarum and Meryl beg for mercy, Kaiser spirals out of control and prepares to exterminate the two. Without any reluctance, the dragon shreds Scarum to pieces, and just as he's about to do the same with Meryl, Seijun steps forward to save her and tries to make Kaiser understand that if they kill the cat, they won't be able to find where they got this item. But the black dragon states that there's no need since the goblin was tainted with the energy of the White Tower. This cat must be exterminated too. Just as Kaiser tries to harm Sejun as he's hella mad, Aileen materializes and tells her grandfather that he's the one who needs to be stopped. While Kaiser expresses how much he loathes those white bastards, she looks done with the grandpa and blackmails him that she's cutting off the communication. Aileen looks serious this time and goes into the administrator mode. She tells Grandfather Kaiser that she's blocking him for the time being, and using her crystal ball, she cuts off the stone statue's communication. Shortly, Kaiser could no longer access the stone statue, and Sejun is relieved. He asks Aileen why Lord Kaiser was so angry, and wonders if dragons usually fight to death like that. Aileen then opens up that dragons used to get along well. In fact, different towers interacted with each other. Before she started living in the tower manager's space, she used to play and study with dragons from other clans. She reveals that her grandfather, Kaiser, and grandfather Kellyan used to get along really well. Among the dragons, they were the closest of friends, so close that everyone envied them. However, their relationship completely fell apart because of a certain incident. After that, even the slightest trace of each other would make them charge at one another as if to kill. Because of the rivalry, the black dragons and the white dragons had to cut off their interactions, walking on eggshells for the two clan leaders. Aileen gets sad and wonders if brother Ajax is doing well, not to mention it's been 100 years since she last saw him. Our guy gets confused at the mention of another dragon who's a boy and turns to Maril. At least for the sake of calming down Lord Kaiser's anger, he asks Meryl to properly reveal the source of this insignia. Poor Meryl shatters to sobs as she's scared. The scene then switches to Lord Kaiser, who's gone insane and destroys everything around him. Just then, Anton arrives and questions his father about the state he's in. He wonders if something happened to Aileen since the device is destroyed. Kaiser lets out that it happened because of his anger. He wasn't aware that his granddaughter Aileen learned to use the system and even cut off the connection with the stone statue. He proudly calls Aileen a smart punk, while Anton gets pissed at his dad for destroying such an expensive system. Nonetheless, Kaiser mentions that a white bastard's item was found inside the Black Tower that made him lose his shit. Considering how angry his dad is, Anton assumes that it's grandfather Kellyan. The Black Dragon nods and explains that Kellyan's the one who was spreading his power by letting the tower's residents use items infused with his energy. Gritting his teeth, Kaiser wonders if that white bastard even left an unpleasant gift behind, knowing he would find it. The Great Black Dragon commands Anton to summon all the Black Dragons, and while Anton asks him if he's trying to start a fight with the White Dragons, Kaiser declares that it's a war between Black and White Dragons as he can't bring himself to forget what that bastard Kellyan did to him in the past. With that, the dragon flies furiously, and Anton is worried as he manifests a bloodstorm coming soon. The scene then flips back to the 99th floor where Meryl is crying buckets and trembling. She confesses that she knows nothing about the item and only followed Skaram's orders. She begs Sejun to spare her life while Iona believes Meryl is telling the truth since Tarek was also saying something similar when they were brought in. While our guy assumes that Tarek approached the White Dragon, Iona clarifies that this is not the case, and there's a high possibility that Tarek received this item from greed. Not to mention that Tarek has such a big mouth, so he must have bragged about it or blurted it out while drinking. Iona then discloses that she's been suspicious of greed's unknown source of wealth and information power, and is certain that these things can't be done alone. As expected, Sejun believes that he'll have to provoke this greed guy. During this, Pew Pew looks drained, and Black Rabbit suggests Uncle Sejun give it a rest, since the guests are tired. Our guy then dismisses the meeting and asks Black Rabbit to escort Pew Pew to her home, while Iona slides back in Theo's hoodie. Before leaving, Iona scares the shit out of Meryl as she divulges that using items from another tower without permission is a crime punishable by death, so she better be prepared. Theo pities Meryl as he thinks it's a bit too much and asks Iona to go easy on her. But the hamster gets jealous and asks Theo if he's considering Meryl at this moment. After that, Oren asks Farmer Park about the items they seized from Goblin Scarum. Gasping, our guy rummages through the bag as he recalls that Scaram brings a lot of items from outside the tower. Sejun thinks it through and wonders where the goblin used to get these items with no contacts with the humans flowing in. He believes that there must be a reason behind it, but it's a shame that Scarum died, or else they would have asked him directly. Just then, Oren tosses out the key he took from the goblin. The black cat tells them that Scaram said it's the key to his home, but Theo finds it ridiculous since wandering merchants have no home. As soon as Sejun takes the key, the panel pops up and notifies that the key of the subspace prison has been assigned to Farmer Park Sejun. Shortly, with the key in his hands, the subspace prison is summoned and a giant door emerges out of nowhere. They get to know that it's subspace magic, and Iona elucidates that it's a magic spell that creates a space between dimensions. Simply put, it's magic usually used to imprison dangerous prisoners or valuable items. Our guy thinks Scaram was using this key to do the dirty work, and as he inserts the key, they find an empty subspace. The subspace is so dark that they could barely see anything. However, Theo notices someone sitting in the corner. He asks that guy to reveal himself while the fella hiding begs them not to hurt him. Sejun affirms that they won't hurt him, and it turns out to be Bat Bat, who adorably asks Sejun if he's his owner. They are thrown into confusion after finding a pitiful bat. Given that Master Scarum didn't open the door, the bat takes Seijun as his new master. Our guy agrees that he did open the door of the prison and asks Bat what he's doing here. The bat then reveals that he's the golden bat who's been waiting for his master to come. Theo gets pissed and asks the bat when was the last time he cleaned himself as he looks so dirty. Unfortunately, the golden bat is not even introduced to the word cleaning, and Theo gets away from him, saying that he's so dirty. Our guy asks Bat how long he's been in this prison, and the poor fellow responds that he was born here, admitting that his master was a bizarre one. Since the bat wishes to get on his new master's side, he gives a gift to Seijun. He takes out a rotten apple that disgusts everyone, and our guy asks him if he's been eating this all this time. Sobbing, the bat reveals that it's his treasure that he earned as a reward for being good. Seijun then decides to take Bat out first, since the prison isn't a place to live, but the bat freaks out and recalls that Master Scarum warned him that the outside world is extremely dangerous and terrifying. He even said that small creatures like him would be devoured and made to go through horrible things. Seijun consoles the bat and assures him that the outside world isn't as scary as that bastard Scarum portrayed. He was clearly lying. The bat is left in disbelief, and Iona herself, being a small creature, tells Bat that the outside world is so pretty that it'd be a pity to spend his life trapped in this dark place. She makes him believe that instead of eating a rotten apple, he can enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables to his heart's content. Bat gushes with happiness at the name of fresh fruits, and Seijun asks him if he would like to try the cherry tomatoes he grew himself that are sweet and refreshing. While Theo still can't get over the nasty Bat, our guy thinks that's enough talk and steps outside. The bat gets scared to walk out for the first time, but Iona holds his hand and says she'll protect him. With that, they all step outside, and Bat is overwhelmed by the sight and fresh breeze. Even the smell is different from the prison. Theo is glad that stepping outside canceled out Bat's filthy stank, declaring that this guy has passed the stage where he can be groomed. Bat then asks what he should do, and before Seijun begins all the questions about the prison, he decides to clean him up first and have something to eat. With that, everyone takes a bath while the rabbits prepare the food. For the first time, Bat is having the time of his life. Theo and Iona take a nap in the meantime, and Black Rabbit and Pew secretly walk away. Later, Seijun assumes that Bat is adjusting himself, and Iona hopes that he finds his safe space here. The hamster asks Farmer Park about what he's planning to do with the subspace prison, when abruptly, our guy summons the prison as he brings out the key and discovers that he can summon it no matter where he goes. Iona states that the gate is bound to Seijun now, while our guy plans to clean the subspace prison and use it as his storage space. After all, it would be convenient to have a portable warehouse. Just then, Iona asks Seijun's permission to allow her to upgrade the subspace to use it more efficiently as a warehouse. She elaborates that the current subspace is an old version, and using her magic, she'll expand its capacity, install some lighting, add shelves, and improve interior. Our guy is impressed by the magician Iona and pats her. The hamster blushes and tells Seijun that he truly is a kind dragon. Iona then heads inside to upgrade the subspace. She uses her magic, but more importantly, she's delighted by Seijun's humbleness and how he treats everyone equally. Plus, seeing how he genuinely delights in the simplest magic makes her unconsciously want to act spoiled and admits that he truly has the heart of a great person. She then begins the construction for Seijun. Later, at the farm, it appears that the Black Rabbit and Princess Pew are having a nice date where he treats her to carrots. Pew expresses that it's been a long time since she had carrots, admitting that they taste 100 times better than the ones she ate in the kingdom as a child. Pew looks gloomy as she narrates that while she was running from greed, training under Master Iona, and enjoying this luxury, many people were suffering. But knowing that the rabbits have been cultivating these forgotten crops while holding on to the pride of the rabbits, she feels ashamed. But the warrior rabbit consoles the princess and affirms that to fight against greed and protect their people, she's been cultivating her strength. Pew feels nice to hear such words, but she has to admit that as royalty, she turned a blind eye to her people just to survive and believes that as a princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, she must bear the responsibility no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, the warrior rabbit opens up that he was born on the 99th floor and agrees that he doesn't know much about the Red Ribbon Kingdom, but he could feel the longing in their hearts through his parents and the fellow rabbits. He confesses that he can feel it in his guts that he wants to go back to the kingdom, to the long-lost land which once belonged to them. The determination flashes through him as the warrior rabbit wishes to restore the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. He hopes that Pew can lead them with a bright smile one day. The princess is left in awe, and the Black Rabbit reveals his real name to be Piak. He tells the princess that black rabbits can become knights who protect the kingdom. Piak desires to reclaim the Red Ribbon Kingdom from greed and return her happiness. The Black Rabbit lovingly asks Princess Pew if she would allow him to be the knight of her kingdom. They embrace each other, and as their love blooms, Quang sneaks up on them, asking what they're doing. The bear spoils the perfect mushy moment while Piak and Pew freak out and ask Quang how long he's been watching them. Quang tells the rabbit that he noticed quite late and informs Piak and Pew that everyone's looking for them. Quang grimly states that if they don't act fast, the 67th floor will be destroyed before they even face greed, while the pure Ent keeps intervening with his blabber. Payak and the others immediately return and witness a crowd of merchant cats and wolves. The warrior rabbits ask the matter and wonder why everyone's in such a hurry. Elki asks for Lord Iona, and Seijun informs him that he's busy with something else. The silver wolf then reveals to Princess Pew Pew that the locusts on the 67th floor have turned purple and are emitting poison, that even the tough green onion blades are wilting and they're losing ground. While Pew Pew is flabbergasted, the silver wolf gives good news that the detoxifying leaks seem to work against the purple locusts, and this is the reason they rush to the 99th floor to request reinforcements. Our guy concludes that when the locusts mutated into a poisonous species, the detoxifying green onions became an effective remedy instead of green onion blades, calling it a fortune in the midst of misfortune. Our farmer then orders Theo to fill half of the cat's bundles with detoxifying green onions and tough blade green onions, and asks rabbits to fill half of the bundles with food. The rabbit gives Seijun his dagger, and our guy asks Aileen if there are any anomalies in the tower. The black dragon checks and reveals that she doesn't see anything unusual at the moment. The tower manager notifies Seijun that a green alarm has appeared and our guy is given a new quest, to save the gem frogs from extinction in the Navia swarm on the 67th floor. Our guy gets to know it's the same floor where the locusts are, and Aileen appoints him as the middle manager. Exactly after 30 seconds, Seijun is about to teleport to the 67th floor and he chooses his subordinates. At that moment, Aileen informs him that she won't be able to help this time, and Grandfather Kaiser isn't in good shape either. She warns Seijun that this trial is different from the last time, and clarifies that even though her dragon has grown, he can't bring many strong monsters of the 99th floor like the last time. But our boy appears unaffected and repeats what he said earlier, that the collapsed worlds are nothing like this one. He asks Aileen to trust in Farmer Seijun, who has cultivated plenty of reliable crops to help them through. Just then, Theo gets back with all the green onions, and Quang is more than willing to assist her dad. But he's not the only one, as Pew Pew decides to support Seijun with her magic, and the warrior bunny follows the princess. Our boy selects all his subordinates, and with that, they teleport to the 67th floor. But as heroic as they try to look, they land directly in the swamp. All of them fall flat into the dirty water, and the warrior bunny warns Seijun to move carefully. Our guy thinks that they need to find a place to hide first since they are exposed. But the trouble has already found its way when Princess Pew Pew spots a purple locust. It doesn't end here when our guy looks behind him and a swarm of deadly purple locusts is bursting in their direction. They all freak out by the sudden occurrence while the quest commands Seijun to find and exterminate the cause of the gem frog's extinction, which is obviously these locust bastards. With that, they all prepare to fight for the sake of the Black Tower and leap towards the locusts. We see that the Dragon Lady is extremely tense, deeply regretting her decision as she walks back and forth through the library. No matter how much she thinks about it, sending Seijun to the 67th floor was a mistake. She wonders how long a tower farmer can hold out against those locusts because they are becoming more dangerous with every passing second. Suddenly, the Dragon Lady's crystal ball starts glowing red. A system notification appears asking Dragon Lady Een whether she wants to lift the block. She taps yes. We see that it is her grandpa Kaiser who immediately starts begging in front of Aileen, telling her that he was wrong and asking for forgiveness. He pleads with her to never block him again. Meanwhile, Dragon Lady Aileen is still processing everything. We get a recap of the previous events, how Seijun went to the 67th floor as a mid-manager to deal with the locusts and whether he will be alright. Even though Dragon Lady Een is a tower administrator, she is unable to help him, which deeply upsets her. Kaiser notices this and feels disappointed that he cannot help her either. Suddenly, Kaiser realizes something and tells Aileen not to worry at all. He reminds her that Seijun is the best solo farmer. He entered the Black Tower on his own and survived the 99th floor using nothing but his bare hands, an achievement impressive even to mighty dragons. He influenced countless beings and turned them into his comrades so he could grow faster than anyone else. Above all, Seijun is the representative of the Black Dragon, chosen by none other than Aileen herself, so how could the Dragon Lady doubt her own judgment? As the scene shifts, we see Shun eating detoxifying green onions while Theo attacks multiple purple locusts, chewing on green onions at the same time. Grandpa Kaiser tells Eni that Seijun will be just fine because he is the best solo farmer the tower has ever seen. We see Seijun using his dagger and Sted to cut down everything in his path. The scene shifts back again, showing our lucky golden cat, Theo, wondering what Seijun would have done if Theo had not packed an extra bunch of detoxifying green onions in his bag. Seijun simply smiles, gives a thumbs up, and tells manager Theo that he did a great job. Meanwhile, the rabbit princess is casting magic to protect everyone and deflect the locusts. She knows that red locusts are already dangerous, but now they have turned purple, meaning the locust population on the 67th floor has increased even more. She uses her water attribute skills and fires a water cannon, blasting the locusts away. A system notification pops up informing Sejun that Guardian Princess and Guardian Theo have defeated a purple locust. Sejun gains 50% of the experience earned by both of them. Now, Sejun looks at the situation more calmly, realizing that this might actually be an incredible opportunity to level up. We see Baby Bear, who is no longer a baby, returning to his giant form with his trusty wooden weapon, slamming it down on the purple locusts. Even Sejun throws his axe like Thor and recalls it back. Suddenly, Sejun is ambushed by a purple locust. Theo panics, thinking that Chairman Park is in danger. However, Sejun reveals another trick. The flame of companionship emerges and engulfs him, forming a protective armor around his body. He smiles and tells Theo that he is fine as multiple purple locusts are reduced to smithereens. Theo and the Rabbit Princess are both shocked. Sejun explains that before coming to the 67th floor, the trusty flame granted him the flame of protection and friendship, so he is not the weakest anymore. Baby Bear happily calls Sejun his dad, proud of how reliable he is in battle. Even the Rabbit Princess realizes that if the Black Dragon had been in the Red Ribbon Kingdom in the past, things might have turned out very differently. However, Sejun turns serious and tells everyone that even so, there are simply too many purple locusts. Defeating them alone will not be possible. We see a massive swarm of purple locusts engulf a tower-like structure from top to bottom, dissolving it in seconds. Sejun and the others continue fighting relentlessly. Theo knows they are getting exhausted, and they may run out of detoxifying green onions soon. Even the warrior rabbit, despite being the strongest warrior of the rabbit clan, is starting to feel the strain. Sejun realized that everyone was getting tired. Baby Bear was barely holding on, relying on his immense strength. Sejun wore a disappointed expression, knowing that if the Minotaurs had been there to protect them, things would have been different. Or if the wizard head, were present, the situation would improve drastically. Suddenly, something clicked. Sejun smiled, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. He realized that he could bring there right now. He took out the interdimensional key he had obtained when he rescued Bat-Bat. Just as multiple purple locusts rushed toward him, he immediately activated the key, summoning a dimensional portal. He began pounding on the gate, calling for Yona to open it. This shocked the hamster wizard, who opened the gate with a frantic expression, wondering what was going on. At first, she thought Sejun needed the room and told him that the upgrade was almost complete. However, she quickly realized something was wrong as the air outside grew increasingly toxic. Sejun told her that he needed her help. Before Sejun could explain further, Iona herself noticed the purple locust swarming across the forest. The tall structure nearby had already been destroyed. The purple locust soon noticed the wizard head as well, viewing her as their next prey. But Iona did not back down. Her expression turned serious, quite intense for a hamster. She raised her staff and began channeling lightning energy, which glowed purple. As her magic staff fully charged, she unleashed Giga Lightning. The entire sky turned purple with lightning, destroying countless purple locusts as they exploded like firecrackers. Even Sejun was shocked by the sheer power the small hamster possessed. Baby Bear cheered excitedly at the spectacle along with the other creatures. The Rabbit Princess smiled brightly while the warrior rabbit observed silently. Theo, unlike ordinary cats, was completely captivated by the scene unfolding before him. As the scene shifts, Sejun turns back toward the dimensional gate. As Yona descends from the sky, purple locusts continue to be blown into smithereens by the lightning strikes, leaving Sejun in awe. A system notification appears, informing Sejun that the system has been updated. The mid-manager is now tasked with exterminating the purple locusts on the 67th floor of the tower. Out of 700 million purple locusts, 50,000 have been defeated, granting Sejun 3 million experience points and 50,000 tower coins. Failure will result in Sejun being unable to return to their original location until the quest is complete. Sejun is shocked not only by the massive experience gain, but also by the realization that 700 million purple locusts still remain. Baby Bear returns to his normal size and everyone stares at the system window, unsure of what to do next. Iona reassures them, explaining that once the numbers decrease, the purple locusts will revert back to red locusts, making them easier to defeat. However, due to the toxic air, Iona begins to look pale and suddenly collapses. Before she can hit the ground, Theo leaps forward and catches her, gently placing her near the gate. He tells Iona that since she was affected by locust poison, she should eat a detoxifying green onion immediately. Under the influence of the hallucinating poison, Theo appears even more impressive in Iona's eyes. She compliments him for his incredible magic and expresses relief that they are on the same side. As Iona bites into a chunk of detoxifying green onion, like a cute little hamster, she blushes intensely at the praise. Meanwhile, the warrior rabbit scans the surroundings and informs Sejun that he no longer senses any locust presence nearby. Sejun feels relieved and decides that they should take a break inside the dimensional space he unlocked. As the scene shifts, the warrior rabbit, baby bear, and the rabbit princess enter the dimensional space, their eyes sparkling with amazement. When Sejun enters with Theo and Iona, he is mesmerized by the cozy atmosphere. The dimensional space has transformed into a place perfectly suited for Christmas. Sejun compliments Iona on how beautifully she decorated the place. The hamster smirks and tells Sejun that a simple task like this is easy for her. At that moment, Sejun gets another idea. He realizes that if he uses the dimensional space permanently, he could summon his comrades anytime without even designating them as subordinates. This was truly a game-changing idea, as Sejun watched all the creatures laughing and playing together. Suddenly, he noticed that Baby Bear was eating something and wondered what it was. Baby Bear immediately showed him a piece of meat and told Sejun that the locusts struck by the lightning attack were actually delicious. However, when everyone else smelled it, it did not seem good at all. Sejun made a strange face, and even Theo wanted to throw it away, knowing it did not look like something they should eat. But as the foul smell faded, Sejun realized that the scent beneath it was similar to chicken. He suddenly remembered that back on Earth, locusts were often said to taste like chicken. Sejun immediately bowed in front of Yona, asking whether she could modify the small brayer to make it do something more. As the scene shifts outside the dimensional space, the environment is unpleasant. However, inside the space, a delicious aroma fills the air. Even Sejun starts drooling along with Baby Bear, realizing that what they had done was completely insane. The brazier had been modified into a roaster, with multiple pieces of locust meat skewered around it, cooking slowly. Juices dripped down as the meat roasted, releasing an incredibly appetizing scent. Baby Bear watched happily. A system notification appeared informing Sejun that the achievement first to cook roasted purple locust in the tower had been unlocked. It was registered under cooking level 4, with proficiency slightly increased. As the locust meat continued to roast, the system announced that a special effect had been applied due to Sejun's cooking level. The recipe stuffing purple locusts with detoxifying green onions and roasting them over indirect heat made the meat lean and savory. Because of skillful cooking, both the meat and green onions were perfectly cooked, resulting in a tender texture and excellent taste. The process also detoxified the poison in the meat, granting low-level poison resistance to anyone who ate it. This dish was rated C+ grade. When Sejun lifted one skewer, he was shocked by the sheer size of the meat. He told all the cute monsters to try it, assuring them that it was fully cooked. Still, Theo found it unsettling. Even though it smelled good, roasting the entire body looked a bit disgusting. Baby Bear seized the opportunity and immediately grabbed the whole piece, telling Theo that he would eat it no matter what. Sejun calmly scolded Baby Bear, warning him that it would be hot, but the bear did not care. He tossed it into the air to cool it down, then blew on it with his mouth. The shell cracked without breaking apart, revealing soft, tender meat inside. The juicy meat melted in his mouth and tasted heavenly. Baby Bear enjoyed it immensely and started gulping it down at an incredible speed. They stared in disbelief, wondering how the bear could eat something that had looked so nasty moments ago. But soon, even Theo started drooling, and the other monsters began wondering if they should try it too. Sejun walked to the roster and pulled out another skewer, telling everyone that there was plenty to eat and that they should eat slowly and enjoy it. He told them not to be shy and to ask for more whenever they wanted. The cute creatures accepted the food as if they were receiving blessings from heaven. As they ate, Sejun finally took a bite himself. After an entire year and such a long break, the taste filled him with bliss. Everyone was mesmerized eating again and again. Sejun realized that the flavor was exactly like the roasted chicken he used to eat back home. But as the scene shifts back to the dimensional gate, we see that the delicious aroma has attracted various monsters outside. 3 peculiar monsters with yellow, blue, and red eyes appear near the dimensional entrance. Believing that whatever was happening inside was completely unforgivable, the scene shifts back inside the dimensional space where we see every monster sleeping cutely on top of one another. Sejun was also sleeping on a hanging bed, his mouth still drooling from the deliciousness of the food. However, Theo was trying to get out of the dimensional pocket. He had eaten too much and was so bloated that he could not even sleep. As he walked outside, we saw a shadow with a frog-like silhouette that came insanely close to Theo, ready to nab him and stuff him inside a juke bag. While Theo was contemplating whether he should go out for a walk, his head was suddenly covered with a bag. He screamed in a cute cat voice, wondering what was going on. It turned out to be a frog-like creature acting stealthy, accusing Theo of releasing the purple locusts in the Navia swamp. The frog believed it was because of the innocent golden cat, who was clueless about what was going on, that countless comrades had died. Theo's face was visible outside the jute bag as he was dragged through the water. He wondered what the frog was talking about, but the frog was not ready to listen at all. It declared that starting with Theo, it would deal with the others too. Theo started crying and begged the frog to wait. He introduced himself as the tower's mid-level wandering merchant, the golden cat Theo. The frog refused to believe him, saying that a wandering merchant would never come this deep into such a dangerous location. However, the frog's companion stopped the kidnapper and told him to look at the cat's neck. When they did, they saw a silver wandering merchant badge, proving that Theo was telling the truth. Theo sat down innocently, shaking violently from fear after being kidnapped. The other two frogs wondered why a wandering merchant would be present near the Navia swamp. A third frog suggested that the badge might be fake or stolen. Hearing this, Theo frantically explained that it was a misunderstanding. He said they had come to eliminate the purple locusts and save the jewel frogs who were being hunted by them. Theo continued in a panicked voice, saying that he was a subordinate of the tower administrator, the one and only black dragon. He demanded that the frogs let him go immediately. The frogs were not ready to believe that the black dragon himself had come to save them. Theo reassured them and told them that if they did not believe him, they should try knocking on the door nearby because the black dragon was sleeping inside and would prove that Theo was telling the truth. However, just imagining the giant black dragon made the frogs even more hesitant. They feared that the black dragon would become furious if his sleep was disturbed, especially after they had treated his subordinate this way. Theo stood there trembling while the frogs debated what to do, unwilling to open the gate. Theo wondered what he should do since the frogs refused to open the gate. At that moment, one of the frogs came up with a strange idea. They decided to take Theo to Lord Jerome, who would know what to do. Theo asked who Jerome was, but the frogs immediately tied him to a long bamboo stick. Two of them lifted the stick and carried the newly captured cat away. Theo screamed continuously, calling out for Chairman Park to come and save him. Inside the dimensional portal, Sejun scratched his ear in his sleep, thinking it was just a mosquito whispering, and continued sleeping peacefully. Outside, Theo kept screaming for breath, shouting that he was a mid-level wandering merchant, the great Lord Theo, and ordering the frogs to put him down. Annoyed by the noise, the frogs threw him against a rock, assuming that such a noisy cat must be fake. After a moment, everyone calmed down. The green frog approached Theo while the blue frog removed the bag from his head. The green frog apologized, explaining that they had lost too many comrades recently and had to be careful. Only then did Theo realize that the ones who kidnapped him were actually the ones they were meant to save, the jewel frogs themselves. There were 3 of them, 1 blue, 1 light green, and 1 dark green. Theo became furious. He had come to save the jewel frogs, yet they treated the great merchant like a captive. He scolded them angrily, asking if they had any idea how hard they had fought the purple locusts for the jewel frogs' safety. But suddenly, as Theo was scolding the 3 jewel frogs, a heavy voice echoed from the swamp, asking how he dared to act this way. Seeing this, Theo was shocked. He turned around and looked toward the swamp, which was bubbling violently as air surged from within. From the dirty swamp, a massive silhouette slowly emerged, a giant jewel frog. The creature spoke in a deep voice, demanding to know who dared scream so loudly and disturb his sleep. The giant jewel frog was so enormous that even the smaller jewel frogs trembled in fear for a moment. However, they quickly knelt down before the massive creature and addressed him as the king of the jewel frogs, the greatest and largest among their kind. Meanwhile, Lord Jerome, the jewel frog king, was furious at Theo. He believed that Theo had continuously harmed him and their brethren. The swamp water surged violently, splashing everywhere and completely soaking the golden cat once again. Even though Theo desperately tried to dry himself, the impact was too great and he was knocked unconscious on the spot. The blue jewel frog quickly spoke up, informing their lord, none other than Lord John, that they had captured the cat from the area with the strongest poison concentration in the swamp. Hearing this, the Jewel Frog King assumed that Theo was the one who had released the damn bugs into the swamp. Theo, however, did not even have the strength to speak. His body was completely drenched, every muscle aching terribly. On top of that, he was terrified and unable to put any strength into his limbs. But then Theo began acting. This was what the old Theo would have done. Suddenly filled with energy, he stood tall and spoke loudly before Lord Jerome and the other Jewel Frogs, declaring that he was destined to become a great wandering merchant and that he could not fall over something like this. Theo stood up proudly and introduced himself in his usual grand manner. This body belongs to the mid-level wandering merchant, the Golden Cat Theo. He demanded to know how Lord John dared kidnap, threaten, and treat him in such a manner without any proof. Theo declared that the price for this insult would definitely be paid by none other than the Jewel Frogs themselves. What Theo believed to be an intimidating display was nothing more than a joke to the Jewel Frog King. Lord Jerome immediately raised one massive hand, intending to squash the tiny cat for his defiance, calling him an insignificant little thing. However, the dark green jewel frog stopped him. "Please wait, my lord," he said, explaining that according to Theo, he was a subordinate of the Black Dragon, which could be useful to them. At this, even Lord Jaren began to sweat slightly. If the tower administrator Theo mentioned was truly the mighty Black Dragon, then the situation was far more serious than he initially thought. The three jewel frogs began speaking hurriedly to their king, explaining that if Theo was telling the truth, then harming him without reason could bring immense trouble upon them. They also reminded Lord Jerome that Theo had claimed to fight the dangerous purple locusts, creatures the jewel frogs themselves were helpless against. Perhaps Theo had really come to help them. Theo, however, was deeply annoyed. Not only did they doubt him, but now they were presenting his words to their lord as if the idea came from them. Still, for Lord Jerome, it was difficult to believe. Even he, the mighty Jewel Frog King, was currently recovering in the swamp after being poisoned by those bugs. There was no way a tiny cat could handle monsters that attacked everything they encountered. At that moment, Theo seized the opportunity. He opened his bag and spoke confidently. "If that's the case, then you should eat this." From Theo's magical bag emerged a beautifully roasted piece of purple locust meat. Thea explained with shining eyes that if Lord Jerome ate it, he would be completely fine. Technically, the effect came from the detoxifying green onion stuffed inside, but Theo did not bother explaining that detail. Before anyone could react, a massive tongue shot forward and grabbed the roasted meat. Lord John ate it instantly, purely because it smelled delicious without caring about its effects. Theo was stunned by the sheer size of the Jewel Frog King's tongue. The subordinates hesitated, wondering if their lord should really eat something just because it smelled good. Before they could even finish speaking, Lord Jerome began acting strangely. He felt something stirring inside his body. The Jewel Frogs feared something terrible was happening within their lord. Then suddenly, a sparkling light enveloped the massive frog. Blissful sounds escaped his mouth as rainbow-colored light filled the area. When the light finally faded, Lord Jerome spoke in a refreshed voice. His body felt incredibly light and rejuvenated. The once intimidating Jewel Frog King now looked completely different, giant yet slimy, adorned with multiple colors, with a radiant rainbow-colored jewel shining on his head. Moments ago, he was terrifying. Now he behaved like a spoiled puppy, eagerly asking what Theo had fed him because it was unbelievably delicious. The giant frog wondered what on earth the dish was because he felt that the toxins inside his body were completely gone. He asked Theo whether he had any more of it. The cat let out a devilish laugh, knowing that it was a good thing he was lucky. He had kept a few roasted locusts aside just in case. It was because of this food that the Jewel Frog King was finally willing to discuss a deal with him. As the scene shifts, we see multiple purple locusts attacking the lizard men. The lizard men were slicing them in half using their swordsmanship skills. But the moment the toxins touched their bodies, the situation became even more terrifying and impossible to handle. A massive purple locust swarm grew increasingly enraged, closing in on the lizardmen who were barely holding their ground. We come to know that the leader of the lizardmen guard was named Tamaro. All the other monsters on the 67th floor were confused, wondering why the numbers of locusts were not decreasing at all. They were also running out of detoxifying green onions, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Tamora knew this could not continue any longer. As the purple swamp crept closer, only a few inches away, he wondered if this was truly the end for them. Suddenly, a massive familiar tongue appeared out of nowhere. In a single motion, it grabbed dozens of purple locusts and swallowed them whole. A thunderous burp followed along with a satisfied voice commenting that the locusts were really delicious. It was none other than Lord Jerome, who had come to rescue the lizard men. Everyone was shocked to see the Jewel Frog King eating the poisonous locusts without suffering any ill effects. Lord Jerome then revealed his true power. After being fully rejuvenated, he began spinning his tongue like a helicopter, sweeping through the swarm and devouring countless locusts without even pausing to digest them. As the frog continued consuming the locusts again and again, the lizard men realized that the Jewel Frog King was eating tens of thousands at a time. They stared in disbelief, wondering just who this overwhelming being truly was. Lord Jerome finally introduced himself. The multicolored jewel on his head gleamed brilliantly as he declared that he was the king of the jewel frogs and the master of Navia Swamp, Lord Jerome. Standing proudly atop the giant frog's head was a tiny golden cat, none other than a subordinate of the Black Dragon. He introduced himself as the mid-level wandering merchant, the golden cat Theo. We then learned that Theo had formed a contract with the Jewel Frog King earlier. Because of that contract, Lord John was now assisting him by single-handedly resolving the purple locust crisis. Some of the subordinates hesitated, wondering whether it was truly safe for their lord to eat so many poisonous locusts at once. However, none of them dared to object since Lord Jerome's life had been saved by Theo himself. As the scene shifts again, we see Thea riding atop the massive but surprisingly cute Jewel Frog King. Thea ordered Lord Jerome to eat as many purple locusts as possible and to fill his stomach until he was completely satisfied. Hearing this, Lord Jerome leaped straight into the heart of the purple locust swarm which was engulfing the entire area. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the dimensional space. Sejun finally woke up along with the other monsters. As he stretched and looked around, he frowned slightly, wondering where the golden cat Theo had gone. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Now Sejun was genuinely worried. He wondered whether everyone was ready because they had to head out and find Theo and figure out where he had gone. Baby Bear and the warrior rabbit were already prepared along with the others. The princess, however, was confused, wondering where the golden cat could have gone all by himself in the middle of the night. Even Iona was worried, knowing that the area outside must still be swarming with locusts. That was exactly why Sejun knew he had to find the cat quickly, otherwise things could easily go wrong. Meanwhile, the black rabbit stepped forward and raised his chest proudly, telling the princess that no matter what happened, he swore he would protect her at all costs. The princess blushed slightly and replied that she believed he would, calling him Sir Knight. Hearing this, the black rabbit turned red himself, flustered by her words. Sejun then told everyone to get ready as he finally reached for the dimensional door. The moment the door opened, everyone rushed out with all their magic power and physical strength, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Avengers, assemble!" and telling the bugs to bring it on. But the moment they stepped outside, they froze. There was nothing. The surroundings were completely desolate. Only the dimensional gate stood behind them with no enemies in sight. Sejun quickly realized that the area they had previously cleared was still safe. Suddenly, the black rabbit's ears twitched. He raised his hand and told everyone to wait. Focusing carefully on the sound, he sensed something massive approaching their position. Sejun immediately tensed up, wondering what it could be. The princess speculated that it might be a new breed of locust, but Iona shook her head, saying that it shouldn't be possible. Even so, Sejun tightened his grip on his axe and told everyone to brace themselves for whatever was coming. What happened next shocked him to his core. A giant frog suddenly leaped straight over their heads, casting an enormous shadow over Sejun and the others. Everyone screamed in alarm as the massive creature landed heavily in the swamp, the impact splashing muddy water everywhere and soaking everyone nearby. As the water settled, they noticed a small silhouette clinging desperately to the frog. It was Theo barely hanging on. Theo looked at his companions with a smug grin and teased them, asking if they had all been waiting for the mighty Theo, the golden cat. Iona stared in disbelief, completely confused by what she was seeing. Sejun quickly asked Theo if he was all right. Theo replied proudly that he was completely fine and casually added that he had even made a new subordinate named Jerome. Sejun blinked. "Who is Jerome?" Theo explained that thanks to Jerome, they had wiped out a massive number of purple locusts. At that moment, the giant Jewel Frog King noticed the mark on Sejun's hand, the unmistakable crest of the black dragon. Without hesitation, Lord Jerome, along with multiple jewel frogs, immediately bowed before Sejun. They explained that they had been able to overcome the locusts thanks to the dish Sejun had cooked, and that it had helped them immensely. Sejun wondered aloud whether these frogs were different from the ones on the 75th floor. The owner explained that these were jewel frogs, and they were the very targets their team was supposed to protect for this mission. Lord John was none other than the king of the jewel frogs, and at that moment, Theo was sitting cutely on his head. Yona could hardly believe that the golden cat had managed to make such a powerful being his subordinate entirely on his own. She stared at Theo in awe, wondering just who he truly was to possess such influence. Theo, however, didn't care about that at all. Instead, he immediately turned to Sejun and asked if he had done a good job. Sejun, though still nervous, was also extremely curious about how Theo had managed all of this. Theo, however, had no intention of explaining anything just yet. First came the treats and the churros. Since he had done such a good job, he deserved at least that much. Clinging tightly to Sejun's legs, Theo urged him to go back inside. Sejun opened the dimensional door again and told everyone that they would talk inside. Theo was already smiling, imagining the treats he was about to receive. But as Sejun turned around, he noticed Lord Jerome hesitating, clearly wondering how he would fit through the entrance. Sejun explained apologetically that although he would love to invite him inside, the entrance was simply too small. Lord Jerome proved himself to be a wise and understanding king. He calmly replied that Sejun need not worry about that. Suddenly, the multicolored jewel on Lord Jerome's head began to shine brilliantly. The light was so intense that everyone had to close their eyes to protect themselves. As the glow intensified, something incredible happened. Slowly but surely, Lord Jerome's massive body began to shrink, When the light finally faded, the once giant jewel frog king had transformed into a cute, chubby frog, even smaller than the other jewel frogs. Sejun stared in amazement and wondered aloud whether Lord Jiron was similar to Baby Bear, someone who could shrink and expand at will. Hearing this, the king laughed lightly and told Sejun that it was nothing special. Yona immediately rushed forward to examine the newly transformed frog, her curiosity completely overflowing. While Sejun was happily telling everyone that they should have a meal together, the scene shifted back into the cozy dimensional space once again. Yona was yelling at Theo just like a worried girlfriend, asking the cat whether he even had any idea how worried the hamster had been after he vanished in the middle of the night. Theo, however, was completely relaxed, knowing that nothing bad had actually happened. He also knew better than to mention that he had been kidnapped and had nearly died because that would only make things worse for him. As the scene shifted towards Sejun, we saw that the entire fireplace had been completed and was now being upgraded once again so that he could cook more food inside it. Theo and the others gathered around, drooling uncontrollably when they saw a delicious-looking stew. The dish was called Purple Chef's Potato Stew. It was made from thinly sliced purple locust meat combined with detoxifying green onions and strength potatoes, all boiled together for a long time so the ingredients could blend harmoniously and enhance each other's effects. Upon consumption, strength would increase by 10.5 for 30 minutes. The user would feel full for 4 hours and gain low-level poison resistance. Everyone lined up eagerly as the food was cooked inside a giant clay pot. Sejun told everyone to line up and take their portions so they could eat their fill. When the Black Warrior Rabbit ate, he felt completely satisfied, both in body and soul. Iona ate quietly while the jewel frogs also enjoyed the meal, amazed by how delicious it was, especially the detoxifying green onions and the purple locust meat. One of the jewel frogs thought it was miraculous. Normally, just touching the skin of a red locust would melt a frog's skin due to its toxicity, but thanks to the green onions, the detoxification effect was incredible. Meanwhile, the cute jewel frog king was extremely pleased, saying that this was exactly what one would expect from the black dragon. Thanks to this food, they could finally fight the locusts properly. Seun encouraged everyone to eat well and regain their strength so they could finish exterminating the purple locusts. However, for the jewel frogs, the feeling was bittersweet. They had to eliminate the bugs, but knowing they would no longer be able to eat this delicious dish afterward was heartbreaking. Sejun smiled and told everyone that there was something he hadn't told them yet. He gestured for everyone to follow him, saying that he wanted to show them something. As everyone followed Sejun, he stopped in front of a wooden door. Even Theo was curious, wondering what that door was since the last time he had seen it, he was too busy eating to pay attention. Sejun then explained that he had asked Yona to create a special space. When the door was opened, everyone was stunned. Inside was a massive freezer filled with an enormous number of frozen purple locusts. Iona had originally frozen them as research samples for the Wizards Association. According to her, it was fine for Sejun to use some of them as cooking ingredients. Baby Bear couldn't tolerate the cold and immediately started sneezing non-stop. The jewel frogs wondered whether freezing the locusts would make them taste better. As the temperature dropped further, the jewel frog king began growing sleepier with every passing second, while even Theo started shivering from the cold. Sejun realized that the monsters were unfamiliar with the concept of cold storage. He explained that keeping things cold prevents them from rotting, allowing them to be stored and eaten for a long time. Thanks to Yona, they now had a massive freezer where they could preserve ingredients. Yona blushed at the praise, explaining that setting up a semi-permanent freezing magic circle over such a large space was actually very high magic, but she had still managed to do it. Everyone was surprised by how capable Yona truly was. Baby Bear began climbing on the giant ice cubes while the princess wondered if they should freeze the detoxifying green onions as well so they wouldn't go to waste. Sejun told everyone that the green onions were fine since he could simply farm more. The jewel frogs didn't understand the concept of farming and asked what it was. Sejun started to explain, but midway through he realized everyone had begun sneezing and coughing because it was far too cold. By then, the jewel frog king had already fallen asleep, entering hibernation. Meanwhile, both Yona and the green jewel frog were completely fine. At that moment, Sejun came up with a great idea. The scene then shifted to the administrator tower, where Alan was flipping through multiple books at the same time. She was reading intensely, wondering what she should do until Sejun returned, knowing she needed to grant him the proper authority as a mid-level manager so he wouldn't face such difficulties again. She kept reading book after book until suddenly her eyes lit up. She had found something. The book itself was magical, its letters glowing brightly. Eileen hugged the blue book tightly, feeling relieved. She knew that this was it, that she had finally found the solution. Confident that Sejun would return safely to the 99th floor, she held the book close, reassured that everything would be all right. As the scene shifts, we come to the lizard men, along with the wolf tribe guards and the others who were relieved and happy that the evacuation of the wounded was complete. They could no longer feel any locust presence around the area. Finally, the lizard men were able to breathe again, and some of them began to think that the fight was finally over. However, the leader Tamarau stopped everyone and told them that it was far too early to celebrate. The war was not over yet. He reminded them that both Manager Theo and Lord Jerome, who had played massive roles in the battle, had headed toward the swamp first. They could still be fighting even now. The lizard men who owed their lives to them could not simply stand by and do nothing. With morale running high, everyone gathered together and decided to march toward the swamp to protect them. But when the scene shifts and they finally reach the swamp, they are met with a completely unexpected sight. Instead of a battlefield, they see Baby Bear along with the other monsters calmly planting detoxifying green onions and bladed green onions into the ground. Sejun and Theo were supervising their work, guiding them on how to properly plant the crops. The lizard men arrived in confusion, wondering what exactly was happening. Yona noticed the lizard men lord and was genuinely happy to see that they had arrived just in time. The lizard men were shocked, especially Tamarau, because Yona, the head of the Tower Wizard Association, was actually farming. Tamura wondered what on earth was going on. Sejun smiled slightly and explained that they were putting an end to the battle with the locusts once and for all. Thanks to the idea of the great black dragon who stood behind them, the lizard men finally realized that the boy before them was the representative of the black dragon. They noticed that Sejun's eyes were glowing faintly, as if he had awakened some new power, while he instructed the jewel frogs to plant green onions across specific areas of the swamp. Theo, on the other hand, was completely baffled. He asked why they were going through all this trouble of splitting the green onions and planting them everywhere. Sejun explained that green onions must be planted in well-drained soil because they would not grow properly in soil that was too damp. Thanks to his plantation skill, which had now reached level 5, Sejun could clearly see which ground was suitable for which crops. In this situation, the skill was proving to be far more useful than he had ever imagined. Soon, even the army of the lizard men began helping the jewel frogs plant the green onions. As the farming continued at full pace, Sejun thought that once it was complete, the 67th floor would be able to handle the locusts on its own. From the very beginning, his goal had been to prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs in Navia Swamp on the 67th floor. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. At the same time, the Black Warrior Rabbit sensed something unusual. The princess asked what was wrong, and the Warrior Rabbit announced that the purple locusts were finally coming. Another massive swarm was heading straight toward them at incredible speed. The Warrior Rabbit readied his trusted hammer. A giant swarm of purple locusts hovered above their heads. Everyone panicked for a brief moment, but soon calmed down. After all, Sejun was with them. Sejun immediately announced that everyone should chew the detoxifying green onions and use their bladed green onions as weapons to slash the locusts in half. Baby Bear grumbled in annoyance, saying that no matter how many times he saw those purple locusts, they were always disgusting and filthy. As the scene shifts, we see jewel frogs, Baby Bear, and the lizard men preparing to fight the swarm while consuming the detoxifying green onions, granting them immunity to poison for 1 hour. Sejun declared that their sole mission was to protect Navia Swamp. He took out his dagger and axe, ready to fight alongside his trusted companions. Now we see Iona, who was continuously launching lightning attacks, turning the purple locusts into exploding firecrackers with ease. Baby Bear swung his massive wooden log, smashing the red locusts out of the air. The Black Warrior Rabbit and the lizard men fought fiercely with swords and hammers, determined to destroy as many purple locusts as possible. At the center of it all was Sejun, dual-wielding his weapons and hacking his way through the swarm, breaking their formation with relentless precision. Meanwhile, Theo released the Jewel Frog King from his arms. As Lord John leapt forward, the jewel on his back began to shine brilliantly once again with multiple colors. In moments, the frog returned to his original massive size, his stomach expanding as hunger surged through him. Staring at the purple locusts as if they were nothing more than delicious snacks, Lord John began swinging his tongue like a helicopter once again, instantly grabbing multiple locusts in a single sweep. The frog ate in the thousands without even hesitating, gulping them down one after another. Those who had never seen this before were completely shocked, including Sejun and the princess. They found it incredible and wanted the Jewel Frog King to keep going. Meanwhile, the other jewel frogs also joined in. Even though they were small, they began eating the purple locusts as well because they were no longer poisonous at all. The leader, Tamura, was slashing as many purple locusts as he could, cutting them cleanly in half. But then he noticed something shocking. The purple locusts were changing color. Tamura's eyes widened as he realized that the locusts were degenerating and slowly turning back into red locusts. He felt relief wash over him as hope returned. A system notification appeared, making everyone happy, including Sejun. He read it aloud, announcing that as the locust population decreased, they were degenerating from purple locusts back into their original red locust form. Sejun smiled and encouraged all the cute creatures, big and small, to keep pushing them back. Everyone shouted in unison as they launched another wave of attacks. Finally, as the scene shifts, we see Theo letting out a sigh of relief. Everyone else had also finished their part of the battle. Theo was happy that they had won without anyone getting hurt, realizing that this was the true power of the bladed green onions and detoxifying green onions. Even Lord Jerome, the Jewel Frog King, was burping loudly after his feast, clearly satisfied. One of the lizard men soldiers approached Seyun and respectfully called him the Great Black Dragon. 2 jewel frogs followed shortly after, bowing deeply and thanking him for saving them. The jewel frogs promised that from now on they would farm both the bladed green onions and detoxifying green onions themselves. They swore to exterminate the remaining locusts and protect Navia Swamp on their own. At that moment, a system notification informed Seyun that he had finally completed the mid-level manager quest after almost 1 full year. As a reward, he obtained 3 million experience points and 50,000 tower coins. Sejun could hardly believe it. He felt that he had achieved an incredible feat. Just then, the lizardmen leader Tamarao stepped forward again, also calling Sejun the Great Black Dragon. Tamura confessed honestly that he had been largely responsible for the entire situation. Seyun received 1 extra stat point and wondered what Tamarao meant. A flashback followed. It revealed that the lizard men had trusted Tar the pig, who was actually the mastermind behind feeding the locusts even after they had been subdued. Tamura had received continuous rewards from him, and never once suspected anything was wrong. Now, Tamura placed a reward box in his hands and opened it, showing Sejun the item he had received from the pig. He offered it up, wanting to sacrifice it to the Great Black Dragon. Sejun refused. He told Tamarao that it was fine and instead instructed the lizard men to use that reward to restore the 67th floor after the destruction caused by the battle. A blue aura suddenly surrounded everyone who had come from the upper floor. A system notification announced that they would be returning to the 99th floor in 30 seconds. Hearing this, the lizard men leader was deeply moved. The jewel frogs were also surprised by the generosity of the legendary Black Dragon. Soon the blue aura completely enveloped everyone. They were shot upward into the sky and teleported back to the 99th floor of the tower. Finally, after almost 1 year, they were witnessing the 99th floor once again. Even Seyun felt emotional, realizing how long it had been. The fresh air felt incredible after such a long time. The black wolf, White Wolf, the entire rabbit family, and the cute little bunnies rushed forward, shocked and overjoyed that their master, Sejun, had finally returned. Sejun knelt down, checking on everyone and marveling at how much the baby rabbits had grown. He petted them affectionately, admitting how much he had missed them. Suddenly, Theo glanced behind him and noticed something strange. Sneaking quietly onto the 99th floor was none other than Lord Jerome, the Jewel Frog King. Theo was shocked that Jerome had followed them all the way up. Meanwhile, Sejun asked the mother rabbit and father rabbit about Bat-Bat, wondering how he was doing and whether he had adjusted well since it had been so long since they last saw him. The mother rabbit pointed toward the house of Sejun they had built. Inside, multiple queen bees and worker bees were taking care of Bat-Bat, who was happily resting upside down in the shade, just as bats should. She explained that Bat-Bat was doing perfectly fine. Sejun also noticed that the fields looked amazing. The farm hadn't changed at all, and the new crops were fully grown, tomatoes, potatoes, and many other crops thriving beautifully. The farmer, Rabbit, explained that the residents of Grainier Village were eager to help with the work. Even though they had all scattered earlier for their wandering merchant jobs, they had now returned and completed a great deal of work. Even the architect rabbits came over to Seyun, calling out to him and telling him that they had prepared something while he was away. They asked if he would like to follow them. As the scene shifts, we arrived near the pit below the 99th floor. Sejun immediately recognized the place. It was the cave where he had first entered the tower. As he looked around, he noticed something new on the floor, a trap door that had not been there before. Sejun opened it and Theo peeked inside. We see that entering the cave was no longer troublesome because the architect rabbits had built stairs that extended deep downward. Seyun began walking inside, noticing multiple candles lighting the entire area and preventing darkness from spreading. Sejun felt pleased seeing the staircase that led directly into the cave. He realized that from now on, they could come and go freely without needing someone above to pull them up. He immediately understood just how hard the architect rabbits must have worked on this. Meanwhile, we see the 2 cute little beings whose names had been forgotten along with Flame all happily looking at their master. We also noticed that there were now multiple purifying ants, whereas before there had only been one when Seyun left. Even Baby Bear wondered what was going on. We come to learn that the first ant named Pasaki had produced more seeds. For Seun, this was great news, as it meant that the flaming tree would now have more companions willing to protect her. Just then, a system notification appeared. It was revealed that Eileen was shocked to see that Sejun had returned. Sejun smiled and asked her how she had been doing. However, the dragon lady felt both relief and irritation at seeing his cheerful expression, making her feel foolish for worrying so much about the team she had sent. She brushed those feelings aside and told Sejun that more importantly, she had something to give him right now. Sejun was surprised, wondering what else there could be. Inside the administrator tower, Eileen opened the blue book and began channeling magic into the crystal orb. She told Sejun to think of it as a reward for all his hard work. As the spell took effect, Seun was enveloped in a blue aura from head to toe. He was startled as he felt a powerful surge of energy flow through his body. Something had clearly changed. The dragon lady smiled calmly and told him to look forward to it because she had finally found the greatest authority suitable for him. It was called the authority of an unbreakable body granted to the mid-level manager. Sejun. Only then did Sejun realize what it meant. With the unbreakable body, his physical body could never be broken. The realization shocked him, and he wondered in disbelief whether he had now become truly invincible. But as Sejun saw the blue energy fading away, he wondered why he was not feeling its power yet. Hearing this, Baby Bear decided to test it immediately. He took out his trusty wooden weapon and slammed it down with insane force straight onto Sejun's head. Sejun was startled and fell to the ground as smoke rose from his head due to the impact. When Baby Bear realized that Sejun's head had not fallen off, he became overjoyed knowing that his dad had finally become strong. Even Thea realized that Sejun did not break even after taking a full-powered strike from the bear. However, Sejun began crying, telling Baby Bear that he could still feel the pain exactly as before. He warned Baby Bear not to expect any dinner tonight for pulling such a cruel surprise attack. Seun then turned toward the tower administrator and thanked her sincerely for the incredible gift. The dragon lady told Sejun that she would be leaving things in his care from now on. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. It informed Seun that a quest had been triggered. The job quest was to realize the joy of harvesting and to use the harvesting skill 100,000 times. The reward for completing it would be level 51, 50,000 tower coins, and all tower farmer job skills increasing by 1 level. However, completing 100,000 harvests was clearly not an easy task. As the scene shifts, we arrive at the Rabbit Kingdom floor where Greed was staring at his old portrait like a narcissistic creature. A soldier approached Greed and informed him that there was an urgent report. After receiving permission to speak, the messenger explained that the Wandering Merchant Association had sent a summon to Greed. The situation was serious because the fat pig Tar had been captured after failing to kidnap the bunny princess. During interrogation, Tar had mentioned Greed's name, making him a suspect as well. Greed's eyes filled with killing intent as he wondered how Tar could be such a fool. Greed had treated him well, as Tar was a fellow boar elder and had even entrusted him with an important relic to carry out the job. Now, due to Tar's mistake, the Wandering Merchant Association, an organization funded by Greed, had dared to act against him. Greed turned toward the messenger and asked whether there was any concrete evidence linking him to Tar. The messenger replied that there were indeed clues as Yona, head of the Magic Association and the Inspection Bureau led by Inspector Fox, had carried out a joint operation. A flashback appears. We see Inspector Fox arresting Tar on 8 criminal charges, including kidnapping, unlawful confinement, and blackmail. The authorities had secured Tar's confession using a recording device. Tar was completely exposed, revealing that he was the one who had fed the red locusts. Once everything was devastated and the food supply was gone, the 67th floor would fall under Lord Greed's control. After reading the summon, Greed tore it apart, dismissing the messenger and telling him to leave. He continued staring at his portrait, still unable to believe that the Merchant Association had summoned him and that he would be forced to step forward personally. Greed took a black book from a bookshelf, a book he had never read. This black book was actually the key to a hidden passage. As the bookshelf moved aside, Greed descended deeper underground and opened a massive gate with a giant golden bow symbol engraved on it. Beyond the gate stood a white dragon statue surrounded by massive piles of gold scattered throughout the chamber. The sight revealed just how greedy the pig truly was. Suddenly, the white dragon statue began to speak. Hearing the voice, Greed immediately bowed in respect, greeting the great white dragon speaking through the statue. The white dragon's eyes glowed with crimson energy as they glared at Greed. The scene shifts back to the 99th floor cave. Rabbit farmers were harvesting cherry tomatoes while other rabbits and ants watered the flame tree and nurtured new saplings. Baby Bear helped gather water from the nearby lake while the small rabbit children looked up to their big brother in admiration. The bunny princess was treated generously with the architect rabbits, presenting her with everything they had harvested. Everyone noticed that Sejun was counting numbers under his breath. As the scene shifts again, we see Sejun, Theo, and the black rabbit pulling on something firmly rooted in the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they failed to uproot it. The red vine with multiple leaves remained intact, standing firmly in place. Sejun realized that what they were trying to uproot was no joke. Even Theo had never seen such a huge sweet potato vine before, knowing that there was definitely a massive sweet potato buried underground. Hearing the words massive sweet potato, Baby Bear felt a sudden surge of strength as his eyes started sparkling. He began growing bigger and bigger, grabbing the vine and pulling it with all the strength he had. Meanwhile, both Sejun and Theo stepped back and started cheering loudly for Baby Bear. Baby Bear screamed with all his power, and as the sweet potato slowly began emerging from the ground, both Theo and Sejun made exaggerated, shocked faces. Finally, the entire sweet potato came out, and Baby Bear returned to his baby form. A system notification appeared informing Sejun that it was a giant pumpkin sweet potato grown in the tower. It tasted delicious due to sufficient nutrients, but it had used all those nutrients solely for growth. As a result, it provided no effects when consumed and would not sprout even if planted. It was a grade crop with an expiration date of 45 days. Everyone climbed all over it, unable to believe that such a giant sweet potato was right in front of them. Even Sejun knew that this sweet potato was incredible. Just one of them would be enough to feed everyone. Baby Bear could not wait any longer and told his dad that he wanted to eat it immediately. However, when Sejun looked at his current mission, he saw that he had only used the harvest skill approximately 3,000 times. Even though he needed to use it 100,000 times, he wondered when he would ever finish it. Still, Sejun turned around and looked at the happy, cute monsters and announced that they should eat first. Baby Bear had worked hard, and even the punishment he had received earlier was officially taken back. He would get dinner after all. Everyone smiled cheerfully. Sejun took out the dimensional space key and opened the dimensional gate directly into the cave on the 99th floor. He told Baby Bear to take out 10 purple locusts from inside. Baby Bear immediately ran in and started pulling out purple locusts. The wolf chief stared in confusion while the other rabbits found the locusts disgusting. They quickly told everyone not to judge them by appearance alone, explaining that they actually tasted incredible. The rabbits looked at him doubtfully. The scene shifts again as Sejun and the others began cooking purple locust sweet potato soup once more. As it cooked, Sejun tasted it bit by bit, carefully adjusting the ingredients. The mother rabbit watched nervously, thinking the stew looked suspicious. Sun was satisfied with the result, knowing that adding the giant sweet potato for extra sweetness had been the right decision. It made the flavor richer. He handed the first bowl to the artist rabbit, asking him to try it, but no one dared to move. Even the mother rabbit was shivering, disturbed by the stew's appearance. Suddenly, the chubby rabbit stepped forward without hesitation, grabbed the bowl, and started eating non-stop. He finished it in mere seconds and gave everyone a look that clearly said he had gone to heaven. Sejun asked the chubby rabbit if he wanted another bowl. The rabbit immediately ran back enthusiastically. Seeing that the stew was safe, the other rabbits finally relaxed. Even the artist rabbit and the mother rabbit began eating while the baby rabbits could only sniff the delicious aroma. The mother rabbit carefully fed tiny portions to the bobbies. The architect rabbit found the stew incredibly delicious, and Sejun continued serving bowls one by one to everyone lined up. The next bowl was offered to Yona, but she declined along with the princess and the black warrior rabbit. The owner explained that they had urgent business to attend to. The trial of Greed, the landlord of the 55th floor, was about to begin. The time had finally come to hold him accountable for his crimes and punish him accordingly. Sejun agreed, feeling relieved that the black warrior rabbit would be accompanying them, knowing they would be safe. Just then, Lord Jiran returned and called out to Theo. Theo asked if the frog had enjoyed his walk outside, but Jiran replied that he had discovered something unusual up on the 99th floor. Sejun immediately became curious and asked what it was. As the scene shifts, we return outside to the 99th floor farm where Sejun and the others were staring upward in shock at something enormous casting a shadow over them, all wondering what it could possibly be. We see that in front of Sejun and the others was not a monster or a giant being, but instead another giant crop. It had leaves so large that they worked like full-blown fans. Theo immediately realized that it was a giant carrot and wondered what they should do about it. Even the baby bear froze for a moment because this was too much even for him. Sejun wondered what they should do, thinking about whether they should dig up the surrounding earth to harvest the carrot properly. They told everyone not to worry, reminding them that he was the golden merchant cat. He then told Jiran to transform into his usual larger form. As the jewel frog king grew in size, he prepared to pull the carrot out. He grabbed the leaves firmly and told everyone to leave it to him. Using all his strength, he pulled upward. The ground began to shake violently, and Jiran used his utmost power. Yet, the carrot did not budge at all. Sejun could not believe it. Even with Jiran's strength, it was impossible. He wondered what on earth was buried beneath the ground. Just then, Seyun heard a heavy thumping sound and turned to look. At the same time, the baby bear suddenly became excited. The reason was revealed immediately. The mother bear had returned to the 99th floor. However, the situation quickly turned dangerous. The Jewel Frog King and the red mother bear locked eyes, clearly ready to clash. Even though Sejun told them not to fight, he realized that since Jerome had come from another floor, he had unintentionally offended the mother bear. Theo clutched his head, knowing that Jerome was technically his subordinate, but he had no idea how to stop this confrontation. Before things escalated further, the baby bear ran between the red mother bear and the Jewel Frog King. He excitedly told his mother that there was a huge carrot buried in the ground and that he wanted to eat it as soon as possible. The mother bear snapped out of her aggressive stance and looked at the giant carrot leaves. The Jewel Frog King also paused. They stared at each other for a moment, and then Sejun suddenly had an idea. He told both giant creatures that instead of fighting, they should combine their strength and pull the carrot out together since they were the two most powerful beings on the 99th floor. Fighting might be their instinct, but cooperation was possible. Both creatures hesitated, but in the end, they agreed for the sake of the baby bear. They each grabbed the carrot leaves and began pulling upward with full force. The power they exerted was so immense that it caused a literal earthquake. Sejun wondered just how massive this carrot was to cause such tremors. The baby bear cheered loudly for his mother, telling her to hang in there. Both the mother bear and the Jewel Frog King struggled intensely. Yet slowly, impossibly, the carrot began to rise. Everyone watched in disbelief. The giant carrot kept coming out, and it did not stop. Right in front of Sejun and the others, the golden carrot lifted completely out of the ground and began floating in the air. The mother bear nearly collapsed from exhaustion, while the Jewel Frog King stared in shock. Everyone else was frozen, unable to believe what they were seeing. At that moment, a system notification appeared. It informed Sejun that he had harvested the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. His job experience increased greatly, and his harvesting level 4 proficiency also rose significantly. In addition, he obtained 10,000 experience points. Sejun was stunned. He wondered what exactly the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar was. Hearing the system message, the father rabbit and the yellow rabbit children hurried over. Before Sejun could ask further questions, another system window appeared. It stated that Sejun must offer 100 crops of 10 different types to the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar within 24 hours and hold the Harvest Festival of Abundance. The reward for completing the festival would be a job skill called Crop Gigantic. Sejun could hardly believe it. He had received a special quest tied to this floating carrot, and he now had to host something called the Harvest Festival of Abundance to obtain the reward. Meanwhile, the Jewel Frog King poked the floating carrot curiously, still confused about what it was. The father rabbit stepped forward and explained everything. He told Sejun that this was the legendary golden carrot altar passed down in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. According to the legends of the Black Tower, a giant golden carrot once rose from the ground, and a great conflict broke out among the rabbits over who would claim it. However, during the chaos, one great rabbit shouted for peace and shared his food in front of the golden carrot. Moved by his kindness, the other rabbits followed, sharing their own food one by one. Soon, a peaceful celebration was held before the golden carrot, a festival that later became known as the Harvest Festival of Abundance. But still a question remained in Sejun's mind. Why would a carrot from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's legends appear on the 99th floor? The even bigger question, especially in the baby bear's mind, was that the carrot was not golden at all. However, Sejun realized that asking endless questions would not change anything. So he decided to follow the system's instructions, open the ribbon of the carrot, and hold the Harvest Festival of Abundance. As the scene shifts, Sejun finds himself in a dilemma counting the crops he currently has. These included carrots, cherry tomatoes, pumpkin, sweet potatoes, corn, normal potatoes, and lastly, green onions. He took out 100 of each and wondered if that was enough. He found it strange because he was sure he had planted a wider variety of crops. The farmer rabbit told Sejun that he was correct and asked him to follow him to another place, explaining that the farm had already expanded. As the scene shifts, Sejun saw juicy strawberries and even chili peppers, crops they had never eaten before. He could not believe that these crops had already been harvested because he remembered buying their seeds long ago together with the carrots. The baby bear began drooling, realizing that he had never tasted these crops before, but instinctively feeling that they would be delicious. Sejun finally understood that the father rabbit had worked extremely hard as a tenant farmer while Sejun was away on the 67th floor. Thanks to his efforts, they now had 2 additional crop types to offer to the altar. Then the rabbit revealed that there were actually 3 additional crops. Sejun turned toward him in surprise, and the rabbit showed him peanuts. This made Sejun even happier, wondering how they were already ready for harvest. That was when Sejun realized that it must have been because of the mysterious stone monument. The rabbit confirmed this, explaining that Sejun was correct. The crops had been growing rapidly thanks to the monument's influence. Sejun realized that he needed to pay closer attention to the farm now that it had expanded so much. He thanked all the rabbits sincerely for raising the crops so well in his absence. As the rabbits started eating strawberries together with the baby bear, Sejun reviewed the crops they had cultivated so far. Carrots, cherry tomatoes, pumpkin, sweet potatoes, corn, normal potatoes, green onions, strawberries, chili peppers, and peanuts. That made 9 types of crops. Sejun was missing one last type. As the baby bear grabbed multiple strawberries and stuffed them into his mouth, Sejun frowned slightly, realizing this was a problem. Suddenly, Theo remembered something and told Sejun that there was one more crop. Sejun asked what it was. Theo reminded him that when they went to the 75th floor, they had planted the yellow fruit obtained after defeating the Frog Queen. The baby bear called it pine's horn, but Sejun corrected him gently, explaining that it was called a pineapple. However, Sejun also realized that they had planted very few pineapples. Since they were planted recently, he doubted that even 10 had fully grown yet. By the time they harvested 100 pineapples for the festival, the other crops would begin to rot, wasting everything. To make matters worse, the seed shop had not opened yet, so Sejun was blocked there as well. Still, Sejun knew one thing for sure: overthinking would not solve anything. He decided to harvest relentlessly for now. While Theo and the others cheered him on, knowing that a massive amount of work awaited them, as the scene shifts, we move to the Merchants Association inside the Merchant Passage Central Court. An owl judge called out to the defendant, who was none other than the pig Greed. The judge announced that the locust outbreak on the 67th floor had been deliberately instigated and aided by Greed and his subordinates. Greed was also charged with soliciting the kidnapping of Magic Association President Iona, as well as the Red Ribbon Kingdom's Princess Bubu. Furthermore, Greed was accused of committing treason, including releasing locusts on the 55th floor in the past to attack the Red Ribbon Kingdom, assassinating the king and queen, and attempting to seize the throne. After listing all the charges, the owl judge slammed the hammer onto the platform, declaring that the trial to address these crimes would now begin. Yet, despite hearing his name tied to every accusation, Greed only smiled devilishly, completely unfazed by what was about to happen. The scene shifts to the inside of the tower where Sejun is quietly picking strawberries one by one in a vast strawberry field. As he works, a system notification appears before his eyes. It identifies the crop as a lucky strawberry, a tower-grown fruit that has fully absorbed nutrients. Its taste and quality have improved due to the farmer's skill, and consuming it increases luck for 1 hour. It is a grade crop with a 90-day expiration period. Sejun smiles faintly as he looks down at the strawberries in his hands. When he turns around, he notices white rabbits hopping around the field, diligently helping him harvest. The sight makes him smile again. Moments later, as Sejun plucks a chili pepper from the soil, another notification appears. This one identifies the crop as a calmness chili pepper, also grown inside the tower and fully enriched with nutrients. Consuming it calms the mind for 1 hour. Like the strawberries, it is a grade C crop with a 90-day expiration. Seeing this, Sejun feels satisfied, realizing he can now make spicy food as well. He moves to the other side of the field to continue harvesting chili peppers. Suddenly, he notices the baby bear holding one of the peppers and bringing it to his mouth. Sejun reacts too late. The baby bear eats it immediately. A few seconds pass before the effect kicks in. Flames burst from the baby bear's mouth as it starts screaming in agony. Sejun freezes in shock at the sight, then quickly reassures him, knowing the effect will only last a short while. True to his words, the burning sensation begins to fade after several seconds. With the situation under control, Sejun resumes his work. He gathers the harvested strawberries and places them neatly in a separate area. As he does so, he calculates the quantity and concludes that 100 of each crop should be enough. The others join in to help. And in no time, all the harvested crops are neatly arranged in front of the giant golden carrot altar. Sejun counts them and confirms that 9 different types of crops are ready. At that moment, a new notification appears. It is a job quest related to harvesting, requiring the use of the harvest skill, 100,000 times. The system shows that Sejun has already used it over 11,000 times, meaning he has surpassed the 10,000 mark. He pauses briefly, wondering what to do about the final crop. Theo, standing nearby, points out that only pineapples remain. Immediately after, the white rabbit formally dedicates the harvest to the golden carrot, offering sincerity and requesting a blessing of abundance. Before the white rabbit can say anything else, the golden carrot begins to shine intensely. Another system notification appears confirming that 100 units each of 107 crop types have been offered and that the quest has been completed. As a reward, the Festival of Abundant Harvest is activated. Sejun watches the glowing altar with satisfaction. realizing their plan has succeeded. The White Rabbit confirms it as well. Another notification follows, announcing that the giant carrot altar of the Red Ribbon is bestowing a great blessing upon the entire area. The golden light grows so intense that even Alien's crystal ball begins to shine. Elsewhere in the tower, a dragon woman reading quietly is startled by the sudden surge of power. The glow spreads across multiple floors, catching the attention of many. Among them, warriors of the Minotaur tribe stop in shock. Their king stares at the light in disbelief, wondering what kind of phenomenon could produce such radiance. After a brief moment, he gives an order for everyone to prepare and move toward the source, nodding that it has been a long time since their last expedition. The scene then abruptly shifts to the central court of the Merchant Passage. A verdict has just been delivered, and the courtroom falls into stunned silence. Iona reacts first, unable to believe what she has heard. Grid has been acquitted. Grid, standing calmly on the opposite side, begins to smile. Just then, a member of the police force seated beside the main judge rises and declares his intention to testify. He claims that everything that happened was orchestrated by Grid himself. After hearing the accusation, the judge responds calmly, stating that there is no concrete evidence to support the claim. At that moment, the fox steps forward and produces a ring, declaring it to be undeniable proof. To reinforce his claim, he plays a recorded confession from Tar in which Tar openly admits his crime and explains that the plan was to starve regions by cutting off food supplies so that when everything collapsed, the land would inevitably fall under Lord Grid's rule. As the recording ends, all eyes turn to Grid. Standing on the opposite side, he remains composed and even acknowledges that the ring is indeed solid evidence. However, he immediately clarifies that it only proves Tar's crime, not his own, and calmly adds that he has no idea why Tar mentioned his name in the first place. The fox is enraged by this response and insists that Grid was the one who gave the orders. The judge then turns his attention to Tar and asks him directly if this accusation is true. Without hesitation, Tar admits that he acted alone. He claims that everything was planned to secure his position within the Boar Elder Council and that framing Grid was part of that scheme. Before the tension can settle, Iona slams her hands onto the table, loudly rejecting Tar's confession and declaring that everyone knows they were all working together. In response, Grid calmly shifts the direction of the accusation. He states that in truth, the entire situation was orchestrated by Yona herself. The sudden reversal shocks the courtroom. Ona reacts with fury, loudly denying the accusation and calling it nonsense. Grid, however, remains relaxed and even amused. He remarks that if he had recorded her saying such things, she would be the one standing on trial instead. At this point, the princess standing beside Iona observes that Grid's calm demeanor is suspicious. Iona attempts to recover, explaining that she simply did not expect matters to unravel so openly. The atmosphere grows heavier as the judge prepares to conclude the proceedings. The verdict is delivered with formal authority. There is no evidence that conclusively proves the charges against Grid. At the same time, there is also no evidence that fully denies his connection to Tar. As a result, the charge of instigating the crime is dismissed due to insufficient evidence. However, until suspicions regarding attempted harm toward Iona and Princess Pew are completely cleared, Grid is prohibited from making contact. As the judgment echoes through the court, Grid smiles faintly. Around him, the expressions of those present harden, their eyes burning with anger and frustration as they stare at him. As the scene shifts, we see that after the hearing was finished, Grid was walking through a dark alleyway and someone with a dark cloak was meeting him, thanking Grid for his hard work. The pig called the cloaked creature by the name Eidos and advised that the creature was actually a German shepherd-like dog. Grid wondered if he was still the deputy director because he was ready as soon as Grid offered him money. Hearing that, It's apologized. As both of them were talking, the Fox inspector was listening to everything. Realizing that Grid was still using underhanded tactics to save himself from a proper hearing, we come to know that Eidos was the deputy director of the Secret Inspection Bureau, and Grid had given him a lot of money to save himself. The Fox already had a feeling that something was off. So he decided to follow Grid, and then he realized that Grid had bribed the inspection department so that he could be saved. Then Grid started talking about how it was a good decision to not execute Tar immediately because putting him on the witness stand would have worked in favor of the pig. Even Eidos was happy that Grid did so because due to it, he was saved. But now the pig wanted Eidos to deal with TK appropriately because the guy was useless now as the hearing was complete. Then the pig gave something to the dog which was shining brightly with a white aura around it. We come to know that this was the wild dragon seal which even Eidos had only heard about. The dog wondered how on earth the pig managed to get such a precious item outside the tower. The pig wondered if the dog was actually curious as he held the wild dragon seal in his hand, but then warned him that if he tried to find out and became a curious cat, he would definitely be killed. The pig had so much killing intent that even the dog was scared, apologizing for his rudeness and backing away while grabbing the seal. The pig told Eidos that this was his last chance to do something, but the fox inspector immediately interrupted, taking out his acute gun and telling everyone not to move at all. Both Eidos and Grid were shocked, wondering what the fox inspector was doing there. Finally, we remember her name once again when it is said that her name is Zir. Even though the dog was shocked, the pig was still standing calmly. Zir immediately called out to Grid, calling him the landowner of the 55th floor, along with the deputy director of the Secret Surveillance Bureau, telling both of them that they were under arrest for smuggling external goods into the tower, as the wild dragon seal was one of them. Eidos told Zir to stop being foolish, but the pig was constantly laughing, wondering what such a small fox could do to him. But the fox inspector was not ready to give up, aiming her gun toward the deputy director and telling him that she was completely disappointed that her senior was such a scaredy cat, even when he was actually a dog. Now the pig wanted Eidos to do something because the fox inspector was always staining him, and Grid wanted him to be out of the equation, telling Eidos to take care of her as he started showing the wild dragon symbol to him. Even though Eidos was really hesitant, the pig realized that there was no helping him. Then something sudden and violent happened as the pig stabbed the dog from behind, making him scream. The wild dragon seal fell, and the fox inspector was shocked, wondering how it had happened. Now the inspector was seriously scared, calling out to Grid and asking how he could commit such violent crimes even in front of a police officer. As Eidos was falling to the ground due to the injury, the pig took out a knife and told Zir that the awakened position had just opened up, asking if the fox was interested in working along with him. But the fox inspector was not ready to do that, pointing her gun at Grid again and telling him to put down his weapon peacefully while Grid remained unfazed, wondering if the fox was refusing his proposal. The pig was so confident that he threw away the knife, telling the fox to dare and arrest him, confident that he would be released again in a few days and that nothing would actually be done about it. The fox decided to arrest Grid immediately on charges of stabbing and murder. But what she saw next surprised her. The pig suddenly started moving and picked up the wild dragon seal from the ground. Even when the fox kept telling him not to move, the pig did not listen. The pig had a crimson aura in his eyes while he continuously intimidated the fox to try and arrest him. Meanwhile, we see that Zir was becoming more and more scared, realizing that everything was becoming increasingly dangerous. Finally, the fox got some guts and shot toward the pig. The bullet started traveling straight toward the pig's chest, but it was as if it did not affect him at all. The boy told the king that since the 99th floor was finally having its harvest festival of golden carrots, they should go with a cheerful vibe and everyone should enjoy because the whole floor was overflowing with energy. Hearing that, the female ox realized that this was why she was feeling energetic. The entire 99th floor had multiple street vendors along the way as they celebrated. For Seun, this was a surprise, wondering who the street vendors were. As the scene shifts, we see the Ox King, the female ox, and the other creatures along with their head chairman, Seun, reaching a place where the street vendors were present. One of them called out, telling them to come quickly. They were a group of cute-looking Tanuki and raccoons who told everyone that the opportunity of their lifetime had arrived because the mass gang was there on the 99th floor. Looking at these cute little creatures, even Sejun started smiling, wondering what was going on. Even the golden cat Theo was shocked because although he was a wandering merchant, he had never seen anything like this before. One of the cute little raccoons explained that it was a long-standing tradition of the Harvest Festival. The mass gang, who were members of the Raccoon Guild, would come to the place where the festival was being held and sell many things to make the festival even more exciting. Theo went closer to one of the raccoons, wondering if they had reported to the Wandering Merchant Association before doing any business. But the raccoon had no idea what the Merchant Association was, because more importantly, it had been a while since they had actually come to the Black Tower for a visit. Sejun, on the other hand, was shocked when he looked at the item placed in front of him, knowing at a glance that it was a rice cake and that it was even tasty. And the cute raccoon with the hat saw the opportunity, calling Sejun a good customer with really good eyes for food. The cute creature further explained that he had just picked it up and that the rice cake was warm and chewy, making it really delicious. And since Sejun was the tower farmer of the Black Tower, the raccoon was ready to make a special offer, telling Sejun that if he bought 2 right now, he would get 1 more for free. Looking at such a tempting offer, Sejun immediately became serious and disagreed with it, shocking the raccoon. But just then, the boy was actually surging with insane energy, telling Garakan to just give him everything that he had, not caring about the money he was going to need, scattering multiple tower coins with the emblems of the Merchant Association on them, even shocking the raccoon with how rich Seyun actually was. The raccoon collected all the money, not even able to count how many tower coins Seyun had given, or whether it was the right amount for the rice cakes. It was as if the boy was completely possessed, because for him, having rice cake after so long was like heaven itself, as this was the first rice in such a long time that he had seen. Now Sejun was calmly blowing hot air off the rice cake and took a small bite, while the baby bear was drooling all over the ground after looking at the squishy little rice cake roll. Then we get to see the diary entry of Sejun Day 267 on the Black Tower, where he finally gets to taste the beautiful flavor and texture of rice. His face showing the true face of heaven. Even the baby bear was enjoying the whole thing while Theo turned around wondering what the chairman was doing. The other rabbits were shopping for cute little shoes and clothes. Meanwhile, Theo, the golden lucky cat, went to a female raccoon who was selling multiple toys that were cut-looking, but then I think you all guessed what was going to happen. Suddenly, Theo made a surprised face as his paws started giving him a tingling sensation once again. After a long while, Theo wondered what it was, knowing that his golden fortune was reacting. The raccoon lady was just waiting for Theo to grab something expensive. Theo came insanely closer and then slammed his paws straight onto one of the cute little toys, telling the lady that this was it and that he was going to buy it no matter what. Even the raccoon lady was surprised, while Theo, being the good cat he was trained to be by Seyun, wondered if the price was going to be negotiated. We see that in the hands of the cute little cat was actually a key with the same ribbon as the red ribbon rabbits, along with the same bunny ears engraved on it. As the scene shifts, we see that the baby bear was eating the rice cake and was enjoying the chewy texture along with all the other rabbits, big and small. Even Bat was wondering about what that chewy little thing was. Even the farmer rabbits enjoyed every bite of it, wondering what it was. And the baby bear informed our boy Seyun that this was the first time that he was eating something like this. Even the raccoon friend told everyone that it was chewy and delicious, while Sejun started opening a jar full of delicious and thick honey, and the baby bear wondered what his dad was doing. His receptors were activated as he started drooling, wondering if it could be exactly what he was thinking. Seyun was having a content and greedy smile on his face as he opened the honey bottle and dipped a sausage made of rice cake straight into the honey bottle, using a large quantity of it. And then taking it out, it was gleaming yellowish in the sun. As Sejun told everyone that they had to have honey with the great rice cake if they wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Even the raccoon friends were shocked, wondering how this recipe was founded. But Sejun was from Earth and they used it all the time. The baby bear was not able to stop himself. But the first bite was always reserved for none other than Sejun himself, who took a bite and then went straight onto cloud 9, knowing that he was in heaven because the sweet and chewy texture altogether was the best texture ever to taste. Sejun was dancing with the rice cake being shaken violently, and he showed it to the baby bear and the rabbits along with Bat, telling them to try dipping the rice cakes into honey too so that they could enjoy the delicacy. Meanwhile, the raccoon also joined Sejun, calling him a customer and wondering if the golden seasoning was the almighty seasoning that makes everything tasty. Wondering what it was, but Sejun told them while shaking the bottle full of thick and juicy liquid that this was called honey, and it was a sweet liquid that bees collect from the flower, sucking them up. Meanwhile, the mother rabbit was also having a taste of it, and everyone else was shocked, wondering how it would taste. Sejun offered the bottle of honey to the raccoons too, telling them to try dipping the rice cake into it and taste it for themselves, while the mother bear was also sent to heaven. And the baby bear was finally getting all the honey he wanted along with the chewy little thing he was tasting for the first time. The raccoon was actually scared, wondering what the seasoning might be. But then he took some honey straight onto his paws and took a small lick of it to taste it in skepticism. But as soon as he tasted it, he straight up went into heaven. He was hallucinating large honey cubes as he started dipping into them. And then he knew that honey was the greatest and the sweetest thing he would have ever tasted. And it was as if the raccoon was having withdrawal symptoms, knowing that he could never live without honey. From now on, the raccoon started rolling onto the floor, wondering how something could taste so great and how it could be so sweet. Because honey was a natural sweetener with all the harmful things removed, and it was even fragrant. Sejun was proudly smiling as if he did something great. Finding honey on the 99th floor of the tower, even the raccoons realized that it was undoubtedly going to taste good whenever the honey was eaten with the rice cake that they had made. But the problem was that Sejun had brought all the rice cakes. And now the raccoons wondered if they could just try one rice cake dipped in honey to get the flavor. But then Sejun straight up denied with a devilish smile on his face. The raccoons turned pale, realizing that they would never be able to taste the match which was made in heaven. But now Sejun wondered if the raccoons were saying that they wanted to take back the rice cake that Sejun had rightfully brought for them. And besides, the honey they were tasting was really rare, and to get this much honey, it takes hundreds of days. The baby bear was shocked, wondering what the tower farmer was telling them, calling him dad and wondering what Sejun was talking about, because if it was honey, then the warehouse they had was overflowing. But before the baby bear could finish anything, he got another rice cake shoved into his mouth to shut him up along with honey, as it was so delicious that he forgot whatever he was saying and started enjoying the rice cake dipped in honey once again. And Sejun had got nervous for a second, but now he was back on track, telling all the raccoons that if they really wanted to try the rice cakes dipped in honey, then they would have to exchange it for something else. Sejun smiled as the honey bottle was shining, and the raccoons wondered what they should exchange for getting the delicious taste of this delicacy. But as the scene shifts, we see that one of the raccoons was ready, suggesting to Sejun that he should get the pride of the raccoons merchant group. And the guild leader started giving Sejun thick white liquid. And I know what you are all thinking, but it is not that. It was rice in liquid form, which was also known as Korean rice wine. This was a tasty traditional wine that was made out of rice. And Sejun immediately started screaming while the baby bear wondered what rice wine was. But Sejun knew about how much of a delicacy it was, wondering if the raccoon was going to sell some wine too if it meant for them getting the rice cake and honey combo. But Sejun knew that he could not just give away his position like that, knowing that he would have to stay calm for negotiation. But the raccoon was already shocked, wondering how Sejun knew about it because it was a mysterious beverage that their guild had made with their own secret recipe. But Sejun smiled, telling the raccoon that he knew the recipe all too well because it was a kind of alcohol that was brewed with yeast made from fermented rice. The raccoon was all shocked, wondering how a mere human knew about this, but they all realized that Sejun was no ordinary customer and they would have to deal with him while being really careful. But now Sejun was playing his trump card once again and taking out the honey and wondering what he should do, because the honey he had was very rare and he felt like he would be losing out if he were to exchange it for the rice wine. Now the raccoons were really making sad faces, and now even I am feeling bad for them. But business is important for Sejun, so he was not going to melt. But then Sejun calmed down, thinking that he was going to be generous, getting ready to trade 1 jar of honey for 1 bottle of rice wine, while the baby bear wondered how his father was able to do such a thing with honey, which was really abundant in their warehouse. But finally, the deal was sealed, and both the raccoon and our boy signed the deal with a handshake, getting ready to supply it. And finally, the raccoons were ready to taste the delicious-looking rice cake with the combination of thick and juicy honey. All of them tasted it and were sent to heaven once again, tasting something truly delicious and out of this world. They all were in their imaginations, mixing the rice along with the honey, knowing that it had a chewy texture and savory flavor along with even fragrant sweetness with no artificial things at all. The raccoon knew that it was the best combination he had ever tasted in all the towers that he had visited before. But Sejun let in a trade secret, telling the raccoon leader that they should try the honey because it would go absolutely crazy if eaten with grilled rice cakes. And hearing that, the raccoon wondered if Sejun would like a cup of rice wine too. The boy smiled and kept calm, while deep inside he wondered how long it had been since he had some wine, and that too the traditional one. He got ready to taste a bit of the rice wine. But as the baby bear started jumping and begging for the white liquid too, Sejun disagreed, telling the baby bear that wine would be given to him only after he became a fully grown adult. The baby bear was making a cute pouting face because he was denied something that looked so delicious. But now Sejun had a taste, but just then the whole sky darkened as a grumpy voice wondered if someone had taken the name of rice wine. Just when Sejun was going to taste it, he stood frozen like a stone, as in reality a giant stone-like creature descended, and it was none other than Kaiser who was controlling the giant black dragon statue. It was then that he descended, and the whole ground cracked, and everyone else was shocked, especially the Raccoon Guild, who had never seen the stone pillars before. They were completely turned pale, wondering what they would do, seeing their end as it was the black dragon descending. But Sejun was not that afraid, just nervous, wondering what Kaiser was doing at the festival. But the black dragon just told the farmer that as someone had talked about alcohol, he could not resist and came there. Sejun explained that he was trading his honey for the rice wine with the raccoon merchant group right there. And listening to that, the black dragon immediately realized that the Raccoon Guild were the ones from the Golden Tower. Sejun was shocked by knowing the true location of the Raccoon Guild. While the cute little creatures were shaking, telling the black dragon that he was indeed correct and asking for forgiveness if they had committed any kind of discourtesy. But the black dragon smiled as he told the raccoons to relax because they did not do any type of discourtesy. Because the master of the Golden Tower was an old drinking buddy of Kaiser, and he was happy to see the rice wine once again. And if it was the stuff from the Golden Tower, it was definitely trustworthy. Hearing that, the raccoons were somewhat relaxed, coming closer to the black dragon statue with a giant pot full of rice wine, asking the black dragon if he would like to try this as well. But Kaiser started talking to Sejun, telling him that he was certainly doing well as the middle-level tower manager because it had been so long since the Harvest Festival was held like this in the Black Tower. So now the dragon was laughing loudly, which was enough to send earthquakes down the 99th floor. While the dragon thanked Sejun, offering him to have a drink together, and then both of them had their cheers while Sejun nervously held the cup with the rice wine. But as soon as Kaiser wanted to have a drink, he was suddenly stopped by a system notification by none other than the dragon lady Een. And now the grandfather was nervous once again, wondering what the matter was and why his pretty granddaughter was calling him. But the dragon lady wondered if it was time for her grandfather to be drinking when he had another task that the lady had asked him about just then. The black dragon realized that he had momentarily forgotten about it. But then Eileen let out a disappointed sigh, deciding to do it herself. But Kaiser was as afraid of Eileen as ever, telling her that he was going to do it right away and that he wanted his granddaughter to not block him. Hearing this, Sejun was quite shocked, wondering what was going on, and Kaiser turned towards our boy, telling him that he had to go. But Sejun stopped the dragon midway, telling him to have a safe trip as he would make sure to save Kaiser's share of the rice wine. Then the stone dragon statue started flying above the ground, telling Sejun that he was really the best tower farmer, taking off with such intensity that it was as if all the cute little creatures were going to fly away in the air. And Sejun was somehow able to withstand the pressure. As the black dragon was gone, the raccoons were taking a sigh of relief for real this time, and one of them thought that his heart was going to drop because they would have never thought that they would meet Sir Black Dragon on the Black Tower themselves. But just then, Sejun made another tempting offer to the raccoons, telling them that he was going to buy everything that the whole raccoon guild had on them if he got all the information that they had about the Golden Tower. As the scene shifts, we see that the princess along with Yona and the black rabbit was back on the 99th floor as the rabbit told her to stay strong. But the princess could not believe that Grid had been released, though she was sure that the pig was definitely going to pay for his evil deeds. Still, she wondered how this was going to happen. But Iona smiled, telling the princess that Grid would be placed under strict surveillance and would undergo a thorough investigation. And Iona was sure that she was not going to let the pig slip away next time. The princess turned around as the black rabbit nodded, happy that everyone was there to support her. But more importantly, she was sensing a large amount of energy on the 99th floor, wondering who it belonged to. As she looked ahead, she saw that multiple minotaurs were having the best time using the wine that was created from rice. They were all acting weirdly after drinking it because they were really light drinkers, feeling good with only one sip but wanting to drink more and more. The princess wondered what in the world was happening with them. Then we see Theo coming behind them, happy that they were back on the 99th floor. Everyone turned toward the golden merchant cat, and I asked him why it felt like mana was overflowing on the 99th floor. Because even the minotaurs were acting energetic as if they were in a completely different world, looking at the giant creatures dancing together. Theo explained to the newcomers that while they were gone, the Harvest Festival of Abundance had finally begun. All three were shocked, wondering what the Harvest Festival of Abundance was. The scene then shifts to the Raccoon Guild members once again, who introduced themselves as the guild from the Golden Tower. They explained that the Golden Tower was ruled by a giant great golden dragon, a female named Artemis. The items they had brought to the Black Tower were harvested by the tower farmer who was favored by Artemis inside the Golden Tower. Her name was Cecilia, and she was the creator of all those things. We see that this tower farmer had a somewhat hidden identity, but from her ears we could tell that she was an elf. Sejun was surprised that there were other tower farmers in other towers too, wondering if he could possibly get some rice seedlings from Cecilia. But the raccoons from the guild cutely wondered what a seedling was. Sejun explained that the young sprouts of rice that grow are called seedlings, and if they did not have seedlings, then even normal seeds could work. If they had those, they could grow rice in the Black Tower too, making it easy and efficient for both towers. The leader of the Raccoon Guild realized this and told Sejun that he would definitely let Cecilia know about it and promised to bring some when he got the chance at the next Harvest Festival. Sejun wondered how long it would be until the next Harvest Festival. But the Raccoon Guild informed him that they could only move to another tower when the portal opened during the Harvest Festival. Hearing that, Sejun felt a little sad, wondering when the next festival would be and how long it would take. Just then, behind him, a golden shimmer of light began to emanate, and the baby bear was the first to spot it. We learned that it was the giant carrot that was responsible for the Harvest Festival of Abundance, and it was now glowing with a golden color. At that moment, a system notification told Sejun that the first competition of the Harvest Festival would be held shortly and was about to begin. Everyone should gather in front of the red ribbon giant carrot altar. Sejun wondered what the carrot harvest contest was, but the minotaurs were not hesitant at all. They grabbed the black rabbit thief and the others in their giant hands and rushed over, drawn by the sweet smell. Both the baby bear and Sejun were shocked to see this, not even able to clearly see what the minotaurs were holding, wondering what the ox king had in his hands. The scene then shifts to the giant golden carrot, shimmering with golden light and surrounded by a pinkish haze. Sejun finally arrived, and when he reached the farm, he was shocked to the core to see that all the crops were ready to be harvested once again. Even though he was sure he had finished harvesting yesterday, he wondered how all the carrots had grown back in less than 24 hours. But the former rabbits knew that it was because of the golden carrot altar that the entire area was turning into a carrot field. Everyone else stared at it in awe as the system notification popped up, telling everyone that a special reward would be given for 10 minutes to the one who gathered the most carrots. And now everyone was ready, along with the rabbits, the baby bear, the wolves, and the minotaurs. Sejun was hanging out with the queen bee, deciding to give it a shot since there was a reward. He got ready and asked the minotaurs if everyone was ready, and the ox king was also fired up, knowing they were the ones who were going to get the most rewards. Meanwhile, the cute raccoons from the Raccoon Guild were acting as cheerleaders, holding multiple musical instruments as they danced around, telling everyone to stay strong. Even Theo was cheering for the Tower Farmer chairman, deciding to do his best. But Yuna wondered why Theo was not participating at all. Theo clarified that he was a wandering cat merchant and not a farmer. Theo was shocked when Bad Pat came near them, wondering why the three of them were not out enjoying the festival after coming back from the court. But Owner explained that they were not in the mood to enjoy the harvest festival right now. She said that since she was not able to do anything, she felt disappointed because they needed to come up with the next plan quickly, as the filthy pig grid had been released once again. Then a green light started shimmering all around the 99th floor. Theo and the others looked at the golden carrot as it started glowing light green, signaling the start of the contest. Now everyone was ready to run the race while harvesting the carrots, witnessing the festival with their own eyes. Sejun and the farmer rabbits were pulling 2 carrots at once with insane speed, while the queen bee was also helping. Sejun realized that he could now complete the quest he had received for harvesting 100,000 times while also enjoying the harvest festival, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But then we saw all the minotaurs doing nothing but jumping on the ground and body slamming it so that all the carrots popped out due to brute force. Shun thought it was cheating as carrots flew everywhere and desperation showed on his face. Then the baby bear transformed back into his giant form, knowing that he was not going to let his dad lose. The giant baby bear slammed 1 foot onto the farm, sending countless carrots flying. The impact was so devastating that the ground cracked and carrots flew everywhere like meteorites. 1 spinning carrot knocked the little hamster down to the ground. Theo and the princess were shocked by what was happening. Theo rushed over wondering if the hamster was okay. Yuna, still teed, put on a brave front and told Theo she was not scared at all because she was the head of the wizard association of the tower named Yona. Hearing that, the princess burst into laughter and the black rabbit turned toward her, realizing that she was finally smiling. He was happy to see his crushed smile. The princess apologized, saying she did not mean to laugh, but then she thought that they should not be the only ones feeling down. Everyone else had set aside their worries and was enjoying the harvest festival, so she told everyone that she was fine and that they should enjoy the festival to the fullest. Yona smiled as well. The scene then shifted to another part of the farm where the baby bear and the ox king were racing each other. The ox king refused to lose, staking his honor as the boss of the 99th floor, but the baby bear knew victory was his since they were working as a team. Suddenly, both of them began glowing with golden psychic energy and started floating into the air. The raccoons cheered in confusion as the baby bear and the ox king grew terrified, thinking they might fall at any moment. Then they saw that all the harvested carrots were also being lifted. Sejun and the others were trapped in the same golden aura, wondering what was happening. It was not the golden carrot. It was Yona. Her staff glowed with shimmering gold as she used anti-gravity magic. Yona explained that because the entire floor was overflowing with the manner of abundance, such magic was possible. She lifted every carrot on the farm along with everyone caught in the spell. As all the carrots were gathered in midair, the contest ended, and the system notification announced that first place belonged to Yuna with approximately 3,000 carrots, and the second place was Baby Bear, while the third place was the Ox King. Sean slammed down onto the ground, whining about how this was completely unfair. But Baby Bear shrank back to his usual size and happily told the hamster that it was really fun and that he wanted to do it again sometime. Theo was also impressed by the cute hamster and praised her once more, telling her that she was amazing. Hearing that made blush. As the scene shifted, Shun thought that maybe he should learn magic too, because then the competition would be a bit more fair. Meanwhile, the princess and the black rabbit were laughing together as the golden carrot shimmered in the air, preparing for the second contest. But then the scene shifted to a dark and ominous place. A blue-colored portal opened, and we saw Eileen standing there, chained and wearing the restraints like armor. Her grandfather asked her if she was ready to receive it. Eileen knew that if her grandfather was going to do it, it had to be during the Harvest of Abundance festival because the 99th floor was overflowing with Heil energy. Kaiser told his granddaughter that he was going to directly cast polymorph using the device he possessed. Then he activated the machine and Eileen began struggling as massive power surged through her body. Kaiser asked anxiously if she was all right, but Eileen refused to stop, thinking only about Seijin and how she would finally be able to meet him. Slowly, her body began to change. Her silhouette shifted, becoming taller, more refined, and curvier, the outline of a beautiful woman forming as the transformation continued. The scene cuts to a fox who's completely shaken after hearing shocking news. Deputy Director Eidos has been murdered, and not just anywhere. His body was dumped in a slum area called Passage Village. A police dog calmly confirms the details, which only makes it worse. Naturally, the fox's mind goes straight to his missing son, Jerus. He's panicking, asking if this could be connected, but the answer doesn't bring any relief. Jerus still hasn't been found. Then, the conversation takes a darker turn. The police dog hesitates, but brings up something important before disappearing. Jerus had been obsessed with investigating Greed, and the timing is bad. The moment Greed returned to the 55th floor after the trial, Jerus vanished. Now with the deputy director dead too, it's hard not to suspect a connection. Nothing is confirmed, but the implication is heavy. You can almost see the fox putting the pieces together. His expression hardens, and without wasting time, he calls on Director Vega, the inspector, and orders an immediate mobilization of both the Mercenary Association and the Mage Association. At this point, it's clear things are escalating fast, and Greed is officially on someone's radar. Then, just like that, the story hard cuts to wholesome chaos on the 99th floor. Sigu is standing there genuinely shocked because Iona is handing him a carrot, the very prize she won from the harvest competition. She casually says he needs it more than she does, and Sigwan, still a bit stunned, accepts it and thanks her. It's a sweet moment until the system ruins it. The item description pops up and it's hilariously brutal. Yes, it permanently increases agility by 1, but it also tastes absolutely awful because it was grown by a terrible farmer. The grower's name, Oilia, a Green Tower farmer, makes Segan pause. So, now we've got Golden Tower farmers, Green Tower farmers. Apparently, every tower has its own version of farming chaos. While Segan is processing that, Papa Rabbit and the little bear are straight up drooling, so Sigwan being Sigwan offers to share. Big mistake. They take one sniff and instantly regret every life choice they've made. The little bear starts spitting like his soul is leaving his body, and Papa Rabbit immediately backpedals, politely insisting that something this precious should obviously be eaten by Sigun alone. Very convincing, not suspicious at all. Segan calls them out on their faces, but they double down. The little bear even throws in a casual insult about Segan being weak, which somehow turns into emotional pressure. Then, White Rabbit makes it worse by hyping it up as a legendary Harvest Festival reward from the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Now Segan's trapped. He can't ignore that kind of expectation, so he braces himself and takes a bite. Instant regret. His face drains of color, black smoke literally comes out of his mouth, and he looks like he's about to throw up, but the little bear panics and tells him not to spit it out. So Segun forces himself to swallow while questioning how a carrot can even be this bitter. Somehow, through sheer willpower and suffering, he finishes it. The system confirms the agility increase, and Segun briefly glows with power while clutching his stomach in pain. Totally worth it, right? He mutters that Oelia clearly has no idea how to farm. While the little bear looks at him like he just witnessed a legend, Sigwan, still recovering, says that after eating something that horrible, he desperately wants something tasty, and almost on cue, the altar lights up again. A giant carrot bursts out in dazzling light, and the system announces the next event of the Harvest Festival, the carrot eating contest. Everyone gets ready, and Sigwan, still holding his stomach but clearly not backing down, asks if they should head over. So the second contest kicks off properly now, and it's already chaos in the best way. The altar opens up and suddenly there are baskets everywhere. Sigwan just stands there genuinely impressed like, wow, this isn't a small pile at all. Then the system casually drops the number 5,000 carrots. At that point, Suwan does the quick math and realizes this is literally all the carrots harvested earlier. He adjusts his hat, stares at the scene, and you can almost hear him thinking, yeah, there's no way this ends normally. And then he looks at the Minotaurs. The Yuma King is fired up, confident, already talking big. He's convinced this is their moment to shine, roaring about Minotaur power and mocking Iona for being tiny. Iona, of course, is not having that and snaps back immediately. Theo quietly adds fuel to the fire by asking whether she could even eat all those carrots, which just makes the tension funnier. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs are celebrating in advance like the trophy is already theirs. And then, plot twist, Mama Bear shows up. The entire vibe shifts instantly. The Uma King is confused. Swan's like, hey, everyone prepared this together. And Little Bear is already celebrating because he knows exactly how this is about to go. When Mama Bear steps in, it's basically over before it starts. Just when you think it can't get more crowded, another presence shows up in a flash of light. Garen, he casually announces he wants to compete too, and Sidhu immediately decides this is a great moment to sit down and watch instead of risking his life. Theo fully agrees. Little Bear, on the other hand, is just thrilled because this means unlimited carrots and premium drama. So, the three monsters, Uma King, Mama Bear, and Garen, line up at the altar and shout, "Begin together." What follows is absolute carnage. The Uma King goes all in, shuffling carrots with both hands, while the miners cheer him on until they notice something's off. Mama Bear isn't even chewing properly. She's straight up dumping baskets into her mouth. Garen is somehow worse, using his tongue to grab carrots and swallow them instantly like a vacuum cleaner. The Minotaurs slowly realize they are watching a losing battle. The Uma King freezes mid-bite. His throat betrays him, and suddenly, the mighty ruler of the 99th floor is coughing, choking, begging for water. Meanwhile, Mama Bear and Garen don't even slow down. Little Bear is happily munching away on the sidelines, enjoying the show, while Swan cheers him on like a proud parent. The raccoons start playing music like this as some kind of festival montage, which makes the Uma King's suffering feel even more absurd. Eventually, it ends. Mama Bear and Garen sit there, bellies swollen like balloons, completely satisfied. The Uma King is sprawled on the ground, spiritually and physically defeated. The system announces the results. First place, Mama Bear with 2.12 carats. Second place, Garen with 1.993 carats. Third place, White Rabbit with 180 carats. Stjone applauds, totally unsurprised that Mama Bear won and genuinely impressed by Garen. And then his brain catches up. Wait, third place? Everyone turns around and finally notices the chubby White Rabbit just standing there, smug as ever. Theo immediately asks when he even got there, and Segan is stuck on the much bigger mystery, how that body managed to eat 180 carats. The rabbit just smirks, which somehow makes it worse. The Uma King completely breaks down, realizing he lost to someone he'd been mocking earlier. And Iona takes that moment to proudly remind everyone never to underestimate tiny people again. Then the system announces a special reward for the winner. A glowing golden item appears in Mama Bear's hand. Segan leans in, excited, expecting something amazing. Mama Bear stares at it, processes it, and her expression slowly turns into pure disgust. Without a word, she tosses it straight at Sigwan. Instant panic. Sigun yells. Theo flinches, eyes shut, and Sigwan instinctively reaches out. When they finally peek, the object is sitting safely in Sigun's hand. A round, ominous-looking thing, radiating an absolutely awful smell. And Sigwan, staring at it with genuine concern, can only ask, "What is this?" The episode opens with the system finally revealing what that horrifying golden ball actually is. Turns out it's an elixir of agility, a potion made by compressing the essence of 10,000 carats, which already sounds intense, until the description casually mentions it was a desperate attempt to salvage carrots that failed to grow properly under an incompetent farmer. That part feels oddly personal. It permanently increases agility by 1.5, has a 100-year expiration date, and somehow earned a C++ grade. Not bad on paper. In reality, the smell alone is enough to make everyone question their life choices. The odor spreads instantly. Sigwan and the others instinctively step back like someone just opened a forbidden fridge. Theo pinches his nose and makes it very clear he does not want to exist anywhere near that thing. Little Bear quietly agrees. Papa Rabbit edges backward with careful dignity, as if distance might save him from the scent. Swan, still holding the sticky sphere, looks at Mama Bear and politely asks why she handed this reward to him. Mama Bear does not answer. She simply turns and runs full speed, shouting something about an important appointment. It's the fastest exit anyone's ever made after winning first place. Now Sun standing there holding what feels less like a prize and more like a dare. Theo and Little Bear retreat further while advising him very bravely from a safe distance to just eat it quickly and make it disappear. Shun stares at the elixir like it personally offended him. He debates it. He really debates it. But eventually, with the kind of determination only a slightly stubborn farmer can have, he takes a tiny bite. Immediate regret. The taste hits like a direct attack. It's not just bad, it's aggressively bad, the kind of flavor that makes you question whether taste buds are optional. But after the first shock passes, something surprising happens. It's still terrible, but not impossible. Just very, very unpleasant. So he commits one painful bite at a time. He forces the entire thing down. When he finishes, he even looks a little proud of himself, like someone who survived a food challenge no one asked for. And then the world tilts. Dizziness hits him out of nowhere. His vision fills with strange colors twisting and bending like reality decided to experiment. And just like that, he collapses. Sometime later, he wakes up to worried voices calling for him. When he opens his eyes, the whole group is there. Uma, King, White Rabbit, Iona, Theo, Little Bear. Everyone looks relieved. Sigun sits up slowly, head pounding. Theo explains that after he fainted, white foam started coming out of his mouth, which understandably didn't help anyone's anxiety. For a moment, they genuinely thought that might be it. Papa Rabbit quietly hands Sajun his straw hat back, like restoring order. Sigun takes a moment to assess himself. Surprisingly, he feels good. His stomach is fine, his body feels lighter, energized. The effect seems real. And then he opens his mouth to say that the smell comes back with full force. Theo reacts instantly, lunging forward to cover Sichun's mouth before the damage spreads. He firmly suggests that Chairman Park keep his mouth closed for a while. Papa Rabbit also shields his nose, visibly suffering, while Sigun processes the fact that he is now apparently a walking biohazard. Theo casually mentions that the next event of the Harvest Festival already started while he was unconscious. Swan blinks. He missed an entire event. Right on cue, a system message appears announcing the final stage. At the center of the venue, the golden carrot begins to shine. Only now it's glowing with an intense blue radiance that draws everyone's attention without a single word needing to be said. The glowing golden carrot at the center of the venue suddenly opens, and from inside it, a small rabbit angel appears. Not in a dramatic, explosive way, just gently, almost peacefully. The angel pulls out an instrument and starts playing this soft, beautiful melody that spreads across the entire space. The whole atmosphere shifts. The noise dies down. People just listen. Both the black rabbit and the white rabbit smile when they see it. White Rabbit quietly mentions that she once saw Rabbit Angel in a picture book when she was little. It's a small moment, but it lands softly. Beside her, Black Rabbit glances her way and gets a little shy. She looks especially radiant under the glow of the stage, and he clearly notices. Sigalan, caught up in the moment, instinctively opens his mouth to say something impressed. Unfortunately, the second he does, that awful elixir smell tries to rejoin the festival. Theo reacts like a trained emergency responder and immediately seals his mouth shut. Sigwan doesn't even get to finish the wow. Off to the side, the raccoons clarify that this isn't a competition anymore. It's a festival meant for everyone to enjoy. Right as they say that, a grand stage forms beneath the golden carrot, almost like the event was waiting for that announcement. The mood shifts again, this time into full celebration. The melody seems to have a strange effect. Even the Uma King feels it. He looks around in confusion, realizing his body is moving on its own to the rhythm. He doesn't seem too upset about it, though. If anything, he looks like he's decided that dancing once in a while isn't beneath the Minor King. Then Ox 4 calls out to Ox 3 and boldly holds out her hand, asking him to dance. Ox 3 panics immediately, insisting he's not good at it. It doesn't matter. She pulls him onto the stage anyway. He's blushing the entire time. The Uma King just watches, but Sigun and Theo look genuinely surprised at how smoothly that pairing just happened. Somehow Ox 3 secured a dance partner without doing much at all. Life moves fast. The two of them start dancing and the audience claps along naturally. Seeing that, Sajin grows a little quiet. It's subtle, but Theo notices. Sigun turns to say something, and once again, Theo preemptively covers his mouth before the smell can sabotage the atmosphere. Theo casually guesses he might be feeling a bit left out and decides to help before Sigun can deny it. Without much warning, Theo pushes him toward the stage and tells him to just dance without worrying. Sigun hesitates. He admits he's never danced in his life. The second he speaks, the smell tries to reclaim the spotlight. Theo practically launches himself at Sajin's face to block it again. Once things calm down, Theo softens. He reminds Sigwan that he's been working non-stop and should at least enjoy the festival properly. That sincerity hits. Sigu nods, gently sets Theo down and steps into the crowd, and then he starts dancing. It's not elegant. His movements are chaotic, unpredictable, and completely off rhythm. He strikes poses no one has ever seen before. People freeze mid-clap. Even the Rabbit Angel pauses the music for a second, probably trying to process what just happened. Theo rushes in and grabs Sigwan, eyes watering, not just from emotion, but possibly from lingering smell, and sincerely apologizes for encouraging this. He admits he has never witnessed dancing this offbeat. He also gently reminds Sigun about the mouth situation. Suwan looks genuinely shaken by the feedback. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, Black Rabbit finally gathers the courage to extend his hand toward White Rabbit. She hesitates at first, her expression softening. There's still weight in her eyes from everything that happened on the 55th floor. She quietly wonders how she can enjoy herself fully after that. Black Rabbit reassures her calmly. He promises they'll return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom and continue searching until it's restored. He doesn't make it dramatic. He just says it with certainty. That steadiness makes her blush. And after wiping away her tears, she takes his hand. The two of them begin to dance together. It doesn't go unnoticed. The crowd seems pleasantly surprised to see another pair form so naturally. Iona watches with a small smile. Then Theo, not wanting to miss out entirely, offers his hand to her as well. She accepts without hesitation, and they join the celebration. Gradually, everyone is dancing together under the soft glow of the stage. Everyone except Sajuan. He steps back quietly, observing now. As he looks around, a thought crosses his mind. He wishes Aylin were there. The festival feels full, but something's missing. He realizes she hasn't contacted them at all during the entire Harvest Festival. That's unusual. A slight worry creeps in. The scene shifts. Aylin lies on the ground somewhere far away, completely exhausted. Electricity runs through her body, crackling painfully. Kaiser stands nearby, urgently, telling her to stop. She's already failed multiple times. Her dragon heart won't handle much more, but Aylin refuses to quit. Tears stream down her face as she insists on one last attempt, just once more. She closes her eyes and screams with everything she has left, pouring all her strength into a single wish. She wants to meet Sigwan. The scene returns to the 99th floor, and things are surprisingly peaceful. The golden carrot is still floating overhead like a festival decoration that forgot to turn off while Suan is completely focused on something much more important. Spring onions. He's cutting them with careful precision, each piece nearly identical. Theo notices immediately. His knife skills are smoother now, more confident. It's subtle, but there's clear improvement. After cooking for so many creatures for so long, it shows, Segan says. Theo feels quietly proud watching him, though he's also curious. Shun looks more serious than usual, measuring sizes carefully for even cooking. Behind him, the clay stove burns steadily. The raccoons stand nearby, smiling as if they're watching a live cooking show. Segan explains that since the Harvest Festival is almost over, he wants to make something special. That's all Little Bear needs to hear. He perks up instantly, already excited. When Segan lifts the lid and the smell of curry rises into the air, Little Bear actually starts dancing in place, shaking with pure anticipation. Then Segan turns to the side rabbit and his brother who's carrying a large bag. When it's placed down, long rice cakes spill out, bought from the Raccoon Guild. The brother starts tossing the rice cakes into the air one after another, and the side rabbit leaps up effortlessly, slicing them into perfectly even pieces mid-air. It turns into a full fruit ninja performance. Clean cuts, no wasted motion. The chubby rabbit calmly gathers the sliced pieces onto two plates like this is all completely normal. Theo and Little Bear just stare, impressed. Suan thanks the chubby rabbit for the plates and adds the sliced rice cakes into the deep crimson curry. The raccoons look slightly concerned. Boiling rice cakes, they've never heard of that. It sounds questionable to them. Suan, however, confidently introduces the dish. Red rice cake soup. From the way it looks and smells, it already seems like it knows what it's doing. After a while, the system reveals the final result. Purple rice cake soup, boiled at high temperature with purple locust meat and detoxifying green onions. It neutralizes extreme poison, prevents spoilage, improves taste significantly, and keeps the stomach full for an hour. Expiration 10 days. Segan smiles, satisfied. His calculations were right. It's probably Lunar New Year back on Earth, and rice cake soup is traditional for that time. Since they have rice cakes, it only feels right to celebrate properly. Theo and Little Bear are already drooling. When Segun looks around, he sees everyone gathered smiling beneath the floating carrot. A system message confirms it's the first time he's created this dish, and his cooking proficiency jumps significantly. Soon, everyone is seated around him. He carefully hands out cups of soup to the Uma King, the raccoons, and the rabbits. Theo waits patiently for his portion. Little Bear, on the other hand, devour his immediately without hesitation. Mama Rabbit eats calmly while the baby rabbits struggle a little but try their best. Segun looks at the scene and quietly feels that it really does resemble a holiday gathering. The raccoons, meanwhile, are stunned. They've never tasted anything like this. The broth feels heavenly, and with the carrot garnish, it even provides a small agility boost. Theo hears that and instantly switches into merchant mode. He casually approaches them and suggests that if they like it so much, he could sell them both the soup and the ingredients. The raccoons show immediate interest. They offer 3 tower coins per serving. Theo rejects it without hesitation, politely disappointed in their valuation skills. He calmly explains that food this delicious with stat boosts included isn't something you stumble across casually. The raccoons know he's right. Aju notices Theo negotiating and watches carefully, slightly worried the foolish little cat might mess it up. The raccoons increase their offer to 5 tower coins and even request 100 servings. Theo looks ready to accept. That's when Segan stops him. He tells Theo to watch and learn from the true master of trade. The raccoons blink, confused. Shun calmly declines the offer entirely. He explains there aren't enough rice cakes left. Today's sharing was only because it's a special occasion. In the future, with remaining ingredients, they could only make about 300 servings, a limited edition item. The raccoons process this instantly. Limited supply, high demand. Their merchant brains start spinning. They quickly raise the offer to 15 tower coins per serving in attempt to secure all future servings at once. Even Theo is stunned at how quickly the price jumped. Segun pretends to think about it, looking mildly thoughtful. Then, like someone reluctantly granting mercy, he lowers the price slightly. 13 tower coins per serving for 200 servings. In exchange, next time they'll trade rice cakes instead of just money, and they'll offer discounts to tower farmers. The raccoons accept immediately, practically glowing with satisfaction. They even start dancing among themselves. Segun finalizes the deal and adds that he'll include some stat-boosting crops as a bonus. Theo looks at him with genuine admiration, calling him a trading genius. Sigjun rubs his nose proudly and downplays it. Right then, a loud burp echoes. Everyone turns. Little Bear is sitting there, stomach swollen so round he looks like he might float away. The rabbits stare in disbelief. Theo panics, demanding to know how many bowls he ate since they're supposed to be selling this limited edition soup. Sigun leans toward Theo and calmly whispers that they can actually make 500 servings. The earlier limited supply was just part of the negotiation strategy. Theo freezes. That realization hits hard. Sigwan then turns to Little Bear with a serious expression and apologizes. Baby Bear looks confused. Sigun solemnly explains that he forgot to mention something important. Each bowl of rice cake soup adds 1 year to the eater's age. After eating that much, Little Bear must have aged at least 100 years. The little bear's face crumbles instantly. He bursts into tears, horrified at the idea of becoming older than his parents. Suan quickly admits it was a prank and reassures him. To make up for it, he offers him a honey-dipped rice cake, his favorite. Baby Bear recovers just as quickly and starts eating again happily, proving that emotional damage doesn't last long when snacks are involved. Theo quietly wonders if the little bear has a bottomless stomach. Then the tone shifts. The black and white wolf chiefs appear before Iona and the black rabbit. Iona asks what's wrong. The white wolf chief explains that the president of the Wandering Merchant Association, Mr. Mason, has urgently summoned all association heads. The reason is serious. The deputy director of the Secret Inspection Bureau has been killed. His son Zareth is missing and Greed is suspected. Theo is stunned when he realizes Zareth is the one who disappeared. White Rabbit immediately understands that Greed could be behind incidents across multiple floors. Black Rabbit states firmly that he intends to sell things with Greed once and for all. Segan says he only wants everyone safe. If he could move freely between floors, he would go with them. White Rabbit feels genuinely grateful hearing that Theo insists on joining too. Zareth was his friend and he can't ignore that. In the end, Segan remains on the 99th floor along with the raccoons, Sedan, Little Bear, the Uma King, and his subordinates while Theo and the 2 rabbits leave for the association. Seun quietly hopes nothing serious happens. The Uma King approaches him before leaving. He says they'll return to their territory since the waypoint on the 99th floor has been unattended too long. Also, the blue moon is approaching. Segun suddenly realizes he completely forgot about the blue moon while busy cooking. Before departing, the Uma King warns him. He sensed unusual energy coming from the southwestern forest. Sun casually assumes it's probably just a corrupted ant and says they can handle it easily. The Uma King stops him. It doesn't feel like an ant. It feels hot, intense flames. Far away, deep within the southern forest, something begins to emerge from a hole in the ground. An ant-like creature rises slowly, radiating terrifying heat into the surrounding air. So the scene opens inside the cave, and it's honestly kind of funny at first. Garen is in his tiny, round form, completely knocked out, snoring, drooling, absolutely unbothered by the world. Then, this huge hand comes down and shakes him awake. His little body wobbles everywhere as he tries to flip himself over, which isn't easy when you're shaped like a squishy green dumpling. After a bit of flailing, he finally manages to look up, and of course, it's Sigwan. Shun calmly asks if he slept well. No anger, just that quiet tone that somehow makes it worse. Garen immediately straightens up as much as his small body allows, addressing him respectfully as the Black Dragon. He quickly asks what's going on and where Theo is. That's when Sigan casually informs him that Theo already left for another floor while Garen was busy snoring and drooling without a care in the world. You can almost see the devastation hit him. He's stunned. He was asleep for a little while. How did everything change so drastically? He starts trying to explain himself, but Sigwan just brushes past it and says he has something important to ask, and Garen already knows he can't refuse. Theo serves Sigwan. Garen serves Theo. The chain of command is painfully clear. Then Sigwan's expression shifts. He gets serious and tells him they need to prepare for the upcoming blue moon. From there, we get a quiet update on the world. The harvest festival ended safely. The artisan rabbits built an altar for the giant red ribbon carrot. The minotaurs went back to guarding the waypoint. The raccoon merchant guild returned to their usual place in the golden tower. Everything lively and chaotic has settled down, except I forget to prepare for the blue moon. Normally Aelin, her father Anton, and her grandfather Kaiser would help them endure it. Just their presence made things feel manageable. But ever since the festival began, neither Aelin nor Kaiser's fountain statue has appeared on the 99th floor. It's like they just vanished. Garen, who has experienced many blue moons, asks if it's really that bad. Sun explains that whenever the blue moon rises, corrupted ants pour out of the western forest. They lose all reason and just attack the farm. Even Mama Bear, the giant bear ruling the western forest, tries to suppress them, but some always slip through. And then there's something else bothering Sigwan. The Uma King mentions sensing something strange in the southwestern forest. Not ordinary ants, something hotter, heavier. That lingering pressure makes Sigu uneasy. This blue moon feels different. Up until now, Sigun relied on his tower farmer talent. Theo Iona from the Wizard Association. The Black Rabbit and White Rabbit were designated guardians. Together, they handled threats. But now, all four of them are gone. So Sigwan decides to give the last remaining guardian slot to Garen, the strongest one currently on the floor. Garen freezes when he hears that strongest hymn. He looks like he expects someone to laugh, but Sigun is completely serious. He says he's counting on the Frog King's power to stand beside him. That trust hits hard. Garen's small body begins glowing green. Slowly, he transforms back into his massive, imposing form. The shift is sudden enough to surprise the pure ants nearby, and even Flamey, the apple tree. His presence becomes overwhelming, but not in a chaotic way, more like something ancient settling back into its true shape. He remembers how Sigu once protected the swamp and the gem frogs. That kindness wasn't small, so he decides to repay it. He promises to lend all his strength, even if he thinks it might not compare to Sigun's. Sigun looks relieved. Having someone that powerful beside him changes the atmosphere. But before things settle, Flamey speaks up from behind him, clearly worried. She asks what they're going to do about the blue moon. Shu reassures her. Now they have the Frog King, and she has purification powers as a sacred tree. It should be manageable. Flamey interrupts quietly. For some time now, her roots have been burning underground. The pain has been getting worse. She didn't mention it earlier because she didn't want to burden Sigwan, but lately she's been sensing countless creatures moving beneath the soil all at once. That immediately shifts the mood. Sigwan realizes this might not just be corrupted ants. Something else could be stirring underground. Even though Flamey admits she won't be much help in direct combat, she still casts the flame of protection on Sigwan and asks him to be careful. While he's examining the protective effect, Little Bear walks up and asks what the plan is. Sigun glances at the rabbits and bats nearby and remembers that during the blue moon, some of them lose control and become ferocious. He can't risk them going berserk outside and attacking the farm. So, he decides the first step is scouting the western forest. Then, the sky starts to dim. A dark orb slowly moves across the sun, an eclipse forming. The signal is clear, high above. White Rabbit notices immediately. She worries about the 99th floor being safe without the Wolf Chiefs, Rabbit Guardians, and Iona. Theo calms her down, confidently, saying, Chairman Swan is the strongest among them and will handle it. He genuinely believes that. Black Rabbit tells White Rabbit to focus on what's in front of them, the situation in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. A massive castle comes into view. Everyone goes quiet. The Wolf Chief wonders how long it's been since they last saw it like this. Mason explains that his son Zareth is being held hostage inside the castle. Greed demanded nearly unlimited authority from the Merchant Association in exchange for his release. It's not subtle, it's a threat. Black Rabbit is furious. Iona points out they can't trust the Secret Inspection Bureau either, so the mission has to be handled quietly. Theo analyzes it calmly. To ensure everyone's safety, they'll need to defeat Greed, rescue Zareth, and free the Red Ribbon Kingdom from his control. They stand on a cliff, taking one last look at the castle before preparing to move. Meanwhile, back on the 99th floor, Sigwan, Little Bear, and Garen head into the western forest. At the edge, Little Bear calls out loudly for his mother. Sigun feels a bit nervous, even though he came confidently to scout. They should stay close to Mama Bear. She's the strongest presence in this forest. Then, a sharp screech cuts through the woods. Little Bear instantly recognizes it as his mother's voice and bolts toward the sound. Sue and Garen try to stop him, but he won't listen. When they reach the clearing, the sight is unsettling. Mama Bear is surrounded by red creatures. At first, they look like oversized locusts, but on closer look, they're giant red ants. They swam her relentlessly. One of them charges up and spits out a fireball. Actual fire ants. Mama Bear avoids fatal damage, but she's getting hurt. Even Garen hasn't seen ants like this before. When Mama Bear notices Little Bear running toward her, she panics and yells at him to stay back. It's too dangerous, but Little Bear doesn't hesitate. He instantly grows back into his giant form. His magical club extends. He leaps into the air, spinning rapidly to build momentum. It's almost absurd how fast he spins, like he's figured out physics on a fly. Then he brings the club down with full force onto one of the ants. The impact sends dust everywhere. When it clears, the ant is completely flattened, just pancake. Mama Bear stares at him in shock. Little Bear lands, returns to his small form, and says her seriously, no bragging, just a quiet statement that he's strong enough to protect her now. So, right after Little Bear flattens that first fire ant, there's this brief pause where everyone, Sigwan, Garen, Mama Bear, and Little Bear, just stares at the remaining ants. And the ants actually take a small step back. It's almost like they're recalculating. Sigwan immediately asks Mama Bear, "What is going on?" She doesn't have an answer. It all just started suddenly. What she does know, though, is that these things are dangerous, and as if to prove her point, more ants start pouring out from the jungle. Not just a few, a steady wave. They begin charging up, preparing to spit fire again. Mama Bear doesn't hesitate. She casually flings one far into the distance and crushes another under her paw. Sigwan looks genuinely impressed, and Little Bear can't help smiling a little at how strong his mom is. Mama Bear reassures her cub that she's not afraid of opponents like these, but almost on cue, an ant leaps from behind and nearly catches her off guard. Garen steps in fast, punching the ant away before it can do real damage. He dryly points out that it's probably too early to relax. By now, the ants have completely surrounded them. Sejun glances back and realizes they're boxed in from all sides. The tension shifts. They're not just dealing with a handful anymore. Garen snorts in annoyance. He mentions that the swamp insects gave him trouble because of poison, but these he can handle. To prove it, he smashes another ant flat. A system message pops up announcing that Guardian Garen defeated a fire ant worker and that Segun gained 450 XP, half of what Garen earned. Segun praises him, impressed. But while he's focused on that, an ant lunges at Segun from behind. He barely manages to block with his dagger and axe. Sparks fly on impact. He grits his teeth, realizing these ants are much stronger than the locusts they fought before. Still, he figures his agility has improved too, so he counters with a slash that looks solid, except it does absolutely nothing. The blade doesn't penetrate the shell at all. His hand even shakes from the recoil. He mutters in frustration about how hard their shells are. Another ant charges up to spit fire at him. Mama Bear, still crushing ants left and right, calls out a warning. Little Bear shouts in panic, but the fire hits Sigwan and he's fine. He smiles, reminding them he has Flamey's flame of protection. Little Bear doesn't let the ant get away with that. He charges in and smashes it, then keeps pounding it into the ground, furious that it dared attack his dad. Mama Bear continues clearing space with raw strength. After a moment, she looks around and calmly says that at this level, she can probably hold them off on her own. There's a short breather. Sun exhales. Little Bear looks proud of the flattened ants. Sigwan sincerely thanks Mama Bear. Then Little Bear asks the obvious question. Where did these things suddenly come from? Swan watches the ants carefully and points out something important. Unlike the locust swarm before, these ants likely have a nest. That means this isn't random. If they don't find and destroy the nest, this will just keep happening. A little later, a bush trembles suspiciously. Two heads pop out. Segun and Little Bear attempting stealth. It's reasonably effective for their size. Behind them, though, Mama Bear and Garen also try sneaking, which is less convincing. Even Little Bear whispers that hiding might not be working very well. Segun hushes them and points ahead. The fire ants are attacking corrupted ants. The ants are completely burned down. Once the flames settle, the ants approach the charred bodies and start cutting pieces away with their claws. That's when Sigwan connects the dots. Their numbers increased because they've been eating the corrupted ants. That would explain why the corrupted ants have been unusually quiet lately. Little Bear immediately suggests smashing them all. Segun stops him and explains that ants carry food back to their nest. If they follow them, they'll find the source. The eclipse is creeping closer. The air feels heavier. They trail the ants carefully until Segun spots it. The nest, it's large, and as expected, there are a lot of them. Garen casually comments that they're pushovers anyway. Segun checks that everyone's ready. They confirm. Then all four charge in together. The ants notice them, but they don't get much reaction time. Mama Bear and Garen crush several immediately. Little Bear moves with surprising precision, smashing heads with his wooden club. Some ants manage to spit fire at Garen. He helps at the heat. His skin actually burns slightly, which surprises him. Shun observes that they really do breathe fire. Then he gets an idea. Dark clouds begin forming overhead. Garen looks up surprised as Sejun channels magic. Blue smoke curls from his hand as he invests all the stat points he just gained into magic. He calls down rain. It starts pouring. The ants are quickly soaked. Garen opens his mouth wide, gathering a massive amount of water and blasts it forward like a cannon. The pressure alone drowns and crushes several ants. Another system message appears. Guardian Garen defeated another fire ant worker, and Sigun gains 600 experience this time. Sigwan is impressed. Apparently, this combo works better than expected. He tells Garen to destroy the nest. Garen salutes and unleashes another high-pressure water cannon straight at the entrance. An ant's head briefly pops out just before the blast slams into the opening. For a moment, it looks like it worked. Sigun smiles, but then 3 ants walk out of the entrance, completely unharmed, except for being soaked. These aren't workers. Sigun immediately recognizes them as soldier ants, and right then, the scene shifts. Somewhere else, Kaiser lies on the ground with tears in his eyes, murmuring in relief that his granddaughter has finally succeeded in polymorphing. We see Aelin, now in a beautiful human form, announcing that she'll be there soon, on her way to see Sigwan. Back near the nest, things escalate pretty quickly. The soldier ants start coming out one after another, forming a tight circle around Sigwan and the others. These aren't like the worker ants they fought earlier. Their bodies look tougher, and some even carry what look like natural shields and tiny blade-like limbs. They rush straight at Sigwan. Sigun reacts a little too late, but Mama Bear steps in before the ants can reach him. With one heavy swipe of her paw, she flattens them into the ground. After that, she gives Sigu a quick warning to stay alert. He just nods and adjusts himself, realizing these new ants aren't something he can ignore. Nearby, Little Bear is trying to hold off one of the soldier ants by himself. He's managing, but it's clearly a struggle. Garen notices and jumps over to help. He slams down on the ant with a heavy blow that sends Little Bear tumbling back a short distance. Garen checks on him right away. Little Bear gives a quick thumbs up, basically saying he's fine, but Garen soon realizes something isn't right. He glances down and sees the ant he thought he crushed is actually lifting his leg. Before he can react properly, the ant throws him off balance and launches him into the air. Jean watches this and mutters to himself, remembering that ants are known for lifting many times their own body weight. Seeing it in action is convincing. Meanwhile, more soldier ants keep climbing out of the nest. Garen lands heavily some distance away, and Little Bear starts getting overwhelmed by the numbers. Jean covers his mouth for a moment, thinking through the situation while the pressure builds. Mama Bear looks at the swarm pouring out of the nest and quietly decides she's done holding back. Her muscles tense, and she basically declares that it's time to remind them who runs the western forest. Then she charges in. She tears through the ants with her claws, slicing them apart and sending pieces flying. Watching from behind, Shun adjusts his hat and admits to himself that he's very glad she's on their side. Little Bear, meanwhile, cheers loudly for his mom as she plows through the swarm. The ants begin adapting. Instead of attacking individually, they cluster together and raise their shield-like bodies, forming a defensive barrier. Mama Bear notices and slams down on them anyway, trying to drive them back underground. For a moment, it looks like she'll break through, but then she pauses. The ants actually manage to stop her blow with their shields. Sue notices the change immediately. The ants seem to be reorganizing themselves, almost like they're forming different shapes as a group before anyone can process that fully. Little Bear points up toward the sky in panic. Sigun looks up and freezes. The blue moon has begun. The moment it appears, the ants change again. Their bodies grow more robust, their movements sharper. One ant screeches, seemingly giving orders to the others. The command doesn't last long though, because Mama Bear instantly swings and knocks its head clean off. Even as she does that, Sigun suddenly realizes something else is happening. Garen is fine because he's designated as a guardian. Little Bear is safe because Sigun had already appointed him as a subordinate before, but Mama Bear, she doesn't have that protection. With Alien absent, the blue moon's influence starts affecting her. Her roar grows deeper, more primal. Her instincts take over. She stares at the ants with a burning intensity, and for a moment, even the ants seem confused, almost like they've lost their direction. Before they can react, Mama Bear bulldozes through them again and tears the nest apart with raw force. Xion pats Little Bear's shoulder, impressed at how completely Mama Bear wiped up the nest. For a moment, it feels reassuring to have her fighting on their side. Then, Mama Bear slowly turns and looks at them. From her perspective, something looks wrong. Beside her cub, she sees what her instincts interpret as some strange creature trying to deceive her child. Her expression changes immediately. Shun realizes too late that she's now looking at him. Garen rushes in and grabs her paws, shouting for her to snap out of it. It doesn't work. Mama Bear throws him aside easily. Little Bear calls out to her in confusion, and Sigun quickly gathers blue flames in his hand, preparing to defend himself. Before anything worse happens, something strange occurs. The flame of protection suddenly reacts on its own. Blue fire bursts outward and surrounds Mama Bear. She roars in pain as the flames wrap around her body. Little Bear panics, thinking she's being burned, but Sigun quickly notices something unusual. The flames aren't harming her. Instead, her body is surrounded by blue fire mixed with strange energy. Then, Sigun remembers something important. Flames aren't ordinary fire. They have the ability to purify corrupted energy, so what's happening isn't an attack. The flames are cleansing the Blue Moon's influence from Mama Bear. Gradually, the wild look fades from her eyes, her breathing slows, and clarity returns. She seems confused for a moment, like she can't quite remember what just happened. Then, exhaustion hits her all at once. Her eyes droop. She collapses. Garen catches her just before she hits the ground, and now her huge body is basically resting on top of him while she snores quietly. Little Bear asks if she's sleeping. Sue nods and lets out a long breath of relief. Unfortunately, the quiet moment doesn't last. Little Bear hears something moving nearby and looks around. A large group of ants is gathered around them. Apparently, the destruction of the ants attracted their attention. Suin sighs in disbelief. They managed to deal with the ants, but now the ants are here. Garen, still holding Mama Bear, looks around helplessly. Little Bear grips his wooden club and admits there are just too many. Garen tries to wake Mama Bear by patting her face, but she's completely out. The ants start attacking. Sigun cuts through one of the branches, but the fight quickly wears them down. They're already exhausted from the earlier battle. Sigun's breathing grows heavy. Little Bear struggles to keep up. Garen gets caught as branches wrap around his neck and begin choking him. Sigun tries to help, but another branch coils around his leg and lifts him into the air. The ant swings him down and slams him against the ground hard enough to crack the surface. A system message appears. Indestructible body has activated. Even so, the impact hurts. Sigun lies there surrounded by faint blue energy. While the End examines him nearby, Little Bear is completely bound in branches, calling out desperately for his dad. Garen is still struggling to breathe under the tightening grip. Jun hangs there, coughing and sweating. Everything hurts, and he starts wondering if the flame of protection has finally run out. For a moment, he thinks this might be the end. His thoughts drift back to the outside world. He reflects that it was probably a miracle that an ordinary guy like him survived this long on the 99th floor. Somewhere along the way, he ended up with so many people depending on him. Maybe he still wasn't strong enough. Little Bear starts crying, calling for his dad, his mom, and Garen. Sigun thinks about everyone else too, the rabbit family, the bees, even Bebot. He quietly apologizes to all of them. His tears fall as he admits to himself that he wanted to cook more delicious food for them. Then, a voice interrupts that thought. A calm voice tells him that if that's what he wants, he should just make it. Suin's eyes open slightly. He recognizes the voice immediately, but still murmurs in confusion, trying to figure out who it is. Above them, someone is floating in the sky. A bright light bursts from her hand and spreads outward, washing over the ends. The branches around Little Bear loosen and he falls asleep safely. Garen is freed from the choking vines. Mama Bear continues snoring peacefully. Swan feels a gentle hand resting on his head. He slowly opens his eyes and sees a young woman leaning over him with a soft smile. Aylin quietly apologizes for arriving late. Mama Bear, Little Bear, and Garen are all lying nearby, completely exhausted. At this point, they're not fighting anymore. They're just sleeping heavily, the kind of deep sleep that only comes after a brutal battle. Little Bear is the first one who stirs. His eyes slowly open, still half dreaming, and he looks up toward the sky without really moving. Up above, Aylin is floating in the air while gently holding Sigwan. From the ground through sleepy eyes, the scene almost looks unreal. Little Bear squints a bit and wonders if he's looking at an angel. The thought makes him smile faintly. For some reason, just seeing that figure in the sky makes him feel relieved, like everything will be okay now. With that calm feeling, he closes his eyes again and drifts back into sleep. Up in the air, Aylin is focused entirely on Sigwan. She gently touches his face and calls his name. Her voice is quiet, almost careful. Suin's eyes open slightly. He looks dazed, like he's waking from a very deep sleep, and he responds with a faint sound just to show he heard her. Aylin immediately apologizes for arriving late, but she also explains there isn't much time. As she says that, she suddenly notices something strange happening to her own hand. The human shape she used is starting to break down. Part of it is slowly turning back into her dragon form. She looks at her hand in confusion and frustration. She had actually planned to surprise Suin by appearing in a proper human form when they finally met. But the magic isn't holding anymore. She explains that she spent too much mana dealing with the ants earlier, so the transformation spell is already wearing off. The moment she realizes that, tears start forming in her eyes. She's clearly upset that the moment she planned didn't go the way she wanted. Before she can finish saying anything else, Sigun raises a hand and gently wipes away the tears from her face. That catches her completely off guard. She hadn't realized he was awake enough to move. Shun looks at her quietly for a moment and in a soft voice simply tells her she's pretty. For a second, she freezes. Then the words slowly register and her face turns a little red from embarrassment. She looks like she's about to say something in response. But before she can, Segun loses consciousness again and goes completely limp. Seeing that, Aylin starts quietly crying again. She apologizes once more, this time explaining that the authority she gave him earlier protected his body from breaking, but it also meant he had to endure all that damage instead of collapsing immediately. But gentle light glows around them as she speaks more softly now, almost reassuring him even though he's unconscious. She tells him that even though their meeting was brief, she was happy to finally see him in person. Then she says they'll meet again soon. After that, she leans down toward him, clearly intending to kiss him, but the panel cuts away before anything is shown. Instead, the scene switches to the blue moon hanging in the sky. Somewhere else, Greed is looking at that same moon from inside a prison room. He's sitting casually with a wineglass in his hand, staring out while slowly drinking. His expression isn't exactly pleased. He notes that the blue moon is coming to an end. According to him, the Red Ribbon Kingdom hasn't been affected by the blue moon's influence thanks to a strong magic barrier surrounding the area. Even so, the labor inside the kingdom continues non-stop. The scene briefly shows rabbits working endlessly while boars stand nearby, supervising them. Greed then casually shifts the topic. Earlier, he had demanded an answer from someone before the blue moon ended, and now that time is almost up. He turns toward the prisoner in the room and addresses him, the young master of the inspection bureau, Jerus. From Greed's tone, he's mocking him slightly, suggesting that Jerus's father doesn't seem very concerned about rescuing him. Jerus, who is chained and restrained, reacts immediately. He shouts Greed's name in anger, clearly furious, but still completely trapped. Outside Greed's castle, 2 boar guards are standing watch. One of them yawns loudly, looking extremely bored. He starts complaining that the Red Ribbon Kingdom has been peaceful for years under Greed's rule, so he doesn't understand why they even need to guard the place. The other boar agrees and says he'd much rather just sleep. Right as he says that, a voice quietly responds from somewhere nearby, saying that wish can be granted. The 2 guards look around in confusion. Then they spot Iona standing nearby with her wand already raised. Without much effort, she casts a spell and tells them to fall asleep. A wave of magic spreads out and the boars immediately feel their energy drain. One of them collapses on the spot. The other manages to shout in panic, asking who's there. Before he can react further, the White Wolf Chief suddenly appears behind him and lands a solid punch straight into his stomach. The boar drops instantly. With the guards down, the White Wolf Chief calmly tells the others it's safe to come out. 3 heads immediately pop out from the bushes: White Rabbit, Black Rabbit, and Theo. They step out and regroup. Theo walks over beside Iona and praises her magic with obvious admiration. Iona smiles modestly at the compliment. White Rabbit then explains that Jerus is most likely being held in the underground prison of the castle. The Black Wolf points out that they don't know what the security inside the castle looks like and it's probably tight. The White Wolf Chief agrees and says they should proceed carefully. Meanwhile, Black Rabbit quietly tells White Rabbit that he'll protect her no matter what happens. She blushes slightly at that. The group enters the castle and moves through the hallways cautiously, observing their surroundings. White Rabbit looks around with growing emotion. Tears start forming as she realizes something. This place looks exactly like the castle she saw when she was young. The layout and structure are the same, but the warm feeling she remembers from back then is completely gone. Black Rabbit watches her quietly, noticing the sadness in her expression. At that moment, Theo suddenly stops walking. Something about the atmosphere feels wrong to him. Iona gestures for everyone to stay quiet. The White Wolf Chief comments that for a place bold enough to kidnap the son of the Wandering Merchant Association's chairman, the security feels surprisingly sloppy. Iona agrees that something doesn't add up. Knowing Greed's personality, she finds it hard to believe he would leave things this unguarded. Just then, Black Rabbit's ears twitch sharply. A spear suddenly shoots toward them from the corridor. The White Wolf Chief barely has time to react, but Black Rabbit jumps forward and blocks the attack with his hammer. Everyone immediately goes on guard. Iona demands to know who's there. From the darkness of the corridor, strange figures begin stepping forward. They look like skeletal, goat-shaped creatures holding spears, their bodies formed from bones. The White Wolf Chief mutters in surprise, thinking they might be connected to a white dragon. Iona studies them carefully and then remembers something she once read in an ancient document. These are dragon fawn soldiers, artificial soldiers created from dragon bones. Black Rabbit immediately suggests breaking through them. The White Wolf Chief prepares to fight as well, but Iona quickly stops them. She explains that Dragonfang soldiers don't tire easily and aren't simple to destroy because their bodies are made from dragon bones. Even her magic has very little effect on them. She's also shocked that Greed somehow obtained enough dragon bones to create so many of them, especially considering he already possesses the White Dragon seal. Theo asks what they should do now as the soldiers slowly advance. The White Wolf Chief makes a quick decision. He tells the others to leave this area to him and continue searching for Greed. Everyone is stunned by that suggestion. Theo protests immediately, saying they should find a way to escape together because facing those things alone is impossible. But the White Wolf Chief insists he'll be fine. Just as the soldiers rush toward him, the Black Wolf suddenly jumps into the fight as well, slashing at one of the bone soldiers. The White Wolf Chief calmly says he had a feeling the Black Wolf would step in. The Black Wolf grunts and basically admits he couldn't just stand there. Black Rabbit tries to stay and fight too, but the Black Wolf shoves him away, sending him flying back toward White Rabbit. He tells Black Rabbit to go instead, reminding him that he has someone else he needs to protect. Iona agrees and urges everyone to find another route. The situation is clearly more dangerous than expected. The only real option now is to reach Greed as quickly as possible. They climb onto another wolf and ride deeper into the castle while Theo shouts back, asking the two wolves not to get hurt. One of the wolves calls out to the chief as well, telling him to stay safe. The White Wolf Chief laughs quietly at the situation, mentioning how ironic it is. There was a time when he worked under Greed, and now it looks like he might die fighting here. The Black Wolf immediately rejects that idea, saying no one decided he was dying yet. The two wolves then turn back toward the approaching Dragon Fong soldiers and prepare to hold them off. Meanwhile, the rest of the group locates the room where Greed is staying. They blast the door open using a fire spell and step inside, ready for a fight, shouting Greed's name. Greed is still sitting inside, looking at the painting calmly. He hears the door burst open and casually says, "Knock." Then he slowly turns his head and remarks that it's polite to knock before entering someone's room. At that moment, he notices a massive fireball flying straight toward him. From the doorway, Iona calmly asks if that was enough knocking. The moment everyone's still reacting, Theo suddenly blurts out that it all happened in a single strike, almost like he's still trying to process it himself. That's when the Black Rabbit's ears twitch, sharp, alert, and that instinct ends up saving them, because out of nowhere, a massive battle axe comes flying straight toward Iona and the White Rabbit. They barely have time to react. Before it can hit, the Black Rabbit jumps in, swings his hammer, and blocks it midair. The impact sends the axe spinning right back toward the attacker. But instead of panicking, Greed just casually catches it with one hand, like it was always meant to return to him. Then he comments on it, almost mildly annoyed, like someone interrupted him rather than attacked him. That's when things start to click for the others. The White Rabbit notices what he's wearing and immediately realizes something's off. Armor made from dragon bones combined with soldiers equipped with dragon fangs. It's not normal gear, not even close. Iona steadies herself too, already understanding this won't be a simple fight. Greed, meanwhile, doesn't rush. He starts talking instead, asking why they think he kidnapped the son of the Wandering Merchant Association's chairman. Theo quickly connects the dots. Power, leverage, control inside the tower, but Greed barely listens. He's already in his own thoughts, muttering about how he expected this outcome anyway, especially that someone like Iona would be sent after him. Then he looks at all of them properly and admits in a very straightforward way that this actually worked out better for him. The people he found most troublesome all came to him on their own, so instead of dragging things out, he decides to end it. He steps forward and attacks. The Black Rabbit instinctively moves to block, but the White Rabbit grabs him and stops him at the last second, warning that it's too dangerous. Iona steps in instead and throws up a barrier to take the hit. For a brief moment it works, then cracks start spreading across it. You can see it on Iona's face. This wasn't supposed to happen. The barrier breaking this quickly wasn't part of the plan. Before things get worse, Theo rushes in, grabs her, and pulls her out of the way just in time. Behind them, the White Rabbit can't hide her shock anymore. A barrier like that shouldn't fail so easily. The wolf forces himself to speak. He recognizes it. That weapon Greed is using, it's not just strong, it's a relic. One of the Black Tower's top-tier weapons. Guillotine. Something that belongs to the long-lost Silver Wolf tribe. That explains a lot and also makes things worse. Iona questions how Greed even got his hands on something like that. But Theo cuts in, basically saying, it doesn't matter right now. They need to focus on surviving first. And Greed, he's just standing there enjoying it. At the same time, far away on the 99th floor, Segun slowly wakes up. The first thing he notices is that the blue moon is gone. Bat is right there beside him, clearly relieved. Shun sits up, still dizzy, holding his head as he tries to piece things together. Bat explains that simply when the blue moon appeared, Segun disappeared, and near the end, Little Bear and Garen brought him back. That immediately worries him. He asks about the farm, about everyone else, but Babat admits he doesn't really know since he was outside. That part catches Segun off guard outside. Babat, a bit proud of himself, explains that he wanted to repay Segun somehow, so he went out and brought something back. He lifts up a pack of instant noodles. Sigwan just stares at it. For a second, nothing happens. Then his brain kind of short-circuits trying to process it. He grabs the instant noodles, shaking it, asking where he found it. Bab panics, thinking he did something wrong, and hurriedly explains that he saw other humans eating it outside and thought Sigun would like it too. And that's when Sigwan completely flips, just not in the way Babat expected. Instead of getting angry, he gets emotional. He thanks him very sincerely. Then immediately jumps to the bigger question. If Bat can go outside, can he take him along too? Bad Bat gently shuts that down. It's an ability only he has. He can bring things back, but only what he can carry. That still leaves Sigun impressed. It also explains something he remembers. Bat's original master, Scarum, probably got all those strange outside items the same way. But Sigwan doesn't dwell on that for long. He's just genuinely happy. Lifting Bat again, clearly excited about what this means. Bat, seeing that reaction, ends up smiling too. Right then, Little Bear notices Sigun is awake and immediately charges at him. Before Sigun can react, he gets hit with a full-force hug that nearly crushes him. Bad Bat gets knocked away in the process, and a system message activates an unbreakable body just to keep Sigun intact. Even then, he's clearly in pain. Little Bear doesn't notice at first. He's just relieved, saying how worried he was. Suan, barely holding himself together, asks him to let go, which he eventually does. Then Little Bear starts explaining what happened. Apparently, they were surrounded by ants during the blue moon, and then an angel appeared and saved them. Sigun pauses at that. He tries to remember, and something fake comes back. A beautiful figure, maybe an angel, but it's blurry, like a dream he can't fully recall. Before he can think too deeply about it, Garen walks in and greets him, clearly relieved he's okay. Then he presents something he found during the blue moon, some colorful beans from a fire ant nest. Sigun picks one up, curious. Little Bear admits they look tasty, but he held himself back from eating them. Sigun laughs a little at that, patting both of them, genuinely grateful to have them around. Then he mentions that if Aylin were here, she'd probably know what these beans are. Right on cue, a system message appears. Aylin answers. Sigun is surprised, immediately asking where she's been and how she's doing. Meanwhile, Aylin realizes something important. He doesn't remember anything from the blue moon, including that moment with her. That thought alone is enough to make her flustered. She snaps at him, calling him an idiot, completely out of nowhere from his perspective. Swan just stands there confused, trying to figure out what he did wrong. On her side, she's frustrated for a completely different reason. She worked hard to polymorph and now she can't even do it again for a while. Sigwan, unaware of all that, just says he's glad she's safe, then thanks her, assuming she protected them again. That softens her instantly. Bat hands. Sigun his straw hat, and Sigun casually says he'll make it up to everyone by cooking a lot of good food. That's when another system message appears. A quest. Make the most delicious food using crops infused with the blue moon's energy for the tower administrator. No reward. Failure means death. Sigun just stares at it, clearly not expecting things to escalate like that. He jokes about it for a second, but then his thoughts shift back to something more immediate. Theo and the others. He wonders if they're safe. Back at Greed's castle, things are still rough. The wolf is down, barely conscious. Theo tries to wake him while the white rabbit heals him. Iona looks exhausted, realizing just how bad the situation is. Armor that nullifies magic, a weapon that cuts through mana. It's a terrible combination. Greed, on the other hand, seems satisfied. He explains that he prepared for this carefully. Then, almost casually, he turns to the white rabbit and proposes to her, saying they should rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom together. She doesn't even entertain the idea, just looks at him coldly while continuing to heal the wolf. That's when a loud voice cuts through everything. Someone calling him out. Greed turns and immediately gets hit by the black rabbit's hammer. He blocks it, but this time he actually has to brace himself. The black rabbit doesn't stop there. He keeps attacking, pushing Greed back step by step, openly rejecting the idea of him marrying the princess. The attacks are fast, heavy, and relentless enough that even Greed starts to take notice. For the first time, he actually asks who this is. The black rabbit answers in the most straightforward way possible, declaring himself and then stating his role without hesitation, the princess's knight. Greed doesn't really get a chance to recover. After everything he's already taken, the black rabbit keeps going. There's no pause, no dramatic buildup, just another swing of the hammer, solid and direct. That hit alone sends Greed flying back into the wall hard enough that it leaves him slumped there for a second. And even then, the black rabbit doesn't stop. He closes the distance again and continues the attack, striking over and over. Not wildly, but with clear intent, like he's making sure Greed doesn't get back up this time. From the side, the white rabbit just watches, a bit caught off guard by how far he's going for her. There's a quiet shift in her expression, somewhere between surprise and something softer, but she doesn't interrupt. Meanwhile, Greed is no longer in control of the situation. At first, he tries to hold on to his pride, forcing out a threat through clenched teeth, but that doesn't last long. The moment he realizes the hits aren't stopping, his tone changes completely. He starts trying to stall, then quickly shifts into outright begging. The black rabbit doesn't respond. He just keeps attacking until there's nothing left to prove. Eventually, he slows down and steps back, taking a breath. By that point, Greed is barely holding himself up. His dragonbone armor, the thing that made him so hard to deal with earlier, is now completely wrecked, cracked, and broken beyond use. He's sitting there, no longer looking like someone in control of anything. That's when I steps forward. Her decision has clearly changed. Before, she intended to end things quickly. Now, watching everything that just happened, she chooses the opposite. Her wand starts to glow as she prepares her magic, calmly stating that she'll take her time with this instead. Greed sees that, and whatever composure he had left disappears. He starts throwing out offers one after another, his wealth, his position, even the entire Red Ribbon Kingdom. It's less of a negotiation and more of a desperate attempt to stop what's coming. No one responds. The white rabbit keeps healing the wolf without even looking convinced. Iona continues preparing her spell without hesitation. Then the screams start echoing through the castle. Around that same time, the blue moon in the sky slowly fades away. Back on the 99th floor, the mood couldn't be more different. Siyun is focused on something much more important. He's staring at the instant noodles like they're the greatest treasure he's seen in a while. There's a small grin on his face, and he's already half lost in anticipation. He opens it slowly. Little Bear and Bat Bat both lean in, watching closely, curious about what's about to happen. Then the smell hits, a rich, savory aroma that immediately gets their attention. Little Bear starts drooling without even realizing it, and even Bat Bat looks impressed. Sigun lifts the noodles slightly, almost admiring them for a second, then finally takes a bite. He chews, pauses, and then unexpectedly tears start forming. That reaction completely throws the others off. Little Bear panics, thinking something's wrong, while Bat Bee quickly assumes he brought back something Sigwan didn't like. But Sigwan isn't upset at all. He's just overwhelmed in a good way. He keeps eating faster now, clearly enjoying it more with every bite. Between mouthfuls. He keeps repeating how good it is, not really paying attention to anything else. Little Bear, meanwhile, is practically bouncing in place, asking for a turn. He doesn't get one. By the time he finishes asking, the noodles are already gone. Shun wipes his mouth, completely satisfied, and casually apologizes, but not in a way that suggests he regrets it much. Little Bear just stands there for a second, processing what happened, then slowly shifts into full disappointment, saying he hates him in that very childlike, exaggerated way. Shun lets out a small breath, admitting that this was one thing he couldn't share. Then, as if to smooth things over, he picks up Bat Bee and starts praising him again, clearly still impressed by what he brought back. Bat Bee brightens immediately, laughing along with him, but Sigun's already thinking ahead. He suddenly announces special training, which confuses Bat Bee bad at first. Then, Sigun grabs a stick and starts writing on the ground, explaining things step by step. He introduces Hungul, showing him simple words like ramen, coffee, cola, snacks, and explains that when Bat Bee goes outside, he should look for items with writing like this. Bat Bee takes it seriously right away, responding almost like a soldier given a mission. Right then, someone calls out to Sigwan. Flame approaches, and beside her, Little Bear is still sulking, holding onto the empty packet. Sigwan notices immediately that Flame looks different, stronger, more developed, and points it out with genuine surprise. Around them, even the ants seem more lively, almost dancing. Suan connects it back to the blue moon. Then his attention shifts again to the 5 colored beans Garen brought earlier. Since they've already eaten, he suggests planting them next and seeing what grows from crops affected by the blue moon. He calls Little Bear to come along. At first, there's no response. Little Bear is still clearly holding on to his grudge. So, Seijun changes tactics. He casually mentions sweet potatoes. That's all it takes. Little Bear's entire mood flips instantly. His eyes light up, the earlier frustration gone just like that. He grabs Sigu's hand and starts pulling him along, eager again. As they move, a system message quietly appears. Indestructible body activating again. And from the side, Flame notices it, looking genuinely unsettled by what that might mean. Up above the castle, things are not looking great for the wolves. The Black Wolf and the Chief are both still standing, but just barely. You can tell they've been fighting for a while, breathing heavier, bodies covered in bruises, movements a bit slower than before. The Chief steps forward, almost like he's trying to steady himself, and there's this quiet moment where it feels like he's wondering if this is where it ends. And right then, a voice calls out from behind. Both of them start to turn just slightly, but before they can even react properly, something cuts through the air. An axe flies past the chief's face, not close, but very close. The kind of close that makes you instinctively freeze for half a second. It doesn't hit him though. It keeps going and slams straight into the bone soldier's ahead. The chief immediately recognizes it. That weapon isn't just any axe, it's guillotine, the sacred relic of the Silver Wolf tribe. Greed had that on him, which means one thing. Greed is down. There's no long discussion about it. The realization is instant. The chief moves forward, grabs the axe in his jaws, and swings it with force. This time, the difference is obvious. When the blade hits the bone soldiers, it actually cuts through them cleanly. The same enemies that were giving them trouble before are now getting crushed and split apart. Even the Black Wolf pauses for a second, clearly impressed, not just by the timing, but by the weapon itself. It's one of those moments where the fight suddenly becomes manageable again. There's a quick exchange, relief, a bit of gratitude, but it doesn't last long because something feels off. Even after Greed is down, the bone soldiers don't stop. They're still moving. That realization hits almost immediately. If they're still active, then Greed wasn't the one controlling them. The chief's expression shifts as he connects the dots. There has to be something else behind this. And almost as if to confirm that the bone soldiers suddenly start glowing red, now fading out, now weakening, getting more aggressive. Back inside the castle, things have already moved forward. Greed is no longer a threat in the way he was before. He's been completely overwhelmed, his body burned, armor gone, and at this point, he looks more like someone who lost everything than someone who ruled a kingdom. There's even this oddly specific detail, the smell, like he's been overcooked, not exactly dignified. Theo standing nearby doesn't seem particularly sympathetic about it. Iona, on the other hand, stays focused. She makes it clear that this time they're not letting things end loosely. No shortcuts. He'll be dealt with properly. Then she pulls out the land deed. That small piece of paper ends up carrying more weight than anything else in the room. With it, ownership of the Red Ribbon Kingdom finally returns to where it belongs. The White Rabbit takes it, and for a moment everything else fades into the background. You can see it hit her. Not loudly, just quietly. Relief. Maybe a bit of relief after everything that happened. The Black Rabbit stays beside her, giving a simple, steady kind of support. Theo, meanwhile, brings things back on track. Jerus, they still haven't found him. Greed, now completely out of options, gives up the information without resistance. He's in a treasure vault, not the prison. That detail catches everyone off guard for a second, but the White Rabbit quickly explains, "If it's the vault, there's a direct route from here." Iona doesn't waste time. She uses an artifact to bind Greed in place. Clean, efficient, and then they all move down the stairs. Fast. There's a clear shift here. No more hesitation. They're heading straight for Juros. They reach the vault entrance only to be stopped by a massive door. Theo immediately turns to the White Rabbit, expecting she might be able to open it. She can't. It needs a key. Iona admits that everything Greed had was burned away except for one item, which means no key. The Black Rabbit suggests the most straightforward solution. Break it. The White Rabbit shuts that down immediately. This isn't the kind of door you just smash through. So, for a moment, they're stuck. Then, Theo starts thinking. You can almost see it happen. He stares at the door, notices something about it, and then suddenly remembers. He digs through his bag and pulls something out. A bit unsure himself. A key. Even he doesn't seem fully confident about it, but there's only one way to find out. He steps forward and tries it. And it works. The door reacts instantly, glowing, unlocking, opening. Everyone pauses because that shouldn't have been that easy. The White Rabbit and Black Rabbit are clearly confused, and Iona immediately questions it. How does Theo even have that key? Theo, now a bit flustered, explains that he bought it from the Raccoon Merchant Association, which somehow raises even more questions than it answers, but there's no time to dig into that. They move inside, calling out for Jerus as they go. Then a voice answers, "Who are you?" The moment that voice fills the room, everything changes. A pressure drops over them. Sudden, overwhelming. It's not an attack. Exactly. More like being held in place by sheer presence alone. Their movements slow, almost instinctively. Even Iona reacts to it. Carefully, they look ahead. The room is filled with gold, piled high, scattered everywhere. But that's not what holds their attention. At the center of it all, there's a statue, a white dragon, except it doesn't feel like a statue. Its eyes are glowing red. Shuan carefully picked up a cherry tomato that was infused with blue moon energy as he slowly turned it between his fingers. A faint blue glow shimmered softly across its surface. He watched it closely, clearly impressed by its quality, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He quietly remarked to himself that it looked nice, nodding with approval. He then thought with pride that this time again a huge amount of crops infused with the blue moon's energy had grown successfully. Around him, other farmer rabbits were busy working, moving between rows of glowing crops. His voice carried excitement as he looked over the wide field, now filled with blue crops, gently swaying in the breeze like waves of light. That moment. Kwang came running toward him, dragging a large pile of freshly dug sweet potatoes behind him. Dirt scattered everywhere as he moved, but he looked extremely proud of his work. He excitedly called out to his father to look at what he had done. Swan reacted with surprise and interest, letting out an impressed sound as he crouched down to examine the pile. He asked Kwang if he had dug all of them up by himself and wondered how he had managed to pick only the blue sweet potatoes so accurately. Kwang puffed out his chest proudly and explained that the blue sweet potatoes had a strange and unique smell. Suin responded warmly, gently patting Kwang and saying that thanks to that ability, they could even find crops buried underground very easily. Kwang looked very happy after hearing this praise. Suddenly, a system message appeared before Siga's eyes. It informed him that he had harvested 200 crops infused with the blue moon's energy in one day, and as a result, his job experience had greatly increased. Xuan reacted with surprise as another notification immediately followed. The system informed him that his job experience was now full and that he had advanced to the position of Tower Farmer B. It further explained that as his job rank increased, his job traits would also be enhanced. Suin's eyes widened with excitement and he cheered loudly in celebration, expressing that he had finally achieved it. More notifications quickly appeared one after another. The system stated that since he was now a tower farmer, B, the relic known as Saint of the Earth, Patrick Straw Hat, had also increased to rank B, and its restrictions had been lifted. It also informed him that the restrictions on his skills, Blessing of the Earth level 5 and Growth Acceleration level 2, had been removed. Additionally, a new skill called Farmer's Talent level 1 had been unlocked. Suan clenched his fists tightly in excitement and expressed that this was truly amazing. Tilting his head slightly in curiosity, he wondered about this new skill called Farmer's Talent. Another system explanation appeared, stating that for every 1,000 of the same crop harvested, he would gain 1 extra crop. Hearing this, Suan's face lit up with joy as he realized that it was a very useful skill. After a moment, he paused and thought deeply. He then wondered how much progress remained for the job quest that required harvesting 100,000 crops. The system immediately responded that 50,170 harvests were still remaining, showing the progress as 49,983 out of 100,000. Suan let out a small sigh upon hearing this, but quickly regained his determination. He thought to himself that there was still about half left. Standing up straight with renewed motivation, he declared that he needed to keep working hard. Kwang looked at him with admiration and commented that Xuan looked full of energy. Xuan smiled confidently and explained that he had realized something important this time. He said that he needed to become stronger himself and that he would grow stronger by eating many good crops. For a brief moment, the peaceful farming atmosphere continued. However, the scene suddenly shifted to the 55th floor of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, where the air felt heavy and unstable. A strange and powerful voice echoed across the vast chamber, shaking the walls themselves. The voice demanded to know who was there, carrying an overwhelming force, as if something ancient had awakened. Iona struggled to remain standing as her body trembled under the intense pressure. Looking around in alarm, she realized that there was dragon energy present and questioned why it was there. The energy in the air grew thicker, pressing down on everyone like an invisible weight. Even the warrior rabbit, who had faced many battles, found it difficult to move. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand firm, declaring that he was the warrior of the rabbit tribe, Black Bunny. Immediately, a deep and furious presence responded with arrogance and anger, questioning how a black bird being dared to speak before a white dragon, Kelly and Marmave. The pressure intensified instantly, as if a mountain had collapsed onto them. The ground cracked beneath their feet and the air itself distorted. Despite the overwhelming force, Iona reacted quickly and raised her staff, urgently trying to create a barrier while telling everyone to run. She declared that she would somehow hold it off. However, before anyone could move, a massive dragon's claw began descending from above. Then, suddenly, a single command to stop echoed through the area, freezing everything in place. Iona's eyes widened in shock as she wondered what had just happened. The dragon's voice returned colder and filled with irritation, stating that it was ridiculous that it had to step in personally because of someone useless. It further expressed annoyance, saying that the Black Tower was full of things that irritated it. A chilling aura spread across the entire chamber, creeping into every corner. Iona trembled uncontrollably and admitted that this level of magic power was completely different from anything she had experienced before. Then, the dragon gave a merciless command, ordering them to disappear at a T that moment. Their bodies completely refused to move. Black Bunny, almost in tears, said that he could not move his body and called out to the princess. Princess Pew Pow also cried out, desperately telling it to stop. Then something unexpected happened. A mysterious red ribbon-like power began to grow from behind Princess Pow's head. This strange energy completely nullified the dragon's breath. The dragon, shocked, exclaimed that even though it was only possessing a statue and could not use its full power, a mere creature had managed to cancel its attack. The tension reached its peak as Black Bunny called out to the princess in confusion and concern. Princess Piu Pao stepped forward. Though her figure was small compared to the overwhelming presence of the dragon, her eyes burned with strong determination. She declared firmly that she would no longer be swayed by intruders, and that this place was the home of her and her people. The Red Ribbon Kingdom, a powerful force erupted from her body, shaking the air violently. The red ribbon responded to her will and wrapped around the dragon statue, binding it tightly. The white dragon reacted in shock and anger, questioning what this power was and how she dared to use it against him. The energy continued to surge, surrounding her like a royal aura. Iona, watching in amazement, explained that one of the Black Tower's top 10 relics, the Rabbit Royal Red Ribbon, had reacted with the landowner's deed and awakened its true power. Black Bunny looked at the princess in awe. Iona, filled with emotion, said that it felt like only yesterday when she had carried the princess and run away, and now she had grown into a leader worthy of ruling a nation. Tears of happiness filled her eyes. Princess Pa Pao, with a steady and determined voice, brought out the land deed, which was an artifact. She declared that she would banish the white dragon Kelly and Marmee from the 55th floor. For the first time, the dragon's voice showed a hint of panic as it told her to stop and claimed that this situation was absurd. Despite this, it was ultimately forced to disappear from the vault. That as the battle ended, the princess lost her strength and began to fall from the air. Black Bunny quickly caught her and called out to her in concern, assuring her that everything was now okay and that it was all over. The princess smiled through her tears. Behind them, Iona and Theo looked at each other as the battlefield finally calmed down. Far away on the 99th floor, chaos had already begun again. The Black Dragon Kaiser angrily called out to Park Suan, asking if he knew how much effort had been put into making him meet Aelin and questioning why he did not remember anything and would not even let him drink maki. Suan let out a deep sigh and rubbed his forehead as if dealing with a troublesome child. He explained that he was actually the one most upset about not remembering meeting Aelin, and he pointed out that the first thing Kaiser asked for after seeing him again was maki. His tone then became serious as he stated that the maki was clearly his property. He added that, although he had treated Kaiser like family and allowed him to drink freely until now, Kaiser should not take that kindness for granted. Kaiser hesitated, clearly caught off guard, and struggled to respond. However, Sujuin continued speaking, saying that he was currently harvesting crops to help Aelin recover, and yet Kaiser was interfering with his work. Hearing this, Kaiser lowered his head slightly and apologized. Suan scratched his cheek awkwardly and then said that he would still give him a but asked him to consider his situation as well. Kaiser agreed quietly. Nearby, two farmer rabbits whispered to each other in amazement, commenting that Suan was completely controlling the Black Dragon and that it was incredible. Kaiser then cleared his throat and, as an apology and compensation, offered Sujuan a gift. Sujuan blinked in surprise as something was placed in his hand. Kaiser explained that it was the Great Black Dragon Scale and that it would be useful someday. Xuan examined it carefully as it gave off a faint shimmer and thanked Kaiser for it. Kaiser laughed and happily concluded that this meant the Miali issue was settled. However, suddenly the ground pulsed with energy. Suan noticed that the carrot altar was glowing and questioned what was happening. A dangerous and dark power surged upward, more violent than before. The altar broke apart, and from it emerged the statue of the white dragon once again. Filled with anger at the rabbits for daring to oppose it, Suan looked at it in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Kaiser also reacted with surprise, recognizing the white dragon, Kellen. The white dragon immediately responded with hostility upon noticing Kaiser, calling him out as his nemesis. Both of them shouted angrily at each other. The air cracked under the force of their clashing presence. The sky darkened and energy collided violently between them. Sujuin cried out in horror as the ground beneath him shook violently. Fearing for his field, the crops bent and snapped under the intense pressure. The peaceful farmland was now on the verge of complete destruction as the two ancient dragons prepared to clash once again. The calm had completely disappeared and a new disaster was just beginning. The moment just keeps escalating. Kaiser and Kellen are already clashing mid-air, throwing out raw energy like two old rivals who never really settled their argument properly. Kaiser basically snaps at him first, annoyed that Kellen just barged in like he owns the place. Kellen doesn't hold back either. He fires right back, clearly just as irritated, calling Kaiser out with the same level of hostility. Their energy alone is causing chaos around them. One of the rabbits nearby almost gets caught in the blast, and you can feel how dangerous it's getting because another rabbit urgently tells Sigun to take cover. But Sigun doesn't move. He's just staring at his field, the one thing he actually cares about right now. And you can tell he's holding himself back from snapping. Meanwhile, the argument between the dragons somehow gets even more personal. Kellyan starts complaining mid-fight that because of Kaiser, he couldn't even eat properly for a while, which is such a random thing to bring up in the middle of a life-threatening battle. And Kaiser immediately fires back, offended, saying Kellen had no right to steal his food in the first place, especially since he was saving it for a ridiculously specific milestone birthday. Kellen doesn't accept that excuse at all and counters by pointing out that even if he did take the food, that doesn't justify Kaiser knocking his teeth out. And the way they're arguing, it honestly sounds less like ancient dragons fighting and more like two people still salty over something that happened ages ago. Right in the middle of all this, Sigun finally steps in. He climbs up onto a rock, one that's covered in glowing ancient symbols, and positions himself there while two rabbits push it slightly forward, almost like they're helping him take center stage. Then he calls out to both of them, telling them to calm down. That actually gets their attention. Both dragons pause just enough to look at him, confused that he even dared to interrupt. Suan, standing there on what's clearly not an ordinary object, points at them and calls out how childish they're being, especially calling out Kaiser directly, which catches him off guard. Kaiser tries to respond a bit flustered, like he didn't expect to be scolded in the middle of a fight. Kellen, on the other hand, notices something else entirely. His attention shifts to what Sigun is standing on, and he immediately recognizes it as something sacred, something tied to a creator-level existence. That realization flips a switch, and now he's angry for a different reason. He starts accusing Sigun of disrespecting something divine just by standing on it. Sigun doesn't back down, though. He straight up tells him that this is the only place he can stand without getting crushed by their overwhelming aura, and if they don't stop, he'll take action, specifically warning them about banishment. That word hits differently. Kellyan's expression changes, and for a moment, he pauses, almost processing it. Then his pride kicks back in and he responds with contempt, calling Sigun insignificant before charging up a beam attack right at him. The attack fires instantly, but before it can hit, Kaiser reacts without hesitation. He shoves Kelly's attack off course, deflecting it just enough so it misses Sigwan. So technically, Sigun is safe. But that's not what bothers him. What actually breaks him a little inside is seeing his field take even more damage from the redirected attack. You can feel it. He's less concerned about almost dying, and more about his crops getting destroyed. Kaiser immediately goes back at Kellyan, physically pushing his head aside and yelling at him, clearly fed up now. Kellen just scoffs and escalates things further, declaring that he'll turn the entire Black Tower into a wasteland. And that's the exact moment Sigun changes. Up until now, he was trying to hold things together, but hearing that, seeing his field getting ruined, his expression just goes completely still, cold, quiet, and done. Then he calmly says one thing: prepare for banishment. Right after that, a magic circle appears beneath Kellyan's feet. It activates instantly, catching him completely off guard. His reaction shifts from anger to confusion, then quickly into panic as he realizes something is actually happening to him. Sigun stands there, one hand gripping his hat, the other glowing faintly with energy, and calls out to Aelin. On her side, she's casually eating blue moon tomatoes while the system notifies her that an illegal dragon soul has been detected. She analyzes it and realizes that what's here isn't Kellyan's full self, but about 30% of his soul attached to the statue. And if Sigun goes through with this banishment, that portion will be completely destroyed. Instead of stopping him, she gives him full authority to decide. The system then presents Sigun with the choice: banish or not. Kellen, now fully aware of the situation, panics. He finally connects the dots and realizes Sigwan isn't just some random human. He's actually an intermediate administrator. That realization shocks him even more than the banishment itself. He immediately turns to Kaiser, almost accusing him, questioning how he could entrust something like tower administration to someone he still sees as weak. Kaiser, instead of defending himself seriously, just laughs it off and mocks Kellen for the situation he's in. Then he physically starts forcing Kellyan deeper into the banishment circle, making the whole thing even more humiliating by pointing out that he's about to lose part of his soul to someone he just insulted. Kellyan struggles, clearly panicking now, while Kaiser tells Sigu to hurry up and finish it. But Sigwan doesn't rush. Instead, he speaks calmly. He tells Kellen that he could erase that part of his soul right now, but offers a condition. If Kellen promises not to harm him or his companions and agrees to compensate for the damage, he'll stop the banishment. Behind Sigwan, the rabbits are peeking out nervously, watching everything unfold, clearly amazed at what's happening. Kellyan hesitates, clearly not liking this at all. But with no real options left, he gives in. He agrees, though not very gracefully, still sounding annoyed even while surrendering, and Kaiser immediately corrects that attitude. He smacks Kellyan and tells him to show proper respect, reminding him very clearly that he's speaking to the intermediate administrator of the Black Tower, Park Si-gun. Right after everything settles, Si-gun finalizes things properly. He and Kellyan complete the agreement, and once Si-gun confirms it, the contract itself dissolves into the tower like it's been absorbed into the system. It's quiet for a second after that, like everything just clicked into place. Kaiser immediately reacts with a dismissive snort, basically telling Kellyan he got off easy this time. Kellyan doesn't argue back. He just clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed, but choosing not to push it further now that things are settled. Si-gun steps in again before anything can restart. He calmly tells Kaiser to stop there too, acknowledging that the two of them clearly have a long history, but asking them not to cause more trouble. It's not dramatic. It just sounds like someone trying to keep things from spiraling again. Behind him, Kwang peeks out curiously, still half hiding like a kid watching adults argue. At the same time, Papa Rabbit is completely sunk down onto the ground, looking dazed as he stares at the damaged field, quietly mourning all the work that went into it. Mama Rabbit tries to comfort him, staying close and gently talking to him. Si-gun hears that and immediately responds, keeping his tone steady. He points out that not everything is lost. Only part of the field was destroyed and they can always replant. More importantly, everyone is safe, and that's what matters. Then he shifts the mood slightly, suggesting they just eat first, cheer up, and get back to work afterward. As he says that, he suddenly feels eyes on him. When he turns, both Kaiser and Kellyan are just standing there looking at him. There's a small pause, and then Si-gun sigh like he already knows what this means and casually invites them to join as well. They glance at each other for a moment, but don't refuse. Soon after, Si-gun is outside cooking. The atmosphere has completely changed. There's a stove set up and he's calmly preparing food like nothing major just happened. A system message pops up confirming he's completed a dish, purple sweet potato soup, and that his cooking proficiency has increased slightly. Once it's ready, he serves a bowl and offers it to Kelly first, telling him to try it. From behind, Kaiser immediately asks if there are roasted sweet potatoes instead. Si-gun answers honestly. This time, he only made soup. That's enough for Kaiser to start complaining, saying Si-gun should always have roasted sweet potatoes ready, especially since it's his favorite. It comes out half demanding, half habitual. Shun's expression darkens almost instantly. Then he snaps back, pointing out the obvious, that if Kaiser hadn't just destroyed his field, maybe that would have been possible. And he doesn't stop there, reminding him that this was a rare chance to harvest crops infused with blue moon energy. That lands. Kaiser's tone drops and he awkwardly apologizes, clearly realizing he pushed it too far. While that exchange is happening, White Dragon watches everything quietly at first. All around him, people are eating like it's the most normal thing in the world. Rabbits happily scooping up soup, passing bowls around. No tension left from what just happened. It's a bit strange, especially considering this whole place was basically a battlefield a moment ago. So, naturally, he starts questioning it. He looks at the bowl in front of him and wonders if it's actually that good or if everyone's just overreacting. After a brief pause, he decides there's only one way to find out. He lifts the bowl and drinks it down in one go. No hesitation, just straight to the point. The moment he finishes, the empty bowl disappears from the statue's side and returns to his real body. Now back in his original form, he's holding the same bowl again. This time, he doesn't rush it. He picks up a spoon instead, almost like he's taking this second attempt more seriously. He mutters to himself, basically deciding to properly taste it now. So, he scoops up a spoonful and takes a bite. And that's when it hits. His eyes widen instantly, not in a dramatic way, but in that very real, unplanned kind of reaction where your body responds before your brain does. There's a short pause like his mind is trying to catch up with what he just tasted. Then without saying anything, he takes another bite and then another. At this point, the testing phase is clearly over. He starts eating faster, not messy, but definitely no longer composed. The pace picks up naturally, like he's not even thinking about it anymore, just focused on finishing the soup. Then, through the statue, he mutters under his breath that this is frustrating. Kaiser hears that and looks confused, asking what he means. And Kellyan, now fully convinced, repeats himself louder, saying, "It's genuinely irritating that someone from the Black Tower could make something this good." Then he turns to Si-gun and directly asks if there's more. Si-gun doesn't let that slide so easily. He reminds him pretty bluntly that just moments ago, Kellyan was trying to kill him. Still, after a brief pause, he gestures toward the stove and says there should be more left and Kellyan can eat if he wants, since either way he'll get proper compensation through the contract. But mid-sentence, Si-gun suddenly stops. He looks over and realizes the pot is already empty. Kwang is lying there nearby, completely full, looking like a soft, satisfied fluff ball that clearly finished everything without anyone noticing. Swan just stares at him for a second, recognizing the situation like it's something he's seen before. Then he exhales quietly. Kellen, seeing this, immediately reacts with disappointment, almost sounding genuinely upset that there's none left, and tells Sigwon to make more. That request triggers something. Suin's hand starts to glow faintly again, and his tone shifts just enough as he points out that the way Kellen is speaking makes it sound like he's ordering around the subordinate. At the same time, a magic circle begins forming under Kellen again. The reaction is instant. Kellen steps back quickly, clearly remembering what happened earlier, and immediately apologizes. Sigun corrects him calmly, making one thing clear. He's not some chef working under him. He's the tower farmer of the Black Tower. Back in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, things are finally quiet enough for everyone to catch their breath. The first thing Black Rabbit does is walk up to Zareth and without wasting time swings his hammer down to break the chains binding his hands. The metal snaps cleanly and Zareth immediately brings his hands forward, rubbing his wrists like he's making sure they're actually free. Theo steps in right away, asking if he's all right. Zareth nods, still a bit stiff, but clearly relieved. He says he's okay now, thanks to them. Iona, standing nearby, adds something important. She points out that Greed had claimed Zareth was locked inside the treasure vault, but that turned out to be a lie. Even at the very end, he kept deceiving them. Zareth takes that in, then shifts his attention back to them and asks what happened outside, specifically about the Dragon-Tooth soldiers. Theo answers pretty casually like it's already behind them. He explains that they took care of Greed and even dealt with the white dragon that was controlling things. That part hits differently. Zareth freezes for a moment, clearly not expecting that, and questions it how they even managed something like that. Instead of explaining it himself, Theo just gestures toward White Rabbit. White Rabbit, suddenly put on the spot, points at herself with a slightly unsure expression, almost like she's still processing it too. She admits she doesn't fully understand what happened either. Iona steps in smoothly, keeping things grounded. She doesn't get into the details, just states the one thing that matters. The Red Ribbon Kingdom is safe now. That's enough for Zareth. His shoulders ease a little and he lets out a quiet sense of relief. Then he apologizes for everything, feeling like he caused trouble for them. Theo immediately shuts that down. He tells him not to think that way, pointing out that Zareth's sense of justice is stronger than most people's. That's what led to all of this in the first place. Zareth thanks him sincerely, then mentions that when Theo returns to the Wandering Merchants Association, his father will definitely reward him properly. But Theo doesn't seem interested in that right now. He casually says he'll have to delay that. Zareth looks confused, asking why. Theo taps his bag and explains he's got a contract to fulfill first. He's carrying a huge load of items that need to be delivered to humans on the lower floors, and just like that, he moves on. He hops up onto a wolf's back in one smooth motion, settling himself like it's second nature by now. Before leaving, he looks back at everyone and gives a brief acknowledgement, something like a good work to the group, and then says he's heading straight to the 38th floor. As he rides off, there's a small pause where everyone just watches him go. Iona, looking at his back, comments that he's really grown into a proper wandering merchant. Zareth adds to that almost like he's been thinking it for a while, saying that from the very first time he saw Theo, he already considered him the best at what he does. Then the scene shifts back to the 99th floor. Seguin is already back to work. System messages start popping up one after another as he plants seeds, specifically 5 colored beans. Each message, not small increases in job experience and skill proficiency, even mentioning an extra boost effect stacking on top. Shjun glances at the notifications and seems satisfied, giving a simple approving reaction before brushing off his hands. Then he looks around at everyone and calls out that since they've all eaten, it's time to get back to restoring the field. The response is immediate. The rabbit family and Kwong react with energy, cheering and getting ready to move again. Just as things are settling into a work rhythm, Shun hears a buzzing sound behind him. He pauses and turns slightly, calling out to what he assumes is one of the poison honeybees asking what's going on. But when he fully turns around, he stops. There's a brief moment where he just looks at it slightly puzzled because this one doesn't look familiar. He says as much, noting that he's never seen this particular poison honeybee before. The bee, larger, more distinct, faces him directly, and instead of acting like the others, it seems to be observing him just as closely, almost with the same level of curiosity. So, the moment starts off a bit tense, but still under control. Segun looks at the unfamiliar queen bee and, trying to understand the situation, asks who she is. His tone isn't aggressive, more confused than anything. Beside him, Papa Rabbit and Kwang are just staring at her, clearly impressed by her presence, like they can already tell she's not ordinary. While this is happening, one of their local bees flies in, probably drawn by the unfamiliar aura. At first, it just observes, but the second it recognizes her, its entire attitude flips. You can almost feel the shift. It goes from curious to openly hostile in an instant. It calls her out as being from the East Forest. And not just any bees, but poison bees. That single identification is enough to change the mood completely. The East Forest Queen Bee, who had been holding herself together until now, suddenly looks unsure. You can tell she didn't expect to be recognized so quickly, and definitely not like this. There's a pause where she just doesn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, the local bee doesn't hesitate at all. It steps forward acting like a guard who just caught an intruder, aggressively telling her this isn't her territory and that she needs to leave immediately. There's no negotiation in its tone, just pure territorial instinct. In the queen bee, she doesn't argue back. Instead, she kind of freezes. Then her expression starts to crumble. She tries to hold it in. You can actually picture her struggling for a second, but it doesn't last. Her composure just breaks, and she ends up crying right there. Now, Sigun is completely thrown off. A second ago, this was just an awkward encounter, and now there's a crying queen bee in front of him and an angry one yelling from the side. He immediately shifts into damage control mode, trying to calm her down with a gentle voice. He's clearly panicking, but he's doing his best to sound reassuring, like someone trying to stop a situation from spiraling. At the same time, the local bee is still going on, doubling down and basically demanding she leave right now. Suan tries to handle both sides. He turns to the aggressive bee and tells it to calm down too, but he doesn't even get to finish because that's when he hears it. A loud, growing buzzing sound in the distance. It's the kind of sound that doesn't need explanation. Everyone hears it and instantly understands what it means. Suin stops mid-sentence. The local bee freezes. Kwang and Papa Rabbit also stiffen. Even without seeing anything yet, they all know this is bad. And then, the reason becomes obvious. A swarm, no, a full force of bees is rushing toward them. At the center of all this, the East Forest Queen Bee is still crying, covering her face, completely unaware or maybe just overwhelmed. The timing couldn't be worse. Siguan, at this point, is just stuck. You can tell his brain is trying to catch up, but everything is happening too fast. The incoming bees don't slow down at all. As they get closer, their voices start to carry. One of them angrily demands to know who dared to make their queen cry. Another one jumps in immediately, loudly, declaring it's ready to risk its life to attack. That kind of energy spreads fast. Now both Siguan and the local bee look equally horrified. For once, they're on the same page, silently realizing just how bad this situation has gotten. Almost on cue, the queen from Suun's side arrives. She moves in quickly, clearly alerted by the disturbance, and immediately asks what's happening. Sigun reaches up and adjusts his hat, a small, almost automatic action, but it shows he's completely at a loss. He doesn't even know where to begin explaining this mess. Before he can say anything, the local bee rushes to report, trying to explain that the East Forest poison bees suddenly showed up. It doesn't even finish properly. It's more like panic reporting than a clear explanation, but the damage is already done. Seeing the incoming swarm and their aggression, Sajin's queen doesn't hesitate. She raises her voice and orders everyone to prepare for battle. That command lands heavily. Kwang, who's been watching all this unfold, hesitantly questions if they're really about to fight. It's not defiance, just disbelief at how quickly things escalated, but no one waits for that question to be answered. The East Forest bees are already charging forward like an angry wave, and almost immediately, the bees on Suun's side respond the same way. There's no pause, no strategy meeting, just instinct taking over. And right in the middle of it, Sigun watches everything tip over the edge. He adjusts his hat again. Probably the only thing he can control right now, and realizes that if this continues even for a moment longer, it's going to turn into a full-scale war. So, just as both sides are about to crash into each other, no hesitation left, everyone already moving, a voice suddenly cuts through everything. It's loud, not just shouting loud, but the kind that feels like it presses down on the entire space. The voice basically complains about all the noise, like the whole battlefield is just an inconvenience. And that alone is enough to stop everything. Mid-charge, mid-flight, mid-step, everyone freezes. It's not even a conscious decision. The pressure that follows pins them in place. You can almost picture the air getting heavier, like something invisible just settled over the battlefield. The bees from both sides start trembling. Not out of confusion this time, but pure instinct. Slowly, almost cautiously, they begin looking around, trying to figure out where that presence is coming from. Then they see it. A white dragon lands a short distance away. Calm, controlled, and very clearly the source of all that pressure. The way he stands there, it's not even aggressive at first, just annoyed. Like he showed up because the noise bothered him, not because he cared about the situation. He looks at them and basically complains again, this time more openly, calling all of them noisy and irritating. Even Sigun feels it. He struggles a bit, just as they standing like the pressure alone is making it hard to breathe properly. Still, he manages to look over and, slightly confused, calls out the dragon's name, recognizing him. Quang, standing nearby, tilts his head and wonders out loud why this guy is still around, clearly not expecting him to show up again. Papa Rabbit doesn't even say anything. He's just staring, trying to process what's happening. The dragon doesn't respond to any of them. He doesn't even look their way. Instead, he focuses on the battlefield and starts gathering energy. You can see it building up. He's preparing a breath attack, and from his tone, he fully intends to wipe everything out just to get rid of the noise. That shifts the fear to another level. Now it's not just tension between two groups, it's everyone realizing they might get erased together. The bees from both sides, including both queen bees, start shaking even more. No one's thinking about fighting anymore. Right then, Segan moves. He steps forward, placing himself in front of the bees, spreading his arms slightly like he's trying to block something way bigger than himself. He calls out to the dragon, stopping him, questioning why he's going this far, reminding him that he already messed with his farm before and asking if now he's planning to harm the poison bees too. The dragon barely reacts. He dismisses it casually, saying he doesn't care about any of that. To him, the only issue is the noise. They're bothering him, and that's reason enough. And then, a magic circle appears beneath his feet. It's sudden, clean, and very clearly not something the dragon expected. His whole attitude changes instantly. The arrogance drops, replaced with a much more careful tone. He quickly backs down, telling Segun to calm down like he's trying to de-escalate before things get worse for him. Sigwan, though, isn't buying it. He just looks at him completely unconvinced, like he's seen through that switch. Behind him, the East Forest Queen Bee slowly lowers her hands. She's not crying anymore. Instead, she's staring at Sigwan, a bit wide-eyed. Around her, the bees start murmuring among themselves, trying to process what they just saw. One of them quietly points out that Sigwan just stopped a white dragon. Another one follows up, almost connecting the dots, realizing that means something much bigger, but they don't even get to finish that thought because Segan moves again. He adjusts his hat this time, pulling it down slightly so it casts a shadow over his eyes. His posture shifts, still calm but more firm now. Then he speaks not loudly, but with enough weight that everyone listens. He introduces his position as the middle manager of the Black Tower, making it clear he's not just some random person standing in the middle of this chaos. Then he looks around at both sides, the bees, the queens, even the dragon, and tells them all to get along. Simple instruction, no extra explanation. The white dragon doesn't argue. If anything, he looks like he already expected this outcome the moment that magic circle appeared. But the bees, they're completely stunned. Both sides just stand there frozen for a different reason now. Even the queen bees don't know how to react immediately. And off to the side, Quang is just looking at Sigwan, eyes wide, quietly impressed. Because for that moment, the way Sigwan stepped in and handled everything, he actually did look pretty cool. Then the scene shifts and the mood changes completely. Instead of tension, you see the East Forest Queen be sitting comfortably holding a jar of honey. She takes a slow sip, then another, and you can actually see her relax with each taste. Her shoulders loosen, her expression softens, and before long, she's smiling, bright, satisfied, completely at ease. If you hadn't seen her crying just moments ago, you'd honestly think she'd been living her best life this whole time. Now far from her, Quang is watching this happen very closely. At first, it's just observation, then it slowly turns into concern, and then very clearly jealousy. Jar after jar keeps disappearing, and you can almost see him counting in his head. Finally, he mutters under his breath, basically mourning the loss of what he clearly considers his honey. Sigun notices immediately. From the side, in a calm tone, he tells Quang to ease up a bit to let it go for now. It's not a big deal. Meanwhile, the same who was ready to throw hands earlier is now just standing there relaxed, even looking a little pleased. The shift is almost funny. A few minutes ago it was, "This is our territory," and now it's basically silent approval. And over at the center, both queen bees are actually getting along. They're sitting close, chatting, even laughing lightly. No tension, no hostility, just a surprisingly natural moment like this whole conflict never happened. Sigun watches that, and you can see the idea forming. He smiles a little, then leans toward Quang and points out something practical. If they manage to bring these poison bees onto their side, this situation could actually turn into a long-term benefit. More bees means more honey later. That instantly flips Quang's mood. His eyes light up, the jealousy disappears, and now he's practically bouncing with excitement at the thought of future honey supplies, priorities restored. Then Segan suddenly remembers something. He turns back to the East Forest Queen Bee and casually asks how she even ended up here in the first place since this territory clearly belongs to their group. The queen beside him follows up, pointing out the same thing, that she should have known this was in her area. That question shifts the mood again. The East Queen Bee's expression drops. She lowers her head slightly and in a quieter voice explains that they were driven out, attacked by strange red creatures that breathe fire. Sjun catches onto that detail immediately. He repeats it, focusing on the red and fire part, trying to connect it with something he already knows. Before he can think it through, the other bees from the east start adding details. One mentions that their shells are extremely tough. Another says their stingers couldn't even pierce them. Siguan pauses for a second, then seems to reach a conclusion. Without saying much, he turns and steps through the dimensional door, telling everyone to wait. It's quick enough that no one even reacts in time. Quang looks confused. One of the bees leans forward, trying to peek inside, but before anyone can figure out what he's doing, Shun comes right back out. In his hands, he's holding the corpse of one of those creatures. He lifts it slightly and asks if this is what attacked them. The reaction is immediate. The East Queen bee gasps in shock. Her grip loosens and the jar of honey slips right out of her hands. Before it can hit the ground, the queen from Sichuan's side moves fast and catches it cleanly. No spill, no waste. Priorities are clearly shared here. Around them, the bees react in completely different ways. Some are stunned, others instantly furious. A few of them lock onto the corpse with red eyes, their anger rising all over again. Within seconds, voices start calling for battle, and several bees charge forward toward the carcass like it personally offended them. Segun steps in quickly. He raises his voice just enough to stop them, telling everyone to calm down. Then he explains, "This isn't a living enemy, it's just a dead body, something he picked up earlier." To make his point even clearer, he lifts it up again and casually adds that he actually brought it along out of curiosity, wondering if it might taste good, like the locusts he's dealt with before. There's a brief pause there, then he admits the obvious. The shell is ridiculously tough, basically not worth the effort. Quang, meanwhile, is staring at it from the side, clearly still considering whether it's edible. His priorities haven't changed much. Shun's tone shifts again as he continues. He explains that these creatures appeared before in another forest, but now they've shown up here too, which means they're spreading and probably faster than expected. That hits the East bees hard. One of them speaks up, realizing their hive might already be under attack right now. Another lowers their head, frustrated, admitting they couldn't protect their home. The mood drops again. The East Queen bee also lowers her head quietly, carrying that same weight. And then Segan steps forward slightly. He pats his chest and says they'll help. Simple, direct. That catches everyone off guard. The queen beside him looks surprised. The East Queen bee looks up, not fully believing what she just heard. Even the surrounding bees hesitate, unsure how to react. Siguan just repeats the idea in his own way, reminding them that he already said they should get along. This time, the queen on his side smiles, clearly on board. Quang straightens up too, placing his hands on his hips, looking ready, as if he's already accepted this as the next thing they're doing. Then the scene shifts over to Theo and his group, moving through the 38th floor. Theo's riding along while quietly humming to himself, clearly in a good mood, almost like he's on a casual stroll rather than a business trip. Up ahead, the Wolf Chief and the Black Wolf are leading the way, walking at a steady pace. After a moment, the Wolf Chief looks around and casually comments on how nice the air feels here. Fresh, calm, almost relaxing. That immediately snaps Theo out of his mood. He stops humming and fires back, clearly annoyed, reminding him that they're not here to enjoy the scenery. There's a lot of work to do, things to sell, and on top of that, he's carrying a special request from Chairman Park. So, in his mind, this is anything but a relaxing trip. The Wolf Chief just goes quiet after that, a little awkward, like he regrets saying anything. Meanwhile, the Black Wolf quietly mutters under his breath, pointing out the obvious that Theo was the one happily humming just seconds ago. Theo almost reacts to that, but before he can say anything, there's noise up ahead. A loud, chaotic kind of noise. Everyone looks forward and they see a group of humans gathered around some cats arguing loudly. The tone isn't friendly, it's tense, impatient. Theo slows down, watching the scene, trying to figure out what's going on, and more importantly, who these cats are. In the crowd, one of the humans is already shouting, frustrated that what used to be handled as auctions is now being done on a first-come, first-served basis. You can tell he feels cheated, like if he'd known earlier, he would have shown up sooner. At the center of it, a black cat, Oren, is trying to handle the situation, but he clearly looks overwhelmed. He hesitates, admits he doesn't really know how to run an auction, and even takes a small step back. As the pressure builds, another person cuts in, raising the urgency. People are poisoned, and they need the detox green onions immediately. This isn't just about buying anymore, it's about survival. Oren tries to calm them down, asking for a moment, but it's obvious he's losing control of the situation. That's when Theo finally recognizes him. He calls out Oren's name, stepping forward. Oren looks up surprised, and before he can fully process it, someone in the crowd recognizes Theo too. Then another, and suddenly the energy shifts. People start pointing, calling out his name, telling others that Theo is here. The crowd that was just angry now feels almost relieved. Even Oren, still processing it, corrects himself mid-sentence, realizing he's not just Theo, he's the actual representative merchant. There's a bit of disbelief mixed with excitement. Some people start asking where he's been this whole time. Others just seem glad he showed up. Theo, seeing all this attention, naturally leans into it. He smiles a little smug and casually asks if they missed him that much. Off to the side though, there's a completely different reaction happening. A group of girls notice the black wolf and immediately label him as a giant puppy. The black wolf pauses, clearly not pleased with that description, and questions it with a low, slightly offended tone. Then he calmly corrects them, explaining that he's actually a black wolf, not a puppy. But the situation doesn't improve. Nearby, a human boy is already hugging the wolf chief, calling him by name and telling the black wolf to just accept it. The black wolf, Hegel, just stands there completely stunned, like he doesn't even know how this became his problem. While all of that is happening, Theo jumps down from the wolf chief's back and gets straight to work. He opens his bag and starts rummaging through it, then announces that since everyone's been waiting, he'll begin by selling a batch of magic cherry tomatoes. Oren watches this, still nervous but also relieved that Theo has taken over. Just as Theo is about to start, a human boy interrupts him. Theo looks at him confused. The boy explains more urgently this time, asking if Theo can prioritize the detox green onions instead. He makes it clear that there are hunters in critical condition because of poison and they need help immediately. That shifts the atmosphere again. Theo pauses, actually taking that in. Oren looks at him quietly, watching closely, waiting to see what decision he'll make. For a brief moment, Theo just hums to himself, thinking. Then without making a big deal out of it, he changes direction. He pulls out the green onions and announces that he'll distribute a large amount of them for free. The reaction is instant. People gasp. You can almost see the disbelief spread across their faces. And then just as quickly, it turns into excitement. Some look like they're about to rush forward immediately. Others start pushing, trying to get ahead, calling out that they were here first. The situation starts slipping toward chaos again, but Theo steps forward, plants himself in front of the pile, and raises his voice sharply. That one shout is enough to freeze everyone in place. Even the wolf chief and Hegel step up beside him, adding to that sense of control. Then Theo lays it out clearly. First priority, treat the poison patients. After that, everyone lines up properly, and each person takes a limited amount. Simple, direct, no room for argument. And this time, the crowd actually listens. Oren just stands there watching him handle everything so cleanly, and you can see the shift in his expression from stress to genuine respect. Right as things start settling down under Theo's control, a loud, hearty laugh suddenly cuts through the crowd from behind. It's the kind of laugh that makes people instinctively turn around. An old man steps forward, still amused, openly remarking that at this point, a cat is handling things better than humans. The comment lands half like a joke, half like a compliment, but either way, it grabs attention. Someone in the crowd recognizes him immediately, and their reaction shifts from curiosity to shock. They call out his identity, revealing that it's Hante Jun, the leader of the Phoenix Guild. That name alone changes the atmosphere a bit. Theo looks over, sees him, and casually raises his hand in greeting like he's meeting an old acquaintance rather than someone important. He greets him warmly, then immediately asks about Donskik, like that's the most natural thing to bring up. Hante Jun responds just as casually, mentioning that Donskik had actually been waiting for Theo every day. But of course, the one day Theo shows up happens to be the one day Donskik isn't around. Off to the side, Oren is watching all of this unfold. Clearly impressed, he quietly notes how the chaotic situation started resolving itself almost the moment Theo stepped in. Hante Jun then shifts his attention back to Theo and acknowledges what he just did, giving out detox green onions for free and expresses gratitude on behalf of the hunters. Theo doesn't let that sit for long. He immediately adds that there is in fact a condition that catches Hante Jun's attention. Theo reaches into his bag again and pulls out another item, introducing it as a new variety, something different from what they've seen so far. He explains that he'll be giving these out for free as well, but in return, they need to plant them outside the tower as many as possible. Hante Jun pauses, clearly not expecting that. He questions it, making sure you heard correctly that these are also being given away for free. Around them, the crowd starts reacting again. People whisper, surprised and curious. A new variety, free again. Some are already wondering what kind of effect it has. Theo quickly steps in to clarify before anyone gets the wrong idea. He warns them not to treat it like food. These aren't meant to be eaten. They're crops, but dangerous ones sharp enough to function like blades. That shifts the curiosity into something more cautious. Hante Jun takes one, examining it more closely, then looks back at Theo and asks if this whole plan, giving these out and asking people to plant them, came from Parksan. Theo confirms it without hesitation. That makes Jun pause again, thinking a bit more seriously now. He asks if Theo is really sure about distributing everything for free like this. Meanwhile, Theo is already roomaging through his bag again, completely unbothered, casually mentioning that it's fine. And besides, they've got even more impressive new products lined up anyway. That instantly sparks excitement again. A boy nearby reacts first, surprised that there's still more. Then a girl, smiling brightly, thanks Theo, clearly relieved and grateful. Han Tae-jun glances briefly in her direction, noticing the reaction, and right at that moment, Theo casually drops something that completely shifts the mood. Still smiling, still in that same easy tone, he mentions that at this rate, their world is going to be destroyed soon. The words land quietly but heavily. The boy and girl who were just excited freeze almost instantly, their expressions stiffening as the meaning sinks in. Han Tae-jun's reaction is sharper. He immediately turns his focus back to Theo, his expression tightening just slightly as he tries to confirm what he just heard. He repeats it back almost like he's hoping he misunderstood that their world is going to be destroyed. And Theo, still wearing that same light, almost cheerful expression, simply confirms it like it's just another normal piece of information. And for a moment, no one really knows how to respond. The moment kind of hangs in the air after Theo says it like everyone heard it clearly, but their brains need a second to catch up. The two younger hunters are the first to react. The girl instinctively brings her hand up to her mouth, eyes wide like she's trying to physically hold in what she just heard. Beside her, the guy stiffens, fists tightening without him even realizing it. His face going pale as the meaning finally hits him. He blurts it out almost to confirm it's real, that the world ending is actually what was just said. Han Tae-jun doesn't react as loudly, but you can see it land. He leans forward slightly, his focus sharpening on Theo. He's the type who doesn't panic first. He verifies. His voice comes out firm, pressing for clarity, not emotion. Theo, though, doesn't answer immediately. There's a brief shift, more like a quiet recall than a full pause, and it moves into that earlier moment with Sigwon. Sigun is crouched down, so he's eye level with Theo, keeping things calm and direct. He doesn't look dramatic or urgent in a loud way, but there's weight in how seriously he speaks. He makes it clear that this isn't something people can handle hearing outright, that if the truth spreads, panic will spiral before anything else even happens. It's less about hiding the truth and more about controlling how it's handled. Theo listens without interrupting. His usual smugness isn't there, just full attention. His eyes stay fixed on Sigwon, taking everything in like he understands this isn't just another task. Then it shifts back. Theo is standing in front of them again, small as ever, but somehow holding the center of attention. One of the hunters is still visibly struggling to process it, letting out a confused reaction under his breath. But Theo doesn't get pulled into that. He keeps his composure, eyes closed for a moment like he's organizing his words, then calmly explains that he can't share everything. But if they follow what he says, there's still a way to avoid the outcome he mentioned. That answer doesn't fully settle things. The female hunter leans forward slightly, still unsure, trying to make sense of following instructions without understanding the full picture. She asks for more detail, not aggressively, just cautiously, like she wants something solid to hold on to. Meanwhile, Han Tae-jun lowers his gaze to the green onion in his hand. It's such a simple object for something tied to a situation this serious, and you can see him weighing that contrast. He doesn't rush his decision, he just stands there for a second, thinking it through. Then, when he looks up again, that hesitation is gone. He doesn't ask another question. He accepts it. The scene shifts, and now he's already moving, standing ahead of the others, back straight, tone completely different, no uncertainty left. The younger hunters behind him are still catching up, one of them calling out in disbelief. But Tae-jun doesn't slow down to explain himself. He gives clear instructions what to do with the onions, how to handle distribution, where to focus efforts. It's practical, immediate, and delivered like there's no time to debate it. There's even a brief, almost ironic contrast in how it sounds. Everything suddenly revolves around crops, but the way he says it doesn't leave room for doubt. To him, this is the plan now. Then his tone tightens. He adds one more condition. Keep everything about the destruction quiet. No rumors, no leaks. Not because he doubts them, but because understand what people do with incomplete information. Panic would spread faster than anything they're trying to stop. By the time he finishes, the group in front of him has already shifted. The hesitation from earlier is still there, but it's been pushed under something else. Responsibility. When he asks if they understand, it's not really a question. They respond immediately, voices lined up, not perfectly confident, but committed enough. The scene opens up on the 99th floor, and right away you see Sigun halfway up a rough, jagged cliff. He's not climbing smoothly either. His fingers are digging into uneven rocks. His arms are trembling from the strain, and every pull upward looks like it costs him real effort. His breathing is heavy, almost uneven, and sweat is clearly getting in his way, but he keeps going anyway. As he drags himself a little higher, he mutters under his breath, clearly annoyed that no one warned him this forest would basically turn into a wall of rock. It's less like exploring nature and more like accidentally signing up for a mountain climb. Floating just above him, the East Queen Bee moves effortlessly, keeping pace without even trying. She doesn't look strained at all. In fact, compared to Sigwan, she seems almost too calm, like this whole situation is just another normal day for her. Then there's Garen, who is not struggling in the slightest. He's sitting comfortably on top of Segun's straw hat, completely relaxed, looking around as if he's just sightseeing. From up there, he leans forward a bit and checks on Sigwan, asking if he's doing all right, but in a way that doesn't exactly match how serious the climb actually is. Nearby, Kwang stands on more stable ground with a small wooden staff in hand. He's watching closely, almost like he's ready to step in if needed, though what he'd actually do in this situation is questionable. Behind them, a group of smaller poison bees follows along, staying close as the whole group makes their way upward. The focus comes back to Sajun's face. Up close, you can see how much effort this is taking. His jaw is tight, his eyes are narrowed, and his arms shake slightly every time he pulls himself up another bit. Still, he doesn't stop. Garen, still comfortably perched above, looks down again and points out that Segun is about to face fire ants soon, wondering if pushing himself this hard already is really a good idea. Sigwan doesn't deny that it's tough. His voice even reflects it, but he doesn't slow down either. As he continues climbing, his reason becomes clearer. His gaze shifts briefly toward the East Queen Bee and Kwang, who are both watching him. There's a quiet sense of responsibility in the way he keeps moving. He's not doing this just because he has to. He's doing it because he promised. Helping the poison bees isn't optional to him anymore. It's something he's already decided to see through. The climb continues, and the mood softens slightly when Kwang looks up at him with bright, admiring eyes and calls him cool. It's such a simple, genuine reaction that it cuts through all the tension for a moment. Sigwan doesn't really have the energy to respond properly. He lets out a tired, breathy laugh instead, but you can tell he heard it, and it gives him just a little extra push. Now he's close to the top. His movements slow down even more, every inch upward, taking visible effort. His hands grip the edge of the plateau, fingers tightening as he tries to pull himself up. His whole body tenses, arms straining, shoulders lifting, legs searching for any support. The East Queen Bee hovers right there beside him, encouraging him as he struggles through that final stretch. Her presence stays steady like she's guiding him through the last bit without actually interfering. Suan lets out one long, exhausted groan as he gathers whatever strength he has left and pulls himself over the edge. He makes it, but just barely. As soon as he's on solid ground, he drops forward onto all fours, breathing heavily, trying to recover. His whole body looks spent, like he used everything just to get up there. Garen finally hops off the hat now that the climb is over, landing lightly and switching from passenger mode to actually using his own legs again. Kwang and the nearby bee watch from the side, their attention fixed on Swan as he catches his breath. And after a moment, still panting, he manages to say that he finally made it up. Right after pulling himself up, Segun barely gets a moment to recover before something catches his attention. His posture stiffens and his expression shifts immediately. He's looking straight ahead at something we can't see yet, but whatever it is, it's clearly not good. His hand tightens into a fist and a single drop of sweat slides down his face as he lets out a slow, tired breath, like he already knows he's not going to like what's in front of him. As the view pulls back, it finally reveals what he's staring at. And yeah, his reaction makes sense. Right below him stretches a massive crater, dark and uneven, and it's completely overrun. Giant red ants are everywhere, moving in thick, restless swarms that cover the ground like a living layer. Their movement isn't chaotic either. It's constant and purposeful, which somehow makes it worse. At the center of all that, there's a glowing yellow hive, but instead of looking protected, it's completely surrounded and occupied. Swan just stands there at the edge, taking it all in. His shoulders drop slightly as the situation sinks in, and he quietly acknowledges what he's seeing. It's not just bad, it's a full-on disaster. Kwang and Garen are right beside him, both looking out over the crater as well. Neither of them interrupts the moment. They just observe, letting the scale of it settle in. The focus shifts closer to the hive itself. Up close, it looks even worse. The ants have completely taken over, crawling over every surface, their sharp mandibles moving as they push deeper into what used to be the bees' home. There's no clear space left. It's all been claimed. From somewhere nearby, the queen bee's frustration comes through. Her voice carries a mix of anger and helplessness as she points out that the invaders are still inside, still occupying what belongs to them. That seems to be the point where Segun stops just observing. He straightens up a little, his expression tightening, not panicked this time, but focused. The hesitation from earlier fades, replaced by something more deliberate. The queen bee hovers close to his shoulder now, her presence more intense, like she's ready to act the second he gives the signal. Kwang looks up at him, curious and expectant, asking what he's planning to do. It's a simple question, but it shifts the moment slightly. Now all attention is Unsu. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he clenches his fist once more, then lets a small, confident grin form. It's not over the top, just enough to show that he's already decided. When he finally speaks, it's less about explaining and more about signaling that he's ready to move, and then he reveals why. He casually mentions that he's been eating those special cherry tomatoes, the ones infused with the blue moon's energy. The way he says it, you can tell this isn't just a random detail, it's something he's been building up to. That thought leads straight into a quick flashback. You see him earlier relaxed for once, casually popping one of those glowing blue tomatoes into his mouth. He chews without much concern, like it's just a snack. But almost immediately, the system notifications start appearing one after another. Each one confirms that something is happening. The tomatoes aren't just food. They're steadily increasing his magic power little by little, permanently. The numbers keep ticking up, and eventually it crosses a key threshold. When his magic power goes past that point, the tone of the notifications changes. It's no longer just small increases. Something bigger unlocks. A previously sealed thunder skill becomes available, and not just partially. The restrictions on it are completely removed. More messages follow, showing that his proficiency with this skill is already progressing rapidly, climbing through levels until it stabilizes at a higher stage. Then, Sigun lifts one hand toward the sky and holds it there for a brief second, like he's lining something up. Then, the energy starts gathering. At first, it's just a faint glow forming in his palm, but it quickly builds into a dense, bright orb of white and blue light. The air shifts almost immediately. He calls for dark clouds, and the sky responds without hesitation. The clear space above the crater begins to thicken, clouds rolling in unnaturally fast, layering over each other until everything feels heavier. A low rumble follows, not loud yet, but steady enough to feel in your chest. He does a pause there. As the clouds settle, he calls for rain next, and it comes down fast. The first drops hit the rocks, then the dirt, then everything at once. Within seconds, it turns into a proper downpour. Sigun stands right in the middle of it, unmoving while the rain soaks through his clothes and runs down his face. Around him, the others react in their own ways. The queen bee hovers close, steady despite the weather. Kwang watches quietly with his staff in hand. And Garen seems to be having the time of his life, reacting to the rain like it's the best thing that's happened all day. Down below, the effect is already showing. The rainwater starts pooling across the uneven ground of the crater, slipping between cracks and forming shallow puddles. The red ants don't stop moving, but their environment is changing whether they like it or not. Back on the cliff, Sigun shifts his focus inward for a moment. He reaches across and grips his own wrist, tightening his hold like he's trying to stabilize something building inside him. There's a subtle change in his expression, not forced confidence, but the kind that comes from knowing exactly what you're about to do. Electricity begins to crackle around him. Then strands of blue lightning flicker across his arm and shoulder, snapping in short bursts that light up the rain around him. He draws his arm back slowly, like he's preparing to throw something heavy, even though there's nothing visible in his hand except that concentrated energy. The air around him fills with that sharp, buzzing sound, quiet at first, then louder, building alongside the charge. He exhales once, steadying himself, and then moves. With a sharp forward motion, he releases everything at once. A massive bolt of lightning drops from above, drawn down as if his hand pulled it directly out of the clouds. It doesn't just strike, it slams into the crater like a solid beam of light, thick and blinding, connecting sky to ground in a single violent line. For a split second, everything is white. Then the energy spreads. The lightning hits the ground and bursts outward, electricity racing across the wet surface, amplified by the rainwater pooling everywhere. It travels fast, branching out in jagged lines that cut through the swarm of ants before they can even react. The entire crater lights up in flashes of blue. The ants are caught right in it. Their movements stop abruptly as the current surges through them, their bodies glowing under the discharge. Up on the cliff, Shun lowers his arm slowly. His posture relaxes just a little, and there's a small, satisfied look on his face, not exaggerated, just enough to show he knows that worked. Behind him, the queen bee hovers in place, clearly impressed, while Kwang looks up at him with bright, open admiration, unable to hide how excited he is. For a brief moment, everything feels under control, then his body gives out. It's subtle at first. His stance loosens, his balance shifts, the energy that was holding him up is just gone. His expression blanks slightly like his mind hasn't caught up yet, and then his knees buckle. Kwang notices immediately, his reaction sharp and confused while Garen stiffens off to the side, realizing something's wrong. Sigun sways once at the edge of the cliff and then he falls. There's no attempt to catch himself. He just tips forward and drops, disappearing over the edge as the rain continues to fall around him. The moment stretches for a second as he descends through the dark space below, completely unconscious. Kwang's voice breaks through, calling out after him while Garn quickly pieces together what happened. Suan didn't hold anything back. That last attack drained everything he had. Before he can fall too far, movement cuts through the rain. A swarm of bees rushes downward, fast and coordinated. The two queen bees lead, diving straight toward him without hesitation. They close the distance quickly, reaching him mid-fall and grabbing onto his shirt near the shoulders. They struggle for a second. The difference in size makes it obvious, but they don't let go. With the help of the swarm around them, they manage to slow his descent, turning what should have been a hard fall into something controlled. Bit by bit, they guide him down until his feet, and then the rest of him touch the ground inside the crater. They lower him carefully, easing him onto the surface among the remains of the ants. For a moment, everything is still again. The bees hover nearby, staying close, almost forming a loose circle around him. After a short while, Sigun stirs. It starts with a small sound, barely more than a breath, and then he shifts slightly, blinking as his eyes open. His gaze is unfocused at first, like he's not entirely sure where he is. Above him, one of the bees hovers into view, visibly excited. It expresses its gratitude, clearly recognizing what he just did for them. Almost at the same time, system notifications begin appearing again, quietly confirming that something has changed. The queen bee has decided to follow him. More messages stack on top of that, noting his progress. His beekeeping skill has reached its limit, then immediately pushes past it, leveling up again without pause. Even lying there, still recovering, Sigun reacts with a soft, amused chuckle as he notices the jump. It's not dramatic, just a tired kind of satisfaction at seeing the results. After a bit, he pushes himself up into a sitting position, rubbing the back of his head. The bees gather closer now, his familiar companions hovering nearby, one of them holding onto his straw hat. He thanks them simply, admitting that he overdid it. Using that skill took everything he had, and his body paid for it right after. The moment doesn't last long. One of the bees suddenly shifts tone, its attention snapping toward a darker corner of the cave. Its posture tightens, voice sharpening as it points out that not everything is gone yet. The mood changes instantly. The bee moves forward, more aggressive now, ready to attack whatever's left. Sigilin, still not fully steady, follows its gaze and notices something. Small shapes tucked deeper in the shadows, faint blue glows, barely visible, watching from a distance. He reacts quickly, raising a hand to stop the bee before it rushes in. There's a pause as he looks more carefully. Something about them doesn't match what they just fought. Instead of pushing forward, he softens his approach. His voice lowers as he calls out toward the darkness, making it clear he's not there to harm them. Inside the shadows, the small figures hesitate. There's a quiet exchange between them. Uncertain but not hostile. They've seen what happened. More importantly, they've seen what Sigun did. After a moment, they make a decision. Slowly, cautiously, they step out into the light. They're much smaller than the fire ants with a completely different appearance. Their bodies are blue and growing from their backs are small yellow mushrooms, almost like part of them rather than something attached. Sigun watches them approach, tilting his head slightly as he takes in the sight. A system window appears, identifying them. He reads it, then quietly repeats the name to himself, still looking at the tiny creatures standing in front of him. One of the tiny blue mushroom ants steps forward, and it's clearly terrified. Its whole body is trembling, those little shiver lines practically visible as it struggles to even stand still. It looks up at Sigun like it's already accepted its fate, then quickly blurts out a plea, trying to bargain for its life. While saying that, it reaches back awkwardly like it's not something it does often, and pulls off the mushroom growing from its own back. The motion is a bit clumsy, but determined. Then it holds the mushroom out in both hands like it's offering something incredibly valuable. The focus shifts to the mushroom itself. Up close, it doesn't exactly inspire confidence. It's large, brown, dotted with yellow spots, and the whole thing has that very specific, this might be dangerous look to it. The atmosphere around it even feels heavier, like the scene itself is quietly warning against it. Shun looks down at the little ant, then at the mushroom, clearly unsure how to react. He asks cautiously whether removing something like that from its own body is actually okay. There's a bit of genuine concern in his tone, not suspicion, just confusion mixed with worry. The ant, however, doesn't hesitate at all. It insists it's fine and nudges the mushroom forward again, encouraging him to take it, even claiming it tastes good. That doesn't help. Sigun leans back slightly, raising his hands a bit like he's trying to create distance without offending it. His eyes stay fixed on the mushroom, and his expression says everything. He does not trust this thing. From his point of view, it just looks like a poisonous mushroom, no matter how he tries to rationalize it. Before he can decide what to do, something moves fast. A small red blur cuts right through the moment. Kwang appears almost instantly, like he was just waiting for food to show up. Suin doesn't even have time to react properly. He just manages to call out Kwang's name in surprise as the little bear swoops in and snatches the mushroom straight out of the ant's hands. Kwang holds it up, already excited, already curious, like this is the best thing that's happened all day. He looks at Sigwon asking if it's something tasty, completely unaware of the tension he just interrupted. And then, without waiting for an answer, he takes a bite. Not a small one either, a proper, enthusiastic bite. For a split second, everything just freezes. Then Sigun panics. His reaction comes out all at once. His posture stiffens, his eyes widen, and he practically jumps forward. In the background, his thoughts go straight to the worst-case scenario. To him, Kwang just ate something that looked like it belonged in a poison guidebook. He immediately starts fumbling around, trying to act fast. In his rush, he even drops something he was holding, barely noticing. As he scrambles, his focus is entirely on Kwang now, calling out to him while already thinking ahead. He needs something to counter whatever that mushroom might do. His mind goes straight to the detox onions. He's halfway ready to run. Meanwhile, the mushroom ants just watch, confused. From their perspective, this reaction probably seems a bit excessive. And then nothing happens. Kwang doesn't collapse. He doesn't look sick. If anything, he looks better. He pauses mid-chew, his expression shifting, not into pain, but into pure satisfaction. His eyes brighten, his body relaxes, and there's this quiet, content energy around him as he finishes the bite. Then he happily announces that it tastes really good. Just like that, Shun stops. The urgency, the panic, it all just stalls. He's still tense, still mid-motion, but now he's staring at Kwang, trying to process what he's seeing. The queen bee reacts too, clearly just as surprised, hovering in place as she takes in the situation. Kwang, completely unaffected by the chaos he just caused, holds out the remaining piece of the mushroom towards Sigun with a small, genuine smile, offering him a bite as well. Sigwon doesn't take it immediately. Instead, he looks down at another mushroom placed near one of the ants. His hesitation is obvious. There's still doubt there, still that lingering, this might be a bad idea feeling. Eating it raw, especially after everything doesn't sit right with him, so he decides to handle it his own way. He lifts one hand and focuses. A small flame flickers to life at the tip of his finger. Controlled, steady, not aggressive. With his other hand, he picks up the mushroom, holding it carefully as if testing its weight. He activates his skill quietly, more out of habit than Joe. As soon as the flame appears, though the reaction around him is immediate, the mushroom ants panic. They scatter backward all at once, their movements quick and uncoordinated, putting as much distance between themselves and the flame as they can. One of them lets out a small, alarmed cry, clearly frightened by even that tiny bit of fire. Sigu notices right away. The flame is still there, but his attention shifts to them. He turns slightly, looking over with a more apologetic expression, realizing he just triggered something. He lowers his tone and asks if they're afraid of fire. One of the ants, still shaking, answers. Up close, its fear is more obvious now, not just surprise, but something deeper. It explains in a quiet and uneven way that they've lived under the control of the fire ants for a long time, and that fear of fire comes from that experience. That's enough for Sigun to understand. His expression softens almost immediately. The flame is still in his hand, but his posture changes, less focused on what he's doing, more on reassuring them. He tells them calmly that things are different now. The ones who used to control them are gone, and they won't be bullied like that anymore. Then, instead of dismissing the fire completely, he explains what he's planning to do. Just a quick light roast. Nothing intense, nothing dangerous, just enough to make the mushrooms safer to eat. Garen hops up onto his hat during this, looking unusually serious, from his spot above. He warns Sigun not to push himself too much, especially after everything that just happened earlier. There's a bit of concern there, like he's keeping track of how much Sigun has already used. Sigun responds without much tension. He reassures him that this isn't the same kind of strain as before. The flame he's using now is different, more of a controlled buff than something that drains him heavily. As he says that, he brings the mushroom slightly closer to the flame, careful with the distance, making sure it doesn't flare up. In the background, the mushroom ants stop retreating. They don't come closer yet, but they're watching now. The fear is still there, but it's mixed with curiosity. They observe him quietly, noticing that despite the fire, he isn't acting aggressively. One of them points it out, almost thinking out loud that he doesn't seem like someone trying to hurt them. Another quietly agrees. Sigun stands there with that familiar, easygoing look, straw hat on, posture relaxed, but what he's holding completely breaks the calm image. In his hands, he's got this huge mushroom now, lightly grilled, still giving off visible steam. It's big enough that he has to angle it slightly just to handle it properly. He brings it closer to his face and gently blows across the surface, letting out a steady breath to cool it down. You can see him being careful here, not rushing this time, unlike earlier with Quang. The steam shifts slightly with each breath, and he watches it closely, like he's trying to judge the exact moment it's safe to eat. Garen, sitting right on top of a straw hat, leans forward a little, watching everything from above with quiet curiosity. Once Sigun seems satisfied, he doesn't hesitate much longer. He adjusts his grip and takes a proper bite. No testing nibble, just a full committed chomp. For a moment, it's just a normal bite. Then everything pauses. Sigun stops mid-chew. His jaw doesn't move, his cheeks stay slightly puffed, and his eyes narrow just a bit as he processes the taste. It's not immediate excitement. It's more like his brain is trying to catch up with what he's experiencing. Above him, Garen notices the sudden stillness. His relaxed posture shifts into something more alert, eyes widening as he looks down at Sajun's face, trying to figure out what just happened. Shun's expression changes slowly. His eyes open wider, not dramatically, but enough to show something unexpected just hit him. The focus sharpens like he's trying to confirm what he's tasting. He resumes chewing, but more slowly now, more deliberately. As he continues, the reaction builds. There's a subtle shift in his breathing, a quiet realization forming. The more he chews, the more certain he becomes that this isn't just a regular mushroom. The flavor is developing, deepening in a way that clearly surprises him. He murmurs to himself, almost under his breath, trying to put it into words. Then it clicks. His eyes widen a bit more, and he finally says it out loud carefully, like he still doesn't fully trust it that it tastes like meat. Not just any meat either, something very specific. Up on the hat, Garen's confusion is immediate. He tilts his head, clearly not understanding the comparison, just staring down at Sigun like he's waiting for a better explanation. Sigun keeps chewing, testing it again, almost like he's double-checking his own conclusion. The more he does, the more confident he gets. There's even a faint shift in his expression, something between disbelief and quiet satisfaction. He swallows, still looking at the mushroom in his hand, now with a completely different kind of interest. Around him, the others start to take notice. Quang is nearby, watching with curiosity, his earlier excitement still lingering. The mushroom ants gather closer at Sajun's feet, small and cautious, but clearly paying attention to his reaction. The queen bees hover not too far away, observing the moment without interrupting. Garen finally speaks up, still stuck on that earlier comment, asking what Sigwin meant by that comparison. From his perspective, it probably sounds completely random. Sigwin doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he looks down at the mushroom ants again, then back at the mushroom in his hand. You can practically see the thought forming, less about the taste now, more about what this means. His posture straightens slightly. The casual mood shifts just a little, not tense, not serious in a heavy way, but more focused. He adjusts his stance, and for a moment there's a subtle emphasis on his role, like he's stepping into it properly. He introduces himself more formally this time, making it clear who he is and what position he holds. It's not loud or intimidating, just steady and direct. The creatures in front of him listen, then he pauses briefly, looking over them, not just as individuals, but as a group. And then he makes the offer. His tone lightens again, and there's a small smile forming as he speaks. He suggests they come work with him at his farm. Nothing forceful, nothing complicated, just a simple invitation. By the end of it, his expression shifts fully into that familiar, slightly bright, almost hopeful look. There's a kind of quiet enthusiasm there, like he's already imagining how things could turn out. Garen peeks forward from the top of the hat, looking down at the ants as if he's also waiting to see what they'll say next. The scene opens in a quiet office at night, the kind where everything feels still once everyone's gone. The lights are low, desks sitting untouched, monitors dark, nothing moving. Then, right in the middle of that silence, a small burst of golden light flickers into existence between the desks. It's not loud, but it's enough to break the calm. The light gathers for a second, and then Bat-Bat pops in, wings fluttering as he steadies himself mid-air. He lets out a small breath like he just completed a precise landing, hovering there with that faint glow still surrounding him. He doesn't waste time. Almost immediately, he shifts into focus, flying forward between the rows of desks. As he moves, he's quietly going over what he needs to find, running through the list in his head so he doesn't mess it up. Ramen, kimchi, chicken, chocolate, snacks, all very specific, all very important. We get a bat's eye view as he moves through the office layout, weaving between chairs and desks, scanning everything carefully. He's not just looking randomly, he's trying to match shapes and packaging he remembers. It's almost like a tiny reconnaissance mission. He lands near a desk by a water cooler and pauses, looking around. There's a mug, a keyboard, a few scattered items, but nothing from his list. His posture drops slightly and he lets out a quiet sigh. You can tell he was really hoping this spot would have something, especially the noodles. He lingers for a moment, clearly disappointed before pushing himself to move again. Back in the air, he slows down a bit, the pressure starting to show. He's thinking through the situation. He can't just go back with nothing. That thought alone makes him hesitate mid-flight until something catches his eye. He turns quickly and focuses on a nearby desk organizer. Inside are neatly stacked instant coffee sticks. He drifts closer, eyes locking onto the bright yellow packaging. It takes him a second to process it, but once it clicks, his whole expression lifts. He recognizes it. He grabs a bundle and pulls them close, holding them tightly against himself. Now he's glowing again, but this time it feels more like excitement than magic. He's clearly proud. This is something he was supposed to find, and he actually did. Still holding onto the coffee, he lands on another desk and looks around again. His attention moves across the surface, keyboard, mug, small items, until he notices a box sitting off to the side. He tilts his head slightly, curious, then edges closer to inspect it. He hovers over it for a second, thinking it through. He's already got something, but maybe this could be useful too. After a brief pause, that hesitation fades, replaced with a bit of quiet confidence. If it might help, he's taking it. With everything gathered, he shifts his focus again. His body straightens slightly, wings pulling in as that golden glow starts building around him once more. The energy gathers quickly this time, brighter than before. In a sudden flash, the light bursts outward, filling the space around the desk for just a moment. And then he's gone. The office falls back into silence just as quickly. The desk sits there again, now missing a few items, faint sparkles of light slowly fading where he was. For a second, it feels like nothing even happened. Then the camera tilts upward, mounted high on the wall. A security camera sits quietly, its small red light still on, pointed directly at the scene. The scene opens on the farm already full of movement. Mushroom ants are everywhere, moving in small groups, each of them carrying baskets that honestly look too big for their size. Some are filled with peppers, others with carrots and corn, and they move in rhythm, letting out short, coordinated chants as they go. It's not chaotic, it's organized, like they've already settled into a system. A little further back, Segun stands watching. He doesn't interrupt, just quietly taking it in, clearly impressed by how smoothly everything is running. There's a small reaction from him, almost under his breath, like he didn't expect things to go this well this fast. He's standing with his arms crossed, posture relaxed but attentive. Around him, the rest of the group is gathered, Papa Rabbit, Quang, and Garen, all watching the same scene from slightly different angles. In front of them, a few ants struggle a bit with a particularly large basket of sweet potatoes, adjusting their grip as they keep moving forward without stopping. Seun's expression shifts into something more satisfied as he watches them work. From his point of view, it's clear they're not just helping, they're actually getting used to it. The focus moves to Papa Rabbit, who's been staring at the ants a little too intensely. His ears are slightly stiff and there's a bit of sweat forming as he watches them carry loads that would normally take more effort. It's not fear exactly, more like he's realizing he's not the only hard worker here anymore. Sue notices right away. He glances at him, a small smile forming, and lightly teases him about it, pointing out that he looks like he's starting to feel competitive. That gets Papa Rabbit's attention, but before he can react properly, Shun shifts his tone. He leans down slightly so they're more on the same level, his expression softening. He brings up how long they've been working together, reminding him that this farm didn't just appear. It was built step by step with him there from the beginning. Then he extends that trust a bit further, asking him to take the lead with the new workers to guide them properly. The way he says it makes it clear it's not just a task, it's recognition. That lands immediately. Papa Rabbit's whole posture changes. The hesitation disappears, replaced with something much brighter. His eyes light up and there's this clear shift from doubt to pride. Being called a senior hits exactly where it should. He straightens up, chest puffed out slightly, energy completely flipped now. When he responds, it is immediate and confident, like he's been waiting for that exact push. Segun watches the reaction with a quiet smile, not saying much more because he doesn't need to. The moment settles for a second, and then it breaks. From a distance, Theo comes running in, calling out as they approach. The energy shifts almost instantly as he comes into view, moving quickly toward them, clearly excited. Seguan turns at the sound, and the second he recognizes him, his reaction is immediate. There's no pause. He calls out his name, surprised and relieved at the same time. Quang reacts too, his attention snapping toward Theo with his own excited response. Garen steps forward slightly, more composed, greeting Theo properly and acknowledging that he made it back safely. Theo slows down as he reaches them, looking around with curiosity. His attention lands on the ants first, clearly confused about what he's seeing, asking about them while still catching his breath from running. But Seguan doesn't let the moment stay calm. Before Theo can even fully settle, Shun steps forward, grabs him, and lifts him up without warning. The shift is immediate. His expression tightens, and all that held-back worry comes out at once. He starts firing off questions one after another, not waiting for answers, jumping from one concern to the next. Theo just hangs there, completely caught off guard, trying to process what's happening. Sun keeps going, not slowing down at all, checking on everyone, everything, every situation he's been worried about. And then, mid-sentence, it stops. Theo reaches out with one paw and presses it right against Sigun's mouth. It's simple, but it works instantly. Sigun freezes, eyes still wide, but finally quiet. Theo lowers his paw slightly, still calm, completely unfazed compared to the chaos from a second ago. He suggests in a much more controlled way that they should just sit down and talk things through properly instead of rushing like this. The tension drops almost immediately after that. The scene shifts away from the group, opening up into a wide, clear sky. The noise and urgency from before are gone, replaced with something much calmer. Jun's voice comes through more lightly now, the relief finally catching up to him as he realizes things turned out okay. Sigun just sits on the ground like someone who's finally allowed himself to breathe again. He has Theo resting comfortably in his lap, casually feeding him while everything around them feels calm again. Looking up, Shun's mood shifts into something lighter. He starts talking about how once everyone's properly back, they should celebrate something big, something fun. You can tell he means it, right beside him. Kwang instantly picks up on that word party and gets excited in that simple, pure way like he didn't even need the full sentence to be convinced. Garen stays nearby too, relaxed, just taking in the moment without saying much. Theo, meanwhile, is multitasking, eating and reporting at the same time. Between bites, he casually brings up that he stopped by another floor to sell crops to humans, following instructions properly, even handing out those special green onions for planting. The way he says it is almost businesslike, just with that natural cat-like rhythm. Jun's reaction is immediate. He leans in, clearly impressed, and reaches up to pat Theo's head without holding back. Theo doesn't resist at all. If anything, he leans into it, eyes closing like he's been waiting for that exact moment. Sigu praises him openly, and it feels earned. Then Theo's tone shifts slightly, still calm, but now he starts talking about something unexpected, meeting a white dragon. That one detail alone changes the air. He explains how it happened in the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasury, and even without dramatic wording, you can tell it wasn't a small encounter. For a moment, he genuinely thought things were over until something involving White Rabbit's ribbons suddenly turned the situation around. Sigun freezes a bit hearing that, the reaction coming more from the weight of what was said than how it was said. Even Garen subtly leans in from the side. Attention caught. It's clear Theo's trip wasn't as simple as it first sounded, and then, before that tension even has time to settle, a loud voice cuts through everything. It calls out Suwon's name directly. The shift is immediate. Suwon, still on the ground with Theo in his arms, looks up. Kwang and Garen react at the same time. All of them caught off guard. That quiet, peaceful farm atmosphere gets interrupted in an instant. A massive white dragon drops into the farm, landing hard enough to kick up dust and scatter debris across the crops. The scale difference alone is enough. Sigun looks tiny sitting there while the dragon's presence fills the space. But instead of attacking, the dragon simply extends a bowl and asks for more food. It's loud, direct, and oddly specific. Then Theo, who absolutely does not handle it well, he bolts, panic hitting instantly, his reaction completely overpowering the situation. Even Kwang looks surprised by how intense that response is. Sigun stays where he is, caught between confusion and trying to understand what's going on. Meanwhile, the dragon's attention shifts toward Theo, narrowing slightly like it recognizes something. That's when the exchange starts. Both of them reacting at once, overlapping in confusion. Theo immediately jumps to the conclusion that the dragon shouldn't even be here, bringing up past events like exile, clearly shaken. The dragon, on the other hand, seems equally confused, trying to place Theo and referencing someone else connected to him. The whole thing builds into a messy back and forth that's going nowhere. So, Sigun steps in. He gets up, positions himself between them, hands raised, not aggressively, just enough to stop things from escalating. Then, he tells them to calm down. Not loudly, not dramatically, just firmly enough that it lands. Theo ends up clinging to Sigu's leg, still shaken, while Kwang watches him closely, clearly trying to understand why he's reacting like that. Sigun follows it up by laying down a simple rule. No fighting here, not on his farm. It's direct and it feels final. Then Kwang steps in, holding up a red pepper like he's presenting the obvious solution to everything. His logic is simple. If everyone just eats something good, they'll feel better. The delivery is so straightforward, it actually cuts through the tension. Shun picks him up right after, naturally approving, giving him that small bit of praise that makes Kwang light up again. In the background, the white dragon is still there holding the same empty bowl. Now quieter, almost awkwardly patient, repeating the same request, but this time without any intensity, just waiting. Then a warm light glow spreads across the farm, bright enough that Sigwan instinctively narrows his eyes a little. He's holding Kwang in his arms, steadying him as they both look toward the light. Right in the middle of it, a small figure comes flying in, Bat, practically shining with excitement. He calls out as he approaches, clearly thrilled to be back, his whole entrance filled with energy. There are little sparkles around him, and in his tiny hands he's clutching a bunch of yellow packets along with a bright green box, holding them carefully like they matter. Once he lands, everyone naturally gathers closer. Sun lowers himself into the pepper field, so he's at Bat's level, greeting him with an easy smile and asking what he managed to find. Bat-B immediately hands everything over, clearly proud, almost bouncing in place as he does. Around them, Kwang, Theo, and Garen all lean in without saying much, just curious to see what he brought back. Segan takes the yellow sticks first and looks at them properly. The moment he recognizes them, his reaction shifts into genuine approval. It's instant coffee mix, something actually useful. He acknowledges it right away, clearly impressed before shifting his attention to the green box was holding so carefully. He turns it slightly, looking at the design, and that's when the surprise hits. He recognizes it as that familiar snack brand, which catches him off guard for a second. Bobbitt explains his reasoning in a simple, honest way. He picked it because of the fish on the box, thinking it would suit Theo. That lands immediately. Theo reacts without hesitation, clearly touched just by the thought behind it. His attention fully on Bopot now. Even Garen quietly shows approval from the side, a small but noticeable gesture. Sigwan, though, gently points out the misunderstanding. Holding the box, he explains that despite the design, there isn't actually any real fish inside. The moment that sinks in, Bat's expression drops a bit. He questions himself right away, worried he might have brought something useless. Suin doesn't let that sit for even a second. As he opens the box and pours out the contents, small fish-shaped crackers, he reassures him calmly that it's not useless at all. He takes a bite almost immediately, and his reaction says everything. His face brightens in a very real way, like he wasn't expecting to enjoy it that much. He comments on it as he keeps eating, appreciating the taste and texture in a way that feels genuine rather than exaggerated. It's simple, salty, crunchy, familiar, and that familiarity seems to matter. The others naturally gather a bit closer while he eats. Theo leans in slightly, sniffing the air with quiet curiosity, noting that it actually smells decent. No big reaction, just a small observation. Swan, still in that relaxed mood, pulls up a coffee sticks next and casually suggests making some. That immediately catches Kwang's attention. He doesn't even fully understand it, but he's interested. Bat, on the other hand, is just watching Sigwan, clearly happy that what he brought is being enjoyed. That feeling builds up enough that Bat suddenly starts singing. It's spontaneous, a little dramatic in its own way, but clearly sincere, his way of expressing gratitude. The tone is heartfelt, even if the delivery is a bit unexpected. Sigun reacts exactly how you'd expect. He laughs, not mocking, just caught off guard, asking what that was supposed to be. Kwang joins in with simple encouragement, clapping and praising him without overthinking it. And then, while all that is happening, something completely different unfolds on the side. Theo, still focused on the snacks, ends up pushing a bit too far, trying to get the last bits from the box, and gets stuck. His head goes all the way in before he realizes it, and when he tries to pull back, it doesn't work. There's a brief pause, then panic. He starts stumbling around blindly, calling out for help. Clearly disoriented. His movements are clumsy, paws reaching out with no sense of direction. Garen, caught in the middle of this, ends up reacting late, watching the whole thing unfold before somehow ending up along for the ride. Segan sees it, and instead of reacting immediately, he just breaks until after. Not because it's serious, but because the situation looks exactly as ridiculous as it is. Theo, hearing Suin's voice, tries to move toward him, still unable to see, making the whole thing even more chaotic. Garen holds on his best as he can, clearly not expecting to be part of this. After letting it play out for a moment, Segan finally steps in. He reaches down and simply lifts the box off Theo's head. Theo reappears, looking completely shaken, eyes wide and slightly watery, like the experience was far worse than it actually was. Garen peeks up from behind him at the same time, quietly relieved now that everything's back to normal. With Theo basically glued to Segun's leg, he's pressed his face into the fabric, holding on tight like he's not planning to let go anytime soon. You can tell he's still shaken, quietly sniffling as he calls out to Sigwan. Segan looks down at him, the earlier laughter clearly catching up to him now. There's a bit of guilt in his expression as he gently asks if Theo is actually crying. Around them, Kwang, Bat, and Garen are all watching, no one interrupting, just taking in a moment with a mix of concern and mild disbelief. Then Kwang, being Kwang, can't resist pointing something out. He notices Theo's runny nose and says it out loud with a cheeky grin. Theo immediately pushes back, trying to hold on to whatever dignity he has left, denying it while still sniffling a bit. Segan steps in softly, patting Theo's head in a calm, reassuring way. He tries to comfort him, explaining that reactions like this are normal. After getting scared, it's meant to be kind, but it doesn't quite land that way. Theo pulls back just enough to look up, clearly offended. To him, it sounds less like comfort and more like teasing, and he says as much. There's a small pause as that sinks in, and then he turns away completely, crossing his paws with a quiet huff. He mentions that he actually brought something important from the treasure vault, but now he doesn't feel like giving it anymore. The attitude shift is immediate. He's gone from clingy to stubborn in seconds. Segun tries to calm things down, holding his hands out a little as he talks to him, but Theo doesn't budge. From the side, Garen just watches the standoff unfold without stepping in, so Sun switches tactics with a small, almost playful apology. He leans in and goes straight for tickling. The reaction is instant. Theo jerks in surprise, completely caught off guard as he tries to squirm away. His paws start flailing, his whole body tensing before breaking into uncontrollable laughter. It doesn't take long before the others join in, Kwang and Bat both leaning into the moment, turning it into a full group pile. The tension melts pretty quickly. Theo's protests turn into laughter, his earlier frustration fading as he tries to push them away without much success. Even Garen stays close, watching the chaos with quiet approval. Eventually, Theo gives in, still catching his breath. He reaches out and finally hands over what he'd been holding back, a rolled-up scroll. Segan takes it, his expression shifting into curiosity as he looks it over. He turns it in his hands, trying to figure out what it is, while Theo just lies there on the ground, completely drained from everything that just happened. Kwang watches closely, eyes locked on the scroll like it might somehow turn into food if he stares long enough. Segan focuses, holding the scroll properly now, his attention narrowing as he inspects it more carefully. At the same time, the scene shifts elsewhere. We see Aelin from behind, standing in a space filled with soft, glowing blue light. She's in her humanoid form, wings slightly spread, clearly energized. There's a sense of excitement in the way she moves. She's just realized she can maintain this form now, even if only briefly. In front of her, a floating orb shows Seguan. She watches him closely, grateful, already thinking about meeting him properly one day. But then something changes. Her expression tightens as she notices what he's about to do. She leans in toward the orb, suddenly tense, trying to warn him, but there's no way for her voice to reach in time. Back on the farm, Segan opens the scroll. Immediately, everything shifts. A series of system messages begin triggering one after another. The scroll isn't just paper, it's a land deed tied to a higher floor of the tower. The system recognizes it, notes that ownership hasn't been updated in over a century, and starts a registration process on the spot. Sidwin doesn't even have time to react properly before the process begins. A golden light starts forming around him, growing brighter by the second. He looks completely caught off guard, trying to make sense of what's happening. As the energy builds on his shoulder, Babat clings tightly, just as confused. Then the light erupts. A massive pillar shoots upward from where Segan is standing, swallowing him completely. The brightness takes over the entire space, leaving only his silhouette visible for a brief moment before even that disappears. Nearby, the white dragon watches without moving, its gaze fixed on the scene. Below, Kwang, Theo, and Garen are left staring up at the light, frozen in place. As it fades, the field returns to normal, but Segan is gone. Theo stands there, still trying to process it, while Kwang looks shaken, barely managing to call out. The spot where Segun was is now empty, nothing left but a faint trace of light. The group remains where they are, facing that empty space in silence. It starts with this sudden, overwhelming burst of golden light, just exploding upward from the ground like a pillar shooting straight into the sky, right in the middle of all that energy. You can barely make out Segu's silhouette. He's crouched low, almost bracing himself because the teleportation magic isn't gentle at all. It's swirling around him like a full-on storm. Then the light begins to die down. Shu is left standing there, squinting hard, clearly struggling to see properly. He winces a bit, blinking repeatedly like he's trying to get rid of the afterimage burned into his eyes. A few faint sparks of golden mana are still drifting in the air, and he lets out this tired groan, the kind that says his body hasn't caught up with what just happened. Once he steadies himself a little, he finally looks around. And that's when it hits him. He's not where he was before. He's standing in the middle of a dense jungle, thick trees, heavy foliage, tall palms stretching up into a tight canopy overhead. The place feels humid, quiet, a little too quiet. He's holding a rolled-up document in his hand, staring at it and then at his surroundings, completely confused, quietly questioning what just happened to him. The view pulls back a bit, really showing how deep and overgrown this place is. Everything feels old, untouched, almost suffocating with how dense it is. Then, right in front of his eyes, a system window pops up. It's a land deed. It states that this area is now his farm, located on the 77th floor of the Black Tower. And once the imprinting process is complete, he'll officially be recognized as the owner. Sigwon just freezes for a second, then his jaw drops. He realizes he's been sent all the way up to the 77th floor, and his first reaction isn't excitement, it's panic. He immediately starts thinking about the 99th floor, wondering how he's supposed to get back there from here before he can even process that properly. More system messages start appearing. This time, the tone shifts. Bright red warning text. It says the farm data is being processed, but there's a problem. The land is currently under illegal occupation by unidentified entities. Suwon just stares at the message, repeating illegal occupation under his breath, like his brain is trying to catch up with what that actually means. Slowly, the weight of it settles in. He looks around again, this time more critically. The place looks rough, overgrown, cracked in places, not really what you'd imagine when you hear the word farm. He even mutters that calling this a farm feels like a stretch. It looks more like a dying jungle than anything usable. And right then, out of nowhere, a voice agrees with him. It comes from just behind his shoulder. Segun flinches hard, almost jumping out of his skin, and spins around instantly. There's Bobet hovering right behind him. Still startled, Segun blurts out, asking when he even got there. Clearly not expecting company, his heart still racing from the surprise. BB Bat, on the other hand, is completely relaxed. He just lets out a small, playful giggle and casually explains that he must have been teleported along with Sigwon during the blast. Now Sigwon just stands there taking it all in again, but this time with the realization that it's just the two of them here, surrounded by this massive, unfamiliar jungle stuck on the 77th floor. He mutters that things are looking pretty bad. Bat notices immediately, trying to help. He puffs up a little, closes his eyes, and strikes this tiny, heroic pose mid-air. With full confidence, he declares that he'll protect Sigwon, wings fluttering like he's ready to take on anything. It's a nice moment, but it barely lasts. Out of nowhere, there's a sharp sound from above, like something cutting through the air. A thick rope net drops straight down. Bat doesn't even have time to react properly before he gets caught mid-air, scooped up instantly. He lets out a startled cry as the net wraps around him. Segun reacts immediately, reaching out toward him and shouting his name. Completely caught off guard, everything after that happens fast. Segun lunges forward trying to get to him, but before he can do anything, another net drops. This one's aimed directly at him. Bat, already trapped, screams out, "Master!" as Sigjun looks up, eyes wide, realizing too late what's happening. The net slams down over him. It pins his arms tight to his sides, knocks his straw hat crooked, and forces a grunt out of him. As the impact hits, he tries to struggle, muscles tensing against the ropes, but it's no use. The net is too heavy, too tight. In the next second, both nets jerk upward violently. Segun and Bebot are yanked off the ground, hanging upside down in midair. Segun lets out a startled shout as the world flips while Bat cries out again. Both of them swinging helplessly, they dangle there disoriented, the jungle spinning beneath them. And then the ones responsible finally show themselves from the trees. Shapes begin to move. Monkeys, a whole group of them, emerging from the branches and shadows. Their eyes glow a sharp yellow, giving them a much more threatening presence than normal animals. Some sit perched above, watching. Others stand closer, gripping crude spears, chattering loudly in aggressive tones. They've completely surrounded the two of them. Segun hangs there upside down, sweat slowly dripping down his face as he looks through the gaps in the robe at the creatures below. Still catching his breath, still trying to process everything, he just stares at them and mutters almost blankly, "Monkeys." And just like that, it clicks. These are the illegal occupants. Theo and Kwang are just standing there in the middle of the field, surrounded by crops, both of them looking completely lost. It's one of those moments where everything was normal a second ago, and now it suddenly isn't. Kwang is the first to break. He looks around, small hands slightly raised like he's expecting Segun to just pop back into view, and asks worried, "Where did Papa go?" His voice has that soft panic in it, like he already knows something's wrong but doesn't understand what. Theo's ears twitch and he scans the area again, just as confused. He mutters to himself, trying to make sense of it, but clearly he's got nothing. Then from above, the white dragon steps in and casually explains what happened. According to him, the magic inside a land deed must have activated, which means Sigwon got forcefully teleported to another floor of the tower. He says it like it's obvious, like this kind of thing just happens. But even as he explains it, he looks mildly irritated. Glancing down at them, he comments that for someone who's an administrator of the Black Tower, Suwon was being pretty sloppy. Not panicked, just judging him a little. Theo doesn't care about that part at all. He immediately looks up and asks how they can bring Chairman Park back. You can tell he's focused. No hesitation, just straight to the solution. The white dragon lets out a small scoff, almost amused, and says that if he stepped in, he could bring Segun back instantly. There's a bit of pride in his tone too, like he's reminding everyone who he is. Then he actually starts considering going to the 77th floor himself, and that's exactly when it goes wrong. Before he can even finish the thought, boom. Kaiser's fist comes down straight onto his head. It's not subtle, it's a heavy, clean hit. You who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause again. Kaiser roars, cutting him off completely. The white dragon recoils from the hit, letting out a pain groan, clearly not expecting to get smacked mid-sentence like that. Kaiser doesn't stop there. He immediately starts scolding him, not like an equal, but like a misbehaving kid who just said something dumb. The white dragon tries to defend himself, raising his voice, saying he was just trying to help, but Kaiser shuts that down instantly. He orders him not to even think about leaving his sight, and basically grounds him right there on the 99th floor. Meanwhile, down below, Theo and Kwang are just watching this whole exchange happen in the sky, and honestly, it barely even matters to them. Kwang is still stuck on the main issue. He's fidgeting now, clearly stressed, pointing out that not only is Shun gone, but Bat is missing too. That thought hits a bit harder. Now it's not just one person, they both disappeared. Theo crosses his arms, thinking it through more calmly. They start wondering if the two of them got sent to the same place. Up above, Kaiser finally shifts his attention back down to them. His gaze locks onto the small group, and his tone changes, less aggressive now, more focused. He tells them to wait for a moment, explaining that he can't leave because he needs to keep an eye on Kilian. Then he raises one of his massive claws. Energy starts gathering instantly. A bright, swirling blue light forms around his hand, and it's not subtle at all. Sparks crackle through the air like lightning, the pressure of it heavy enough that you can almost feel it even from below. This isn't some small spell. He's putting real power into this. The energy condenses, tightening into a single point in his palm. Then he lowers his claw toward them and says, "Simply take this." The light begins to fade, and what's left behind is a small ornate compass resting in his palm. It's glowing faintly, almost like it's alive, with a steady pulse of energy running through it. Kaiser explains that it's a special compass, one that can detect the mark of an intermediate administrator. In other words, it'll point straight to Sigwan. Kwang carefully takes it in both paws, holding it close. He looks down at it, eyes wide, not just impressed, but focused now. There's something grounding about finally having a direction. Next to him, Theo's already connecting things in his head. "I think I heard Chairman Park mention that 77th floor farmland deed," he says, thinking out loud. His tail flicks slightly as he pieces it together. Then he looks at Kwang and concludes that Sajuan and probably Bat too were sent to the 77th floor. That clicks. You can actually see the shift happen in Kwang. The confusion and worry don't disappear, but they tighten into something more solid. His small hands curl into fists and his expression hardens. He's not just standing there anymore. He's ready to move now. It's not just about finding Swan, it's personal. Theo stands beside him, steady as always, while Garen waits nearby, quiet but clearly on board. Kwang steps forward slightly, holding the compass tightly, and with a firm, determined voice says, "I'll definitely find my dad." The scene cuts back to the 77th floor, and the first thing you feel is the heat. The sun is just brutal. It hangs high in a pale sky, blasting down without mercy, and the light is so harsh it almost washes everything out. Suin is already feeling it. He lifts a hand and wipes the sweat off his forehead, wincing slightly under the shade of his wide straw hat. His face is flushed, his breathing a bit heavier, and he lets out a tired sigh. "It's seriously hot," he mutters to himself like he's already exhausted. And honestly, he kind of is. But yeah, the heat isn't even the real problem, because right now, Sigun is locked inside a wooden cage. The cage rocks slightly with each step as it's carried through the jungle, surrounded by a whole troop of small monkeys. Some of them are gripping crude spears, others hopping along the sides. And right at the front, one of them is happily beating on a drum. Boom, 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 like this is some kind of celebration. Their chanting fills the air loud and rhythmic as they march deeper into the forest with their prisoner. Shun lowers his gaze, trying to stay calm, and then softly calls out, "Bobbit, are you okay?" His voice shifts there, less about himself, more about checking on the one person he knows is worse off than him. Off to the side of the cage, Bat is tied tightly to a wooden post, thick ropes wrapped around his small body. He looks up, eyes already glossy with tears, his little face completely scrunched with emotion. I am okay," he whimpers, even though he clearly isn't. Then his voice cracks as he keeps going, apologizing over and over. He says he's useless, that if Kwang or Garen were here, things would have been different. It's not even logical, it's just guilt spilling out. Seuss's expression softens immediately. He gives him a small, gentle smile, the kind that's calm on purpose. "Don't worry," he says quietly. "I'm just glad you're here." It's simple, but it lands. For a second, the panic eases just a little. Stu then shifts his attention outward, glancing through the wooden bars of the cage. His eyes move carefully, observing. The monkeys are loud, chaotic, but not violent. Not yet. They're not attacking. They're transporting, and that's suspicious in its own way. Right then, a system window flickers into existence in front of him. A quest. It bluntly states that he needs to reclaim land rights from the illegally occupying monkeys in exchange for ownership of the farm. Sigwan just stares at it sitting in a cage surrounded by monkeys being carried somewhere unknown. And the system really chose this moment to give him a quest. His face goes blank for a second, like his brain is trying to decide whether to laugh or just give up. But before he can even process it, "Hey, shut up in there." One of the monkeys suddenly spins around, baring its teeth as it shouts at him. The voice is sharp, aggressive, snapping him right out of his thoughts. Sigwin immediately goes quiet, not exactly eager to test what happens next. As the march continues, things get weirder. At the back of the group, two monkeys start whispering to each other. Their tone isn't hostile, it's curious. One of them leans in and asks if those gorillas they're heading toward will actually take the human. Another monkey nearby with bright, observant eyes stares directly at Sigwan. He tilts his head slightly, studying him like he's some kind of odd object. Then he shrugs and says they might as well offer him up anyway. After all, the human looks weird, but he's at least shaped kind of like them. There's a pause. Then another monkey bursts out laughing. He points straight at Soon and mocks the idea completely, saying, "They don't look alike at all. To him, this isn't some distant cousin or anything. He's just uglier." That one lands hard. Sigun's expression slowly changes. The tired, confused look fades, replaced by something colder. A vein visibly pops on his forehead as that insult, and the situation finally settles in. He's not just captured, he's being evaluated and apparently losing. The monkeys keep talking like he's not even there. One of them casually adds that looks don't matter as long as the guy can survive. Then, almost as an afterthought, they mention that over 100 males have already died after marrying the gorilla tribe chief's daughter. That's the moment everything stops. It hits Sigwan like a direct lightning strike. His face goes pale, his eyes widen, his whole body stiffens. What? Marrying gorilla died? His brain tries to process it and immediately rejects it happily ever after. Just turned into a confirmed death route. Panic kicks in fast. Sigun turns sharply toward Batby, desperation written all over his face now. This isn't just a bad situation anymore. This is a get out immediately or die situation. Bat, he calls out. Urgent. Can you still use your ability to go outside the tower? Bat looks back at him, still tied up, tears clinging to his eyes. Suan doesn't hesitate. Go outside and bring back anything that can help us escape, he says quickly, his voice tight with urgency. Then more firmly, because he means it. You're my only hope. That hits Babat right in the chest. For a second, he trembles. Then his expression shifts. The fear doesn't disappear, but something else pushes through it. Determination. Okay, he shouts. I'll try my best. The moment gets loud enough that the guards notice. Two monkeys immediately turn toward the cage, eyes narrowing. What's going on in there? One of them snaps. And right then, a golden glow starts to build inside the cage. It starts small, then intensifies rapidly. Before anyone can react properly, boom. A blinding pillar of light erupts straight upward from the center of the cage. It's sudden, violent, overwhelming. The monkeys panic instantly. Some scream, others stumble back. A few shield their eyes, completely blinded by the flash as the light floods the entire area. The chanting stops, the formation breaks. For a moment, it's just chaos. Then, slowly, the light begins to fade. Golden particles drift down like embers, glowing softly as they dissolve into the air. One of the monkeys cautiously peeks from behind a post, eyes wide, mouth hanging open. What was that? He stammers. Inside the cage, Sigun is still there. He's sweating, one bead rolling down his face. But now he's wearing a small, confident smirk, clearly enjoying the confusion just a little. But when the dust fully settles, Bat is gone. The ropes that held him are still there, loosely coiled on the ground, faintly sparkling with the last traces of golden magic, completely empty. The scene opens with a quiet breath. White Rabbit stands at the grand arched entrance of the palace just before stepping out. She takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly, like she's trying to steady everything inside her before facing what's ahead. Her long ears twitch slightly, not random, nervous, but there's resolve there too. The golden crown on her head catches the light as she steps forward, and when she reaches the balcony, she looks out over the courtyard. It's filled. Rows and rows of rabbit citizens all gathered, all looking up at her. She straightens. Then her voice rings out loud and clear. My beloved citizens of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. It carries across the entire courtyard, strong enough to silence everything else. She doesn't rush. She starts by acknowledging everything they've gone through. The land that was taken from them, the time they lost, the weight it put on all of them. As she speaks, the crowd listens quietly, their faces tilted upward, completely focused. No distractions, just her voice. She continues, her tone steady but heavy. talking about the damage, not just physical, but to their dignity. That part lands deeper. You can see it in their faces. Then she leans forward slightly over the stone railing. Her eyes close behind her round glasses, and her expression softens. I am truly sorry I could not be there to protect you. That one is personal. It's not a ruler speaking anymore. It's someone who feels like they failed her people. For a brief moment, the entire place feels still. Then she opens her eyes again, and now there's something different. They're wide, shining, not with regret anymore, but with determination. She places a paw firmly against her chest. But now I swear to protect you for the rest of my life. That shift hits instantly. Down below, the reaction spreads through the crowd. Some rabbits wipe their eyes. Others lean into each other. The tension that was sitting in everyone's chest starts to break. She doesn't stop there. She reminds them they're not alone anymore, that from now on they stand together. No one falls by themselves again. Her posture straightens fully now, standing tall against the backdrop of the palace. And then for the final push, let us move forward together for the Red Ribbon Kingdom. There's a split second of silence. Then the entire courtyard explodes for the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The chant echoes everywhere. Rabbits raise their paws, voices overlapping, the sound bouncing off the palace walls like the whole place just came back to life. As she turns and walks back inside, the cheers follow her in. Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! The echoes stretch into the hall as the doors close behind her. In the moment those doors shut, she exhales hard, the tension leaving her body all at once. Inside, she's immediately met with applause. Black Rabbit and Iona are both there clapping, clearly impressed. That was amazing, their reactions say without needing much more. White Rabbit lets out a small, nervous laugh. My legs were actually shaking, she admits, still catching her breath. And then she stops mid-sentence. Her knees give out. Iona and Goa both react instantly, eyes widening as her body tilts forward. But before she can hit the ground, the Black Rabbit moves quick, precise, catching her in a warm embrace. The motion is smooth, almost instinctive. For a second, everything softens. There's this quiet, gentle moment as the two of them lean into each other, the tension replaced by something calmer, warmer. The Black Rabbit looks at her, smiling, but there's determination behind it. We'll always hold each other up, he says, so no one has to fall alone again. It's simple, direct, but it means everything in that moment. He reaches up and gently adjusts the golden crumb on White Rabbit's head, making sure it sits properly again. Right, White Rabbit just stares back at him. Wide eyes, slight blush, no words, but the answer's obvious. Off to the side, Iona watches the whole thing with a soft, knowing smile, like someone quietly witnessing something meaningful starting. But that softness doesn't last long. Her expression shifts slightly as she turns toward Goa. Now the tone changes. The perspective widens, grounding the scene. Genoba looks at her, giving a nod. You've worked hard, Iona. Then his expression tightens. He brings up the corruption, the fact that greed managed to bribe the entire inspection bureau, even saying it sounds ridiculous. He exhales, shaking his head slightly. I didn't see it coming. Not until the Mage Association contacted me. There's frustration there and a bit of disbelief. Then he gives a faint, almost amused smile. First Tar and now this. He glances at her. It's starting to feel like problems just solve themselves wherever you go. There's a hint of teasing, but also genuine curiosity. Is this what they call the prestige of the Tower Master of Gravity? Iona lets out a small chuckle. You're quite the flatterer. But then her expression softens and she looks slightly away, quietly, almost under her breath. This is mostly thanks to the great black dragon. It's honest, respectful. Goa leans in slightly. Pardon? She immediately snaps back. A quick chuckle covering it. It's nothing. Back to professional, clean, controlled. Goa doesn't push it. Instead, he shifts topics. I have a message from the Magic Council. Now it's serious. He explains that a reliable report detected the energy of a holy stone on the upper floors. As he speaks, the image of it appears, a glowing purple crystal pulsing with energy floating above a metallic base. Iona reacts immediately. A small bead of sweat forms as her eyes sharpen. You mean the star fragment that fell long ago? Her tone is careful now. Exactly. Genoba confirms it without hesitation. If the report is true, the Mage Association needs to secure it no matter what. He scratches the back of his head, suddenly looking a bit awkward. I've been assigned to retrieve it, then more carefully. Would you come with me? There's a pause. Iona doesn't hesitate. Of course. Her face lights up with determination almost instantly. I'm ready. Then she asks, practical as always, which floor? Genoba visibly relaxes. Wow, thank you. Then he answers, the 77th floor. The scene shifts again. The jungle comes back into view. From above, you see it clearly this time. A massive encampment hidden within dense tropical forest. At the center is a wide dirt arena marked with a dark, intricate ritual seal carved into the ground. Around it, structures rise. Watchtowers, wooden walls, gates with tiled roofs. It's not random. It's organized, built, and at the base of the path leading in, the monkeys return. They push the wooden cage forward, chatter echoing as they escort their prisoner deeper inside. Inside that cage, Sun grips the wooden bars, his straw hat slightly crooked now. He looks tired, worried. One monkey has climbed on top of a cage, peering down at him with wide, curious eyes like he's inspecting something strange. But the rest aren't just curious anymore. They're aggressive. "Hey, tell us the truth." The shout comes sharp as the cage rolls forward, wheels grinding against the dirt. The air feels tighter now. Another monkey steps forward, glaring directly at him. "Where did that little furball who was with you go?" "That's what this is about." Segun shuts his eyes tightly, his face tightening as sweat runs down his temple. "I told you I don't know." He shouts it back, voice strained. He's holding the line, but barely. The cage keeps moving. The noise doesn't stop, but inside his head, everything shifts. His thoughts drift away from the monkeys to one person. "Please come back soon. Bad Bat." The office building stands tall under the night sky. Most of the city already asleep, but up here, a few windows are still lit, including one where things are not peaceful at all. Inside, moonlight is already heated. She turns sharply toward her coworker, one hand pressed to her chest as she fires off, basically accusing him straight up, asking if he took her snack again. Her tone isn't even doubtful at this point. It's personal. Aaron just stands there holding his iced coffee, completely thrown off. He blinks at her like he just got dragged into something he doesn't understand, but she doesn't let up. She reminds him he already got caught once before with her jelly. So, this isn't exactly a fresh accusation. From the side, Manager Hong glances over, a bit tense, watching the situation escalate. Moonlight turns to her next, clearly looking for backup, or at least confirmation of where her food disappeared to. Moonlight's eyes drift down to her desk, or more specifically, the empty spot where her snack should have been. Her expression drops. She's genuinely upset now, almost on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Aaron looks between her and the desk, still confused, basically asking why she's looking at him like he's the culprit. Then he admits kind of awkwardly that he thought the jelly was for everyone. That only makes things worse. Manager Hong quickly steps in, trying to calm things down, offering to just buy more snacks to fix it. But Moonlight suddenly freezes. Something else clicks. Her coffee is gone too. Now both her and Manager Hong slowly turn their heads toward Aaron. Aaron, meanwhile, is still stuck processing the original accusation, like his brain hasn't even caught up to the second charge yet. Moonlight exhales sharply, clearly done relying on anyone, and starts digging through her back. After a moment, she pulls out backup food, bananas. Relief hits her face for a second, but it's immediately replaced with suspicion again as she firmly tells him to stay away from her food. Aaron raises a hand, still defending himself, insisting he didn't take anything. Moonlight shoots back sarcastically, basically asking if a ghost came and stole her snacks instead. And right then, something weird happens. A faint glow starts forming around her. Both of them freeze. The light grows stronger, pulsing right in the middle of the office. And before either of them can react properly, a bat-shaped silhouette suddenly forms out of nowhere. They just stare. The light fades, and there he is, Bad Bat. Tiny, wide-eyed, just sitting there like he also has no idea how he got here. For a split second, everything is dead quiet. Then Aaron completely loses it. He basically screams that there's a giant bat in the office, his voice cracking as he panics. Moonlight also recoils, shrinking back in shock. Bad Bat. Meanwhile, looks at them and panics even harder. He shouts back, calling them huge humans, his tiny body shaking, clearly more scared than they are. And then a banana flies through the air. Thud, direct hit to Babbitt's face. Everything just spirals from there. The office workers start freaking out even more, shouting over each other, trying to figure out where that even came from and why this is happening. In the back, Manager Hong just stands there completely lost, like her brain has officially given up. Bat slowly grabs the bananas, eyes watering. He's trembling, trying to process this terrifying place full of giants. Then, in pure panic, he pushes the bananas forward, basically offering them like a peace gift, desperately trying to fix whatever this situation is. But before anything else can happen, that same golden light wraps around him again. The brightness explodes across the desk, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The air fills with that same strange energy for a brief moment, and then it's gone. Bat disappears. Silence. Moonlight just stands there, staring at the empty space where everything just happened. Her mind doesn't even go to the creature first. She quietly realizes her bananas are gone. Her voice drops as she mutters heartbroken about her bananas disappearing. Behind her, Aaron snaps, clearly fed up now, pointing out that he told her it wasn't him this whole time. Then, after a short pause, his tone softens. He steps closer and offers her his iced coffee, holding it out awkwardly as an apology for the jelly incident. For everything, he mentions she's been working overtime a lot and should at least drink something for energy. Moonlight blinks, caught off guard, letting out a small, confused reaction before slowly accepting the gesture, thanking him a bit shy. But even as the moment softens, Aaron glances around, still unsettled, wondering out loud what that thing even was, and says he'll contact security so she doesn't have to worry. Moonlight nods, still processing everything, quietly thanking him again. And in the background, Manager Hong just watches the entire situation. The chaos, the weird emotional shift, the supernatural nonsense, all of it. Her shoulders slump as she sigh under her breath, completely drained, wishing she could just quit on the spot. Sigun gets dragged in front of what is very clearly the boss of this place, a monkey king lounging on a throne, casually patting one of his little offspring like this is just another normal day. The king tilts his head down, looking at Sigun with open confusion first. Then that confusion quickly turns into straight-up disgust. He basically questions what this thing even is, then doubles down by bluntly calling Sigun ugly without any hesitation. One of the guards steps forward and explains the situation, calmly saying they found Sigwan during a forest patrol and thought he might be useful, maybe even as an offering to some guerrillas. Sigwan, standing there tied up and already exhausted, just lets out a tired sea-like. Of course, this is happening now. Meanwhile, the Monkey King isn't even fully focused on him anymore. His expression shifts, irritation creeping in as he starts thinking about someone named Goran. The mood tightens a bit. He's clearly not happy, muttering about how if the next proposal gets rejected, he's ready to go all in on war. It's the kind of tone that makes it obvious this isn't just talk, he means it. Around him, though, his little offspring just look completely uninterested, like they've heard this speech before. Then, just like that, the king snaps back to the present and gives a sharp order. Deal with the human, lock him back up. No ceremony, nothing. A guard immediately follows through, kicking Sigun back toward a wooden cage like he's just another piece of baggage. While doing it, the monkey throws in a couple of insults for good measure, mocking his face and telling him to go get along with the gorillas. Sigun hits the ground inside the cage, groaning as the dust settles around him. He mutters under his breath, clearly irritated, saying, if his hands weren't tied right now, this would have gone very differently, but that frustration fades pretty quickly, replaced by something quieter. He lowers his voice almost to himself, admitting how much he misses Aelin and the others. And right then, a sudden golden light bursts into existence near the cage. It's bright enough to make him flinch. And before he can even react properly, a familiar voice calls out to him, full of emotion. Bad appears right out of that light, clutching something tightly, already tearing up as he rushes towards Sigun and calls the master like he's been holding that in the entire time. Sigun just stares for a second, completely caught off guard. Bat doesn't even wait. He immediately starts apologizing, voice shaking, explaining that he did find other humans, but he couldn't bring back anything useful, nothing good. As he says that, Suun's eyes drop to what Babat's holding, a bunch of bananas. He blinks a little, surprised, and asks if that is what he managed to bring back. Bat, still emotional, doesn't even defend himself. He just keeps apologizing while fumbling with the ropes tied around Sigun's hands, quickly working to loosen them. The ropes finally come off, and instead of complaining, Sigun immediately softens. He reassures Babat in a calm, steady voice, telling him it's completely fine. What matters is that he came back, and he even brought food. Pauses, sniffling a bit. Clearly not expecting that, Reaction reaches down, picks up one of the bananas, and without overthinking it, decides they should just eat together. Right there, he starts peeling it open and casually offers a bite toward Bat. Bat freezes for a second, then those big eyes of his well up again, but this time not from panic. The banana might as well be glowing in his reflection. He leans in slowly and takes a small bite. He chews, and his entire expression changes like completely. He lights up, genuinely shocked by how good it is, going on about how he's never tasted anything like this before. He describes it in his own way, soft, fluffy, even saying it smells kind of like flowers. Xion can't help but smile at that. There's something about how serious Bat is being over a banana that makes it land. Bat keeps going, clearly enjoying every bite, while Sigun finally takes one himself and nods in agreement. It's actually pretty good. But the moment doesn't stay light for long. Sun's expression shifts slightly as a thought crosses his mind. If Bat found these near other humans, then that means someone else might be nearby. Before he can think too deeply about it, there's movement outside the cage. One of the monkeys approaches, drawn in by the smell. He leans in, eyes narrowing, and immediately starts shouting, demanding to know what they're eating. His tone turns aggressive fast, throwing insults at Babat, calling him a little furball and accusing him of hiding food. Both Sigun and Bat freeze. Bat lets out a small panicked cry, instinctively shrinking back. Shun reacts instantly, pulling Bat behind him and positioning himself in front like a shield. His body tenses, ready to act if things go south, even thinking about using his thunder ability if it comes to that. But then something weird happens. The monkey suddenly stops mid-rant. His expression shifts, his eyes literally turning into the shape of bananas. All that anger gone, replaced by pure, overwhelming awe. He starts trembling, then hopping slightly, completely losing composure as he stares at the banana like it's some kind of sacred object. His voice changes tone entirely as he starts praising Sigwon, calling him something along the lines of a chosen figure tied to bananas, like this is some long-awaited prophecy. Sigwon just stares, not even reacting at first. And before he can question it, the monkey drops flat onto the ground in full prostration, bowing with absolute devotion, continuing to chant in praise like he's witnessing something divine. The shift is so sudden, it doesn't even feel real. Inside the cage, Sigwon slowly crouches down, still holding the banana in his hand, staring at the scene in front of him like his brain is trying and failing to process how things escalated from getting bullied to being ripped in under 10 seconds. The scene opens on the 99th floor of the Black Tower and everything about it feels harsh and empty. Wind sweeps across the ground, kicking up dust. And in the distance, there's this massive jagged spire rising up near a glowing transfer point that hums with energy. Near that structure, a Minotaur guard steps forward and announces that visitors from the farm have arrived to see the boss. Right behind him, Kwang is standing there with this absurdly oversized backpack strapped to his back. Beside him are Theo and Garen, both facing forward as they wait. Kwang calls out warmly toward the throne, greeting the Bull King like he's meeting an old friend. Up above, seated high on his throne, Uma looks down at them. He doesn't react immediately, just studies them for a second before asking in a calm but firm tone, "What brought them all the way here?" Theo steps forward to answer. Keeping things direct, he says they need to use the transfer point. Then he quickly adds the important part. Chairman Park Siduan has been teleported to the 77th floor and they need to go after him right away. Uma's expression shifts almost instantly. There's no hesitation. He agrees without questioning anything further, making it clear that he owes Parks a debt he hasn't forgotten. Then, almost as if it is the most natural thing, he decides to help more directly. He signals that he'll send some of his own subordinates along with them. Two mentors step forward, a female and another male, and they greet Kwang casually. The moment they notice his backpack, though, they can't help but laugh a little at how ridiculously huge it is. Kwang, completely proud of it, explains that the rabbit uncles packed it full of snacks for him. No embarrassment, just pure confidence. With everything settled, Theo claps things into motion, rallying everyone to head out immediately. They all gather in front of the transfer point, a towering blue crystal swirling with energy. It hums louder the closer they get, the light reflecting across their faces. Without wasting time, the group jumps in together. One by one, they disappear into the swirling blue light. Kwang, Theo, the two Minotaurs, and then Garen doesn't. Instead of vanishing with the others, he suddenly tumbles backward like he hit an invisible wall. He lands awkwardly and bounces across the floor, letting out a confused little ha as he rolls up on the throne. Uma watches this happen, clearly not expecting it. His expression shifts from calm authority to genuine confusion as he leans forward slightly, trying to figure out what just went wrong. Garen finally comes to a stop, sitting there on the ground, looking completely lost. He scratches his head, still processing why everyone else disappeared, and he didn't. Uma keeps watching, now more curious than anything, silently wondering why this little guy can't seem to use the transfer point like the others. The scene cuts now on the 77th floor. The portal flashes again, and Theo, Kwang, and the two Minotaurs step out from the glowing light. The transition is quick, but the environment is completely different. Heat hits immediately. They're standing in what looks like a desert city. Dry air, sun beating down, sand stretching out between structures. Theo takes the lead right away, moving forward while reminding everyone that Chairman Park is somewhere on this floor. As they walk, he pulls out the compass, checking it carefully while keeping his pace steady. Behind him, the female Minotaur wipers sweat out and already complains about how unbearably hot it is. They keep moving until they suddenly stop. A massive gorilla steps into their path, blocking away completely. The tension spikes immediately. Theo's eyes flick around for a second, and that's when he notices Garen isn't with them. Before he can react to that, more movement. Two more gorillas appear, forming a group of three. They loom over the team, cracking their knuckles, clearly ready for trouble. One of them demands to know where they came from, voice low and aggressive. Kwang, completely unfazed, just looks up at them and asks in the most innocent way possible if they've seen his papa. The lead gorilla doesn't even answer properly. Instead, he leans forward slightly, sniffing the air, and his expression changes into something greedy. He mutters that they smell good. Theo quickly steps in, trying to smooth things over. He introduces himself calmly as a traveling merchant of the tower, clearly aiming to avoid a fight, but the gorilla cuts him off mid-sentence, raising his voice and declaring that they'll just hand them over to the tribe chief. And then he lunges fast. Theo doesn't even get time to react properly. He just lets out a sharp, startled scream as the attack comes in. But before it lands, impact. Both minotaurs step forward at the same time. Their punches connect almost instantly, each strike heavy and precise. The force sends the attacking gorillas flying backward like they weigh nothing. Bodies lifted clean off the ground. The movement is so fast it barely registers. One of the remaining gorillas freezes, staring in disbelief as his companion is launched through the air. The lead gorilla is now visibly shaken. Sweat starts forming as the confidence drains out of him. Then a voice cuts in, cold, impatient. It demands the same question again, this time with zero tolerance. The minotaurs step forward, their presence completely dominating the space now. Their eyes glow faintly, their massive frames casting long shadows over the gorillas. Even Theo, standing behind them, looks slightly uneasy at how intense they suddenly feel. At the very front, though, Quain steps forward, small compared to everyone else, but completely steady. He looks up at the gorillas, face set with pure determination, and asks again, clear, direct, no hesitation, have they seen his papa or not?